My dear family, I was utterly astonished. A young man astonishingly managed to deflect a bullet from a handgun with a mere small knife. This tale begins aboard a fishing vessel, where Darrow was provoked by a group of ruffians, leading to a fierce altercation. As one of the thugs fired a shot, Darrow adeptly intercepted the bullet with his dagger. It turns out he is a traveler from another realm, possessing the ability of observation and a self-created technique, with aspirations to develop new moves show remarkable. I must tell you, today, I truly witnessed something extraordinary, and my jaw has yet to close. Can you believe it? A fellow managed to sever a bullet with nothing but a small knife. It was akin to a cinematic slow-motion scene, clang, 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 sparks flying, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Let me recount the events from the beginning. This incident originates from my day spent working as a laborer on the fishing boat. I was merely a temporary worker, accompanying Captain Oldbridge West to earn my keep at sea. Today, fortune smiled upon us, and our fish hold was nearly overflowing. Oldbridge West was in high spirits, puffing on his pipe, his mustache nearly rising to the heavens. Among the crew was a young lad named Darrow, about 15 or 16 years old, yet his physique spoke of rigorous training. He was rather handsome, with golden curls and a sprinkling of freckles, embodying the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. As we approached the shore, a few seasoned fishermen began to tease him. Darrow, the boss is treating us to drinks tonight, but you won't be joining us," chuckled a man named Simon with a mischievous grin. Hearing this made me laugh, for Darrow's sister works at the only tavern in town, meaning he could only sip on juicy and open mockery. But the most amusing part? It was these very old men who had initially encouraged Darrow to drink, and what happened? Darrow, renowned as the god of wine, single-handedly defeated them, sending them scurrying under the tables. Now, they dared to ridicule him who understands the audacity of such thick-skinned individuals? As we were engrossed in our banter, chaos erupted at the dock. A group of sharply dressed men in black suits stormed in, with their leader ostentatiously kicking over our recently unloaded fish crates, exuding arrogance. Can you guess how the crew aboard our vessel reacted? Simon turned to another fisherman and inquired, "Zydo, how many times has this happened now?" "Third time, I believe." "The last group left with their tails between their legs after Oldbridge West dealt with them," replied Zydo. The old men were merely spectators, completely dismissing the thugs. After all, these men grapple with the tempestuous sea daily. What fear could they harbor for a few petty criminals? In their words, our fishing ground was the largest gang in the area. Seeing our calm demeanor, the leader of the thugs grew agitated and pointed at Simon, shouting, "Hey, call your boss out here." Oldbridge West strolled over leisurely, pipe in mouth, and asked, "Looking for me? What's the matter?" "Our boss wants to see you come with us," they demanded. Upon hearing this, Oldbridge West nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens, responding, "Tell your boss to come here himself. Spare me these trivialities." Beside me, a young man sporting a mohawk suddenly erupted. "Hey, old man, are you courting death? Do you believe we can ruin your business?" I thought to myself, this is a confrontation is imminent. Darrow sighed, his expression one of exasperation. Indeed, the mohawked youth let out a roar and charged forward, perhaps perceiving Darrow's youth as a sign of vulnerability. He drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at him. I must tell you, this moment was akin to igniting a powder keg. Chaos ensued in an instant. Our fishermen were no pushovers. They seized their harpoons and iron chains and engaged in the fray. As for Darrow, it was astonishing. The moment the mohawked youth lunged, he sidestepped gracefully, darting to the side of his assailant, and delivered a swift, decisive front kick. Bang. The fellow was sent flying. Rising in defiance, he charged again, only to be felled by another expertly executed kick. I began to suspect they might have some sort of performance metrics to meet. Seeing Darrow's formidable prowess, the other ruffians encircled him, but he maneuvered like a fish through a net, evading their grasp while retaliating, leaving none able to lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, Old Xiao, she was engaged in a scuffle with the leader, Prit. Old Xiao's eyes fists were like the wind, causing Prit to retreat in disarray. The scene was utterly comical. In a fit of desperation, Prit brandished a revolver from his jacket. "Die, all of you!" he screamed, firing twice at Old Xiao, then wildly shooting at the fishermen spectating nearby. Old Xiao's eyes reflexes were remarkable. He twisted his body to evade, appearing far from the frail 50-year-old he was. Yet the bullets aimed at the fishermen seemed destined to strike. In that critical moment, Darrow sprang into action. I swear I barely perceived his movement. All I saw was a blur as he dashed in front of the fisherman, wielding the dagger he had just seized from the mohawked youth. Then came the scene I previously described. Clink, clink, clink. His dagger became a blur, intercepting the bullets with astonishing precision, akin to the finesse of a surgical scalpel. I was left astounded. This young man was not merely cooking, he was a Michelin-starred chef in action. Old Xiao Shi, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. He lunged forward, stomping down hard on Prit's leg, and a resounding crack echoed as bone shattered. He then dispatched the remaining ruffians, leaving them in disarray, none able to remain upright, ultimately fleeing in terror. When all was said and done, old Xiao Shi turned back, casting a profound glance at Daro, his expression layered with complexity, as if to convey, "You, my boy, are anything but ordinary." That evening, Daro chose not to attend the banquet, opting instead to return home. To be honest, this incident prompted me to reevaluate my perception of him. And Daro, that is me, upon returning home, found my thoughts drifting far away. Indeed, I have laid my cards on the table. I, Portgasti, Daro, am a traverser. In my previous life, I was merely a corporate slave tormented by the relentless grind of the 996 work culture, and upon awakening, I found myself in the world of One Piece. I had initially believed that my familiarity with the storyline would grant me a distinct advantage. However, I soon discovered that I had traversed into this world a full 40 years prior to Luffy's departure. Not only had I forgotten much of the plot, but my supposed advantage had been rendered utterly moot. Yet, that is not the most absurd aspect of my predicament. The most outrageous truth lies in my identity. My sister is none other than Portgasti, Rue's the future wife of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, who endured a grueling 20-month pregnancy to give birth to Ace, only to perish in the process. What does this imply? Roger is to be my future brother-in-law, and Ace will be my future nephew. Roger, a man characterized by his audacity and freedom, is indeed a formidable force in this world. However, to his family, he is a harbinger of calamity. He voluntarily surrendered, leading to the tragic death of his wife during childbirth, while his son Ace bore the heavy burden of being the son of the Pirate King, ultimately meeting his demise in the war at Marineford. As for me, as his brother-in-law, my best outcome will be a life spent in obscurity, perpetually pursued by the Navy. This is not the life I desire. Thus, the crux of the matter is that in this world, strength is paramount. If you are weak, you are but a drifting leaf upon the sea, easily swept away by the tides. If you are strong, like Carp, whose son leads the Revolutionary Army and whose grandson is destined to topple the world government, he strides confidently through the Navy headquarters, unafraid to confront the celestial dragons. Why? Because his fists are formidable. With this thought in mind, I retrieved the revolver I had acquired that day, along with a box from beneath my bed, containing a notebook where I had meticulously recorded my understanding of this world and my training regimen. I must grow stronger. Fortunately, my journey into this world has not left me entirely without advantage. Perhaps due to my dual existence, my mental fortitude is naturally robust, having awakened a rare form of observation hockey, which I have dubbed Death Eye. This ability is straightforward. It allows me to perceive the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of my adversaries, enabling me to predict their subsequent actions. My ability to deflect bullets at the docks today was solely attributed to the extraordinary insight afforded by my Death Eye. Moreover, the technique of instantaneous movement was a skill I devised based on the description of Soru from the manga. I call it Shunbu. It surpasses Soru in speed, albeit with a shorter range. I have also developed a technique akin to Jeppo, which I refer to as Blue Bird, allowing for a double jump in midair, enhancing my agility. However, today's skirmish revealed a significant flaw. I lack a decisive finishing move, relying solely on my physical prowess, which is inefficient. I opened my notebook and solemnly inscribed a new entry, development of new techniques. At the break of dawn the next day, I ventured to my secret training ground in the mountains behind the town. This area, teeming with wild beasts and devoid of prying eyes, provides the perfect environment for my rigorous training. The morning was consumed by monotonous foundational exercises, but I understood that this could not be neglected. In this world, physicality is the foundation of revolution. Just look at Carp, whose iron fists have conquered the world, serving as the quintessential example. As the afternoon waned, I found myself seated beneath a tree, my notebook in hand, contemplating my new techniques. My role is distinctly defined. I am a sharpshooter. The ability of Dead Eyes is exquisitely tailored for a marksman. However, sharpshooters are vulnerable in close quarters, thus I must cultivate formidable kicking techniques to compensate for this weakness. In my mind, I feverishly sifted through the games I played in my past life, when suddenly a thought illuminated my consciousness: the male brawler from DNF. The illustrious Yu Chicken. He possesses a signature skill known as the instant shadow chain kick, colloquially referred to as the Big Foot, which entails channeling all one's strength into the legs, delivering a flying kick that unleashes a torrent of power. Indeed, given my current physical condition and leg strength, should I manage to concentrate all my might, the destructive potential would undoubtedly be explosive. I am a person of action. Act on impulse. I rose to my feet and approached a tree thick enough for me to wrap my arms around it. I mimicked the movements from the game: crouch, bend, gather strength, and then, with all my might, I executed a flying kick. With a thunderous crack, the massive tree was astonishingly split in two by my strike. The upper half of the trunk crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Success. This technique truly works. Excitedly, I tested it on several nearby trees. After breaking several more, I encountered a significant issue. While the power was sufficient, the time required to gather strength was excessively long. I tell you, during the time I spent crouching, preparing my grand move, the enemy could have rushed in and eliminated me 100 times over. This maneuver is utterly impractical in real combat. Moreover, the force was merely adequate, failing to meet my expectations. After years of training, is my leg strength limited to this? Surely, I must be executing the technique incorrectly. Never mind. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. Great strength brings miraculous results. Over the next few days, I relentlessly practiced on the trees behind the mountain, focusing solely on physical prowess, wreaking havoc on the outer trees. Yet, truth be told, I made little progress. That peculiar stubbornness eluded me. I practiced until the sun set, then packed my belongings to return home. My sister, Lugio, was off work today and was busy clattering in the kitchen. She called out to me, saying that Uncle Lao Chiao, she had asked me to visit the tavern, as the newspapers I requested had arrived. She warned me repeatedly not to drink, lest my nose turn red. It was amusing. She never considered who had established the cocktail myth at the tavern in our town. Had I not taught her how to mix drinks back in the day? Would she have become the town's shining star? I, Deluo, the town's god of wine, impervious to intoxication, would I fear such a thing? After dinner, I strolled to the tavern. Goodness, I could hear the raucous noise from afar, all the fishermen from the docks boasting. Upon entering, I spotted Uncle Lao Chiao Shi and Hunter Chi engaged in a lively debate at the bar. The Chi was thumping his chest, claiming that when he first arrived on the island, he had cleared the beast from the back mountain with a single rifle, even hunting a tiger weighing over 600 pounds. Those around him were skeptical, and Uncle Lao Chiao Shi, with his large belly, retorted with a tale of an 800-pound tuna, dismissing the significance of hunting a tiger. The Chi grew incensed, saying, "So if I claim 600 pounds, you counter with 800, is that it?" I was sitting at the bar, sipping juice, and could not resist adding fuel to the fire, quipping, "Indeed, 800 pounds. Can your old back handle that? Don't let the fish drag you into the sea." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lao Chiao Shi's eyes widened in indignation. He stepped onto a chair and began to perform, recounting how he felt an immense force on the fishing rod, nearly losing his grip, but managed to hold on. He animatedly gestured as he spoke, his storytelling filled with emotion. At the pivotal moment, he shouted, "Thus I steadied myself, drawing strength from the earth. Using my waist as an axis, I turned and pulled, and that fish was lifted." I tell you, that single phrase, drawing strength from the earth, using my waist as an axis, illuminated my mind. Who understands, family? Inspiration had struck. As soon as I finished my juice, I intended to leave, but the two old drunks insisted I mix a few new drinks for them to try. All right, then, in gratitude for this unintentional guidance, I swiftly prepared several cocktails for them before hurrying off with the newspapers. The following morning, I rushed to the back mountain, my mind consumed by yesterday's words. I planted my legs firmly, using my waist as an axis, and suddenly twisted my upper body, channeling all my strength into my right leg, delivering a powerful flying kick to a tree thick enough for 5 people to embrace. Boom! With a resounding crash, the tree was immediately severed. The break was jagged, unmistakably destroyed by sheer force. Success! I was overjoyed. I finally possessed my first legitimate attack technique. After some contemplation, I named this move Kue Nyo, a nod to my previous life. While the preparation time remained somewhat slow, it mattered not. I would simply practice more. After several days of training, I had a preliminary mastery of Kue Nyo. Excellent. I had my melee attack, Now, it was time to practice shooting. However, a dilemma arose. I had no bullets. I went to inquire with Uncle Lao Chiao Shi, who, upon hearing I needed bullets, became anxious and stroked his beard, recalling how I had once caught him drinking, which nearly led to his demise at my sister's hands. He was reluctant to provide them. However, he discreetly informed me that the Chi would surely have some at his home. Upon hearing this, I promptly took a jug of my homemade white liquor and headed over. Upon entering, I found the old man sprawled on a genuine tiger skin rug, thoroughly intoxicated. It seemed he was not exaggerating. I roused him, offered him the liquor, and flattered him, saying that this new brew deserved to be tasted by the best connoisseur. Though he hesitated, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of fine spirits, feigning ignorance about the bullets in his cabinet, claiming I should look for myself. Could I be polite? I immediately rummaged through and filled a large bag to the brim. He even suggested teaching me shooting techniques in exchange for more liquor, and observing his trembling hands akin to Parkinson's, I diplomatically assured him, of course, I will certainly seek your guidance. A win-win situation, indeed. That evening, I opened the newspaper I had obtained from Uncle Lao Chiao Shi, and to my astonishment, it was filled with sensational news. The Roger pirates had clashed with the Navy in the East Sea, suffering defeat at the hands of Carp and Sengoku. The Red Count also faced off against Admiral Steel Bone Kong in the New World, sustaining severe injuries. As I gazed at Roger's grinning wanted poster in the newspaper, an unsettling feeling washed over me. This era was tumultuous, and I needed to become stronger swiftly, while I pondered how to enhance my strength. In another port city called Jelan, a family named Intalia was convening a meeting. Their leader, Weibo, a notorious old man, was furious with his subordinates for failing to deal with Uncle Lao Chiao Shi. A strategist named Snide, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and slick-back hair, proposed a cunning idea, suggesting they could use another to eliminate their foe. Once the others departed, he whispered to Weibo that they could leak information to a notorious pirate named Sam, prompting him to capture Uncle Lao Chiao Shi. Weibo worried about inviting trouble, but Snide sinisterly smiled, suggesting they could burn the bridge after crossing it. It turned out their true target was the legendary Black Pearl, said to be sunk near Bartolaro Island, laden with untold riches. Over the next few days, I began my shooting practice on the back mountain, the sounds of gunfire echoing through the woods, driving the birds nearly to madness. I tell you, with the influence of my keen eyesight, my marksmanship was astonishingly accurate, hitting precisely where I aimed. Yet, the principal issue remained. The bullets lacked sufficient power, merely scratching the sturdy trees as though they were mere tickles, barely penetrating their bark. Just as I began to despair over the prospects of a career as a marksman, the notorious Captain Sam of the Cannon pirate crew, with a staggering bounty of 87 million, stealthily approached the port of Jelan aboard his fearsome ship, equipped with a massive cannon. Snide personally welcomed him at the dock, leading the red cockatoo-haired madman to Weibo's clubhouse. After a lavish feast, Sam grew impatient and directly inquired about the grand business at hand. Weibo, with a smile, finally revealed his true intentions. The Black Pearl, do you recall it? Upon hearing this, Sam's rooster-like hair nearly exploded in excitement. I tell you, his eyes were sharp as an eagle, nearly decoding a QR code on Weibo's face. That ship was sunk by my own hands. How did you find it? The cunning old fox Weibo grinned like a benevolent Buddha, producing a tarnished gold bar from his pocket and slamming it on the table. He explained that this item was recently used to settle a debt at his casino, reportedly stolen from a fishing magnate near Bartolaro Island. The mark on the gold bar clearly indicated it was part of that legendary treasure. Weibo, coaxing him along, urged, "So, brother, what do you say? Care to join forces?" Sam gazed intently at the gold bar, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white as his mind began to calculate how he might seize this fortune. He was no fool and directly inquired, "Speak, what do you require of me?" "You, Wabo, summoned me for a reason. There must be a tough nut to crack." Wabo spoke with an air of nonchalance, declaring it a trivial matter. There was merely an irritating little demon on the island along with a group of fishermen, and if he could eliminate them all, it would be easier to capture others. Could the seasoned Sam trust him? He erupted, "Is it truly that simple? Have you, Wabo, turned vegetarian or been kicked by a donkey?" Would you share such a windfall with me? Wabo, already prepared with his retort, asserted that the island had no naval presence whatsoever. He intended to leverage the name of the formidable cannon Sam to create a significant disturbance when they eliminated their targets. Otherwise, if others learned it was their doing, it would have adverse consequences. This reasoning, though seemingly logical, ultimately succumbed to greed. Squinting his eyes, Sam proclaimed, "Very well. After the deed is done, I demand 70% of the gold." "Nonsense. At most, we shall split it 50-50, Bo retorted, and they engaged in a heated debate, ultimately settling on an equal division. Just as their farcical negotiations concluded, the scene shifted, and both parties began plotting their treachery against one another. Resembling a real-life game of werewolf, Bo departed to arrange personnel, while Sam summoned his most trusted confidant, Kali, instructing him to inspect the ship overnight, wary of Bo's potential treachery aboard. Meanwhile, in Bo's club, Snyder expressed his dissatisfaction. "Boss, are we truly giving him half?" Bo, puffing on his cigar amidst a cloud of smoke, wore the expression of a cunning antagonist. "Ha, my money is not so easily taken." His quarrel with Sam was merely a ruse to lower the other's guard. His true plan was to strike when Sam returned with the treasure, orchestrating a betrayal at sea. He instructed Snyder to seek out Colonel Quayle of the Navy the next day, claiming Cannon Sam intended to attack Green Bardo, thereby prompting the Navy to obliterate Sam's ship. Thus, both sides harbored ulterior motives. By midnight the following day, two pirate ships stealthily approached Battle Island. That night, the island lay as tranquil as a sleeping beauty, unsuspecting of the impending disaster. The pirate vessels, like two hulking figures forcing their way into a children's store, docked at the modest fishing pier. Without hesitation, a thunderous cannon fired. Cannonballs rained down, shattering the slumbering town into chaos. Flames shot into the sky, and the sound of explosions echoed as the pirates surged ashore, shouting, "The pirates have arrived." The entire town erupted into pandemonium. The first to react were the fishermen at the pier. Uncle Chow, she bellowed for the men to arm themselves while instructing women and children to flee to the hills. Deluo, was jolted awake by the commotion. This was no drill. I rushed to my sister Lu Jio's room, where she appeared bewildered. I shouted that pirates were attacking and dragged her outside. Remaining indoors at this critical moment would be tantamount to awaiting death. Lu Jio, frightened, clung to me, refusing to leave. I reassured her that Uncle Chow, she, and the others were holding the front line, and I had to assist. After persuading my sister to retreat to the hills, I returned to my room, armed with a revolver and ammunition, fully equipped. I understood clearly that merely fleeing was futile. We had to intercept these ruffians at the pier, or we would all perish. Navigating through the burning streets, I was enveloped by cries and screams, creating a hellish atmosphere. Yet, my mind remained remarkably calm as I sprinted towards the pier. Upon arrival, I found the eastern shantytown in utter disarray. Uncle Chow, she, alongside the fishermen, engaged the pirates in urban warfare, momentarily stalling their advance. I quickly spotted Uncle Chow, she, who was battling a pirate with a harpoon. Seeing me, he exclaimed in surprise, "Deluo, what are you doing here? Hurry, we can hardly hold out." Just then, a voice in the crowd shrieked, "Cannonball! Cannonball incoming!" Instinctively, I turned to see a cannonball soaring through the air, aiming directly at the densest gathering of fishermen. If it struck, many would perish. In a split second, I sprang into action. Drawing my weapon and activating my ability, I fired several shots, causing the cannonball to explode mid-air in a stunning display of fireworks. A hush fell over the crowd, all gazing at me as if I were a specter. However, it mattered little. The fishermen had already suffered significant losses, and their morale was waning. Uncle Chow, she, in desperation, asked if I had any solutions. I promptly advised him, "The pier is too open. We cannot match their firepower. We must retreat. Let us engage in guerrilla tactics. Lure these headless flies into the town and utilize the terrain to pick them off one by one." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chow, she decisively shouted, "Retreat. Everyone back to the town." With Uncle Chow, she, and I at the forefront, we managed to retreat safely back into the streets of the town. On the ship, Snyder, peering through binoculars, reported to Wabo boss. They've all retreated into the town. It seems the residents have fled to the hills. Sam, growing impatient, inquired, "Hey Wabo, where's that fishing boss you mentioned?" Wabo, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, mused, "That old fellow has likely taken refuge in the hills. Let us split up. I'll head into the town to eliminate these fishermen while you go to the hills to capture him." "Fine." Sam was eager to separate from him, immediately leading his crew towards the hills. Observing Sam's retreating figure, Wabo exhaled a smoke ring and ominously remarked to Snyder, "Even if he captures someone first, it won't end well for him." Wabo then rallied his men with a commanding shout, "Charge!" The pirates and members of the Analyze family surged into the town like a tidal wave. Uncle Xiao, Shi, and I prepared to face them. Uncle Xiao, Shi delivered a stirring pre-battle speech, igniting fervor, while I assigned tactics, instructing groups of 3 to disperse and ambush any isolated foes. Thus, we concealed ourselves in the corners of the streets and within homes. The pirates, initially cautious, soon descended into madness when one of them stumbled upon a trove of gold jewelry in a house, triggering their greed and causing them to scatter in a frenzy to loot. Seeing this, I felt a surge of confidence. If they acted together, we would indeed be at a disadvantage. However, now it was as if they were delivering themselves on a silver platter. What followed was a textbook ambush. An old pirate kicked open the door of an opulent house, only for 3 concealed fishermen to spring forth and, before he could react, plunge a knife into his chest. As for me, like a specter in the night, my ability proved to be a remarkable asset in urban warfare. Before the enemy even spotted me, I had already fired my weapon, dispatching foes with swift precision. Counting that last one, I had claimed my 17th victim. Truthfully, I felt no discomfort. Slaying these brutes was akin to slaughtering chickens. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong could dictate their own fate, while our side thrived, accumulating minor victories that would culminate in a greater triumph. Wabo finally sensed that something was amiss. Snyder pointed to a building, stating, "Boss, our men have been inside for some time, yet there's been no word." Wabo dispatched 2 men to investigate, and to their horror, they discovered their comrades impaled with harpoons, lifeless, still clutching onto jewels. Wabo's expression darkened, and it dawned upon him that he had been outmaneuvered. Enraged, he bellowed an order, "Artillerymen, flatten this town." With a commanding shout, the gunners aboard the pirate ship erupted into a frenzy, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannonballs that rained down upon the small town, indiscriminately obliterating everything in their path. The once thriving Beit Lila was instantaneously reduced to a fiery inferno amidst the chaos of war. The sheer volume of cannon fire was truly astounding. With a thunderous boom, a cannonball tore through the roof of the building where I was hiding. Cursing under my breath, I leapt through the window and sprinted desperately towards the town square, the designated gathering point for our comrades, where cannonballs dared not fall. Upon scrambling into the municipal center adjacent to the square, I discovered that Lao Xiao, Shi, and others were also seeking refuge there. I urged them, "We can no longer hide. If we remain concealed, we will inevitably be reduced to mere flesh and blood. We must charge out and confront them." After a brief discussion, we unanimously agreed on this course of action. If we rushed out now, we might still find cover. Once the outside was reduced to rubble, we would be sitting ducks. Thus, after a moment of respite, Lao Xiao, Shi, and I took the lead, rallying the remaining fisherman brothers as we burst from Municipal Hall into the square. As expected, the cannon fire ceased the moment we emerged. It was time for a direct confrontation, soldier against soldier, leader against leader. One of the fishermen recognized Weibo and shouted. Weibo, no longer pretending, fixed his gaze on Lao Xiao, Shi, and mockingly stated, "So it's you, Captain Xiao Shi. I, Andre Weibo, look out of the Bloodhand pirate crew. Extend my greetings." The revelation was shocking. Upon hearing the name of the Bloodhand pirate crew, Lao Xiao Shi's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned, "Did you bring this crew of pirates here?" Weibo, bursting with pride, laughed heartily, "Of course. The captain of the giant cannon pirate crew is the very gunner who sank your Black Pearl all those years ago." I was utterly bewildered, and although Lao Xiao Shi sensed my confusion, he merely whispered, "Kid, This isn't the time for explanations. We can discuss this later. Weibo attempted to incite Lao Qiao Shi into revealing the whereabouts of the Black Pearl in exchange for sparing the others. I quickly retorted on Lao Qiao Shi's behalf. Not a chance. Enraged, Weibo declared, then don't blame me. He seized an old man and shouted, kill them all. Instantly, the two groups clashed violently. Several pirates charged towards me, and I raised my weapon, firing several shots with precision, each bullet finding its mark without fail. Meanwhile, Lao Qiao, she was an unstoppable force, employing military techniques to devastating effect, charging into the fray like a tiger among sheep. With a powerful move, he executed a tiger capture throw, slamming an enemy to the ground with brutal force. Together, we swiftly eliminated several foes, instilling fear in the remaining pirates who hesitated to advance. Useless fools. Weibo seethed in fury as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, he drew a massive machete, preparing to personally confront Lao Qiao Shi. The moment he unveiled the blade, I was taken aback. It resembled a large steel saw, riddled with nicks and gashes, clearly having felled many adversaries. While I was anxious for Lao Qiao Shi, the old man, brimming with confidence, bellowed for me to remain calm. With a resounding shout, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Weibo, a master of taunts, began to mock him, claiming that years ago he failed to finish him off, insinuating that Sam's cannon was ineffective. Weibo brandished his jagged blade, charging with a menacing grin. Ignoring him entirely, Lao Qiao Shi deftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. However, Weibo skillfully dodged, countering with a swift slash that sent Lao Qiao Shi tumbling to the ground. You're getting old. Surrender and you might suffer less, Weibo jeered. Little did he know, Lao Qiao Shi was a force to be reckoned with. He retaliated with a tiger cannon fist, delivering a blow that was swift and fierce, akin to a cannonball leaving the barrel, striking Weibo squarely in the face. With a thunderous crash, Weibo was sent flying, crashing into the municipal hall, enveloped in clouds of dust. Yet miraculously, he emerged from the rubble, brandishing his knife, shouting, old man, I will chop you to pieces. In a swift leap, Lao Qiao Shi descended upon him like a tiger pouncing from the mountains, executing Tiger's Claw, a move that landed his foot squarely on Weibo's weapon, using the momentum to deliver a side kick to his upper body. Weibo, undeterred, raised his knife, determined to exchange blows, aiming to sever Lao Qiao Shi's leg. Fortunately, Lao Qiao Shi reacted quickly, pivoting mid-air and driving his knee into Weibo's chest. Weibo staggered back, howling in pain. What followed was a climactic moment, both warriors understanding that the next move would determine their fate. Weibo conjured a dark energy around his blade, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, preparing his devastating technique called Tooth of Destruction. In contrast, Lao Qiao Shi coiled his right fist behind him, channeling all his might into a single strike. Known as Tiger's Cut, the two forces collided. A deafening roar echoed through the air as fists and blade met, resulting in Weibo's weapon shattering into countless pieces. Both he and his broken blade were propelled backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lao Qiao Shi took a moment to catch his breath, lighting a cigarette as he surveyed the devastated town, muttering, I'm getting old. Otherwise, I could have finished him with a single slap. I was left in disbelief, thinking, is this what you call aging? This is incredible. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fierce battle raged. Dalu and a fellow named Snader exhibited a cunning fighting style. Dalu darted about like a butterfly, firing his weapon with precision, while Snader wielded his whip with an almost serpentine grace, relentlessly pursuing Dalu. Just then, Dalu's attention wavered as he noticed the rear mountain glowing, worrying about Lu Jio's safety. In that fleeting moment, Snader's whip lashed out, aimed directly at Dalu's head. Fortunately, Dalu reacted swiftly, activating his keen vision and dodging just in time. Is that all you can do? Sneak attacks? Dalu taunted, inciting Snader's wrath. Enraged, Snader charged forward. Whip in hand, Dalu seized the opportunity, firing 3 quick shots, 1 aimed at the temple and 2 to block Snader's escape route. Snader, with an uncanny agility, contorted his body in an almost inhuman manner, narrowly evading the bullets. Furious, Snyder unleashed a flurry of strikes with his whip. Dalu leapt into the air with a bluebird maneuver, creating distance while calmly stating, "You have many vulnerabilities." Following that, he fired 2 more shots from an awkward angle. Snyder had no choice but to frantically deflect the bullets with his whip. Realizing ranged attacks were futile, he attempted to close the distance for hand-to-hand combat. Dalu met him with a swift kick, sending him staggering backward. Having suffered a series of defeats, Snyder dropped the pretense and declared, "I am a user of the snake fruit, in its serpent form." As soon as he finished speaking, his lower body transformed into a colossal snake, merging his human and serpentine forms. The massive tail whipped through the air, poised to crush Dalu into oblivion. In that critical moment, a gunshot rang out. A large bullet flew from a distance, aimed straight at Snyder's eye. Startled, Snyder recoiled just in time to evade it, while Dalu seized the opportunity to roll away from danger. "Who dares to ruin my plans?" Snyder hissed, his fruit ability allowing him to sense heat, and he retaliated with a blast of venom aimed at the second-floor balcony from which the shot originated, dissolving the structure in an instant. Then, a diminutive figure emerged from behind, wielding a double-barreled shotgun. After years of hunting, I had never encountered such a colossal serpent. "Daluo, do you think this snake can be used for brewing liquor?" Upon closer inspection, the distinctive red nose revealed that it was none other than Lao Daki. "What are you so surprised about? Did I not mention that I am a sharpshooter?" Lao Daki boastfully weighed his gun in his hands. Now, the odds had changed to 2 against 1, and Daluo and Lao Daki began to coordinate their attacks. Lao Daki fired a shot to force the serpent to move, while Daluo followed up with several shots, causing the snake man to wail in agony. The duo even engaged in a playful rivalry over who was the better marksman. Who understands? Family? Treating the boss as a target is where the real challenge lies. Snyder was utterly infuriated. "You too, perish at once." With a thunderous roar, he transformed into an enormous serpent coiled upon the ground, its defenses drastically enhanced and its weaknesses diminished. It then opened its gaping maw and sprayed a torrent of venom towards Lao Daki. Lao Daki's movements were remarkably fluid, as if he were intoxicated, swaying left and right, effortlessly evading the venom. Just as the two were exchanging banter, a cannonball from the pirate ship exploded on the hillside. Upon witnessing this, Snyder immediately became smug. "Haha, our Captain Sam has also gone to the hillside. Your townsfolk are doomed." Daluo's heart sank at this proclamation. Lao Daki, perceiving his worry, said, "Kid, you go ahead. I'll handle this serpent. Rest assured, I am an old hunter." As soon as he finished speaking, another cannonball struck the hillside. Daluo took a deep breath. "All right, Lao Daki, I leave this to you. Afterward, I'll treat you to a drink, as much as you desire. Then you better prepare a lot of liquor." Lao Daki laughed heartily and tossed a bag to Daluo. "That Sam is no ordinary foe. Don't end up dead out there. You still owe me a drink." Daluo caught the bag, which contained a small pouch of specially made large bullets. As he raced towards the hillside, he found himself moving faster than ever before. Upon arrival, he discovered Sam and his crew still searching for someone, each one crying out in distress from mosquito bites. Fortunately, Lu Jio and the others had yet to be found. Daluo concealed himself in the shadows, raised his weapon, and fired. But lo and behold, the bullet flew directly in front of Sam, bouncing off as if it had hit a wall. A devil fruit user. Daluo's heart sank, and he quickly changed his position. Subsequently, he transformed into a jungle reaper, firing a shot and shifting locations, each bullet finding its mark among the minions, causing them to wail in fear, each dreading that they might be next. Sam, furious, cursed and ordered his subordinates to charge forward, while he focused solely on locating the Black Pearl. Daluo took a moment to catch his breath, scrutinizing Sam once more. To his astonishment, he noticed an invisible aura surrounding Sam. He attempted to fire at the weak point of this aura, and indeed, the bullet ricocheted, but the aura dissipated. It turned out to be an air armor. Daluo instantly understood. He swiftly switched to the specially made bullets given by Lao Daki, determined this time to strike true. Aiming for the weak point near Sam's heart, he fired. This shot was destined to hit. The bullet penetrated the air armor, but still it was blocked Sam pulled something out from his coat. A cannon over a meter long. I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of fourth-dimensional pocket was this? Daluo exclaimed in disbelief. Seriously? Is this for real? Unable to locate Daluo, Sam, in a fit of rage, unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, obliterating the entire grove. With nowhere to hide, Daluo boldly stepped into view. Now it was a showdown of kings. "Kid, why aren't you hiding?" Sam proclaimed, brandishing the cannon triumphantly. "Ah, because there's no need to," Daluo replied, loading his revolver with the special bullets. Sam feigned camaraderie while subtly raising the cannon's muzzle. Daluo saw through this ruse, taking the initiative and firing several special bullets. However, Sam waved his hand, and a transparent wall of air appeared before him, deflecting all the bullets. "Kid, my air wall is far sturdier than armor. Do you feel the despair?" Daluo retorted, "What despair? That wall can't move, can it?" Sam was taken aback. "You can see my wall?" Daluo responded, "Of course. Our main character has cheat abilities. Did you not know?" Seizing the moment of Sam's surprise, Daluo fired several more shots, predicting some of his movements. The gun barrel swung towards where Sam intended to dodge. With no other options, Sam could only use the cannon to block. Now Sam was panicking, beginning to unleash a torrent of cannon fire. The cannonballs emerged as small as marbles, but transformed into massive projectiles once launched. Daluo was in disarray, using Qing Miao to evade in midair, sustaining some hits. "How does my enhanced cannonball feel?" Sam taunted, continuing to bombard Daluo with cannon fire. Daluo thought to himself, "This cannot continue. His firepower is too overwhelming. I must close the distance and engage in close combat." At that moment, a singular thought crossed his mind. Take him down. Without hesitation, he executed a Xuanbu and appeared right in front of Sam's face. His death eyes felt as if they were equipped with an 8-fold magnification, allowing him to predict Sam's every move. Right in front of him, I unleashed the most ferocious kick of my life, a move known as Kuan Yo, feeling as if the strength of the entire mountain was channeled into my leg. The ensuing scene was utterly comical. Sam was so bewildered that he rolled directly into the predicted position, lifting his head just in time to meet the sole of my foot. The expression on his face was one that only family could understand. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Double air walls. That was the extent of his reaction. In his final moments, he hastily encased himself in 2 shields. Unfortunately, the first wall crumbled like paper, shattering instantly. While he did not perish, it was enough to leave him reeling. I could not afford to give him a moment to recover. Executing another Xuanbu, I adhered closely to him. I assure you, once I got in close, he transformed from a cannon platform into a mere punching bag, utterly defenseless. No guande. Relying solely on his air armor and long-range firepower, he probably hadn't even done a few push-ups in his life. His stamina was abysmal. I found myself growing more frenzied as I struck him repeatedly, my fists raining down like a torrential downpour, while he could only flail with those 2 cannons, utterly overwhelmed. Seizing an opportunity, I leaped into the air, preparing for a decisive flying kick. In a panic, he swung the cannon around like a windmill. I performed a Z-pattern maneuver in midair, executing Qing Niao, gliding effortlessly around his wild strikes, and then, with a powerful kick, boom! The sound echoed as he, along with the cannon, was sent flying dozens of meters like a kite with cut strings. But that was not enough. I had to deliver a finishing blow. Verbal taunts are also a form of attack. I had to make him explode with rage. As expected, the old fellow got back up, his face green with fury. "You little brat, don't get too cocky." Goodness, he was preparing to unleash his ultimate form, declaring, "Let me show you my strongest transformation. Air Fortress." I was utterly astonished. The surrounding air surged towards him like a whirlwind, and in mere seconds, he had constructed a mobile fortress around himself, resembling a transformer, completely encasing himself while extending a dark cannon towards me. I was left speechless, as if he were playing tower defense. That old coot, reveling in his creation, smugly informed me, "Kid, I have consumed the compression fruit. I can compress anything. Soon, you shall be obliterated beneath my specially crafted cannonballs." No sooner had he finished speaking than the cannon's barrel glowed red, and with a thunderous roar, several massive cannonballs, trailing fiery tails, hurtled towards me. My goodness, what a formidable force! Each cannon blast creates a massive crater, with thick smoke billowing everywhere. As I gazed at his turtle shell, a chill ran down my spine. In the past, I could always find a flaw using my dead eye, but now this contraption left me utterly at a loss. It appears I have no choice but to fight with all I have. I glanced back, recalling my companion Lugio, and thinking about this damned pirate world. My resolve instantly solidified. The second half begins. Let the battle commence. That rascal Sam was hiding in his turtle shell, unleashing a torrent of firepower as if it cost him nothing, raining destruction down upon me. I could only rely on Shuanbu to evade the onslaught, exhausting my stamina rapidly. The key issue was the sheer radius of the shockwaves from his shells. Even if I avoided the actual shells, I would still be knocked about by the concussive force. I couldn't continue like this. I would eventually be worn down. Activating Deadeye, I observed carefully, and lo and behold, I finally identified 4 weak points. However, the problem was that his artillery resembled a bullet hell game, rendering my shots virtually impotent. How about the power of my cannon? That scoundrel taunted from within. Ignoring him, my mind raced. Eureka! I fired 2 shots at one weak point, then immediately Shuanbu to the other side for another 2 shots. The entire maneuver took less than 3 seconds. No matter how quickly he reacted, his cannon could only intercept my first volley. The subsequent 2 shots hit their mark with precision. I heard a sharp hissing sound, reminiscent of a deflating tire, and indeed, the turtle shell had thinned. Joy surged within me. If I could land a few more rounds, I could shatter that shell. Sam, realizing he could no longer delay, began to charge up his ultimate move. You little brat, taste my compressed air cannon. I watched in astonishment as he conjured a massive air orb from his cannon, momentarily questioning whether I had wandered onto the wrong film set. This classic scene of orb conjuration felt utterly out of place. In my moment of distraction, that air cannon was already hurtling toward me at an absurd speed. I barely managed to dodge it with a quick Shuanbu, but it detonated mid-air, unleashing a flurry of shockwave blades, raining down like torrential rain. My back felt as though it had been plowed by a lawnmower, searing with pain, as blood dripped to the ground. How does my compressed air cannon taste? That fellow boasted, launching several more air cannons my way. I was battered and bruised, in a pitiful state, yet I shouted defiantly, "Ha! Is that all the power you have? It's hardly more than a scratch." Was I losing my mind? Absolutely not. Who would understand? Just moments ago, I had discovered a critical flaw in his ability. His compression wasn't conjured from thin air. Rather, it drew upon the surrounding atmosphere. The suction he created during his ultimate move was akin to a colossal vacuum cleaner. And what was most abundant on this battlefield? Smoke. The cannon fire had enveloped the area in thick, billowing smoke. My plan crystallized. If I could lure him to inhale from the smoky regions, he would effectively blind himself. Would he fall for it? Certainly. What malicious thoughts could a brawny pirate possess? Keep talking big. Just wait until my cannon obliterates you. He was indeed growing frantic. The opportunity arose. I executed a ching Yao, leap into the air, positioning myself against a backdrop of the densest smoke. Sam, in his eagerness, aimed directly at me. Compressed air cannon. I tell you, what transpired next was nothing short of spectacular. The swirling smoke, like rivers converging into the sea, was swiftly drawn into his cannon. His once transparent fortress was instantly cloaked in a thick veil of soot, becoming pitch black. His vision obscured, he was momentarily stunned, and his artillery fell silent. Now it was my chance. I performed a Kimbu to close the distance, channeling all my strength into my right leg, delivering my most potent strike, Kuei-Nyo. The sound was crisp and clear. The air fortress shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass. The force of my kick didn't stop there. It propelled Sam like a cannonball, crashing into a massive tree that 3 people could barely encircle. Then, the most absurd event unfolded. The tree, shaken by the impact, dropped 2 wild fruits that fell squarely on his head. Already on the brink of collapse from my attack, those 2 fruits caused him to breathe his last. Friends, What do you call this? Divine retribution, in the most literal sense. This battle was finally won. I was on the verge of collapsing, my body battered, leaning against a large stone as I gasped for breath. In the distance, the sun rose, and that sunrise was truly beautiful. Dalu. It was Lu Jiao, rushing over in tears to support me. I wanted to say something, but darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a hospital, bound like a mummy. Lu Jiao was asleep at my bedside, her face marked by the quilt. I couldn't help but chuckle. Later, I learned that the Navy had finally arrived. An old Xiao, she had used the bounties from Sam and his crew to raise nearly 200 million for the town's reconstruction. A few days later, neighbor Aunt Lucy came to visit, bringing a basket of fruits she had gathered from the mountains. She mentioned she had heard from the Chi that I liked sour things, so she had brought me some. I was puzzled. When had I ever expressed a liking for sour flavors? Until I glanced at the fruit basket and was utterly astonished. One of the wild fruits bore markings resembling concentric circles, like a target. What the heck? A devil fruit. My heart raced like a drum, my voice trembling. How did you know I like sour things? Oh, I asked Oldachi. He said this fruit is edible and sour. But you love sour things the most? Aunt Lucy's words dispelled my doubts. I solemnly thanked her. That night, I was utterly sleepless. The devil fruit lay quietly on my bedside table. My mind was torn between two choices, to consume it or not. It was akin to opening a mystery box. If I were fortunate, I could soar, but if I ended up with a useless fruit like the whisper fruit, I would be reduced to a mere electronic pet, not to mention becoming a helpless swimmer. Yet, I recalled the helplessness I felt during my battle with Sam and the formidable creatures I would face in the future. Damn it, I'm in. Resolute, I seized the fruit, took a deep breath, and closed my eyes, taking a bite. Spee. Goodness. It truly lived up to its reputation. It was horrendously unpleasant. I suppressed my disgust and swallowed the entire fruit. Afterward, I closed my eyes, feeling a surge of new power coursing through me. The next moment, uncontainable joy overwhelmed me. Friends, it was the compression fruit, the very same as that of the colossal cannon Sam. It must have reincarnated nearby after his demise, only to be picked by Aunt Lucy, who inadvertently gifted it to me. What do we call this? A bounty from an enemy. I could hardly contain my laughter. I had experienced the fruit's strength firsthand. It was a top-tier paramecia fruit capable of interacting with all things, on par with Whitebeard and Goldlion. Its potential was limitless. It suited me perfectly. The power surged within me, recklessly coursing through my body. I wanted to perform a set of military punches in my hospital room, but alas, my sister Lu Jiao was sleeping soundly. I couldn't possibly wake her. I endured. I held on. I was determined. Tomorrow, I must discharge myself. I couldn't bear to remain in this wretched place for even a second longer. Early the next morning, I laid my cards on the table. My sister's voice soared to an octave unheard. What? You want to leave the hospital? I quickly puffed out my chest, channeling my energy, forcing my face to appear rosy, and said, Sister, look at me alive and kicking. Nothing's wrong. Just some superficial wounds. It was nothing but a relentless entanglement. And in the end, she had no choice but to send me packing. Upon returning to my humble abode, I leapt into my bed with fervor. The familiar scent and the sense of security were simply exquisite. However, comfort did not last long, as I could not remain idle. There were pressing matters at hand. I must tell you, this fruit ability feels as natural to me as my own limbs, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. I extended my hand towards the air and, with a thought, summoned a compressed air bullet. To my astonishment, the air in the room rushed into my palm, and in an instant, a crystal-clear air sphere materialized before me. I could feel the surging power within it, far more stable than the one Sam had conjured, which resembled a ticking time bomb. Mine was quite frankly a work of art. As I reveled in my newfound prowess, my sister called from outside, announcing that Uncle Xiaoxi was looking for me. It was then that I surmised this was the prelude to a classic tale reminiscent of days gone by. Upon my arrival, I found both old Xiaoxi and old Daki already indulging in drinks. The story they unfolded was so cliché that I could predict both its beginning and conclusion. In essence, Uncle Xiaoxi was a formidable figure in his youth, nicknamed the Hunter of Tigers, hailed as the mightiest man in the South Sea. Old Daki served as his deputy, skilled with a sniper rifle capable of headshots from 700 meters, as though he were under some divine influence. Together, they had instilled fear in the hearts of pirates throughout the region, bringing an unprecedented 12 years of peace to the kingdom of Xia. The classic twist occurred 16 years ago when they were escorting a shipment of heavenly gold and were ambushed by the Bloodhand pirate crew, retreating from the Grand Line. Uncle Xiaoxi charged forth and incapacitated the opposing captain, but a clever scoundrel named Weibo ordered Sam to sink our ship as their captain fell. Who understands the betrayal of the workplace better than family? While the captain fought valiantly ahead, treachery lurked behind. I was taken aback, pointing at Uncle Xiaoxi's beer belly, and exclaimed, "No way, you are the infamous Hunter of Tigers? You, an old man, were that formidable?" He waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat bashful. Old Daki, sipping his drink, filled in the gaps, revealing that Uncle Xiaoxi felt guilty towards the people and resigned, insisting on joining him to recover the sunken ship. It was then that I grasped the situation. I turned to Old Daki and inquired, "And you? Who are you?" To my surprise, he patted his thigh and, with great pride, winked at me, declaring, "I am the vice captain of the Guard Corps, Swift Gun." I scrutinized his height, which barely reached 1.70 meters, and mused that perhaps he had shrunk from drinking too much. After all, both of them were hidden powerhouses. They called me over today to discuss future matters and bid farewell. They explained that they would set sail the next day to retrieve the Black Pearl, which had been at the bottom of the sea for over a decade, as a means of closure. Then came the crucial part. Old Daki patted a nearby cabinet, revealing it contained Sam's bounty of 87 million berries. I was momentarily stunned, as I had thought this money was allocated for the town's reconstruction. However, Old Daki clarified that the funds for rebuilding came from Old Xiaoxi's sale of the fishery, merely borrowed in my name due to concerns about public acceptance. These two old gentlemen were surprisingly considerate. To be honest, I felt no waves of emotion as I had already planned how to spend that money. Noticing my calm demeanor, Old Xiaoxi attempted to recruit me into the Navy, suggesting that the current Rear Admiral was a former subordinate of his and could facilitate my entry. I politely declined thrice, jesting that I would not serve as a dog for the Celestial Dragons. It was simply out of the question. I would never allow that in this lifetime. I chuckled and deftly shifted the conversation. Seeing my reluctance, they did not press further. Suddenly, Old Daki asked if I had consumed the fruit. I smiled mischievously, forming another compressed air bullet in my palm. I certainly was not foolish enough to disclose that this was Sam's fruit. That would be too cruel. After some more conversation, as the evening drew near, I decided to leave, fearing that Lujo might worry. Before departing, I winked at Old Daki and lowered my voice, sang a hymn, Old Daki, beneath the tree behind our house. That night, I found myself unable to sleep. Why, you ask? The incessant digging outside my window was relentless. Old Daki, like a groundhog, had unearthed all my treasured wines that I had hidden for years. Listening to him dig and laugh outside, I was filled with a mix of frustration and amusement. Well, it was settled. It was time to leave Bartolera. Remaining in this novice village would only squander my abilities. True strength is forged through battle. The following afternoon at the dock, Old Xiaoxi and I waited for a full 2 hours until Old Daki finally arrived, accompanied by a small donkey cart laden with my bottles of wine. Goodness, this old man had conducted a thorough sweep. Old Xiaoxi grumbled, but faithfully assisted in moving the wine. Before boarding the ship, Old Daki tossed me a tattered notebook, its cover inscribed with a marksman's journal. He informed me that it contained his recorded methods for crafting special bullets and shooting techniques, imparting solemnly that this era needs reformers more than the Navy. I was astounded by the depth of his vision. As I watched their ship sail further away until it vanished on the horizon, I felt a twinge of melancholy. Later, I learned that as they departed, a colonel named Chili at the naval base of the Kingdom of Xia was on the phone with General Zhanghua, reporting the annihilation of the giant cannon pirate crew, specifically mentioning Captain Sam was reportedly defeated by a 16-year-old boy named Daluo. Goodness, I hadn't even set sail yet, and my name had already begun to spread. Sure enough, when the latest newspaper was published, I was thrust into the spotlight, hailed as a youthful hero. And then the trouble began. The Navy was constantly knocking on my door, urging me to enlist, while a band of naive little pirates sought to make a name for themselves by stepping on my back, turning me into a novice village boss. It was utterly absurd. Now, I was more determined than ever to leave. When I spoke to Lugio about my plans, though she was reluctant, she understood the current predicament, especially as those ruffians had begun causing disturbances at the tavern where she worked. I intended to secure a safe place for her before I set sail alone. Spreading out the map, I immediately fixated on Duel Island, Lazabat. That place was brimming with martial virtue, boasting a stable political climate and a naval base. It was the perfect transitional point. Of course, I did not remain idle during this time. Daki's notebook was a veritable treasure. I developed several new types of bullets, compressed air bullets and compressed seawater bullets, specifically designed to counteract those with abilities. I assure you, one shot would have them experiencing a long-awaited downpour, leaving them weak in the knees. Additionally, I crafted suffocating smoke bombs and scattering Iron Star bullets. The variations were endless. My physical skills also saw an upgrade, utilizing the recoil from compressed air to enhance my speed, even allowing for brief moments of hovering. I devised a technique called Rainbow Drive, creating a jet of air around me that rendered me untouchable to my enemies. Now, I felt confident that I could defeat Sam within 3 strikes. Such was my conviction. Confidence was abundant, but I still needed to relocate. My sister Lugio swiftly resigned from her tavern job, and together we packed our belongings with great efficiency, preparing to leave. Before departing, we made a point to bid farewell to our neighbors, who had looked after us over the years. The scene was particularly emotional, especially with Aunt Lena from the tavern, who wept like a fountain, almost causing me to falter as well. However, mere sentimentality would not suffice. Practicality was necessary. I discreetly left Aunt Lucy a substantial surprise of 80 million berries in cash. I dared not present it to her in person, instead slipping it into her cabinet. Later, I heard that when her child discovered it, he could hardly articulate his disbelief, stuttering, Mom, we are rich." Initially, Aunt Lucy thought it was a prank, but upon inspection, she was rendered speechless, likely with her jaw dropped to the floor. Having completed our tasks, my sister and I, laden with bags, boarded the vessel bound for our next destination amid the enthusiastic farewell of the townsfolk. Farewell, Bait Lila. Your heroes are setting forth to explore broader horizons. Our next stop is the Isle of Duels, Lazabat. Allow me to tell you, this Lazabat island is an entirely different world from our humble abode. Upon disembarking, I found myself utterly astonished. This was no island of the South China Sea. It resembled a grand, medieval version of London, with wide, straight streets lined with charming mansions. And above all, it was impeccably clean. The atmosphere on this island exuded a remarkable sense of martial virtue. Gong confrontations, duel. Competing for business, duel. Even couples quarreling could take it to the dueling arena. It was utterly absurd. Consequently, the island was teeming with martial arts schools and gambling establishments. As I surveyed the harbor, I noticed several pirate ships docked, while the nearby guards acted as if they were oblivious, exuding an air of confidence. My sister, sharp-eyed as ever, began scrutinizing the shops lining the streets, muttering about obstructions to visibility and low foot traffic. Indeed, we had devised a plan to use the remaining 7 million of my bounty to acquire a tavern here, establishing our foothold first. As we strolled, we each purchased a local delicacy known as the Golden Horn, enjoying our snacks while wandering. Just as we turned a corner, we arrived at the island's landmark, the Horn Dueling Arena. I must say, the area surrounding the arena was highly coveted real estate, bustling with martial arts schools and casinos. At that moment, my sister's eyes lit up as she pointed to a nearby establishment. Good heavens, the facade occupied the space of 3 shops and was lavishly decorated. Yet, surprisingly, it was utterly deserted, echoing with silence and adorned with a for sale sign. Wasn't this a glaring anomaly? We exchanged glances and promptly entered. Behind the bar lay a disheveled bartender who, without raising his head, lethargically stated, "Whiskey is on the left, vodka on the right." His lackadaisical demeanor reminded me of my past self. Unperturbed, I inquired my friend. I noticed the sign outside. Is the owner present? I wish to discuss. Upon hearing my intention to take over, the bartender sprang to life, rushing upstairs with fervor. Please wait. I will fetch the owner. A sense of unease crept over me. Something was amiss. Shortly after, a shrewd businessman named Patrick, sporting a goatee and slicked-back hair, descended the stairs. He appraised us and bluntly asked, "Are you interested in taking over?" I nodded. "I have that intention." "How much?" he inquired, glancing at his watch. "You make an offer." 10 million, he stated boldly. I thought, how audacious. I retorted, "For million." This was not merely a cut. I had practically severed his expectations. I wanted to gauge his reaction. "Impossible," he exclaimed. "This land alone is worth 4 million. He scrutinized us further, as if assessing whether we were naive outsiders. "But your establishment has encountered difficulties, has it not?" I feigned ignorance. Upon hearing that, his demeanor faltered, and he quickly revised his offer. 800,000, 7 million. That's the lowest. He glanced at his watch once more. Such behavior might fool others, but not someone with my experience. I was certain something was about to unfold. I feigned deliberation. "We shall consider." No sooner had I spoken than a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. Patrick, now visibly anxious, stood and declared, "Stop thinking. 7 million. And I'll throw in the furniture." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion rang out from outside the bar. A group of swordsmanship apprentices, clad in identical uniforms, gathered at the entrance of a rival swordsmanship academy across the street, hurling insults. Patrick sighed deeply, his spirit visibly deflated. I was perplexed, wondering what this had to do with him. As if to answer my question, the apprentices forcefully pushed open the door to our tavern, and the bartender repeated his earlier statement. Without hesitation, the apprentices seized 2 boxes of whiskey and 1 box of vodka from the counter, swaggering outside to consume their spoils at the outdoor seating. I was baffled. "Isn't this beneficial for you? They're bringing you business," I thought. Patrick gestured for me to observe further. Not long after, one apprentice finished a bottle of whiskey. With a swift motion, he hurled the empty bottle in a perfect arc towards the sign of the rival academy. The glass shattered, yet the passers-by merely circumvented the chaos, unfazed. My expression hardened as I asked, "Every day?" Patrick managed a rueful nod. "Every day, from now until evening." I realized then that this was no mere drinking. They were treating it as a free ammunition depot. I extended my finger. 620,000. Patrick contemplated before reluctantly agreeing. "Deal." Outside, the apprentices continued their raucous behavior, but I paid them no mind. The establishment remained under Patrick's name for the time being. My involvement would come later. Once the paperwork was finalized in a couple of days, the place would be mine. If they dared to return, well, they would soon learn a lesson. In the end, I acquired this prime tavern for a mere 620,000, complete with a spacious second floor. One incredible bargain. As the paperwork was processed, my sister kept a watchful eye while I busied myself gathering intelligence on those rowdy apprentices and paying a visit to the famed horn dueling arena. Upon entering, I was utterly astounded by the sheer scale of the arena, capable of accommodating thousands. At its center stood a grand platform, adorned with a leaderboard indicating that those who made the list became island celebrities, enjoying tax exemptions. The top contender, known as Hichuan, was a master of the Wooding Academy. Glancing at the promotional posters, I realized the apprentices from Wooding Academy were the very same ones who had been causing a ruckus outside my new establishment. It became clear. The strongest swordsmanship academy was bullying the weakest. Just then, the dueling commenced. The announcer, with a sultry voice, proclaimed, "Let us welcome Bullfrog Didi." A female competitor donned a frog headpiece. Her opponent, a flamboyantly dressed girl known as Badwomen, appeared. The name seemed like something a novice internet user might concoct. Nearby, 2 burly men gossiped. "I hear they're dueling for affection." For affection? Whose affection? It could only be Long Xiao Ji Quan, the object of their admiration. I was bewildered. It was the 22nd century, and yet I was witnessing a live-action fan rivalry. The battle commenced with fervor. Bullfrog Didi swiftly closed the distance, launching a flurry of jabs at Badwomen, who retaliated with a flurry of wild tactics. The audience cheered enthusiastically. I realized they were all gamblers. As the duel escalated, Bullfrog Didi executed a sliding maneuver, attempting to advance, only for bad women to charge forward and employ the ultimate move of female combat. Hair pulling. I gasped. This was a guaranteed victory. Indeed, Bullfrog Didi found herself ensnared and soon succumbed to defeat. The announcer raised Bad Women's hand in triumph. The victor is Bad Women. The crowd erupted in cheers, while my perception of reality shattered alongside the applause. In a daze, I joined the throng exiting the arena, my mind swirling. Suddenly, a furious shout from behind startled me. R.N.M. Refund. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and all the formalities for the tavern have been completed. It officially belongs to us. We have decided on a name, Bote Tavern, and we are open for business. I set off a string of firecrackers, marking the occasion as our opening ceremony. The surrounding merchants came over to offer their congratulations, and a kind-hearted uncle even reminded me. "Young man, do you know what's south happening across the street?" I smiled and replied, "Yes, I do." The uncle looked puzzled. I didn't elaborate. Instead, I returned to the tavern, took a marker, and boldly drew a large circle on the ground in front of the tavern. The uncle was stunned and almost involuntarily suggested, "Why don't you draw a little bit over here for me too?" Well, 1 sheep is driven and 2 are released. So I casually drew a circle at his doorstep as well. After all, it was all for protection. Surprisingly, business was remarkably good right after the tavern opened, likely due to the curiosity of onlookers. As I assisted customers, I listened to the conversations at the bar. Unfortunately, the drinks were excellent, but the location was poor. They could not come at night. Indeed, it was all the fault of the Jianguan across the street. What a stroke of bad luck. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity and brought a few glasses of cocktail over. "Gentlemen, my treat. Can you tell me what is really going on over there?" With drinks in hand, the conversation flowed freely. In brief, it was a dramatic tale of rivalry and intrigue akin to a melodrama. The Jianding Jianguan across the street was once a prestigious sword dojo founded by a legendary swordsman. The second-generation master, his son He Quan Ping, though lacking in skill, was well-liked by the community. However, in a fit of madness before his death, the old master bequeathed the dojo not to his own son, He Quan Ji, but to a disciple he adopted 10 years prior, He Quan Li Qian. One patron scoffed, "He Quan Ji is the true genius." Consequently, the family business was usurped by an outsider, a smooth-talking weakling. Who could tolerate that? Exactly. In a fit of rage, He Quan Ji defected and established his own Wu Ding Jianguan. Guess what? In just a few years, he flourished and became the top contender on the island's dueling rankings. Now, he sends his disciples daily to harass the dojo across the street, ensuring that if he cannot have peace, neither shall they. "And will the new master across the street?" I inquired, eager to uncover the crucial details, uninterested in mere gossip about styles. "Oh, you mean the new master He Quan Ji? Let me tell you, it's utterly ridiculous. He had a falling out with his uncle, the old master He Quan Li Qian, claiming he wanted to reclaim some ancestral sword and secret manuals. And he challenges them daily. What happened? His uncle shrank back. Who understands family matters? He turned into a turtle, refusing to come out of his shell. This nephew, unable to tolerate the insult, initiated a new trend, sending apprentices to shout challenges at the door, a spectacle that has gone on for years, akin to an electronic pet feeding challenge. And so, the dojo across the street has become the dismal sight it is today. These apprentices clock in daily at 4 in the afternoon, just as our tavern-esque business is about to take off. You can imagine, who wants to enjoy a drink and sing when suddenly a group comes yelling and throwing bottles? It's absurd. As 4 o'clock approached, the customers in my tavern seemed to scatter as if on cue. Why? Because those raucous apprentices had arrived for their shift. He Quan Li Qian, you coward, come out. Listen to those words. They've been shouting the same tired insults for years, and I felt a pang of sympathy for them. Before they could hurl more insults, the wooden door creaked open, and a few apprentices swaggered in, still cursing as if they hadn't had their fill. One particularly mature-looking fellow strode up to my bar and slammed his hand down. "Where's the drink? You didn't prepare any for us?" I chuckled at the absurdity of them crashing my tavern while demanding drinks. Fine, I resolved to engage him in a proper dialogue, maintaining a position of authority. Without a word, I seized his collar and, akin to dragging a defeated dog, pulled him toward the door. He struggled, flailing about, knocking over several tables in the process. The apprentices outside, busy rearranging tables, initially thought their senior had come serve drinks, but upon closer inspection, realized I was holding their unfortunate senior. With a swift motion, I tossed him outside the circle I had drawn earlier, sending him flying. The remaining apprentices, witnessing their comrade's expulsion, erupted in outrage, brandishing wooden swords and surrounding me, demanding I mind my own business. I smiled and introduced myself. This tavern is under my command now. You are welcome to drink, but if you seek to cause trouble, I shall ensure you experience the consequences of your actions. You're quite arrogant, they retorted, charging at me with their wooden swords. I merely glanced at them, realizing they were far from skilled. Their stances were riddled with flaws, as unstable as freshly sprouted bean sprouts. I tell you, with their level of proficiency, even the Annies from our village's square dance could take them down with a single sweep. I adopted a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi, swiftly countering their advances. Before long, the entrance was littered with groaning apprentices. I pointed at the line on the ground, towering over them as I deliver my lesson. Listen well. Your feuds with the dojo across the street are none of my concern, but should anyone dare to cross this line and disrupt my business, I will ensure you return home on your bellies. One obstinate apprentice, still on the ground, pointed at me defiantly, threatening, You'll regret this. Very well. I understand the villain's role in the story. By now, a crowd had gathered outside, and I realized this was a prime opportunity for free publicity. I climbed onto the stairs, cleared my throat, and announced loudly, Dear neighbors, Bote Tavern will be officially open for business in the evenings starting today. We also have signature cocktails, so come and support us. Would you believe it? The effect was remarkable. Suddenly, my tavern was filled to capacity, with Lugio expertly mixing drinks behind the bar, her smile never leaving her face. With matters temporarily settled, I began to contemplate my ambitions. First, to enhance my abilities and find reliable companions for future voyages. Second, to make money and purchase a ship. Both endeavors depended on the upcoming Neo Jiao ranking competition. The following day, I woke early and set out to attend to business. My first stop was a blacksmith's shop, where I presented my blueprints and requested 8 oversized iron ingots. The proprietor looked at me as if I were a fool, nearly throwing me out. However, upon seeing the dimensions on the blueprints, he gasped. Those were not mere iron bars, but rather small coffins. At 60,000 buri each, I paid a deposit, and the blacksmith finally believed I wasn't there to cause trouble. He mentioned that recent orders for the ranking competition were overwhelming. I waved my hand, explaining that I was preparing training equipment for the competition. The blacksmith, even more bewildered, could hardly comprehend. Next, I went to a clothing store to acquire a new outfit. How shall I describe it? Western cowboy style, complete with a brown cowboy hat, a long black coat, and a leather holster for my revolver. Everything was perfect. Simply put, I was dashing, and I shall only say it once. I also picked out a new outfit for Lugio. Finally, I made my way to the Neo Jiao Duel Arena to register. The line was astonishing, comparable to a spring festival in another world. I stood in line for 2 hours, nearly fainting from hunger. When I returned to the tavern with the new clothes, Lugio chided me for my extravagant spending, though her smile stretched from ear to ear. As we enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, I informed her that I had registered, and the competition would commence next week. Seeing her concerned expression, I patted my chest and assured her that I would secure first place. In the afternoon, a number of fierce pirates entered the tavern, likely drawn by the upcoming ranking competition. Amidst the bustling chatter, everyone was engaged in discussions about the frontrunners for this year's championship. Names like Zhu Xianghai, Zhe Tuan's captain, and the bounty hunter from Ban, Shi Gongguo were tossed around. Yet most remained steadfast in their support for the reigning champion, He Kuan-ji. I was thoroughly enjoying the lively atmosphere when, at 4 in the afternoon, the familiar faces returned, this time accompanied by a rather imposing figure, their so-called Dao Mu Jiao Shi. Upon his arrival, he wasted no time in accusing me of injuring his student. I thought to myself, isn't it a classic case of my people are wronged, so it must be your fault? Their crew had barged into my establishment, causing havoc, and somehow they felt justified. Realizing that reasoning with these individuals would be futile, I stationed myself at the entrance and, with a mere wave of my hand, invoked the Kong Chi Jian Lao. Instantly, the air around them solidified into an invisible, transparent dome, trapping both them and their instructor inside. The brilliance of this technique lies in its soundproofing. You should have seen the spectacle. They were inside, shouting and frantically swinging wooden swords at the air, their mouths moving without a sound escaping to the outside world. It was akin to witnessing a group of clowns performing a silent play, a veritable display of avant-garde artistry in 2025. The onlookers were in stitches, and my tavern's business flourished, thanks to their unsolicited promotion. We kept them confined until late into the night, and, as I predicted, their tempers had surely waned by then. Sure enough, with a sudden pop, the air barrier dissipated, and an apprentice, who had been leaning against the wall, tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. "We can leave," the lad exclaimed in delight. They were all famished, their tempers extinguished, and the Dao Mu Jiao, she wore a pallid expression, unable to muster any threats. They slinked away in defeat. I must say, this incident cannot simply be brushed aside. These individuals are the epitome of double standards. When they feel strong, they preach reason. But when faced with adversity, they cower and play the victim. It disgusts me. I'm mused. What if I were to enter the ranks of competitive matches, and they came seeking trouble with Lu Jiao? That would be disastrous. Therefore, I resolved to take the initiative and pay a visit to their turf to impart a lesson in social etiquette. The next morning, armed with their promotional pamphlet, I marched boldly to the entrance of the Wu Ding Jianguan. To my surprise, the receptionist greeted me with enthusiasm, inquiring if I was there to enroll. My heart swelled with joy. Indeed, I had come to register, reimbursement and orders alike. With a beaming smile, I confirmed her inquiry, completed the necessary paperwork in a matter of moments, and transformed into a new recruit of their sword academy. The receptionist, named Ling Mu, was quite diligent and offered to introduce me to the instructor. As we traversed the grand hall, the ambience was impressive, with numerous apprentices diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Ling Mu inquired if I had any prior experience, to which I replied that I was a complete novice. "Perfect," she said. "You can attend Dao Mu Jiao, she's beginner class." The name Dao Mu struck a chord with me. It sounded familiar. Upon arrival, I stifled a laugh. The students appeared dejected, resembling wilted vegetables. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were the very individuals I had confined the previous night. And there stood the Dao Mu Jiao Shi, unmistakably the leader with the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. This world truly is a vast stage where one can encounter familiar faces anywhere. Ling Mu introduced me sincerely. "This is the new arrival, Deluo. Let us all get along." The moment they laid eyes on me, their expressions morphed into disbelief, whispering amongst themselves about how I had dared to return, plotting their revenge once Ling Mu departed. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of these underlings attempting to take me down. As Ling Mu exited, an unusual tension filled the air. I confidently took a seat in the center while they huddled in a corner, akin to mice confronting a cat. Shortly thereafter, the main event arrived. Dao Mu Jiaoshi, his dark circles even more pronounced, floated in as if drained of energy. Unable to contain myself, I remarked, "Instructor, did you not rest well last night?" His fury flared the moment he spotted me, demanding to know my purpose for being there. "I'm here to learn the swordsmanship," I replied. "As you can see, I have registered." His indignation was palpable, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to spit out, "Fine. If you wish to learn, I shall personally guide you." He notably insisted that no traps or sorcery be employed. It was amusing. Who announces rules before a fight? Soon, all the academy members gathered to witness the spectacle. Dao Mu assumed a fierce stance, seemingly skilled, while I casually held the wooden sword, relaxed in my posture. Incensed by my nonchalance, he bellowed and charged at me, executing a downward slash aimed at my forehead. To me, his movements appeared to be in slow motion. With a deft flick of my toes, I evaded easily and pivoted to his side. Having observed the apprentices practicing an overhead strike called Tang Zhu, I decided to mimic the maneuver. I raised a wooden sword and delivered a resounding thwack to his head, a solid physical awakening. With a single strike, he collapsed, his eyes rolling back as silence enveloped the room. His apprentices rushed to him, wailing as if I had sent him to the afterlife. This stirred the hornet's nest. A lanky instructor named San Xiao emerged, accusing me of ambushing him. I couldn't help but laugh. If they were inept, they should not fabricate excuses. Has this sword academy turned into a verbal sparring ground? San Xiao, clearly agitated, insisted on sparring with me. Bring it on. I fear no one. He was indeed slightly more formidable than Dao Mu, exuding a different aura. He initiated a flurry of dazzling, rapid strikes, employing feints, and executed a deceptive slash aimed at my neck, then suddenly redirected to my waist. Ah, a man who understands combos. However, I had my own tricks. I executed a swift step back, leaving him bewildered. The sight of my maneuver seemed to trigger a traumatic memory. As he froze for an extended moment before tossing aside his wooden sword, conceding defeat, his demeanor had shifted entirely, now addressing me with respect and inquiring about my purpose for being there. At that moment, Ling Mu reappeared, announcing, "Mr. DeLuo, our dojo master requests your presence." Thus, the hidden boss was finally set to make an appearance. I followed her through a winding path into an impressive traditional Japanese residence. Upon entering, I found a middle-aged gentleman leisurely preparing tea, two swords sheathed at his waist, unmistakably a master himself. This was the dojo master, Ji. He invited me to sit and calmly pour me a cup of tea, exuding an air of tranquility. After we sipped in silence, he finally spoke, his words laced with sophistication. "Mr. DeLuo, it seems you stirred quite the commotion in the dojo today. Is there a matter you wish to address?" In an instant, he shifted the blame onto me, implying I was the instigator. Did he think I would let him manipulate the narrative? I promptly revealed the incident of his disciples vandalizing my establishment, hinting that it was likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. This cunning old fox feigned concern, lamenting his lack of discipline, while subtly maneuvering one of the blades at his waist toward me. This was no mere tea session. It bore the hallmarks of a treacherous banquet, where a single misstep could lead to violence. Yet, I remained vigilant, my senses heightened, ensuring he found no opportunity to strike. Realizing that a direct approach was futile, the old fox pivoted to a softer tactic. He sighed and began to recount the tragic history of his family, lamenting how the nearby Jianding Sword Pavilion once belonged to him, but was deceitfully taken away by a fellow named Li Qian through his honeyed words. Unable to tolerate the injustice, he sought to confront them, but they refused to meet him. Consequently, he instructed his apprentice to block their entrance, only to discover that the apprentice lacked decorum, which ultimately caused trouble for my tavern. What a performance! He could have easily won an Oscar for such theatrics. I was uninterested in his dramatics and interrupted him directly, stating, "All right, Pavilion Master, since it is true that grievances have their sources, please manage your people well and refrain from disrupting my business." He readily agreed, of course. With the conversation having reached that point, I had no desire to linger further. This old fox concealed daggers beneath his smiles, and even a moment longer in his presence felt uncomfortable. I rose to leave, and upon reaching the door, I glanced back to find the previously present receptionist, Suzuki, had vanished. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. I told you, this was a trap from the very beginning. That Suzuki was not a mere receptionist. She was specifically sent by the old fox to await my arrival. Otherwise, how could an ordinary receptionist instill such fear in the apprentices? How could she directly escort me into the Pavilion Master's private residence? With this realization, everything began to make sense. I was assigned to Dao Mu's faction as soon as I registered, and that San Xiao was intentionally placed there as well. If I had lost, I would have been sent away in disgrace, never even seeing the old fox again. Thankfully, I possess skill. Otherwise, resolving this matter would not have been so straightforward today. Just wait, old fox. I have also signed up for the Neo Jiao ranking tournament. And when we meet on the battlefield, we shall settle this debt properly. Just as I exited, that old fox, Ji, summoned Suzuki into the tea room. He inquired, "What do you think of that young man as prowess?" After a moment's contemplation, Suzuki replied, "His speed and strength are quite formidable, but his swordsmanship seems lacking. He only knows how to deliver a downward strike. He Quan-ji sneered coldly. Swordsmanship? He does not possess any sword skills. Let me tell you, he is a gunman. Suzuki was taken aback. A gunman? Surely that cannot be. After all, in these waters, firearms are typically only effective against the lowly when faced with a true master. They are nothing but sticks. Why is it impossible? He Quan-ji's gaze was piercing. His hands bore calluses on the tiger's mouth and index finger. Undoubtedly the result of years of wielding firearms. Indeed, this old man had observational skills of a microscopic level. He chose not to pursue the topic further and instructed Suzuki to summon Dao Mu and San Xiao, the unfortunate duo. The two stood there like schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing, hardly daring to breathe. He Quan-ji sought clarification on the events of yesterday, particularly regarding the air prison, to which Dao Mu foolishly assumed it was some trap I had set. He Quan-ji, upon hearing this, scolded him, foolish. With his extensive experience, he quickly deduced it was the ability of a devil fruit, and recalling how I had managed to evade his probing in the tea room earlier, he could not help but exclaim, "It appears a formidable character has indeed arrived on this island." San Xiao timidly asked, "So, Pavilion Master, shall we still go to block the entrance of the Jianding Sword Pavilion?" "Of course. Why would we?" He Quan-ji narrowed his eyes. "But let us hold off for a couple of days. Do not provoke that tavern owner. Once the Niu Jiao ranking tournament begins, He Quan Li-Qian has not made a move in 5 years. If he does not compete this year, he will lose his qualification, and then his sword pavilion will cease to operate." After they departed, Suzuki, carrying a food box, prepared to leave when He Quan-ji called her back. "Where are you going?" With a smile, she replied, "To deliver food to Xiao Qian." After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Could you not speak to Xiao Qian?" He Quan-ji waved his hand dismissively. "It is not that I do not wish to talk. He is simply too stubborn." "Very well, go. As for me, I left the sword pavilion without returning to the tavern, taking a detour instead. With only 5 days until the ranking tournament commenced, I needed to hasten my preparation of equipment. My first stop was the arms shop, where I commissioned a batch of specially designed shells and grenade casings. The precious bullets that Dachi had previously provided were long since exhausted, and given their remarkable efficacy, I needed to stock up. As for the grenade casings, they were intended for developing a new skill. The last time I utilized the air prison technique at the entrance, only those who understand its effects will know. While it was highly effective, the wind-up was too lengthy. I had to stand there compressing the air for what felt like ages in a real fight. Who would grant you that time? It would render me nothing more than a sitting duck. Thus, I pondered whether I could create a pre-made version. I would pre-compress the air and store it in these specialized grenades, and upon use, simply toss them, boom, a prison would materialize. Wouldn't that be significantly faster than casting a spell in real time? In the future, I could also develop flashbangs and concussion grenades. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. After leaving the arms shop, I proceeded to the blacksmith's. The atmosphere was frenetic, akin to a battlefield, with the sound of clanging metal echoing everywhere. I raised my voice. "Uncle, I have come to collect my items." The blacksmith, drenched in sweat, emerged and led me to the backyard. The large iron blocks I had previously ordered were piled there, resembling small coffins. I inspected them to ensure there were no issues and settled the remaining payment. The blacksmith, still quite enthusiastic, inquired if I needed assistance with moving them. I waved my hand, no need. Then, much to his astonishment, I placed my hand on the iron block and commanded, "Compress." You won't believe it. That coffin-sized iron block instantly shrank to the size of a wooden stick, yet its weight remained unchanged. I hefted it and thought, impressive. In a matter of moments, I had transformed all the large iron blocks into small pieces that could fit in my pocket. The blacksmith stood there, dumbfounded, and curiously asked, "What on earth did you just do?" I demonstrated the iron piece against my arm. "Oh, this? It's a weight for my training." Upon returning to the tavern, I promptly strapped these weighted pieces to my wrists and ankles. I did not attach them all. I'm only 16 years old, in a phase of growth. If I were to compress myself into a short stature, I would lose half the momentum in confrontations. Moreover, I must say, the prestige of weight training is truly significant. Imagine, in the heat of battle, I could dramatically unfasten the weights in front of my opponent, casting them aside with a cloud of dust. Then my strength would surge, allowing me to effortlessly defeat them. Those who understand will recall that moment in Naruto when Lee removed his weights. It was simply breathtaking. I had long coveted that move in my past life. It must be included in this one. Of course, the primary reason remains that the tavern is extraordinarily busy, leaving me no time for dedicated training. I can only upgrade through this method of continuous practice. At the onset of our business, we were severely understaffed, and my sister and I were running around like headless chickens. You might suggest hiring more staff? I would like to, but just look at the motley crew currently seated in the tavern. At the bar, there's a gentleman in a tailcoat, exuding elegance. Yet the murderous aura emanating from him is unmistakable. Beside him sits a burly man wearing a mask. Is he attempting to fool anyone with that mask, which is scarcely larger than his nostrils? At the adjacent table, a gunman holds a bounty notice for the burly man, scrutinizing it as if afraid others might not realize his intentions. As I was lamenting the situation, the gunman suddenly stood up, pointing at the burly man. I recognize you. You are the giant bear cousins. I nearly spat out my drink at that moment. My good sir, is that your genuine expression after straining to identify him? To my astonishment, the entire tavern erupted in gasps of disbelief. I began to understand. It seems that face blindness is a universal rule in this world, and Luffy's absurd ability to recognize people has a substantial following. No way. Is that the bounty of 98 million on cousins? Wait, a few days ago, he was besieged by the Navy, and now his bounty has skyrocketed to 120 million. The revealed cousins played his part well, scowling, damn it. Even though I conceal myself so well, I was still recognized. The gunman's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, your bounty has gone up again? Cao Xin, with a resounding crash, slammed his goblet onto the table, rising to his feet with a stature reminiscent of a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. Come and take it if you dare. As the situation escalated toward the potential brawl, my sister, pale-faced, stood beside me. I quickly reassured her. Do not worry, everything will be fine. I had already assessed the two ruffians with a piercing gaze, recognizing their numerous vulnerabilities. Should a fight ensue, I could easily subdue both of them in an instant. Fortunately, both combatants understood that engaging in a scuffle before the match would be unwise. They exchanged a few harsh words, and the gunman, with a cheeky grin, seated himself, declaring, I'll claim your head in the ranking matches. Cao Xin snorted derisively, aware that the tavern was not the place for such displays, and soon departed. Only then did the atmosphere in the tavern begin to ease. However, my attention was captured by a gentleman in a tailcoat at the bar, who had remained quietly sipping his drink. I scrutinized him with my piercing gaze. He exhibited remarkably few flaws, resembling a leopard poised to strike. It seemed he sensed my scrutiny as he raised his glass and regarded me thoughtfully over its rim. A connoisseur, indeed. Not wishing to conceal my intentions, I approached him with a freshly concocted drink in hand. A new blend for you, I offered. He accepted it and inquired, did the owner craft this himself? Indeed, merely experimenting. Nothing particularly interesting, I replied. He chuckled, oh, just interesting? Then what constitutes truly exquisite wine? True excellence is the product of time's maturation, I responded, as new patrons arrived, prompting me to turn my attention elsewhere. Behind me, his robust voice resonated. I'm like Ta. I glanced back Daluo, observing my retreating figure, like Ta murmured, the maturation of time, is it? Quite intriguing. My thoughts began to stir. This year's Jiao Zhou ranking matches promised to be increasingly fascinating. At last, the day of the competition arrived. The announcement board at the arena's entrance was plastered with the schedule. The contest comprised preliminary rounds and regular matches. As an unknown contender, I would have to diligently commence from the preliminaries, battling through 3 rounds to qualify for the regular matches. I glanced at the list. My first opponent was Nanfu, reputed to be a perennial underdog who fell short in the final round of last year's preliminaries. This year, he likely aspired to break into the regular matches, but alas, he had drawn me in the first round. Oh, and I spotted a familiar name, Hachuan Liqian. He was the individual the old fox often mentioned. Surprisingly, he had entered the competition as well. After reviewing the roster, I hurried back to the tavern, certain it would be brimming with patrons. As anticipated, the establishment was teeming with customers, all abuzz about the ranking matches. Who do you think will clinch the championship this year? Need it be said? It must be Hechuan Guanzhong, the 6-time champion. Not necessarily. I heard that the explosive gunslinger Timu and the colossal bear cow Xinxi are also competing. Indeed, rumor has it they nearly came to blows here just a few days prior. I then learned that the gunman was named Timu and was a rather renowned bounty hunter. A bearded man chimed in. Forget the championship for now. Are you unaware of this year's most entertaining spectacle? That Hechuan Liqian, the turtle, is competing this year too. Ha ha ha. Him? Does he dare to show up? Hasn't he been hiding for years? You don't know. If he doesn't compete this year, he'll lose his qualifications for the Sword Pavilion's exemptions, and he won't even be able to take on disciples. He's been forced into a corner. I see. This will be amusing. Do you think he might not even make it to the regular matches? It appeared his reputation was indeed quite poor. I toiled behind the bar all day, my ears filled with various tidbits of information. This year's championship favorites seem to include 4 prominent contenders. The 6-time champion Hechuan Ji, the colossal bear cow Xinxi, the explosive gunslinger Timu, and another heavyweight, the 8-time runner-up, dubbed the best background character, Suishan Ji Chuan Yueluan. I couldn't help but scoff. This fellow seemed to have stepped straight out of an esports novel as the second lead. While others were crafting legends, he was merely witnessing countless tales unfold. Beyond these 4, there was also Longxiao Ji Chuan Longyear, the one I had seen in a duel who had caused 2 young contenders to compete for attention. There was another fighter named Longxiao Ji Chuan who was said to produce an explosive sound akin to woohoo while punching, capable of disrupting his opponent's mental states. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but think absurd. It felt as though anything associated with Longyear emanated an air of abstraction. Just as I was savoring the gossip, a commotion erupted at the tavern's entrance. Goodness, it was the raucous group from the Wudi Jianguan, back to stir trouble once more. However, this time they had learned their lesson, daring only to shout from the entrance, not even daring to cross the white line I had drawn. The ringleaders stole glances in my direction. Upon seeing my lack of reaction, they sighed in relief and commenced their team-building activities for the day. I genuinely couldn't be bothered with them. As long as they didn't disrupt my business, they could do as they pleased. The patrons filling my establishment were all walking coins, and I was overwhelmed with work. Each drink yielded a profit of 100 Bailey, and on a good day, I could rake in as much as 18,000. This was far more enticing than anything else. With this money, Lugio could live a stable life near the naval base, and I felt at ease. Of course, I couldn't remain here indefinitely. My primary purpose was to ensure Lugio's well-being and, in passing, to participate in the competition to hone my skills. Most importantly, the 200 million prize money was mine for the taking. I had even planned how to spend the winnings. I would head straight to Water 7 and splurge on a top-tier ship. I wondered if my luck would rival Lufei's, allowing me to acquire a ship of the 1,000 Sunny caliber. Don't dismiss my dreams as fanciful, based on the intelligence I had gathered over the past few days. Those competitors, Hechuanji, Cao Xinxi, Timu, truth be told, they didn't seem formidable enough to pose a challenge for me. The only lingering curiosity I had was for that individual named like Ta. He was absent from the list and had not shown up at the tavern today, which struck me as odd. At that moment, a fresh round of insults erupted from across the way. Hechuan Liqian, you turtle, get out here. Just as the words left their mouths, with a creaking sound, the dilapidated door of the Jian Ding Jian Guan slowly opened. I must tell you, my friends, who could understand? Out stepped a young man who seemed to have emerged from an ancient drama. Not yet 20, clad in white robes. A traditional katana sheathed at his waist, with long black hair cascading down, he bore an exquisite face with sharp brows and bright eyes. So handsome that I felt compelled to curse. The moment he appeared, the raucous crowd fell silent. Such is the nature of some people. The more you accommodate them, the bolder they become. Yet when confronted, they shrink back. The onlookers outside began to point and whisper about the fair-skinned youth. After all, it is human nature to revel in a spectacle. As I scrutinized his face, I couldn't help but mutter enviously, pretty boy. There was no denying it. I spent my days training in the mountains, sun-kissed, and embodying the ruggedness of the sun, which made me feel inferior to his charm. Suddenly, A hot-headed lad from the Wudi Jingguan, humiliated, picked up a stone and hurled it at the fair youth, shouting accusations of deceit. And what do you suppose happened? That Huchuan Li Qian, with a graceful shift of his body, effortlessly evaded the projectile with a minimal motion. My eyes narrowed in assessment. He possessed considerable skill. This technique of minimal evasion is a hallmark of elite agility, demanding exceptional reflexes and judgment. Lu Fei only mastered this after 2 years of training in the observation hockey. Clearly, the island's rumors branding him a smooth-talking swindler were utterly unfounded. Huchuan Li Qian paid no heed to the ambush, merely addressing the leader of the group. Return and inform your senior brother that I will be competing this year. If you wish to settle scores, we shall meet on the arena. With that, he turned and re-entered the sword pavilion. This guy is also competing? I watched his retreating figure, a mischievous thought brewing in my mind. I would test whether he was genuinely formidable or merely pretentious. With that, I seized a lime from the bar and activated my piercing gaze. Lifting my left foot, I shifted my weight to the right. In a fleeting instant, I discerned the flaw in his impending trajectory. With a flick of my wrist, I launched the lime with a deft precision, angling it sharply towards his descending right ankle. My intention was merely to test his reflexes, thus I withheld my full strength. After all, it was just a lime, noisy enough to evade, yet if he failed to dodge, he would surely take a tumble, which would serve as a fitting jest for the daily nuisance he caused at my doorstep. Alas, this fellow was not inclined to indulge my mischievous humor. His right foot, poised to touch down, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, halting mid-air just in time to evade the lime, then pivoting on his left foot to land gracefully. He turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his features, and said, "Sir, the fruit has fallen." "Ah, my apologies, I must have slipped." I scratched the back of my head with an expression of feigned innocence, as though the lime had rolled away on its own accord. Our eyes locked across the street. A silent duel of glances exchanged. Ultimately, he turned away, entering the Swordsmanship Academy. As the door closed behind him, I picked up another lime from the bar and took a bite. Ugh, it was exceedingly sour. The lively atmosphere faded, and the patrons of the tavern began to disperse. This was hardly surprising. Tomorrow heralded the match, and who would dare indulge in a night of revelry? Everyone would surely return home to prepare, lest they become a laughingstock for an entire year should they lose. However, today was but a prelude. Starting tomorrow, I would welcome a new breed of patrons, those fervent gamblers. The locale of Lai Zibate thrived on the gambling industry, and the annual beef rib ranking tournament was akin to a festival for these gamblers. Winning meant celebration and drink in my establishment. Losing meant drowning sorrows in my tavern. In any case, I stood a profit. As I pondered my fortunes, I tallied my assets. After dispatching Sam, I had amassed a sum of 170 million. In gratitude to Aunt Lucy, I allocated 100 million for her family, a gesture to repay my debt for the devil fruit. The remaining 70 million was spent on the tavern. With over 6 million for renovations, and with additional expenses for travel, weights, and ammunition, I found myself with merely 10 million left. While 10 million might seem substantial, it was hardly sufficient. Even if I triumphed, the 200 million prize would barely inch me closer to my goal of 500 million for the grand vessel. Unlike Luffy, the destined child, I had but one recourse: to throw money at the problem. Thus, my immediate priority was to accumulate funds. The opportunity was ripe. I too would descend into the realm of gambling. For others, it was a gamble. For me, it was a calculated risk. I placed my bets on 2 individuals. Myself, as a newcomer, would surely have absurdly high odds, and the gentleman I had observed earlier, Huchuan Li Qian. This fellow had feigned ignorance for so long that everyone underestimated him. Thus his odds would not be low either. This was my chance for substantial gain. At dawn the next day, after enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lu Jio, I set out. My match was scheduled for the afternoon. But the morning was a time for the gambler's revelry, and I intended to join the fray in search of an agent. As expected, the betting shops were overflowing with eager patrons, brandishing their cash as if it were mere paper. I approached a waiter directly, stating my need for an agent. The waiter guided me to the VIP lounge, where a middle-aged manager with a Mediterranean hairstyle greeted me. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a line of well-suited individuals. Their demeanor was all too familiar, almost prompting me to suggest a change in personnel. Fortunately, I restrained myself. The manager began introductions, starting with a bespectacled gentleman named Byra, who boasted extensive experience. My thoughts were, Byra? That name bodes ill. Next was a brazen woman, whose flirtatious glances did little to inspire confidence. After several lackluster introductions, I was on the verge of despair, realizing that the good agents had all been snatched away. When an earnest-looking little fellow spoke up, "My name is Sonny Ruaw, and I am quite honest and capable of fulfilling your requirements." He was the one. My demands were simple. I needed honesty. I had already decided whom to bet on. I required no elaborate analyses, just someone to follow my instructions. After signing the contract, I led Sonny Ruaw outside and produced a palm-sized leather case from my pocket. Before him, I activated my ability, releasing the compression. With a loud pop, the case expanded to its full size, filled to the brim with 10 million belly. My intention was to instill a sense of awe, to convey that any treachery would be met with dire consequences. The astonished look on Sonny Ruaw's face confirmed that I had succeeded. He stammered, "Boss, how much do you wish to wager for this afternoon's match?" "All of it, 10 million, I replied decisively. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that I, as a new boss, would go all in. If I lost, I would be left with nothing. Indeed, 10 million. The more I wager, the more I stand to gain. After outlining my plans, I returned to the tavern to rest. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I washed my face and made my way to the duel arena. As I approached the venue, I was met with throngs of spectators. Among them, I spotted the plump figure of Sonny Ruaw. Upon noticing me, he signaled an okay gesture, indicating that everything was in order, allowing me to enter with ease. Upon entering, I was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Even though it was merely a preliminary round, the seats were completely filled. The arena buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a bullfighting ring. At precisely 3 o'clock, the announcer declared, in the second match at Arena 3, Nanfu versus Daluo. I proceeded to the preparation area, checking my revolver to ensure it was loaded. After traversing a long corridor, I stood on the competition stage. Shortly thereafter, my opponent, a towering figure clad in red boxing gloves and a golden helmet, entered, the very Nanfu I was to face. Upon seeing me, he scoffed, dismissing me as merely a youth, and before the match had even commenced, he pounded his chest and let out a series of roars. The audience erupted in fervor, reveling in his display of bravado. In comparison, I felt like a mere quail. Little did I realize that this very display would cause my odds to soar from 16 to 19, indicating that no one believed I stood a chance. Had I been aware, I would have laughed. They were merely offering me a golden opportunity. The referee suddenly bellowed, 5 seconds remaining. Prepare. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaled the start of the match, and almost instantaneously, Nanfu dashed towards me like a blur. The crowd erupted with frenzied shouts. Tear him apart. His speed was indeed remarkable, appearing as a mere shadow to the untrained eye. Yet to me, it was child's play. I did not even need to open my eyes. I simply sidestepped to the left. Just a hair's breadth away, he sailed past me. Seizing the moment, I raised my right foot and delivered a knee strike directly to his abdomen. Alas, poor Nanfu. He truly felt the impact of my blow, his eyes bulging as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A hush fell over the crowd. The spectators and the referee were momentarily stunned. After several seconds, the referee gathered himself, rushed over to confirm the outcome, and raised my hand high, proclaiming the victor, Daluo. The audience erupted into chaos, cries of match fixing, corruption, refund, ringing out. I paid them no mind, striding straight out of the competition area. The commotion had drawn the attention of competitors from other arenas. Wait, we haven't even thrown a punch here, and you're already done? I had no time to entertain their inquiries. All I wished to ascertain was how much I had earned. Instead of taking the contestants' passage, I veered directly toward the audience section. Sonny Ruaw, ever diligent, awaited me in the aisle. Upon our meeting, I cut straight to the chase. How much did we earn from this match? Sonny Ruaw quickly calculated. With a 10 million principal and odds of 19, that amounts to 9 million. With 9 million invested, I must say my heart was in my throat, eagerly anticipating a doubling of my funds. To my astonishment, The next match featured that rascal, Huchuan Liqian, and I had to ensure that my oversight was impeccable. By 3 in the afternoon, this fellow finally sauntered onto the stage. My eyelids fluttered as I noticed he was adorned with 2 swords at his waist. One genuine, the other wooden. Who understands this? I had just wagered 10 million on him, and he brandished a wooden sword? Was he jesting? Or did he deem his opponent too incompetent to warrant the use of a real blade? My heart raced with uncertainty. As expected, the moment he drew the wooden sword, the crowd erupted in uproar, jeering and deriding him with remarks like soft-footed sheep, just concede and leave. Those who had placed bets on him turned ashen, hurling a torrent of insults his way. Yet, I remained unperturbed. My keen eyes had thoroughly scrutinized both competitors, leaving no stone unturned. The opponent appeared formidable, muscular, and intimidating. Yet his defenses were riddled with flaws, akin to a sieve, visually impressive, but fundamentally weak. In contrast, Huchuan Liqian, wielding the wooden sword, exuded an air of mystery. His vulnerabilities flickered like shadows, evading detection. I felt assured that as long as he didn't slack off, a single round would suffice to send his opponent sprawling. Ding! 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 As the bell rang to commence the match, my subordinate, Sonny, burst through the throng like a projectile, gasping, "Boss, just in time. The full 10 million is placed as per your instructions." This bell not only signified the start of the match, but also marked the deadline for betting. A second later, and my investment would have been forfeited. I gazed intently at the arena and casually inquired, "Were the odds?" He panted, 21. "So high," I exclaimed, astounded. The bookmaker must have a low opinion of him. Sonny elaborated that this was primarily due to the young man's tarnished reputation in previous years, coupled with the moment he drew the wooden sword, causing the odds to skyrocket as everyone expected a performance. Once Sonny regained his composure and beheld the wooden sword, his complexion paled. After all, my profits were tied to his performance. I offered him a reassuring glance. Just as we were communicating, the action unfolded. Huchuan Liqian advanced a couple of steps, and then, with a sudden burst of speed, propelled himself forward in a flurry, closing the distance to his opponent in an instant. He raised the wooden sword and called out, "Jinting Ryu, illusory slash." I recognized this technique, having seen it executed by that old rascal, Sanxiao. In a swift motion, 2 arcs of blade light sliced through the air, rendering it impossible to discern which was real and which was a feint. Unsurprisingly, the opposing fighter fell for the ruse, instinctively reaching out to block the left feint, while simultaneously attempting to seize our central fighter. Yet, he had no time to react. Before his hand could even graze Huchuan Liqian's garment, the solid strike from the right landed with a resounding thud against his shoulder. As I muttered to myself that it was over, the opponent crumpled like a rag doll. The arena fell into a profound silence, and after several seconds, the referee finally regained his composure and announced loudly, "The victor is Huchuan Liqian." Ignoring the ensuing commotion, I let a somewhat dazed Sonny out of the venue. By the end of the day, including both principal and profit, I had netted a staggering 30 million. I told Sonny that in the future, he should skip the bleachers and simply reserve a private room, deducting the cost from our earnings. Having made a fortune, I gazed at the evening clouds, which seemed particularly splendid, shimmering like gold. The following day was a rest day, yet I found myself utterly exhausted. It was not the match that drained me, but rather the overwhelming influx of patrons at the tavern the previous night, where both Lugio and I had been mixing drinks to the point that our hands felt as though they might ignite. It seemed imperative to recruit some help. Otherwise, my Parkinson's would flare up, and pulling triggers would rely solely on luck. However, today held pressing matters. A batch of small gadgets I had ordered from the weapon shop was ready for collection. My ability, which compresses fruit, is generally advantageous. But it has one flaw. Its activation is sluggish, akin to a lengthy casting time for a grand spell. Therefore, I resolved to pre-compress various items into bullets, grenades, and the like, ready for immediate use in combat, aiming for a surprise attack that would leave my adversaries momentarily stunned. After bidding farewell to Lugio and taking the delightful bento she prepared for me, I set off eagerly. Upon retrieving my goods, I pulled out a map I had purchased earlier and began searching for a suitable location. Developing new techniques would undoubtedly create a commotion, necessitating an isolated venue. I found it. I traced a finger across the map and settled on an abandoned shipyard on the west coast. It was once the largest shipyard on the island. Now defunct, sprawling with ample space and even a small forest, a perfect testing ground, albeit a bit distant at 40 kilometers. However, that was no issue. I simply walked to a deserted street corner, compressed the air behind me, and activated Rainbow Drive, sending 6 blocks of compressed air stabilizing behind me, propelling me forward with immense force. In just over 20 minutes, I arrived at the entrance of the shipyard. Pushing open the rusted gate, I was met with a wave of nostalgia. I was not there for melancholy. I was there to work. I retrieved a grenade component, activated my ability, and with a hiss, a block of compressed air materialized in my palm. I stuffed it into the grenade casing like gunpowder, then assembled the fuse and trigger, creating a specially designed compressed air grenade. Testing its power, I pulled the pin and hurled it towards an old cutting machine in the distance. Boom! A tendre explosion érupted, sending shockwaves through the air, and in its wake, a multitude of wind blades sliced through the machine, leaving it riddled with gashes. Success! I was elated. The power of this grenade nearly rivaled Sam's compressed air cannon, but the key advantage was its instantaneous detonation. No time for the enemy to react. This revelation ignited my creativity. In the following hours, I was busily engaged. I ignited a pile of wood, compressed the flames, and crafted incendiary grenades. I gathered sawdust, compressed it into smoke grenades. I summoned seawater to create a water grenade, a bane for fruit users. In less than 2 hours, I had assembled over a dozen new types of grenades, feeling like a mobile armory. Yet, I was still unsatisfied. These could only be classified as C1 level, sufficient for clearing minor foes. I needed something more formidable, so I devised the C2 series, boasting 10 times the compression of C1, including the brand new C2 explosive Scarlet Lotus. As night fell, I was still immersed in my work. Just as I prepared to conclude for the day, extinguishing the fire with a seawater grenade, suddenly a flurry of hurried sounds echoed from outside the shipyard. There were people, more than one. Sensing the approach, I activated my observation hotkey and quickly concealed myself. Moments later, a red figure darted inside, moving swiftly yet awkwardly, clearly injured. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than our tavern's old drunkard, Lykeet. This fellow looked utterly disheveled after just a few days away. Before I could ponder further, 4 more figures entered, all clad in black suits, tightly wrapped to conceal their identities. Lykeet began hurling insults at the leader among them. Owen, your CP organization is truly an unshakable pest. Do you relish being the Dragon People's lapdog? CP? Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. The secret spy agency of the world government? I had no desire to wade into this murky water. The one named Owen scoffed, declaring Lykeet a slave fleeing from the celestial dragons, guilty of stealing fine wine and injuring a celestial dragon, worthy of 1,000 deaths. Lykeet, unfazed, immediately retaliated, whipping out his vodka whip, 2 whips crafted from alcohol, striking towards them. It was then I realized he was also a fruit user. The CP agents were no pushovers either. Owen and one of his subordinates evaded using so, while the remaining 2 unfortunate souls braced themselves with iron block, yet still found themselves half kneeling on the ground from the impact. The 4 individuals simultaneously launched an assault on Lykeet with their finger guns. In response, Lykeet activated his ability, transforming his entire body into a transparent liquid, allowing their attacks to pass through him effortlessly, except for one from Owen. Even if you possess the powers of the Jujio fruit, my Busashoka haki is not to be underestimated. Owen proclaimed calmly, raising his dark finger. I hid in the shadows, my heart racing. Family, this was the first time I had witnessed Busashoka haki in person. This technique can strike the physical form of a devil fruit user, and now Lykeet was in deep trouble. Indeed, Lykeet was driven back by Owen's punches and kicks imbued with Busashoka haki, ultimately pierced in the shoulder by a finger gun, on the verge of collapse. Owen wasted no time, delivering a raging foot, unleashing countless flying slashes towards Likta. In an instant, Likta transformed into a puddle of liquid, awkwardly attempting to flee. Most of the slashes were aimed at him, but a few stray ones careened toward the machine where I was hiding. My immediate thought was, how unfortunate it is to be caught in the crossfire. I quickly performed a forward roll to evade, but still got exposed. Who's there? The remaining 3 CP agents immediately approached. Could I allow them to close in? I swiftly retaliated by tossing a C1 wood shavings grenade at my feet. Boom! A cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the area. Taking advantage of the smoke, I concealed myself behind the crane to my right. Coincidentally, the battered Likta rolled beside me. Spotting me, he exclaimed in shock, "Boss Daluo." I was at a loss for words. Could he please refrain from associating himself with me? Owen was even more outrageous. Despite the high-tech smokescreen, his gaze locked onto us, as if equipped with radar. Another raging foot struck with a clang. The massive slash hitting the crane I was hiding behind, causing sparks to fly. Indeed, this guy possessed Kinbunchika hockey. I silently cursed, realizing I was in a predicament. There was no escaping this fight. Without hesitation, I turned to Likta and asked, "In your current state, can you hold off those 3?" Likta nodded ferociously. "I can." He understood that to survive, he had to fight back. Furthermore, aside from ON, the others lacked Busashuka hockey, rendering them powerless against his liquefied form. With his affirmative answer, I pointed towards ON on the battlefield and said firmly, "All right, lead those 3 to the small grove outside and hold them off. Leave that one to me. Run," I commanded, tossing another smoke grenade while addressing Likta loudly. Before my words had even faded, Likta activated his ability, transforming into a wine arrow and darting toward the exit. "Pursue." ON reacted swiftly, commanding the remaining 3 to follow suit. He himself leapt into action, intending to intercept Likta. But would I allow him to succeed? I activated my Shuanpa and followed closely, then charged up a Quinyu flying kick, delivering a powerful strike. With a thud, my kick landed solidly on ON's left shoulder. Despite him activating Iron Block in time, he was still forced back, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. Seeing the one who thwarted his plans, Owen glared at me like I was a dead man, as if I were merely an additional name on his to-do list. "What? No dodging?" he asked me, his tone eerily calm. Dodging? I felt a pang of frustration. Did he think I was hiding out of fear? I merely sought to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, I had indeed hidden away at the start, making it difficult to explain. "What did you notice me?" I asked, attempting to divert the conversation. "I noticed when I first entered, the fire pit's temperature was still warm, indicating someone was here," Owen replied, somewhat smugly, completely unaware that he was falling into my rhythm. I had already anticipated his Kinbunchika hockey, and my question was merely a ploy to buy time for Likta's escape. Halfway through his explanation, Owen caught on, realizing I was stalling for Likta's benefit, and there he was, still pleased with himself. "Huh." I feigned ignorance, looking at him with a bewildered expression. "Damn brat." Owen growled, too irritated to waste words, charging directly at me with a clenched fist. I drew my revolver, aiming at the advancing ON, and pulled the trigger 3 times. Air bullets. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 crisp gunshots, 3 specially designed bullets flew towards ON. Iron Block. Seeing the bullets approach, Owen did not dodge. Instead, he activated Iron Block, bracing himself against the bullets. Observing his choice to take the hit, I chuckled. My specially made air bullets were no ordinary projectiles. Indeed, the moment the bullets made contact with his body, the compressed air within them exploded with a series of booms, leaving 3 sizable wounds on his iron-like form. Having been bested yet again, Owen glared at me with the ferocity of a wolf, astonished that after years of dominance, he was being outmaneuvered by a mere youth. This time, he was thoroughly enraged. He assumed a stance, feet firmly planted, extending a finger from each hand, channeling all his strength into his fingertips before swiftly moving his hands. Flying finger gun. I must tell you, this move was extraordinary. The finger guns rained down upon me like a torrential downpour. I dared not take them head on. That fellow possessed Busashoka hockey, and a single hit would be devastating. In that instant, I performed a blue bird double jump. executing a perfect 720-degree turn in midair before reaching into my pocket for a treasure, a specially designed grenade, and throwing it towards him. Immediately after, I swung my revolver, activating Deadeye. I assure you, once my Deadeye is activated, you cannot escape. I can predict your next move with precision. I did not expect to hit him directly. All my shots were predictions, relying on your next movement. Those familiar with firearms understand the frustration. Encountering someone with Kin Bunchika Haki is like playing a game of drawing outlines at close range, where we can only rely on predictions and long-range sniping. Yet, I am exception. Boom! The first grenade exploded, and as expected, he dodged to the left, but he was unaware that it was merely an appetizer. Just as he evaded, a bullet was already there waiting for him. As he rolled away, the other 3 bullets sealed off his retreat. With no options left, he was forced to use shave to escape, but when he opened his eyes, he found several grenades rolling beneath him. The expression on his face at that moment must have been one of disbelief. Did this Beastar just detonate that? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, creating such a racket that it seemed to lift the roof of the shipyard, filling the entire factory with smoke, resembling a demolition site. When the smoke cleared, I saw him slowly rising from a large crater, tearing off his tattered clothing to reveal his pitch-black muscles. My heart skipped a beat. Busashoka Haki, the full-body kind. He had activated Iron Block along with Busashoka Haki just before the explosion, but even with his swift reaction, he could not withstand the initial impact of my C2 explosive Red Lotus. This technique was created by compressing flames tenfold. When it erupted, it transformed into a sea of fire. Cough, cough. He couldn't suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, the left side of his body scorched and looking truly miserable. Kid, you have successfully enraged me. I am CP0, he roared amidst the flames, the scene reminiscent of a low-budget film. Upon hearing CP0, I was taken aback. The elite bodyguards of celestial dragons had arrived. No wonder he was so resilient. Observing that my ultimate move had not finished him off, my heart sank. However, I noticed his Busashoku Haki gradually receding, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his Haki was not limitless. He could not maintain it indefinitely, or else I would indeed meet my end today. There was still hope, but this would undoubtedly be the toughest battle I had faced since my debut. After he finished his roar, he charged at me. I did not flinch. Instead, I advanced, crouching slightly to gather my strength for a powerful kick, known as Koen-Yo. He seemed amused that I dared to engage in close combat, his fingertips enveloped in Haki as he unleashed a finger gun towards me. The moment we collided, it was akin to a meteor striking the earth, the shock wave obliterating the remaining roof. We stood there, each bracing against the other's force, my veins bulging, feeling as if my leg might snap. I realized I was at a disadvantage in strength, quickly compressing the air behind me to create a makeshift thruster, barely managing to hold my ground. As our energies waned, we both stepped back. His gaze towards me shifted, likely puzzled at the emergence of such a formidable opponent from the South Sea. I chose to ignore him, silently loading bullets into my revolver. When he saw my silence, his confidence surged. Not going to talk? No matter. You're already a dead man. I responded with 3 shots in quick succession, then utilized Shuanpa to create distance. In a gunfight, distance is life. He understood this too, using Su to close the gap, attempting to drag me into a brawl. If I got ensnared, I couldn't risk throwing my high-powered grenades, fearing I'd blow myself up. Why not use those odd grenades of yours? He taunted as he pursued me. I ignored his jibes as we engaged in a game of teleportation within the dilapidated factory, focusing on extreme evasion. Over several seconds, we exchanged blows, both sustaining injuries. But I was clearly worse off. He absorbed 4 of my shots, and a kick, seemingly unfazed due to his tough skin, while I had endured 2 finger gun strikes, nearly bleeding out. At this rate, I would be the first to fall. My anxiety mounted, and I needed a plan. He was becoming increasingly irritated with me, having just taken a burning grenade, grimacing in pain. Damn, brat. I'm done playing with you, Die. Suddenly, he halted, air swirling around him, lifting particles of sand. Almost immediately, his explosive muscles contracted, becoming more defined, his hair rapidly regrowing, and even his wounds visibly healing. I was taken aback, as if struck dumb. Who understand what it means to face a boss entering its second phase, regaining health on the spot? What a joke. My mind buzzed with 3 words: life restoration, the ultimate technique of the Navy's 6th form. I realized I had truly struck iron now. Once he transformed, his aura shifted entirely as he approached me step by step, the pressure almost suffocating. Reveling in his newfound strength, he laughed maniacally. "Kid, prepare to die." Rancho Koden, a blue-black slash imbued with hockey, sliced through the air like lightning. The width and speed were overwhelming. I dared not confront it and narrowly evaded with Shumpa. There was a thunderous boom behind me, and upon glancing back, I saw that he had cleaved the entire shipyard in half with a single kick, reducing it to rubble. My heart sank. If that had struck me, I would surely have been finished. While I was momentarily stunned, he used to appear before me, delivering a finger gun aimed at my face. I realized too late, and could only muster all my strength to lift my leg in defense. Bam! I felt as though I had been hit by a speeding truck, sent flying and crashing into a pile of wooden debris, breaking several pieces before coming to a stop. As I crawled out, spitting blood, my face was a mask of despair. This guy had activated life restoration, overpowering me in every aspect. Even my speed, which I once relied upon, was no match. "Is this all you've got?" He sneered, moving like a cheetah, ready to deliver the final blow. My heart raced like a drum, focusing all my energy on Shinigami. I knew that if I could not evade the next attack, my life would be forfeit. In that life-or-death moment, I suddenly noticed a golden point appearing on my left. Almost simultaneously, Orin propelled himself forward, vanishing in an instant. I saw it. In that fleeting moment, my mind fixated solely on that golden point. The next second, Orin reappeared at my left, precisely where the golden dot was. My body reacted faster than my mind, and I pushed off with my legs, narrowly escaping this lethal strike. Just as I was about to catch my breath, realization struck me. My Kinbunchaku had seemingly evolved. The world around me became clearer, and that golden point in my Shinigami vision must have been the key. Orin, undeterred, executed another Su to appear before me, precisely at the location of that newly emerged golden point. Indeed, a tidal wave of excitement surged within me. My Shinigami had transcended in this life-threatening moment. It was no longer mere prediction. It was foreknowledge, although I could only foresee his position within a 3-second window. It sufficed to deal with this foe. Orin was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why. Despite unleashing his ultimate technique, he could not land a hit on me. Unfazed, he launched a frenzied assault, his speed at its peak. Yet in my eyes, he appeared as a fool with shared positioning. I anticipated every point of his teleportation. After dodging several of his attacks, I confirmed my Shinigami had indeed evolved. It was time to counterattack. With my newly evolved Shinigami, a peculiar stalemate ensued between us. He could not touch me, yet I could not penetrate his turtle-like hockey defense. My most powerful grenade, C2 Explosive Red Lotus, was already spent, and the remaining grenades could not inflict fatal damage on him. Yet this man had to perish here. Otherwise, I would be relentlessly pursued by CP0, compromising my very existence. Desperation struck. I had no choice but to gamble. A wild idea flickered in my mind, something I had never attempted before. Today, I would test it on you. CP0, the C3 combination technique. I calculated the remaining grenades, for would chip grenades, 1 air prison, and 2 incendiary grenades, sufficient. Orin, noticing my inactivity, struck first, throwing a punch towards my face. I had anticipated this, performing a backflip to evade while tossing a wood chip grenade to the ground. The first grenade was set. As it detonated, a cloud of wood chips enveloped the area. He merely laughed dismissively. "Kid, that won't work on me." Indeed, for someone with Kinbunchaku, smoke grenades were trivial. He ascended into the air, using Jeppo, raining down slashes upon me from within the obscuring smoke. I deftly dodged his strikes, while seizing the opportunity to throw another wood chip grenade. The second grenade was complete. Realizing that ranged attacks were ineffective, he attempted to apply pressure. "Kid, is running all you can do?" My companions are on their way. I feigned a weakness, deliberately exposing a vulnerability. He fell for it, descending with a punch aimed at me, but I was prepared. As I dodged, I delivered a forceful Koenyo kick to the golden point on his shoulder. Boom! The kick landed solidly, but he withstood it thanks to his haki, retreating only 2 steps. There was no time for astonishment as I hurriedly tossed the third wood chip grenade, creating distance, enraged that I had outsmarted him. He seized a nearby cutting machine and began smashing it recklessly. In that moment of madness, I set down the 4th wood chip grenade, then utilized Aoi Tori to flash 10 meters to his left. It was time. The concentration of wood chips in the air had reached my threshold. The first condition for C3, the concentration of combustible powder, was met. Now, I needed the second condition, a sealed space. Holding the air prison grenade, I devised a strategy, but how to lure him inside. After much contemplation, I resolved to use myself as bait. I beckoned to the frenzied Orin, taunting, "You can't beat me. Have you gone mad?" His anger flared, and he transformed into a lightning bolt, charging at me with a leg imbued with haki, striking like a whip. I neither dodged nor evaded, lifting my leg to meet his assault. As my legs collided, I felt as though my bones might shatter. My body was sent hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Yet, I paid no heed to where I was headed, suspended in midair. I locked my gaze on the figure of On amid the swirling smoke, and with a swift motion, I hurled the C2 air prison grenade towards the golden glimmer beneath his feet. Simultaneously, I struggled to raise my revolver, unleashing the last incendiary round, which erupted forth. All of this transpired in the fleeting moment I was propelled away. There was scarcely time to shield myself as I crashed into the rubble. This was all to unveil my ultimate trump card, C3 Red Coffin. Just as On regained his footing within the smoke's embrace, he spotted a grenade rolling to his feet. Instinctively, he attempted to fortify himself with armed color, yet to his astonishment, the grenade did not detonate. Instead, it released transparent bricks of air, swiftly ensnaring him within an air prison. At the very moment the prison sealed shut, a red bullet effortlessly slipped through the gap. No! I could hear his desperate and indignant roar. Then came an unprecedented explosion that reverberated through the heavens, causing the earth to tremble. The incendiary round ignited the dense wood shavings within the prison. A dust explosion. The transparent air prison was instantly engulfed in an inferno, transforming into a blazing, red coffin. This was my C3, harnessing chemical reactions to amplify the power of various tools beyond their inherent capabilities. After what felt like an eternity, I laboriously crawled out from the debris, gazing at the charred remains that were once recognizable as a human form, and finally exhaled in relief. Even though he had managed to shield himself at the last moment, it had merely preserved his entire corpse. What a predicament I found myself in. Struggling to sit up, I surveyed the deep, agonizing wounds that exposed my bones, forcing a bitter smile. My ordeal was over, yet I remained oblivious to the fate of Lykeet. Let me tell you, his situation was far worse than mine. Alone, he was grappling with 3 lackeys from the CP organization in the thicket, already battered and moving awkwardly, while being relentlessly pursued. Gone was the elegant facade he had maintained in the tavern. Thankfully, his fruit-based abilities had proven somewhat useful. He dodged attacks several times by transforming into wine, even managing to take down 2 inexperienced opponents. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from my side as the C3 red coffin detonated, illuminating half the sky with its crimson glow. Lykeet turned back, his face etched with concern, fearing I had perished. Meanwhile, the 3 fools from CP continued their laughter, the leader, a brash individual named Botone, taunting my companion. "Your ally is dead. Join him in the grave." Lykeet retorted defiantly. "How do you know it wasn't your boss who met his end?" The fools erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring that they were pursued by CP0, monsters that could never be defeated. One particularly brash individual launched a personal attack, suggesting that if he simply acted as a slave, he would be safe, daring to strike against the celestial dragons. Those who understand the gravity of such words know they tread upon a minefield. Lykeet was instantly provoked, his fists cracking ominously, his gaze fierce enough to devour. Botone, sensing the shift, realized the conversation was over, and the three closed in. Enraged, Lykeet solemnly produced a lighter from his pocket, extending his right hand forward, conjuring a long blade of red wine. As he presented the blade, he flicked the lighter, and let me tell you, the spectacle was breathtaking. A small flame erupted, igniting the entire sword, reminiscent of the legendary sword of a fire giant. Yet, while the display was magnificent, it was also taxing, demanding swift resolution. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the foul-mouthed adversary on his left. The burning sword carved a fiery arc through the air, and in an instant, the foe was silenced, struck down before he could utter a word. The remaining two stood in shock, utterly unprepared. Lykeet turned his icy gaze upon the other, hapless foe. Botone, witnessing the change in his demeanor, paled, urgently calling out, "Don't panic, you won't last long." These two were not foolish. They quickly distanced themselves, attempting to use long-range attacks to wear him down. Countless wind blades sliced through the air. Ignoring them, Lykeet deftly summoned a burning champagne shield with his left hand, deflecting all assaults. He then charged through the shield, heading straight for the last remaining adversary. Botone, realizing the danger, attempted to intercept Lykeet with a swift movement. Yet Lykeet bellowed, "Get lost!" His long sword transformed into a javelin, hurtling towards Botone's face. Botone, terrified, barely managed to evade. In that fleeting moment, Lykeet conjured a massive flaming axe, bringing it down upon the unfortunate soul who stood frozen, attempting to withstand the blow. A thunderous crash ensued as the foe was cleaved from head to toe, sent flying like a torn sack, dead beyond recovery. Now, only Botone remained in the thicket, paralyzed by fear as he beheld Lykeet, akin to a god of fire. His legs quivered, his mind screamed one word: run. Desperately, he employed his abilities to dart through the woods, seeking refuge at the shipyard, hoping to lure me towards Own. He believed that once there, he would be safe. Lykeet, however, would not permit this to occur, transforming into a blazing fireball in pursuit. But Botone's evasion was remarkably agile. Each time Lykeet drew near, he swiftly distanced himself. This relentless chase drained Lykeet's stamina, and he soon found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Truth be told, his best choice at that moment was to abandon the pursuit and find a place to hide. Yet he was obstinate. Burdened by guilt and anger for dragging me into this chaos, he vowed not to retreat today. What happened next? Botone reached the edge of the forest, glancing back to see Lykeet gasping for breath, and suddenly he halted. Believing he had regained the upper hand, he sought to counterattack. He unleashed a barrage of wind blade strikes, akin to a relentless machine gun. Lykeet flicked his right hand, summoning a rain of burning wine droplets to meet the assault. And as the two powers clashed mid-air, they erupted in a dazzling display. Yet neither side landed a hit. Realizing this was futile, Botone attempted to distance himself once more. Lykeet had no intention of allowing that. He instantly conjured a burning spear and hurled it with all his might. Botone instinctively dodged, exhaling in relief. But the spear crashed into the ground, detonating. A shower of burning wine droplets filled the air, drenching Botone and igniting him in flames, causing him to roll in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Lykeet fired another flaming arrow. Now, Botone was thoroughly terrified, scrambling to escape, desperately racing towards the shipyard, bellowing for Own's aid. Own, save me! Hurry! Seeing Botone enter the shipyard, Lykeet feared Own would soon emerge, understanding that his demise was imminent. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he raised his hands high, his face adorned with a fervent resolve. He was utterly consumed by rage, ready to unleash the bitterness of years spent in servitude, the resentment of being hunted, and his guilt towards me. An outpouring of red wine surged from his hands, transforming into two colossal scarlet ribbons that swiftly ensnared Botone like a giant meat dumpling. But it did not end there. Those two red ribbons seemed to come alive, wildly extending to ensnare the entirety of the shipyard, resembling a vast crimson spider's web. Trapped, Botone was paralyzed with fear, realizing Lykeet's intent. Indeed, he sought to perish alongside him. Lykeet summoned the last vestiges of his strength, igniting the flames along the ends of the red ribbons. A fierce inferno surged towards the bound figure of Lei Kute and engulfed the entire shipyard, instantly reducing it to charred remains. The flames then greedily consumed the entire facility, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, the fire also encroached upon Lei Kute himself. He shut his eyes, whispering bitterly, "Is this the end?" Just as the flames were about to reach him, lo and behold, my brother made a dazzling entrance. Emerging from an unexpected corner, he unleashed a torrent of seawater, extinguishing the flames with a hissing sound. However, due to exhaustion and the contact with seawater, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Alas, one might wonder if I owe him a debt of gratitude. This fellow nearly incinerated himself in his quest for vengeance. Am I moved? Not in the slightest. The trouble he brought upon me was monumental. Were it not for my good fortune, we would both have perished on this day. Alas, one cannot simply stand by and watch another perish. I begrudgingly carried this burden and sped back to the city in a desperate dash. By the time I reached the tavern, it was already 2 a.m, yet my sister, Lugio, was still waiting for me beneath the light at the entrance. Upon seeing me carrying someone and covered in injuries, she grew frantic. I hastily concocted a lie, claiming that Lei Kute was inebriated and that I had fallen on the way. My sister, understanding and compassionate, sensed my deception but refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to my room, I unceremoniously tossed Lei Kute onto the bed. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from the door. When I opened it, no one was there, but on the ground lay a tray with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, a medical kit, and a note that read, "Call me if you need anything." My sister always exhibits such silent concern. I vowed that in this lifetime, no one would dare harm her. I first tended to my own wounds and then glanced at the 2 bowls of noodles, followed by a look at the unconscious Lei Kute. I chuckled, "Sorry, brother, but this bowl of noodles is now mine." After satisfying my hunger, I settled down on the sofa for the night. While I drifted into slumber, others remained awake. At the shipyard ruins, 3 unexpected guests arrived, all clad in white coats, CP0. These newcomers were quite the spectacle. One woman was adorned in theatrical makeup, another was a burly man covered in hair, and the third transformed into a bulldog, sniffing the corpse of ON before barking that the one who defeated him was not the slave, but another person. They then began to follow my scent. In no time, they unearthed the weighted object I had concealed in a tree hollow. The hairy man immediately deduced that I was the one who had vanquished ON. While Ekate merely dealt with a few minor CP9 henchmen, they continued their search, with the burly man giving orders to his canine companion. The dog sniffed around, following the trail I had left. However, guess what? Their pursuit abruptly ceased as the scent vanished. I can assure you, that dog's nose was practically buried in the ground, circling in vain until it finally had to shake its head in resignation and uttered in human words, "Boss, the scent ends here. It has completely disappeared." The lead CP agent, Bota, could only wave his hand in defeat, instructing, "All right, disperse and search the entire island." Of course, I had sped back with my Hong Chu, so fast that the very air had nearly ignited, leaving no trace behind. The crisis was looming, yet I was blissfully unaware. All I knew was that my own predicament was already in my room. Who understands the plight of family? I kindly rescued a person, only for him to occupy my sole bed, leaving me, an injured individual, to curl up uncomfortably on the sofa. To make matters worse, he was not even at peace in his sleep, babbling incoherently. One moment he was crying, the next he was pleading for his grandfather not to leave, creating a ruckus akin to an online concert. My temper flared instantly. The pain from my wounds combined with the auditory assault nearly caused me to topple over, almost straining my back. I thought to myself that I could no longer endure this. I had to pull him off my bed. Fueled by irritation, I approached the bedside, ready to take action. However, as I did, he rolled over, causing his shirt collar to loosen, and my eyes widened in shock. There, emblazoned on his back, was a blood-red mark of a celestial dragon slave, accompanied by deep, bone-revealing whip scars. In that moment, I understood. I have always found the so-called nobility of this world repugnant, with their institutionalized oppression being utterly inhumane. Thus, my anger dissipated, replaced by profound sympathy. Watching him struggle in his dreams, I sighed, muttering an expletive, and silently retreated back to the sofa. Very well, I shall endure for now. The dreams he experienced were akin to a heart-wrenching drama. In his dreams, he was still a young boy named Le Coute, from a most renowned winemaking family in the West Sea. He was happily tending to the vineyard with his grandfather, and his greatest dream was to brew the finest wine in the world. His grandfather affectionately tousled his hair, imparting a piece of wisdom I still remember. Silly child. The best wine in the world is the one shared with the best of friends. The scene shifted, and Le Coute grew to 14, becoming a celebrated young winemaker. However, misfortune struck. A peculiar trio, wearing fishbowls on their heads, celestial dragons, swaggered into his home. Why were they there? Because his grandfather's exquisite wine had been appropriated by another celestial dragon, who, feeling humiliated, demanded a better bottle to restore his pride at the banquet. His grandfather, a man of honesty, replied, "Sir, I assure you, that was the last bottle." The celestial dragon was infuriated, and a nearby steward handed over an old newspaper featuring a photograph of his grandfather alongside 6 other esteemed winemakers. The celestial dragon's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered. "No more. Very well, you must know these individuals. Take me to them, and have them surrender all their fine wines. I tell you, this was a death sentence." The old man trembled at the sight of his longtime friends in the photograph, but ultimately raised his head and, in a hoarse voice, stated, "Sir, I do not know where they are." He understood all too well that revealing their whereabouts would mean doom for their families. He chose to shoulder the burden alone. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon, Charlie Andy, turned green with rage, drawing a gold-inlaid revolver and firing a shot that struck the old man squarely in the chest. Young Le Coute went mad, rushing to embrace his grandfather. With his last breath, the old man whispered, "Child, remember, should you betray your friends, you will never again taste the finest wine in the world." With those final words, he passed away. Yet, the agony did not end there. Young Le Coute was captured by that beast and taken back to marry Geos as a slave of the celestial dragons. How tragic! I listened to his fragmented murmurs throughout the night, barely managing to sleep. The following morning, I emerged from my room with dark circles under my eyes. Upon seeing me, my sister Lugio gasped, fearing my injuries had worsened. I quickly reassured her, promising that I would be fine for the afternoon match. If I couldn't win, I would forfeit on the spot. After all, how could I let my grand plans falter? After breakfast, I checked on Le Coute, feeling his forehead to find no fever and that his wounds had stabilized, which brought me relief. Then I ventured out to meet my partner, the rotund Sonny. I approached him directly. "For the match this afternoon, let us wager all our money, 30 million, on my victory." I handed him a shopping list filled with chemical supplies, such as aluminum powder, oxides, and white phosphorus. You see, I had run out of grenades and was experiencing a fear of insufficient firepower. A sense of security must be crafted with my own hands. After briefing him, I made my way to the dueling grounds. A dramatic scene unfolded before me. Due to an injury sustained yesterday, I was wrapped in bandages and walked with a slight limp. As soon as I emerged from the players' tunnel, the audience erupted with excitement. "Look, that guy is injured. Is it true? He is still competing with such a serious injury? Let us bet against him." I was perplexed by their commotion, unaware that my visible injury had signaled to them my impending defeat. My odds skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launching into the sky. Even the portly Sonny, taken aback, obeyed my instructions and wagered 30 million belly at the peak of the odds. As the bell rang to commence the match, the referee shouted start, and my opponent, a fierce figure named Wolf, lunged at me with a roar. Without lifting my eyelids, I deftly pivoted and delivered a powerful whip kick, striking him with precision. He flew through the air like a ragged sack, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. I remained stationary, adopting a stance ready for a second attack, coldly observing him. My gaze conveyed a clear message: dare to rise again. He struggled to lift his head and met my gaze, instantly losing his resolve, trembling as he raised his hand. "I concede. I am no longer combat ready." A profound silence enveloped the arena, followed by a cacophony of boos and accusations. Fixed match. Refund. You two must be in cahoots. I paid them no heed, turning away and entering the VIP room reserved by Sonny. Upon seeing me, he rushed forward, his face flushed with excitement. Boss, you are nothing short of a deity. This maneuver, I would call it a textbook example of harvesting profits. I was momentarily bewildered. What maneuver? Sonny, speaking in rapid-fire succession, exclaimed. You feigned weakness by appearing in bandages, leading everyone to believe you were incapable, thus inflating the odds. Then, with one decisive strike, you eliminated your opponent. Our 30 million has transformed into 45 million, a net gain of 15 million. After absorbing this, my mind went blank. I was genuinely injured. I had no such calculated strategy. Yet in that moment, could I speak the truth? Absolutely not. I took a deep breath, clasped my hands behind my back, and gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, adopting an air of inscrutable wisdom. Indeed, everything is well within my control. In that moment, I felt like a siren, my prestige soaring. After instructing Sonny to procure materials swiftly, I turned to leave, suddenly recalling something. I glanced back with a sly smile. Oh, and please buy me a wheelchair. Next time, I shall enter the arena seated, and let us see how high the odds can climb. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, an urgent call interrupted Marshal Gangu Kong's office. On the other end was the celestial dragon responsible for the death of Grandfather Lykeet, Charlie Andy Saint, furiously bellowing, Gangu Kong. My escaped slave has been spotted. He is on an island called Lazabat in the South China Sea. Dispatch someone immediately to retrieve him. I want him torn to shreds. Once the call ended, the expression on Gangu Kong's face fell, filled with distress as he rubbed his temples. A newly assigned young officer, who would later become the Marshal Sengoku, was about to inquire about his well-being when Gangu Kong interrupted. Who do we have in the South China Sea? A stunning beauty. Vice Admiral He flipped through documents and reported, Marshal, Carp is there, supposedly pursuing the Roger pirates. Upon hearing this, Gangu Kong thought, perfect. Although Carp may be unreliable, he is just a man for this task. High-level wisdom indeed. The celestial dragons desire face-saving measures, and sending a naval hero suffices. Whether he succeeds in capturing him is another matter entirely. Gangu Kong even advised Sengoku, remember, the celestial dragon's orders are akin to imperial edicts. But such edicts can be honored in appearance only. We are the Navy, not the dogs of the celestial dragons. This perspective explains why Sengoku later excelled in political maneuvering, unlike the reckless Akainu, who was humiliated before the Gorosei. However, the true concern for Gangu Kong lay with a maniac known as Rox, who was rallying various powerful pirates to form the strongest pirate alliance in history. This was the real crisis. Hence, capturing a mere slave was simply a matter of finding someone to handle it expediently. The scene shifted to the South China Sea. Carp, that old rascal, was indeed pursuing Roger, but instead of commanding his ship, he sat on the deck, engrossed in his ridiculous donut challenge. 3 days without sleep, and he had consumed 437 donuts. Who understands this? Is his stomach a black hole? Just as he prepared to tackle the 438th, his transponder snail rang. It was Sengoku. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Carp beamed, Sengoku, I have good news. Sengoku, assuming he had captured Roger, was elated. What? You've captured Roger? Excellent. You must wait, Carp said, proudly digging in his nose. My donut challenge has surpassed 400. Impressive. Isn't it? Ha 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 ha. I can only imagine Sengoku's face turning from joy to a shade of liver as he roared. Carp, stop fooling around. We have serious business. He then relayed the trivial matter concerning the celestial dragons. Carp, annoyed, replied, Celestial dragons? What hassle? I'm on the verge of catching Roger. Can't we ignore this? As he spoke, he picked up another donut to devour. Sengoku, resigned, said, Very well, let us put Roger on hold. Unable to resist his good buddy, Carp reluctantly agreed. However, upon ending the call, he gazed at Roger's ship ahead, and a crafty idea struck him. He shouted to his crew, Get all the cannonballs moved over here. This old fellow's thought process was unlike anyone else's. He declared, I want both Roger and the slave. I can simply drive Roger to that island called Lazabat. 2 birds with 1 stone, embodying the essence of collaborative enforcement. He then commenced his performance, hurling cannonballs into the sea before Roger's ship with incredible precision and power, surpassing even the ship's cannons. On board Roger's vessel, future Pirate King Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were watching the rain of cannonballs. The two battle-hungry warriors, Roger and Jabba, were not afraid. Rather, they were exhilarated. Wow, this Navy has some serious strength. I can't wait to fight him. Only Rayleigh, like a worried mother, exclaimed, "Hey, is this the time to admire the enemy? We need to figure out how to shake him off." Roger wiped his blade and responded, "Let us find an island to hide on. What is the nearest one?" Rayleigh consulted the nautical chart. Dual Island, Lazabat. Men, destination Lazabat, Roger declared with a grand gesture. Carp, witnessing Roger's ship obediently change course, triumphantly flashed a thumbs up to his first mate. Thus, both parties, grand and illustrious, headed towards the small island where my unfortunate brother, Daluo, was completely unaware. After finishing his match, he hurried back to the tavern to lend assistance, only to find that, although the tavern was bustling, it was remarkably organized. Behind the bar, a young man with red hair, dressed in Daluo's attire, skillfully shook a cocktail shaker, displaying more professionalism than Daluo himself. Who is this? It was none other than Laikit, whom we rescued just yesterday. My sister Lugio hurriedly pulled Daluo aside and whispered, "He woke up this afternoon. Seeing me overwhelmed, he came over to help. Oh, by the way, he said he must not be recognized, so I applied some makeup for him and even gave him a new name, Taleika. Impressive, right?" Daluo was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Taleika and marveled at the value of this disguise, which was akin to a decisive strike on Pin Shishi. Merely a couple of scars hastily drawn on his face, coupled with eyebrows styled identically to those of Suanji. And yet, astonishingly, he had gone the entire day without anyone recognizing him. Was facial blindness a common affliction in this world? While Daluo was contemplating this, an old acquaintance, the bounty hunter Huday, rushed over, brandishing a wanted poster. "Boss Daluo, look, the one who came in wearing a tailcoat to drink is actually the notorious pirate Leica, with a bounty of 300 million. Upon receiving the poster and glancing at it, Daluo felt a stir in his heart. 300 million. Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied, "Oh, it seems so. However, he hasn't been around for quite some time. Perhaps he has left." The persistent man was not dissuaded. He brought the wanted poster close to Leica's face, asking, "Brother, have you seen this person?" Calmly, Leica replied without a flicker of emotion, "I don't know. I'm new here." What a remarkable performance. An Oscar-worthy moment. Daluo observed the unfolding scene with a sense of bewilderment, quickly donning an apron to get to work. As evening fell, various notable figures began to arrive on the island. The ships of Luo Jie and Ka Pu squeezed into the harbor one after the other. No sooner had Luo Jie and his crew entered the city than Ka Pu followed closely behind, standing on the deck and gazing at the pitch-dark Lizibata, excitedly mumbling to himself, "The Celestial Dragon's mission? How dull. However, if Luo Jie is here, it must surely be entertaining." The next morning, Leica, brimming with enthusiasm, managed to persuade my sister to open the tavern unusually early. Yet, after more than an hour, not a single customer had arrived. Daluo enjoyed a restful sleep and, after breakfast, ventured out to retrieve the toys he had asked Song Ni Ruo to buy the previous day. Upon stepping outside, he noticed something amiss. The streets were teeming with Navy personnel, and Leica's wanted posters were plastered everywhere. He hurried to the designated warehouse, where Song Ni Ruo had shown some cleverness by bringing along a few companions to assist in gathering the supplies. Daluo paid them and instructed them to keep quiet. The lad, understanding the unspoken agreement, took the money and left without uttering a word. Upon entering the warehouse, Daluo was greeted by a chaotic assortment of crates and barrels, wood shavings, iron sheets, aluminum powder, iron oxide, grenade parts, and even a large barrel of white phosphorus soaked in water awaited him. This substance ignited spontaneously upon exposure to air, extremely dangerous. For such items, he had spent over 300,000 baili, depleting half of the tavern's assets. My younger brother's compression fruit should be aptly renamed the pay-to-win fruit. He toiled the entire afternoon in the warehouse, diligently crafting grenades from all the materials at hand. He produced an array of specialized grenades, wood shavings grenades, smoke bombs, incendiary grenades, and even seawater grenades designed to counteract ability users. Most impressively, he concocted 3 C3 grade devices, the compressed white phosphorus C3 Tiantong Eugen and the aluminum thermite reaction, C3 Lianru Ronglu, which could burn at temperatures exceeding several thousand degrees. With his pockets brimming with treasures, Da Luo felt a profound sense of security. Even if that accomplice, named Owen, came knocking, he would be well prepared to defend himself. When he contentedly returned to the tavern, he was greeted by the melodious laughter of my sister Lu Jiao. Stepping inside, he was astonished to find that Luo Jie and his crew had been drinking since daybreak. Luo Jie animatedly recounted his adventurous tales to my sister, regaling her with stories of island-sized whales and martial arts proficient manatees, leaving her utterly captivated. Yet, upon spotting that straw hat at the bar in Luo Jie's face, Da Luo's expression shifted from satisfaction to displeasure. "Ah, Da Luo, you're back," my sister exclaimed joyfully, gesturing to introduce him to Luo Jie. Da Luo interrupted. "No need for introductions. Mr. Luo Jie is a renowned pirate, and I am well aware of that." His tone was as cold as ice, oblivious to the tension. Luo Jie grinned widely. "What's wrong? Do I look unlike a pirate?" Nearby, Jabba, slightly inebriated, teased, "Haha, Captain, he says you don't look like a pirate." Da Luo ignored the lively banter and turned to my sister, saying, "Sister, I'm hungry," before proceeding upstairs, leaving Luo Jie pondering. I don't believe I've offended him, have I? The following morning, Luo Jie and his crew returned, as if clocking in for work. Da Luo, peeking down from the upper floor, felt an uncomfortable twist in his heart. Family members would understand. It was akin to knowing your best friend would be hurt by a man, yet being forced to watch their initial encounter unfold. An overwhelming sense of helplessness mixed with an urge to intervene. Da Luo resolved not to forcibly obstruct their relationship, but was determined to safeguard his sister and rewrite her tragic fate. Downstairs, upon hearing that Da Luo had a match in the afternoon, Luo Jie's crew became animated, declaring their intent to cheer him on. After finishing breakfast, Da Luo descended the stairs, only to be met by the entire crew of Luo Jie standing as if ready for battle. In the next moment, a half-drunk Luo Jie approached, casually slinging an arm around Da Luo's shoulders, laughing heartily. "Huh, Brother Da Luo, off to the match, are you? Everyone wants to cheer you on." "Oh, to cheer for Brother Da Luo." Jabba banged his cup loudly on the table. Da Luo was momentarily stunned. He observed this future pirate crew and then glanced at himself, feeling as if he were the leader of a gang of thugs going out to collect debts. I assure you, even the leader of a gang of thugs would not command such an impressive presence. Behind him was the all-star reserve lineup of the Pirate King, raising the stakes to an extraordinary level. Finally reaching the dueling arena, Da Luo felt utterly drained. Upon entering, the cacophony of cheers was akin to the grand opening of a bustling market, ringing in his ears. Fortunately, the match featuring Izu and Li Qian had only just begun. As he traversed the competitor's corridor, Luo Jie and his companions had to purchase tickets and temporarily part ways. Once they had settled into their seats, the battle featuring Izu and Li Qian reached its peak. The spectacle was breathtaking. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword and crouched low, assuming a stance for a Ayajutsu strike. Just as Luo Jie took his seat, his eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Oh, Ayajutsu?" No sooner had he spoken than the competitor unleashed an explosive display of speed, sending a blue blade of energy flying through the air. Fortunately, he had shown restraint, as the strike narrowly missed his opponent's arm, carving a deep trench into the ground. The audience erupted in excitement. Shouts of disbelief echoed through the crowd. "ISNT, that Izu and Li Qian? ISNT, he a loser? How could he possibly execute a flying slash? Is he a swordsman?" Of course, having unleashed his sword energy, he could only be a swordsman. Those who had previously mocked him were now left flabbergasted. Jiaba was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Oh, a swordsman! How terrifying!" Yet, the seasoned veteran Lei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The young man's swordplay appeared awkward and disjointed. Luojia pointed out the obvious, stating, "This fellow's swordsmanship is at odds with his own heart." What a revelation. This was precisely the essence of the age-old adage. My heart aches, yet my sword remains silent. A swordsman whose heart and sword do not align cannot venture far. Just as this was being discussed, the third match commenced. It was my turn, and I was pitted against a competitor known as the Ripper, Banjia. As I stepped out of the competitor's corridor, Jiaba erupted into a frenzy, shouting, "Go for it, brother Daloa." The commotion was so intense that I felt the dust from the ceiling might come tumbling down. At that moment, I wished I could find a crevice to hide in. It was utterly mortifying. As my opponent made his entrance, the entire audience seemed to have conspired to cheer him on, their voices drowning out even the sound of Jiaba. "Banjia, tear him apart. Take down that little brat." Good heavens, my previous performance had been so convincing that these gambling enthusiasts likely thought I was deliberately inflating the odds. And now I had become their nemesis. Upon hearing this, Jiaba's competitive spirit ignited. He stood up from his seat, took a deep breath, puffed out his chest like a toad, and with all his might shouted, "Daruo, keep going." That voice resonated like thunder, overpowering the cheers of thousands. I was astounded. The match hadn't even begun yet, and he had already opened a second front line for me. Then, as you might expect, Jiaba and the entire audience began to engage in a call and response with fervor. He shouted, and the crowd echoed back, reminiscent of a duet in a folk song, ensuring that no one remained idle. As the countdown ended, the match commenced. Banjia charged forward, wielding a claw knife resembling a meat cleaver, its serrated edge quite intimidating. My vision sharpened, and I could see his movements for the next 3 seconds clearly, even spotting the fatal flaw beneath his right rib. Roger in the stands leisurely remarked, "It's over." Indeed, as his blade swung toward me, I'd already leaped into action, executing a double jump in mid-air, deftly changing direction to drive my knee into his ribs. While still airborne, I swiftly appeared before him, lifting my leg for a low kick that landed squarely on his ankle as he touched down. He was propelled like a soccer ball, skidding across the ground and leaving a long mark behind. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The echoes of cheers for Banjia still lingered in the venue as he lay there defeated. At that moment, Jiaba, the king of background music, made his presence known again. Perhaps he grasped the situation, still shouting, "Daruo, keep going." His voice, amidst the quiet duel, resonated profoundly. Once he finished, he paused, glancing at someone beside him, asking, "Did we win?" Roger exchanged a knowing glance with me and remarked, "Yes, we won." Truly an extraordinary individual. It seemed he had recognized my ability to predict my opponent's movements. Yet, Jiaba mistakenly thought Roger was praising his loud voice, puffing up with pride. Meanwhile, Layli looked at me with an inscrutable expression, murmuring, "Today's youth are indeed formidable." After witnessing my match, Roger and his crew departed, claiming they were off to drink. Following my exit, I proceeded to the private box reserved by Sang Nua. As I entered, everyone was present. Upon seeing me, Sang Nua immediately sprang up. "Boss." I nodded and inquired, "How did it go?" "We earned over 9 million. Not bad. Adding to my previous earnings, I now had 50 million on hand. Although our odds had plummeted to unremarkable levels, I anticipated that once the regular season commenced and we faced seasoned veterans, the odds would surely rise again. As midnight fell and everyone else slumbered, I stealthily maneuvered out of the window, intending to retrieve my precious compressed weights. Leaving them outside made me uneasy. A swift rainbow drive carried me to a small grove near the shipyard. Upon landing, a sense of foreboding washed over me. There were footprints, fresh ones. I hurried to the large tree where I had hidden my belongings, and upon reaching into the hollow, I discovered it was empty. My heart sank. It was confirmed. Owen and his associates had indeed come and taken my items. Now, the enemy lurked in the shadows while I was exposed, a troublesome predicament. Just then, I sensed someone approaching at high speed. Not just one, but multiple. Could their observation skill surpass mine? No, that was impossible, unless Katakuri had arrived. This indicated some specialized reconnaissance tactics. I understood then. They were lying in wait for me. Acting swiftly, I hurled a woodchip grenade to the ground and leapt into the tree. The grenade exploded, enveloping the area in a cloud of wood chips and smoke. From above, I heard someone shout, and upon focusing my gaze, I saw a woman adorned with deathly pink eyeshadow, a hulking brute resembling a bear, and a man who had just transformed from a bulldog into a human. The latter was evidently a Inu no Mi user, which explained how they could detect my scent. The burly man, clearly the leader, fixed his cold stare upon me and said, "So, you are the one who killed Owen." I dared not utter a word. Who knew if they possessed any auditory location abilities? The woman with the eyeshadow, named Queely, let out a strange laugh, flapping her wings to take flight, evidently a Tori no Mi user. Like an eagle swooping down on its prey, she dove towards me. How foolish to charge without observation skills. To me, she was merely a living target. I anticipated her move, tossing another woodchip grenade into the air while raising my hand to fire, igniting a flaming projectile that erupted into a fireball. The blast engulfed her, and she plummeted, shrieking in agony. The imposing figure named Bode reacted swiftly, his body bristling with fur like a wild boar, plunging into the flames to rescue the woman. Meanwhile, the dogman, Buter, seized the opportunity to dash toward me. I had prepared for this, tossing a grenade to the ground and retreating. When it detonated, instead of shrapnel, it unleashed a torrent of seawater. The rushing water slammed Buter down to the ground. For those with abilities, this was more lethal than a deadly poison. He writhed as though he were a lifeless dog. "You've successfully provoked my wrath." Bode set down the scorched Queely, and astonishingly, his visible injuries began to heal as his body transformed, gaining tusks and a wild boar-like appearance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing at my right side, stomping down with tremendous force. The speed was so blinding that I could barely comprehend it. Without my foresight, that stomp would have been my end. I narrowly evaded his attack, but the ground cracked like a spiderweb beneath his foot, trees swaying violently from the shockwave. Seeing the situation escalate, I realized this fellow was genuinely enraged. I could not afford to confront him. Defeated or not, I decided it was wiser to flee. I tossed 2 seawater grenades at my incapacitated adversaries on the ground and quickly made my escape. Bode had no choice but to tend to his fallen companions, helplessly watching as I fled, letting out an earth-shattering roar of frustration. The next day, I found myself in a tavern, wiping down glasses while nursing dark circles under my eyes when members of Roger's crew rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain, that Marine known as Carp has left the base." Carp! I nearly dropped the glass in my hand. Iron Fist Carp? Why was he here? Was he after Roger? Instinctively, I glanced at Leakit, who was busy boasting to Jiao, my heart racing with apprehension. Roger's crew, upon hearing the news, was jubilant. "Fantastic! That freak has finally left. Let us reclaim our ship." Roger shared their sentiment, primarily eager to escape the relentless pursuit of Carp, who was akin to an unyielding cockroach, growing more spirited with each confrontation. Thus, he waved his hand, leading his entire crew towards the Marine base with great fanfare. Just as I'd sent Roger and his crew off, Carp arrived, accompanied by a naval major. At that moment, I was drenched in sweat, just seconds away from having to reopen my little tavern. Lugio, however, was acquainted with the Brigadier General and approached him, asking, "Mr. Matt, is it still the same as before?" She found it rather peculiar, as Brigadier General Matt never frequented the tavern during the day. He was usually a night owl, indulging in drinks after sunset. Today, however, he unexpectedly graced us with his presence and ordered a tequila. Let me tell you, the real heavyweight was the man beside him, dark-haired, with muscles like a small mountain. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura. He ordered a massive beer, justifying it by claiming his mouth was dry from eating donuts. I couldn't believe it. This was the first time I'd heard such a reason for drinking, a truly unique experience. As I served them their drinks, I discreetly scrutinized the legendary Kapu. Goodness, he was even more fearsome in person than in the wanted posters, resembling a prehistoric beast. The scar at the corner of his eye was absent, leaving me to wonder what kind of formidable individual could have left a mark on his face. The two of them sat there, each draped in a naval justice cloak, reminiscing about their glorious past. They laughed heartily while recalling pranks played on colleagues, and sighed heavily when reminiscing about fallen brothers. But soon, the atmosphere shifted. Why? Because the tavern door swung open, and a group of notorious pirates staggered in. Upon spotting the naval brigadier general, they didn't even raise an eyebrow and simply plopped down at the adjacent table, slamming their coins onto the surface before heading straight to the liquor cabinet. Kapu's expression darkened as he turned to Matt and asked, "These rascals, one with a bounty of 70 million, another with 92 million. Are you just going to sit here and watch? Do you have some sort of connection with them?" He stood up, ready to confront them. One of the pirates, an eye-catching fellow, pointed at Kapu and laughed. "Huh, who is this hot-headed kid?" I rolled my eyes internally. "Buddy, with that kind of bravado, why not try your luck elsewhere? If you provoke him, you'll be reduced to ashes." Matt quickly restrained Kapu, urging him to sit back down, then posed a rather philosophical question. "Kapu, do you believe the Navy should eradicate every pirate?" Without hesitation, Kapu replied, "Of course. It is only right." Matt sighed and began recounting his tale. He shared how, upon his return, he was filled with zeal to rid his hometown of pirates. But what happened? Constant battles led to the island's economy collapsing. Tourism and shipbuilding industries crumbled, and the locals ended up resenting the Navy even more than the pirates. He eventually realized that one cannot eliminate all pirates. They must come ashore for supplies, rather than perpetuating a cycle of violence that left the people suffering. He decided to establish a rule. During the ranking matches, as long as the pirates stayed out of trouble, he would turn a blind eye. As a result, Matt took a sip of his drink, and the island's economy revived. The locals enjoyed better lives. In fact, those pirates began to maintain order themselves to protect their sole source of supplies. He fixed his gaze on Kapu, asking every word deliberately, "What is justice? Is it not to ensure that the people can live peacefully?" Kapu, being Kapu, shot back with a piercing retort. "But when there are good boys here, they turn around and engage in pillaging elsewhere. Does your sense of justice only apply to this one island? That is too narrow." A local patron, unable to contain himself, stood up and shouted, "You shall not speak of Mr. Matt that way. He has protected us." I chimed in, rather than calling it narrow-mindedness. It is more about self-preservation. In such chaotic times, being able to safeguard the people under your rule is quite remarkable. If we are to speak candidly, the Navy ruling the seas cannot even accomplish this basic task. Once those words left my lips, silence enveloped the room. Kapu whipped around to glare at me, seemingly wanting to chastise a mere child, yet the words died on his lips. Perhaps he was reminded of the celestial dragons above the Navy. Indeed, the Navy was a product of compromise. Who could demand that anyone's sense of justice be flawless? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the tavern door swung open again with a thud. Let me tell you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Roger strode in, leading his crew in a grand entrance. Jabba's booming voice echoed, "Miss Lugio, we are back." All eyes turned towards them, and the most pronounced reaction came from Kapu at the bar. He sputtered beer everywhere. Roger stood, dumbfounded, staring at Kapu. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. This little tavern would surely be demolished by the two of them. Instantly, Roger's crew drew their swords, and the atmosphere exploded. Yet, Kapu wiped his mouth and, in a state of dejection, said, "Roger, I am not in the mood to fight you right now." You won't believe what Roger said next. He grinned widely. "Is that so? That is excellent." He swaggered over, plopped down beside Matt, and took a bottle of liquor, downing it while saying, "I just took care of some business and arrived late. Self-punishment of 3 drinks. Kapu and Matt exchanged bewildered glances, questioning who this man was. Were they that familiar? But in the next moment, these two began chatting amicably, and I was taken aback. If one didn't know better, they might think they were sworn brothers. The tavern erupted with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Roger turned to me and asked, "Daro, young man, it seems you can see the future, right?" My heart skipped a beat. This fellow had the ability to hear the voice of all things. Could he have genuinely sensed something? I glanced at Lugio beside me, steeling my resolve to play the oracle and take a gamble. "Well, I know a bit." The entire room gasped. Kapu, intoxicated, scoffed and said, "This little brat? If he could see the future, then Roger could become the Pirate King, and I could become a naval hero." Roger, however, looked serious. What will my future be like? I gazed at him earnestly and responded, you will become the freest person upon these seas. The freest person? Indeed, that is to say, the Pirate King. The Pirate King? Haha, sounds delightful. Roger erupted into laughter. I disregarded Kapu's jeers and added, additionally, Mr. Roger, it would be wise to check your health. Roger paused, seemingly perplexed by my statement. That night, everyone drank to their heart's content before departing. Kapu and Matt, arm in arm, made their way to the naval base. However, upon reaching the entrance, Matt halted, pointing inside. Kapu's inebriation vanished in an instant as he beheld the sight. All the naval soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, in various states of slumber. Kapu's roar likely echoed across half the island. Roger! He finally understood the meaning behind Roger's claim of taking care of some business and self-punishment of 3 drinks. The next day, the regular season officially commenced. What a spectacle it was, an overwhelming crowd, drums beating, akin to a festival. I lined up with the other 32 competitors as the host introduced each of us with great fanfare. The first match featured the Fur Tribe's Sang Lu against the bounty hunter Tim. I must say, the intensity of the regular season was entirely different. These two fought with sparks flying. Tim's marksmanship was extraordinary, employing a technique called 12 symphonies, crafting a net of 12 bullets at sharp angles that left the Fur brother bewildered. He then executed the final tap dance, forcing his opponent to dance amidst a hail of bullets, ultimately resulting in a victory for Tim. I was thoroughly engrossed and learned much. Following that, the second match of the day was another highlight. Hequan Liqian versus the perennial runner-up, Yulun. This Yulun was a bald, lanky gentleman, but the calluses on his fists were thicker than city walls. As he stepped into the arena, the audience erupted, chanting his name, indicating his popularity. Consequently, the betting odds were outrageous, with many believing Hequan Liqian would meet his match here. I discreetly cast a glance with my deathly eyes. Although the aura of this Uncle Yulun remained, his fierce determination to win seemed to have waned, focusing instead on participation. In an instant, I felt a surge of confidence, prompting me to instruct Sangni Rua to wager my 65 million berries entirely on Hequan Liqian's victory. Fortune favors the bold, and if I win this round, it would yield over 100 million. On the battlefield, Yulun observed the steadily advancing Hequan Liqian with evident irritation, likely reminded of the relentless Hequan Ji, who had tormented him for 6 years. Hequan Liqian, however, remained undeterred, gripping the hilt of his renowned blade, the Kanjo, one of the famed Yiwu 21, slowly drawing it forth. The blade gleamed ominously, aimed directly at his adversary. Yulun, witnessing this display, let out a bitter laugh, yet his gaze transformed instantly. With a series of audible cracks, his frail body swelled, morphing into a formidable figure of muscle. Han Yuquan. He assumed a horse stance, his hands poised as if embracing the wind, embodying the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. Meanwhile, Hequan Liqian stepped forward, his left foot leading, wielding his sword and adopting the stance of the 8 forms of Kenjutsu, ready to confront the challenge. Yet, let me tell you, the opponent displayed a blatant disregard for martial ethics, instantly appearing before Hequan Liqian. It was as if he had teleported. With a powerful push, he closed the distance, swiftly executing a sweeping kick that struck like a whip. Fortunately, Hequan Liqian reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block the attack with a resounding clang. However, that rascal Yulun capitalized on the momentum, collapsing to the ground and ensnaring Hequan Liqian with his scissor-like legs. Then guess what? He slammed his hands down, propelling himself upward like a sprout breaking through the earth, dragging Hequan Liqian with him into the air, the two entangled like twisted vines. Embarking on the fabled crocodile death roll, about to crash down. Anyone who understands the stakes knows that if they hit the ground hard, it could spell disaster. Aware of the peril, Hequan Liqian acted quickly, thrusting his blade into the earth mid-air to halt their rotation. With a powerful kick, he sent Yulun flying away. Upon landing, astonishingly, the first round concluded in a draw. Now, it was Hequan Liqian's turn to attack. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy akin to a rainstorm. Yet, that slippery Yuluan remained low, weaving through the onslaught as if dancing, evading every strike. He continued to advance, eager for close combat. But did Huchuan Liqian fear this? Not in the slightest. No matter how swift your punches, my blade danced with the precision of an iron barrel, impervious to any water. Thus, they battled fiercely from one end of the stage to the other, fists flying and blades flashing, igniting an intense spectacle. The audience watched, jaws agape, likely pondering. Is this truly the soft-spoken individual we once underestimated? At that moment, Daluo Roger and Huchuan Liqian's father, seemingly in perfect harmony, uttered in unison, "It's over." As the words echoed, Huchuan Liqian gently caressed the blade, then raised it skyward before vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Yulin, leisurely sheathing his sword. The moment the blade clicked into place, a chilling light swept across the duel arena, leaving a profound gash upon the ground. Meanwhile, Yuluan lay bleeding on the floor. The victors of this match were two, Huchuan Liqian and Daluo. What a triumph! Daluo nearly leaped for joy, a staggering 13 million berries at his disposal. On the other side, Huchuan Liqian's father barely glanced before rising to depart. Meanwhile, Jabba laughed heartily. Haha, ISNT the next match, Daluo's? Indeed, I must tell you, Daluo's upcoming opponent is quite the oddity. A peculiar fellow with a crooked mouth, incessantly emitting strange sounds, goes by the name of Long Xiao Ji Quan Long Gear. Whether the dragon roars, I do not know, but Daluo certainly laughed. The odds for this character were outrageous, standing at 15, without a second thought. Daluo wagered on himself again. It felt as though money was being shoved into his mouth. The atmosphere was electric, filled with cheers for the peculiar fellow, Long Gear, the true dragon of this world. Two women, previously cheering for him, joined in the fervent chorus. The man savored the attention, circling the arena and high-fiving fans before returning to the stage. As the referee commenced the countdown, the match began. Daluo, unfazed by his opponent's popularity, closed the distance in an instant. The peculiar man reacted swiftly, letting out a strange cry before launching a left hook. Remarkably, his punch carried a sound effect, the whooshing noise echoing with woe, sending shivers down one's spine. In that moment of distraction, a right straight aimed at Daluo's waist followed. Daluo quickly lifted his leg to block, resulting in a forceful impact that pushed both combatants back several steps. Long Gear shook his hand in astonishment, likely surprised by the strength in Daluo's legs. Having gauged the situation, Long Gear no longer underestimated Daluo, adopting a stance known as violent killing fist. His hands flailed at high speed, accompanied by the enchanting woohoo sound effects, rendering it nearly impossible to discern from which angle he would strike. Suddenly, his left hand launched an unexpected attack. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to the blow, but Daluo, possessing Kinbunchika Haki, perceived the movement as clearly as a spotlight in the darkness. He deftly deflected the attack, then lowered himself for a flying kick that struck true. The impact contorted Long Gear's body, but guess what? His veins bulged as he braced himself against the force, seizing Daluo's leg and delivering a powerful punch that sent Daluo flying. Well then, it's clear the regular matches are no walk in the park. Daluo brushed off the dirt and rose from the ground, leisurely drawing out his revolver from his waist as he stepped back to a distance of 10 meters from his opponent. The man stood dumbfounded. Is this guy a gunslinger? He likely couldn't fathom that a formidable close combat fighter could also wield firearms. Initially, Daluo had no intention of using his gun, but after witnessing Tim's match, he felt compelled. He removed the magazine filled with special bullets, replacing it with standard ammunition. After all, this fellow was not a villain. There was no need for excessive brutality. Then the iconic moment arrived. Daluo dual-wielded revolvers, raised his arms, aimed, and simultaneously pulled the triggers 6 times. 12 bullets erupted almost simultaneously, tracing 12 beautiful lines of fire, enveloping Long Gear like a net. Terrified, the man frantically dodged in a chaotic manner, attempting to evade the onslaught. But could he escape? Daluo possessed a deadly aim. If he wished, all 12 bullets could find their way into the same hole. However, he refrained from such an act. It was challenging to leave a survivor. Daluo mused to himself. Thus, under Daluo's precise control, only 2 bullets struck, landing perfectly on Long Gear's knees, incapacitating him instantly without claiming his life. As for the remaining 10 bullets, they all struck the same spot on the ground beneath Long Gear, creating a single bullet hole. This maneuver was reminiscent of an esports masterpiece from 2025, showcasing impeccable precision. The victor was Daluo, as proclaimed by the referee. Long Gear conceded defeat. Back in the waiting area, Tim's eyes sparkled as he remarked to himself, "Daluo, how intriguing. I hope to face you in battle." Daluo, however, had other thoughts on his mind, fixated solely on his newfound riches. As soon as the match concluded, he dashed into Sangni Rua's private room, bursting through the door and asking, "Sangni Rua, how much money do I have now?" Sangni swallowed hard, regarding him with an expression akin to that reserved for a monster, and tremulously uttered a figure, approximately 180 million. The competition continued. Yet Roger and his companions had already prepared to depart. Leaving Roger? "Indeed, we must depart. A storm is brewing," Roger remarked, gesturing towards the sky, his face imbued with profound meaning. Jabba, still somewhat bewildered, inquired, "A storm? I find the sky rather pleasant." No sooner had he spoken than a massive dark cloud loomed, unleashing torrents of rain. It truly was a shift in weather. The following day, the entire ocean erupted in chaos. News spread like wildfire, proclaiming, "Breaking news. Admiral Steel Bone Kong leads his fleet in a confrontation against the Rocks pirates in a new world." Darrow purchased a newspaper at the tavern's entrance, and Roger asked him to bring one as well. The two gathered to peruse the front page, which featured a grand photograph of Rocks, Kaido, Big Mom, and their monstrous crew. The Navy was poised for a decisive battle with Rocks. Roger appeared somewhat astonished. Beside him, Lykeet curiously asked, "Captain Roger, are you aware of this?" "Yes, I am. Rocks had extended an invitation to me previously, which I declined," Roger casually replied. "Why did you refuse?" Darrow inquired. "What more needs to be said?" Roger grinned. "A pirate must revel in freedom. Establishing alliances akin to clocking in at a job renders it meaningless." This rationale, articulated by Roger and Luffy, possesses an undeniable persuasive quality. Simultaneously, in the New World, an unnamed island was engulfed in tumultuous conflict. Navy and pirate vessels surged onto the island in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Within the Navy Command Center, a Commodore shouted through a telescope, "Admiral Kong, the Silver Axe Pirates are here. They've also arrived." Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow. "No, we cannot divide our forces. The pressure on the front lines is too immense. Yet allowing them to land will present significant issues on our flanks." After a moment's contemplation, Kong addressed the two individuals before the map, Sengoku, Little Crane. "You must go and ensure that they are halted." Nearby, a Commodore named Flying Squirrel expressed doubt. "Just the two of them? Is that sufficient?" Steelbone Kong replied sternly. "Sengoku, Little Crane, demonstrate your strength." Thus, the future Admiral and Chief Strategist donned their cloaks of justice and embarked on their mission. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the Rocks Pirate Alliance, Rocks sat upon his throne, resembling a Dark Lord. "What is the status of the battle?" he inquired. One subordinate, trembling, reported, "Kaido and Lin Lin are engaged with Admiral Zifa, while Whitebeard and Shiki are occupied." Captain John responded, "Whitebeard is unwell and has sought a physician. Shiki intends to capture that newcomer named Roger. He should be in the Four Seas." "Roger?" Rocks snorted. "Is that the newcomer who spurned my invitation?" "Oomph. I shall settle accounts with him later. For now, summon Newgate and Shiki immediately. This time, I will overthrow the entire Navy." Before he could finish his statement, Sengoku and Little Crane had already dispatched the Silver Axe Pirates. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a shockwave that sent the Silver Axe crew fleeing, abandoning their ship and plunging into the sea, their fates uncertain. Upon returning to the command center, Sengoku, with a grave expression, retrieved a din mushi and pressed it. Captain John's voice echoed from within. "Silver Axe, hold your position. We have dispatched Newgate and Shiki to assist." With a sharp crack, Steelbone Kong hung up the den mushy, his countenance darkening to the utmost. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion are also on their way. This is troublesome. The command room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone understood that the Navy was already stretched thin. The arrival of 2 more monsters of such caliber would tip the scales irreversibly in favor of the pirates. If only that scoundrel Carp were here, Sengoku muttered. However, Carp was currently in the WestBlue, as a Commodore discreetly reminded. Indeed, in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, this battle, which could determine the Navy's very existence, might not hold as much significance as their slave-capturing endeavors. Steelbone Kong remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. If it comes to that, let Carp come. I will bear the brunt of the Celestial Dragon's ire. He cannot stand idly by while thousands of Navy soldiers perish here. Time returned to the tavern, which remained lively as ever. The conflict in the New World served as fodder for conversation over drinks, yet no one truly cared. Darrow had just completed another match, emerging victorious, and his next opponent would be that fellow Tim. Meanwhile, Carp was thoroughly vexed. Having been outmaneuvered by Roger, he was now being pressured by the Celestial Dragon's agents to scour the world for fugitives. Sengoku's calls flooded in, urging him to hasten to the New World for assistance. But could he leave? Acting without orders would not only incur his own punishment, but also lead to Steelbone Kong's impeachment. Frustrated, Carp ruffled his hair into a disarrayed mess, lamenting in agony. The next day, Carp returned to the tavern, his expression one of deep discontent as he complained to his aide. Still no leads. Have those CP0 idiots made a mistake? He raised a glass of cocktail and downed it, calling out to the bar, "Hey Tarek, bring me another drink." "Certainly," replied the bartender, known as Like Heat, scratching his nose as he handed over another bottle. Who understands the plight of a man like Carp, who is scouring the world for a fugitive, now standing right before him, mixing drinks? Darrow sat beside Carp, observing the entire scene unfold. This could not continue. Eventually, they would be exposed. Darrow, with a sudden thought, turned to Carp and said, "Commodore Carp, I have a plan that will allow you to return without defying orders." Carp, skeptical, replied, "Come on, you're just boasting again." Nevertheless, he inquired, "What is the plan?" "Well, it requires someone's assistance," Darrow said, glancing at the now inebriated Roger. Named directly, Roger lifted his head. "Me? But I am a pirate." "It's simple," Darrow smiled slightly. "You two should engage in a brawl, and everything will be resolved." Darrow's plan was ingenious. Claimed that the Roger pirates had connections to the runaway slave, prompting Carp to pursue them, resulting in a fierce clash that would leave both parties battered. This way, Carp could justify his return to Marineford under the pretext of needing recovery from severe injuries. Once at headquarters, a wounded soldier rushing to the front lines would evoke no blame. The Celestial Dragons would also have nothing to say, as he would have captured the fugitive and engaged in battle. Steelbone Kong would be more than eager for him to return, surely aiding in damage control. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Roger, however, was left bewildered. No way. "Roger, you have no choice but to fight now." Carp laughed heartily, his fist clenched, adopting a stance that suggested he would arrest Roger if he dared to refuse. "Very well," Roger relented, placing his straw hat atop his head in acceptance of the plan. In this scheme, Carp emerged victorious, Darrow too, while Roger found himself unwittingly cast in an elaborate performance alongside an old adversary. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Corley impatiently questioned her subordinates. "Have you not found him yet? That slave seems to have vanished from existence, eluding all our searches." Bode appeared equally frustrated, having searched for several days without any clue. "It seems we have yet to explore that neighborhood," Buter remarked, pointing towards the district housing the Potter Tavern. "That neighborhood? Impossible. Isn't that where the Navy Commodore has always been stationed?" Corley rolled her eyes, critiquing Buter. "That may be true. Let's search elsewhere." Bode ordered once more. "Understood." Buter and Corley replied half-heartedly. Chapter 61. The Great Director Darrow, we have discovered the whereabouts of a slave. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the lead actor, Major Matt, had already taken his position, beginning his day-long performance with a line devoid of any acting skill, yet brimming with emotion. "Where?" Bode inquired, excitement palpable. Upon hearing the news of Like Heat, The expressions of Buurdwa and Kueli were near to overflowing with joy. In the past few days, they had thoroughly searched Lizibata, yet had failed to catch a glimpse of that elusive individual. As time dragged on, their hopes of capturing Likheat grew increasingly dim. They had even resigned themselves to the prospect of concluding their mission and facing the punishment from their master, the Tenryubito. "Please follow me," Major General Mate stated as he proceeded ahead, leading the trio towards the western beach of Lizibata. 15 minutes later, Major General Mate and the 3 members of the CP organization arrived at the beach. Earlier that morning, Vice Admiral Kapu had spotted Likheat while on patrol. He also discovered the connection between Likheat and the Roger pirates, suspecting that the Roger pirates had come to Lizibata to assist him. Unfortunately, Kapu had interrupted their rendezvous, causing Likheat to flee aboard the Roger pirate ship. Subsequently, Kapu led a naval pursuit and engaged in battle with the Roger pirates on a nearby island. Major General Mate gestured towards an unknown island in the distance. Following his indication, indeed, a pirate ship was anchored near the island, with a massive naval vessel pursuing closely behind. At this juncture, Major General Mate's role had come to an end. He merely needed to observe the reactions of Buurdwa and his companions. As anticipated, after exchanging glances, the trio decisively propelled themselves into the air with a powerful leap. Both Buurdwa and Boide activated their moonwalk, while Kueli transformed into an owl, soaring directly towards the island. Watching them ascend, Major General Mate shrugged, contemplating a visit to the tavern for a drink, as he had no further business here. Marking his official exit from the scene, shifting the perspective to the island, the trio of Roger, Daluo, and Kapu simultaneously sensed the approach of Buurdwa and his companions. However, due to Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things, he perceived their presence first, followed closely by Daluo, who possessed a rare observation haki, and lastly, Kapu. The perceptive Kapu noted this detail and cast a meaningful glance at Daluo, yet chose to remain silent, as more pressing matters awaited his attention. "Let's commence," Daluo said, observing that Buurdwa and the others were nearing the island. With the audience in place, the lead character, Kapu, and the second lead, Roger, prepared to begin the second act of their performance. As the objective was simply to portray a fierce battle between Kapu and Roger, Daluo had no intention of allowing them to engage in a genuine conflict. After all, a real confrontation could lead to dire consequences for Roger. Moreover, Kapu was reluctant, as he still needed to assist the Navy. Sustaining injuries would render him less effective in the New World. "I believe this angle will suffice," Daluo instructed as he positioned himself behind a large rock wall. Addressing Roger, "Captain Roger, unleash your strike from this angle." Understood," Roger replied, drawing his sword, poised to swing. "Wait, we only need to drive them back. Let's not truly harm them," Kapu called out. Although he held no fondness for the Tenryubito and was likewise unenthusiastic about the CP organization, Kapu, as a member of the same alliance, did not wish to jeopardize the lives of Buurdwa and his comrades. Daluo silently mused that such an outcome would simplify matters and ensure Likheat's safety. However, he reassured Kapu, "Do not worry. They too possess observation haki, and at this distance, they should be able to evade." Indeed, Kapu conceded. "Here I go," Roger declared as he raised his formidable sword, the ace, drawing it back to its fullest extent before executing a powerful slash. The tremendous red-black flying slash erupted, seemingly threatening to extinguish all light in the world. It then sliced through the rock wall before Daluo, severing it effortlessly. Yet the attack did not end there. It hurtled towards Buurdwa and his companions, encompassing them within its expansive reach. Daluo was momentarily rendered speechless, perceiving this as a technique from an entirely different dimension. Unbeknownst to him, this strike was a culmination of various forces, the intertwining of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and mastery of swordsmanship, all essential to becoming a top-tier powerhouse upon the seas. Is this the assault of that pirate named Roger? Buurdwa pondered aloud, although not from the same school of thought. He was aware that Kapu was not a swordsman. Thus, the massive flying slash could only have originated from Roger, who had been engaged in combat with Kapu. "A perilous aura," Buurdwa exclaimed, sensing the intensity. What kind of monster is this? Are we truly destined for that island? Coeli added, trembling at the thought, as the soaring slash had narrowly missed her, almost causing her wings to vanish. Fortunately, the trio managed to avoid the flying attack. For as long as Roger wielded control over his power, he would not strike them. Nevertheless, we must at least investigate. Otherwise, we shall remain ignorant of the situation. Bourdwa concluded. Thus, the trio slowed their pace and cautiously approached the island, flying gradually. "Ah, they haven't given up," Daluo remarked, observing their continued approach through his hockey. "Kapu, if you would," he beckoned. "Oh," Kapu replied, moving toward a small hill, seeking an advantageous angle, determined to showcase his prowess after witnessing Roger's awe-inspiring strike. "The Navy must not be outdone by pirates," he muttered to himself. Before he could finish his thought, Kapu unleashed a powerful punch. If Roger's sword strike aimed to cleave the heavens, Kapu's blow seemed intent on annihilating the world itself. With a single punch, the small hill before him was obliterated, sending countless stones and debris flying outward towards the sea. Are the beings on that island truly monsters? Buward was stammered, swallowing hard. "Take cover," Buward was shouted, shoving the still-dazed Coeli aside. As massive rocks soared towards them, the trio employed their moonwalk to nimbly evade the projectiles. "Should we retreat?" Buwardwa hesitated, but the thought of the cruel punishment awaiting them from the Tenryubido should they fail spurred him onward. Thus, they resolutely continued towards the island. I no longer care. I wish to return. What purpose do we serve in confronting those two monsters on the island? Coeli is on the verge of collapse. In her view, our trio might be directly annihilated by the aftermath of their battle. This cannot be, Bode firmly asserted, suggesting that if one wishes to go, they should do so alone. Coeli became somewhat irate, believing that the conflict between those two was beyond their capacity to intervene. "Be cautious. Let us first assess the situation," Buter suggested, attempting to ease the tension. The three once more took a moment to regroup before continuing their flight toward the small island, imbued with a sense of inevitable sacrifice. Still undeterred, it seems we must resort to Plan B. Dalu sensed the positions of his companions and realized they were still heading toward the island. What is Plan B? It entails having Kapu and Roger confront one another in a single blow. Dalu was confident that with their strength, few could withstand the resulting shockwave. "Dalu, regarding Plan B, what'll you do?" Roger inquired, scratching his head, aware that should both unleash their full might, Dalu would be the one closest to the blast. "Fear not. I am eager to discover how far I am from the pinnacle of this ocean," Dalu replied, warmed by Roger's concern, yet swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Very well, then. Take care, Dalu. Here it comes," Roger proclaimed as he unsheathed his sword once more, channeling all his strength into a powerful swing. Kapu, not to be outdone, enveloped his right arm in haki, transforming it into a dark iron-like appendage, then drew back his fist, preparing to strike. Divine avoidance. Mighty fist, the fist and blade collided. No, they did not even make contact before a tremendous shockwave erupted. The entire island trembled. The surrounding area, including the air above, was engulfed by the immense force. Countless stones and sands on the island were sent flying, and Dalu was swept away by the overwhelming blast, only to be halted by a massive boulder, preventing him from being flung further. However, he found himself deeply embedded in the rock, crossing his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet this was not the most perilous aspect. The most critical threat was the astonishing aura emanating from Roger's Conqueror's haki. To avoid being rendered unconscious by its might, Dalu summoned all his mental fortitude, barely managing to remain conscious. What the outside of the island? The shockwave that erupted from the small island threatened to part the sea, conjuring towering waves. Near the coast of Razorbat, where the water was shallow, it seemed as if the sea was nearly drained, revealing parts of the seabed. More astonishingly, the clouds above the small island appeared shredded, fragmented into numerous small pieces. As for Bode and the others, they were instantly rendered unconscious by the aftermath of the collision, akin to fallen mosquitoes plunging straight into the sea. Such is the clash of the ocean's strongest. As the shockwave dissipated, Dalu extricated himself from the boulder, surveying the desolate scene around him, and let out a wry smile. Merely resisting the pressure and force generated by the confrontation had exhausted all his strength. At that moment, he felt as if he had just emerged from a washing machine, his body aching and twisted. "Not bad at all, young Dalu," Kapu remarked, noticing Dalu's ability to stand. Dalu waved his hand in a smile, and, once again utilizing his observation hockey, stated, "The three of them must have lost consciousness. Thus, this performance has come to an end." Chapter 62. The Duel of Marksmen. The play performed for the Celestial Dragons has concluded, and it is time to depart. Kapu was eager to rush to the New World to support the Navy, while Roger's pirate crew prepared to set sail for their grand adventure. On an unnamed small island, on the coast facing away from Razabat, a naval frigate and a pirate ship were docked side by side. "Farewell, young Dalu," Roger announced, donning his straw hat and departing for the pirate ship without looking back. On the deck of the ship, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others awaited. "Goodbye, young Dalu," exclaimed the enthusiastic Jabba, whose fervor made farewells feel overwhelming. "Please convey my regards to Trek and Miss Luigi," Rayleigh added, displaying a modicum of decorum as he bid Dalu farewell. "Farewell." Upon hearing Dalu's response, Jabba and Roger waved from the deck, and the ship set its sails, gliding away across the distant sea. As the mast vanished beyond the horizon, the melancholy of parting dissipated. Here, as Roger departed, Kapu finished his preparations and, after accounting for his crew, boarded the ship, his urgency palpable. Following his farewell to Dalu, the naval vessel was set to leave the shore. Suddenly, on the deck, Kapu seemed to recall his initial conversation with Matt at the tavern and Dalu's jest about seeing the future, prompting him to ask Dalu, "Do you think the Navy will ever achieve true justice?" Dalu, taken aback by Kapu's unexpected question, was reminded of KB, Smoker, and Fujitora, and replied, "Certainly, but it will be a long time coming." "A long time, you say?" Kapu laughed heartily from the deck, though he remained skeptical of Dalu's claim of foresight. Nevertheless, hearing a positive response brought him joy. However, the lengthy wait would be too late. Let this era witness my justice. After parting ways with the two, Dalu chose not to linger on the small island. He encountered Rear Admiral Matt, who had come to rescue Bode and the others, and secured a ride back. Bode and his companions were not dead. As witnesses to Kapu's pursuit of Roger's pirate crew, they needed to survive to relay the information to the Celestial Dragons, ensuring Rector's safety and providing Kapu with a legitimate reason to return to Navy headquarters. Upon returning to the tavern, Dalu greeted Luigi before retreating upstairs to rest, for he had a match to compete in later that afternoon against a sharpshooter named Tim, requiring him to rejuvenate his energy. Meanwhile, Rector, upon learning of Roger's pirate crew and Kapu's departure, paused momentarily, murmuring, "They have left?" Reminiscing about the joyful times, Luigi gently remarked, "Everyone is truly wonderful." Perhaps due to the absence of Roger's crew, the tavern fell into a hushed stillness, rendering it somewhat desolate. The atmosphere remained subdued until lunchtime. However, by the afternoon, Dalu's perspective shifted. The fervent atmosphere of the competition instantaneously drew Deluo back to the arena. Due to Tim's previous victory over the formidable Bear Cousins, who had a bounty of 100 million, the odds for Deluo's match were also quite favorable at 13. As the match progressed, the stakes grew higher, resulting in greater potential earnings. After a brief calculation, Deluo realized that a victory in this match could elevate his funds to a staggering 1.7 billion Bailey. He could not afford to lose. Stretching his arm, which was sore from being battered by stones earlier in the day, Deluo made his way toward the battleground. Meanwhile, Tim, positioned at the preparation stage, observed Deluo's departing figure with grave seriousness. He removed his backpack and firmly grasped a gold-plated revolver from within. Methodically loading each bullet into the golden revolver, Tim murmured, "Deluo, is it? I hope you are worthy of being defeated by this gun." With that, Tim stepped into the player's passage with deliberate calmness. The audience in the stands was already a cacophony of excitement, clearly eager for a match they had long anticipated. "Tim, give it your all. Deluo, take down that arrogant bounty hunter." The cheers for both competitors echoed back and forth, perhaps due to their exceptional performances in previous rounds, each having garnered a substantial following. Fortunately, the referee did not keep the spectators waiting long. The bell rang. signaling the commencement of the match. In fact, the competition had already begun even before the final toll of the bell faded. As DeLuo and Tim simultaneously leaped to the right at the sound's conclusion. In midair, both aimed their revolvers at each other. Gunfire erupted, bullets swirling chaotically between DeLuo and Tim, each shot meticulously aimed. The bullets collided and intertwined in midair, with only a few escaping to target either opponent. DeLuo's shots were particularly cunning, and with his sharp focus, his adversary had little chance of evasion. A few surviving bullets, launched at unexpected angles, sped toward Tim, but he executed a surprising roll to evade them. While DeLuo's bullets were fierce and precise, Tim unleashed a barrage of 6 additional shots in the same time frame. To avoid DeLuo's onslaught, he employed the technique known as Qing Yao, utilizing his second jump to evade. In the first round, both contenders exhibited remarkable parity. "Can you feel it?" Tim inquired as he rose from the ground, addressing DeLuo. "What?" DeLuo responded, somewhat perplexed by the sudden question. "You can sense your opponent's movements, can't you?" Realizing the ambiguity of his inquiry, Tim elaborated. "Well, what of it?" DeLuo replied, having figured out that Tim was referring to the observation hockey. "How wonderful!" Tim exclaimed, taken aback by DeLuo's affirmation. Although he was still unaware of the specifics of the observation hockey, he recognized it as the higher realm he had been ardently pursuing, the pinnacle of a sharpshooter's skill. "What's this about?" DeLuo muttered. Perhaps he had naturally awakened the observation hockey, or perhaps his recent time spent with Roger and Carp had led him to perceive it as less significant. However, this was a misapprehension. In the world of the seas, the observation hockey was a power of an entirely different dimension. Tim felt this acutely. As a gunslinger, he endured not only the fear of close combat, but also the realization that the power of firearms was woefully inadequate to inflict meaningful damage upon foes. To compensate for this deficiency, he had relentlessly honed his marksmanship, seeking to overcome those limitations. Yet no matter how high he pushed his shooting skills, he found himself unable to advance further. He even doubted that the pinnacle of marksmanship was truly attainable, forever overshadowed by those who wielded swords or possessed devil fruit abilities. It was not until one fateful day when he visited a legendary gunslinger from the South Seas, a man with a distinctive red nose, who revealed to him that the next level of marksmanship was an even greater perception, anticipating the enemy's moves. Overjoyed to discover that there were still untraveled paths ahead, Tim began to roam in search of those who had attained this level. But after years of fruitless endeavors, he had found nothing. Thus, when he witnessed DeLuo's bullets flying with such precision, as if preordained, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement that compelled him to draw his cherished revolver. "Yet, I shall not be defeated," Tim declared, raising his revolver once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon DeLuo. Unfazed, DeLuo retaliated with equal fervor. The two men resembled cowboys in a western duel, rolling and dodging, firing their weapons as bullets soared through the air, eliciting cheers from the audience. Finally, both competitors seized upon the other's moment of vulnerability, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. "Let me show you my resolve," Tim shouted, raising both hands as he aimed his revolvers at DeLuo, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Symphony number 24, notably, the golden revolver fired with astounding speed. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that after exhausting the chamber, Tim deftly pressed a latch on the golden revolver, causing the empty chamber to eject swiftly. The actions of ejecting, swapping chambers, reloading, and firing occurred within mere fractions of a second, making it seem as if the golden revolver possessed an endless supply of ammunition. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of bullets hurtling toward him, DeLuo felt a chill run down his spine. The firepower was beyond what he believed possible from a revolver. Reluctantly, he resorted to using Shunpa to sidestep the barrage. Simultaneously, DeLuo propelled himself toward Tim, intent on closing the distance for a finishing strike. However, Tim stood his ground unwavering, merely lifting his gun to aim at DeLuo. Such confidence! If he missed, he would render himself entirely defenseless against DeLuo's advance. Could he succeed? Tim believed he could. In countless life-or-death encounters, he had faced adversaries attempting to close in on him using this very gamble. What was the outcome? He was still alive. And that was the answer. The bullet soared forth at an enigmatic angle, targeting DeLuo, who was airborne. Bang! As if he had anticipated it. DeLuo merely tilted his head slightly, evading the lethal shot, and seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Tim's midsection. Is this the next realm of a gunslinger? This was Tim's solitary thought as he was sent spiraling through the air. With a thud, Tim landed and promptly lost consciousness. The referee approached, confirming Tim's complete incapacity to continue, and proclaimed loudly, "Combat ability lost." The victor is DeLuo. Chapter 63, The Golden Revolver Leone. 2 days later, the match between DeLuo and Tim marked the final phase of the ranking tournament. In the final stage, the remaining 4 contestants will undergo both semifinals and finals to determine the ultimate champion. Prior to the semifinals, there will be a 3-day hiatus, allowing the participants to adjust to their optimal state, thereby presenting the audience with a captivating display. Of course, this is merely a superficial pretext. In reality, as a grand finale of the annual gambling industry, the semifinals and finals have become a jubilant celebration for bettors each year. The 3-day break serves to maximize the financial returns, providing ample time for local tourists or gamblers to arrive, as well as allowing various betting houses to receive increased wagers. Despite the supposed rest period, DeLuo was far from idle. He had already ascended to the status of a major star on the island, to the extent that the tavern was nearly trampled by customers over the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, it was Tim, the one DeLuo had bested, who had been a frequent visitor during this time, insisting on discussing shooting techniques even while bandaged. DeLuo, not one to withhold knowledge, shared some insights from the original text concerning the cultivation of color perception, while also learning numerous shooting techniques from Tim. Regrettably, all good things must come to an end. In the morning, Tim paid a visit to bid farewell, stating his intention to return to the Duchy of Bansi for diligent training, aspiring to delve deeper into the realm of marksmanship, and even mentioned a future rematch with DeLuo. Autumn truly is a season well suited for farewells. DeLuo mused as he sat at the bar, stroking the revolver in his hand. First, he departed from Ba Tailila Island, bidding adieu to Lao Xiao, Shi, and Dechi. Then, upon arriving at Lai Zibate, he said goodbye to Ka Pu and Luo Jia on the same day. And now Tim was leaving as well. DeLuo held a deep admiration for this tenacious rival devoted to the path of the marksman. Indeed, if the revolver in DeLuo's hand were to serve as a merit point, his appreciation for Tim would undoubtedly blossom into fondness. Indeed, when Tim departed, he left behind the golden revolver, stating it was a token of gratitude for DeLuo revealing the higher realms of marksmanship to him, and urged DeLuo to wield the weapon to gain fame in the world. One endearing fellow, DeLuo remarked. DeLuo carefully lifted the golden revolver, inspecting it under the light, and deftly pressed the latch on the front of the cylinder, which promptly detached and fell into his palm. In truth, both the design and the weapon itself were familiar to DeLuo. Detailed records of it could be found in the cheese notes of the marksman. How to describe it? It can be said to have significant origins. This rapid reloading revolver hails from the Duchy of Bansi, reputedly crafted for a renowned gun squad, having been refined through numerous battles by its leader, Bansi, until it reached its current form. Through such improvements, the squad's firepower became astonishing, achieving unparalleled success in numerous grand battles. Years later, Bansi, the leader of this gun squad, ascended to become a legendary general within the kingdom. Moreover, the latch structure became a closely guarded secret of the duchy, with each weapon issued to the gun squad meticulously numbered and subjected to stringent control, never to be divulged. As for this particular weapon, it is steeped in even greater history. Having become a great general, Bansi quickly emerged as a hero of the entire kingdom. Indeed, at that time, the Duchy of Bansi was still a kingdom. However, the reigning king, for reasons known only to him, heeded the slander of his ministers, who claimed that possessing such a pistol would render the kingdom's military invincible, regardless of who the general might be. Thus, the esteemed Bansi was summoned to the royal palace, where the king even threatened him with the life of his wife to compel his surrender. Unbeknownst to the king, Bansi's wife was a fierce woman who, unwilling to see her husband perish for her sake, hurled herself against the soldiers' spears, dying instantly. Witnessing his wife's demise, Bansi, consumed by rage, led the gun squad to raise the palace and personally executed the king. This very revolver, now held by Deluo, is the predecessor of that fateful weapon. Subsequently, Bansi ascended to the throne and ruled as king for several decades. Since he and his wife had no children and Bansi never remarried, he abolished the hereditary system upon his death. He re-established the kingdom as a duchy and mandated that the monarch be elected, propelling the Duchy of Bansi to become one of the most formidable nations in the South Sea. In later years, to commemorate this great ruler, the revolver used in the regicide was reforged with the collective craftsmanship of the nation, enhanced and adorned with a layer of gold, and named after Bansi's wife. The Golden Revolver Leone. This weapon gained renown for its rapid reloading speed, fluid design, and exceptional precision. It ranks fifth in Laodice's notes of the marksman, though Deluo remains unaware of any hidden agendas, as this ranking was established by Laodice himself and may lack authoritative validity. If only everyone were as passionate as Tim, Deluo thought, reflecting on the departing Kapu and Luo Jie. How could there be such a disparity in humanity? Achoo! On the deck of the naval vessel, Kapu seemed to sense someone speaking ill of him, prompting a mighty sneeze. To expedite their journey, Kapu chose not to navigate through the upside-down mountain to enter the Grand Line and then reach the New World. Instead, he opted to traverse the calm belt directly. Thanks to the presence of sea stone beneath the naval ship, they could pass through the calm belt without provoking the Sea Kings. Kapu, this is Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, an aide approached with a din mushi, presenting it to Kapu. Moshi, this is Kapu. Kapu, are you still in the South Sea? Sengoku did not even inquire about the progress of Kapu's mission concerning the celestial dragons. His first question was about Kapu's location, indicating the urgency of the situation. No, I'm currently in the calm belt and should arrive at Marineford shortly. Kapu, sensing the urgency in Sengoku's tone, set aside his usual jovial demeanor. Excellent, hurry over. We're facing a challenging situation here. Hearing that Kapu was nearly halfway there, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief before asking, by the way, was the mission regarding the celestial dragons completed? No, it wasn't, but it should be inconsequential now, Kapu replied, then recounted Deluo's plan to Sengoku in detail. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was rendered speechless, astonished that pirates and the Navy had conspired to deceive the celestial dragons. Whose devilish idea was this? However, Sengoku also felt fortunate that Deluo's plan was in place. Otherwise, if Kapu had still been in the South Sea, he might not have made it in time, and the Navy would likely have suffered significant casualties in their return to Marineford. Indeed, the celestial dragons shouldn't find any fault with it. Marshal Kong will assist you in dealing with any complications that arise, Sengoku considered, having no intention of pursuing Kapu's unilateral actions. Now is not the time for such trivial matters. That's good. Upon hearing the response from Zhanghua, Karp felt a surge of joy, for in his eyes, the prospect of liberating themselves from the celestial dragons, while simultaneously sparing the Navy from repercussions, was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, Zhanghua, on the other end of the line, expressed curiosity about the enthusiastic tavern owner Karp mentioned, as he believed that only someone with profound insights into the Navy system could conceive such an idea. Ultimately, the essence of the Navy could be distilled into a single notion. Many things are not impossible, but rather lack a compelling rationale to silence dissenting voices. It is a rather absurd reality, yet undeniably true. Oh, by the way, we have intercepted their din mushi and received intelligence indicating that the Flying Sky Pirates are located in the South Sea, with a trajectory that aligns closely with yours. If you happen to spot them, you must certainly intercept that lion. Zhanghua suddenly recalled the din mushi captured aboard the Silver Axe pirate ship and conveyed this to Karp. The intelligence received indicated that Shiki seemed to be pursuing Roger in the South Sea. Consequently, it was likely that Shiki was also in the South Sea, and given that Shiki's flying fleet is capable of flight, the likelihood of a direct encounter with Karp was considerably high. You must be referring to Shiki. He is likely right above me now. Karp glanced skyward, where a colossal flying island loomed, obscuring the sun and initially leading Karp to mistake it for a massive cloud. I'll call you back shortly. After concluding the call, Karp tightened his justice cloak, braced himself, and propelled himself skyward like a rocket. The immense force exerted upon the Navy's warship causing it to abruptly halt its journey, plunging downwards several meters into the sea. Shiki. Karp's voice resonated through the air like thunder. He then assumed a formidable stance and unleashed a powerful punch towards the largest of the flying islands, sending a cascade of debris crashing into the ocean below. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 64. Invitation. The scene shifts back to Razabat during dinner time. Daro, the semifinals are tomorrow, correct? Lugio inquired, simultaneously filling Daro's bowl with a generous serving of rice. Indeed, Daro responded, accepting the bowl with both hands. Perhaps the tavern should remain closed tonight. You ought to rest well, Lugio suggested, hoping Daro would take the opportunity to recuperate before the competition. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Daro agreed. The past few days had left him utterly exhausted. As the tournament approached its climax, business at the tavern had flourished, and it was becoming increasingly challenging for both Lecht and Lugio to manage. However, that was not the primary concern. The real issue was that, as the underdog of the tournament, many had set their sights on Daro. Numerous gamblers had flocked to the tavern, inquiring about Daro's confidence in claiming the championship or even attempting to coerce him into throwing the match, seemingly hoping to profit from Daro's success. Fortunately, he had managed to brush them off. Let us discuss the standings. After 2 rounds of the regular season, only 4 competitors remain: Daro, Hequan Chien, Risai, and Hequan Ji. These 4 will compete in the semi-finals and finals to determine the ultimate champion, with the victor set to receive a staggering prize of 200 million berries. Ironically, Daro's opponent in the semi-finals is none other than Hequan Chien, which causes Daro some dismay, as it implies he cannot continue his betting strategy. By the end of the previous round, Daro's assets had reached a staggering 180 million berries, but facing Hequan Chien made it impossible for him to maintain his dual bets. Thus, even if Daro were to win the championship and secure the 200 million berries, topping it off with his existing 180 million would yield only 380 million berries. Do not be misled into thinking this amount is substantial. In actuality, it is quite insufficient for acquiring a decent pirate ship. To illustrate, just the keel of a new vessel would demand a significant sum. Why is the keel so expensive? The answer lies in the unique tree known as Baoshu Atom. This tree is a rarity in the pirate world, often hailed as the strongest wood therein. Its resilience is such that it remains unscathed by any conflict. Due to its durability, Baoshu Atom is frequently used in shipbuilding, resulting in vessels that are remarkably sturdy and reputed to be unsinkable. Consequently, its price is exorbitant, with transactions often exceeding 200 million berries, and even then, it is hard to come by. Given that Roger S. ship, the Oro Jackson, and Luffy S. later vessel, the Thousand Sunny, were both constructed using Baoshu Atom, Daro resolved that his new ship must utilize this wood for its keel, no matter the cost. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt that Luffy had been extraordinarily fortunate to acquire the Thousand Sunny at 300 million berries, while also gaining a top-tier shipwright in Frankie for free. Daro considered himself devoid of such luck, and thus felt compelled to save more money. As the next match approached against Hequan Chien, Daro lacked absolute confidence. Especially after observing several of Hequan Chien's bouts, he sensed that this opponent certainly had hidden depths. For reasons unknown in Daro's perception, every move Hequan Chien executed appeared rather awkward. Particularly during his transitions, what started as fluid and nearly impeccable often devolved into hesitance, revealing numerous flaws. Perhaps he was concealing his true capabilities. This presented a troubling dilemma. Daro grimaced, contemplating that if Hequan Chien was indeed hiding his strength, it would complicate matters. Moreover, with several CP0 agents on the island, Daro felt compelled to refrain from publicly utilizing his devil fruit abilities during the match. Any reckless use of special ammunition or grenades could potentially expose him. Never mind, if I cannot compete tomorrow, I shall refrain from betting. Daro resolved to pause his wagering until the finals, for he detested engaging in uncertain battles. Gambling, after all, should never be driven by impulse. He understood, while the wisdom of greed often leads to loss. Later that evening, as Daro and Lu Jiu returned downstairs. Preparing to close the tavern and deny entry to patrons, an unexpected visitor arrived. Miss Suzuki from the Wooding Sword Pavilion. Miss Suzuki? What brings you here? Daro inquired, observing her at the tavern's entrance. Boss Daro, I have a moment. My master requests your presence, Suzuki said politely. Daro was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Quan Ji would summon him at such a time. Despite his confusion, he did not decline Suzuki's invitation and agreed to follow her. As they walked, the streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two figures on either side. Suddenly, Ling Mu complimented Daluo beside him, expressing admiration for Daluo's impressive abilities at such a young age. Daluo humbly responded, downplaying the praise. Do you have confidence in tomorrow's match, Daluo? Ling Mu continued to inquire. Of course, Daluo replied with confidence. Although he hesitated to claim absolute certainty against Huchuan Lixian, he still held a firm belief in his capabilities. After all, according to the famous mid-laner from his previous life, the probability of victory before a match began was at least 50-50. Ling Mu acknowledged Daluo's response, though he seemed somewhat skeptical. Daluo noticed Ling Mu's doubt, but chose not to comment further, as the match was imminent, and actions would speak louder than words. Their conversation came to a natural halt, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. Fortunately, the distance between the Potter Tavern and Wooding Sword Pavilion was not far, and as Daluo and Ling Mu took a shortcut, they soon arrived at the entrance of Wooding Sword Pavilion. Daluo, please go inside, Ling Mu gestured respectfully. Daluo, already familiar with the place from his previous visit, walked confidently through the training hall and courtyard until he reached the entrance of the tea room where they had met last time. After knocking on the door and receiving a response from Huchuan Ji, Ling Mu led Daluo into the tea room. Huchuan, you summoned me at this late hour. Is there something amiss? Daluo asked directly, cutting to the chase. Daluo, may I ask your thoughts on tomorrow's match? Huchuan Ji slowly began. Chapter 65. The Rumor of Shura What? You want me to forfeit? Daluo's incredulous voice echoed in the tea room. That is impossible, he asserted decisively. The notion that Huchuan Ji would ask him to forfeit the match was absurd. Daluo, do you know about Huchuan Lixian? Huchuan Ji inquired. I do not. But what does that matter? If you want me to forfeit, there should at least be a reason, Daluo retorted. Tomorrow, Daluo, you cannot possibly win. Rather than that, it would be better to forfeit, Ling Mu interjected. Daluo felt a bit speechless. Ling Mu's lack of faith was his own concern, but asking him to withdraw was unreasonable. Without responding to Ling Mu, Daluo turned to Huchuan Ji and stated, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. If you forfeit tomorrow, I can give you the 200 million prize money right now. You need not compete. Huchuan Ji spoke slowly from his seat at the table. As he spoke, Ling Mu produced a box. 200 million belly. Ling Mu opened the box, revealing it filled to the brim with cash. Daluo had never seen so much money in his lifetime. Yet he coldly replied, no need. When I become the champion, I will still receive that prize money. With that, Daluo stood to leave, as he had a match to prepare for and no time to waste. Have you heard the rumors of the evil spirit Shura on the island? Huchuan Ji's voice resonated behind Daluo. Evil spirit? Shura? Daluo was puzzled by Huchuan Ji's sudden shift to such supernatural tales. Having only been on Razorbat for less than 2 months, he was unfamiliar with any ghostly legends. No, I have not. What of it? Daluo replied. Ling Mu took over the narrative, speaking in an engaging tone. This is a rumor from 11 years ago. At that time, Razorbat was not as prosperous as it is now. Life was difficult for the people, especially with the Navy constantly at war with pirates, leaving many children orphaned. Shura is said to be one such orphan who lost his parents to pirate invasions. These orphans and refugees would beg at the docks during the day, hoping that outsiders would share a meal with them, and at night, they would gather near the dump to scavenge for food or find a cardboard box to rest in. Everyone knew that after 11 at the dump, one should not venture out, for that was when it came alive. Although they had never seen the so-called Shura, there were times when they woke up to find many corpses surrounding the dump. One time, a pirate worth 50 million belly came to the island, only to be found dead in the dump. People spread rumors that it was the work of Shura, and the pirate, as comrades, sought revenge. causing a flurry of rumors on the island. At that time, the old master was investigating this matter, and he took me and Ji to the dump one night, where we witnessed a scene I will never forget. A child charged into a group of people with an iron rod, mercilessly beating an entire pirate crew. That child single-handedly annihilated the entire crew. But what does this have to do with my match tomorrow? Daluo questioned, confused. After hearing Daluo's inquiry, Ji responded, "What if I told you that your opponent tomorrow, Li Xian, is that very Shura?" "That cannot be," Daluo exclaimed in astonishment. He had never considered this possibility, as Li Xian, with his squinting eyes, appeared quite amiable to him. How could he be someone so murderous? But this is the truth, Daluo. Do you still believe you have a chance tomorrow? Keep in mind that Li Xian single-handedly defeated an entire pirate crew at the age of 7, Lingmu added. Wait, if Li Xian is that formidable, why do you still dare to cause trouble at the Sword Pavilion? Daluo quickly pointed out a flaw in Lingmu's argument. Lingmu did not directly answer Daluo's question. Instead, he continued his tale. Later, the old master brought the barely alive child back to the pavilion, intending to adopt him. He gave him the name Li Xian and took him in as an apprentice, hoping to teach him the way of the sword to quell his violent nature. Li Xian's talent was astounding. The old master's sword techniques seemed effortless for him, and he quickly mastered nearly all the forms. Before long, Li Xian's swordsmanship was second only to the old master. However, he still struggled to suppress his bloodthirsty persona, often injuring his sparring partners. Thankfully, under the old master's subtle guidance, he eventually managed to control his violent tendencies and became more gentle. Persona? Daluo seized upon this key point, emphasizing it with weight. Indeed, persona. Li Xian completely abandoned his violent nature and developed a more temperate personality, which is the character we see in him today. Ji continued. Is he yet another Cavendish? Daluo pondered silently. This situation reminded him of the future figure known as Long May Heir, the Scythe Cavendish, who, like him, possessed dual personalities, each with starkly contrasting traits. Is that not a good thing? Daro inquired, perplexed, as he faced Ji. Good? No, the Shura personality is merely suppressed, not extinguished. It shall resurface with any external provocation, Ji solemnly replied. Upon hearing this, even Daro, despite his naivety, comprehended the underlying message. After all this talk, it was still an admonition for him to forfeit the competition the following day. Does this mean that even if I defeat Li Qian's dominant persona, the Shura personality will still be incited? In other words, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot triumph over Li Qian? Why? Are you eager to face Li Qian in the finals, to prove your superiority and assert that this Jian Guan should rightfully be yours? Daro questioned, his tone sharp. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the trio. After a considerable pause, Ji finally spoke, revealing so, Daro, you believe that I view Li Qian as an adversary, and that I am scheming to compel you to withdraw from the competition, so I can defeat him in the finals and demonstrate my prowess to the public? Is that not the case? Daro retorted, certainly not. While it is true that I yearn to prove my worthiness to protect Jian Guan, it is equally to liberate Li Qian from the constraints of the dojo. Ji responded, liberate? Daro found himself utterly confounded. Is it that Ji resents Li Qian's inheritance of the dojo and seeks to reclaim it? How has it transformed into a quest to free Li Qian instead? Observing Daro's bewilderment, Ji continued to elucidate. After being adopted by the old master, Li Qian gradually softened with the passage of time, and Ji, rather than distancing himself from this newfound family member, nurtured a bond that thrived. One day, within the recesses of memory, Ji asked, Li Qian, what is your dream? Following a day of kendo practice, Ji inquired of Li Qian. A dream? I'm not sure. As a child, simply having enough to eat felt like a dream. But now I am uncertain of my aspirations. Having been burdened by the pressures of survival since childhood, Li Qian lacked a dream of his own. How can that be? Everyone must possess a dream, Ji insisted, handing a water bottle to He Quan Li Qian while affectionately ruffling his hair. Then, "What is your dream, senior brother?" He Quan Li Qian, cradling the water bottle, curiously asked He Quan Ji. "As for me, I aspire to become a renowned swordsman. To ensure the name of Jianding Lu's swordsmanship resonates across the globe," He Quan Ji proclaimed with pride. Meanwhile, seated in the courtyard, the master of Jianguan, He Quan, laughed heartily upon hearing his son's dream, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is an extraordinary aspiration. I too shall strive to become a distinguished swordsman." "Ensuring the renown of Jianding Lu's swordsmanship," echoed He Quan Li Qian. At that moment, He Quan Li Qian discovered his own dream, akin to a ship finding its guiding beacon. Regrettably, the inherent differences between individuals are insurmountable. It remains unclear whether He Quan Li Qian's talent was overwhelmingly formidable or if He Quan Ji was simply too mediocre. In a few short years, He Quan Li Qian's prowess in kendo reached astonishing heights, coupled with his battle-hardened physique, rendering him a fearsome opponent. "Li Qian, you must strive even harder. Our dreams depend on you," He Quan Ji urged. Time gradually dulled the ambitions of the youthful He Quan Ji, yet he held no resentment, instead channeling his hopes into He Quan Li Qian, for he understood the incredible potential harbored within that boy. However, as with all tales, there lies a twist. It was likely in the second year following He Quan Li Qian's adoption, when the aging master, He Quan Ping, could no longer sustain himself, and He Quan Ji, despite his modest talent, struggled to elevate his kendo prowess. The scant records of battles and disappointing outcomes led to the gradual decline of Jianding Lu's reputation. In fact, numerous kendo schools from neighboring islands sought to challenge them, aiming to capitalize on Jianding Jianguan's waning prestige. After several successful challenges, Jianding Jianguan's reputation plummeted, leading to the departure of many disciples, and, eventually, they could not even recruit new students. Even more outrageous, some lesser schools on the island conspired to form a coalition to utterly crush Jianding Jianguan. In desperation, the old master was compelled to set up a challenge arena, inviting various kendo schools to engage in a decisive battle to salvage the dojo's last vestiges of honor. Unfortunately, the old master was too frail. After participating in only 2 matches, he could no longer endure. Just as he was about to succumb, Suzuki interjected. Fortunately, just when the old master could no longer hold on, young Qian stepped up. That boy took up the He Quan Shou Jianding, standing upon the arena as if a sword saint had descended, triumphing in 7 consecutive matches. "Is that not commendable?" Daro inquired, still puzzled. Yet even young Qian, after defeating 7 formidable swordsmen in succession, began to falter, and in subsequent encounters, he found himself repeatedly outmatched, until at last his other persona awakened. From Suzuki's chilling tone, Daro understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Suzuki's following words confirmed Daro's suspicions. At the tender age of 9, He Quan Li Qian wielded a sword nearly as tall as himself, toppling all before him. In stark contrast to his gentle primary persona, the Shura persona was far more ruthless, leaving opponents maimed or worse. Blood drenched the entire arena, as many suffered grievous injuries, rendering them incapable of wielding a sword for a lifetime. The scene descended into chaos, culminating in a ludicrous tableau of numerous swordsmen besieging a mere child. Upon hearing this, Daro already foresaw the outcome. He could not believe that a boy capable of defeating an entire pirate crew at the age of 7 would be helpless against the onslaught of several swordsmen. A hellish battleground, Suzuki described the dire circumstances. Subsequently, in a bid to regain control of the situation, the old master, despite his waning strength, resorted to the family's secret 9-character sword techniques, risking everything to suppress the rampaging He Quan Li Qian. While he succeeded in rendering He Quan Li Qian unconscious, the old master's frail body could not withstand the strain, and after a few days of illness, he passed away. Upon awakening, He Quan Li Qian, burdened with guilt over the death of the old master, spiraled into profound self-reproach. To prevent He Quan Li Qian from sinking deeper into despair, the old master entrusted the dojo to him before his passing. hoping that safeguarding the dojo would alleviate He Quan Li Qian's remorse. However, it was evident that this strategy did not yield the desired effect. Following the old master's departure, He Quan Li Qian became increasingly despondent, relentlessly suppressing his inner persona. After my father's demise, I felt utterly inadequate, leading me to diligently practice our family's swordsmanship. Although my natural talent is lacking through hard work, I have achieved modest success, He Quan Ji recounted. Later, to fulfill my father's wish of promoting Jianding Lu's swordsmanship, I embarked on my own journey to establish this Wu Ding Jianguan. Thus, why would you wish for me to concede? Daro asked, perplexed. If you, He Quan Ji, possess such confidence in He Quan Li Qian, why do you fear that he cannot defeat me? Although we indeed possess considerable confidence in Xiao Qian's abilities, we cannot overlook the remarkable strength of Mr. Daruo. There are concerns that should we encounter him in the semi-finals, Xiao Qian might be compelled to unleash his Azura persona. Suzuki remarked. Chapter 66. The port garbage dump. Ultimately, Daruo declined Izumi Seiki's request, for he believed that this was a matter concerning the Izumi family, not himself. However, the 200 million berries that had just been presented before him left him somewhat astonished. In truth, acquiescing to Izumi Seiki's request would have been the more prudent choice, particularly if what Izumi Seiki claimed was true, that Izumi Li Qian possessed two distinct personalities, with the second being extraordinarily powerful. Consequently, Daruo realized that in tomorrow's match, he could not afford to hold back. This implied that he would have to employ his devil fruit powers and might even expose his trump card. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to take the 200 million berries and forfeit the match altogether. Yet, that notion left him feeling quite displeased. Daruo sighed, expressing his frustration. While he indeed lacked funds, his participation in the competition was never solely for monetary gain. The opportunity for personal growth through the contest was equally significant. As he traversed the dimly lit path, Daruo meticulously contemplated the upcoming match. At the end of the narrow pathway, a warm orange light illuminated the ground, and a shadow emerged within the circular glow, indicating the presence of another. Are you not coming out? Daruo inquired of the shadow. Mr. Boss, it has been a long time, came a voice as an individual clad in white emerged from around the corner. Daruo recognized the familiar address as belonging exclusively to one person, Izumi Li Qian. You're looking for me? Daruo asked, scratching his head. I need a favor from you. Mr. Boss, Izumi Li Qian replied, scratching his own head, uncertain of how to articulate his request. You aren't suggesting I forfeit the match, are you? Daruo observed Izumi Li Qian's troubled expression, suspecting that he might believe he could not win tomorrow, and wished to persuade him to withdraw. Forfeit? Izumi Li Qian asked, perplexed. Realization dawned upon him as he recalled that Daruo was currently walking the path leading to the Wooding Sword Pavilion. I see. Is Seiki-senpai asking you to forfeit tomorrow's match? Seeing that Izumi Li Qian did not appear to be lying, Daruo found himself puzzled about what the young man truly intended. Thus he asked, what is it that you require? Follow me, Izumi Li Qian instructed without answering Daruo's question, leading him toward the eastern side of the island. The port garbage dump. So, you brought me here to fight? Daruo remarked, surveying the expansive area and the peculiar-smelling heaps of refuse surrounding them. Realizing this was indeed the garbage dump mentioned by Izumi Seiki. Yes, because there are certain things I do not wish to reveal during tomorrow's match, Izumi Li Qian replied, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Daruo. He stepped back a few paces, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters. Suit yourself, Daruo shrugged. Then it's agreed. The loser tonight must forfeit tomorrow's match. What do you think? This arrangement also benefited Daruo, as he possessed certain techniques unsuitable for public display. And with CP0 lurking on the island, engaging in battle here would allow him to unleash his full potential. All right, Izumi Li Qian responded, surprised by Daruo's straightforward agreement, as he had not anticipated him to be so accommodating. With that, Izumi Li Qian slowly drew the Izumi Shokenatata from its sheath, silently watching Daruo, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move. Let the match begin, Daruo exclaimed, drawing his golden revolver, Leone, from its holster. He meticulously loaded the specially crafted compressed bullets and activated his Deadeye, fixating his gaze upon Izumi Liqian. Bang! 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 Daruo launched the first assault, firing 3 bullets at Izumi Liqian. Indeed, under conditions that maintained distance, it was the marksman who always had the advantage. Yet, Izumi Liqian remained unyielding, expertly wielding his sword to deflect the incoming bullets into the air with a grace reminiscent of a fairy ladling water from a lake. From this display alone, Daruo recognized Izumi Liqian's exceptional skill. Rather than simply cutting down the bullets, he had seamlessly redirected their trajectory, showcasing the prowess of his swordsmanship. As the famed master of Zoro, Yagujubi once stated, the swordsmanship embodies both the unyielding strength that cleaves through all and the soft finesse that spares the non-threatening. Only through the harmony of both can true mastery be achieved. Daruo could not afford to be complacent. With a swift flick of his wrist, he fired 2 specially designed incendiary bullets straight toward Izumi Liqian. Izumi Liqian sharply raised his wrist, brandishing the Izumi Sho Kanatata, unleashing a pair of cross-shaped flying slashes that soared like a great phoenix toward Daruo. With a resounding explosion, Daruo's 2 bullets were consumed within the fiery conflagration of the flying slashes. Yet, the mere power of bullets could hardly contend with the might of a swordsman's strikes. As expected, the 2 slashes sliced through the flames like a phoenix reborn, advancing toward Daruo. Daruo furrowed his brow, firmly planting his feet to the ground. He soared into the air like a swift swallow, evading the formidable flying slashes. Seeing Daruo ascend, Izumi Liqian wasted no time, propelling himself forward to close the distance, while simultaneously unleashing a massive flying slash directed at Daruo's landing spot. Fortunately, Daruo had anticipated this, leveraging a second jump from his Qingtian technique. He performed a swift spin in midair, launching a flying kick toward the back of Izumi Liqian's head, executing the move with remarkable agility and precision. Izumi Liqian, too, was not to be underestimated. Sensing the impending danger of the kick, he swiftly pivoted to the side, countering with a reverse sword stroke that effectively parried Daruo's fierce flying kick. It was evident that Izumi Liqian possessed considerable skill, as he managed to respond to Daruo's sudden maneuver. More impressively, he maintained control of the battle. Daruo's flying kick was initially perilous. Yet Izumi Liqian's response not only neutralized the attack, but also prevented Daruo from creating distance once more. Here it comes, Daruo thought to himself as he landed. As anticipated, Izumi Liqian launched a relentless barrage of attacks, his 3-foot sword whistling through the air. Fortunately, Daruo's mastery of observation haki allowed him to perceive Izumi Liqian's every movement, enabling him to deftly evade the onslaught. Impressive indeed. Has boss Xiansheng already begun to hear the breath of all things? Upon witnessing Daruo's seemingly divine actions, Huchuan Liqian spoke. Breath? Daruo inquired, perplexed. Is that not the case? Huchuan Liqian observed Daruo's expression of astonishment and continued, I had assumed that boss Xiansheng, like myself, could occasionally perceive the breath of the sword. I see now. After hearing Huchuan Liqian's words, Daruo suddenly recalled the original tale in which Suolong, during his battle with Mr. One in Alabasta, unexpectedly began to hear the frequency of all things breathing, and in that moment comprehended the power to sever steel, thus ascending to the realm of the swordmaster. However, Huchuan Liqian had already attained the status of a swordmaster. It can only be said that the swordsmanship in the world of pirates is indeed rather peculiar. Perhaps each individual has their own unique journey along the path of the sword. This brief interlude did not interrupt the fierce battle between the two. At the port, Huchuan Liqian relentlessly wielded his renowned sword, unleashing a multitude of sharp flying slashes directed at Daruo. Meanwhile, Daruo was equally undeterred, agilely evading each lethal attack while seizing the opportunity to fire, each bullet striking towards Huchuan Liqian at cunning angles, yet swiftly vanishing amidst the glimmer of the blade. It seems there will be quite a fight this evening. Observing the countless bullet holes and the deep cuts left by the flying slashes on the port's surface, Daruo sighed. He then composed his previously indifferent expression and addressed Huchuan Liqian before him. Has the warm-up concluded? Glancing at Daruo's earnest demeanor, Huchuan Lixian paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Indeed. Chapter 67. The Nine Characters' Secret Sword. As the second round commenced, the intensity of the assaults from Deruo and Huchuan Lixian escalated significantly. If the initial skirmish had involved elements of probing, this round saw both combatants fully unleashing their prowess. Huchuan Lixian's flying slashes became even more ferocious. Had Deruo not awakened his Kinbunchaku, he might have fallen prey to them. Nevertheless, the overwhelming sword intent still posed considerable challenges for Deruo. Conversely, Deruo, employing specially crafted bullets, significantly enhanced his firepower, unleashing a barrage of varied projectiles that overwhelmed Huchuan Lixian. "Is this fellow a fruit user?" Huchuan Lixian remarked, observing the scorched cuffs and wounds upon his attire, indicating that he was slightly at a disadvantage. With this thought, he resolved to hold nothing back. "Careful now, boss." Huchuan Lixian's demeanor shifted from gentleness to resolve, his previously narrowed eyes widening slightly as a fierce sword intent radiated from them. Bingzi Secret Vajra. Huchuan Lixian summoned all his strength, concentrating it within his right hand that grasped the sword, causing his entire right arm to swell visibly, the quivering blade a testament to the immense power he wielded, as if it could scarcely be steadied. Reaching his zenith, Huchuan Lixian unleashed a mighty swing, the force gathered in the blade erupting forth like a waterfall breaching a dam. A colossal slash shot skyward, the surrounding air refraining from obstructing the white gleam of the sword, as turbulent currents of air crackled ominously around the strike. "I cannot take it head-on." As Huchuan Lixian's blade descended, this thought immediately flashed in Deruo's mind. Xuanbu. Just before the blade met him, Deruo stomped heavily on the ground, instantly flickering to the side. Swish! Boom! The white slash swept by, leaving a 20-meter-long gash upon the port, the clean break a testament to the ferocity of the strike. Before Deruo could fully process this, Huchuan Lixian leaped powerfully, appearing directly before him. With a diagonal slash, another formidable strike was poised to be unleashed. Deruo dared not allow Huchuan Lixian to execute a strike at such close range. Pivoting on his left foot, he twisted his body forward, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick towards Huchuan Lixian's side. Huchuan Lixian's response was swift, with a forceful motion of his right hand. He retracted his previous unstoppable strike and swiftly positioned his sword horizontally before his waist, blocking Deruo's right leg. Following this, like a master of Tai Chi, he deftly flicked his wrist, leaving a deep gash upon Deruo's leg. Seeing this, Deruo could only suppress the pain, gathering his strength to forcefully shove Huchuan Lixian back, utilizing the moment to retreat and increase the distance between them. "This fellow is remarkably seasoned," Deruo remarked, observing the wound on his leg, clearly indicating that his opponent held the upper hand in this exchange. Truly impressive. Emerging from a lifetime of combat, his reaction speed and battle acumen are astonishing. Had Deruo's reaction been even a fraction slower, Huchuan Lixian might have severed his entire leg. Having landed a hit, Huchuan Lixian did not press the advantage, instead standing still, seemingly waiting for Deruo to make the next move. "How underestimated I have been." Deruo caressed his firearm, Leone, releasing the clip from its chamber and methodically loading the specially crafted bullets one by one, while simultaneously retrieving another revolver from his holster with his left hand. Although not as adept as Tim, he felt confident in managing 18 rounds. Gazing at the golden revolver in his right hand, Deruo prepared to showcase the shooting techniques he had recently learned from Tim. 18 consecutive execution flame stars. Utilizing Xuanbu, Deruo vanished from his position, reappearing at Huchuan Lixian's left side an instant later. Bang! Though it sounded like a single gunshot, in reality, 18 bullets were discharged in quick succession. Each revolver held only 6 bullets, meaning Deruo had to execute a reload in that fleeting moment, a significant enhancement brought by Leone. The 18 bullets did not converge upon a single target, but were divided into 3 groups of 6, with one group flying directly towards Huchuan Lixian's current position, while the other 2 flanked him to the left and right, effectively cornering him. There was no escape. Boring. Huchuan Lixian observed the 6 bullets hurtling towards him, his expression unchanging as he remarked, He then swung his long blade, attempting to deflect each bullet. To him, even the most cunningly angled projectiles posed no threat. A sword master never fears bullets. Yet, as with all things, exceptions exist. Daruo's bullets were not so easily dealt with. The first 3 wood pellets exploded upon contact with the blade, sending a cascade of splinters that enveloped Huchuan Lixian. Almost simultaneously, the subsequent 3 incendiary rounds arrived, igniting the vast cloud of wood shavings in the air, creating a massive fireball. Moreover, within the engulfing fireball, the other 12 bullets ignited in the same manner. The brilliant flames erupted skyward, illuminating the entire port, with the epicenter of the inferno being precisely where Huchuan Lixian stood. Is this fellow all right? Daluo gazed at the massive fireball before him. It was his first time employing this technique in battle, and he was astonished at how formidable this skill, utilizing the characteristics of various bullets in combination, could be. The power was nearly comparable to the C2 explosive flame lotus of grenades. It seemed worthwhile to further develop this technique in the future. However, soon enough, there was movement within the fireball, indicating that Daluo's concerns were unwarranted. In the midst of the fireball, Huchuan Lixian held his sword horizontally before his chest. With a powerful swing, a brilliant white blade of light flashed, followed by a narrow, crescent-shaped slash that emerged. Simultaneously, this slash began to spiral counterclockwise, and as it continued to expand, it conjured a storm of sword energy akin to a tornado. The intensely burning fireball was suddenly ensnared by the whirlwind, its scorching flames continuously drawn into the vortex. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping Huchuan Lixian at the eye of the storm were absorbed by the sword energy tornado, vanishing into the sky as the tornado ascended. "What a delightfully wicked technique, Mr. Boss," Huchuan Lixian remarked, brushing off the lingering sparks on his attire, glancing at his charred clothing. Seemingly in response to Daluo's previous offensive, Huchuan Lixian's sword intent became even more refined. Lin character's secret sword. Huchuan Lixian vanished from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he abruptly reappeared before Daluo, simultaneously unleashing a lightning-fast strike. The slash, spanning the heavens, materialized before Daluo in a heartbeat, hurtling towards him at an astonishing velocity. Daluo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as he beheld the approaching sword light, swiftly executing a momentary step to evade the strike. In truth, had it not been for Daluo's ability to foresee Huchuan Lixian's position with his death eye, he would have been unable to react in time. That slash was simply too swift. It was not merely Huchuan Lixian's speed, it was the rapidity of his movement, the wielding of his sword, and the flight of the slash itself. The entire maneuver appeared to be completed in an instant, and by the time Daluo registered the threat, the terrifying slash had already closed in on him. Evaded? Upon witnessing Daluo successfully dodge the attack, Huchuan Lixian was equally astonished. The Lin character's secret sword was renowned for its swiftness, emphasizing speed above all else, and coupled with his exquisite control and cunning angles, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Since mastering this technique, he had never encountered anyone capable of dodging that strike. Daluo was the first. Huchuan Lixian pondered momentarily, then slowly raised his sword, Huchuan Shou Jianding, aiming the blade at Daluo, who stood 3 zhang away. Following this, he began to unleash a flurry of flying slashes directed at Daluo. All character secret Posa Rain. This move belonged to the fan technique of the 9-character secret sword. The term fan refers solely to the seemingly endless barrage of flying sword energy, dense as raindrops. Daluo observed the myriad of slashing waves approaching him. The sheer firepower was staggering. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a grenade from within his clothing and tossed it forward. C2 triple air wall. Countless slashing waves descended like raindrops, but soon pierced through the first air wall's defenses. Those that retained their vigor continued forward, only to be obstructed by the second layer, with only a scant few flying slashes managing to breach the third layer. Yet, even the strikes that reached the third layer, having been significantly weakened, lacked the strength to advance further. Surveying the ravaged triple air wall before him, Daluo raised an eyebrow. This opponent was indeed formidable. and it appeared he would need to get serious. From within his attire, he produced several specialized grenades and addressed He Quan Li Qian, who stood 10 meters away. "Be cautious. I'm about to get serious." Chapter 68. Stopping at the brink. When cornered, one must weave and maneuver. When in a position of strength, one must unleash firepower. Just moments ago, DeLuo had been continuously evading and maneuvering, seeking an opportunity to shoot, but upon using grenades, he immediately changed his approach. Various grenades were hurled by him, exploding in midair and on the ground, causing significant trouble for He Quan Li Qian. The sheer variety of grenades was enough to cause headaches, compounded by the sporadic bullets fired by DeLuo that made defense a relentless challenge. This was not the most perilous aspect. The most critical danger was that He Quan Li Qian's flying slashes would be evaded by DeLuo's premonition. And even utilizing the 9-character secret sword techniques, it remained challenging to breach the enigmatic air walls. In contrast to He Quan Li Qian, DeLuo found himself far more at ease. He finally understood the exhilaration that Sam experienced. The ability to unleash unrestrained firepower while having the air walls for defense was truly delightful. Eventually, even He Quan Li Qian, who had been on the defensive for an extended time, found himself exposed to DeLuo's opportunity. DeLuo fired 3 bullets, each locking onto the 3 directions where He Quan Li Qian sought refuge, and soon, a C2 iron spike feather fell right beneath He Quan Li Qian's feet. Upon landing, the deep blue grenade detonated, scattering countless steel needles like petals in a storm, each one hurtling towards He Quan Li Qian with ferocious speed. Clang! 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 He Quan Li Qian, seeing this, could only wield his sword with all his might to fend off the assault. The needles struck the 3-foot iron sword, producing a crisp sound. Yet despite He Quan Li Qian's impeccable swordsmanship, 2 needles still slipped through the cracks, leaving wounds on his left arm and right leg. "Mr. Boss is indeed quite troublesome," He Quan Li Qian remarked, gazing at the blood flowing from his wounds. DeLuo was undoubtedly the most challenging adversary he had ever faced, and what made it more significant was that this individual, with whom he battled fiercely, was approximately of the same age as him, a novel experience for him. "Mr. Boss, has anyone ever called you a monster?" He Quan Li Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain, then gripped his sword once more, adopting a mid-stance of swordsmanship. Fixating his gaze on DeLuo. "A monster? No, not really," DeLuo replied, perplexed, then recalled what He Quan Ji had mentioned about the killer persona. It dawned on him that He Quan Li Qian must have been labeled a monster frequently, leading to his realization as he asked, "Am I not a person with dual personalities? Did Ji Shixiang tell you that?" He Quan Li Qian inquired, his previously gentle expression now gone, his perpetually smiling eyes slightly widening. Through the narrow slit of his eyes, DeLuo could even perceive the glint of coldness emanating from He Quan Li Qian's gaze. DeLuo observed the imposing aura surrounding He Quan Li Qian gradually intensifying, the chilling killing intent attaching itself to his sword. Hey, this isn't amusing anymore," DeLuo thought to himself, sensing the awakening of He Quan Li Qian's killer persona. "No problem." As if hearing DeLuo's silent thoughts, He Quan Li Qian suddenly interjected, and the surging aura emanating from him momentarily stilled, transforming him back into his gentle demeanor. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere left DeLuo momentarily stunned. After expressing his surprise, he inquired, "So, have you mastered another persona?" "Mastered? That could be one way to put it. After all, I haven't been idle these past few years," He Quan Li Qian replied, lowering his body once more into a stance reminiscent of before, gradually regaining his imposing presence. As He Quan Li Qian's aura reached its zenith, it transformed entirely, becoming as chilling as the depths of winter, imbued with a sense of lethal intent. DeLuo was also captivated by this astonishing aura, compelling him to fully activate his Kenbunchika haki, employing his foresight to discern He Quan Li Qian's movements, not daring to blink his eyes even for a moment. In the next instant, He Quan Li Qian moved. In a heartbeat, his figure darted several zhang forward, closing the distance to DeLuo in a flash. The sword struck like a flickering shadow, unleashing a 3-foot blade of cold light that surged toward him with a slashing force. DeLuo had no choice but to retreat swiftly, narrowly evading the blow. Yet his chest still bore a wound from the long sword that had pressed too close. The same strike yielded vastly different outcomes. Previously, DeLuo had evaded through his foresight, but this time, even with knowledge of Quan Li Qian's position, he could not react swiftly enough to avoid the attack. The speed was astonishing, exceeding that of before by more than double. Without Kinbunchika Haki, it would have been impossible to dodge a fatal blow. Yet even this was only a temporary reprieve. To onlookers, the disparity was even more pronounced. It was as if a segment of the timeline had been excised, leaving only the initial draw of the sword and the final retraction, with the intermediate motions entirely omitted, resulting in DeLuo being injured. Gazing at the torn fabric and the blood flowing from his wound, DeLuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't evade it. Truly terrifying, this fellow who has mastered his second persona." However, DeLuo had no intention of surrendering easily. He was not one to willingly accept defeat. Glancing at the grenade in his pocket, he began strategizing his counterattack. With a flick of his fingers, he tossed a red grenade toward the distance. In an instant, the grenade exploded, manifesting a fiery light on the ground that erupted violently. Curiously, the flames did not disperse outward, but instead fanned toward Quan Li Qian. Recognizing the peril, Quan Li Qian swung his right hand, unleashing a flurry of flying slashes in an attempt to cleave through the wall of fire ahead. Yet beneath the intense heat and shockwave, his fierce slashes seemed to vanish, as though pulled into an unfathomable abyss. Even if a few strikes managed to breach the fiery barrier, by the time they reached DeLuo, their momentum had waned, posing no threat. However, DeLuo's assault continued unabated. That towering wall of flames surged toward Quan Li Qian, the sound of explosions resonating in a cacophony. Just as the searing inferno was about to engulf Quan Li Qian, he acted. With his right hand raised, sword held before his chest, the sharp blade pointed skyward. A palpable aura of lethal intent surged forth from the tip of his sword, coalescing behind him into an almost tangible manifestation of death. The immovable deity, as if a guardian, encompassed Quan Li Qian, cleaving the approaching inferno in two. Resembling a statue of a revered Buddha standing resolutely in the depths of a fiery hell, forcefully suppressing the raging flames. As the fire receded, the formidable figure of the immovable deity slowly dissipated, revealing Quan Li Qian unscathed. Evidently, as one of the 9-character secret swords, this defensive capability was indeed formidable. At this stage of the battle, DeLuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Quan Li Qian would prove so resilient, rendering all his efforts insufficient to subdue him. DeLuo was at a loss, realizing that the C2 grenades had lost their efficacy, yet deploying a C3 might be excessive. He found himself contemplating conceding to Quan Ji's request. Glancing at the C3 grenades in his pocket, he muttered in frustration. He had not foreseen that Quan Li Qian would be such a formidable opponent, able to withstand even the C2 grenades. If he had agreed to Quan Ji's request, would he now be comfortably counting his earnings at home? Just as DeLuo was about to retrieve a C3 grenade from his pocket, he noticed Quan Li Qian, 10 meters away, his complexion paling. It seemed this young man was also enduring great strain. DeLuo wondered what obsession drove him to such lengths. After a moment's contemplation, DeLuo returned the grenade to his pocket. After all, they bore no deep-seated enmity, and it was unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. "Hey, let's call it a day. Tomorrow's match is yours," DeLuo called out to Quan Li Qian, then added, "However, if you win the championship, don't forget to return the prize money to me." With that, DeLuo waved his hand and turned to leave. Yet halfway through, the thought of the unfairness nagged at him, prompting him to add, "Also, you owe me a personal favor." "Understood," Quan Li Qian responded in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, he tightened his grip on his sword and closed his eyes, forcing himself to quell the turmoil within. If Quan Li Qian had previously exuded a cold demeanor, the intensity of his gaze now radiated a bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Chapter 69. The return of the Storm DeLuo had become a figure of notoriety. During the semifinals, As Deluo appeared in a wheelchair pushed by Sang Nuo at the Neo Jiao Duel Arena, it caused a tremendous uproar, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb in the audience. One could only say that Sang Nuo had made the right choice in purchasing the wheelchair. Its effectiveness was remarkable. However, Deluo had not anticipated that its purpose would be to feign injury and withdraw from the competition, particularly when the referee announced, "Due to the injury sustained by contestant Deluo, he is deemed unfit to compete and has opted to forfeit." The atmosphere in the duel arena reached a fever pitch. The audience erupted in disbelief. Thus, amidst the cacophony of jeers from the spectators, Deluo relinquished his match against Iquan Li Qian. "Sister, what is that?" After concluding his placement matches, Deluo returned to the tavern only to find a wooden box at the bar. "Oh, you didn't know? That was delivered by the lady from last night. She mentioned you would be aware," Lu Jiu replied, somewhat surprised. "Miss Suzuki? Da Lu pondered. Who else could have come to the tavern the previous evening?" Suddenly, he scrutinized the wooden box and realized something. "Ici," Da Lu remarked, registering the significance of the box. It turned out that upon learning of Deluo's withdrawal, Iquan had dispatched Miss Suzuki to deliver 200 million cash to the tavern. Without further explanation to Lu Jiu, Deluo dragged the box to his room. Inside, it was undoubtedly the 200 million belly. Dalu gazed at the chest resting upon his bed and slowly opened it. Indeed, the contents he poured out confirmed his suspicions. As he beheld the 200 million berries spread across the bed, Dalu fell into contemplation. "With this sum, I should now possess 380 million, he mused. It is time to set sail. Reclining atop the pile of money, he stared at the ceiling, reflecting on the fact that he had been in Lazabit for over a month, and his objectives were nearly accomplished. With the tavern established, things at Lu Jiu's end had stabilized, and given the island's defensive forces, any trouble seemed unlikely. Dalu himself had amassed a considerable amount of wealth. Although he was still far from his goal of 500 million, there was no need to rush. Financial matters could be addressed upon reaching the Seven Water City. In terms of training, however, Dalu felt most satisfied. During this month, in Lazabit, he had developed a series of grenade techniques and acquired certain shooting skills through battles with Tim. Both aspects had led to a monumental transformation in Dalu's strength, with improvements that even surpassed Luffy's mastery of various techniques on Judicial Island. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a qualitative leap. Furthermore, the development of these two techniques provided Dalu with greater clarity regarding his future path. After numerous trials and adjustments, he had also established a clear trajectory for his advancement. Centered around specialized ammunition and the grenade series, he aimed to develop his fruit abilities while integrating kicking techniques and other fruit-based skills as supplementary combat power. This training route was meticulously considered by Dalu and was already quite refined, possessing minimal weaknesses. In the future, Dalu simply needed to continue honing his skills based on this foundation. Once the competition concluded, he would embark on his journey. Dalu resolutely made this decision. To acquire the strength necessary to navigate the tumultuous future that awaited him, setting sail was imperative. Now, he faced two choices: to directly board a ship to the Seven Water City and subsequently procure a better vessel, or to first acquire an interim ship and then replace it upon arrival in the Seven Water City. Perhaps it would be wiser to purchase a transitional ship first. If necessary, he could sell it later. Dalu resolved to have Sunny check tomorrow for any ships available for sale at the port. Meanwhile, within the medical room of the Lazabit Naval Base, Bode fretted. What now? The speaker was Query, one of the trio from CP0. 3 days prior, they had succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the clash between Carp and Roger, and after falling into the sea, they were rescued by Colonel Matt. They had awakened 2 days ago, but had spent the last 2 days investigating to confirm Reckitt's collusion with Roger's pirate crew, who had since fled aboard Roger's ship. Just moments ago, news arrived of Carp's arrival at Marineford, gravely injured, corroborating Colonel Matt's account. Matt had stated that Vice Admiral Carp sustained serious injuries in his battle with Roger and requires recuperation at Marineford. The unfortunate trio remained unaware that Carp had not been injured in battle with Roger, but rather had encountered the notorious Shiki while rushing to provide aid. The two engaged in combat in the windless zone, during which Carp leapt onto Shiki's floating island, culminating in a fierce battle that left Karp severely wounded. Shiki fared no better. Having taken a heavy blow from Karp, he fell into the sea, his fate uncertain. "I suppose I should make a call to report," Bode remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Logically, the fact that their quarry had been rescued by a notorious pirate meant that their failure was somewhat understandable, especially given the involvement of Roger, a pirate with a bounty exceeding $1 billion. However, they were in service to a celestial dragon, who certainly did not abide by reason. In this realm, failure to complete a mission inevitably invited punishment and reckoning. Having served as CP0 for many years, they were acutely aware of the repercussions of failing their tasks. Indeed, their previous missions had often involved eliminating comrades who had failed. "Is the situation with the Navy Vice Admiral confirmed?" Query inquired. "Yes, he is indeed injured and has returned to Marineford," Bode replied, his mood darkening. This was also the cause of his frustration, as he had hoped to shift the blame onto the Navy. Just then, Buter entered, bringing with him unexpected news. "Bode, look what I found," he exclaimed, tossing a metal shard onto the table. "What is this?" "I thought it was something worthwhile," Query remarked, rolling her eyes at the sight before her. However, Bode's expression brightened as he recognized the significance of the fragment, excitement bubbling within him as he asked Buter, "Where did you find this?" Not bothering to explain to Query, Buter continued speaking to Bode. "Last night, it seems there was a battle at the port, quite a commotion. I went there this morning and discovered this at the scene. Thus, it became clear that the individual in question still lingered on the island." Bode looked at the metal shard with certainty, stating, "The companion of that slave is still here. If we capture his companion, we can compel Reckitt to comply." "Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you not speak in riddles?" Query said, growing impatient. The ever-accommodating Buter explained. "Do you remember that companion of Reckitt we encountered in the grove by the shipyard? He utilized several peculiar grenades during the skirmish. This shard is identical to the fragments he left behind in the grove. There must be grenade shrapnel. This indicates that Reckitt's companion is still on the island. If we capture him, we can force Reckitt to yield." Just then, Bode's transponder snail began to ring. Buter and Query fell silent, holding their breath as they turned to Bode, both acutely aware that the transponder snail in his possession was meant for direct communication with the celestial dragons. "Moshi Moshi, this is Bode. How may I serve you?" Bode answered respectfully into the device. "Hello, Bode. How was your progress?" Charles Andy, Saint inquired through the transponder snail. Aware that he could not hide the truth from his master, Bode relayed the details of the situation candidly. "Oh, so it was a failure? Do you understand the consequences of a failed mission?" Charles Andy Saint's cold voice resonated. He cared little for Roger or any notorious pirate. His sole concern was that as one of the greatest celestial dragons, someone had dared to strike him and escape, evading justice. "Rest assured, we have located the whereabouts of his companion. If we capture him, we can compel Reckitt to comply." Bode spoke with trepidation, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face, completely unnoticed by him. "I will give you another chance. If you fail, the consequences will be dire," Charlie Andy declared, his eyes wide with fury. His grip tightened violently on the chains, which had already caused several slaves on the other end to succumb to suffocation. Bode understood Charlie Andy's intent. He believed that if they failed again, their fate would be exceedingly grim. After ending the call, Bode stared blankly at the grenade shrapnel on the table while retrieving a few weights that Dalu had left in the grove, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, he finally emerged from the misconception of capturing Lykeet, and his gaze shifted towards Dalu. Chapter 70. Acquiring a ship after Dalu conceded in the semifinals. Quan Ji and Quan Liqian successfully advanced to the finals, with their match scheduled for 3 days hence. Dalu intended to utilize this interval to finalize the matter of acquiring a ship before spending a few days on the island with Lu Jiao, after which he planned to embark on an adventure at sea. Preparations for provisions would commence immediately. This significant task would undoubtedly fall to Sang and I Ra. Having served as an agent for many years, possessed ample connections and a clear understanding of the island's circumstances. Thus, in the afternoon, Dalu sought out Sang and I Ra, settling all accounts related to the agency fees and presenting him with a bonus of 5 million berries. Boss, aren't we placing any bets for the finals? Sonny-Ryu inquired, somewhat reluctantly. He had indeed relished the previous matches, and hearing Dallo withdraw felt like a missed opportunity. No, we shall refrain from participating in the finals, but I have more pressing matters for you. Go check the docks to see if there are any ships for sale. If so, let me know, Dallo instructed solemnly. Also, this list contains items I need you to procure. You may delegate this task to your companions. To store everything in the previous warehouse. After handing Seng and I Ruaw the list, Dallo returned to the tavern. Dallo hoped to spend as much time as possible with Lu Jio before heading out to sea, as he knew not when they would reunite. The tavern buzzed with excitement. The upcoming finals drawing a significant crowd and becoming the primary topic of conversation, with nearly every table discussing the likely outcomes. I never expected Quan Li Qian to be this formidable, exclaimed a patron with green hair to his companion. The latter sipped his rum and remarked in astonishment, indeed. I had always considered him a cowardly lamb. Who would have thought he would reach the finals? Look, the young boss has arrived. The green-haired patron shouted upon spotting Dallo behind the bar, causing all eyes in the tavern to turn towards him. Dallo had exhibited remarkable prowess in the prior rounds, garnering a reputation as a dark horse for the championship, and his withdrawal only added to the intrigue. Young boss, why did you withdraw from the semifinals? A customer near the bar raised his glass and asked. I encountered an unexpected injury, and, frankly, I believed I could not best Quan Li Qian, so I chose to withdraw, Dallo replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the makeshift bandage on his hand. What a pity. I had high hopes for you, young boss. The customer's comments sparked a flurry of discussion among the patrons, who expressed their disappointment on Dallo's behalf, unable to stem the tide of conversation. Dallo clinked a cocktail shaker thrice with a spoon, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As an apology, the drinks are on the house. Enjoy yourselves, he announced loudly. His brief proclamation ignited the atmosphere like a spark in dry brush. Hooray! Long live young boss! The patrons cheered, raising their glasses in gratitude for his generosity, bringing the tavern's energy to a fever pitch. As the excitement waned, a burly figure continued to shout, Long live the young boss! I love you, young boss! Only realizing that all eyes were now on him, he awkwardly buried his face in his drink. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern, enveloping everyone in a sea of joy. Lu Jio's beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon of delight. Sang and I Ruaw demonstrated remarkable efficiency. By the following morning, he returned to Dallo with good news. At the docks, there are currently 3 ships available for sale, he declared, flipping through his notebook with earnestness. The first is a fishing vessel, rather old and in poor condition, but still functional. The owner is asking for 5 million. With negotiation, it could possibly be acquired for around 8 million. Dallo remained silent, having already dismissed the fishing vessel from consideration. His previous experience at the fishing grounds west of the old bridge had made him acutely aware of the typical design of fishing boats, which often included a fish storage tank that would significantly occupy cabin space. Additionally, older fishing vessels invariably retained a fishy odor, which Dallo found unacceptable. The second is a sightseeing boat put up for sale due to mismanagement. The asking price is approximately 48 million. It appears relatively new and likely has not been in use for long. Noticing Dallo's lack of response, Sang and I Ruaw continued to describe the third vessel. The third is a merchant ship, reportedly acquired by commercial association from the Navy and modified from a pirate ship. It has been used for long-distance freight, but is now up for auction due to the owner's gambling debts. It could likely be secured for around 30 million. Upon hearing the description of the third ship, Dallo's interest piqued, and he inquired further, Could you provide more details about this third vessel? Certainly. This merchant ship was originally part of the Black Tooth pirate crew, confiscated 6 months ago by Major Carter, and sold to this commercial association. It is a medium-sized ship with a relatively short period of use. Moreover, due to its transformation from a pirate ship, the interior decor remains remarkably fresh and appealing. Sang Nero passed his notebook to Dallo for inspection. Please arrange a meeting with the ship owner. We shall visit this merchant vessel tomorrow. Dallo glanced at it before giving a firm nod. Understood. Upon hearing Dallo's request, Sang Nero promptly set about making the necessary arrangements. The following afternoon, Dalla laid eyes on the ship. Impressive. It's even larger than I had envisioned, he mused, surveying the merchant vessel. Dalla's preference for substantial ships was not without reason. The larger hull provided greater stability and safety while navigating the seas. Additionally, due to Dalla's unique ability to compress materials, the cargo aboard would be heavier, necessitating a vessel with deeper drafts and greater load capacity. "Boss, we can board now," Sang Nero indicated, leading Dalu onto the deck. Dalu, not one to hesitate, began exploring the ship. The vessel's dimensions were comparable to the Thousand Sunny, which would later belong to Luffy. The deck was spacious, with numerous iron-fenced openings on either side, previously used for mounting cannons, though these had since been removed. The ship was divided into 3 levels, including a cargo hold at the bottom and living quarters above. There were 10 bedrooms, a dining area, and a captain's cabin, all adorned with new decor, indicating that this merchant vessel had yet to enter service for long. Above the cabin was a terrace, where various apple trees and vegetables were cultivated, effectively preventing scurvy among the crew during long voyages without fresh produce. A tall mast stood prominently in the center, topped with a lookout's perch, while the bow featured a beautiful mermaid statue, a remnant from its piratical past. "Very good." Dalla nodded in satisfaction after a thorough inspection. The ship was well maintained, and its origins as a pirate vessel met Dalu's requirements for long voyages. Truly pleased, he signaled Sang Nero to negotiate, ultimately acquiring the ship for 30 million, without a single discount. However, the seller agreed to refurbish and renovate the vessel at no extra cost. The focus of the renovation would be the cargo hold, which Dalu had no need for, as he would not be transporting goods. Thus, it would be dismantled and transformed into a training room and an alchemy lab. Given his compression ability, Dalu did not require a large storage area. The remaining space from the cargo hold would be repurposed for the new alchemy lab, where he could set up various chemical equipment and reagents to conduct experiments and develop specialized ammunition. Next, Dalla briefed Sang Nero, instructing him to oversee the renovations at the port in the coming days and to ensure that all supplies were loaded onto the ship. Once all details were finalized and the contract was signed, Dalu found himself the proud owner of his very first ship. Chapter 71. The finals 2 days swiftly passed, and Sang Nero reported that the renovations were nearly complete, with all necessary supplies and equipment aboard, rendering everything ready for departure. After attending to all matters, Dalu spent these 2 days by Lugio's side, leading her to sense something amiss, despite his failure to disclose his plans for setting sail. The unspoken understanding lingered between them. Fortunately, the bustling tavern offered some respite from their impending separation, even closing for the day on the finals. The day of the finals was undoubtedly the most significant of the year on Razorbait Island, a fact made evident by the faint scent of fireworks in the air and the colorful streamers adorning the streets. Even the bustling commercial district, known for its daily influx of gold, saw many shops close their doors to attend the duel arena. Dalu and Lugio were no exception. After hanging a sign to announce the tavern's closure, they made their way to the arena to partake in the festivities of Razorbait. With 2 hours until the match commenced, the arena square was already a cacophony of voices, the crowd densely packed, and colorful balloons filled the sky, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Thankfully, Dalu had arranged for Sang Nero to procure tickets in advance. Otherwise, they would have struggled to find even standing room near the back. As Dalu and the others queued to enter, they encountered an old acquaintance, Miss Suzuki. "Mr. Dalu, you've come to watch the match." She greeted him with a beaming smile, clearly in high spirits. "Indeed," Dalu replied with a smile, feeling a certain fondness for her, despite her mischievous nature. "Would you care to join us? We still have a few seats available for family and friends," Miss Suzuki offered. No, Dalu began to decline, but upon seeing her cheerful face, reminiscent of a tempting siren, she added, "The family seats are quite close and require no waiting." "Boss, who do you think will win today?" Sang Nero inquired, leaning toward Dalu. "I'm uncertain, but perhaps the odds favor Hachuan Lixien," Dalu replied nonchalantly, disregarding Miss Suzuki's presence. In terms of strength, it was clear that Hachuan Lixien had the upper hand, especially after their previous encounter, leaving Dalu skeptical of Huchuan-Ji's chances. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Huchuan-Ji might possess hidden talents. "Oh, Mr. Dalu seems quite confident in Lil Qian. I thought you would lean towards our tavern master like the other spectators," Miss Suzuki remarked, her eyes narrowing in a sly smile. Dalu silently scoffed at this, thinking to himself, had I not fought that guy, I might have been deceived by his seemingly kind demeanor. Miss Suzuki then shifted the conversation, saying, "However, our tavern master is quite formidable. The outcome of this match is still uncertain." Dalu felt their discussion had gone in circles. Yet it merely confirmed his suspicion that Huchuan-Ji indeed harbored hidden strength. Before long, the audience erupted in cheers as the match commenced, and the two main contenders, Huchuan-Lixian and Huchuan-Ji, emerged from the contestants' passage. I never imagined Huchuan-Lixian would reach the finals. Indeed, I wonder what he was up to before this. You were the one who constantly derided him as a soft-hearted lamb. Precisely, you were the harshest critic. Enough bickering. Let us focus on the match. The audience in the stands intently observed the duel between the two combatants, engaged in fervent discussions, particularly about Huchuan-Lixian, who had become the center of conversation for everyone. In this year's competition, his performance had silenced all critics. On the arena, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Huchuan-Lixian and Huchuan-Ji gradually created distance between themselves, preparing for the long-anticipated confrontation. The spectators did not have to wait long. As the competition bell rang, the match officially commenced. "Are you ready?" Huchuan-Ji slowly drew his long sword from his waist, holding it steadily before him, and calmly inquired of Huchuan-Lixian. "Yes," Huchuan-Lixian replied softly, simultaneously unsheathing his Huchuan Morikane from his side. Before the echo of his response faded, Huchuan-Ji stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly approached Huchuan-Lixian. Following up with a flowing, upward slash aimed at Huchuan-Lixian's right shoulder. Huchuan-Lixian raised his gaze and instantly perceived the glint of the blade, drawing his Huchuan Morikane to meet the fierce strike, the clash of their blades producing a crisp sound. "Not bad. Your fundamentals haven't deteriorated," Huchuan-Ji remarked, before abruptly twisting his right hand gripping the sword, the blade glinting menacingly as it turned to thrust directly at Huchuan-Lixian's face. Huchuan-Lixian was not to be outdone. He countered with a deft flick of his sword, deflecting the strike, leading both to engage in a relentless exchange of blows. The two swords clashed repeatedly, the fierce confrontation eliciting waves of cheers from the audience, who marveled at the speed, power, and technique displayed by both fighters. Except for Daluo, who reflected on the saying, "Once you have seen the vast ocean, ordinary waters seem trivial. Apart from Bomb Mountain, all clouds are alike." After witnessing Huchuan-Lixian's state, Daluo felt that the two on the stage were merely performing a warm-up routine, overly flamboyant. He understood that the essence of swordsmanship in this world lay in pure aesthetic violence. It could not be so ostentatious. "You cannot kill anyone like this." As if hearing Daluo's thoughts, Huchuan-Ji suddenly exerted force, propelling Huchuan-Lixian, along with his sword, away, creating distance between them. They stood 5 meters apart, silently scrutinizing each other, seemingly searching for a flaw to exploit. Suddenly, Huchuan-Ji made the first move, retracting his long sword to his waist while simultaneously lowering his shoulder. His right hand, appearing boneless, whirled like a braid. Illusory sword dance. Under the influence of this peculiar movement, Huchuan-Ji's sword unleashed 3 crescent-shaped sword energies, intertwining and flashing towards Huchuan-Lixian along an erratic trajectory. 3 sword energies, 3 directions, 3 paths. The unpredictability of this strike left one at a loss on how to defend. While the laymen were captivated by the spectacle, the discerning audience, particularly Daluo with his exceptional Kinbunshiku, felt the true might of this strike. Remarkable. Even someone as discerning as Daluo had to concede upon witnessing this technique. But he quickly added, "Yet it is insufficient." Although Huchuan-Ji's strike was exceedingly proficient, Daluo recalled the 9-character secret sword technique that Huchuan-Lixian had demonstrated that night, realizing there were several moves capable of countering it. Sure enough, Huchuan Lixian held his long sword before his chest, its tip pointing skyward. And a torrent of sword energy surged forth from the blade, manifesting a guardian deity encircling him. Unmoving king of the secret character. As the three sword energies approached Huchuan Lixian, the unmoving king joined his hands in prayer and instantly absorbed the three fierce slashes. The audience erupted once again into thunderous applause. For the martial enthusiasts of Lazabat Island, the duel was akin to a magnificent performance. Hey, what Huchuan Lixian just used was the 9-character secret sword technique, right? Yes, now that you mention it, it does seem to be the 9-character secret sword technique. I remember seeing the old curator use it before. Many middle-aged spectators recognized Huchuan Lixian's technique and began to murmur among themselves. In that case, Huchuan Ji is in trouble. Yulin, seated in the second row, remarked to his grandson, fully aware of the 9-character secret sword's power as a veteran warrior of the island. Huchuan Ji finally has his day, he chuckled, relishing the thought, as he had been bested by Huchuan Ji for 6 consecutive years, finishing as runner-up. Returning to the duel. After Huchuan Lixian executed the unmoving king of the secret character, the two resumed their relentless exchange. Countless flying slashes wreaked havoc in the arena, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Finding the stalemate unsatisfactory, Huchuan Lixian distanced himself from Huchuan Ji once more, sheathing his blade and placing both hands on the hilt, mimicking the motion of drawing his sword. With a decisive step, he lowered his center of gravity, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. With a resonating hum, a blue slash erupted forth like a magnificent ribbon, accompanied by a tiger's roar, hurtling towards Huchuan Ji. Secret character of the bright wheel. This flying slash ascended into the air as if propelled by an unseen force, suddenly rising and then bursting open, transforming into a swirling storm of blades that swept across the arena. Huchuan Ji, realizing he could not withstand it head-on, retreated while attempting to weaken the blade storm with his own flying slashes. However, those strikes were as ineffective as an ant shaking a tree devoured by the storm, which only grew more ferocious. This is outrageous. Our curator can't really be losing to that kid, can he? While Huchuan Ji remained composed, the students of Wooding Sword Pavilion in the audience began to panic. The murmurs from the stands reached Daluo's ears, prompting him to reflect on the unfolding situation. The 9-character secret sword technique is truly formidable. Daluo then cast a curious glance at Suzuki, who sat beside Rukyu, noticing her ever-present smile. With a touch of mischief, he said, "Your curator is about to lose." Suzuki, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, maintained her focused gaze on the duel between Huchuan Ji and Huchuan Lixian and replied with a gentle smile, relying solely on the 9-character secret sword. Xiao Qian cannot secure victory. Besides, how do you know that the curator doesn't also know the 9-character secret sword? Chapter 72, Mediocrity. Huchuan Ji also knows the 9-character secret sword. Daluo looked skeptically at Huchuan Ji, who was being pursued by the blade storm. That doesn't seem likely. If Huchuan Ji were truly to master the 9-character secret sword, he should be able to effortlessly shatter that sword's storm or employ the defensive technique, the character's secret immovable Mingwang, he previously used with Huchuan Lixian to withstand it. How could it be possible for him to be chased around by a mere sword chi? Seemingly perceiving Daluo's confusion, Miss Suzuki gently spoke up. "Mr. Daluo, you must have crossed blades with Xiao Qian, right? Do you consider Xiao Qian strong?" Huchuan Lixian. Daluo meticulously recalled the battle between the two at the port junkyard that night. Huchuan Lixian's remarkable swordsmanship and fierce strikes left a profound impression on him. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Daluo, who had a lofty spirit, particularly after witnessing the battle between Roger and Carp, felt his perspective had broadened. Yet, after grappling with Huchuan Lixian, he couldn't help but marvel at this individual's innate combat talent. His physical prowess and reflexes were truly deserving of the term genius. What a commendable appraisal. Miss Suzuki responded with a smile, seemingly basking in Daluo's praise. She then pointed towards Huchuan Ji on the battlefield and inquired, "What do you think of our curator's abilities?" This unexpected question momentarily caught Daluo off guard. as he had never clashed with He and thus could not offer an informed opinion. However, considering He was already in his 40s, an age typically representing the peak of a person's combat capabilities, it was fair to say that his prowess was commendable. Yet in terms of innate talent, He paled in comparison to Liqian. In the presence of others, Dallo refrained from being overly candid, merely offering a faint smile without comment. Seemingly interpreting the subtlety behind Dallo's smile, Miss Suzuki paid no mind and remarked, "Indeed, if Xiao Qian is a genius, then our curator can only be considered mediocre." This assessment struck Dallo as quite accurate, though he withheld his thoughts, continuing to gaze at Suzuki with curiosity, eager to hear more. Yet even a mediocre individual can be fearsome. Suzuki continued, redirecting her focus back to the duel. At that moment, He, after exerting considerable effort, finally dissipated the sword storm. The juxtaposition of the words mediocre and fearsome perplexed Dallo, and just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Miss Suzuki pointing at He on the battlefield, her tone light as she said, "It's coming, don't blink." Upon hearing Miss Suzuki's words, Dallo redirected his attention to He. At this moment, He had sheathed his sword at his waist, gradually lowering his center of gravity, almost as if preparing to prostrate himself on the ground. His right hand, gripping the sword, relaxed in layers. The entire sequence was slow yet fluid, reminiscent of the serene movements of a tea ceremony, imbued with an elusive significance. Soudainement, écongies aura transformed, taking on a chilling intensity akin to a tiger poised to pounce from its lair. Observing this motion, Dallo was reminded of the lightning-fast Aido strike employed by Liqian that night. While their movements were similar, Ji exuded a far greater dominance than Liqian had at that time. Lin character secret not dispelling. As Ji's aura reached its zenith, he sprang into action, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, like a wraith, Ji materialized before Liqian, swiftly drawing his long sword with his relaxed right hand. The pent-up sword intent surged forth like a torrential flood, aiming to tear through the heavens as it raced towards Liqian. It was astonishingly rapid, the entire sequence unfolding within a second. Even with Dallo's mental preparation and his use of Kin Bunchikahaki to lock on a Ji upon his disappearance, he was still startled by the displayed velocity. It was as if Ji had shifted from one point to another instantaneously, executing the Aido strike without an observable process. Even with Kin Bunchaku, Dallo could barely discern a few fleeting afterimages. Meanwhile, the audience and Liqian remained oblivious, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. Liqian, struck by the blow, halted abruptly, a look of astonishment on his face as he touched the sudden wound on his right shoulder, blood already flowing from it, staining his pristine attire crimson. "Oh, what has happened?" Once the spectators grasped the situation, they erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, some latecomers still appearing dazed. Among the front-row audience, past competitors gasped in astonishment. The 9-character secret sword? Ji can actually wield the 9-character secret sword. This was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. The most incredulous was the venerable Yulun, who had been overshadowed by Ji for a lifetime. He let out a furious roar, standing up from his seat, startling his grandson into tears. He could not fathom that the individual who had thwarted him in the final 6 times had kept such a potent technique hidden, suggesting that Ji could vanquish Yulun without breaking a sweat. Is it really the 9-character secret sword? Wasn't it said that the old curator only passed it on to Liqian? How impressive! ISNT it. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Miss Suzuki tilted her head at Dallo, a proud smile gracing her lips. Impressive? No, one could only say. Dallo looked at the proudly beaming Suzuki, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, and with a touch of mischief, he decided to tease her. As anticipated, upon hearing the first half of his statement, Suzuki's lovely brows furrowed in disapproval, assuming Dallo was either a fool unable to discern depth or just another pretender, like those suitors in the dojo, vying for her attention. After witnessing the reaction he sought, Dallo leisurely continued, Remarkable, indeed. Upon hearing Dallow's words, Suzuki's eyes finally narrowed in delight as she cheerfully replied, "Yes. The curator is truly remarkable. Oh no, with Huchuan Ji being this strong, could Huchuan Liqian possibly lose?" Sunny, seated at Dallow's right, anxiously observed the dominant Huchuan Ji on the field. It would be quite normal for him to win, Dallow shrugged nonchalantly, not taking a firm stance. The outcome of their duel was difficult to predict. Either winning or losing was entirely plausible. After speaking, Dallow glanced at Sunny, noting the sweat beading on his forehead as he clutched the armrests of his seat. "You didn't place a bet on Huchuan Liqian, did you?" Dallow squinted at Sunny, as if attempting to peer into his soul. Well, I did place a small wager." Sunny averted his gaze, whispering, "A small wager? How much is that?" Dallow pressed further. 8 million berry. Sunny's voice grew ever fainter, and by the time he uttered his final word, it had become nearly inaudible, tinged with a hint of sobbing. He caught a glimpse of Huchuan Liqian sustaining yet another blow, and he felt the inevitability of defeat closing in. 800,000 belly. Are you truly going all in? Dalluo exclaimed, a mix of admiration and astonishment at Sun's audacity. Just days earlier, Dalluo had entrusted Sinua with 500,000 belly, followed by an additional 300,000 as a bonus for his assistance in procuring a ship, totaling 800,000 belly. Unexpectedly, this fellow, upon receiving the money, dared to go all in during the finals. Perhaps Sinua was inspired by the success of his previous all-in gambles. However, one knows one's own capabilities. He possessed the extraordinary ability of Cyangian to perceive the strengths of both competitors. What gives you the confidence? Do you truly believe that going all in is a mark of wisdom? Boss, what should we do? Huchuan Liqian is about to lose. Sang Yiruo turned to Dalluo, grasping his right hand and shaking it while crying out, already envisioning himself reduced to a mere errand boy once again. Calm down. The game is not lost yet. Dalluo, somewhat irritated by Sang Yiruo's antics, responded impatiently. Not lost yet. Our curator only needed a single move to corner Huchuan Liqian, while Huchuan Liqian is utterly at a loss. An apprentice from the Wuding Sword Academy, seated behind Sina, smugly interjected. Who would have thought our curator has mastered the 9-character secret sword, and to such an extent? I wonder when we can learn it ourselves. Another student sighed. I told you. The curator is the biological son of the former curator. How could the 9-character secret sword be passed to anyone else? But why does our curator only utilize one move? I don't know. Perhaps he wants to toy with Huchuan Liqian. If it ends too quickly, how will he avenge the grievances of the past? Daomu, sitting near the aisle, remarked with evident satisfaction as he observed the beleaguered Huchuan Liqian. These remarks were akin to boiling oil poured into a hot pan, erupting in Sun's ears and causing his face to flush crimson. He felt as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, leaping restlessly in his chair. Do not despair. There is still hope. Huchuan Ji can only execute this one move. He cannot utilize the other techniques of the 9-character secret sword. Dalluo attempted to console Sang Yiruo. Nonsense. Do not malign our curator. He is formidable. Daomu, who bore a grudge against Dalluo, could no longer remain silent upon hearing Dalluo's remarks. However, Miss Lingmu, upon hearing Dalluo's words, looked at him with surprise and inquired, how does Mr. Dalluo know that the curator has mastered only this one move of the 9-character secret sword? Didn't you tell me? Dalluo replied with a smile. Me? Lingmu pointed to herself, perplexed. A talentless individual, terrifying, Dalluo began to elucidate. If Huchuan Ji truly could master all the techniques of the 9-character secret sword to this extent, he could hardly be deemed talentless. Moreover, your curator sacrificed much to perfect this draw-cut technique, inevitably forsaking other moves. 10 years. Miss Lingmu provided the answer, continuing, Curator Huchuan has dedicated 10 years to mastering this sword technique. He relinquished his life, family, and even abandoned other inherited techniques, practicing his swordplay thousands of times daily. For this one strike, he has nearly forsaken everything. Miss Lingmu spoke softly, yet her tone was far from tranquil. No one understood better than her the sacrifices that man had made. Sanghua, Lu Jiao, and all the members of the Wooting Sword Academy were left speechless in astonishment. A sword honed for 10 years, Daluo was the first to regain his composure, gazing at Huchuan-ji on the field with genuine admiration. One extraordinary man. Daluo had to admit he had underestimated Huchuan-ji. It's over. Even you say so, boss. My 800,000 Sina, who had always regarded Daluo's words as gospel, felt his countenance instantly wilt at Daluo's praise. Chapter 73. Victory and Defeat. 10 years honing a sword. This granted Huchuan-ji the opportunity to contend with those prodigies. After deploying this strike, Huchuan-ji indeed gained a decisive advantage, and even Huchuan Liqian, faced with this extraordinary draw cut, could only suffer. Yet that was all there was to it. After all, this is the world of the Pirate King, a realm teeming with monstrous talents. If an ordinary individual could level the playing field with such monsters through mere effort, how could this world be so skewed? Those notorious pirates and the celestial dragons who trample upon the common folk had long been brought low. This does not imply that the sweat of ordinary people is without merit. It merely reflects that, in the presence of true monsters, it is insufficient. This is the harsh reality of the pirate world. Look at Big Mom, who could annihilate an entire giant village in her youth. Despite indulging in debauchery, gluttony, and power plays throughout her growth, she still emerged as one of the most formidable forces upon the seas. The gap is so vast that even Daluo could not help but mutter, "It is truly unfair." Such unfairness also extends between Huchuan-ji and Huchuan Liqian. Despite Huchuan-ji's dominance, he had yet to secure a definitive victory. Huchuan Liqian adeptly shifted positions through rapid movement, causing Huchuan-ji's draw cut to consistently miss its mark. Although each strike landed, they failed to strike vital points. Nonetheless, the long sword had found its target, and Huchuan Liqian bore numerous wounds. The once pristine white kimono was now soaked in crimson, presenting a pitiful sight. Observing the struggling Huchuan Liqian, the audience was moved, cheering him on, having completely forgotten that the resolute youth they once derided was now their source of encouragement. As the six-time champion, Huchuan-ji naturally attracted many supporters. Those who had wagered their lives and fortunes on him were equally vocal in their support. The cacophony of encouragement from both sides converged, elevating the atmosphere of the duel to its zenith. At that moment, the outcome seemed less significant. On the field, after executing a series of over 10 moves of Lingzi v. Bufi, Huchuan-ji's stamina was waning. He understood the necessity of a swift conclusion. Thus, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of both Huchuan Liqian and the audience. Almost simultaneously with his disappearance, Huchuan-ji reappeared before Huchuan Liqian, the blade in his hand carving a clean arc as if traversing dimensions. In the span of a mere tenth of a second, that drawn blade would descend upon Huchuan Liqian, and in that fractional moment, the audience felt as though they had been ensnared in a time freeze, utterly unresponsive. Fortunately, Daluo, relying on his rare observation skills, captured that fleeting moment and discerned the concealed movements of Huchuan-ji. The process of movement, the act of striking. Clang! In this almost motionless moment, Dalu heard a crisp sound, the source of which was Huchuan Liqian, or rather, the blade that protected him. There was no time for Dalu to ponder. The clash between the two had already concluded, and the timeline seemed to return to its normal flow, with the audience's cheers continuing to erupt in Dalu's ears. Yet compared to the deafening applause, Dalu was more concerned about that distinct metallic sound, which could only arise from a collision of metal. This indicated that he had successfully blocked it. Huchuan Liqian had indeed thwarted the attack. The astonished gasps from the spectators spoke volumes. Although they were unaware of the specifics, their bewildered expressions revealed the incredibility of the event. To them, such an extraordinary strike should have been unassailable. Was it mere chance, or had he truly responded in time? Miss Suzuki murmured to herself, her right hand instinctively tightening around the armrest. This was the shared question among all present in the duel arena, and only two individuals could provide an answer. One was Huchuan Liqian on the field, and the other was Dalu, who possessed the observation haki. It was no coincidence. Dalu asserted resolutely, for in that fleeting moment, He had captured Huchuan Lixian's movements with his haki. The slight lift of a long blade was precisely the action that allowed his sword to perfectly intercept Huchuan Ji's lethal strike. Thus, he was acutely aware that this was not mere happenstance, but rather adaptability. Throughout the battle, Huchuan Lixian had been continuously adjusting to the sword-drawing technique, and by now, he had managed to barely keep pace with its astonishing speed, relying not on reflexes but solely on instinct. What a terrifying talent that fellow possessed. Dalu observed Huchuan Lixian, whose right hand trembled slightly, and lamented. How could someone so gifted remain obscure, to the extent that he was not even mentioned in the original One Piece manga? Was his extraordinary talent to be buried, confined to this small island for the rest of his life? That would be a grave misfortune, Dalu thought. In his eyes, with Huchuan Lixian's remarkable talent, if he were to brave the seas for a few years, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. As Dalu contemplated, significant changes unfolded on the battlefield. After Huchuan Ji's strike was blocked, he refrained from executing his signature sword-drawing technique. Having spent several years in close quarters with Huchuan Lixian, he understood better than anyone the extent of his talent. Thus, Huchuan Ji felt an intense unwillingness. He was discontent with his own mediocrity, so much so that before his father's passing, he could not rest easy in trusting the family dojo to an outsider. This led to someone as exceptionally gifted as Huchuan Lixian being trapped on this small island, his astonishing talents squandered. On the field, Huchuan Ji stamped his right foot heavily on the ground, propelling himself towards Huchuan Lixian with a fierce determination to exchange injuries. He understood that should he recklessly employ Lin Zimi Bupai again, Huchuan Lixian might well adapt completely to that speed, at which point he would find himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, the next strike must be decisive, and prior to that, he needed to force his opponent into revealing a flaw. The two long swords clashed, producing a series of crisp sounds. While Huchuan Ji was more seasoned, Huchuan Lixian, youthful and vigorous, found the two engaged in a fierce standoff despite his injuries. Huchuan Ji's strategy bore fruit. During one offensive, their blades collided, the tremendous force impacting Huchuan Lixian's injured right arm, momentarily slowing his movements. This was the opportunity. The seasoned Huchuan Ji seized the opening, drawing his blade with a thunderous flourish. Bupai, he suddenly vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind Huchuan Lixian in the next instant. I have won, Lixian, Huchuan Ji said slowly, then swung his long sword downward, flicking away a drop of blood before sheathing it. The moment the blade returned to its scabbard, Huchuan Lixian faltered, a wound blossoming from his right shoulder to his abdomen, saturating his pristine white garment with crimson. Struck with a heavy blow, Huchuan Lixian collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with his long sword, barely managing to remain upright. He had lost. From the audience, Sunny let out a wail, his anguished tone suggesting he had received the blow himself. The other spectators began to disperse, as if this monumental duel had already reached its conclusion. No, it is not over yet, Dalu observed as Huchuan Lixian, leaning on his sword, slowly rose to his feet. In Dalu's perception through haki, Huchuan Lixian now resembled an unparalleled beast, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. This is unbelievable. At that moment, Miss Suzuki, witnessing the Shura-like figure of Huchuan Lixian, covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed. She was well aware of the ferocity that Huchuan Lixian exhibited upon entering his second persona. The hellish scenes from years past were still vivid in her memory. Fear not, that fellow is far from simple. Dalu activated his observation haki, locking onto Huchuan Lixian, only to discover that his opponent's weaknesses had diminished further. This indicated that he still retained his rationality. Upon hearing Dalu's words, Miss Suzuki steadied herself, yet her expression remained filled with concern as she gazed at Huchuan Ji on the field. Sure enough, Huchuan Ji turned to face Huchuan Lixian, his demeanor cold, betraying no emotions. Huchuan Lixian did not respond. Instead, he took a heavy step forward, his entire being transformed into a gust of white wind, vanishing from the arena. My flow, In an instant, Huchuan Lixian appeared before Huchuan Ji, followed by a flash of cold light aimed directly at Huchuan Ji's throat. The speed was no less than that of Huchuan Ji's decade-long practiced sword-drawing technique. After the strike, Miss Suzuki sprang from her seat beside Dalu. Fortunately, the anticipated scene did not materialize. The glimmering long sword halted just inches from Huchuan Ji's neck, poised to sever his throat. "Brother, you have grown strong," Huchuan Lixian remarked softly, his gentle tone seemingly dispelling the murderous aura, his once bloodthirsty crimson pupils returning to their usual slitted state. Momentarily taken aback by Huchuan Lixian's words, Huchuan Ji's expression shifted as he managed to squeeze out two phrases. "Is that so? That's good." With that, Huchuan Ji appeared to find relief, his entire presence relaxing as he sheathed his sword and gestured to the referee beside him. "I concede." Very well." The referee, much like the audience below, was momentarily taken aback by what had transpired. Yet, upon hearing Huchuan Ji's declaration, he reflexively responded, "I hereby announce that contestant Huchuan Ji has forfeited, and the victor is Huchuan Lixian." Chapter 74. Truths unveiled in intoxication. When the referee declared the victor to be Huchuan Lixian, the entire arena erupted into exuberant celebration. With this singular match, Huchuan Lixian captivated the hearts of everyone in Lazabit, and the derogatory moniker of soft-horned sheep would never again be uttered. It was utterly delightful. Beside him, Suzuki had already been reduced to tears of joy. Yet, the most elated individual was not she, but rather Sunny, who, hoarse from shouting, was basking in the glory of having wagered his entire fortune and emerged with a staggering 10 million. Prior to the match, few had believed in Huchuan Lixian's ability to triumph over the six-time champion, Huchuan Ji, and thus, the stakes for this contest were exceedingly high. "What is this? Your director has lost, and you're this happy?" Ignoring Sunny's continued shouts, Dalu jested at Suzuki. Miss Suzuki did not respond. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Dalu before leaping from her seat into the aisle and racing towards the arena. "Suzuki Shiji, is it you coming to assist Huchuan Ji?" Dalmu, who was nearby, assumed Suzuki was there to support Huchuan Ji and hurriedly called out to her. However, Suzuki paid him no mind, bouncing up to Huchuan Lixian, her captivating eyes curving into crescent moons. "Congratulations on winning the championship, Xiaoqian." "Thank you, Suzuki-jia." Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Huchuan Lixian responded with a smile. "Xiaoqian." Suzuki gestured towards the Huchuan shokanate in his hand, her words faltering. "Ah, no worries." Huchuan Lixian was well aware of what Suzuki intended to convey and understood the psychological impact his other persona had left on her. "Oh, what I wish to inquire is not that. I merely want to ask if you would like to attend the banquet at Wooding Jianguan tonight." Suzuki waved her hand, speaking a bit shyly. Yet, her expression revealed her joy upon hearing that Huchuan Lixian had resolved the issues with his second persona. Cough, cough. Behind Suzuki, Huchuan Ji, who had been left unable to move but was reluctant to reveal his identity, coughed awkwardly. "Director." Suzuki turned her head, casting a pleading glance at Huchuan Ji. Huchuan Ji did not respond immediately. After pausing to look at Huchuan Lixian, he addressed Suzuki. "Let us return to Jianguan for the banquet tonight. It has been a long time since I last visited." With that, Huchuan Ji, aided by Dalmu and others, began to make his way towards the contestant passage, preparing to depart. Yet, just a few steps later, he halted, turning back to Huchuan Lixian and Suzuki to instruct, "Ensure the sword hall is tidied up. We wouldn't want Dalmu and the others to witness any disgrace." Beside them, Suzuki covered her mouth, yet could hardly contain her laughter. What a pair of awkward fellows. That evening, the entirety of Lazabit was engulfed in jubilation. Lanterns, fireworks, fine wines, and exquisite cuisine adorned the tables, showcasing all that could symbolize joy at a banquet. Inside the tavern, the stock of liquor had long since been depleted, entirely consumed by the wealthy Huchuan Ji. Dalu relished the leisure of the moment, as he had no need to mix drinks while still earning a profit, but Lei, unable to bear the sight of the inebriated patrons lacking libations, conjured forth an ample supply of drinks using his fruit abilities. Dalu, generous as ever, waived all drink costs for the tavern's patrons. As long as they could find a seat, they could drink freely. Free drinks. Consequently, the tavern quickly filled to capacity, with scarcely a foot of space left unoccupied. Some patrons, in their drunken stupor, showcased their unique talents for nonsensical ramblings, yet every face radiated with a fervent smile. "How wonderful this atmosphere is," mumbled Lugio, who stood at the bar washing glasses, observing the revelers with a soft gaze. "Indeed," Dalu echoed, accepting a glass from Lugio and wiping it dry with a towel before placing it back on the rack. "If not for the tumultuous nature of this destined era, who would willingly bind their necks with the weight of responsibility, sailing into the vast unknown? Yet, should one succumb to complacency, the tides of time would surely abandon them." This was especially true for Dalu. Lugio understood as well. Dalu's decision to venture out to sea had become inevitable. Though she felt a pang of reluctance, she refrained from interference, recognizing that nothing could hinder a man from pursuing his dreams upon the ocean. Fortunately, the raucous sounds from the adjacent Jianguan shattered their silence. Typically closed, the doors of Jianguan swung wide, with lanterns hanging on either side, and the courtyard teeming with apprentices from Wuding Jianguan. In the courtyard, the inebriated Daomu began to ramble. "Let me tell you, Shirshu, I used to look down upon you, thinking you were a disgrace to the Jianding style. But who would have imagined you were so profound? Today I am convinced. I sincerely apologize for my previous transgressions." With that, he collapsed onto the ground. Even a few apprentices, known for causing trouble at the tavern, took it upon themselves to publicly dance to make amends to Huchuan Liqian. How embarrassing! Huchuan Ji's face flushed with indignation, and he directed a few relatively sober apprentices. "You lot, take them back." Huchuan Ji still commanded considerable respect. At his command, the apprentices scattered like startled birds, and soon, only Huchuan Ji, Huchuan Liqian, and Suzuki remained in the courtyard. "Xiaoqian, what are your plans for the future?" Huchuan Ji rose from his seat, retrieving Daomu's unfinished drink to pour himself a glass. "Why the sudden inquiry?" Suzuki cast a reproachful glance at Huchuan Ji, worried that the two might resume their quarrel. Huchuan Liqian, however, remained unperturbed, filling his teacup, holding it in both hands, and exhaling warmth as he spoke. "I had not given it much thought. Initially, I intended to honor my master's last wishes and faithfully guard Jianding Jingguan. But now it seems my senior brother can manage just as well. Indeed, this thing is quite potent." Huchuan Ji took a sip of the wine he had not tasted in over a decade, reflecting, then continued, "Xiaoqian, do you still remember the dream we once vowed to pursue?" "Of course. To become a legendary swordsman celebrated by the world, and to bring renown to the Jianding style." Huchuan Liqian nodded, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Ah, so you do remember." Huchuan Ji slammed his cup onto the table, yet his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. "Father said at the end that entrusting the sword hall to you was to alleviate your guilt. However, if you were to remain tethered to the sword hall and squander your talents, it would be a grave pity. Thus, if you wish to set sail, then do so." Understanding dawned upon Huchuan Liqian as he nodded. Although he had never doubted his senior brother, he had found some of his recent actions perplexing. Indeed, as a son, what could be more tragic than having one's father entrust the sword hall to a junior before passing? Huchuan Ji took another sip of the wine he had not tasted in over a decade. "I once believed my senior brother harbored resentment," Huchuan Liqian whispered. "Perhaps there was some initial animosity, but more than that, it was regret for my own inadequacies. If only I had been more resolute back then and could have lifted the burden of the Jianguan, perhaps my father would not have perished." The words of He Kuan-ji, who had crossed 40, were laced with deep regret. The night in Lazabat belonged to those who indulged in drink, yet exceptions always exist. On the western side of the island, several individuals clad in white traversed the streets. They were none other than Bode and his companions. Armed with the weights left by Darrow, they inquired at every blacksmith shop and hardware store in the vicinity. Even under the cover of night, they resorted to intimidation. But no useful information surfaced. What shall we do? There are absolutely no clues. Quilly, in her impatience, transformed her already unattractive makeup into a ghastly visage. "Let us inquire at the dueling grounds tomorrow. Perhaps there is news to be found there." Bode lamented, recalling that the naval vice admiral had previously been stationed there, questioning its feasibility. Quilly rolled her eyes, exasperation evident in her gaze as she regarded Bode. Just a few days prior, he had spoken with such conviction, and yet their arduous search on the island had yielded nothing. Regardless, we shall venture there tomorrow. If it proves fruitless, we will have no choice but to return and report. Bode's words were conclusive, and neither Quilly nor Bode uttered another word. Chapter 75. Crisis the day following the finals. Those suffering from hangovers do not rise early, and thus time leapt to the afternoon. The tavern lay in disarray, having operated until the early hours, leaving Darrow and his companions too exhausted to tidy up. The bar's sink overflowed with unwashed glasses, while tables and chairs lay in disarray throughout the establishment. What a mess! Darrow, just awake, surveyed the chaos with a wry smile, yet picked up a broom to commence cleaning. Across the street at Jianguan, Hequan Li Qian and Suzuki were also engaged in clearing the remnants of the previous night's banquet. Xiao Qian, you are injured. Allow me to handle this, Suzuki insisted, attempting to seize the broom from Hequan Li Qian's grasp. However, as a master swordsman, Hequan Li Qian would not permit such an easy disarmament. With a deft motion, he twirled the broom, swiftly subduing Miss Suzuki by placing the handle against her neck. Ah, my apologies, Suzuki-san. It was a reflex, Hequan Li Qian said awkwardly, scratching his head as he quickly withdrew the broom from her neck. Enough of this. Suzuki was about to protest, but, remembering Hequan Li Qian's injury, restrained herself. Nevertheless, she snatched the broom and retreated to the courtyard to manage the task herself. Impressive, Darrow remarked, giving Hequan Li Qian a thumbs up in admiration. My apologies, sir. Please forgive my clumsiness, Hequan Li Qian replied, somewhat embarrassed by Darrow's teasing. It is understandable. Such is the way of the sword. As the old saying goes, women only hinder your speed in drawing your blade, Darrow proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Impeding the speed of drawing blade? Hequan Li Qian's face paled at the thought. This is far too grave. Indeed, Darrow nodded gravely. Upon overhearing their nonsensical exchange, Suzuki stormed out of the courtyard, hands on her hips, and swiftly approached Hequan Li Qian, twisting his ear. Do not listen to this fool. With that, she shot Darrow a warning glare, signaling him to refrain from corrupting the youth, while dragging Hequan Li Qian back into the courtyard. Haha, this fellow, Darrow chuckled, recalling Hequan Li Qian's fearful expression, shaking his head in amusement. Just then, Rikudo awakened, emerging from the loft and stifling yawns, evidently exhausted from the exertions of the previous night. Up so early? Darrow greeted Rikudo. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I might as well get to work, Rikudo replied, moving to the bar to begin cleaning. Observing Rikudo's diligence, Darrow felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that this individual had been faithfully assisting him for several days, repaying the debt of gratitude for saving his life. It seems you truly enjoy this work, Darrow remarked, leaning against the bar, observing Rikudo. Indeed, Rikudo sighed, turning on the tap to rinse glasses, watching the foam cascade into the basin. Who would relish a life filled with anxiety and hardship? Would you care to share your tale? Darrow shrugged, gesturing toward Rikudo's lower back, where the mark of the celestial dragon was located. So, the owner Darrow has known all along, Rikudo replied with a wry smile, retrieving two freshly washed glasses, activating his ability to fill them with liquor. Drinking so early is not advisable. Darrow raised an eyebrow at the glasses Rikudo offered. What is a story without a drink? Ignoring Darrow's concerns, Rikudo settled onto a high stool, took a sip of his drink, and began recounting his experiences in detail. With the glasses emptied and the tale told, Darrow gleaned an understanding of the plight of this man pursued by CP0. What are your plans for the future? Darrow inquired after hearing the narrative. Though unspoken, it was evident to both that Darrow could not allow Rikudo to remain in the tavern for long. It was far too perilous, especially for Lugio, as keeping Rikudo nearby was akin to harboring a ticking bomb. I'm uncertain. Why ponder it? Perhaps in a few days, I will be captured by CP or the Navy and meet my end in the streets, Rikudo shrugged. I plan to set sail in a few days. Would you care to join me as my companion? Darrow declared earnestly, placing his glass upon the bar. Set sail? Rikudo echoed, bewildered, even repeating the key term from Daro's invitation. To be precise, as pirates. What say you? Daro elaborated, formally extending the invitation. Eh, Rikudo exclaimed in astonishment. The shock was palpable. He found it hard to fathom why Daro, who seemed to lead a secure and prosperous life, would have any inclination to become a pirate. But I am being pursued by the celestial dragons. Rikudo's face flushed as he struggled to articulate. In his eyes, Daro, who had defeated Owen, was indeed a reliable ally, having sheltered him during his most desperate times. Yet this very bond made him reluctant to drag Daro into danger. They are merely celestial dragons. Daro waved dismissively, exhibiting a complete lack of concern. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, he held little reverence for those who proclaimed themselves descendants of creators. Besides, what of it if one were to confront celestial dragons? He could not fathom why. If Luffy could protect Robin, who had uncovered a century's worth of empty history, he would not be able to shield Rikudo, who had struck a celestial dragon. Yet, recognizing that Rikudo seemed unaware of Daro's familiarity with the celestial dragons, he attempted to explain. The Navy admirals, yes? Dalua directly interrupted Lykeet, then gestured with his hand to reassure him. Currently, the Lokisi Haijulianmung is flourishing, and it is impossible for the Navy to dispatch an admiral for action. At least not for the next few years. In a few years, we will have already entered the New World, and at that time, the Navy will be even more out of reach. Therefore, relax. There are many who can create larger messes than you in this world. With a clear analysis, Dalua continued. The current Navy is not the same as the future one, which will be composed of the 3 admirals, red, yellow, and blue. The only significant power left among the admirals, apart from Zifa, is Sengoku, who is generally regarded as the future fleet admiral. Zifa is still committed to not killing admirals, and Sengoku rarely leaves Marineford. Can the celestial dragons really command a disobedient carp? So, Basala, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lykeet exclaimed, standing up excitedly from his chair upon hearing the response. Then it settled. Dalua slammed the table, confirming his first crew member, and patted Lykeet on the shoulder, instructing him, from now on, you shall call me captain. After their conversation, Dalua and Lykeet tidied up the tavern, leaving only a few minor tasks. Just then, Lujo also woke up and assigned the remaining work to the 2 of them. He planned to head to the dock to check the supplies once more, intending to set sail directly after everything was settled in a day or 2. Meanwhile, the CP0 trio arrived in the central area that they had long neglected, currently searching for clues with the weight blocks left by The first places they approached were the nearby blacksmith shops and hardware stores. Finally, the group pushed open the door of the blacksmith shop where Dala had forged the weight blocks. What can I do for you? The blacksmith, having little business since the competition ended, greeted them warmly as they entered. Bod and his companions remained silent, their eyes scanning the shop continuously, while Koeli spoke first, pointing to the weight block in Boldo's hand and inquiring, Sir, have you seen anything like this? The blacksmith looked in the direction Koeli was pointing and thought to himself, isn't this the iron lump I just forged for that kid a few days ago? Fortunately, the blacksmith was clever, noticing the suspicious attire and behavior of the group. He thought he should not betray Alo and attempted to deflect the question. No, that owner must know, Boldo shouted loudly, keenly reading something from the blacksmith's expression. Before the words had even left his mouth, Boldo lunged forward, subduing the blacksmith and pressing him harshly against the ground. Tell me, where have you seen this? Boldo demanded fiercely, and fearing the blacksmith would not cooperate, he forcibly broke the blacksmith's long-used right hand. The blacksmith let out a wail. A young man asked me to make this. It has nothing to do with me. At the tavern, that kid is at the tavern. The Boat Tavern. Chapter 76. The attack of CP0. As evening approached, the tavern had been cleaned up, and Lugio had prepared dinner, setting it on the table, waiting for Baaloa to return so they could eat. Fish head soup, roasted lamb leg, and mushroom pie. Sensing that dough was about to leave, Lugio prepared a sumptuous meal. The soup is ready. Lugio brought the cooked fish soup to the table and took out the bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard. However, she noticed Lykeet staring blankly to the side. Likey, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. It's nothing. Likey snapped back to reality, taking the bowls and chopsticks from Lugio, but his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Indeed, since escaping from the Holy Land, he had been living a life of hiding and wandering. He had thought he would forever live under the shadow of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. But now everything seemed to be changing. The term partner had appeared in his life for the first time. Those he had interacted with before were either driven mad by greed for his bounty or were fearful due to the Celestial Dragon's power. It seems you two are planning to leave, right? With Dalol? Lugio asked, her hands crossed on the counter, looking at Likey. Even without his response, the perceptive Lugio understood her brother well. Previously, Dalol trained daily, but in the last few days, he had been accompanying her. The implication was clear. The atmosphere became tense. Neither spoke further, merely gazing out the door, awaiting Bo's return. Suddenly, sounds came from the tavern's entrance. That must be Dalor returning. I'll go check. Lugio stood up, removed her apron, and headed outside, only to see the CP0 trio. Assuming they had come for drinks, she apologetically said, I'm sorry, the tavern is closed today. Please come back another day. However, Boldo and the others would not be so easily deterred. Without a word, they rushed into the tavern. Lugio intended to stop them, but Coeli pushed her to the ground. The immense force overwhelmed Lugio, who had not been trained, and she fell. Hearing the commotion, Likey rushed out, colliding with Boldo and the others. Realizing the danger, he hurried towards the tavern's entrance. Likey, I didn't know you were still on the island. Boldo exclaimed in surprise. Both astonished and delighted, shocked that Likey had not been taken by the Roger pirates, and pleased that his mission finally had a lead. Boldo would not allow Likey to escape. He lunged forward, but Likey reacted quickly, transforming into a puddle of wine to evade the attack. Dodging the critical strike, Likey activated his abilities, transforming into a wine arrow that swiftly soared through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Pursue, Boldo commanded, and he and Boldo simultaneously activated their abilities to follow, while Coeli transformed into her half-beast owl form, sprouting wings and taking flight. Coeli, with her flying ability, quickly caught up with Likey, engaging him in aerial combat. However, being the weakest, she had yet to master hockey and was struck by Likey's dry red spear. Although Likey was momentarily slowed by this assault, Boldo followed closely behind and struck him with a hockey-infused flying finger gun, severely injuring Likey. Despite the pain, Likey persevered, transforming once more into wine and dashing into the sky. Coeli, are you all right? Boldo, the old lickspittle, rushed to Coeli's side, visibly concerned upon seeing her injured. You bastard! How dare you hurt my beautiful wings? Coeli shouted angrily, rolling twice before coming to a halt, gazing at her disheveled state. Stop dawdling, hurry up and follow. Boldo coldly ordered Boldo and Coeli, his focus solely on the mission, unconcerned about his companions. Follow me, this way. Seeing Boldo lose his temper, Boldo ceased his pity and transformed into a bulldog, striving to catch the scent of the lingering wine in the air. The three pursuers continued their relentless chase, while Likey found himself cornered with no way out. Standing at the dock, gazing at the boundless sea, despair enveloped him. Although he possessed the ability to fly short distances due to his fruit powers, his injured state rendered such an escape impossible. Damn it, how could it come to this? Likey lamented internally, bitterly aware that he had just encountered comrades worthy of his trust. Run, why aren't you running? You've caused me a great deal of suffering, sneered Coeli, who had caught up with him, delighting in his evident despair. Meanwhile, Burjuo and Bode also approached, closing in on him. In a fit of rage, Likey unleashed his powers, summoning an abundance of alcohol to coalesce around him, with a fiery blaze igniting. He spread his arms wide, manipulating the liquid into a colossal flaming sword, and charged at his adversaries. Humph! A cornered beast fights fiercely. Bode retorted coldly as he transformed into a blur, launching himself forward and delivering a heavy kick that sent Likey soaring into the air. Concurrently, Burjuo, now resembling a bull, leapt up, his forelegs, imbued with armed color, came crashing down upon Likey. Coughing up blood from the relentless onslaught, Likey struggled to rise to his feet, summoning every ounce of strength to conjure dozens of flaming spears aimed at the trio. Bode transformed his fists into palms, black metal extending from his fingertips to envelop his arms entirely. With a swift cross motion, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind, forming a massive wind net that intercepted and extinguished the fiery projectiles. Meanwhile, Kuei Li, hovering above, swooped down towards Lake Heat, her wings slicing through the air as her sharp claws descended like deadly scissors aimed at his head. Sensing his dwindling stamina, Lake Heat resolved to fight back fiercely. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of alcohol that transformed into countless crimson ribbons, akin to red meteors streaking across the sky, ensnaring Kuei Li in midair. Not stopping there, the ribbons rapidly spread across the dock, ensnaring even Burjuo, who failed to escape in time. Freedom's final chapter, the Scarlet Binding, Lake Heat's ultimate attack, was now in motion. His eyes, filled with the resolve of a man prepared for mutual destruction, reflected his intent to obliterate CP0 once and for all. Flames surged from the tips of the ribbons, rapidly consuming them, just as a sea-water bullet shot from a distance extinguished the burgeoning inferno. "You fool! Do you have a penchant for self-destruction?" Duruo, who had hurried from the tavern, appeared, breathless yet resigned as he regarded Lake Heat. "Why is it that you only think of taking us all down when cornered?" "Daruo, boss!" Lake Heat exclaimed, astonished to see Duruo emerge from around the corner. Having grown accustomed to betrayal and deception due to his hefty bounty, he never imagined Duruo would come to his aid. Understanding the look in Lake Heat's eyes, Duruo explained, "Since I've already invited you to join my crew, your troubles are now my troubles." With that, Daruo drew another revolver from his waist, swiftly using a Shuanbu to position himself protectively in front of Lake Heat against Bode and his companions. "And you will call me Captain?" "Captain? Are you a pirate?" Bode, taken aback, regarded Daruo with surprise. In his experience, pirates rarely cared for their comrades, having often encountered those who would betray their allies to save themselves. "Haha, partner, is this fool deluded? Has he been tricked? This guy has provoked the celestial dragons. Who in their right mind would want to be his ally?" Guilikaklet, as if she had heard a hilarious joke. "Madam Bald Chicken, do you find what I said amusing?" Daruo glared at Kuei Li, his expression disapproving. Regardless of the circumstances, Lake Heat was his first invited crew member, and he would not tolerate any mockery. "Bald Chicken, you're asking for death." Guilistrechet, her wings unfurling as she charged at Daruo. "Kuei Li, don't act rashly." Burjuo shouted in a futile attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Kuei Li's reckless charge played right into Daruo's hands. As he spread his fingers, a torrent of air coalescing in his palm. The immense suction force drew Kuei Li towards him, and as she realized something was amiss and attempted to escape, Daruo transformed his hand into a claw and seized her firmly. Unable to break free, Kuei Li resorted to using iron block for defense. In the next instant, a compressed air bullet erupted from Daruo's hand, creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the dock. The terrifying impact struck Kuei Li, propelling her backward, dragging her along the ground for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Kui Li, Burjuo, witnessing this scene, his rage boiling over, charged furiously at Daruo. Seizing the opportunity, Bode activated Soru to close the distance, attacking Daruo from both sides. Fortunately, Daruo had anticipated their moves, using his Shuanbu to evade their assaults. "This guy is strong. Don't hold back. Let us attack together," Bode commanded Burjuo, and they both activated Life Return, intending to unleash their full might against Daruo. Daruo's expression darkened. This was the scenario he dreaded most. He had hoped to eliminate one of their numbers by provoking Kuei Li, but the numerical advantage of his opponents became evident. 2 against 1. Just as he caught his breath, his wounds still bleeding, Lake Heat, trembling, managed to stand. "Captain, I can still fight," he declared defiantly. Daruo turned to glance at the battered Lake Heat, fully aware that if he sustained further injury in this state, his first invited crew member would perish before they even set sail. With a resigned smile, Daruo pointed to the equally wounded Kuei Li and said, "You deal with her. I'll handle these two." Though he spoke lightly, he knew well the gravity of the situation. despite Deruo's significant power increase in recent days. Facing two opponents whose strength rivaled that of Owen would still prove to be quite challenging. However, it was not without hope. Daluo cast a glance at the various grenades hanging from his waist, pondering that among them, a few C3s provided him with considerable reassurance. As long as he could find the opportune moment, with the formidable power of C3, Zhuhao Jianci, Buide would not afford him the chance. Immediately unleashing his devil fruit ability to transform into a wild boar-like half-beast. With a vigorous twist of his body, the barbs adorning him shot forth like arrows. Fortunately, with his heightened vigilance, Deruo threw a grenade, and the rushing air swiftly compressed in mid-air, forming two impenetrable walls that shielded him. C2, Shuangchong, Kongqi Qiang. The hundreds of barbs that soon followed were intercepted one by one, without exception. On the other side, the fully beastified Buer Dua charged toward Deruo. As a user of the Do Nyo Chuan Devil Fruit, in his beast form, he measured over 2 meters in length, his robust muscles exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. In less than 2 seconds, Buer Dua crossed several dozen meters, appearing above Deruo, his gaping maw roaring as it lunged toward him. However, this ambush was painfully obvious to Deruo, who possessed observation haki, with a powerful stomp of his right foot. He vanished from sight, leaving the ferocious dog Buer Dua to bite at nothingness. Danger! The keenly perceptive Buer Dua instantly sensed that Deruo had materialized behind him and hastily employed the sixth style, evading Deruo's treacherous shot. An explosive fireball struck the ground, igniting a raging inferno. Deruo sighed in disappointment. At that moment, he eagerly wished to inflict casualties on his opponents to clarify the situation. He understood all too well that if both adversaries launched a fierce assault simultaneously, even with his Xian capable of flawlessly capturing their movements, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade. After all, they were two individuals skilled in haki and the ability to return to life, both of whom were Zoan-type devil fruit users. Their speed could not be perfectly avoided by mere reflexes. As anticipated, after a round of skirmishing, Buide and Buer Dua completely abandoned their underestimation of him and began to cooperate. The first to strike was Buide, who had fully entered his beastly state, transforming into a true wild boar, his sparse yet tough quills covering his body, and his arm fangs gleaming with a dark radiance. Liang Yazhan, Buide lifted his fangs slightly, then forcefully propelled himself off the ground with his hind legs, shattering the floor beneath him, as he shot forth like a jet rocket, racing across the ground with his razor-sharp fangs. Lan Jiaochuan Kashur, meanwhile, his companion Buer Dua was not idle. Morphing into a half-beast bulldog form, his forelimbs retaining their claw-like state, continuously striking, unleashing a flurry of flying slashes. The two, one far and one near, relentlessly attacked from both ends, causing Deruo immense trouble. Deruo could only rely on his foresight from Xian to evade their assaults while continuously tossing grenades, attempting to halt Buide's rampage within the arena. Boom! Flames, seawater, wind blades, iron spikes, and various grenades erupted throughout the area. Simultaneously, within the Jianguan, He Kuanji, Suzuki, and He Kuan Liqian were gathered around the dining table enjoying dinner. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from the dock. Master, it seems there's a situation at the dock. Reportedly, the owner of Boita Tavern is fighting with several unidentified individuals. An apprentice rushed in, addressing He Kuanji. Oh, what is happening? Suzuki inquired curiously. Ever since their director had expressed a willingness to spend 200 million berries to persuade Deruo to withdraw from the competition, she had been filled with curiosity about Deruo's strength. He is formidable. That fellow seems to be employing some kind of sorcery, firing bullets that are both wind and fire. With astonishing power, Dalmu remarked, chuckling afterward. However, his opponents are no pushovers either, one resembling a wild boar and the other like a dog. Clearly, under their combined assault, the tavern owner is at a disadvantage. It was evident that Dalmu still harbored resentment over being outsmarted by Deruo previously, his tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. I will go take a look. From across the table, He Kuan Liqian set down his bowl and chopsticks and slowly stood up. What are you going to do? It's so dangerous there, and besides, that arrogant fellow is so strong. He'll surely be fine, Suzuki exclaimed, alarmed, as she pressed Iquan Li Qian for an answer. Well, I owe the tavern owner a favor. I'll see if I can repay it. Iquan Li Qian, while sheathing his cherished sword at his waist, addressed Iquan Ji and Suzuki before striding out the door. A promise to repay kindness was Iquan Li Qian's creed, just as he had for the old director. And now it remained the same. Director, please persuade Xiao Qian. It's too dangerous there. Aware of Iquan Li Qian's temperament, Suzuki had no choice but to request Iquan Ji to intervene. Upon hearing Suzuki's plea, Iquan Ji also set down his utensils and solemnly addressed Iquan Li Qian. The sword drawn in determination must advance without hesitation. I am enlightened, brother, Iquan Li Qian acknowledged, subtly nodding in response before heading outside without looking back. Director, what are you doing? Suzuki gazed incredulously at Iquan Ji, who had clearly been asked to dissuade Xiao Qian from getting involved in this mess. After Iquan Li Qian departed, the worried Suzuki began to fret, incessantly voicing her concerns, to the point where it disrupted Iquan Ji's meal. Clang! Iquan Ji slammed his chopsticks onto the table. I'm done eating. Huh? Were you even listening to me? Suzuki retorted angrily, hands on her hips, dropping the honorifics and directly addressing him. Iquan Ji remained unfazed, retrieving a bottle of aged wine from a nearby cabinet, murmuring, I truly hate to part with it. It's been hidden away for several years. Afterward, Iquan Ji instructed Suzuki, go to the Navy base and invite Major Matt. Tell him an old friend, Iquan Ji, wishes to treat him to a drink. Chapter 78. The fierce battle under the setting sun. A series of violent roars emanated from the dock at Lizibada as the ground trembled, the rubble rolling about as if plowed through. No, it was indeed plowed through. The beastly Boudet, showcasing his gleaming black fangs, charged through the arena like an unstoppable bulldozer, leaving deep imprints across the ground, even though Deruo incessantly deployed various grenades to disrupt him. He found himself unable to gain the upper hand. The formidable C2 grenades merely left superficial wounds on Boudet, who wielded hockey, possessed the ability to return to life, and was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Initially, Deruo had felt confident, but upon witnessing Boudet withstand a C2 Ding Xiangyan Bao with only a few burn marks left on his tough hide, Deruo realized he was in deep trouble. Even more troublesome was the ever-perturbing Bu Erdua lurking at the periphery. This individual Lan Jiao, has reached a realm of profound mastery, with four-clawed forelimbs. Every swing unleashes four fierce flying slashes, each blade wave imbued with terrifying cutting power. Should Deluo show even the slightest sign of complacency, the deadly scythe would inevitably strike him, with an expansive lethality that could only be evaded through Shunbu. A distant assault paired with a close-range offensive. Their attacks surged in relentless waves without pause. Damn it, I must first eliminate that fellow. Deluo's expression darkened as he observed the rampaging Boda. Resolutely, he pressed a specially crafted bullet into the chamber of his firearm, simultaneously raising the gun and taking aim. The bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, coalescing the surrounding atmosphere in its path, compressing and spiraling like the eye of a storm, ultimately forming a violently spiraling air lance. Zhusha Xingfeng Wang Chong Chong. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Boda instantaneously utilized to flicker away, only to materialize precisely where Deluo Yin foresaw. The lance, infused with tremendous power, struck true. The spiraling tip of the lance advanced like a drill, intensifying its force. Yet, that was not the end. The lance's tail, propelled by the compressed air, unleashed a mighty thrust that sent the whirling bow hurtling away, dragging a trail of blood across the ground. Ugh! Bota, who had taken the shot squarely to the abdomen, spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he felt as if his insides were being pulverized, a searing pain radiating from within that overwhelmed his senses, causing him to convulse and gasp for breath on the ground. Meanwhile, Deluo was not faring any better. To deal with the incessantly rampaging Boda, he had been struck head-on by Bu Erduo. The four gleaming dark slashes landed squarely upon him, erupting in a spray of blood. Not only that, having scored a successful hit, Buer Duo seized the opportunity to pursue, using T to teleport directly before Deluo, then unleashing a claw covered in color hockey with all his might. Deluo felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. His chest tingled before the scenery around him began to retreat rapidly. The force of the blow sent Deluo crashing through several residential buildings, reducing a vast area to ruins, debris and dust cascading down as clouds of smoke billowed up. Kid, the pirate game is over. Transitioning to his half-beast form, Buer Duo slowly approached the ruins where Deluo lay. Upon reaching him, he unleashed a powerful Lan Jiao, shattering the debris that pinned Deluo down and exposing him amidst the rubble and remnants of chairs. Deluo's situation appeared grim. He lay motionless in the ruins, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his once-long black coat now reduced to tatters. Struggling to lift his head, Deluo glanced at Buer Duo approaching him, his fingers gripping the pin of a grenade at his waist. C3 Lien Yurong Ludeluo was acutely aware of the devastation that this grenade, crafted from an aluminum thermite reaction, could wreak. The only reason he had not used it earlier was that amidst the frenzied assaults of Boda and Buer Duo, he had found no opportunity. Now, in such a dire state, even if he managed to deploy the grenade, he would surely be caught in the ferocious explosion himself, a case of mutually assured destruction. Yet at this moment, he felt he could no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. 2 seconds later, Buer Duo stood before Deluo. Glancing at the distance where Lei Kute was entangled with Kue Li, and smugly remarked, "That brat is putting in quite the effort, but this is where it ends. You shall meet your fate in hell." Buer Duo snarled, drawing back his right fist like a bow, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Deluo's head. Buzz! A sharp, luminous slash, resembling a crescent moon, spiraled low across several hundred meters, striking Buer Duo's right hand. Had Buer Duo not reacted swiftly, simultaneously employing Tai Kwai and armament hockey, Deluo believed that this single strike could have severed Buer Duo's hand at the wrist. Fuming at the interruption, Buer Duo turned sharply towards the street corner, activating Sheng Ming Gui Huan and the healing abilities of his Zoan fruit to mend his wounds. The gushing cut instantly scabbing over. Meanwhile, He Quan Li Qian emerged slowly from the corner, his condition far from optimal, having just endured a fierce battle yesterday, with wounds yet to heal properly. Quan Li Qian, Dalu exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice as he beheld the figure in white emerging from the corner. Boss, you truly are in a sorry state. He Quan Li Qian disregarded Deluo's surprise, instead jesting about Deluo's predicament. You, rascal, Deluo retorted at a loss for words. He had intended to express gratitude for the timely assistance, but the words caught in his throat as he realized there was another ally. Buer Duo cast a wary glance at He Quan Li Qian, his eyes filled with apprehension. From the earlier slash, he had discerned, this person is formidable. On the other side, having taken a significant blow from Deluo, Boda had also recovered, thanks to the healing properties of his Zoan fruit, standing steadily from the ground. I will tear you apart. At this moment, Boda resembled a mad beast, his skin hardening to a black hue as needle-like hairs sprouted wildly, his stature suddenly soaring to 3 meters, exuding an aura of sheer ferocity akin to a fearsome beast. This transformation, reminiscent of a demonic lord, left Deluo momentarily speechless, as the sheer pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. A new round of combat commenced. However, this time, Buer Duo was engaged directly by He Quan Li Qian, while Lei Kute continued to gain the upper hand against Kue Li in a series of exchanges, effectively securing his advantage. If I could just take down this tough opponent, the rest should be manageable, Deluo mused, stretching his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and began to muster his last reserves of strength. Once composed, Deluo reloaded his weapon, gazing at the monstrous Boda before him. He provocatively taunted, "Have you turned into such a grotesque form to frighten me to death?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the provocation resonated powerfully in Boda's ears, igniting his fury. Sharp-tongued brat. Boda bellowed with a snarl. Having consumed the zoan fruit of the wild boar, he was already conscious of his appearance. Daluo's simple taunt drove him into a frenzy. His muscles began to writhe and swell, fingers transforming into sharp claws, while his mouth twisted into a demonic semblance of goat horns. "You shall perish, brat!" Boda roared like thunder, then transformed into a black whirlwind, charging at Daluo with an overwhelming ferocity, his fist, enveloped in armament haki, swinging down with tremendous force. Daluo, undeterred, met the onslaught head-on, lifting his hind leg and delivering a powerful kick, compressing the fruit's ability at the tip of his foot. Dwati Basha. Each punch and kick erupted with immense force, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, as the compressed air continuously burst forth, eroding the haki surrounding Bode's fists. Exhausted, Bode staggered back alongside Dalu, leaving deep ruts in the ground. "In this mundane world, there exists a man like you," Bode exclaimed, shaking his arm, which had gone numb from the shockwaves. His astonishment was evident, for Dalu's ability to hold his ground in close combat was remarkable. After all, with the mastery of haki, Zoan-type abilities, and the power of life return, Bode had already cemented his place among the strong. What a terrifying talent! If a man like you were to enter the seas, it would pose a significant threat. At that moment, Bode felt fortunate to have discovered this untapped talent in the South Sea. However, this ends here, young man. Embrace the endless despair and perish. Bode roared, intent on extinguishing this nascent threat before it could grow. Raising his revolver once more, Dalu gazed intently at Bode, his weary tone laced with unwavering determination. "If you can, then come and try." Chapter 79. C3 Tiantong Eugene. The battlefield in the sky belonged to Ryukit and Query. One transformed into a swirling cloud of burning alcohol, while the other morphed into an owl with outstretched wings, engaged in aerial combat. Thanks to a power akin to the Nua fruit's elemental transformation, the battle-hardened Ryukit faced Query, who had yet to grasp haki with relative ease. After all, his opponent was incapable of inflicting substantial harm, allowing Ryukit to seize opportunities at will. "That damned fellow," Query cursed, flapping her singed wings in frustration. In that moment of distraction, Ryukit seized the opportunity, launching a Gone Home Chong Xiang with all his might, striking true and transforming Query into a fiery ball that plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Query. From atop a nearby building, the loyal admirer, Boulder, who was locked in combat with Izumi Riki, let out a wail. He stomped the ground forcefully, using Shave to teleport in front of Query, pushing Ryukit back from delivering a finishing blow. Yet, even so, Query, whose half-burnt body lay on the ground, was already gasping her last breaths, struggling a few times before succumbing. Boulder cried out in anguish at Query's demise. Enraged, he leaped skyward with Moonwalk, seeking to strike Ryukit down. However, before his claws could reach their target, a red-brown flying slash intercepted him from afar. In the next instant, a figure clad in white arrived, a blade gleaming with a radiant light aimed directly at Boulder's face. "Your opponent is me." Izumi Riki's voice remained calm like a spring. Yet his slightly opened eyes revealed he had awakened his Shuro persona. His cold, beast-like gaze bore down on Boulder, instilling a sense of dread akin to being submerged in icy waters. "Run." The perceptive Boulder, sensing the murderous intent, resolutely abandoned the lifeless Query and attempted to dash toward Bode with Su. But Izumi Riki would not grant him that wish. He sheathed his blade, then drew it with lightning speed. Wolyolongyua, a crescent-shaped sword energy, the size of a grinding wheel, formed along the edge of the blade, growing in strength as it flew. By the time it reached Boulder, it had extended to over 10 meters. The whistling sound of the slashing attack sent chills down Boulder's spine, as if the scythe of death loomed over him, rendering him immobile. Yet, survival instincts compelled him to activate haki for defense just before the strike landed. With a resounding slice, the colossal sword energy engulfed Boulder, unleashing a ferocious cutting force that seemed capable of cleaving through smoke and dust, ultimately extinguishing his vitality as he lay in a deep trench. With a victorious breath, Izumi Riki sheathed his blade, his previously fierce gaze returning to its usual gentle demeanor. Elegantly, he performed a flourish with his sword before preparing to depart, when an untimely voice called out from behind. "Could you lend me a hand?" Ryukite, dragging his battered form, stumbled forward, with Izumi Riki's assistance. Ryukite made his way to a nearby platform, worry etched on his face as he gazed towards the struggle between Dalu and Bode. "The captain should be able to handle him, right?" Ryukite murmured, watching the billowing smoke and raging flames at the dock. "It should be fine. The boss's strength is quite formidable," Izumi Riki reassured him. On the battlefield, the clash between Dalu and Bode intensified, the platform extending from the dock reduced to rubble, while the remaining sections were riddled with deep pits, teetering on the brink of collapse into the sea. Amidst the thick smoke, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed alongside the thunderous explosions of grenades, creating a symphony that resonated with the heart. Suddenly, both combatants launched a new wave of attacks, Dalu pulling the trigger on his locked aim, rapidly emptying the magazine. The powerful compressed air bullets struck Bode's rugged body, leaving several deep imprints, yet he remained undeterred, aggressively closing the distance to Dalu. Haiti Kwangji Bode, fueled by adrenaline, swung his fists with relentless ferocity, unleashing a torrential downpour of blows upon Dalu. With no mastery of hockey, Dalu could only raise his arms in a futile defense. Unable to withstand the onslaught of Bode's refined hockey, honed through over a decade of training and countless battles. Ribs, internal organs, muscles, and limbs, Dalu endured a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike intensifying the agonizing pain that coursed through him, making him feel as if he had been run over by a car 100 times. As his injuries accumulated, Dalu found himself in increasingly dire straits. The strength Bode displayed far exceeded Dalu's previous assumptions about the CP0 organization based on past comics. In those tales, even the leader, Lucci, was easily defeated by a single blow from Gear 5 Luffy, leading Dalu to misjudge their true power. He never anticipated that a single Bode could possess such formidable strength. Nevertheless, Dalu had no thoughts of retreat. To become a legendary figure upon the seas, one cannot falter before setting sail. There would be no retreat. A fierce punch, laden with intense pressure, came hurtling towards him. The already somewhat blurred figure of Dalu let out a roar, exerting every ounce of strength in his body as he raised his right leg and kicked fiercely towards Bode's heavy fist. The impact reverberated violently, as if Dalu's foot had struck an iron plate, causing his right leg bone to fracture to some extent. However, Bode was not unscathed either. He let out a pained howl, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on Dalu, astonished. For the first time in his years of executing missions, he found himself in such a predicament, not in the monster-infested New World, but in the relatively weak South Sea. Even his slightly weaker companions, Boldo and Orin, had perished here. "Kid, you are indeed a formidable opponent, but it's unfortunate you crossed paths with me. Otherwise, had you made it to the open sea, you could have become a significant threat." Bode clenched his fists, his face twisted in a grimace as he glared at Dalu. "Your two companions have already perished. Why not join them in hell?" Despite being at a disadvantage in the battle, Dalu refused to be outdone verbally. Bode shrugged nonchalantly. "Once I deal with you, your two companions will join you in hell." As the words were spoken, Dalu glanced down, noticing that his belt, once laden with grenades, now held only a few. He estimated that after one more round of combat, he would be completely out of ammunition. Bode was also in a dire state, constantly healing his injuries through the powers of his animal-type fruit. His stamina was nearly depleted, his chest heaving like a bellows. "This is where it ends, kid. With the next strike, I will finish you." Bode laughed sinisterly, intending to no longer delay, but to resolve this troublesome youth with one final blow. "Just as I wish." Dalu's resolute voice rang clearly amidst the clamor of the dock. Following this, both their energies surged as they reached their peak, and then they moved simultaneously. Dalu spread his arms, and the air around him surged violently, forming a towering 5-story tornado that swirled incessantly before him. With a roar, Dalu brought his hands together and pushed forcefully, simultaneously launching all the grenades from his body. A few wooden fragment grenades combined with incendiary grenades ignited the cyclone into a fire tornado, hurtling directly towards Bode. Such flashy moves, Bode scoffed disdainfully. Dalu's myriad of grenades had caused him some trouble, but it was limited to that. Thus, he charged forward without evasion, reckoning he could withstand the fire tornado with his physical strength, exchanging injury for injury to take Dalu down. With a peculiar cry, Bode reached Dalu's front, stomping heavily on the ground and throwing a punch. The already shattered earth was further crushed, creating a deep pit as a formidable strike was poised to descend upon Dalu's head. Fortunately, all of Bode's movements were anticipated by Dalu's keen eyes. Dalu executed a shunbu, narrowly evading the blow, leaving behind a white grenade in his wake. The C-3 Tiantong Yujin white grenade shot skyward like a firework, ascending along the tornado's path until it hovered above Bode's head. Boom! The grenade exploded instantaneously, producing a deafening roar that shook the ground. Following this, countless burning white phosphorus fragments scattered like ghostly flames, bombarding downward under the tornado's confinement. Accompanied by a blinding light as bright as day, innumerable white phosphorus flames, with temperatures soaring into the thousands, struck Bode, engulfing everything in hellfire. After the inferno subsided, there was no trace of Bode left. Only a charred expanse remained, with the ground itself punctured, revealing honeycomb-like deep pits. Dalu, swaying unsteadily not far off, appeared as though he would collapse at any moment, having exhausted all his strength. "I have won," the scarred blond man murmured, waving to his two companions waiting not far away. The sun had fully set, and the lights of countless homes illuminated the world, as the gentle evening breeze accompanied the three youths as they supported each other towards the tavern. At the entrance of the Porter Tavern, "Boss, I owe you a favor. Consider this my repayment," He Ching-hsien said as he set down the supporting rect, then turned to head towards the sword dojo. "Hey, He Ching-hsien, I plan to set sail tomorrow. Would you like to join us as our companion?" Dalu formally extended an invitation to He Ching-hsien. If this powerful and well-connected individual could become an ally, Dalu would welcome him wholeheartedly. "Me?" He Ching-hsien pointed to himself, clearly taken aback by Dalu's unexpected proposition. "Let me think about it. Tomorrow at this time, our ship will dock at berth number 7 on the east side of the dock," Dalu added, without saying much more, as he assisted Rect into the Porter Tavern. Inside the Porter Tavern, Lu Jiu sat at a table near the door, seemingly waiting there all along. Upon seeing Dalu and Rect return, she quickly stood up, helping Rect while asking Dalu, "Are you both all right?" "Yes, it's all resolved. We are fine," Dalu nodded slightly. "That's wonderful to hear." Lu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at the sword dojo. Suzuki, waiting in the courtyard, rushed out to greet He Ching-hsien upon his return. "Little Chien, you're back. Did you get hurt?" "I got into a fight, but it's nothing serious." He Ching-hsien scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Suzuki's enthusiasm, and changed the subject. "Where's my senior brother?" "Humph, he's drinking in the tatami room." "He should be drunk by now." Suzuki pouted, clearly displeased with Izong's drinking at such a time. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the tatami room slowly opened, revealing a flushed Izong, who upon spotting He Ching-hsien, spoke in a very casual tone. "You're back?" He Ching-hsien nodded in response as he stepped into the room to wash up and rest. Seeing He Ching-hsien leave, the tatami room door closed once more. Inside, Izong poured himself a cup of sake from the low table and, across from him, lay the already passed-out Major Matt. "Old buddy, I apologize," Izong said, downing his drink in one go before draping his coat over Matt. Chapter 80. The meeting at the Marine headquarters in Marineford on the Grand Line. In the bright and polished naval conference room, a burly elder with a mohawk hairstyle tapped on the table and addressed a circle of Navy generals clad in justice coats. "We have convened this urgent meeting today for two main reasons. The first reason, which I believe everyone is well aware of, is that recently we achieved a great victory in the New World, successfully annihilating a portion of the Rocks Pirates' forces." As the words fell, everyone cast a glance at Cap, sitting beside the conference table, fully aware of who the true hero of this war was. Cap had first thwarted the Golden Lion in the Calm Belt and subsequently imparted a lesson to the young Kaido in the New World, leaving him with a swollen head. Oblivious to being the center of attention, Cap, with his right hand encased in plaster, busily stuffed his mouth with Sunbei from Sengoku's pocket, scattering crumbs across the table. At this moment, I must commend Sengoku and Cap. Just as the old man Kagoku was about to praise Sengoku and Cap to accumulate merits for the ensuing agenda, the crisp crunching of Sunbei echoed in the room. Kagoku was poised to express his annoyance, but halfway through his sentence, he halted, well aware of Cap's character. In simple terms, I was wrong this time, but I shall dare again. Fortunately, Sengoku and Tsuru, sitting beside Cap, gave him a gentle nudge, silencing the annoying crunching sound. Distracted by Cap, Kagoku abandoned his intention to commend him and turned to discuss the second agenda. Although he successfully defeated the Rocks pirates, driving them back to Hive Island, they retained a significant portion of their combat strength and would inevitably return. The Navy must swiftly bolster its power in preparation for future exigencies. First, I plan to recruit in the Four Seas and establish a boot camp for new recruits to increase the Navy's active and youthful forces. Zephyr, this responsibility falls upon you. Kagoku addressed a robust man with purple hair beside him. Understood. Unlike the carefree Cap, the young Admiral Zephyr was a man of utmost decorum. Upon hearing the marshal's command, he promptly rose from his seat. Observing Zephyr's serious demeanor, Kagoku nodded slightly, casting a resentful glance at Cap, who was meticulously chewing Sunbei to avoid noise. The disparity between individuals was striking. Clearing his throat, Kagoku continued. The second matter is to nominate Vice Admiral Sengoku and Cap as admirals, expanding the number of admirals to 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony. The Navy was not a monolith. The dovish faction seeking stability and the hawkish faction advocating for aggression each had their own interests, often clashing over the same issues. Admirals, as the pinnacle of naval combat strength, were undoubtedly the objects of intense lobbying from both sides. The sudden increase of 2 admirals would significantly influence the factional struggles within the Navy. Understanding the complexities involved, Kagoku rapped the table to restore order and explained. The Rocks pirates are comprised of formidable combatants, particularly in high-end strength. They not only have seasoned powers like Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, but also young forces such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In contrast, the number of admirals representing the Navy's top combat strength is woefully insufficient. Thus, I propose promoting Sengoku and Cap, who have distinguished themselves in this battle, to the rank of admiral. Kagoku concluded, pressing his hands on the table and surveying the room. He was acutely aware of his subordinates' characters. Each one appeared humble, but was, in truth, proud and ambitious. Although Cap and Sengoku were not lacking in strength and achievements, their rapid ascension to admiral in under 3 years at Marineford would undoubtedly provoke discontent among others. I am in favor, exclaimed Vice Admiral Tan Shu, sporting 4 tufts of whiskers and leaning on a cane. Having witnessed Sengoku and Tsuru triumph over the Silver Axe pirates in the recent battle against Rocks, Tanshu held Sengoku in high regard. Moreover, had it not been for Cap's timely assistance, he might have met his demise against Kaido in the New World. Tanshu represented not only himself, but an entire faction of hawks within the Navy, who were more proactive and sought reform compared to the conservative doves. If there are no objections, then it is settled. Kagoku scanned the room, confirming that no one opposed before decisively slapping the table. It must be acknowledged that Kagoku was indeed a crafty strategist. He had initially arranged for Sengoku, Tsuru, and several vice admirals to venture into the New World and strategically deployed 2 of them to intercept Silver Axe and his crew, allowing Sengoku to build his credentials. Later, when Cap arrived, he was promptly assigned to confront Kaido, while prior confrontations with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had involved other vice admirals, who were resigned to their fate. Under Kagoku's meticulous planning, the promotions of Cap and Sengoku were bound to proceed smoothly. Just as Kagoku was about to finalize the decision, an untimely voice interrupted, "I oppose." Immediately, all eyes turned to Cap, the source of the dissent. "Cap, what are you doing?" Sengoku prodded Cap in disbelief. This incredulity was mirrored on the faces of all present, as no one could fathom why someone would refuse the title of admiral. Marshal Ko, if I become an admiral, I must protect those celestial dragons, right? And I won't be able to roam the seas freely anymore. I refuse. Cap articulated his refusal with compelling reasoning, leaving everyone speechless. Of course, if one disregarded the incredulous stares directed at him. Cap, do you understand what you're saying? Kagoko asked, his composure wavering as he rubbed his throbbing temples. Weary of the situation, his convoluted approach was not without reason. From the moment Sengoku was reassigned to Marineford, Kagoko had high hopes for him, silently considering him as a successor. This recent battle was meant to bolster the merits of both Cap and Sengoku, facilitating their swift elevation to admiral, thereby ensuring that even if he stepped down, Cap could serve as a significant ally to Sengoku. My apologies, Marshal Ko. Cap, with his straightforward mindset, failed to grasp the intricacies and bluntly declined. The conference room fell into silence, everyone at a loss for words. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Upon receiving permission, a soldier hurriedly entered, saluted, and spoke in a rapid-fire manner. Report, Marshal. We have just received news that the CP-0 sent to capture the slave in the South Sea has been ambushed by pirates, and the entire unit has perished. Was it the Roger pirates? Kagoko pondered, rifling through his memory for any notable pirate crews in the South Sea capable of annihilating CP-0, but could not identify any, leading him to suspect Roger, who had previously been stationed there. No, it is a completely new pirate crew, the Dalu Pirates. At this moment, the name of the Dalu Pirates echoed for the first time across the seas. Chapter 81. Setting sail. The speed of information transmission across the vast ocean is astonishing. The news of the Daruo Pirates annihilating CP-0 not only landed on Steelbone Kong's desk, but also stirred waves across the seas. Recht entered the tavern holding a newspaper delivered by a newsbird. After a brief glance, he placed the paper on the bar and handed it to Daruo. Daruo took it with one hand and glanced at the headline. The newly emerged sovereign of the South Sea. The most formidable rookie Daruo pirates completely annihilate the celestial dragon's minions. Such an imposing title, coupled with the sensational tone of the article, elevated the newly established Daruo pirates, which had been in existence for less than 2 days, to the status of maritime overlords, rivaling the fervor of a company's IPO prospectus. In the article, Daruo was portrayed as a robust young muscle-bound devil with a triangular face, dark skin, and a heavy cannon in hand, who swiftly dispatched several CP-0 agents, while also erasing the dock that had significantly contributed to Reizabato's GDP. Izumi Lixian was depicted even more bizarrely. The author seemingly drew from the rumors surrounding the Ports Azura, with a writing style that was both grounded and otherworldly, rendering Lixian as an entity not of this realm. Recht's portrayal drew inspiration from the renowned literary figure, Shabiya, likening him to the Prince of Wine exacting vengeance upon the celestial dragons, emphasizing a narrative of fortunes that shift like the tides over 30 years, warning against underestimating the youth. At the article's conclusion, it noted that the report was authored by a journalist named Aisha, which puzzled Daruo, as he had sensed the battlefield with his observation haki and found no one around. How, then, did they know the intricate details of the battle? Simultaneously, within the Navy's conference room, the bounty for the Daruo pirates was freshly minted. Unsurprisingly, not only were Daruo and Recht rewarded, but Izumi Lixian's bounty was also arranged. Port Gasti, Daruo, alias Death Marksman, bounty, 150 million berries. Izumi Lixian, alias White Azura, bounty, 110 million berries. Recht, alias Drunkard, bounty, 320 million berries, including an additional fee of 250 million for assault. The sheer magnitude of the bounties indicated the Navy's regard for the Daruo pirates. Daruo's bounty alone equaled that of the entire giant cannon pirates at that time. The Navy rarely assigns bounties exceeding 100 million berries to pirates across the 4 seas, especially for a first bounty surpassing this threshold. Such occurrences are as rare as a scorpion's excrement. However, this was not mere coincidence, but a culmination of strength. The sensationalism from the news report and the wrath of the celestial dragons. This resulted in a peculiar situation where the Daruo pirates, consisting of only 3 members, commanded a staggering total bounty of 700 million berries. Goodness, the bounty has increased again, Recht remarked, casting an annoyed glance at his own bounty. Over the past few years, due to that ludicrous bounty, he had faced considerable hardships, particularly since his strength still fell short of the level warranting such a reward. Otherwise, he would not have struggled against someone like Query, who had yet to master hockey. The lofty bounty of 300 million berries made him a target for many formidable pirates. Having read the manga, Duruo understood that the Navy's bounties were not merely based on strength, but also on the extent of destruction caused. Recht, being the one who assaulted a celestial dragon, was undoubtedly perceived as a grave threat by the Navy. Well, it seems you gave that celestial dragon quite the thrashing. Your bounty surpasses the combined total of Li Xian and mine, Duruo jested, glancing at the 3 bounty posters beside Recht. Haha, it was indeed quite satisfying, Recht replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone brimming with pride. It was evident that, having found a stable home, Recht no longer wore the somber expression of past hardships, but was gradually reverting to his former jovial demeanor. As the two exchanged banter, a cacophony erupted from outside. "Major Matt, take care," Miss Suzuki shouted, escorting the inebriated Matt, who had only just awakened at 3 in the afternoon, out of the swordsmanship dojo while straining to cast glances into the tavern. "Child, why the sudden commotion?" The still intoxicated Major Matt, startled by Suzuki's shout, momentarily dismissed her concern and wobbled away, draped in his coat of justice towards the naval base, blissfully unaware of the turmoil occurring at his station. It must be said that the cunning Izumi-ku had indeed executed a masterful stratagem, allowing the station navy at Reizabado to be unable to promptly assist in the battlefield. This also afforded Duruo and his companions the opportunity to recuperate post-battle, rather than hastily setting sail while still injured. After witnessing Major Matt disappear at the end of the street, Suzuki rolled up her sleeves and dashed into the tavern, urgently addressing the two. "Are you both insane? Why aren't you leaving yet? Why the rush? Where's Li Xian?" Duruo remained unhurried, seated comfortably on the high stool, showing no signs of anxiety. Not wanting to hear about Izumi Li Xian, Suzuki's expression darkened, her striking eyes narrowing. "What are you plotting? I assure you, Li Xian will not accompany you on this voyage." Observing Suzuki's protective demeanor akin to a mother hen, Duruo found amusement in her concern and merely gestured toward the bounty posters on the bar without uttering a word. "Surely not. Li Xian has been awarded a bounty." Upon picking up Izumi Li Xian's bounty poster, Suzuki's face turned incredulous as she covered her mouth in disbelief, seemingly reluctant to accept this fact. Indeed, quite a substantial sum, 110 million. Duruo shrugged, grinning as he teased Suzuki. "You scoundrel." Suzuki leaped up like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, about to voice her displeasure, when suddenly a voice echoed from behind. "Suzuki, mind your manners." The voice of Izumi-ku reached them before he even entered the tavern. Upon hearing his voice, Suzuki scurried behind Izumi-ku as if seeking refuge, eager to lodge a complaint. "Director Izumi." Duruo offered a polite bow in greeting. This figure was no ordinary fox like Suzuki, but rather a pivotal character. Despite their apparent conflicts over the years, Izumi Li Xian's decisions to stay or leave genuinely depended on Izumi-ku's sentiments. Not to mention, while Izumi-ku might lack exceptional talent, his strategic acumen and temperament were of the highest caliber, easily outmaneuvering the simple-minded Izumi Li Xian. "This is troublesome. I hope you do not believe that Li Xian's bounty alone necessitates him joining you at sea," Izumi-ku remarked, his tone laced with an air of reprimand, as if he had overheard Duruo and Suzuki's conversation. "Director Izumi, you jest. I was merely joking with Miss Suzuki earlier. I extend a sincere invitation for Li Xian to become our companion," Duruo explained with a beaming smile, reiterating his formal invitation. Upon hearing Duruo's response, Izumi-ku finally nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. "Then please, Captain Duruo, take good care of our Li Xian." With this, a weight lifted from Duruo's heart. He had waited at Reizabado, risking much, solely for the opportunity to have Izumi Li Xian aboard. In these times, finding a powerful and trustworthy companion was indeed a rare treasure. As the conversation flowed, the principal character of today arrived rather late. A rather exaggerated sight met the eyes. A package, resembling a small hill, struggled to emerge from the entrance of the sword dojo. Daro gazed at the package, which seemed capable of containing the entire dojo, alongside Huchuan Lixian, and remarked with a twitch of his lips, "This is somewhat exaggerated, isn't it? Essential living supplies must be adequately prepared. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome once we are at sea," Suzuki said with a serious tone, hiding behind Hichuanji. Daro, perplexed by the sheer volume of supplies required to necessitate such a large package, diplomatically replied, "I have already prepared all essential living supplies aboard my ship." "You simply do not understand the importance of being well-provisioned." Suzuki shot a glare at Daro, then turned back to Huchuan Lixian with a maternal concern, advising, "Xiao Qian, remember to store your tea in a cool, dry place, and don't forget." Huchuan Lixian, on the other hand, appeared as a diligent student, nodding along and repeating her instructions as if fearful of forgetting them. "I am at a loss," Daro exclaimed, slapping his forehead, resigned to the reality of parading this white mountain through the streets. After glancing at the time and deeming it appropriate, he beckoned the others to join him at the dock. Once Huchuan Lixian's astonishing luggage was loaded onto the ship, they exchanged farewells at the dock. "How wonderful!" exclaimed Laikit, leaning against the ship's railing, observing Daro, who was embracing Luji in farewell alongside Huchuan Lixian, who was being fussed over. Once, an elderly man had done the same with him at parting, reminding him to pack sufficient clothing. "However, grandfather, I have found companions worthy of my trust." Laikit glanced at the striped emblem on his tie, a symbol of the glory belonging to the Chateau Latour, once embossed on a bottle of red wine. Moments later, a cacophony erupted from the opposite side of the dock. After enduring over 30 minutes of reprimand, Major Matt finally grasped the situation surrounding Lazabot. "Damn it, Hichuanji, you dare to scheme against me," he cursed, leading a troop of soldiers toward the dock. "No, I should say, what the hell happened to half of my dock?" Matt lamented, nearly moved to tears at the sight of the damaged structure. "It is nearly time to depart." Daro bid his final farewells as he boarded the pirate ship, waving his hand, which stirred the air around him, filling the sails with wind. On the dock, Luji and Huchuan-ji watched as the ship gradually receded, while Major Matt and his naval comrades rushed in haste. "I'm coming, Ocean," Daro murmured to himself. Thus, amidst the blessings of those left behind, the grand journey of Daro's pirate crew commenced. Chapter 82, Daro Character Card, up to Chapter 81. Port Gasti. Daro, alias, Death Marksman Fruit, Compression Fruit Hockey, Rare Observation Hockey, Death Eye, Conqueror's Hockey, Unawakened, Armament Hockey, Unawakened, Affiliation, Daro, Pirate Crew Role, Captain, temporarily also acting as Cannoneer and Cook, Vessel, Merfolksim, purchased in Chapter 70, later modified, Personality, mature and composed, optimistic and cheerful, somewhat cunning, enjoys taunting opponents during battles to achieve his objectives, protective of his companions. Age, 16 height, 1. 87 meters blood type. S birthday, January 15th. Ace's birthday is January 1st, signifying that one can escape the initial day, but not the 15th. Origin, South Sea likes. Collecting bullets, firearms, grenade components, excels in drinking. Dislikes, cloyingly sweet foods. Being arranged without the option of choice. Ability, a paramecia-type compression fruit, a rare fruit with contact properties, allowing the user to compress any material, tangible or intangible, they touch, subsequently releasing the corresponding structure upon deactivation. Current limitations. 1. Temporary compression of materials requires a certain casting time, which decreases as the fruit's powers develop. 2. Cannot compress concepts, time, space, distance, pain, sensation, until awakened. Special Observation Hockey Death Eye possesses extremely potent perception abilities, particularly in dynamic capture and positional foresight, enabling the detection of weaknesses in enemy movements, which typically cannot be defended against promptly or cause them to lose balance or trigger chain reactions through targeted attacks. Current development progress. Capable of detecting enemy weaknesses while foreseeing their positions within 3 years, not akin to seeing the future directly like Kaku. but rather possessing positional information and deducing enemy actions from it. Techniques. Category 1. Chino, concentrating all physical strength in the legs, delivering a powerful kick, with lethality increasing alongside Daro's physical prowess. Fallen kick bash, building upon Chino, employing the fruit S ability to compress surrounding air at the legs, allowing for an explosive discharge of the compressed air upon kicking, resulting in tremendous impact. Instant step, similar to Suru, enhanced speed and distance due to the compression fruit's abilities. Bluebird, similar to Jeppo, able to compress air beneath the feet and utilize the reaction force for prolonged aerial suspension. Rainbow Drive, utilizing the fruit S abilities to generate multiple compressed air vortices behind him, the resultant force propelling Daro over considerable distances. Baize, a combat adaptation of Rainbow Drive, continuously adjusting position in battle, using vortices for unconventional displacement, akin to the paper drawing technique in the 6 forms, but superior. Category 2. Grenade Techniques. C1 Seawater Bomb. Compressing seawater, effective against users. C1 Flame Bomb. C1 Compressed Air Bomb. C1 Wood Chip Smoke Bomb. C1 Iron Spike Bomb. C2 Multiple Air Walls Defense Technique, able to increase the number and thickness of air walls as needed. C2 Directional Flame Wave, achieving directed release of substantial flames through compressed air and fire, fanning outward with moderate lethality. C2 Explosive Flame Red Lotus, compressing flames to near liquid state, resulting in significant single-target lethality. C2 Iron Spike Feather, releasing compressed iron spikes to cover an extensive area suitable for clearing troops. C2 Air Prison, creating a sealed space using 4 compressed air walls to confine enemies. C3 Red Hull, utilizing the air prison to form a closed space, simultaneously placing multiple wood chip smoke bombs inside to create high-density dust. Igniting the dust with flames leads to an exceedingly powerful dust explosion, with ignited wood chips adhering to enemies, causing secondary damage. C3 Heaven S Embers, forming a powerful area grenade using burning white phosphorus, capable of devastating everything below from above, while the white phosphorus flames incinerate all in their path. C3 Lien Yu Ron Lu, utilizing the thermite reaction, it generates an intense reaction exceeding 1,000 degrees, possessing destructive power comparable to a volcanic eruption, capable of erasing everything in its path, akin to a natural calamity. Category 3. Shooting Techniques. Shiba Lianju Sha Dan Yanxing, leveraging the rapid loading feature of the Golden Revolver. It swiftly empties both revolvers while simultaneously allowing for an additional 6 shots. Among the 18 rounds, there were chip bullets and flame bullets. The wood chip bullets create smoke to confuse adversaries, while the flame bullets can ignite the wood chips. Zhu Sha Xingfeng Wang Chang Qiang, bullet technique that compresses a substantial amount of air, forming a powerful air lance capable of spiral cutting. Upon striking the target, it generates immense spiral force, with the compressed air at the rear continuously released to propel the lance forward. Zhu Sha Xing Yin Long Fanga bullet technique that compresses flames into fire bullets, transforming into a colossal fire dragon during the launch, directly charging at the opponent. Its range and lethality are formidable, reminiscent of Ace's fire fist that obliterated 5 ships. Category 4. Ability Techniques. Kong Jiu Tao Kue, continuously compressing the surrounding air into the hands, creating a massive gravitational pull that draws the opponent closer, before detonating the compressed air bullet in hand, resulting in significant single-target lethality. Kong Jiu Gao Tian Hui Long, utilizing the abilities of the compression fruit to generate an air conduit with propulsive force, continuously pushing ships and individuals along its path, allowing them to maneuver through the skies. Shueji Gong Gong Jinu, compressing vast quantities of seawater into a gigantic water sphere and hurling it towards foes. The immense volume floods the enemy or vessels like a torrential deluge, a powerful maritime skill that can also be released behind one's own ship to provide thrust. Tianjiu Zhong Long Zhuan, compressing the surrounding air into a massive tornado, capable of continuously launching grenades and ammunition within, enhancing its power and generating various elemental tornadoes. exhibiting tremendous force. Chapter 83. Hechuan Li Qian Character Card. Hechuan Li Qian, alias White Azura Sword. Hechuan Shou Jiandi, one of the 21 great works. Haki. Armament, unawakened. Observation, unawakened. Conqueror, unawakened. Affiliation. Daluo Pirate Crew Position. Vice Captain, Swordsman, comparable in strength to Daluo, albeit slightly inferior. Trio. T from the Yin Jiucha Trio, under Daluo. Foolish Trio from the Qi Sha Dai Group. Vessel. Mermaid's holy song personality. Gentle and mild, external persona. Fierce and bloodthirsty, internal persona. Often considered a simpleton in everyday matters. Gullible and devoid of cunning. Age, 17. Height, 1. 79 meters. Blood type. Origin, unknown, a fugitive since childhood. Birthday, adoption day, November 11th, the solitary star. Likes, drinking tea, killing, sharpening blades. Dislikes, being regarded as a monster and prey. Talent, skill zenith. If Sherlock Lingling's steel balloon represents the pinnacle of natural human physique, then Hechuan Li Qian epitomizes the apex of skill talent. Capable of rapidly mastering most techniques, while possessing an innate combat instinct that allows for continual adaptation to the opponent's moves and rhythm during battle. Azura. Upon entering the second personality state, Azura state, reaction speed accelerates, while the impact of pain during combat is significantly diminished. Techniques. Pingduan, a horizontal flying slash executed forward, with an extensive range, ideal for clearing minor foes. Mi Jian Liao Luan Xie, a forward diagonal slash that morphs during execution, creating 3 slashes that the opponent cannot evade. Type 2. 9-character secret sword. Linzimi Bu Pi, a swift sword technique, moving forward at an extraordinary speed, rapidly delivering a draw slash with thunderous swiftness. Bingzi Mi Jin Gong, a powerful sword strike that gathers all sword energy and unleashes it, forming a cutting wave towering several stories high, possessing astonishing destructive power. Dozi Mi Ming Luan, an attack-focused sword technique that condenses sword energy into a sword energy tornado, disrupting the enemy with moderate destructive force while maintaining its form for a duration. Zhizimi Bu Dongming Wang, a defensive sword technique that solidifies sword energy into a protective deity, shielding the entire body and capable of withstanding most attacks. Jizimi Pasoyu, a flourishing sword technique that continuously slashes, generating countless sword energies that blanket the battlefield, striking as densely as rainfall, rendering evasion impossible for the opponent. Zhenzimi Xin Yue, a countering sword technique, readying a defensive stance to absorb the opponent's strike while swiftly retaliating, interrupting the enemy's subsequent assault. Liezimi Wuyin, an elusive sword technique that employs minimal movement to quickly slash, generating undetectable sword energy. The technique is subtle and difficult to defend against. Qianzimi Fengzhen, a destructive sword technique that thrusts the blade to create a spiraling sword energy, breaking through defenses with formidable destructive power, suitable for demolishing structures. Xingzimi Hongzhong, a momentum-based sword technique akin to Zoro's Great Shockwave, capable of instilling intimidation and inflicting harm through sheer force. Type 3. Azura State. Liu He. High-speed movement while executing wide slashes, accumulating potential energy and sword energy, peaking upon reaching the enemy, targeting their vulnerable throat. Liu Long Yue, a circular sword energy formed during the slash, expanding as it travels, ultimately creating a sword energy wave spanning several dozen meters, with astounding destructive capacity. Liu Luyu in the Azura State. The murderous intent and sword energy coalesce at the blade's edge, manifesting a fearsome Azura deity behind, which slashes with claw-like sword energies directed at the opponent. Liu Yiyun, concentrating all murderous intent and sword energy, forming an Azura deity behind that raises its blade high, descending like a force of creation to sever all before it. This is currently Hechuan Li Qian's most potent technique. Chapter 84. Latu Rakata Character Card. Latu Rakata, alias the Drunkard Fruit Ability. Geo Fruit Haki. Armament, unawakened. Observation, unawakened. Position, Brewer. Bartender, currently assuming the role of the swayer due to independent seafaring experiences. Trio. The Yin Jiucha Trio under Daluo. The liquor from the trio. Vessel. Mermaid's holy song personality. Enthusiastic and cheerful, considerate and insightful. However, when cornered, tends to resort to self-destruction, complicating situations further. Age, 16. Height, 1. 81 meters. Blood type. Likes, mixing drinks, tasting fine wines, collecting various bartending tools. Dislikes, celestial dragons, nobility, and inequality. Ability, possessing a unique superhuman Jiu fruit ability, akin to Ka, enabling elemental transformation and the capacity to create flames by igniting himself while in a liquid state. Techniques, Xing Jiuling, transforming into liquid and adopting various forms, rapidly moving for escape. Chuanchang Du Mao, generating a spear from liquid, launching it toward the opponent with formidable piercing power. Jiu Huashun, transforms various parts of the body into liquor, allowing for a fluid and natural evasion of enemy attacks. Xiang Bin Jiu Ke Ji Duan, conjures a shield of alcohol before oneself, igniting it to thwart ranged assaults. Fu Te Jia Lie Jiuchang Braid, morphs the liquor into elongated braids, wielded with ferocity akin to Luffy's rubber axe. Lie Jiomi Wu generates a dense fog of high-concentration alcohol, enveloping the area and rendering all adversaries within it dazed, serving as a highly effective control skill. Yao Jiu Hao Dan creates a special concoction that dulls pain while simultaneously bolstering the courage of the timid. Yao Jiu Yangding Tian speaks for itself to those who understand. Type 2. Free Song of Liberation form. Hong Jiuzio Zanga ignites the liquor generated by the body while controlling it to indirectly manipulate flames. A form that continually drains stamina. Ji Jiu Jinyu generates flaming arrows of red wine targeting foes, serving as an area skill to clear out minor enemies. Gan Hong Chang Xiang forms a spear of liquor, its tip ablaze, while the burning alcohol at the rear propels the spear with immense penetrating power. Zhen Jiu Ran Jian creates a burning sword that can be swung or thrown, inflicting damage upon distant foes. Lie Jiu Zhan Fu manifests a flaming battle axe of liquor, hurled with great force. The combination of alcohol and fire possesses formidable cutting capabilities, penetrating defenses to strike internal structures while igniting. Hong Jiubua Do Pu conjures a cloud of alcohol in the sky, from which rain of liquor, sized like grapes, descends, igniting as it falls, and resulting in an intense conflagration that consumes everything in the area. Dioni Soa Sijinu significantly amplifies abilities to generate various liquors, culminating in a massive sphere of liquid fire that crashes down upon enemies, reminiscent of Ace's Flame Emperor. Zio Zhong Zhang Xinghong Shu Fu represents Lekid's most potent technique, fully mobilizing abilities to generate vast amounts of liquor that encircle and bind the entire area, subsequently igniting from the edges and spreading, resulting in widespread destruction. Chapter 85. Major Announcement and QAI. Major announcement regarding time adjustment. Due to considerable feedback from readers regarding the timeline, it has been decided to adjust the current year from 1476 to 1483. The specific reasons are as follows. Originally, the intention was to portray the events of the Valley of Gods, necessitating that Da Luo achieve the strength of a legendary pirate before the occurrence of the Valley of Gods incident, 1484. It was initially planned to incorporate an entire volume of plot prior to the New World arc, allowing Da Luo to battle the Red Earl for a significant power transformation, Fruit Awakening, or Conqueror's Haki. The timeline for this volume was estimated to span 2 to 3 years, combined with an additional 2 to 3 years in the first half of the Grand Line, thus placing the start of this novel in 1476. However, retaining the year 1476 would result in Lu Qiu being excessively aged, 39 or 40, at the time of capture, which drew considerable discontent from readers. Hence, it was decided to push the timeline back and trim certain plot elements for a more cohesive main narrative. The advantages of this revision are as follows. Lu Qiu's age is reduced, aligning more closely with the portrayal in the manga. The ranks of various naval officers are more congruent with the manga, such as Zay, who was promoted to admiral at the age of 38, suggesting a time frame around 1483. Furthermore, Zay should be slightly earlier than Zhangguo in Karp's descriptions, ensuring temporal consistency. The narrative becomes more compact, transitioning from the departure volume into the first half of the Grand Line, gathering comrades and enhancing strength before becoming embroiled in the Valley of Gods incident. Da Luo's age will be younger, meaning that when Luffy sets sail, Da Luo's natural age should be just over 50. This natural age consideration, along with the manner in which Da Luo traverses the timeline and the arrangement of the plot, has already been outlined, promising to be a remarkably astonishing setup. Since the narrative necessitates the depiction of the Valley of Gods incident, the adjustment to 1483 is already at the limit. Further adjustments would only serve to diminish Da Luo's age. However, I do not wish to write a protagonist who is merely a few years old and inexplicably overpowers Locks, as I intend for the protagonist's strength to develop gradually. P.S. I hope readers will not dwell excessively on the issue of time. 2. Why has it taken over 80 chapters without setting sail? Answer. Firstly, I do not wish to craft a story where the protagonist is invincible from the outset. While this approach has its merits, it also presents numerous pitfalls, such as the origin of the protagonist's extraordinary abilities being unclear and lacking logical coherence. The protagonist's motivations for embarking upon the sea being driven by a system rather than personal desire, a lack of true bonds with companions, leading to arbitrary affiliations, and the potential for the protagonist to effortlessly defeat admirals early on, risking narrative collapse later. Instead, I aim to depict a tale of a diverse group of like-minded adventurers. Additionally, I wish to illustrate my envisioned pirate world during Roger's era. What schemes does Locks have? What connections exist among Mads's experiments, cloning, bioengineering, memory experiments, artificial devil fruits? What is the truth behind the blank century? Where is him? Where is All Blue? Da Luo, along with Quan Li Qian and Lekit, serves as a catalyst for future plot developments, necessitating a reasonable and detailed portrayal of their characters to facilitate reader immersion into their perspectives. Why must the protagonist be Lu Qiu's brother or born in Roger's era, rather than existing in the same timeline as Luffy? Answer. The story's inception stemmed from my discontent with Luffy's fruit transforming into the Nika fruit. To me, One Piece should be a magnificent adventure, not merely a predetermined path of a chosen one. Thus, I sought to craft a new narrative where the protagonist experiences adventures during Roger's era, witnessing the pain of Roger arriving too early and understanding that this era awaits a savior. Through his and his companions' efforts, he surpasses fate. Furthermore, the protagonist must possess a compelling motive for setting sail, rather than embarking on a journey for justice or world domination without clear reasoning, as is common in many novels. Given these considerations, I believe the identity of Lu Qiu's brother serves as an excellent entry point. Why has there been no update? Answer. I've been busy, but I'm currently writing and will see if I can complete a chapter today. Following this, new adventures await. Set sail. Chapter 86. Morality. The sea is capricious, shifting from serene skies to a thick blanket of clouds in mere moments, with flashes of lightning intermittently illuminating the stormy expanse and a low rumble echoing like a ravenous beast prowling the ocean. Navy Colonel Ron stands in the rain, peering through a telescope at a dilapidated pirate ship in the distance. The recently defeated Blood Cow pirate group, having entered the South Sea, wreaks havoc like sharks among a school of sardines, leaving a trail of death and erasing entire villages and towns in their wake. The audacious Blood Bull pirate crew undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. Swiftly, the headquarters dispatched Major Ron to lead a warship in an attempt to eradicate them. The two factions clashed several times, each experiencing victories and defeats. However, Major Ron successfully cornered them into a dire situation. Lieutenant Lizite, Ron's aide, stood beside him with an umbrella, reminding him, "Sir, the Blood Bull pirate crew has now entered the waters near the kingdom of Sorbet. Should we continue the pursuit?" Sorbet? Which country is that? Major Ron inquired, somewhat astonished, as it was evident he had never heard of this nation, likely a little-known, small state. As expected, Lieutenant Lizite confirmed his suspicion, The Kingdom of Sorbet is not a member state. They are too impoverished to pay the heavenly gold, and the Navy withdrew their station long ago. Hearing his aide's words, Ron visibly relaxed, for if it were not a member state, the Navy bore no obligation to protect them, thus alleviating the urgency to engage the Blood Bowl pirate crew in battle. At that moment, a gasp arose from the lookout tower. It turned out that the desperate Blood Bowl pirate crew, eager for supplies, was racing full throttle towards the Kingdom of Sorbet. Brothers, charge! The shores are teeming with plump prey. Let us plunder before we discuss further, shouted the pirate captain, Ukisi, grinning wickedly on the deck, as if envisioning the entire small nation bowing before his cannon fire. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Sorbet was not entirely unprepared. A group of mounted royal guards was assembling along the coast, ready to defend against the intrusion of these unwelcome guests. Despite their numbers, the guards were clearly under-equipped, possessing only a scant few flintlock firearms, appearing to be resigned to a close-quarters battle once the pirates landed. From the lookout of the Navy warship, a young recruit anxiously reported, "Sir, should we intercept them? This is our last chance." Yet, Major Ron remained unmoved, evidently harboring his own plans. After surveying the guard situation through his telescope, he commanded his aide, maintain a distance from the Blood Bowl pirate crew. Once the forces from Sorbet have decimated their main force, we will advance. Yet, this means Sorbet will suffer heavy casualties, and should one or two pirates escape into the civilian areas. Lezite hesitated, clearly recognizing that Major Ron's approach lacked righteousness. Ron waved his hand, interrupting Lezite. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon their failure to pay the heavenly gold. On the coastline, King Sobo of the Kingdom of Sorbet anxiously observed the ruthless pirates drawing closer to shore. As the sovereign, safeguarding the nation's security was his inescapable duty, and thus he always led his troops against invaders. Unfortunately, with the impoverished state of Sorbet, marked by barren land and a poor geographical position, pirate incursions were frequent, further entrenching the nation's poverty and resulting in the Navy's abandonment of their protection. Despite having repelled numerous foes in the past, Suabwa felt uncertain this time, for the Blood Bowl pirate crew was no ordinary band of brigands. Those who could emerge unscathed from the Grand Line were certainly not to be trifled with. Prepare for battle. As he gazed at the formidable Blood Bowl pirate crew in the distance, Suabwa steeled himself for a fight, knowing that behind him stood his family. And all that could be done was to vow to fight to the death. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The first to notice was the young lookout on the warship, who spotted a pirate ship racing towards them at an astonishing speed. "Report, we have a pirate ship rapidly approaching from the rear. Judging by the flag, it appears to be the Daluo pirate crew." The lookout's voice quivered, clearly aware of the notorious reputation of the Daluo pirate crew. Major Ron swiftly moved to the edge of the deck and peered towards the stern, where a pirate vessel was hurtling towards them, its velocity akin to that of a flying fish darting through the waves. "Damn it, it truly is the Daluo pirate crew," Ron muttered under his breath, quickly making a decision. "We are no match for them. Let them pass." In an instant, the swift merfolk's anthem surpassed the Navy's ship, producing a thunderous explosion at its stern, followed by a rapid release of compressed air that propelled the vessel towards the Kingdom of Sorbet at an even greater speed. "Captain, there is another pirate ship ahead, seemingly preparing to land on Sorbet. The shore is lined with troops, and it appears they intend to engage," exclaimed Lykeet, equally excited as he raised his telescope. After more than half a month at sea without resupplying, their provisions were nearly exhausted, though fishing provided sustenance. The monotony of fish heads had begun to wear on him. Upon hearing Lykeet's succinct report, Captain Daluo stroked his chin, pondering, what is the situation? Pirates invading a nation while the Navy merely observes? Is it surprising? Ahead lies the Kingdom of Sorbet, since they are not a member state. The Navy naturally will not protect them. In fact, they might even relish witnessing their demise at the hands of pirates, as it serves as a warning to other non-member nations. Lykeet shrugged. Having fled for years, he was well aware that such circumstances were common, with many non-member states even experiencing pillaging by unscrupulous naval officers. "I see." Captain Daluo glanced at the Navy ship that had already departed the area, then pointed towards the pirate vessel preparing to land and plunder, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Then let us approach." Daluo relinquished the helm, raising his hands slightly as the surrounding air began to stir and converge towards the sails. Under his command, the merfolk's anthem surged forward at an astonishing speed, aligning itself alongside the Blood Bowl pirate ship. "Good morning, gentlemen." Daluo smiled, tipping his cowboy hat with a slight flourish, signaling a greeting to the Blood Bowl pirate crew. "Captain, they're the Daluo pirate crew," stammered a member of the Blood Bowl crew, who possessed a modicum of awareness. As the words fell, panic spread among the Blood Bowl crew, evidently having heard of the rising fame of the Daluo pirate crew. "Daluo pirate crew, what do you intend to do?" Akisi squinted, glaring at Daluo with a fierce intensity, much like a wounded lion attempting to intimidate its adversaries with a mere gaze. "Nothing much. Merely seeking to resupply at the kingdom of Sorbet. Might I trouble you to clear a path?" Daluo's voice resonated with authority, echoing clearly through the ranks of the Blood Bowl pirate crew. "It is not that we wish to obstruct you. The situation simply does not permit it. If Captain Daluo does not allow us to resupply, it will force my brothers to fight." Ukisi feigned calmness, raising his voice in an attempt to intimidate Daluo into retreat. "Oh, is that a threat?" Daluo chuckled coldly, his fingers slightly splayed as a massive vortex began to form aboard the opposing pirate ship. Soon, Ukisi and his crew began to sense something amiss. First, the sails began to shred, resembling tattered rags, and then the wooden planks on the deck began to splinter, spiraling into the vortex. The ship began to rock violently, and the sailors noticed the ropes in their hands twisting like sea serpents. Even the cannon secured on either side of the ship became restless, teetering precariously and emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. A few pirates attempted to retaliate, but as soon as they raised their firearms, both men and weapons were swept into the cyclone, leaving only Uz on the deck, holding on tightly to the railing, his knuckles turning white. "I apologize, I misspoke earlier. We merely passed through this sea area and had no intention of docking. Captain Dalu, I implore you to show mercy. We shall depart immediately." Uz bowed in humiliation. "No need for formality. I merely find this place too perilous and wish for the captain to leave first." Dalu replied with a faint smile. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Blood Ox pirates began to dissipate. "We shall take our leave." Uz exhaled visibly, lowering his stance and bowing again while urging the remaining sailors to hasten their departure. The ship gradually veered off, and the Blood Ox pirates began to sail in the entirely opposite direction of the kingdom of Sol Bay. After creating some distance, Uz glared fiercely at the mermaid ship, his eyes filled with malice, wishing he could fire upon Dalu and shatter both him and his vessel right then and there, yet he dared not. Suddenly, a blazing bullet shot through the air like a meteor from the direction of the mermaid's song, striking Uz squarely in the forehead. The tiny fireball erupted violently the next moment, engulfing the Blood Ox pirate ship in an inferno that consumed it entirely. Agonizing screams mingled with the scent of charred flesh drifted over the ocean, thick smoke rising to carry the Blood Ox pirates and their sins to the heavens. "Captain, was that an ambush?" "Quite unsporting," remarked Ryakid on deck, scratching his head, initially believing Dalu intended to spare them. It turned out he simply did not want them to fight like cornered beasts, as allowing even one or two to escape to the kingdom of Sol Bay would pose considerable trouble. Dalu, steadying himself at the helm, spoke without lifting his gaze. "As for morals, I might discuss them with them, but who speaks of morals with the innocent people they have plundered and slaughtered?" Chapter 87. The Bear of Sol Bay, the mermaid's song came to a steady halt at the shore. "Who are you?" King Suabwa of Sol Bay questioned as he observed Dalu and his companions disembarking from the ship. Despite facing three familiar young men, Suabwa remained tense and wary. For the skull emblem adorned with crosshairs emblazoned on the sails of the mermaid's song revealed the identity of its crew. "Are you pirates?" Suabwa raised his spear, addressing the trio. Upon seeing Suabwa's stance, Ryakid was about to clarify when someone spoke up first. It was Huchuan Lixian, gently scratching his head, expressing 3 parts confusion and 7 parts sincerity as he said, Yes, we are pirates. Despite Dalu having accepted the fact that Huchuan Lixian was, in truth, rather illiterate during their days together, it was commendable that he maintained such childlike honesty in the face of Sobua's wariness. A special mention is warranted for Huchuan Lixian, as Dalu had prepared ample supplies on Elizabeth Island, intending to sail directly to Twin Cape in 13 days. Yet they had now been at sea for over half a month, depleting their provisions. The root cause of this delay was the clueless Huchuan Lixian, who could not distinguish directions. When Dalu let him steer, he inexplicably sailed in the opposite direction for over a day. Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere grew tense upon hearing such a blunt admission. "Leave this place, pirates!" Suabua glared at Dalu, commanding him to depart, while the guards raised their weapons. Casting dark looks at Dalu and his companions, ready to strike at any moment. Dalu was not intimidated by this display. However, he waved his hand in a calming gesture and patiently explained, "Uncle, there's no need to be so tense. We're good people. If I were dealing with pirates, I would choose a more straightforward approach, but I have my own principles when it comes to the weak and common folk. The identity of a pirate is merely how others perceive me. I do not truly embody the role of a villain. Uncle, we just dealt with the Blood Ox pirates for you. Morally and logically, we should at least be allowed to come ashore for provisions. Rest assured, there are only 3 of us, and we will leave promptly." Stepping forward, Riakit elaborated. Riakit's words had an effect. Suabua stood still, studying Dalu and his companions deeply before signaling for a few guards to step back, allowing them a narrow passage. "Follow me, but do not wander." Suabua mounted his steed and, accompanied by his entourage, led Dalu into the interior of the kingdom. Though referred to as a kingdom, it resembled a village nestled among mountains, its prosperity even inferior to that of Batalila town. Aside from a few main roads paved with stones, the rest were mere dirt paths, and the surrounding dwellings were predominantly wooden houses. "They have returned," shouted a middle-aged woman feeding livestock by the roadside, her voice filled with joy as she pointed to the dust rising at the end of the road. As they approached the village, the guards quickened their pace, and Suabua cracked his whip against his horse's rear, hastening to the town's center, where he called out loudly alongside all the guards, "Victory today, with no casualties." The news of their triumph spread instantly throughout the village. Countless women and children rushed out from their homes, searching for their family members. The guards of the Kingdom of Sol Bay were composed of the male members from each household, serving as the kingdom's protectors, but they were also husbands and fathers. Their safe return was the most joyous occurrence. Elsewhere, Dalu and his companions followed Suabua to a notably grander building. "Uncle, we merely wish to replenish our supplies on the island. There is no need for us to meet the king," Riakit remarked, puzzled by the sign that read Royal Palace before them. Throughout the journey, Suabua had sensed that Dalu and his companions were not malevolent individuals, and the atmosphere had become less tense than before, allowing Suabua to revert to his usual honest and simple demeanor. "Actually, I should be considered the king of this country," Suabua said, scratching his head awkwardly. "King!" exclaimed Riakit and Huchuan Lixian in unison, their astonishment palpable. In contrast to their reactions, Dalu maintained his composure, not only due to the respectful demeanor of passers-by toward Suabua, but also because the name Sol Bay sparked a realization within him. "South Sea, Sol Bay," Dalu murmured to himself while calculating the time in his mind. He then turned to Suabua and inquired, "Uncle Suabua, you must have a child, correct? How do you know?" Suabua exclaimed, startled, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Dalu like a beast fiercely guarding its young. "Do not rush, do not rush." Such an intense reaction startled Dalu, who simply offered a brief reassurance before pursing his lips and explaining, "Look, there are a few children's hats drying in the yard. Surely they cannot belong to an adult man." "Ha ha, little brother, you are quite observant." Suabua scratched his head awkwardly, laughing off the moment to move past it. After speaking, Suabua welcomed Dalu and his companions into the palace. Inside, the palace was quite modest, with a terrazzo floor covered by a large piece of tanned beast hide. The only decorations in the grand hall were a simple crystal chandelier and a few ivory carvings. Guests have arrived. After Dalu and the others entered, a woman in an apron hurried in from outside, warmly greeting them with a demeanor that was entirely unbefitting of a queen. "Good day, madam." Dalu and his companions politely acknowledged her. Suabo was even more enthusiastic, attempting to give the woman a big bear hug, catching Dalu off guard with a dose of affection. There are outsiders present. The woman pushed Sobo away with an eye roll, concurrently inviting the guest to sit, while Suabo grinned sheepishly like a simple farmer. "By the way, where is Xiong? Let him come out and greet the guests." At this moment, it was clear that Suabo had completely lowered his guard around Dalu, as it was Dalu who had assisted them in defeating the Blood Cow pirates. Upon hearing this familiar name, Dalu finally deduced the identity of the Seoul Bay Kingdom. This must be the hometown of Bartholomew Xiong, who would eventually become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Xiong is probably still learning to read with the new tutor. "Let me fetch him," said the woman, her radiant smile revealing the pride she and her husband felt for the child. "Oh, he can read now?" Suabo responded with delight, for their king, unfortunately, could not read a single character. "I'll go take a look." Chapter 88. The truth: a blood-soaked pirate crew attacks, while the naval colonel turns a blind eye. The Dalu pirate crew gallantly intervenes to rescue innocent civilians. This is reporter Aisha with the news. At a desk in Xiong's bedroom, a 16-year-old girl with golden hair and a duckbill cap was fervently writing with a quill. At that moment, she believed she was engaged in something monumental. She aimed to expose the happenings on this small island, shedding light on the fleeing navy and drawing attention to this impoverished kingdom to ensure its protection. This was her noble duty as a journalist. "Aisha, what are you doing?" asked Bartholomew Xiong, resembling a potato from the game Plants vs. Zombies, with curiosity. The girl was startled but pulled the 8-year-old Xiong closer, solemnly stating, "Sister is doing something very important. If I succeed, the Seoul Bay Kingdom will attract everyone's attention. Even if Seoul Bay cannot pay the heavenly tribute, public opinion will compel the Navy to protect our kingdom." As a journalist, Aisha fully understood the power of public opinion, and she genuinely possessed the capability to affect it, having reported on the battle between the Dalu pirate crew and the CP-0 just days prior, which had made her a prominent figure in the press. "Really? Just writing can make the Navy protect us?" Xiong expressed skepticism. "Of course it's true." Aisha proudly adjusted her underdeveloped chest, which was even less ample than that of the Seoul Bay Kingdom. "Aisha, who is this Rekt?" Xiong inquired, pointing to a name on Aisha's manuscript. From the current context, it appeared that Rekt was a great benefactor to Seoul Bay. "He is Salbiai's benefactor," Aisha confirmed with a nod. She then pointed to the names of Rekt and Dalu in the manuscript, explaining when the evil pirates sought to invade Seoul Bay. It was this prince of red wine who stood up to counsel the demon king Dalu to scare off the pirates and protect the nation. It was unclear where Aisha had gathered such information. Her portrayal of Dalu was fearsome, while Rekt appeared as a prince lurking beneath the demon shadow. However, the astute Xiong focused on a different aspect, pointing at Dalu's name and earnestly asking Aisha, "Is this demon king Dalu really formidable? Why do pirates flee at the mention of his name?" "He is not merely formidable. He possesses a rare demeanor. His eyes are sharp, his teeth are triangular, and his hair flows like seaweed in the wind," Aisha responded, sketching a simple representation on the manuscript. "Is he really that terrifying?" Xiong gazed at the drawing, innocently remarking on Dalu, who looked like a ball of yarn. Aisha, catching a glimpse of her own drawing, involuntarily shivered. "Indeed, it seems I am quite fearsome." Dalu's voice drifted in from outside, laced with a hint of mock menace. "Ah, the Demon King!" Aisha screamed, nearly collapsing as if she had encountered a true demon. Xiong, however, remained composed, taking a glance at Dalu before comparing the drawing to the manuscript. "Are you really the Demon King? You look different from how Aisha drew you." "If I looked exactly like that, it would be eerie," Dalu quipped, noticing Aisha's name on the manuscript. If he was not mistaken, this woman was the reporter who had covered their battle with CP-0. Dalu discreetly observed her, pondering. "Xiong, have you and Aisha been here in the palace the whole time?" Dalu asked. "Yes," Xiong replied, somewhat perplexed but truthful. Indeed, it was that peculiar ability to gather information. They had just arrived at the palace, and news from the sea had not yet spread. How could this woman have acquired such detailed information? Had she some mind-reading technique like the Red Count? Or was it Enel's vast heart network? Dalu rifled through thoughts of extraordinary perceptive abilities from the anime, but only those two exceedingly rare powers could accomplish such feats. How did this woman, named Aisha, achieve this? Yet Dalu restrained the impulse to tear the manuscript apart upon seeing the distorted narrative that portrayed him as a hellish monster. No, Aisha said this manuscript could help protect Seoul Bay. Xiong, perhaps sensing Dalu's thoughts, quickly withdrew the manuscript. Xiong's innocent words made it utterly impossible for Dalu to reconcile the child before him with the future taciturn tyrant he would become. Nevertheless, he crouched down, earnestly saying to Xiong, "This document cannot protect Seoul Bay. What can truly safeguard Seoul Bay is only formidable strength." Strength. Dalu's words illuminated a new understanding within Xiong, prompting him to inquire further. "If I become strong like you, can I protect the Seoul Bay kingdom?" "Yes." Dalu patted Xiong's head, affirming his statement. Though his expression was somewhat nuanced, for this child was destined to become one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. "Don't listen to him. He's just talking nonsense." Aisha, recovering from her shock, regarded Dalu as if he were a tempter leading Xiong astray. "Nonsense? You don't seriously think this is of any real use, do you?" Dalu extracted the manuscript from the bear's hands and placed it before Aisha, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her. Initially, he assumed Aisha was merely comforting the childlike bear, only to discover that this fellow genuinely harbored such thoughts. How naive, Dalu chuckled softly. In a world where even the facade of justice could not be upheld, what value did public opinion hold? If it were of any worth, pirates would have long been extinguished and the celestial dragons would have been cast down from their lofty perches. Naive indeed. Aisha felt that she had suffered the greatest insult since her inception as a journalist, and thus she forcibly suppressed her fear of the formidable Dalu and retorted with indignation. "Do you believe that once my article is published, within 2 days, the Navy will come to protect the kingdom of Seoul Bay?" Dalu shook his head, dismissing her words. He had merely intended to observe the bear in its juvenile state, and having accomplished that, he turned to leave. "Stop right there. Let us wager. If the Navy arrives, you must apologize to me," Aisha insisted, her dignity as a journalist prompting her to stake a bet. "Oh." Dalu paused, slowly turning back to Aisha. "I accept this wager. But should you lose, you must divulge how you obtained information regarding my battles." With a significant gesture towards the manuscript in Aisha's grasp, he added, "I'll look forward to your answer." At that moment, Aisha's expression turned pale. On the same day the wager was established, Aisha transmitted the manuscript to the newspaper via a special den mushi. It must be said that the newspaper's pursuit of timely news was remarkably high. The following day, the article graced their pages. Dalu glanced at the newspaper delivered by a newsbird and chuckled. "Bloodhand pirate crew attacks. Navy Colonel Ron fights bravely." Dalu pirate crew's scheme to profit foiled. It was indeed in line with the world government style. Dalu scoffed, though he had never lost a wager. This time he genuinely wished to lose, at most offering Aisha an apology. However, if Aisha were to triumph, it would signify that the darkness of this world could not be brazenly paraded, could it not? Meanwhile, Aisha could hardly believe it. Impossible, there must be a mistake. Clutching the newspaper, she muttered repeatedly, even reluctant to dial the newspaper's supervisor via den mushi. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. "Hello, Aisha. What seems to be the problem?" A sleazy middle-aged voice inquired. "Supervisor, did we make an error?" "The manuscript I submitted yesterday, clearly," Aisha began, desperately grasping at a lifeline. However, she was abruptly interrupted as the supervisor continued. "Aisha, I've reviewed your manuscript. It does not align with reality. You see, the Dalu pirate crew is a band of heinous pirates. How could they possibly save the people? And the Navy's retreat? Such things cannot be written." The supervisor attempted to dissuade her with a tone of condescension. "But this is the truth," Aisha insisted, struggling to maintain her position. "Truth?" The supervisor scoffed. "What we report is what constitutes reality." Chapter 89. As expected, Aisha lost the wager and, in the process, her job. "How foolish I was," she lamented, leaning against the wall with a hollow gaze, her spirit as numb as that of Xiang Lin's saw. She had initially harbored hopes that, by reporting the facts, she could compel the Navy to take notice of the non-allied kingdom of Solbay through public pressure. It can only be said that her intentions were noble, albeit rather naive, as she presumed her colleagues at the newspaper would adhere to the journalist's ethical standards. Thus, the predicament arose at the very first step. Now, that audacious bird that dared to publish anything remained elusive. The World Economic newspaper had yet to be established, and the various small newspapers were a hodgepodge. How could they possibly dare to publish articles that would tarnish the Navy's image? On another front, Ryukite and Izumi were procuring supplies on the island, while Dalu leisurely explored. Guided by the 8-year-old bear, his purpose was straightforward. He intended to persuade the bear to join him. "Bear, would you be interested in sailing the seas with me?" Dalu whispered conspiratorially, taking advantage of Sobo's absence on a hunting expedition. Dalu had always harbored a fondness for the bear of the future and did not wish for this optimistic and cheerful young lad to transform into the somber and fearsome figure he would later become. Furthermore, as a companion, the bear was more than qualified. His strength ranked him among the absolute elite of the Shichibukai, second only to Mihawk, although currently somewhat weaker. With a few years of training, his prowess would surely soar. The bear, momentarily distracted, hesitated, scratching at the bear skin cap atop his head. "But I'm only 8 years old." "So what? You possess the ability to protect yourself, and with a few battles, you can swiftly catch up in strength," Dalu shrugged, instinctively glancing at the bear's palm as he mentioned self-defense. Sure enough, the pink pads of his hands were evident. The superhuman meatball fruit, though it had only appeared sparingly in the anime, left a profound impression on Dalu. It possessed the remarkable capability to directly influence concepts such as sensation and memory. "Are you still hiding your abilities?" Dalu pointed at the bear's palm, a smirk playing on his lips. "How did you know?" The bear's surprise was palpable. He had never disclosed this to anyone, not even his parents. How could this stranger possibly be aware? Dalu refrained from elaborating further. For the truth of his transmigration was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge to an 8-year-old. Nevertheless, he earnestly extended the invitation once more. "So, what do you say? Will you join me?" "I'll think about it," the bear replied hesitantly. It seemed he had declined. Dalu muttered under his breath, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, the bear in the original narrative must have undergone some monumental transformation to become the silent and feared tyrant he would later be. In silence, the bear led Dalu through the town. Although Seoul Bay was land poor, it was rich in mountains, and its abundant forest and wildlife resources yielded timber, jerky, leather, and other products. The true reason for its poverty lay in the rampant piracy, particularly due to its proximity to the entrance of the Grand Line, which made it a target for numerous pirates who frequently raided this not-so-wealthy village, leading to a gradual decline in prosperity. Sobo had ascended to the position of a makeshift king largely due to his repeated efforts to fend off pirate invasions, earning him the people's support. While in his daily life, he remained an ordinary hunter, laboring alongside the others. "Everyone seems incredibly motivated," Dalu remarked as he observed the bustling residents, each displaying a sincere smile. "My father said this year's harvest is promising. By the end of the year, once we sell the leather, we can build a dock on the island in the spring, and then those merchants will be eager to come and do business," the bear expressed with hopeful enthusiasm, as if envisioning a brighter future for all. Who would have thought that Uncle Sobo is quite astute? Dalu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly simple-minded man would possess such far-reaching foresight. "It was my suggestion," Xiong proudly patted his chest. During their conversation, the two returned to the palace. "Welcome back," greeted Lykeet, who had just returned from completing the procurement. "How did the shopping go?" Dalu inquired. "Quite well. We gathered a substantial amount of food and supplies. Particularly, the price of jerky was quite reasonable, and, Captain, I still have more than half of the money you gave me," Lykeet reported meticulously. "That's good," Dalu nodded. He felt quite assured about Lykeet. Unlike with the fellow named Quan Liqian, who, apart from fighting, only squinted and laughed foolishly. Dalu feared he might be sold out if tasked with shopping. "Since everything is prepared, we shall depart this afternoon. Have Liqian make the necessary arrangements," Dalu decisively stated. Initially, he intended to set off immediately after resupplying, but having the desire to coax Xiong away and making a wager with Aisha had caused a day's delay. Oh, the wager! Dallas suddenly remembered that he had yet to settle the bet with Aisha. Curiosity surged within him upon recalling her peculiar ability to gather intelligence. Xiong, where's Aisha? Dalu rubbed his hands together, narrowing his eyes as he directed his question at Xiong. She should be resting in her guest room. I haven't seen her all day. Xiong replied, retracting his neck, as Dalu appeared somewhat intimidating to him at that moment. Let's go check. In the guest room, upon seeing the door open, Aisha hurriedly donned her cap, hiding in the corner of the bed. Oh, why are you still in bed so late after writing yesterday's manuscript? Haven't you woken up yet? Dalu teased, observing her haggard appearance. Mind your own business, Aisha retorted sharply, glaring at Dalu with a stiffened neck like a goose. Dalu waved his hand dismissively, a smirk on his face. It seems someone lost our wager yesterday, so might I ask this young lady to fulfill her bet and satisfy my little curiosity? Didn't I say I would publish it within 2 days? Why the rush? Aisha, upon hearing Dalu mention the wager, became flustered and turned her head, muttering softly. After reading today's newspaper, you wouldn't think the Navy would still protect the Sol Bay Kingdom as you wish, would you? Mind your own business. 2 days are 2 days. Aisha shot back, burying her head under the covers and employing her most powerful tactic of throwing a tantrum. Unfortunately, Dalu truly had no recourse against her. After all, the wager was indeed for 2 days later. While he could not uphold the so-called gentlemanly demeanor like Sanji, he found it impossible to lay a hand on a woman who was not his enemy. All right, stop playing dead. We are leaving this afternoon, and as for the reporter, if you can't keep your word, how can you expect others to be truthful? Dalu said, not holding back as he made his way out. Wait, Aisha, who held reporters in high regard, suddenly called out, stopping Dalu in his tracks. Xiong, you go out first, she instructed quietly. The room was left with only Dalu and Aisha. An ambiguous atmosphere began to envelop them. What nonsense, Dalu said, impatiently squashing the mood. Is it really that complicated over a wager? Speak. Is it mind reading or heart network? But in the next moment, a look of astonishment spread across Dalu's face as he gaped, incredulous. Really? You have awakened? Aisha timidly responded, removing her cap to reveal her forehead, blinking her 3 lively eyes. Chapter 90, The Generous Merchant. Dalu was utterly astonished at the sight of Aisha's 3rd eye on her forehead. She was indeed a member of the Sanyin Zoo, and one who had awakened her abilities, although the original manga only provided scant details regarding this race. Featuring only Bryn as a mixed blood member of the Sanyin Zoo, it did not imply that they were weak. On the contrary, from the dialogues between Kaido and Big Mom, it was evident that an awakened Sanyin Zoo could at least comprehend the historical texts. While the historians of O'Hara had yet to be slaughtered by the Navy's demon-slaying order, the ability to interpret historical texts alone was already formidable. One must acknowledge that even Roger had to bow to Whitebeard to bring Odin, who could decipher historical texts, aboard his ship. This illustrates that the ability to read historical texts is a prerequisite for becoming the Pirate King. So, you can see the scenes of our battle back then through it? Dalu pointed at Aisha's forehead eye, curious, for even after years of reading the manga, he had no insight into the powers of the Sanyin Zoo. Indeed, the basic ability of the 3rd eye is called knowledge. Our people can use it to acquire various information from the outside world, along with other abilities. Aisha explained while adjusting her bangs to cover the eye on her forehead. I see, Dalu nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic, and revealed a cunning smile, his face brimming with flattery. What are your plans moving forward? As a standard opening gambit to entice others aboard, Dalu had successfully used this question to win over Likey and Quan Liqian, and he felt quite satisfied with its efficacy. However, this time, things did not unfold as he had hoped. What do you want? Aisha regarded him warily, seeing Dalu as a devil tempting her to hell. Nothing much, just asking. Dalu replied with a thick face and a smile. Recruiting companions. Nothing shameful. Aisha eyed Dalu skeptically, but still proceeded to explain, I don't know. Maybe a different newspaper company, or perhaps just staying here to serve as a cultural teacher for Xiong. Is there a possibility? Dalla began to unfold a map of Yin country, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Don't even think about it. Aisha, not being a naive swordsman in white, was well aware of the dangers of becoming a pirate, especially as a member of the San Yin Zoo. It should be noted that the celestial dragons particularly favored San Yin Zoo slaves. A single San Yin Zoo could easily fetch billions of berries at an auction, and the world government turned a blind eye to this. After all, for them, those who could decode the blank century of history should be eradicated as soon as possible, which had led to the near extinction of the San Yin Zoo, leaving only a few scattered individuals. Fine. Dalu, having hit a wall, decided not to make a fool of himself any longer, turned away, waving his hand as he departed. By noon, after lunch, Dalla began to compress the supplies procured by Likheat, and, alongside Quan Liqian and Likheat, boarded the cart driven by Uncle Sobo to head towards the sea. Uncle Sobo, where are you taking all these hides and fangs? Dalu reclined among the pile of pelts, asking Sobo, who was in front. To the seaside. A merchant came today asking to collect some local specialties, so we were taking the goods to show him. Sobo cheerfully explained, clearly in high spirits today. He was determined to acquire all the goods from that merchant. Daruo, glancing back at the numerous horse-drawn carts trailing behind, inquired with curiosity. The merchant had stated he could take as much as he desired, having already provided a deposit, raising his voice to be heard over the clatter of hooves. Sobo affirmed this. Indeed, Daruo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, as such straightforward merchants were quite rare. By the way, we should take a few fur coats up. The sea is unpredictable, and it's wise to have some warm clothing on hand. As they approached their destination, Sobo quickly turned to Daruo, gesturing with his whip towards 3 bare fur coats set apart from the rest of the cargo. These are too valuable. I'll return the payment for them later. Daruo said, lifting the coats with a touch of gratitude. Ah, they're hardly worth much. My wife made them, and the craftsmanship is rather crude. I hope you don't mind. Sobo waved his hand dismissively. Daruo was well aware of the significance of their past deeds. He had observed Sobo closely with a telescope when they defeated the Blood Bowl pirate crew. In a broader sense, Daruo and his companions were benefactors to him. As the horses' hooves echoed, Daruo soon arrived at the shore where the mermaid's song was anchored, and the merchant was conveniently positioned on the opposite side of the beach. With the mountains surrounding Seoul Bay, this sandy stretch was the only area free of hidden reefs. On the deck, Daruo resolved the supplies and materials from their compressed state and, alongside Chuanze Lixian, organized the cargo into the hold, while Likheat steered the mermaid's song, turning the vessel around. Wait, I need a bid farewell to Uncle Sobo. Daruo informed Likheat before leaping from the deck and jogging towards the other side of the beach. There, dozens of hunters had formed a circle, with numerous carts piled high with goods behind them. Struggling to push through the crowd, Daruo finally spotted engaged in cordial conversation with the shrewd-looking merchant, indicating that the transaction was proceeding smoothly. Uncle, we are leaving. Daruo waved his hand toward Sobo in farewell. Although Sobo did not verbally respond, he nodded in acknowledgement of Daruo's gesture. After bidding farewell, Daruo hurried back to the mermaid's song. Set sail, he called out from the deck. The sails billowed, and the ship gradually sailed onto the sea. 20 minutes later, Sobo and his group completed their transaction and drove the empty carts back to the town, filled with laughter and cheer, clearly satisfied with their bounty. On the beach, the shrewd merchant cast a glance at the slowly departing merchant ship, revealing a triumphant grin as he retrieved a pink telephone bug from his suit pocket. Speaking into it, Captain, we have secured the goods. Hurry over. Let us reclaim what is rightfully ours. Chapter 91. The Galongtai Pirate Crew. The Galongtai Pirate Crew has gained infamy as the most notorious piracy faction in the South Sea in recent years. Captain Galongtai, once a shrewd and avaricious merchant, was reportedly plundered by pirates during a trading expedition. After the encounter, Galongtai seemingly recognized an opportunity and disbanded his merchant guild to join the very crew that robbed him. After all, what business could yield greater profits than thievery? With extraordinary patience and cunning, Galongtai quickly ousted the former captain by throwing him to the fishes, becoming the new captain himself. Once in command, Galongtai became insatiable. devising new methods of plunder that involve his crew masquerading as merchants to assess the wealth of various locales. By placing substantial orders, they coerced others into borrowing or stockpiling goods, followed by a coordinated invasion to seize the accumulated wealth. Through this strategy, Galangtai amassed vast riches, yet his greed only intensified. He aspired to surpass his idol, the golden thief unanimous. Thus, he conceived grander plans, even discarding the principle of only taking and not spending, lavishly recruiting notorious rogues and acquiring numerous firearms. Once we annihilate this Solbay kingdom, we'll venture into the Grand Line to conquer a nation, and I shall crown myself king. Galangtai, sporting a rooster-like hairstyle and adorned with a gold tooth, stood on the deck, cackling maniacally, as if already envisioning himself reigning from a golden palace. Shortly thereafter, a lookout atop the mast relayed news. "Captain, we can see Aragon, the merchant. Yes, just ahead. Men, ready your weapons. Once we conquer this kingdom, we'll set sail for the Grand Line. I'll make you all nobles." Galangtai rallied his crew with grandiose promises. The pirates aboard responded enthusiastically, brandishing their swords and preparing for the impending confrontation with the nearby island. Perhaps this truly represented the essence of piracy, unlike the likes of Luffy and Roger, who were merely exceptions. Meanwhile, Hobo, having just concluded his transaction and arrived at the palace, received urgent news from the front. He swiftly assembled his guard, marching rapidly towards the beach. Upon arrival, his bald lieutenant, Byrne, sporting a handlebar mustache, raised a long telescope, his expression darkening as he spotted the skull and crossbones flag featuring golden eyes hoisted on the approaching ship. "Damn it, it's the Galangtai pirate crew." Byrne's words cast a shadow over Sol's usually carefree demeanor. As the king of Solbay, he had meticulously investigated potential threats to his kingdom, and the Galangtai pirate crew had left a lasting impression on him: ferocity, greed, and cunning. Villages and nations marked by their gaze rarely escaped ruin. However, he was perplexed as to why they would target such a humble kingdom as Solbay, knowing that most pirates would dismiss it as insignificant prey. Before he could ponder further, Byrne provided the answer. "That blasted merchant is behind this." After speaking, he handed the telescope to Soboa. Taking it, Soboa confirmed that indeed, the merchant ship was meeting with Galangtai's pirate vessel. It seemed they had come well prepared for battle. There's no time to waste. Prepare for combat. Soboa commanded his men, who promptly took defensive positions along the coastline, steeling themselves against the imminent arrival of the pirates. However, the next moment, the disciplined guards began to stir. The pirate ship had slowly turned sideways, its broadside cannons ominously aimed at the guards. "Quickly fall back." Experienced in combat, Soboa recognized the threat of the cannons and urgently ordered a retreat. A thunderous boom echoed across the beach. A flurry of sparks erupted, and countless cannonballs tore through the air, targeting the crowd with precision. Despite a prior evacuation, the sheer volume of projectiles inflicted severe casualties upon the guards, reducing their ranks significantly with a single barrage. Delighted by the formidable might of the costly warship and cannons he had procured, Galangtai laughed heartily as he descended the ladder from the deck to the beach, confronting Soboa and his companions from a distance. "Aragon, do tell. Who has taken my money?" Galangtai inquired, pulling a merchant forward and casting a greedy gaze around. "It is him." Aragon, with his rat-like eyes, scanned the crowd and identified Soboa, pointing at him with a shout. "You, hurry and return my money." Galangtai's eyes reddened with avarice. Fixed intently upon Soboa, his words laced with resentment, as if the other had indeed stolen his fortune. Soboa remained silent. However, a stout man beside him indignantly questioned, "But that was the payment for the goods, was it not? We agreed on a fair exchange." "A fight shinja?" The crew of Galangtai's pirate band erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. "What a foolish bunch. The goods are mine. The money is mine. And not only that, this kingdom now belongs to me," Galangtai declared, his mouth agape revealing his golden teeth, before drawing a gilded dagger from his waist and waving it menacingly at Soboa. "Seize them." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of pirates surged forward with weapons drawn. Retreat to the town, Suabo commanded his soldiers, brandishing a whip as he led the guards back towards the forest, seeking refuge among the trees to scatter towards the town. The pirates are coming. Run. Having reached the village first, Suabo and the guards hurriedly spread the word, urging the women and children left behind to flee. Knowing their fate lay in the hands of chance, Suabo quickly made his way to the palace, where he found Xiong, the queen, and Ai Shah, instructing them to escape with the money. He understood well that the pirates' primary objective was this very payment, and should they succeed, they would unleash cannon fire, annihilating the entire village. After issuing his orders, Suabo returned to the town entrance, joining the guards to form a defensive line, with no retreat remaining. Kill! Without further ado, both sides clashed fiercely. The disciplined guards faced the ferocious and chaotic pirates, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, the powerful cannons on the pirates' side posed a significant threat, forcing the guards to fight at great cost. Suddenly, one cannon was aimed at Suabo. As the barrel glowed red and the cannonball was about to be fired, a youthful figure dashed forward, unleashing a shockwave with a punch that sent the cannon flying. Xiong, what are you doing? Suabo exclaimed, astonished to see his child before him. Xiong offered no reply, merely gasping for breath, while Ai Shah followed closely behind. What are you two doing here? I told you to run. Suabo scolded, fully aware that their small number of guards could not hold off the pirates for long. This is tantamount to courting death. 20 minutes. Ai Shah gasped, bent over with her hands on her knees. What do you mean 20 minutes? Suabo asked. If we can delay them for 20 minutes, Big Brother will return to save us. Xiong explained, eyes fixed on the approaching pirates. Chapter 92, The New Recruits. The scene rewound to the moment when the pirates first entered the village. Some disorganized pirates had already begun to pillage, brandishing blades and coercing those unable to flee into surrendering their valuables. Any hint of resistance was met with brutal violence, creating a gruesome spectacle. Surely not. Ayasiaka gasped, covering her mouth. Before her, a throng of pirates was advancing towards the wealthiest part of the village, the palace. Ai Shah, you take mother and go first, Xiong urged, directing his attention to the foremost pirates as he unleashed a powerful strike with both palms. His soft pads erupted with immense force, generating a palm-sized shockwave that struck a pirate directly. In an instant, the pirate's head was crushed, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The others, witnessing such a bizarre scene, hesitated and fled in panic. No way. Xiong, are you really that strong? The queen gasped in disbelief, astonished by her child's formidable abilities. Ai Shah, however, reacted differently. Witnessing Xiong's sudden display of power, she leaped with excitement. Xiong, do it again. Take down all these pirates. In her enthusiasm, Ai Shah mimicked the motion Xiong had just executed. Xiong shook his head. I cannot. My strength can only sustain this ability a few times. You must run. No. We either leave together or not at all, the queen insisted, unwilling to abandon her child to certain doom, pulling Xiong towards the exit. Wait, I have an idea. Give me a few minutes, Ai Shah exclaimed, seemingly struck by inspiration, rushing into the palace and locking herself in a guest room. Please, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. Ai Shah sat on the edge of the bed, removing her cap to reveal the third eye on her forehead. The third eye emitted a faint red glow, its pupils spinning as if searching for something. If one could enter Ai Shah's perspective, they would see her vision transform into shades of gray, encompassing the entirety of the Suo Air Bay Kingdom, continuously expanding, 10 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles. Ai Shah diligently searched this range, absorbing all that unfolded before her. Soon, she located the swiftly moving pirate ship, the Mermaid Serenade, situated 40 nautical miles northwest of Suo Air Bay. Activating the unique ability of her third eye, Ai Shah connected with the consciousness of all who had seen it within her range. As the light from her eye shifted from red to blue, her vision began to contract until it locked onto the Mermaid's Serenade. She scrutinized the pirate ship. Though only in black and white, its opulent decorations revealed its exquisite craftsmanship. Quite the indulgence, Aisha remarked with a pout, yet she remained focused on her objective. She directed her gaze to the deck and spotted a shimmering point of light radiating 3 colors. Aisha and Xiong concentrated on that tricolor light, their consciousness diving deep within. Dalu, please help us. Pirates are invading. Aisha, from a subconscious level, conveyed information to Dalu. Simultaneously, Dalu, who was reclining on a deck chair, reacted. Who? The dazed Dalu suddenly stood up, surveying his surroundings, only to see Likheat grasping the helm. Likheat, did you not hear a woman's voice? Dalu inquired. Huh, Captain, you must be dreaming. Likheat offered the most reasonable explanation. Dreaming my foot. Did you not hear it? A clear, ethereal woman's voice? Dalu retorted, pressing further. No, Likheat replied, scratching his head in affirmation. Suddenly, it seemed Dalu recalled something and called out to the surrounding air. Asha, what is happening? Pirates. A band of pirates has invaded Suor Bay. Please, come back and save this country. The voice of Issa resonated once more within Dalu's heart. Rather than responding immediately, Dalu pondered for a moment. Suddenly, 3 bearskin coats from the piled supplies caught his eye. Very well, I shall return at once. I can reach there in 40 minutes. No, 20, Dalu mentally assured Aisha. Likey, turn around. We are heading back to Suor Bay, he instructed. Upon finishing, Dalu raised his hands, and a powerful updraft surged from the sea, lifting the ship, the Mermaid's Anthem, into the air. Hey, what is happening? Likey, having just processed the sudden news of their return, witnessed the entire ship elevated into the sky. The ship is moving too slowly. We will fly back. Dalu exclaimed with a grin as he brought his hands together, and a massive air passage slowly materialized above them. Kongjiu Gao Tianhui Long. A tremendous thrust propelled the Mermaid's Anthem along the passage, soaring through the air like Apollo's chariot at an astonishing speed. On board, although the captain's command was unquestionable, Dalu proactively explained to the 2 crew members, it seems Suor Bay is under pirate siege. We must return to investigate. As Dalu hurried back, Xiong and Asha had already arrived at Suabwa to fend off the pirates together. The persistent pirates, unable to breach their defenses, opted for a siege, leveraging their artillery and numerical superiority. This brute force combat approach was highly disadvantageous for Suabwa and his companions, as the guards were no match for the pirates unless they could take them down one by one. Huff, huff, Xiong gasped, casting a grim look at the cannon fire raining down, feeling powerless. After all, he had yet to transform into the formidable tyrant Xiong of the future, and at merely 8 years old, he could not fully harness the true power of the Rocho Gifra. His strikes were weak, and each swing left him needing time to recuperate. Xiong, if we can't hold him off, Suabwa panted, having also reached his limit, his chest heaving like a bellows. Xiong shook his head in silence, his throat burning with pain. We haven't subdued them yet, and I dread to think how much more ammunition I will waste. Grang Tai, hidden behind the pirates, glared at the battlefield with a pale face. To him, this was all money. Damn it, unleash all the cannons. Grang Tai bellowed, waving his hand dismissively, and under his command, all cannons targeted the remaining guards. It's over. Asha gazed at the cannons aimed at them, despair flooding her heart, mirrored in the expressions of her comrades. Countless cannonballs were fired, as if to obliterate Suabwa and the others from existence. As the projectiles soared, Suabwa instinctively pulled Xiong behind him, believing that even in death, a father should shield his son for a moment longer. Meanwhile, Aisha closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. Seconds later, the anticipated explosion never occurred. It seems we have arrived just in time. Dalu's light voice rang in Shisa and the others' ears like celestial music. Dalu, Asa, and Suabwa exclaimed. Big brother, Xiong called out, all eyes gleaming with surprise as they beheld Dalu. Dalu smiled, ruffling Xiong's hair, and said, you held out well. Turning to the last to arrive, Hechuan Liqian, he added, Liqian, I appreciate your assistance. Understood, Hechuan Liqian replied with a squinting smile, though to Grang Tai's crew, his grin appeared devilish. While Grang Tai's crew was not weak in the South Sea, their reliance on numbers and equipment made them appear as mere chaff before Hechuan Liqian. In a matter of moments, they were decimated. The following day, the same beach welcomed the Dallo pirate crew as they embarked on their journey once more. This time with two new crew members, the intelligence officer and the intern. Chapter 93. The upside-down mountain seagulls spread their wings, soaring through the cloudless sky. On the sea, the mermaid's anthem sliced through the waves, racing across the azure waters. Under the guidance of Asha and the maneuvering of Dalu, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the upside-down mountain, propelled by fierce winds. Before them lay an endless expanse of red earth, with a peak that soared into the clouds, an enchanting and majestic marvel, marking the boundary of the red earth continent that separated the windless zone from the four seas. "Wow, Captain, is this the Grand Line?" The intern exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent his entire life in Soar Bay, he had never witnessed such grandeur. Dalu did not respond, as he was meticulously controlling the air around them, guiding the mermaid's anthem slowly into the waterway leading to the heart of the upside-down mountain. The Twin Cape. The Grand Line is not merely a location. It is an entire sea that encircles the world. The upside-down mountain is just the entrance. "We must enter here to access the Grand Line," explained who also worked as a cultural teacher, while tightly gripping the railing to avoid being thrown overboard by the turbulence. "Everyone hold on tight. We will ascend a staircase for a while." Dalu raised his hand, summoning a compressive air current that gently pressed Lykeet and the others against the deck. Simultaneously, the ocean currents surged rapidly, propelling the mermaid's anthem swiftly up the ascending waterway. In an instant, the mermaid's anthem reached the highest point of the waterway, and with inertia, the ship glided through the air for several meters before diving toward the open sea below. The free fall from several dozen meters startled Chung and Isa, who clung to each other in fright, while Huchuan Liqian appeared dazed, seemingly oblivious to their altitude. Juchuan Wangza, Lykeet, being more reliable, activated his powers, generating a gentle current of wine beneath the ship, allowing the mermaid's anthem to land smoothly on the ocean surface. "Wow!" Apart from Lei Kate, several individuals simultaneously expressed their astonishment. None anticipated such a scene above. Amidst the sounds of laughter and joy, the mermaid's hymn gradually sailed toward the Twin Towers. Concurrently, at Shuangzi Cape, the commencement of the Grand Line and the origin of 7 waterways, stood a towering white lighthouse, guiding every traveler and pirate entering the Grand Line. As the era of great pirates had not yet begun with Roger, this age saw fewer pirates rushing toward the Grand Line, resulting in only a handful of ships lingering at Shuangzi Cape, merely a few vessels lined up before the entrance to the sea route. Beside the lighthouse rested a medium-sized pirate ship, adorned with a massive vulture sculpture at its bow, and its sails displayed a pirate flag, not of a skull, but of a fierce vulture. On the shore, a group of menacing pirates surrounded a robust uncle whose face resembled that of an octopus, his hair resembling petals. Among them, a pirate wielding a short axe seized the uncle by his collar, pointing toward the pirate ship and bellowing, "You, hurry and make that stinking whale move aside." The uncle, dressed in a floral shirt and shorts, remained unfazed, adjusting his collar and frowning as he replied, "That is not a stinking whale. Its name is Labu. I don't care if it's Labu or a Labrador. If it doesn't move, I will slaughter you all," growled a bald-headed pirate with a sharp beak, donning a captain's hat. "You truly lack insight. Do you know who our captain is? He is the infamous pirate of the West Sea, Vulture Bidion, with a bounty of 34 million. A pirate resembling a canine strategist chimed in. "Oh, 34 million berries. What a formidable pirate," the uncle drawled, his tone dismissive. Such an impatient demeanor caused Bidion's brows to furrow tighter. As he drew his sword to assert the captain's authority, a light, airy voice floated from nearby. "Oh, what a lively scene." Darrow, having maneuvered the ship alongside the Vulture pirate cruise vessel, remarked upon observing the individuals on shore. The canine strategist beside Vulture Bidion cast a glance at the mermaid's him, suddenly grinning wickedly as he leaned close to Bidion's ear, whispering, "Captain, there's a stunning young lady on that ship, with only 4 men, one of whom is just a child. What do you say?" Bidion grinned with satisfaction, his lecherous gaze fixating on Aisha, as if she were a piece of carrion. "Just as we enter the Grand Line, boys, Let us go. Kill the men, and I'll have my fun with the woman before you can play with her." No sooner had his words fallen than the pirates, grotesque in appearance, began to cheer and wave their weapons, disregarding the uncle entirely. The uncle, frowning, retreated into the lighthouse. Meanwhile, Bidion ordered his crew to position their ship directly in front of the mermaids, obstructing Darrow and his companions from departing, while also occupying shore, where a group brandished their weapons and shouted, "Those on the ship, get down here, comply, and I might spare your lives. Dare to resist, and I will chop you into pieces." Bidion shouted, his sword resting on his shoulder, his voice as though it were muffled by a stone. Aisha, having spent years as a reporter, was bewildered by the commotion. The chaotic antics of the pirates, coupled with Bidion's incoherent shouting, led her to speculate it was some local rite, prompting her to lean over the railing for a better view. Bidion's eyes gleamed. It seemed his crew had not exaggerated. There truly was a captivating beauty among them. He felt an involuntary drool escape him at her figure and beauty. Clearing his throat, he bellowed even louder, "Get down now, or I will kill you." "Wait, why is there a pretty boy coming down? Bring that girl down." Darrow, having reached the edge of the deck, wore a cold expression as he jumped onto the shore, hands in pockets, slowly addressing Bidion. "You are but a foolish clown." "What did you say?" Bidion, taken aback, was about to unleash a torrent of insults when a nearby navigator urgently tugged at his arm. Irritated, he turned to glare at the interrupting fool, mentally stripping him of his right to attend the upcoming silver party. The navigator remained silent, trembling as he handed a crumpled newspaper to his captain. "What is this?" Bidion inquired, perplexed, before his gaze fell upon the conspicuous headline and photograph. "The strongest rookie. The Supernova, bounty of 150 million berries, Gulu, the death gunner Darrow." Bidion swallowed hard, cautiously comparing the photograph to the man before him, noting their striking resemblance. Yet, unyielding, Bidion tossed the newspaper aside and knelt on the ground, desperately banging his head. "Spare me, great one. I was merely drunk, speaking nonsense. Please, show mercy and let us go." The members of the Vulture pirate crew exchanged glances, following suit and kneeling, echoing Bidion's pleas. Meanwhile, the floral uncle emerged from the lighthouse, brandishing a whaling harpoon, intending to thwart the Vulture pirates' misdeeds at the Twin Towers, only to find a sea of kneeling figures. What kind of tactic is this? Do they need to bow before robbing? The uncle scratched his head, pondering it to be some peculiar custom of the West Sea. Darrow pointed toward the pirate ship obstructing the mermaids and impatiently addressed Bidion and his crew. "Take your men and leave." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy." Bidion and his companions hastily scrambled to their feet, swiftly boarding their ship and urging the helmsman to set sail. At that moment, their only desire was to escape this place of turmoil. The sailors promptly unfurled the sails, guiding the vessel into the entrance of the Grand Line as waterways. "The sea is windy. Remember to wear an extra layer," Darrow waved to the Vulture pirates, feigning concern. "Yes, yes, we will." Bidion, taken aback, quickly donned a windbreaker from the captain's quarters. The ship gradually entered the waterway, accelerating with the current. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Bidion felt the helm as if possessed, causing the entire ship to tilt dangerously and head straight for the red Earth continent on either side of the waterway. The already crimson terrain appeared even darker. In a narrow escape from the impending collision, Bidion clung to a broken plank, struggling to stay afloat. "Great one, I dare not. Spare me." Bidion screamed in despair. The next moment, the raging current pulled him beneath the waves. Chapter 94. Kuka Lucy, Mr. Kuka Lucy. "Good morning." Darrow turned to the floral uncle, who was eyeing him warily, and greeted him. "Oh, you know me?" Kuka-Lucy hoisted his whaling harpoon onto his shoulder, scrutinizing the golden-haired youth before him. "Not knowing would be strange. I intend to abduct you shortly." Darrow silently mused, maintaining a composed demeanor as he politely clasped his hands, saying, "I have heard of the guardian of Swansea Gorge." Upon concluding his words, he turned to the crew of the mermaids and instructed, "Dock the ship. Everyone disembark." Rector diligently maneuvered the vessel towards the shore, and once everything was in order, The group descended from the makeshift ladder and approached the White Tower. "The view here is astonishing," Aisha exclaimed, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hands as she surveyed the surroundings in awe. Kakalos remained silent, striding directly to the folding sun chair that had been knocked over by Beaton. After righting the chair and extending its legs, he settled into it leisurely and remarked, "Are you all so idle? Why are you not leaving?" Darrow chuckled, adjusting another fallen chair to an upright position before reclining back, unhurriedly responding, "Lunchtime is approaching, and I do not wish to have my meal while navigating the ship. It lacks a sense of ceremony." Just as Kakalos unfolded the newspaper left behind by Beaton, he spotted Darrow's article and raised an eyebrow, saying, "The ruler of the South Sea is not even in the South Sea. Bringing these individuals to the Grand Line, are we merely playing house?" Rector, annoyed by the slight against his captain, was about to speak up but was halted by Darrow. "To conquer the Grand Line is not something to rush. Adventure requires meticulousness. I find Kakalos' company rather intriguing. Let us dine here first," Darrow suggested with a smile and a wave of his hand. Since Darrow had merely halted momentarily without malice, Kakalos could not refuse, and the crew readily accepted their captain's proposal, bustling into the kitchen. Soon, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted from the kitchen of the Mermaid's Hymn. Darrow, without needing to ponder, knew it was the handiwork of Bear, who, being an experienced hunter, was adept at preparing grilled meat. "Quite the capable one," Kakalos remarked, drawn in by the tantalizing scent. "Indeed, do not underestimate us. Although we are few, we are remarkably dependable companions," Darrow said proudly, standing up decisively and extending an invitation. "Mr. Kakalos, would you be interested in joining us?" Kakalos, reclining on the beach chair, waved his hand, firmly refusing another invitation. "However, please allow me to decline. I have reasons to remain here." Darrow, undeterred by the outright refusal, chuckled heartily. "Though I approached this with a mere hope, it seems it was indeed futile. Mr. Kakalos, may I inquire if your refusal is due to Labu?" Kakalos raised an eyebrow in surprise, as Labu had been lurking beneath the waves, and he had never mentioned that name. "How do you know?" Kakalos could not help but ask. "Haha, let us consider it a secret," Darrow replied, unwilling to indulge Kakalos' curiosity, especially after he had just been so blunt in his rejection. "You mentioned being invited again. Have many people approached you recently?" Darrow redirected the conversation. "Yes," Kakalos nodded. "A few months ago, a fellow named John invited me to join their pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates, which I believe was featured in the news recently. A few days ago, another pirate named Roger came to the Twin Towers, seeking a ship's doctor. I mentioned that I was a doctor, and they invited me aboard," Kakalos recounted. Upon hearing the two familiar names, Darrow could not help but grimace, saying, "Mr. Kakalos, you are quite the sought-after individual. However, I must ask, what was the invitation from the Rocks Pirates for?" "Who knows? But that fellow John mentioned something about joining an organization to research longevity potions," Kakalos replied with a scoff. Darrow silently nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, as it pertained to the currently dominant Rocks Pirates, and it was better for him, a mere small fry, to remain uninformed. As for why the Roger Pirates would invite Kakalos aboard over a decade in advance, who could say? Perhaps it was something he had mentioned in passing at the tavern that caught Roger's attention. After all, aside from Lugio, the only one who believed they could foresee the future was that fool Roger. Suddenly, a spout of water erupted from the sea, accompanied by a sound akin to a train's whistle. A massive whale surfaced, revealing its scarred head and swiftly swimming towards Darrow and Kakalos. "That must be Labu," Darrow remarked with interest, feeling a sense of satisfaction, as he had long wished to meet the whale that shared a profound connection with Luffy's crew. "It is enormous," Darrow exclaimed, initially thinking that the exaggeration in the manga was merely artistic license. Yet the reality of Labu was even more astonishing than depicted in the anime. Meanwhile, Aisha and the others, who had prepared lunch, were descending from the Mermaid's Hymn with plates of roasted meat and bread, nearly dropping their dishes in fright upon encountering Labu. "Fish can actually grow this large?" The naive Hachuan Lishian curiously approached Labu, staring at it in wonder. "That is a whale," Rector attempted to explain, but reconsidered, realizing it would be nearly impossible to convey to Hachuan Lishian that whales, which lived in the water, were mammals. At lunchtime, the group lounged on beach chairs, continuously savoring the golden, crispy, roasted meat. "Hey, bartender, fill my glass," Kakalos called, extending his cup towards Rector, who promptly filled it. Afterward, Kakalos patted Rector on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Good lad, your skills are impressive. I believe your captain ought to reward you." Darrow cleared his throat, bemused as he observed the rosy-cheeked, flower-headed man. The others gazed intently at Labu, each lost in their own thoughts. Bear mused, "This fish is enormous, several hundred times larger than the biggest bear in the mountains." Huan Lixian pondered, "Is this fellow even a fish?" Aisha exclaimed, "So adorable. Can I pet it?" After a satisfying meal, as the afternoon wore on, Darrow decided it was time to bid farewell to Kakalos, as his purpose for inviting him aboard had not materialized. And there was no use prolonging the visit if Kakalos had no interest. In front of the Twin Towers, Darrow pulled out the 7 permanent pointers he had prepared in Razorbaite and inquired, "Mr. Kakalos, we intend to choose one of these 7 routes. Do you have any suggestions?" Having already formed a camaraderie with Darrow's crew, Kakalos was glad to assist the pirates who had brought him delightful food and drink. "What are your requirements?" "We need a route that passes through Water 7 and ideally allows us to recruit a navigator and a ship's doctor," Darrow contemplated before responding. "There are several routes that can go through Water 7, so you need not worry about that. As for ship's doctor, you might want to check out Kizuna Island. In that case, the only route that meets your criteria is this one," Kakalos indicated on the nautical chart. On the nautical chart, the course indicated by Kakalos is evidently the very route chosen by Luffy and Roger later on. First stop, Whiskey Peak. Departing. Chapter 95. Aisha's intelligence, the weather of the Grand Line, is significantly more unpredictable than that of the Four Seas. Having set sail from the Twin Cape 3 days ago, it felt as though Darrow had traversed through the 4 seasons within a mere 3 days, with sweltering heat and chilling cold alternating, compounded by the capricious and extreme weather that rendered navigation a tormenting ordeal. At this moment, the Mermaid's M was sailing beneath a vast expanse of dark clouds, thunder and rain clashing violently, accompanied by thick snowflakes that obscured all sense of direction. The only reliable guide, aside from the Eternal Pointer, was Aisha. "Once we pass through these clouds, the weather will revert to the normal summer conditions," Aisha stated, blinking her extraordinary third eye. As anticipated, upon emerging from the dark clouds, the fierce sunlight bathed the deck, the sudden rise in temperature swiftly melting away the rain and snow on the ship. With this dreadful weather, it would take 2 years of sailing to avoid dampness on board. Darrow, now donned in a floral shirt, emerged from the captain's cabin, unfurling a beach chair on the deck and reclining comfortably. Ever since sharing a meal with Kakalos, he had grown fond of basking in the sun, particularly when accompanied by a beautiful woman in a bikini reading the newspaper beside him. 2 days prior, the cold corpse Steve and the morbid psychiatrist Pei Wei engaged in a battle on Owl's Island, resulting in the town's utter destruction, numerous casualties, and many townspeople driven insane by Pei Wei's abilities. Aisha, filled with righteous indignation, recounted the news, her cheeks puffing up in anger. "Aisha, don't take it too hard," Rektet consoled, approaching with several chilled cocktails in hand, offering her one. "Thank you." Darrow accepted the chilled margarita from Rektet, taking a small sip before speaking. "This is the nature of pirates. Regardless of how they masquerade as adventurous souls or valiant revolutionaries, to the common folk, they are merely a band of brutal villains. You are a pirate as well, yet you speak of yourself so candidly," Aisha remarked with curiosity, surprised by Darrow's frank assessment of pirates, including himself. "This is no fairy tale. There is no abundance of truth, goodness, and beauty," Darrow shrugged, continuing, "The identity of a pirate is merely a consequence of lacking other choices. As for good and evil, it is entirely dictated by one's heart. Of course, I am also prepared for the possibility of dying as a pirate." Sensing the conversation had grown somewhat somber, Darrow laughed lightly, raising an eyebrow. "However, ordinary pirates would find it difficult to contend with me." This was no mere boast. With his current strength, Darrow could indeed traverse the first half of the Grand Line with impunity. Were it not for the absence of the warlord system at present, he would not have been classified within the supernova tier. With his comrade Izumi Riken, whose strength was not too dissimilar, even with only 5 members in their crew. He felt unafraid in terms of power. "Captain, who are those 2 fellows?" The intern bear, clad in a black and white striped jacket, curiously pointed at images of 2 individuals in a newspaper. As fellow pirates classified as supernova, Darrow was naturally aware of their existence. Ruffling Bear's head, he began to explain. "Cold Corpse Steve, captain of the Cold Current Pirates, possesses the powers of the High No Me, with a bounty of 170 million. He once froze half a town into ice sculptures in the West Sea. Morbid psychologist Pei Wei, a lone wolf with unknown fruit abilities, boasts a bounty of 210 million. It is said he enjoys acting as a psychologist for the wealthy, harboring a severe hatred for the affluent, resulting in the deaths of numerous rich individuals." Izumi Riken, diligently practicing his swordsmanship, leaned in. "These 2 have such high bounties, even surpassing the captain's." This combative individual was still brooding over not being able to engage Darrow in a full-fledged battle, and seeing 2 individuals with higher bounties stirred his desire for confrontation. They are not even the highest bounty supernova. At least among those who have entered the Grand Line, 2 others boast bounties exceeding the captain's. Aisha, serving as the intelligence officer, cleared her throat and retrieved a notebook from her 4th-dimensional pocket. "Deadly Beast Tamer Seacoast, captain of the Deadly Circus Pirates, notorious for the infamous Sonny Bell Island Blood Night incident during a circus performance, with a bounty of 230 million. Grave Digger Sally, captain of the Dead Man's Treasure Pirates, specializes in tomb raiding, rumored to have desecrated the ancestral grave of Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel in the South Sea. Although his strength is said to be average, his bounty is exceedingly high, indicating a degree of truth to the rumors." Darrow gasped in astonishment. He held a deep respect for those who would so casually disturb ancestral graves. Did Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel really allow that to happen? Rectet asked with keen interest. Of course not. The ancestor of Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel was exhumed and dried out as a mouse. It is said that the Rear Admiral had just been beaten by Kaido and was still in a cast when he heard the news, prompting him to leap out of the hospital in Marineford. Aisha recounted animatedly. "Where did you hear such news?" Darrow inquired, intrigued by Aisha's earnest demeanor, as he found it hard to believe her abilities could extend to Marineford. "I heard it from a friend who sells breakfast in Marineford." Aisha playfully stuck out her tongue. Darrow cast a surprised glance at his intelligence officer, filled with astonishment. Having experienced the perception abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe firsthand, he understood that with such a range of perception, if there were connections between individuals, the coverage of her intelligence network could only be described as formidable. With the addition of Aisha's ability to communicate with others in real time over vast distances, she could be deemed the most formidable intelligence officer and liaison, if only her self-preservation abilities were not so lacking. However, obtaining a fruit for her could potentially remedy that situation, Darrow mused inwardly. As they chatted, the mermaids sailed into a thick fog. Upon emerging from a mist, towering round cacti, taller than mountains, came into view. On the banks below, the residents, upon seeing the mermaid's hymn and the pirate flag fluttering, did not flee, but instead gathered at the shoreline, cheering for the ship. Darrow glanced at the crowd waving at him and the eternal pointer on his wrist. It seems we have arrived at Whiskey Peak. Chapter 96. Encounter with the Whitebeard Pirates, Whiskey Peak. As the first island on this route, it boasted some rather peculiar customs. Are they welcoming us? Bear, walking at the back, timidly observed the crowd on both sides who were continuously greeting them, and curiously inquired, as in the kingdom of Sorb, the common folk despise pirates above all else. Darrow, however, remained remarkably calm, as he was well aware from the manga that Whiskey Peak was essentially a den for bounty hunters, ostensibly welcoming pirates while secretly plotting to stab them in the back under the cover of night. By now, that sand-playing fellow should still be sucking on a pacifier, Darrow mused, eyeing the enthusiastic crowd with their beaming smiles. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, 2 individuals emerged, one following closely behind the other. The person at the rear, whom DeLuo recognized, was a cowboy clad in a denim hat with 2 revolvers tucked into his belt, who greeted DeLuo with an air of astonishment. DeLuo recalled that this was the bounty hunter he had encountered previously when dealing with Lazabad. And the reason for his vivid memory was that the primary companion he currently had, Aolini, had been a gift from this very man. "What brings you here?" DeLuo inquired of Tim. Tim chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the man beside him. "This is my cousin, Lai Mu, the mayor of this quaint town. I intended to seek experience on the Grand Line, so I came to stay with him." Lai Mu, observing their familiarity, expressed curiosity. "How do you two know each other?" DeLuo hesitated to respond immediately, instead scrutinizing Lai Mu. He was a robust figure in a black suit, adorned with a curly wig typically worn by lawyers, exuding an air of shrewdness. However, his gaze seemed evasive when he spoke. "Just a friend." DeLuo patted Tim on the shoulder and began reminiscing with him. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the dock as someone shouted, "A notorious pirate is coming." Like a stone tossed into hot oil, the crowd erupted, the noise escalating dramatically as everyone surged towards the opposite side of the dock. "I'll check it out. You all continue your conversation. Oh, by the way, the Seafarers Inn over there offers free lodging for pirates. You may rest there," Lai Mu informed DeLuo with a nod before pushing through the throng. DeLuo and his companions exchanged glances, astonished by the sudden shift in the crowd's demeanor. Moments ago, they had been so amiable, and now they fled at the mere mention of a pirate. "I'll go take a look. You all wait for me at the tavern and ensure the log pointer is safe," DeLuo advised, concerned that the crowd might become overwhelming. He urged him along as they pressed into the throng. "I'm curious to see which pirate can command such attention." DeLuo mused inwardly as he navigated through the congested crowd. At the dock, a colossal ship slowly approached, descending a long staircase from its deck to the shore, followed by more than a dozen individuals. "Old man, it's quite lively here," remarked a large man clad in sleeveless gray-gold armor and a horned helmet, surveying the crowd. "Ha! Are all these people here to welcome us?" boomed a giant, over 5 meters tall, stepping off the deck directly onto the shore. His iconic white mustache curled high, and beneath his white cloak lay a physique bursting with muscle, wielding a naginata taller than himself. This was none other than the future renowned figure of the seas, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Newgate. "Happy to be here." DeLuo recognized him instantly, a wave of shock washing over him. "Do you know him, DeLuo?" Tim asked, noticing DeLuo's astonished expression, smiling in curiosity. DeLuo, however, was not in a light-hearted mood. He turned serious and said to Tim, "If you value your life, it would be wise for your cousin to keep a low profile and not draw their attention." After giving Tim a reassuring pat on the shoulder, DeLuo made his way back to the tavern, leaving Tim in a state of confusion. Uncertain if his warning was heeded, DeLuo felt he had fulfilled his duty as a friend. It was important to note that at this moment, Whitebeard was not commanding a fleet of hundreds or thousands, but was still aboard the Rock's ship, with Marco yet to join, accompanied only by a few seasoned crew members like Huai Beatty, Fasa, and Kurili. The independent members who had departed to form their own crews had not shone brightly even during the War of the Best, and were likely not as formidable as those who joined later, such as Ace and George. Thus, DeLuo felt little fear at the prospect of encountering Whitebeard. After all, he, along with Quan Li Qian and Lai Keat, had the means to escape if necessary. Yet, he preferred to avoid conflict, knowing that provoking the enraged old man would lead to an embarrassing predicament. "Captain, you're back," greeted Aisha and Xiong from the lobby of the tavern upon DeLuo's return. "Where are Lai Keat and Quan Li Qian?" DeLuo inquired, noticing their absence. "They heard about some drinking contest and went to the tavern," Aisha replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "All right, I'll go find them. Would you like to join?" DeLuo, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to check out this drinking competition. Recalling that Zoro had once consumed 13 cups and won a reward of 100,000 berries. "Never mind, you go ahead," Aisha replied, disinterested in such trivial games, taking some money from DeLuo to explore the island with Xiong. As DeLuo approached the tavern, he heard the loud shouts within. Upon entering, he found everyone gathered around a table where Lai Keat faced off against an older man with thinning hair. "Fasa, can you handle it? The winner gets 100,000 berries." A golden-haired woman sneered from behind the man. "Bajin, shut your mouth," Fasa growled back at her, raising a filled cup to his lips once more. However, having reached his limit, he collapsed under the influence of alcohol. DeLuo silently scoffed at the sight of the inebriated man, thinking him a fool. Bajin rolled his eyes and pushed Fossa aside, instructing his long-haired companion, Burenheim, it's your turn, just as he prepared to challenge Lykeet. A booming laughter resonated from outside the tavern. Kuahaha! Whitebeard squeezed through the tavern door, taking a seat opposite Lykeet. Kid, this time I'm here to compete with you. As a man capable of drinking to the point of requiring 4 fluids, Newgate was not intimidated by anyone in this regard. Lykeet, however, remained unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to respond, DeLuo intervened. Crew members should compete amongst themselves. Naturally, captains should face captains. The author reflects that Whitebeard and Shiki likely operated separately with their crews under rocks, yet still belonged to the same organization. Surprised by DeLuo's recognition, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Oh, you know me. I have long admired your name, Whitebeard Newgate." Chapter 97, A Night of Darkness and Wind. At 10 cups, he was still Uncle Whitebeard. At 20 cups, he became Brother Newgate, and by 30 cups, he could only be referred to as Old White. Old White, if you can't handle it. Perhaps it's best to save the liquor for fishing back on the ship? In his previous life as a seasoned drinker, DeLuo was far from courteous, beginning to taunt his opponent with words. Newgate, unfazed by being referred to as Old White, chuckled softly and downed the drink in his hand with a hearty gulp. It's your turn, little brat. With a thundering crash, Whitebeard slammed his cup onto the table, glaring fiercely at DeLuo. Faced with the colossal vessel that had just been placed before him, DeLuo felt a twinge of trepidation. Whitebeard, towering over 5 meters tall, was indeed formidable when it came to drinking. Even after downing more than 30 large mugs, he showed no signs of inebriation. Fortunately, at that moment, the tavern owner stepped in to defuse the situation, announcing, "We are out of wine." With a sigh of relief, DeLuo intended to call it a night, having reached the limits of his own tolerance after consuming over 30 cups. Just as he began to speak, he was interrupted by a new arrival. "Wine. I still have some." The cheerful Limu, with his black suit jacket unbuttoned, approached, beckoning 2 townsfolk to bring 2 large barrels of wine to the table. DeLuo cast a discerning glance at Limu, realizing that his warning to Tim had fallen on deaf ears. His cousin still intended to stir the pot. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. Thus, he decided to let it unfold. The 36 cup. The bartender refilled the glasses for both men, sliding them forward. Drink up, drink up." The surrounding crowd, having never witnessed anyone capable of consuming over 30 cups, erupted in spirited cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. DeLuo and Whitebeard, staring at the cups before them, exchanged no words. It was evident that neither wished to continue drinking. However, their inherent competitive spirits prevented them from conceding defeat in front of their crew. At this moment, the perceptive Wright stepped forward, discreetly activating his ability to purify the alcohol from the 2 cups, allowing it to evaporate. "Drink." DeLuo noticed Reich's subtle maneuver, and satisfied, he patted Reich's thigh before raising his cup, downing the liquid that resembled clear water in one go. DeLuo's decisive action prompted Whitebeard to similarly abandon any hesitation, pouring a large cup down his throat. Not sensing the expected strong taste of alcohol, Whitebeard exclaimed in surprise, but upon catching DeLuo's knowing glance, he refrained from further comment. The fervent drinking contest continued into the night, only concluding after both barrels were emptied, resulting in a draw. During this time, the scheming Limu attempted to bring more wine, but was jointly thwarted by the 2 men. "Little brat, would you like to join my family?" It was clear that Whitebeard had taken a liking to this young man whose drinking capacity rivaled his own. Thus he extended an invitation. DeLuo, aware of what such a family entailed, gazed at Newgate with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "I say, Old White, that's rather inconsiderate of you. I regard you as a friend, yet you wish to play the role of my father." Laughter erupted from everyone present, including the nearly inebriated water buffalo, Adimos, who cheekily teased his captain. "Father, your title isn't very effective, is it? To be personally rejected." After such jests, the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more vibrant, with everyone toasting and embracing in lively camaraderie until the late hours of the night. Well then, young superstar and brewing lad, we part ways here. A tipsy Calais supported the completely intoxicated Audimos and Fusa as they bid farewell to DeLuo. Goodbye. DeLuo waved, bidding a stylish farewell to the group, his gaze drifting to the now sober Whitebeard. However, now that the effects of the alcohol had fully dissipated, DeLuo dared not refer to him as Old White any longer. Captain Newgate, let us drink heartily next time. A hearty laugh erupted from Whitebeard, causing his two sword-like mustaches to quiver with mirth. With that, the two groups parted ways. DeLuo and his companions returned to their lodgings, while Whitebeard's crew faced the dilemma of finding suitable accommodations for their towering captain, as the inn had no available beds for someone of his stature. Deep into the night, they all sank into slumber, each lost in their own dreams. The dark clouds obscured the moon, and under the veil of night, the tranquil and serene Whiskey Peak seemed to adopt a different ambience. Notorious bounty hunters began to stir, setting out under the cover of darkness, with their target being the tavern where DeLuo resided and the ship of Whitebeard docked at the pier. Hurry, keep up! Limu, now clad in combat attire, urged his companions, while behind him, a throng of bounty hunters brandished swords, surrounding both the dock and the inn. Cousin, perhaps we should reconsider. Tim, caught up in this operation, suddenly recalled DeLuo's earlier warning and grasped Limu's arm in protest. Reconsider? What do you know, you fool? Do you have any idea what the bounty on that brat at the inn is? 150 million. Limu shook off Tim's hand, his eyes bulging with intensity. But Tim attempted to voice his concerns, but Limu cut him off. I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, no matter how strong they may be, after drinking so much, they won't have much fighting spirit left. Now, we shall split up. If you don't want to confront that brat at the inn, go deal with the giant at the dock. As Limu spoke, he handed his cousin 2 loaded revolvers. Tim cast a profound glance at Limu, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. No, I'll handle the inn. You go to the dock. Fine. Limu acquiesced and summoned an entire squad of bounty hunters to accompany Tim, while he assembled a larger group to head towards the dock. A few minutes later, at the door of DeLuo's room, Tim addressed the bounty hunters who followed him. I'll go in first and see if I can take him out without waking him. With that, he cautiously used a prepared key to unlock the door. Stealthily approaching DeLuo's vidsite, gazing at the slumbering figure of DeLuo and the golden revolver, Aolini, that he had gifted him resting on the nightstand, Tim exhaled deeply to steady his nerves. Grasping Aolini once more, he aimed for DeLuo's head and hurled it forcefully. Thud! The solid metal struck DeLuo's forehead with a sharp sound. Honestly, your method of using a gun is quite unexpected, DeLuo remarked, clutching his forehead as he rose from the bed, astonished at the sight of Tim. Tim, realizing DeLuo was awake, hurriedly attempted to explain his intentions, only to find DeLuo looking at him with a knowing smile. It seems you made the right choice. DeLuo patted Tim's shoulder, placing Aolini, now devoid of bullets, back at his waist. You're not drunk. To be precise, neither of us is. Limu called out to the bounty hunters and charged onto the pirate ship, intending to take advantage of the intoxicated state of a few individuals who were fast asleep and assassinate members of the Baituan. Who was prepared for such an attack, the members of the Bai Z pirates were caught off guard, as there were few who dared to act against them in these waters, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, they truly found themselves taken by surprise. The first to react was the Ice Witch Hui Bei Di. As a woman, she did not indulge in alcoholic beverages, having barely drunk a few sips at the tavern. I spike. Hui Bei Di tossed her long hair and with a swift motion summoned countless icy shards that surged towards the enemy. Hui Bei Di. Do not use such techniques aboard the ship, roared Bruenheim, an elder member of the crew, as he cleaved through an enemy. At that moment, the Bai Z pirate crew was not aboard the Moby Dick, but rather an aging, large vessel. TCH, what a nuisance, Hui Bei Di muttered. Yet she ceased her attack and instead conjured an ice pick to engage in battle. Unskilled in close combat and hesitant to unleash her powers recklessly, she found herself struggling under the onslaught of the bounty hunters, sustaining several injuries in a short span of time. Damn it, where are the others? Where have they gone? Huai Bei Di, having been heavily struck and sent flying, rose from the ground, wiping the corner of her mouth with a grim expression. "They're all drunk, fast asleep." Bruenheim replied, currently encircled by several bounty hunters, fighting for his life. Meanwhile, Lai Mu had already led a group into the captain's quarters. Despite their attempts to tread lightly, they were still detected by Bai Huzi's Kinbunchaku Haki upon entering. "D," Lai Mu shouted as he approached Bai Huzi, swinging his weapon fiercely towards the latter's neck. His face contorted with ferocity. Just as he reveled in the anticipation of success, it was abruptly halted. "You lot, are you challenging me?" Bai Huzi's eyes, previously closed, snapped open. One hand gripped Lai Mu's sword with a terrifying intensity, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of a fierce lion. Under the piercing gaze of Bai Huzi, Lai Mu felt as if he had brushed against death itself, collapsing weakly to the ground, while the others, oblivious to the danger, charged forward recklessly. Seeking death, Bai Huzi snorted disdainfully, his right hand drawing the tsongyun cut from beside the bed and with a powerful swing. The howling wind instantly shredded the assailants, leaving behind only pools of blood. After dispatching those in the room, Bai Huzi rushed out onto the deck. "Old man, the people we encountered at the tavern this morning are bounty hunters. This is their conspiracy," Huai Bai Dai exclaimed upon seeing Bai Huzi, her heart settling like a stone. "Kulalala." Bai Huzi observed his crew members embroiled in fierce battles, a unique smile forming, though it was laced with a simmering rage. He held his left hand against his chest, activating the powers of the Gura no Mi, causing the surrounding air to fracture like shattered glass. Just as his fist was about to be unleashed, Bruenheim's anguished voice sounded once more. "Old man, do not unleash your powers aboard the ship. It cannot withstand it." With this reminder, Bai Huzi prudently withdrew his abilities, and the shattered glass-like fissures in space dissipated instantly. Bai Huzi cast a glance at the gathering bounty hunters on the deck, his resolve hardening, his pupils dilating as a powerful aura enveloped him. "No way, old man," Bruenheim cried out in alarm. "Conqueror's Haki." The next moment, an overwhelming presence akin to a legendary beast surged across the pirate ship, plunging the previously boisterous vessel into eerie silence, as all present succumbed, rolling their eyes and fainting. "Newgate, what has happened?" A fully dressed Ba Jean arrived late. Having not partaken in the drinks, she sensed the bounty hunter's incursion at the earliest moment. Yet her inherently selfish nature led her to remain hidden in her quarters. Aside from her, only the somewhat stronger Han Jian by Si Ta and a few companions had yet to lose consciousness. Those fellows are bounty hunters. Their actions during the day were all to intoxicate us, making it easier for a night assault, By Si Ta stated, executing the unconscious bounty hunters with his sword. Ba Jin, it seems you haven't drunk tonight. Where have you been? Gayu Ziegler, Futurelai at Ba Jin. His expression filled with anger as he watched his crew struggle while she stood idly by. For Bai Huzi, who cared deeply for his family, this was a grave transgression. Newgate, I was held up by a few strong individuals, but Jean stammered, attempting to fabricate an excuse. Bai Si Ta and the others regarded Ba Jean with cold skepticism, clearly unconvinced by her words. Unlike the other crew members, Ba Jean was directly affiliated with the Rocks Pirates, which led her to never regard Bai Huzi's crew as her own. Meanwhile, Da Luo and He Quan Li Qian rushed over, witnessing the confrontation between Bai Huzi and Ba Jean. It seems we need not intervene, He Quan Li Qian remarked, grinning as he surveyed the fallen bounty hunters. Da Luo stepped forward to greet Bai Huzi, recognizing the etiquette of boarding another's pirate ship was a significant breach. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Bai Jean pointed at Da Luo. It's them. They're the ones who held me back. They're in cahoots with these bounty hunters. Otherwise, how could they have persuaded you to drink so much during the day? At her words, the eyes of Bai Tuan members turned sharply towards Da Luo and He Quan Li Qian. Is what she said true, Da Luo? Bai Huzi slammed his Naginata heavily onto the ground, his gaze fiercely fixed on Da Luo. It was evident that Bai Huzi was more inclined to believe Ba Jin, his own comrade, than an outsider like Da Luo. Are you prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath? Chapter 99. Battle with Bai Huzi. Unlike the elderly and ailing Bai Huzi from the original narrative, The current Newgate was merely 35 years old, though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his power as he did when he encountered Roger and Wayno. He remained one of the foremost figures in these seas. Captain Newgate, DeLuo attempted to explain, but his words were met only with the slicing wind of the Naginata. Bai Huzi executed a sweeping strike with its Songyun cut, the immense force cleaving through the air and carving a semicircle towards He Quan Li Qian and DeLuo. He Quan Li Qian raised his sword to block, the sharp blade clashing against Bai Huzi's, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce contest of strength, neither willing to yield. "Ah, no wonder you dare to strike against us. You truly possess some skill," Bai Huzi remarked, casting a surprised glance at He Quan Li Qian before tightening his grip on the sword, the tremors of his power erupting forth. He Quan Li Qian felt an overwhelming force surging through the blade, propelling him, along with his sword, away with tremendous force, crashing violently into a nearby dwelling as the street turned to rubble. Bai Huzi, relentless in his pursuit, propelled himself forward, leaping high into the air, and dove towards the spot where He Quan Li Qian had landed. His massive physique did not hinder his speed as he swiftly approached Hechuan Li Qian. The sharp Songyun Xia, enveloped in an aura of dominance and terrifying vibrational force, was poised to strike down upon Li Qian. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of two bullets, slicing through the sky like meteors, transforming mid-flight into two spiraling spears of air aimed at the heart and head of Whitebeard. The unexpected assault caused Whitebeard's expression to darken slightly. The slash originally directed at Hechuan, Li Qian deftly altered its trajectory, skillfully severing both bullets mid-air. Meanwhile, Daluo seized the moment, leaping forward to stand before Whitebeard, his right leg drawn back like a top bow, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Whitebeard's waist. The sheer force of the blow sent Whitebeard staggering back several meters. "Li Qian, this guy is formidable. Let us join forces without holding back," Daluo stated sternly, assisting the fallen Hechuan Li Qian to his feet. Indeed, Li Qian nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, the previous mirth in his eyes now replaced by a glint of murderous intent. "You two are quite spirited," Whitebeard chuckled, brushing off the dust from his body and shaking his beard. With a clenched right fist drawn to his chest, he unleashed a powerful wave of vibrational force directed at the two. Quick dodge. Daluo, aware of the terrifying nature of this technique from the original text, swiftly executed a Shuanbu, retreating to a safe distance. In contrast, the brash Hechuan Li Qian charged forward recklessly, fully trusting in his strongest defensive technique, Zhizimi Budong Mingwang. However, that seemingly indestructible shield crumbled like paper under Whitebeard's punch, sending Li Qian hurtling backward once more. "Is this Uncle Monster?" Li Qian, shielded by his guardian spirit, felt the backlash and coughed blood in shock. Few could earn the title of monster from someone like Hechuan Li Qian, who had been labeled as such since childhood. Yet Newgate truly deserved the title. Seeing Li Qian injured, Daluo rushed forward, determined to share the burden. He stomped his foot, compressing immense power into his right leg, and launched a devastating kick toward Whitebeard's previously locked position. The attack, known as Duodi Basha, channeled all of Daluo's strength and struck Whitebeard's abdomen. Even though Whitebeard had preemptively fortified himself with haki, the overwhelming force still pushed him back, causing him to slide several meters along the ground. With a grin, Whitebeard felt the pain coursing through him, transforming into a streak of white light as he darted toward Hechuan Li Qian. The Songyun Xia, surrounded by a white aura, executed a horizontal slash, cleaving the very space itself and tearing a ghastly white rift in its wake. Having just suffered a setback, Li Qian dared not underestimate his opponent. He took a large stride back, distancing himself by several meters, while calming the blade in his hand. An aura of dread and malice enveloped Hechuan Masamyun, darkening the air behind him into a shroud of black mist. Above the black fog, a colossal Azura demon gradually solidified, wielding a red, demonic blade forged from killing intent, raised high as if to split the heavens themselves, and aimed at the charging Whitebeard. The crimson sword energy surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, leaving a chasm in its wake. Even Whitebeard, faced with such a godlike attack, dared not be reckless. He quickly rooted himself in a stance, summoning the full might of the Gura no Mi and slashing forward. The ensuing clash shattered the very fabric of space, revealing a web-like pattern of fractures. The two forces clashed, threatening to rend the heavens asunder, creating a violent surge that emptied the surrounding sea before it rushed back, generating tumultuous waves. However, Pechuan Lixian found himself in a precarious situation, having endured a punch and now expending all his strength in a desperate slash. He was at the end of his tether. His complexion pale, he barely managed to remain upright. Fortunately, Daluo stepped up. Having vanished for several seconds, he now hovered in the air like a sun god. With a sweep of his hands, he parted the dark clouds enveloping the island, revealing 9 fiery orbs resembling suns hidden within. Old White, let us see how you fare against this. Daluo sneered down at Whitebeard from his lofty perch. The technique he unleashed, C3 Lingua Ronglu, was reminiscent of the legendary Hephaestus's furnace or Ho, shooting down 9 suns. The 9 fireballs plummeted like meteorites. Unlike the countless fists of Akainu's Magu no Mi, Daluo's attack consisted solely of 9 intense fireballs. Yet, with temperatures reaching 3,000 degrees, the aluminum thermite reaction far surpassed the 1,000 degrees of lava. The fireballs instantly illuminated the entire town, their power palpable even before they made contact. Faced with such a terrifying assault, even Whitebeard had to exercise caution, setting aside the Tsongyun Xie and channeling his strength into 2 orbs of white energy, gathering infinite vibrational force in his fists. Kongjin Jinyun, he declared. As the sky fragmented like a cookie, the web-like patterns continuously collapsing, threatening to shatter everything into dust. In the next moment, their attacks collided. The 9 golden orbs relentlessly striking against the web-like fissures, erupting with catastrophic force akin to a comet colliding with Earth. The sky shattered, clouds parted, the sun plummeted, and the sea boiled as the very fabric of space crumbled. The corner of Whiskey Peak Town near the dock was nearly obliterated, and even the towering cacti behind the town were left with a gaping hole from Daluo's hell furnace. On the tumultuous sea, the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship, including Vista, were left dumbfounded, realizing that this battle had transcended their understanding. Gulp. The members of the early White team swallowed hard, astonished by the destruction unfolding before them. The scorching flames, akin to lava, struck the surface of the sea, instantly bringing the water to a boil and raising the temperature of the nearby waters by several degrees. No way, they are actually fighting to this extent, Quabadi exclaimed, finally recovering from the intimidation of Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey. On the opposite side of the deck, Vista and the others gazed intently at Bakeen, inquiring, "Bakeen, didn't you say you intercepted them in the room?" Bakeen's expression betrayed a hint of panic. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, turning pale from strain. "Perhaps I misjudged," he stammered. Chapter 100. Whitebeard's Guidance. Daluo gasped for breath. His face contorted as he stared at Whitebeard before him. After such a prolonged battle, Daluo found himself nearing his limits. It was undeniable that the disparity between the elite forces of the Marine and the pirates was a chasm. Even with all their cards laid bare, the enemy faced 2 opponents without losing ground, moving effortlessly as if unburdened by fatigue. Throughout the course of events, Daluo had been experiencing an unusual streak of good fortune. Particularly after developing a new technique, Daluo even believed that with an ample supply of grenades and ammunition, he could handle the top-tier combatants of the sea. However, it now appeared he had been overly optimistic. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan prior to arriving at the dock. Daluo had instructed Aisha and a few others to wait aboard the ship, while the only other member of their crew with the ability to fly, Laikit, was prepared for aerial rescue at any moment. Aisha, have Laikit ready to execute the B plan, Daluo conveyed to her subconsciously. Meanwhile, aboard the Mermaid's Hymn, Aisha received the command and utilized her third eye ability to relay the information in real time to Laikit, who had been waiting near the dock. Received. Expected to arrive in about a minute. Laikit communicated through Aisha as a relay before activating his powers and diving from a high-rise building toward the dock, akin to a helicopter in flight. On the other side, the other members of the white team, having learned the truth, arrived at the battlefield. "Old man, they are not affiliated with that group of bounty hunters," Bakeen lied. Bista exclaimed breathlessly, shouting towards the distant figure of Whitebeard. "Indeed, it seems so." Whitebeard Newgate responded with a fluctuating expression. In truth, after engaging in 2 rounds with Huchuan Li Qian and Luo, Whitebeard had sensed something was amiss. After all, given the prowess of the two, it should have taken mere seconds to handle someone as ineffectual as Bakeen. However, being inherently trusting towards his family, Whitebeard had instinctively believed Bakeen. Little did he realize that Bakeen had never considered them as allies, even among the members of the Rock's pirate crew, who were united solely by mutual benefit. None regarded each other as companions. Is what Bista said true? Bakeen. Whitebeard's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unmistakable undertone of fury. "Newgate, I didn't mean to deceive you. It was so dark at the time, I may not have seen clearly." Bakeen stammered, her demeanor a mix of fear and admiration. She revered Whitebeard for his strength, a quality she obsessively pursued as a scientist specializing in life and genetics. As the second strongest member of the Rock's pirate crew, Whitebeard naturally became the object of her relentless pursuit. This was also why she had specifically accompanied him to the first half of the Grand Line in search of medical assistance. In her view, the combination of her intellect and Whitebeard's martial prowess would yield the most perfect offspring in existence. Upon hearing Bakeen's response, Whitebeard fell silent, grappling with his prideful nature. Apologizing was out of the question. After all, he was Whitebeard. Observing the tension, the emotionally intelligent Luo stepped in, offering Whitebeard a way out. He approached and assisted Huchuan Li Qian to the side before addressing Whitebeard. "Captain Newgate, since the truth is now clear, let us consider this battle a friendly spar and call it a day." Whitebeard pondered for a moment before adding, "If it is a spar, then how can we not determine a victor? Let us have one final exchange to settle this," he declared loudly, lifting the kanji once more. Luo gazed deeply at Whitebeard, uncertain of the latter's intentions, but understanding he had no choice but to acquiesce. He replied, "Very well, let us have our final exchange." With that, both men resumed their stances. "Kid, pay attention," Whitebeard instructed, gripping the kanji tightly as his arm became enveloped in a layer of Busashoku haki. This coating spread from his arm, gradually wrapping around the blade, transforming it into a formidable black sword. On Luo's side, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, he understood the implication and focused intently on how his opponent wielded Busashoku haki. In truth, with Luo's current physical condition, he had already reached the threshold of mastering Busashoku haki. His lack of mastery stemmed primarily from a deficiency in application techniques. Now, with someone meticulously demonstrating the techniques of hardening and wrapping in front of him, the door to mastering Busashoku haki was pushed open for him. As long as he remembered these techniques and practiced a little afterward, he would soon gain proficiency. "Come Daluo." Whitebeard beckoned with his left hand while his right hand, wielding the Busa-covered kanji swung toward Luo. "All right," Luo replied, bending at the waist and gathering all his strength in his right leg before launching forward with a powerful kick. The kinu, infused with immense force, struck Whitebeard in the midsection, while the kanji that Whitebeard had aimed at Luo met only empty air. "Kid, it seems we have reached another stalemate," Whitebeard remarked, looking at the kanji that had landed on the ground. "A drink for a stalemate, a friendly spar for a stalemate. Once we reach the new world, we shall determine a true victor." Chapter 101. The Supernova Alliance. Following the amicable spar between Luo and Whitebeard, the affairs at Whiskey Peak finally reached a conclusion. The Whitebeard pirates departed the island that very night, as the proud Whitebeard found it difficult to maintain his composure after such a debacle. As a result of these events, Bakeen harbored a grudge against Luo. However, Luo remained unconcerned, for it was now the year 1483, and within a year, the God Valley incident would erupt, leading to the disintegration of the entire Rock's pirate crew. Ultimately, Bakeen was but a minor figure within the Rocks, and without the banner of Rocks, she amounted to nothing. After bidding farewell to the white team, DeLuo wasted no time. The following day, after securing a record pointer, he set sail towards the next island. DeLuo intended to bypass Little Garden and replenish supplies on another, more remote island. After all, Little Garden was home to only two giants who continuously fought, and it required a year to properly secure a record pointer there. A year. Only Luffy had the fortune of encountering Mr. 3, who delivered a permanent pointer, sparing him the burden of keeping the Straw Hat crew on that island for a year and a half. DeLuo, understanding he lacked such luck, planned to redirect towards a more secluded island, aiming to replenish his depleted ammunition supplies. The vibrant tourist destination of Warm Winter Island, Wenmingni, became the target of this journey. It is worth mentioning that in the days following their departure from Whiskey Peak, DeLuo and Huchuan Liqian have been diligently training in Busashoka hockey, achieving commendable progress. DeLuo was now able to preliminarily utilize the techniques of hardening and wrapping. As for Huchuan Liqian, he was nothing short of a prodigy. Since DeLuo demonstrated it to him, this fellow's arm color has evolved remarkably, transforming almost daily. Now, he not only manages to turn Izumi no Kami Kanesada into a formidable black blade, but can also unleash slashing attacks imbued with armed color. "Daruo, we have a serious situation," Aisha exclaimed as she hurriedly approached, news report in hand, addressing Daruo and Izumi no Kami Rikyo, who were deep in their training. "What is it?" Daruo, still subtly competing with Izumi no Kami Rikyo, set down his training equipment, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and accepted the news report Aisha handed him. The headline read, "Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel attacked. 3 supernovas form alliance." Raising an eyebrow at the prominently featured news, Daruo noted the black and white identification photo of the hard-working Vice Admiral, which implied grim tidings. Had Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel passed away? Lowering the paper, he reconfirmed with Aisha. "Yes." Aisha nodded, flipping through her notebook to continue. 3 days ago, the Vice Admiral personally led an operation to capture Sali, who had excavated his ancestral grave. Unexpectedly, during the escort back to Impel Down, Pei Wei and Steve attacked the transport ship, and reportedly, the entire vessel was sunk with no survivors. "Oh, so these supernovas have indeed allied?" Daruo expressed surprise. While such alliances among supernovas were not uncommon in the original story, they typically occurred during the New World phase. The fact that they began forming alliances in the earlier stages of the Grand Line was unexpected. Indeed, it is said that Pei Wei, known as the pathological psychologist, actively recruited the other 2 supernovas to establish an alliance, aiming to contend with the Rocks Pirates once they enter the New World. Aisha detailed the information she had gathered. "To contend with the Rocks Pirates?" Daruo echoed, his surprise evident, yet he remained reticent. He understood their intentions, but was not optimistic about their prospects, even finding it somewhat amusing. Contending with the Rocks Pirates? They were merely inexperienced novices. It was no wonder, as the current New World was 100 times more chaotic than the one dominated by the 4 emperors in the future. The Rocks Pirates were essentially the emperors of the New World. After entering the New World, the supernovas had no other options but to join the Rocks Pirates. Any resistance would lead to their annihilation. After all, the current Rocks Pirates had gathered formidable future emperors like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, and Kaido. Undeniably, the sovereigns of the sea. It seemed that this Pei Wei fellow harbored grand ambitions, seeking to consolidate power in the first half of the Grand Line before stirring up trouble in the New World. Daruo chuckled and resumed lifting weights, displaying an air of indifference. Aisha, however, appeared anxious. "Daruo, do you think these supernovas will come looking for trouble with us?" "Well, I hope so," Daruo replied, his narrowed eyes glinting ominously. "Hope? What do you mean?" Aisha scratched her head in confusion. "I hope they do not recognize their limits and provoke me." On a remote island along the Grand Line, a fierce battle was erupting. On one side of the battlefield stood a tall man, wielding a peculiar chessboard in one hand and manipulating colorful wooden puppets with the other. Standing approximately 2 meters 3 in height, he was clad in a white checkered suit, with a pink shirt underneath and a burgundy tie that added a touch of maturity. Yet, his erratic expressions, oscillating between exuberance and gloom, rendered him quite peculiar. Pei Wei, the pathological psychologist, leader of the Supernova Alliance, with a bounty of 350 million berries, faced off against another supernova, a bounty of 230 million berries, the captain of the deadly circus pirates, the beast tamer, Zekas. At that moment, Zekas was clearly at a disadvantage. His most capable beast, the king of juggling, Jorgra, battered and bruised. More critically, another beast, the king of fire circles, Ryan, had entered a state of confusion, attacking indiscriminately. What madness is this? What do you want? Zekas barely dodged a claw strike from Ryan, shouting in desperation. Of course, I wish to recruit you, my dear Zekas. Pei Wei replied with a disturbingly sticky smile. Is this how you recruit people? Zekas, who was not adept at combat, struggled to withstand Ryan's frenzied attacks, reluctantly forcing Jorgra to shield him from a lethal blow. Pei Wei would not allow this to succeed. He raised a blue chess piece and forcefully placed it on the peculiar chessboard. Wooden puppet Blue's depression, as the puppet piece was set down. The monkey that had been blocking Zekas' path visibly lost its will to fight, completely devoid of the desire to defend its master. Ryan, the Lion King, sent Zekas flying with a swipe of his paw, then lunged forward, positioning his sharp claws at Zekas' neck. Will you accept my recruitment, or choose death, Zekas? Pei Wei loomed over him with a manic glint in his eyes. You despicable fiend, Zekas cursed inwardly, yet managed a forced smile. Since you're so strong, I suppose I shall join. Upon hearing this satisfactory response, Pei Wei's demeanor shifted, becoming ecstatic and frenzied. Welcome, my friend. As the battle concluded, two men descended from a pirate ship anchored not far from the beach. One, bound in blue bandages and wielding a long sword, was the captain of the Cold Current Pirates, Steve, with a bounty of 310 million berries. The other, holding a shovel, was Solly, the captain of the Grave Robbers Pirates, with a bounty of 240 million berries. It seems you have resolved it, Pei Wei. Steve's peculiar tone echoed from a distance. Indeed, it has been handled, Pei Wei responded, switching to a childlike sweet smile indicative of his dissociative personality disorder. Pei Wei, you better not show that smile in front of me, or I might just freeze you into an ice sculpture. Steve warned, his expression dark and menacing. Oh, how terrifying. But can you truly manage that? Pei Wei retorted, unfazed by the threat. As tensions flared between the two, Solly intervened, preventing a potential conflict. Who is our next target? Solly inquired, scratching an itch with his peculiar grave-digging shovel while directing his gaze toward Pei Wei, the leader of the Supernova Alliance. Pei Wei's lips curled into a sinister smile as he retrieved a bounty poster from his suit pocket, revealing the image of the supernova, the Death Marksman, Port Gas de Duruo. Chapter 102. The Warm Winter Island. When Mingni, after a voyage lasting 7 days, the Mermaid Song ship finally arrived at the next island. The Warm Winter Island, when Mingni. In truth, this was largely due to Dao Yuo's relentless acceleration using his fruit abilities. Otherwise, the journey would have taken significantly longer. Wenmingni experiences perpetual snowfall, hence the entire town of Weningni is enveloped in a thick layer of pristine white, resembling a frothy mill cap. Although it is a winter island, the tourism industry thrives here, making the town quite prosperous. The seaside resorts, an array of dazzling casinos, various onsen inns, and a red light district that tantalizes men are all present in the town, establishing it as a veritable paradise for vacationers. How peculiar, despite the snow, it feels so warm, remarked a bear, bundled up tightly and donning black and white bear gloves, exhaling white puffs of vapor. What is so strange? Although this is a winter island, it is situated near a volcano, endowed with abundant hot springs and geothermal resources, replied Aisha, turning the bear's head to face the street where a hot spring cave emitted faint yellow sulfur smoke. So this little town is built on the edge of a volcano? The bear exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Bingo, correct answer. Aisha playfully snapped her fingers and dashed to a nearby Odin stall, purchasing several generous servings of Odin. ISNT, that rather dangerous? Recht asked, taking the boxes of Odin Aisha handed him, distributing them among the others. Relax, relax. It's a dormant volcano that hasn't erupted in centuries. Aisha waved dismissively, then poked a fishball with a bamboo skewer and brought it to her lips. Dormant volcano? That sounds even more perilous, quipped Huchuan Lixian, showcasing his usual lack of common sense. Shut up, you fool. Daluo cast a disdainful glance at Huchuan Lixian, attempting to regain his composure after being overshadowed in his training of hockey. After wandering around the town for 2 hours, the group finally located the hardware store and chemical supply shop that Daluo sought. Despite the significant dent it made in his finances, Daluo still placed an order exceeding 5 million for various supplies, including aluminum thermite. The recent skirmish with Whitebeard had left Daluo's ammunition stock depleted, particularly his 9C3 Hell Furnace shells, which rendered him unable to maintain his peak combat capability, leaving him feeling vulnerable. There was no alternative. After all, he was burdened with such a fruit. While others relied on physical strength, he depended on economic resources. Yet the advantages were evident, as this compressed fruit enabled Daluo to execute nearly all elemental attack techniques, aside from elemental transformation. Upon completing their procurement, the group arrived at the island's most luxurious onsen hotel. Daluo was not one to skimp on travel expenses. After all, one only lives once, and it would be a pity not to indulge thoroughly, with the possibility of later returning to the Sky Island for some gold. Daluo sighed contentedly as he dipped his sun-kissed, wheat-colored thighs into the onsen, releasing a pleasurable moan. The others mirrored his sentiments. Their faces flushed as they soaked in the water, expressions of sheer delight spreading across their visages, as if their entire beings were unfurling. "Rect, fetch me some whiskey," Daluo instructed, picking up a goblet from a floating wooden tray. "Whiskey isn't quite a match for onsen. Should I grab that sherry I just bought?" "I've heard it's quite intriguing," Rex suggested, pulling out a bottle of vibrant green liquor from his bag by the pool and tossing it toward Daluo. "The Jerez should be rather interesting," Daluo mused, catching the bottle and weighing it in his hands while examining the label. Although he had never tasted this drink, he recalled that it was reputedly a favorite of a certain naval admiral, often referred to as the most dashing of wines. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere within the onsen hotel, the scene at Marin Fander was steeped in sorrow. White petals danced through the air as a solemn naval officer gently bore the coffin draped in the naval flag down from the ship, surrounded by sailors standing in 2 neat rows, saluting the passing casket with military precision. On shore, a young 11-year-old squirrel wept uncontrollably. The deceased was his father, General Feishu. Recently recovered Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Zifa were also present at the memorial service, their justice cloaks billowing in the sea breeze that blew toward them. "Where is Sengoku? Did he not come?" Karp, somewhat oblivious, scanned the surroundings but found no sign of his old friend. Logically, Sengoku should be here to honor this memorial, especially since he was the first to advocate for General Feishu, Zifa noted, patting Karp on the shoulder and gesturing toward the Marine headquarters building. At that moment, within the conference room of the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong gazed out the window at the memorial service taking place below, a rare hint of sorrow etched on his stern face. "Feishu served with me for 30 years. I never anticipated commander. Please accept my condolences." The young Sengoku consoled from beside him, placing a stack of documents on the conference table. A few days ago, the psychopathic Dr. P. White met with the Death Circus pirate Seekus on a small island in the Grand Line. The specifics of their discussion remain unknown, but afterward, Seekus joined the Supernova Alliance. Consequently, 4 of the 5 supernovas that have entered the Grand Line have now allied with P. White. "Continue," Steelbone Kong urged, momentarily snapping back to attention as he faced Sengoku. "I suspect their aim is to consolidate all supernovas into an alliance. Thus, they will likely make a move against the last supernova." The gunslinger Daluo, Sengoku continued, rummaging through the documents to reveal Daluo's bounty. "Daluo? Is he the interesting young man Karp mentioned?" Steelbone Kong scrutinized the bounty poster, frowning. Following the conclusion of the Rocks battle, Karp had shared tales of Daluo with Sengoku and the others, particularly how Daluo orchestrated the captivating faux battle between Karp and Roger, which allowed Karp to rush to the New World and significantly alter the course of events. However, just days later, the remarkable Daluo, whom Karp had praised, became a pirate. Karp had been quite distressed for several days, insisting on taking decisive action to steer Daluo back to the right path. Indeed, but at that time, he was not yet a pirate. Sengoku defended his old friend. After a moment of contemplation, Steelbone Kong, initially planning to send Karp, decided instead, never mind. Let Zifa handle it. This time, I intend to capture this group of supernovas all at once. Chapter 103. The Marine Assault after indulging in the onsen for 2 days. Daluo and his companions returned to the Mermaid Song ship. As Huchuan Lixian remarked, if we soak any longer, we might end up steeping like tea. This was, of course, only one reason. The other was that the batch of chemical agents and hardware Daluo had ordered days prior was now ready for delivery, with shipments arriving sequentially. Amidst the bustling crowd, hired laborers were busily transporting crates of supplies to the dock where the mermaid-themed vessel, Shunguhao, was moored. Each wooden crate bore vivid red markings indicating fragility or explosive content. How did Dalu acquire such a multitude of goods? Why isn't he moving them himself? Where could that fellow be? Ivy, after hefting a wooden box, leaned against her waist, panting and grumbling. Who knows? He took the gas cylinders delivered yesterday up the mountain early this morning, replied Lykeet, who was carrying a crate of white phosphorus preserved in oil while taking a swig from a bottle of Jerez held in his left hand. Oh, what a fine wine! The crisp aroma of the liquor burst in his mouth, prompting a sincere exclamation of admiration from Lykeet. What? You two are drinking this wine? Aisha, busy organizing the cargo on deck, looked at the green bottle in Lykeet's hand with curiosity. What's the matter? Have you seen others who enjoy this as well? Lykeet raised an eyebrow. Although sherry is a type of wine, it is crafted from a grape known as palomino, making it quite a niche beverage. I once worked part-time at a breakfast shop in Marinvondo, and a purple-haired gentleman would always bring a bottle of this whenever he visited, Aisha reminisced, pointing her finger to her chin. Really? That fellow certainly has good taste, Lykeet remarked appreciatively about the stranger. Meanwhile, at the rear of Wenmingni town, on the slopes of Mount La Palma, Dalu crouched at a smoking volcano's crater with a backpack slung over his shoulders. The flowing lava resembled raspberry jam, gradually consuming the dark earth beneath. What a generous supply, Dalu murmured to himself as he extracted custom-made heat-resistant bullet casings and grenade components from his backpack, activating his abilities to compress the molten lava. Let's see how powerful this is. Dalu rubbed his hands together in anticipation, for in the world of pirates, lava signifies the pinnacle of flames. After loading the bullets into the chamber of Olini, Dalu raised his weapon and fired at a distant target. The golden bullet struck its aim, exploding magnificently and propelling lava upward like a fountain to a height of 10 meters. Quite impressive. Dalu nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased with the bullet's potency. After testing a few more rounds, his gaze shifted to the 2 grenades he had just created, one red and one blue. These grenades were crafted from lava and freshly delivered liquid nitrogen. Deep Blue Elegy and Explosive Fiery Lion. Dalu held high hopes for these grenades, as one represented an artificial creation capable of reaching a chilling -196 degrees, while the other was a natural force of tremendous destructive power. After conducting further experiments, both grenades indeed exceeded Dalu's expectations with their astounding power. The low temperatures generated by Deep Blue Elegy were akin to hell itself. When paired with seawater projectiles, it could rival Akiji's Ice Age. Although the other grenade's individual lethality did not match Dalu's hell furnace, its massive bloodshed potential, embodied in a gigantic lion's head made of lava, was sufficient to devour all adversaries. With both ice and lava at my disposal, when shall I acquire a laser? If so, I could very well be the bankrupt version of the 3 admirals, Dalu mused while weighing the grenades in his hand with a peculiar expression. At that moment, a warship was racing toward Wenmingni Island with full throttle. Ashu! On the deck, a young man with a worried expression, his face crinkled like a dried jujube, sneezed. This was Borisolino, whom Dalu had just mentioned, but at this moment, he was not yet the future Admiral Kazur renowned for dispatching supernovas with a mere kick. He had not even consumed the Pika Pika no Mi yet, merely a lieutenant in a navy distinguished by his kicking technique. Just as Borisolino contemplated lazily discovering who was mentioning him, a young sailor rushed over, Lieutenant Borsellino, please report to the meeting room immediately. What a bother. The lethargic Borsellino scratched his head, his forehead creasing into a frown. In the meeting room, Zephyr, draped in a coat of justice, occupied the highest seat, surrounded by a group of young sailors, promising talents selected from the Navy, potential candidates for future training camps. Since everyone is present, let's begin, Zephyr said after glancing at his watch, indicating that the time was ripe. Report, Borsellino has yet to arrive, announced the fierce-looking young version of the Ghost Spider, who stood beside Borsellino, saluting. As soon as he spoke, a slovenly voice emerged from outside the meeting room. My apologies, my apologies. While Borsellino waved his hand in an apologetic gesture toward Zephyr, he hurried to his seat, pulling out the chair and sitting down. Inside the meeting room, the young naval elites observed Borsellino with a mix of schadenfreude, eager to witness him being reprimanded by Zephyr. This fellow, Zephyr thought, was infuriating. Despite possessing extraordinary training talent, he consistently appeared as a lazy monkey. Sakazuki is much more reliable. With his gaze averted, Zephyr regarded the serious-faced Akainu, seated at the opposite end of the table, and nodded in satisfaction. Noticing Akainu's presence calmed some of Zephyr's frustration, and he cleared his throat. All right, let us commence the meeting. As you are all aware, this operation is of utmost significance and cannot afford any mistakes. So it is essential that we gather before landing on the island. Sakazuki, please provide an overview of the situation. The young Sakazuki rose, stepping forward to address the meeting table. This operation is a special mission targeting the Supernova Alliance. I will primarily discuss the key abilities of our targets. Currently, the leader of the Supernova Alliance is a man known as the pathological psychologist, Paywit. According to reports from the naval unit in Arstown, he is believed to possess the abilities of the paramecia type Shinjitsu no Mi, which allows him to implement psychological suggestions on enemies through speech and actions during combat. Once accumulated to a certain degree, he can generate corresponding pieces on a mental chessboard, which he can then manipulate to control the emotions of his opponents. As Sakazuki spoke, he pinned Peewit's bounty poster at the top of the blackboard behind him, followed by 3 additional bounty posters beneath it. Cold Corpse Steve, the captain of the Cold Current Pirates, possesses the abilities of the paramecia type Hayu Hayu no Mi, and he is also a formidable swordsman whose body and flying slashes carry a severe cold effect. Currently, there is no method to resist his slashes aside from armed color, making him the second in command of the Supernova Alliance. The Grim Beast Tamer, Seeketh, captain of the Grim Circus Pirates, is not a devil fruit user. Yet the 2 fierce beasts he tames, the Juggling King Jorgra and the Fire Ring King Ryan, possess formidable combat strength, albeit his personal combat capability is average. The Grave Digger, Sally, captain of the Dead Fortune Pirates, is also not a devil fruit user, relying primarily on a shovel that possesses armed color and showcases remarkable close combat abilities. The young naval recruits exchanged glances, evidently shaken by Sakazuki's introductions. Are we truly to confront these individuals? The young Gue Jiju clenches fists. Is this the pirate responsible for the demise of the father of the flying squirrel, General Fei Shu? Indeed, it is quite terrifying, stammered another naval recruit. Zifa observed the reactions of his disciples, nodding in satisfaction. His intention in bringing them out was to expose them to the ferocity of pirates. Otherwise, if they remained too complacent, how could they bear the weight of responsibility? At that moment, the young Huang Yuan chimed in, resting his chin on his hands and stating earnestly, Kiyoine, how frightening. Chapter 104. The Hidden Hand of Pei Wei Te. As it stands, the 4 supernovas have formed an alliance, and we have reason to believe their next target is the final supernova, the sharpshooter Daluo. Currently, Daluo resides on the island of Wenmingni, and we must reach it before the Supernova Alliance, using him as bait to ensnare the remaining 4 supernovas. After Sakazuki concluded, he nodded toward Zifa and returned to his seat. Sakazuki was indeed correct. This was our final opportunity. Should they successfully gather, we could not fathom the atrocities they might commit. The justice-driven Admiral Highwand scanned the room before striking the table with force, declaring gravely, aboard the Mermaid's Hymn. Daluo returned to the ship after a day of ammunition experiments on the mountain, feeling slightly dizzy from hunger. Upon his return, he dove into the kitchen to prepare a warm bowl of fish head soup noodles. Ah, so satisfying, he sighed, finishing the last sip of fish soup and letting out a contented belch. After a brief rest, Daluo hurried to the deck to haul the newly arrived supplies into the workshop located in the ship's hold, commencing the production of additional ammunition. At that moment, he was unaware that he had become a coveted target, with both the Supernova Alliance and Admiral Zifa rushing to win Mingyi for him. On an unknown island in the Grand Line, Steve, wrapped in bandages resembling a frozen fish, shouted angrily at Pei Wei-Te, who was leading the way. "You better give me an explanation. Didn't we set out to recruit that fellow named Daluo? Why are we here instead?" He felt targeted, the scorching fumes from the volcanic vents rendering him nearly helpless. For one with the abilities of the Henin fruit, the searing magma felt akin to hell. Indeed, Pei Wei-Te, we should be on the same side now. At least provide us with some clarity, added the Beastmaster Sikhs, equally dissatisfied, as his two pets could hardly traverse the intensely heated ground. Particularly, Lion Ryan could scent the aroma of its own paw pads sizzling against the surface, dripping with oil. Solly, however, remained indifferent, his mind wandering as he fixated on Lion Ryan's paws, drooling and muttering absently. Delicious, truly delicious. Solly's mindless commentary drove Sikhs to irritation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he protested. "Solly, I have tolerated you for long enough. Stop drooling over Ryan's paws. They are not your backup rations. If anyone is to eat, it shall be I." Amidst the commotion, the quartet finally reached the summit of the volcano. This was a dormant volcano that had not erupted for thousands of years, with accumulated volcanic debris and ash nearly sealing the crater, leaving it eerily silent save for the flowing magma beneath. Contrary to expectations, a naval outpost was established here. "Be careful. Do not tremble," the naval soldiers clad in uniforms, along with others in white attire, cautiously transported a rock the size of a dinosaur egg in red-purple vessels. "Ha, ha, ha, I have found you." Pei Wei-Te cackled at the sight of the rock in the red vessel, his demeanor quite unsettling. "What is this?" Steve, struggling to suppress his discomfort, inquired curiously. Although begrudgingly, he acknowledged that Pei Wei-Te's intellect surpassed his own, which was why he had accepted his recruitment. "It is understandable that you do not comprehend. After all, few are aware of this. These peculiar rocks are known as explosive stones." Pei Wei-Te squinted, his expression frenzied. "Sikhs, Solly, I require you to go down." Pei Wei-Te commanded the two. Following Pei Wei-Te's instructions, Sikhs and Solly rushed down the volcano to engage in combat with the naval forces below. Comprised mostly of research personnel, the Navy stood no chance against the two supernovas. Within 10 minutes, they were entirely vanquished, bodies strewn across the ground. Their uniforms dyed crimson with blood. "Here, take this." Sikhs handed the seized explosive stone to Pei Wei-Te. "What use do we have for this? Why go to such lengths to acquire it?" Solly, belatedly realizing the implications, asked curiously. "Excellent question. This object can produce an immensely powerful explosion, capable of annihilating small islands in a single blow," Pei Wei-Te exclaimed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Moreover, it can directly trigger a volcanic eruption. How fortuitous that the last supernova currently resides on Wenmingni Island, which is a volcanic island." Chapter 105. Impressive, isn't it? Compared to the lengthy records of time taken to navigate the Little Garden, Wenmingni's duration is considerably shorter, yet it still requires 7 days. As of today, Daluo and his companions have spent 5 days on Wenmingni Island. Only 2 days remain until departure. On the streets, Kuma, clutching a bag of bread, displayed an unwillingness to part with it, stuffing a baguette into his mouth. One must admit, the physical constitution of individuals in the pirate world is indeed peculiar. Kuma, having boarded the ship just over a month ago, seemed to have grown substantially, now standing only half a head shorter than Daluo, who was 187 meters tall. "This kid is only 8 years old," Daluo thought to himself, wanting to express his disbelief, but ultimately refraining, recognizing that this individual would likely grow to over 6 meters, leaving him to look up at his intern in the future. The quality control of the creator of this pirate world is severely lacking. Indeed, we shall set sail the day after tomorrow. In contrast to Kuma's reluctance, Daluo felt a sense of anticipation. After patting Kuma on the head, he retrieved 300,000 berries from his pocket and handed it to Kuma, saying, "If there is anything you wish to purchase, do so quickly, for opportunities will be scarce at sea." Daluo's words ignited a spark in Kuma's eyes, who promptly thanked him and dashed to a nearby bookstore. After waiting several minutes by the street, Kuma emerged from the store with several bags of books. "You really enjoy reading, huh?" Daluo remarked, observing Kuma's joyful expression. "Not particularly, but my father mentioned that reading extensively is essential to lead the people out of poverty," Kuma replied shyly, scratching his head. "I see. Then you must strive for it." Daluo nodded, taking the books from Kuma's hands and, after compressing them, stowing them in his backpack. Having procured nearly all that was needed, we should return. Dalu checked the contents of his backpack, satisfied that they had gathered enough provisions, and, accompanied by Xiong, headed towards the ship named Renyu Shunga. At that moment, two naval vessels advanced steadily across the surface of the ocean near Wenmingni, heading directly for the dock. "Is that Wenmingni town ahead?" "It certainly looks prosperous," remarked Gue Jiju, perched on the railing of the deck in awe. Naturally, Wenmingni Island is renowned as a tourist destination, famous for its hot springs. "I even brought a yukata with me, though I wonder if I will have the opportunity to experience it," said Dagumin, playfully nudging Gue Jiju with a scarred face. "You fool, we are not here for a vacation," Gue Jiju retorted, elbowing Dagumin in annoyance and shaking off his arm from her shoulder. On the spacious deck of the naval ship, Sakaski was organizing the ranks. Noticing that Gue Jiju and Dagumin were still lingering, he shouted at them, urging them to fall in line as they were preparing to dock. As the sailors fell into formation, the three warships smoothly approached the pier. "Admiral ZFA, the ranks are complete. Please give your orders," Sakaski reported after arranging the new recruits. ZFA nodded, then with a wave of his hand commanded the sailors before him, "Proceed according to plan. Search for the Dalu pirate crew." With that, the sailors spontaneously divided into small teams and, in an orderly fashion, surged into the town, scouring the streets. "We should check the dock." Admiral ZFA, being diligent, pulled Sakaski and Gue Jiju's team to begin inspections at the pier. Being an experienced admiral, it did not take long for ZFA to lead the team to several pirate ships docked at the pier. Some pirates attempted to resist, but after enduring a solid punch from ZFA, they quickly quieted down. The chaos at the dock sparked a commotion, and news of the Navy's arrival swiftly spread throughout Wenmingni town. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden?" Aisha, still groggy from her nap, stumbled onto the deck in her pajamas, venting her morning grumpiness. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared before her, instantly transporting her back to her days of working part-time in Marinfandir. "Purple-haired uncle, you're back. What is for breakfast?" Aisha rubbed her eyes, her expression still dazed. Taken aback by the unexpected question, ZFA could only chuckle at the girl's bluntness. "Child, won't you invite me in for a seat?" "Of course, please come in." Aisha beckoned, her gesture reminiscent of her days at the breakfast shop, trying to lure in customers. "Purple-haired uncle, have you married that beautiful lady yet?" After ZFA stepped onto the deck, Aisha pulled him down to sit, her face brimming with curiosity. "Haha, yes, I got married. And last year we had a lovely baby boy." ZFA responded with a beaming smile, revealing a rare softness as he spoke of his wife and child. "Really? That's wonderful," Aisha exclaimed with a sleepy grin. The sound of a group boarding the ship caught the attention of Izumi Rikian and Laikit, who both dashed out from the tea room and wine cellar, only to collide with Admiral ZFA, having spent years braving the seas. Laikit immediately recognized ZFA's identity and broke into a cold sweat. "Laikit, what are you doing here?" Aisha, even more shocked than Laikit, jumped in place and let out a shriek. If Laikit is here, then it must not be a dream, she realized, finally aware that this was reality and not a fantasy. Meanwhile, Dalu and Xiong had finally returned to the Renyushinga. Dalu leaped onto the deck, his expression serious as he regarded ZFA clad in his justice coat. "It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent." Aisha awkwardly chuckled, as if to say, impressive, right? I brought him here. Chapter 106. Confrontation with ZFA with Dalu's arrival. The atmosphere abruptly turned tense. The members of the naval new recruit team drew their swords, confronting Izumi Rikian with a fierce demeanor. The Death Gunner Dalu, the drunkard Lykeet, and the white Shura Izumi Rikian. Sakaski brandished his sword, stepping forward from the ranks with a fierce gaze fixed upon Dalu and his companions, ready to strike at any moment. Sakaski, stand down. ZFA reprimanded his impulsive disciple. The familiar name made Dalu's eyelids twitch, and when he turned to look, he indeed spotted that familiar scowl, along with several other recognizable faces. Gue Jiju, Daguman, Jianduo, and Pauliusolino. Goodness, is this the youth version of the Marineford War? With such a powerful lineup, Dalu couldn't help but mentally scoff. Dalu, Carp sends his regards and hopes to see you at Marin Fander. ZFA smiled at Dalu, intrigued by the young man whom Carp had praised so highly. That unreliable fellow, Dalu thought to himself, already guessing that this message was conveyed by Carp before ZFA set sail. Meeting ZFA's gaze, Dalu resolutely replied, Admiral ZFA, if you wish for me to surrender, mere words will not suffice. Oh, you know my identity, yet still wish to resist? ZFA retorted, shaking off his justice coat. His piercing gaze fixed on Dalu. After years of combat, ZFA had dealt with countless supernovas, and almost all had fled upon encountering him. Who knows? Perhaps I might just escape. Dalu shrugged nonchalantly. Fresh from a clash with Whitebeard, Dalu was brimming with confidence. Moreover, not even ZFA, or even rocks, could compel him to submit without a fight. ZFA shifted his shoulders, letting his justice coat fall to the ground, revealing his purple suit, a mere supernova. Cease your grandstanding. As his words fell, a powerful fist surged towards Dalu with tremendous force. Though the impact of this punch may not rival that of Whitebeard, ZFA was one of the most adept users of hockey in the pirate world. Hence his title of Black Arm Dalu. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, raised his right leg, hardened with hockey, and kicked out with all his strength. The collision of fist and leg erupted like a meteor striking the earth, sending shockwaves that swept through the surroundings, affecting even the new recruits on the deck and Aisha. As their limbs separated, ZFA looked at Dalu with astonishment. After all, it was rare to encounter a supernova capable of wielding hockey, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. Admiral ZFA, it seems we won't be able to determine a victor anytime soon. Perhaps we should call a draw, lest I inadvertently injure your precious recruits. Dalu suppressed the numbness radiating from his right foot and feigned nonchalance as he spoke. Youngster, do not underestimate the resolve I share with them. Feeling belittled, ZFA clenched his fists and bellowed, then let us change the venue for our battle. Reluctantly, Daruo observed the encroaching Marines and the curious onlookers at the dock, particularly a woman cradling a child. Not wishing to involve innocent bystanders, he proposed an alternative. Youngster, do not attempt any tricks, ZFA said, eyeing Daruo suspiciously, yet he ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion. The two relocated their confrontation to the volcano behind Wenmingni town. It seems you are indeed unlike the typical pirate, but young man, this pirate game ends here. Prepare yourself. Throughout the journey, ZFA remained vigilant against Daruo's potential deceptions as he rolled up his sleeves. Words are futile. Let us settle this with our skills. After loading 2 revolvers, Daruo initiated the assault. With a fierce shout, countless crimson bullets erupted from the barrels, hurtling towards ZFA's vital points. Having previously encountered Daruo's fruit abilities, ZFA was not one to remain passive. He swung his right arm, enveloped in formidable hockey, generating a devastating fan-shaped shockwave. The explosive sound of dozens of magma bullets detonating mid-flight sent torrents of magma surging skyward. Youngster, relying on fruit abilities alone will not secure a victory against me. ZFA fortified his hockey to his wrists, then leaped dozens of meters forward in a single bound, arriving in front of Daruo in an instant. With a powerful punch, enhanced by his formidable hockey, ZFA's fist met Daruo with unavoidable force. Deruo, unable to evade, crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to block. However, his immature hockey was no match for ZFA, and he was sent flying, plummeting towards the erupting magma below. In midair, Deruo executed a sudden kick, propelling himself aloft while retrieving a grenade, which he hurled at ZFA. The airborne grenade detonated, unleashing a barrage of iron spikes akin to sea urchins. Hurtling towards ZFA, ZFA grinned maliciously, instantaneously hardening his body with hockey. The sharp iron spikes struck him as if against an iron plate, producing a crisp, ringing sound. However, Deruo did not expect these spikes to inflict any real harm. His true killing move was yet to come. With a fervent declaration, he unleashed his ultimate techniques. A fire and wind bullet traced a perfect arc in the air, aimed squarely at ZFA's chest. As the bullets met their target, the fierce tornado of the wind spear consumed the fire dragon. The combined forces of extreme heat and cutting power converged upon a single point. Even with unparalleled mastery of hockey, ZFA sustained injuries, for he was still but a mortal. "Youngster, were you concealing your strength? How is it your bounty is so low?" ZFA inquired, observing the slight indentation in his chest accompanied by charred marks. In his view, a person possessing both hockey and Kenbunchika hockey, along with such an unusual fruit ability, could hardly be worth a mere bounty of 150 million. Perhaps, but a bounty does not truly reflect one's strength, Deruo replied, adjusting his cowboy hat. The bounty system in the pirate world considers not only strength, but also the severity of one's crimes, and Deruo, in this regard, was indeed a laggard among the supernovas. "Admiral ZFA, be cautious. It's time to get serious." Deruo, unwilling to prolong the fight, activated his deadly eyes. Locking onto his opponent's position, he unleashed a torrent of specially designed bullets, creating a dense barrage that surrounded ZFA, all merely to conceal his forthcoming deadly move. A red grenade landed at ZFA's feet, followed by walls of compressed air rising around him, trapping him within. Inside the air prison, a cloud of wood shavings erupted, filling the enclosed space before a spark ignited, triggering a detonation. The ground trembled violently as the explosive force concentrated within the crimson coffin created a 2-meter deep crater. As the smoke cleared, Deruo, brimming with confidence, bore a look of astonishment. Amidst the haze stood a man enveloped in formidable hockey, still defiantly upright. "Quite capable, aren't you, little one?" ZFA, shrouded in smoke and clad in charred remnants of his purple suit, mocked with a grin. His imposing stature and muscular frame rendered him reminiscent of Michelangelo's David, epitomizing the aesthetic of brute strength. Truly, as the most formidable wielder of hockey in the pirate world, he emerged with merely a few burn marks after enduring Deruo's C3 level technique. Such a pure martial arts powerhouse was among the most formidable entities in the pirate realm, boasting overwhelming combat prowess while being nearly indestructible, with few weaknesses. "Indeed, Admiral Blackarm, you are not easy to contend with," Deruo thought, his expression turning grave. This was the first time his C3 level grenade had been entirely withstood. Just as Deruo was momentarily taken aback, a shadow flashed before him, sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. The impact drove Deruo into the earth, dragging him for several hundred meters before he finally came to a halt, the volcanic ash swirling tumultuously in his wake. "That hurt," Deruo groaned from the soil. He felt as if he had been thoroughly pulverized, but, after a moment, struggled to rise once more. "Youngster, physical prowess and hockey are the true foundations of strength. Those flashy abilities merely intimidate the weak." ZFA's tone resembled that of a mentor admonishing a pupil, perhaps a symptom of his profession. Having sealed the Navy admiral with his physical skills and hockey, ZFA was indeed qualified to speak thus. He had always believed in the power of the body and held little regard for those who relied on peculiar abilities at the expense of their own training. "Stop looking down on others." Deruo, incensed by ZFA's condescending tone, suddenly stomped down, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he found himself airborne, aiming his gun at the back of ZFA's head. With a crisp crack, A pitch-black bullet emerged from the barrel. Unlike the previously compressed elemental bullets, this one was infused with haki. Jusha Shingonga, and during the flight, a bullet suddenly exploded, transforming into a long spear enveloped in armed color, reminiscent of the fabled spear Gongni wielded by the Norse god Odin, piercing directly towards Zipha's visage. A seasoned warrior, Zipha did not dare to underestimate this perilous strike. He forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, leaving behind a web-like crack, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch. Wuan Xiangquan, with a resounding boom. The fist and spear collided with tremendous force, releasing a colossal shockwave. The spear, cloaked in armed color, spun and advanced relentlessly, clashing against Zipha's protective barrier, producing a deafening clang of metal. Ultimately, the spear, infused with Dao's armed color, broke through Zipha's iron-like skin, leaving broad bloodstains across his body as it dragged him several meters before losing its momentum. Astonished, Zipha gazed at the wounds on his fists, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Dao's armed color during their recent exchange. He had not anticipated that this young pirate, who once displayed a rather immature armed color, could evolve so swiftly. Truly, the might of a Marine Admiral is formidable. Meanwhile, Dao, having temporarily exhausted his armed color, regarded Zipha warily, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Zipha, slightly disheveled, lowered his fists and met Dao's calm gaze, devoid of any fear. After such a fierce battle, Zipha was compelled to accept a sobering truth. While he might defeat Dao, it would come at a tremendous cost. To engage in a stalemate with him, and to withstand Zipha's full force while even managing to execute effective and lethal counterattacks. It was evident that this young man had unwittingly become a figure capable of stirring the tides of the sea. Allowing such a character to enter the ocean is a grave mistake. Zipha lamented, seemingly troubled for the future of the Marines. After all, compared to the rising stars among the pirates, including Dao, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the future pillars of the Marines appeared rather mediocre. Even the currently most promising Sakazuki, who was merely single-minded. At this moment, near Wenmingni Island, a bandaged icebreaker and 2 pirate ships lined up like daggers, charging towards Wenmingni. On the foremost icebreaker stood 4 peculiar men. One donned a black and white suit, another was swathed in bandages, emanating an unsettling chill. Beside them stood a scruffy, burly man leaning on a shovel, and a strange man toying with 2 terrifying beasts. These were the recently renowned supernovas. Look, there are 2 warships docked at the pier, and the island harbors the Navy. The lookout on the icebreaker relayed the information to their captain, Steve, the bandaged man. It seems our new companion is in quite a predicament, Pei Wei Te. Should we still attempt to land? Steve exhaled a breath of cold air, speaking with a hint of amusement. Perhaps we should reconsider. The presence of the Navy on the island is exceedingly dangerous, the timid Saikasi advised. TCH, if you're so afraid of death, then don't become a pirate, Steve scoffed at his companion. You, Saikasi, having been publicly humiliated, angrily raised his neck, glaring at Steve with resentment. All right, we're almost there, prepare to dock. Meanwhile, the slightly deranged Pei Wei Te clapped his hands, halting the two's bickering. Finally, the 3 pirate ships docked at the pier, and countless ruthless pirates leaped from the decks into Wenmingni town. Let them feel fear, Pei Wei Te said, his face contorted, as he, along with the other 3 supernovas, climbed towards the erupting volcano engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 108. The frenzied Pei Wei Te at this moment. The battle between Zipha and Dao continued atop the volcano at the rear of Wenmingni town. As the battle wore on and the lines stretched, Dao's physical fatigue began to manifest, gradually placing him at a disadvantage, especially against the formidable Zipha. Dao's nascent mastery of armed color now felt inadequate. However, relying on his ample ammunition, he struggled to withstand Zipha's onslaught. On the other hand, Zipha was even more astonished. He had not realized that Dao's Kinbunchika haki had reached such heights, evading many of his lethal strikes with remarkable perception. One impressive individual, Zipha remarked, not in awe of strength but rather of age. He believed that Dao, at merely 16, had already grasped armed color and excelled in Kenbunchika hockey, destined to become the Marines' greatest adversary in the future. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted from the town below. Chaos ensued at the pier as pirates clashed with the Navy. The sounds of swords clashing and cannon fire resonating in unison. Daluo and Zifa instinctively ceased their combat, observing the turmoil below. It appears we have pirates visiting Admiral Zifa. Shall we pause for a moment? Daluo, panting, suggested. Despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, he had already reached his limits. During the confrontation, he had relied on Yin to predict Zifa's movements while channeling all his armed color to breach Zifa's defenses. His mental and physical endurance had reached their breaking point. Oof. Zifa grunted, providing no response but also refraining from attacking Daluo further, his gaze fixated anxiously on the foot of the mountain, clearly concerned for his students. Originally, he had brought these apprentices to demonstrate his overwhelming strength against supernovas, but unexpectedly encountered the anomaly that was Daluo. Breathing a sigh of relief, Daluo disregarded any semblance of dignity and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, at the foot of the volcano, Peiwete Saikasi and Sali raced up the mountain at an astonishing speed, while Steve remained behind at the pier, disliking volcanoes. Say, why did the fighting on the mountain stop? Is our new companion already done for? Saikasi, perched on the back of the lion Lei Yin, remarked with an odd expression. After all, judging by the bounty, this 150 million berries death marksman was likely the weakest among the supernovas. As they spoke, Peiwete and the others arrived at the battlefield between Daluo and Zifa. Admiral Zifa, Saikasi, hiding in the distance, gasped and quickly covered his mouth, stifling a shout. Peiwete appeared equally astonished. He had not anticipated the Navy would dispatch an admiral to Wenmingmi Island. As they pondered whether to abandon their mission, both Daluo and Zifa simultaneously noticed their presence. We've been discovered. There's no turning back now. Peiwete patted the explosive rock in his arms, revealing a sinister smile. It is indeed you. Zifa raised an eyebrow, addressing the three individuals emerging from behind the rocks. Originally, the Navy's plan was to capture Dalu before Peiwei arrived, simultaneously apprehending the remaining 4 supernovas. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Zifa had not anticipated their swift arrival, nor the formidable strength of Captain Dalu, which had thus far eluded capture. Captain Dalu, it appears you have caught the attention of the Navy Admiral. Would you like our assistance in resolving this predicament? Peiwei's mind was racing, contemplating not only how to confront Zifa alongside Dalu, but also how to ensure Dalu owed him a favor. Indeed, we are allies. Siko Si gestured toward Dalu, who said we are allies. Dalu was not foolish. From Zifa's earlier words, he quickly deduced the Navy's objective was centered on this supernova alliance, and he was merely collateral damage. Peiwei, unable to garner Dalu's cooperation, narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated the presence of an admiral on the island, let alone Dalu's lack of insight into the situation. This back and forth had significantly skewed the balance of power. On the other side, Zifa had no time to waste. He swung his fist to demonstrate what it meant to be an admiral of the Navy, taking down a supernova with a single blow. Within moments, Siko Si and his 2 companions lay unconscious on the ground, and the other 2 were in dire straits. Peiwei's peculiar fruitability was rendered ineffective against Zifa's overwhelming hockey. Dalu chuckled at the sight, recalling his own earlier frustration. Zifa, invigorated by the battle, found satisfaction in finally encountering a supernova after having faced disappointment with Dalu. Just as Dalu thought the fight was nearing its conclusion, Peiwei suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his expression turning frenzied. In that case, let us die together. Amidst his laughter, Peiwei extracted a piece of explosive rock from his bosom and crushed its sealed glass with one hand. The small explosive rock within reacted violently upon contact with the outside air, triggering a chain reaction that even Vegapunk could not explain, unleashing energy at a rate comparable to nuclear fission. In mere moments, the once dull explosive rock blazed into brilliance, resembling a miniature sun. Stop him! Dalu shouted in a frenzied panic, knowing all too well what this meant, having read the original story. Explosive rock. Damn it. Zifa quickly grasped the situation and shouted in anger, charging forward to intercept Pei Wei. With his formidable armament haki coiling around his right arm, he unleashed a powerful sweep. White puppet, fearless sacrifice. Pei Wei's fingertip moved subtly, and a white chess piece appeared in his hand. With a sinister smile, he commanded Sali, who recklessly shielded him. What is happening? I cannot control my body. Fear flooded Sali's face as his body seemed to defy him, moving directly toward Zifa's fist. With one punch, Sali was reduced to ashes. Yet a strange smile lingered on his face as he perished. My apologies, Sali. I shall remember your self-sacrifice. Ha. Pei Wei laughed maniacally, revealing that he had subtly manipulated Sali from the beginning with his ability. This was the pathological psychology of self-sacrifice that the white puppet represented. Meanwhile, Pei Wei had reached the vicinity of the volcano, now completely engulfed in madness. After hurling the explosive rock into the volcano's mouth, he did not flee but knelt beside it, chanting frantically, "Let be destroyed, let be destroyed." As the pathological psychiatrist Pei Wei, he was inherently a psychological deviant with a strong inclination towards self-destruction. Once the explosive rock was cast into the volcano, a white light radiated from the crater and an inexhaustible torrent of energy erupted forth. The searing heat, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, exploded at that moment. This dormant volcano, having lain silent for centuries, was awakened by the explosion, stirring the molten sea within, causing tons of magma to surge violently. The earth trembled, and a torrential plume of volcanic ash erupted from the summit, shrouding the sky, while the lava gushed forth like a breached dam, threatening to consume everything in its path. What is that? On the docks, the battling navy and pirates paused in shock at the sight, while the townsfolk also sensed the impending disaster, their faces reflecting despair. The volcano is erupting. Chapter 109. The Magma Interception Battle Boom. Dark red magma spewed from the volcano, and a massive cloud of volcanic ash blotted out the sun, cascading in layers around them. The searing rocks were thrust skyward before hurtling downwards, crashing down alongside the magma, clawing its way toward Wenming and I town at the mountain's base. The volcano has erupted. How is this possible? Aisha gasped, incredulous, as her intel indicated that this volcano had not erupted in over 800 years. Aisha, Xiong, prepared to set sail immediately. The calmest of them all, Likheat, glanced at the torrent of magma descending from the mountain and made a rapid decision. Fiery Wine Arrow. Transitioning directly into his Song of Freedom form, Likheat raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of flaming arrows that soared toward the oncoming pirates, swiftly clearing the enemies aboard the mermaid's hymn. Once the area was secure, Likheat turned toward the docks and shouted, "Li Qian, stop dawdling. Deal with that guy quickly. We need to leave ASAP." On the docks, Huchuan Li Qian, engaged in combat with Steve, scratched his head and, with a hint of regret, remarked to Steve, "Mr. Frozen Mummy, it seems I can no longer enjoy your amusing cold jokes. Damn it, why can't your blade be frozen by me?" Steve growled, activating his Hi No Mi powers to the limit, his eyes bulging red as he glared at Huchuan Li Qian. Steve was notorious not only as a cold corpse, but also as a bane to swordsmen. This reputation stemmed from the Hi No Mi's ability to imbue his strikes with extreme cold, effortlessly freezing opponents' blades to a brittle consistency. How amusing. A blade is not a fish, so how could it be frozen? Huchuan Li Qian chuckled as if he had heard a delightful joke, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Before adding, "At least mine won't be." "You bastard." Steve assumed Huchuan Li Qian was mocking him, gritting his teeth as he unsheathed his icy longsword and swung it directly at Huchuan Li Qian. Chue Shuezhan. The cerulean blade wave swept forth like a crescent moon, and beneath its resplendent technique lay a lethal chill capable of encasing foes in ice sculptures, causing moisture in the air to crystallize into frost that delicately cascaded down. However, such a flamboyant technique seemed rather excessive for a swordsmanship, particularly when confronting a formidable opponent like Huchuan Li Qian. With a slight grip of his right hand, Huchuan Li Qian's sword, Huchuan Shou Kanatata, slowly coiled around his dark cloak, and in an instant, He flashed past like a fleeting light. The chilling blade wave was effortlessly cleaved apart by the sharp edge of his sword, akin to a bamboo shoot piercing the water's surface, merely stirring a few ripples. In the blink of an eye, Huchuan Liqian had appeared behind Steve, who, with a look of shock, clutched his throat and gradually collapsed to the ground. After dispatching Steve, Huchuan Liqian glanced at the molten lava surging from the mountain and dared not delay any longer. With a leap, he returned to the mermaid's hymn. So many people. Where is Daluo? Huchuan Liqian raised an eyebrow in surprise as he noticed that the mermaid's hymn was already crowded with townsfolk who had managed to evacuate in time. Daluo is still on the mountain. Don't worry, that guy can fly. He should be fine. Likheat squeezed through the crowd to speak to Huchuan Liqian. His words filled with confidence regarding Daluo. Xiong, once Daluo arrives, we will set sail immediately. Be prepared. Aisha, who had previously charted an escape route using her abilities, emerged from the captain's quarters and addressed Xiong at the mast. Understood, Xiong replied decisively, his gaze fixed on the direction of the town, searching for that reliable figure. At that moment, 3 pirate ships and a warship docked at the pier were also crowded with people fleeing in haste. It turned out that Sakazuki, upon witnessing the volcanic eruption, had decisively commandeered the 3 pirate ships along with the Kumoji and ordered other naval personnel to assist the townsfolk in their evacuation. Nevertheless, even with such efforts, only a small fraction of the coastal residents could escape in time. The vast majority remained on the island. As Wenmingni town boasted a population of 70,000, order the warships and pirate ships to depart. Standing at the bow of the icebreaker, Sakazuki issued the command, seemingly intending to abandon the remaining residents of the island and leave Wenmingni Island with those who had managed to escape. There are still so many residents on the island who haven't evacuated, and Zifa-sensei hasn't come down yet. Are we just leaving? Deo Bowman expressed his dissatisfaction with Sakazuki's decision, stepping forward to question him. Zifa-sensei will be fine. As for the other residents, they have run out of time to evacuate. We must leave immediately. Any further delay will prevent us from escaping altogether. Sakazuki coldly retorted. Damn it, the Kumoji crew muttered in discontent. Meanwhile, atop the violently erupting volcano, Daluo and Zifa, soaring through the air via Qingyao and Yubu, looked down with grim expressions. Run. On the main road of the town, countless residents were desperately fleeing towards the pier, while behind them, the lava cascading down from the mountain was fast approaching the foot, threatening to engulf the entire town. Among the fleeing crowd, a mother found herself at the rear, gradually succumbing to fatigue and abandoning her attempt to run. She understood all too well that, holding her child, she could never reach the shore in time. Luna, don't cry. Mommy is here. The woman gently called out her daughter's name, cradling her away from the advancing lava, while behind them, the molten flow loomed ever closer. Damn it! Daluo, witnessing this mother and daughter pair from above, cursed under his breath before diving down to rescue them. Their plight was merely a microcosm of the chaos unfolding in Wenmingni town, where countless such incidents were occurring. Damn it, Zifa, I need 30 seconds. Hold back the lava and prevent it from advancing so quickly. Daluo gritted his teeth and addressed Zifa, who was also engaged in rescue efforts. Understood. Zifa cast a deep glance at Daluo, uttering no more words, and dashed ahead to intercept the lava's path. Wu Wanhao Quan, a powerful strike slammed into the ground, creating a pit nearly 20 meters deep. Soon, the surging lava rushed into the pit, filling it within a second, and the overflow continued its relentless advance towards the town. 30 seconds, 30 counts. Zifa grinned, continuing to unleash his fist with all his might to buy Daluo some time. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, Daluo. I'll buy you 30 seconds. After delivering dozens of strikes, Zifa, panting heavily, informed Daluo. Now watch me. Daluo, fully prepared, declared confidently, then expelled all the seawater projectiles at once. Nearly 100 seawater projectiles burst in the air, followed by a deluge akin to a mythological flood, surging forth with towering waves directed at the lava. But that was not the end. Daluo raised his hands high as dozens of deep blue grenades flew out, plunging straight into the massive waves. C3 Deep Blue Aria. The detonated grenades released copious amounts of liquid nitrogen, instantly freezing the entire expanse of seawater at a temperature of minus 196 degrees, halting the surging tide and forming a nearly 100-meter-thick ice wall that obstructed the lava's advance. What is that? The panicked townsfolk fleeing in haste finally noticed the extraordinary phenomenon behind them, pausing to watch with expressions of exhilaration as if witnessing divine salvation. At that moment, the oncoming lava finally surged forth. The molten flow, capable of obliterating the entire village, was abruptly intercepted by the thick ice, halting its progress and generating clouds of steam at the contact point. The lava quickly solidified, forming hard volcanic rock that, together with the ice wall, obstructed the further advance of the lava, effectively containing it on the other side of the ice barrier. Had we been saved? The townspeople, having narrowly escaped disaster, wore incredulous expressions. I must say, Zifa, sometimes the abilities from the fruits can be quite useful, right? Daluo, remembering his earlier reprimand on the mountain, remarked to Zifa, who was seated nearby, exhausted. You're not too charming yourself. Zifa, feeling sore and fatigued, chuckled softly but said nothing further, simply gazing at Daluo, who was limping towards him. In that moment, he found himself somewhat agreeing with Karp's assessment of Daluo. Truly an extraordinary individual. Chapter 110, Bounty Changes. In the dead of night on Wenmingni Island, the entire island was immersed in the joy of survival, as the lava spewed forth from the volcano had only consumed a corner of the town. Daluo and his companions chose not to leave immediately, but rather to rest on Wenmingni Island for another day, as they had just endured a fierce battle, and it would not be prudent to sail at night. Moreover, more importantly, Zifa had no intention of continuing to act against Daluo on the island. Thus, under the peculiar understanding shared by both parties, the Mermaid Anthem vessel unlocked a remarkable achievement by safely docking beside a battleship commanded by a naval admiral. At that moment, the dock where the Mermaid Anthem was moored was densely packed with residents, some brandishing banners and placards, while others hurled food directly onto the deck of the vessel. In essence, they were expressing their gratitude to the hero who had safeguarded Wenmingni town in their own unique manner. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the banquet on Daluo's side, the naval area appeared considerably more subdued. Although Zifa and his crew had successfully accomplished the task of annihilating the Supernova Alliance, they suffered significant casualties, particularly during the reckless assault commanded by Sakasuke to seize 3 pirate ships, resulting in numerous fatalities in a matter of minutes. After concluding the debriefing, Sakasuke found himself alone on the deck, gazing blankly at the icebound volcano, lost in silence. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, he realized that it was indeed the pirates he despised who had saved everyone. Sakasuke, do you believe there can be good people among pirates? Asked Goeiji, standing nearby, echoing the same question. Don't be foolish. All pirates are the same. Sakasuke shook his head, as if attempting to expel the doubts and hesitations he deemed meaningless from his mind. The ruthless destruction of wicked pirates was the absolute justice he sought. Reflecting on this, Sakasuke's gaze sharpened and became resolute once more. However, the other Marine recruits from the training camp began to develop their own unique interpretations of justice. Zifa, who adhered to the principle of not killing admirals, inherently possessed a greater softness compared to the average Marine. Consequently, after the events concluded, he sought a private conversation with Daluo, even expressing his willingness to vouch for him as an admiral if he chose to abandon piracy and embrace a righteous path. Naturally, Daluo declined, articulating that both pirates and Marines were merely identities, and that this era had failed to provide those daring enough to venture into the sea a legitimate identity. After all, for the world government, those who dared to resist or seek the truth of history were deemed guilty of crimes equivalent to those committed by murderous pirates. However, since I've been branded a pirate by others, I am prepared for the possibility of dying as one. Daluo's words echoed in Zifa's mind, causing the man who would later establish the Neo Navy and become adversarial to the world government to waver for the first time in his steadfast principles of justice. The following morning, Zifa was taken aback to find the docking area beside the warship empty, the very spot where the mermaid anthem had once been anchored. Then let us return, Zifa commanded, and 3 naval ships along with 3 pirate vessels responded promptly. The billowing sails propelled the 6 ships slowly away from Wenmingni Island, gradually disappearing over the horizon where the sky met the sea. Heading towards Malin Fondua, the Navy departed not only with the pirate ships, but also with the news of the events that transpired on Wenmingni Island. The Supernova Alliance's demise, the eruption of Wenming volcano, the Navy and the mysterious figure turning the tide. The diligent newsbird disseminated this as sensational news to every reader willing to pay, as all marveled at how easily the once mighty Supernova Alliance had crumbled, while also questioning the identity of the mysterious figure. In truth, it was Zifa's insistence that maintained such an objective report. Otherwise, the headline would have read, "The Navy turns the tide, Dalua's pirate crew flees in disarray." Such a disjointed report naturally elicited laughter from Dalua. These Navy folks truly are twisted. You laugh. But we were the ones who prevented the volcanic eruption, and this report absurdly attributes the credit to the Navy, branding us as mysterious figures. Aisha exclaimed, irked by the peculiar journalistic ethics. Fortunately, this topic of irritation did not linger long, as Like pointed out the bounty notices at the bottom of the report. "Look, our bounties have changed," Like remarked, gesturing towards the newspaper. "Poor Gasti, Daloa, alias Death Marksman, captain of the Daloa pirate crew. Bounty, 500 million, Zue Li Qian, alias White Azura, bounty, 460 million. The adjustments in bounty likely reflected the combined events at Whiskey Peak and Wenming. Hence, the most significant increases belonged to Dalua and Zue Li Qian. As for Like, who had not actively engaged, his bounty experienced a modest increase to 350 million. Why? Aisha gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the subsequent bounty notices. Bartholomew Kuma, bounty, 60 million. Isaiah, Aisha, bounty, 3 million. It seems you two have been rewarded, Like chuckled, presenting their respective bounty notices to the two. Sister Aisha, we have bounties now, and mine is even 60 million. Kuma gleefully flaunted his notice to Aisha. Haha, that's wonderful. Aisha managed to force a smile despite her displeasure. On Hongqiao Island in the New World, a man with hair resembling seaweed sat regally upon a high throne, flanked by 2 rows of fierce-looking thugs. Captain, has there been any movement from the Navy? One of the women with curly hair among the thugs inquired curiously. No, I merely heard that a pirate rookie recently humbled Newgate, so I became a bit interested, the man replied with a hearty laugh, tossing a newspaper to the woman. Oh, 500 million, quite a substantial bounty. The woman chuckled, not overly concerned, as everyone present had bounties exceeding $1 billion. If this lad enters the New World, it might be worth extending an invitation. Chapter 111. The mysterious woman with the events surrounding Wenmingni Island concluded. Dalaw and his crew embarked once more on their journey to conquer the Grand Line. After careful consideration, Dalaw resolved to head to the medical kingdom of Jigu Island, for no one could guarantee a life free of ailments. Thus, recruiting a ship's doctor was of utmost importance. Don't tense up too much, gather your strength, and relax a bit. On the 3rd day after leaving Wenming Town, the deck of the Mermaid Anthem was bustling with Da Luo's intensive tutoring session. Apart from Zue Li Qian, the other 3 had been forcibly enrolled in the supplementary class by Da Luo, particularly Like and Kuma, who received special attention. After several months of rigorous training, Kuma's strength had rapidly caught up, allowing him to initially harness the powers of the Nikyu no Mi. At the dock of Wenming Town, he single-handedly dispatched numerous pirates. The Busashoku Haki not only enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also augmented his offensive power through the application of his abilities. Most critically, Busashoku Haki enabled an attacker to grasp the physical forms of Logia-type fruit users. Da Luo extended his right hand, clenching it into a fist, as his entire arm gradually turned black from the wrist upward, spreading outward until it was enveloped in a deep black metallic sheen. After the demonstration concluded, Da Luo commenced training with the 2 individuals, the primary focus being the art of enduring blows. Based on the current contrast between the training of Lei Li's misguided disciples and Kaido's esteemed guidance, it appears that the more one endures, the more swiftly one enhances their haki. Deluo even mused that if he could deliver 2 thunderous strikes, these two would undoubtedly experience an epiphany. Fools! Do not attempt to withstand blows with sheer physicality. Instead, summon the strength within your bodies. Busashoka Haki is a form of enhancement, Deluo declared, brandishing a wooden stick while observing the two, who were as rigid as iron blocks. Meanwhile, Aisha, trembling in the presence of the stern training, was sipping tea with He Quan Li Qian and contemplating whether she too would be subjected to such rigorous training. Aisha's furtive demeanor caught Deluo's attention, but considering her negligible combat prowess, he found himself at a loss, pondering how to procure a suitable fruit to bolster her survival capabilities. While he held no hope for Busashoka Haki, mastering Kinbunchika Haki was indeed essential. As a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe, Aisha should possess considerable talent in perception. With this thought in mind, Deluo invited He Quan Li Qian and Aisha, who were comfortably sipping tea under a sunshade, to join the training. In addition to Busashoka Haki, there exists another form of Haki known as Kinbunchiku, which grants one the acute ability to sense various external phenomena. Once mastered, it bestows a perception that transcends the 5 senses, even allowing one to foresee an opponent's movements. As Deluo swung the wooden stick, he elaborated, "Let me provide you with an example." He handed the stick to He Quan Li Qian and blindfolded himself with a black cloth. "Li Qian, attack me." As a command left his lips, He Quan Li Qian, having received the stick, lunged at Deluo with a direct thrust. In that fleeting moment of aggression, Deluo captured the movement with his Kinbunchiku Haki. See, just like that, he stated as he deftly evaded the strike, raising his hand in demonstration. This vivid display clarified much for the previously bewildered onlookers, each reflecting on Deluo's earlier words. "I have a question." The underperforming Aisha raised her hand high and continued. "Your Kinbunchika Haki must be akin to a 6th sense, right? This ability is the most fundamental skill awakened in our Three-Eyed Tribe." Deluo raised an eyebrow. Yet he found truth in Aisha's assertion. As his own death, I represented a rare, innate awakening of Kinbunchika Haki. However, he was eager to witness this so-called perception ability. Thus he passed the black cloth to Aisha, instructing He Quan Li Qian to strike suddenly as before. A dull thud resonated as the sizable stick struck Aisha on the head, sending her reeling with stars dancing before her eyes. Clearly, the anticipated scene of Aisha dodging the stick did not materialize. The group exchanged varied expressions, some stifling laughter while others appeared perplexed. "Wait a moment. Dalu, que ele perceptive." Sensed something amiss. He noticed Aisha had indeed attempted to evade the blow when He Quan Li Qian raised his arm, suggesting she had sensed the strike but was unable to escape in time. "Bear, it's your turn to strike." Deluo, contemplating this possibility, seized the stick from He Quan Li Qian and handed it to Bear. "Aisha, are you ready?" Unlike the straightforward He Quan Li Qian, Bear exhibited a greater sense of restraint, wielding the stick with a measured pace. This time, Aisha successfully dodged. She tore off the blindfold with joy, leaping as if she had just aced an exam. Deluo, however, covered his face in embarrassment. What was there to boast about when one could sense but not evade? With Aisha's antics concluded, the group resumed their training, some diligently while others slacked off. Suddenly, the ship, Mermaid's Him, experienced a violent jolt as if it had collided with something. "It seems we've struck something," Aisha murmured, her third eye opening to assess the surroundings. "It appears to be a speedboat." "A speedboat?" Deluo scratched his head, for such vessels were scarce in the wildly divergent technological landscape of the pirate world. "There is someone aboard, a woman. She seems to be in distress. We must rescue her," Aisha exclaimed urgently, having sensed the woman's faint presence. Without hesitation, Deluo dashed out, soaring above the speedboat to retrieve the lithe figure and bring her aboard the Mermaid's Him. After administering artificial respiration, Aisha watched as the woman expelled a copious amount of seawater but remained unconscious. "This is troubling. She has a fever," Lykeet remarked gravely, touching the woman's forehead. "We'll need to cool her down physically." Like it, fetch some ice from the fridge. DeLuo decisively coordinated their efforts, guiding Aisha to assist in moving the woman to an empty room reserved for new crew members. Chapter 112. Judge and John lacking a ship's doctor and with no islands in sight, the woman could not receive adequate care after being rescued. She could only rely on her own resilience. Fortunately, her physical constitution was commendable, and after administering some basic anti-inflammatory and cooling treatments, her temperature gradually decreased, suggesting she would awaken soon. This woman is quite unusual, DeLuo mused, leaning against the doorframe as he observed the stunningly beautiful woman lying on the bed. Upon closer reflection, it became evident that her circumstances were indeed peculiar. First and foremost, there were no islands nearby. How could a speedboat with such poor endurance appear in this location? Additionally, her attire was strikingly odd, a high-tech red combat suit reminiscent of the attire from the German kingdom in the original narrative, albeit with some differences that suggested a connection. Currently, Germa was not under the rule of Sanji's father, Judge, nor had the infamous Four Kingdoms cut incident occurred. Nevertheless, as a militarily powerful and technologically advanced nation, Germa remained a formidable presence. Moreover, Prince Judge had recently joined a mysterious scientific organization rumored to have intricate ties with the current maritime overlord, the Rocks Pirates. This seems to be a significant dilemma. DeLuo pondered as he exited the infirmary, yet he was not overly concerned, for the individuals capable of causing him trouble were few, and it was evident that the Germa Kingdom did not fall within that category. Having navigated the incidents at Whiskey Peak and Wano, DeLuo had shed the label of a mere rookie pirate and was gradually establishing himself as a notable figure. Many began to draw comparisons between him and notorious pirates such as John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin, with some even positing that the younger and more promising DeLuo would one day become a legendary pirate akin to Roger, Whitebeard, or Shiki. In the Grand Line, within an uncharted expanse of sea, several colossal iron warships were seamlessly interconnected, each laden with munitions and troops, advancing at full speed towards the hive island of the New World. The hulls of these vessels bore the emblazoned insignia of Germa. Gaji, your Germa kingdom is indeed generous. The man in a red captain's uniform with flowing purple hair boisterously laughed as he raised a bottle of liquor to his lips, consuming its contents with great gusto. This man was none other than Captain John of the Rocks Pirates. The expression on John's face revealed the immense joy he felt at that moment, which was understandable, given that the Rocks Pirates had recently engaged in a ferocious battle with the Navy, resulting in significant losses on both sides. This left John, the chief steward of the Rocks Pirates, quite troubled, with the Rocks planning another grand operation for the following year. The responsibility of preparing the necessary supplies naturally fell upon John, making Gaji's shipment of resources a fortuitous boon. Captain John, your jest is merely a token of goodwill, a burly man adorned with a metallic helmet and golden hair remarked cheerfully, his uniquely curled mustache twitching as he spoke. Now, Captain John, since the supplies have arrived, might I inquire about those ancient technological blueprints you promised me? Then Smoke Gaji suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed intently on John. The once jovial expression on John's face faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize, but the blueprints will require a bit more time. There has been an unforeseen complication. Before he could finish, Gaji's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning icy as he fixed a penetrating stare on John. Oh, a complication? What sort of complication? Given that the supplies had not yet been fully secured, John hesitated to offend Gaji at this juncture and began to explain, it's nothing serious. The spy I arranged to retrieve the blueprints from Vegapunk has suddenly defected. Defected? Gaji scoffed, clearly skeptical of John's words, suspecting that he was being deceived. Rest assured, I have already dispatched personnel to track her down. We will certainly retrieve the blueprints, John assured with a broad smile, waving his hands dismissively, eager to obtain the blueprints. Gaji lacked the patience for such reassurances. The blueprints were of utmost importance to him, pivotal to the revitalization of Germa, which was why he had agreed to such a costly exchange with John. Do you have any information on that spy? Despite John's assurances, Gaji remained unconvinced of this cunning man's reliability and resolved to retrieve the blueprints himself. Yes, John nodded, Continuing, the individual in question is named Sophia. Her name suggests she is a woman. Wait, what do you mean suggests? Gaji interrupted, casting a disapproving glance at John. He had not made such a significant investment to hear vague possibilities. The spy is known by the alias Chameleon, capable of assuming the appearance of others. So no one truly knows her real identity. However, she recently slipped up and was injured by my men near the waters of Magnet Drum Island. John gazed earnestly at Gaji, divulging all the information he possessed. Very well, I shall go myself. Satisfied with the information, Gaji ceased to press John further. With a flick of his cloak, he ominously warned, John, you had best not deceive me. Should Rox discover the clandestine maneuvers you are conducting behind his back, you will meet a most dreadful fate. Chapter 113. Sophia in the dead of night aboard the Mermaid SM. It was the 9th day since they departed from Weeman Town, and the 3rd since the woman had been rescued. It hurts so much. The woman groaned in agony while lying on the hospital bed, evidently having regained consciousness. Sophia struggled to recall the events leading to her plunge into the sea. She had been cornered by John's subordinates, but managed to seize a speedboat to escape, only to be ultimately struck down by a cannon shot from the pursuing pirate ship. Has someone rescued me? The unfamiliar surroundings instilled a profound sense of unease in this spy, who was accustomed to danger, prompting her to sit up in bed and gaze around. Where am I? Noticing the nightgown she wore, she suddenly grasped the gravity of her situation and sprang from the bed, beginning to search the room. At last, she spotted her discarded red battle attire beside the bed, and with a sigh of relief, she declared, It seems my belongings are still here. My savior must have seen my true appearance. As she removed her nightgown and donned her red combat uniform, she murmured to herself. Once clad, Sophia gave her face a firm slap, and an astonishing transformation occurred. The young and beautiful woman vanished, replaced by a robust middle-aged figure. Assuming this new identity, Sophia pushed open the door and stepped out onto the deck of the Mermaid SM. Who are you? The watchman, Darrow, questioned warily upon seeing the unfamiliar figure aboard the ship. Sophia offered no reply. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon glimpsing the pirate flag on the sails, her expression darkened. Damn it, it's a pirate ship, she thought in despair, her already pale complexion growing even more pallid. Yet, as an experienced spy, she maintained a facade of composure. I apologize, I must have wandered in the wrong direction. I will take my leave now. Eager to exit, Sophia hastily fabricated an excuse. Darrow found her absurd excuse amusing, a smirk creeping onto his face as he retorted, Please, we are at sea, and it is night. How could you accidentally end up on someone else's ship? No, I drifted here. My husband and I were fishing nearby when a storm struck a few days ago, capsizing our boat. I clung to a piece of wood and floated here. Sophia's quick wit allowed her to conjure a plausible story in an instant. Darrow was unconvinced. Possessing the rare ability of observation hockey, he knew no one could sneak aboard a pirate ship without detection. You were the woman we rescued a few days ago, aren't you? Darrow deduced, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized her. While it is likely we have taken on a troublesome guest, I did not expect such a lack of courtesy. Someone saves you, and you cannot even muster a simple thank you? Darrow's tone grew stern as he fixed his gaze upon Sophia's eyes. Darrow's words flushed Sophia's cheeks with embarrassment, and she bowed deeply to him. Thank you for saving my life. It must be noted that even in the pirate-infested world of One Piece, Sophia's beauty was striking. Her deep brown, wavy hair cascaded down to her waist, her exquisitely crafted features complemented by her slender neck. Despite her recent illness and the lingering pallor on her face, she remained captivating, exuding a unique charm. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name, Sophia said, gazing at Darrow's handsome visage with admiration. Darrow, he replied curtly. My name is Sophia, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Daluo. With a graceful flick of her hair cascading around her ears, Sophia revealed a captivating smile that could enchant anyone. Even Daluo, with his impeccable composure, found himself momentarily entranced. After regaining his focus, he skillfully redirected the conversation. Was that recent transformation a power of a devil fruit? Let me guess, is it the Mimiku fruit or perhaps the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit? But does your striking red Germa battle attire possess shape-shifting capabilities? Daluo inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the woman. The cool evening breeze lingered gently around them. Suddenly, Sophia stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and a glint of cold steel slipped from her sleeve, aimed directly at Daluo's throat. Yet, Daluo's reflexes were swifter. He sidestepped with precision, evading her strike, leaving Sophia grasping at air. Seizing her right arm before she could retract her weapon, he raised an eyebrow at the peculiar tool nestled within her fingers. A brow razor? Armed color? Miss Sophia certainly keeps her true capabilities well hidden. Let me take another guess. Are you a creation of that fellow, Gaji, from the artificial human experiments? Or perhaps one of the rebels against the Germa kingdom from the North Sea? Daluo probed, observing Sophia's fierce resistance. As anticipated, upon hearing Germa, Sophia's reaction intensified. Disregarding her captured wrist, she aimed a kick at Daluo's midsection with her long, slender leg. It seems I have struck a chord. Miss Sophia must indeed be connected to the Germa kingdom, Daluo noted as he deftly avoided her assault, simultaneously securing her ankle. Their bodies positioned in an intriguingly intimate manner on the deck. Are you an enemy? Daluo tilted his head, questioning. Indeed, pirates are all the same. Mere pawns of the Rock's pirates, Sophia retorted fiercely, her pale cheeks flushing with indignation. Upon hearing the name Rocks, Daluo raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes as he remarked, "Wow, it seems I've unwittingly rescued myself from quite the predicament, entangled with both Rocks and Germa. However, I am not one to tremble at the mere mention of Rocks." He emphasized, yet considering the woman's tenacity, chose not to elaborate further. "Since you have awakened, you may depart once we reach the next island." At that moment, Aisha, alerted by the commotion, emerged from her slumber, clad in her nightgown, and sleepily approached the deck. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired, "What are you two up to at this late hour? Dancing?" Chapter 114. Gaji's Assault. A chorus of laughter and playful banter filled the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn. In just 2 days, Sophia and Aisha had become the closest of confidants. They nestled together in a corner of the deck, basking in the sunlight while sharing secrets typically reserved for a woman's boudoir. "You're truly beautiful, Sophia. How do you maintain such radiance?" Aisha exclaimed, nearly leaning into Sophia, marveling at her angelic features. "Ah, it is nothing," Sophia replied, covering her mouth modestly, then playfully pinching Aisha's cheek, complimenting, "You're also quite lovely, but if you were to tie your hair up, you would look even more stunning." Indeed, no woman could resist the sweet praise of her beauty, especially from one as enchanting as Sophia. "Haha, your words bring me such joy." Aisha beamed, her bright smile illuminating her face. Step aside," came the voice of Riakit, who approached the deck with a circular tray of drinks, placing a platter of fried delicacies on the table. "Miss Sophia, your Long Island iced tea," he announced, presenting a cocktail reminiscent of red tea. "Oh, thank you." Sophia smiled graciously as she accepted the drink, taking a sip and leaving a lipstick mark on the rim. "What a delightful beverage. It is truly exquisite." Her praise seemed to delight Riakit, who spun around in exaggerated glee. "This bunch of fools," Daluo muttered, observing his crew being so easily charmed. It was undeniable that Sophia possessed a remarkable charisma, effortlessly winning over everyone aboard in just a matter of days, reminiscent of Robin's charm upon joining the crew. Naturally, Zoro remained an exception, yet there was still a steadfast swordsman among them. "Li Qian, what do you think Sophia is up to?" Daluo, as one of the last remaining members of the Anti-Sophia Alliance, sought his allies' insight. "I'm not certain, but she did mention that the tea I brewed was quite enjoyable," Li Qian replied, sipping his carefully prepared tea with a smile. "This is utterly hopeless," Daluo sighed, exasperated as he regarded his easily swayed crew. "Riakit, come take the helm." He summoned Riakit, planning to have a direct conversation with Sophia. Daluo pulled Sophia aside and bluntly asked, "What exactly are your intentions? Are you not afraid I might throw you overboard?" "Haha, Captain Daluo surely would not be so lacking in grace," Sophia replied with a charming smile, continuing, "I simply found myself at odds with the Germa kingdom bereft of support, and suddenly discovered that Captain Daluo is a renowned pirate. I seek your temporary protection. Do you wish to join us? Daluo inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Sophia, contemplating her motives. Is that permissible? Sophia blinked innocently, presenting herself as sincere. Of course not. I cannot allow someone who knows nothing to join my crew, so you had best be truthful about your identity, Daluo stated, his gaze fixed on her with an unmistakable warning. Sophia began, but Daluo interrupted. You had better speak the truth or say nothing at all. After a moment of contemplation, Sophia appeared to reach a significant decision. Taking a deep breath, she slowly confessed, I consumed the mythical Zoan-type Kyubi no Kitsune fruit, thus acquiring the ability to transform into others. Consequently, I became a hired spy and assassin. A few months ago, I received a peculiar commission to infiltrate a mysterious scientific organization and steal a confidential document. After months of careful planning, I finally made contact with the organization's leader, Dr. Vegapunk, and successfully stole a blueprint of ancient kingdom technology. However, upon delivering it to my employer, I discovered that the blueprint was intended for trade with the German kingdom. So, you fled with the blueprint to prevent it from falling into the hands of the German kingdom? Daluo postulated after processing Sophia's words. Sophia cast a profound glance at the man who could always fathom her thoughts, nodded slightly, and continued to elucidate. My homeland is a small nation by the Beihai, which was obliterated by the Gyelma kingdom. Therefore, I could never relinquish this blueprint to Gyelma, lest it lead to the downfall of more nations. I see, Daluo nodded, signifying his understanding of the underlying reasons. So, can you allow me to join? Sophia raised her head, her face aglow with hope as she gazed at Daluo. Let me think about it. Daluo shrugged, hesitating to directly acquiesce to this unpredictable woman. Just as the two were engaged in their intimate conversation, a resounding ship's whistle pierced the air, and a colossal iron vessel suddenly emerged upon the sea, gradually approaching the mermaid Eshem. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Daluo remarked with a furrowed brow as he observed the advancing Gyelma ship. Before long, the iron ship charged forth at full speed, drawing near. On the deck stood several men clad in numbered battle attire, with the exception of the leader, who appeared strikingly different from the others, as if he were crafted from a single mold. Gyelma 66, Gaji, Daluo identified the robust man with golden hair. Oh, someone actually recognizes me. Gaji raised an eyebrow, looking down upon Daluo. Boy, have you encountered any peculiar individuals at sea lately? He bellowed from a distance. None. Daluo cast a glance at Sophia, who had begun to shift her appearance, and responded coolly while maneuvering the mermaid Eshem to steer clear of Gaji, maintaining a safe distance. However, Gaji seemed unwilling to let Daluo depart so easily, and he leaped on a mermaid Eshem accompanied by several clone soldiers. Whether you like it or not is not for you to decide. Gaji glared menacingly at Daluo and gestured to the clone soldiers, commanding, search for it. Such brazen behavior naturally incited Daluo's ire, and he fixed Gaji with a fierce gaze, declaring, consider this a warning. You had better take your grotesque companions and scuttle back to your ship. Unfazed, Gaji maintained his sinister demeanor, slowly scanning the onlookers. His expression turned malicious upon noticing the red collar revealed by Sophia. Thousand-faced Sophia, you better hand over the item, or else, Gaji threatened ominously. As he spoke, he drew a long spear from his back and, utilizing the thrust generated by his jet-powered combat boots, charged directly at Sophia. I shall not permit anyone to brandish weapons aboard my vessel, especially against my reserve crew. Daluo raised an eyebrow, swiftly stepping forward to seize the spear. Do you have any idea who you are provoking, you arrogant fool? Gaji hissed, his intriguing whiskers curling upward. Simultaneously, Gaji twisted his right hand on the spear, as if activating a switch, causing the weapon to spark with electricity, crackling with arcs. Electromagnetic thrust, a high-voltage discharge, surged from the spear's tip, launching an electromagnetic pulse straight at Daluo. Daluo's eyes flickered as he deftly executed a blink to evade the ferocious strike. The unleashed electromagnetic wave struck the ship instead, blasting a gaping hole of 20 to 30 centimeters into the deck. The sight of the smoldering hole deepened Dalu's resolve, his gaze towards Gaji turning increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, Gaji initiated a second assault, cunningly shifting his target towards Sophia. "Die, you wretched woman, for daring to steal my blueprint," he snarled, thrusting the electrically charged spear with a vicious grin, as if he could already envision her demise. Alas, fortune did not favor him, as Dalu raised his right hand slightly. A compressed airflow formed beneath Gaji, propelling him into the air. In that instant, Dalu aimed his firearm at the airborne Gaji, like a marksman preparing to strike a flying disc. Execution of the Starwind King's spear. A spiraling air spear transformed into a shooting star, accurately homing in on Gaji. The tremendous thrust sent Gaji hurtling away, crashing into the iron vessel. With a resounding boom, akin to a strategic missile, the spear continued its relentless advance until it thrust Gaji deep into the ship's hold, causing extensive destruction. Only then did the spiraling spear vanish from sight. Gaji was rendered unconscious by the blow, but thanks to his battle suit, he narrowly escaped instant death. Yet before losing consciousness, he issued a final command to all the clone warriors aboard the massive ship to cover his retreat at all costs. Upon receiving the order, the clone soldiers, as if driven mad, adopted a strategy of mutual destruction and launched an offensive against the Mermaid SM to safeguard the Mermaid SM from damage. Dalu refrained from pursuing Gaji and instead engaged with Reicht and the others to deal with the clone soldiers aboard. Damn it, he actually escaped. Dalu fumed upon seeing the numerous gaping holes left on the deck, even more infuriated that Gaji had managed to flee. "Reicht, fetch those wooden planks from the storage and start hammering them up. We can't afford to let water leak in." With no shipwright on board, Dalu had no choice but to enlist the somewhat skilled Reicht for a quick repair. "Let me handle it," Sophia offered, observing Reicht laboriously hammering away. "You can repair ships?" Dalu inquired curiously. "A little," Sophia squinted, demonstrating with her fingers the minuscule extent of her knowledge. In that moment, Dalu felt as if he glimpsed the entire universe within the confines of her fingers. Chapter 115. Ancient Technology Blueprint. After Sophia's diligent repairs, the entire vessel appeared revitalized. "Who would have thought you possessed such skills?" Dalu exclaimed, astonished as he observed the perspiring Sophia, while he handed her a chilled beverage that Reicht had brought over. "Naturally. My homeland, Nan Island, is renowned as a mechanical isle where nearly everyone is a mechanic or technician, myself included." Sophia set down the hammer, accepted the drink, and took a sip through the straw, her pride evident as she fixed her gaze intently on Dalu. Sophia's response elicited a raised eyebrow from Dalu. He understood her implication that their team lacked a shipwright, and she aimed to capitalize on that. "As expected, I see there are only 5 of you aboard, which is quite inadequate. The Grand Line is fraught with danger, and a ship often requires repairs. How can you manage without a shipwright?" Sophia feigned a casual glance around before revealing her intent. "Since I currently have nowhere to go and am proficient in mechanics and repairs, Captain Dalu, why not allow me to join your crew?" The astute Sophia was well aware that the forces from Jiaji would not relent. They would inevitably return. And should she find herself alone, she would have to confront the retribution from Jierma and even the Luo Kisi pirate crew. In such a perilous situation, it would be prudent to seek the protection of a sufficiently powerful faction, and at present, the Dalu pirate crew presented an excellent option. However, would Dalu acquiesce? Certainly not. Although the crew was in dire need of a shipwright, Dalu was not inclined to permit anyone to easily join his ranks. Having stirred up so much trouble, one could not expect to join their ranks without demonstrating sincerity. Miss Chimyin Sophia. Dalu shrugged dismissively, embodying an indifference. To become Dalu's companion, one must possess a clear understanding of their background. Individuals like Sophia, who harbored ulterior motives and concealed their true selves, were unacceptable to Dalu, as partners were those with whom one entrusted their very life. Initially, Dalu intended for Sophia to honestly recount her origins, but to his surprise, she misinterpreted his meaning. Biting her lip, she contemplated for a moment before suddenly raising her head with a radiant smile, stating, "Captain Dalu must be a marksman." for I have recently acquired a set of designs for ancient kingdom infantry weaponry. Among them is a schematic for a sniper rifle, reputedly capable of obliterating a warship from an extraordinarily long distance. I wonder if you might be interested. Upon finishing, Sophia produced a stack of blueprints concealed within the layers of her red combat attire, placing one of the sheets on top and presenting it to Dalu. Oh, Dalu raised an eyebrow, accepting the blueprint and glancing at it. Indeed, he observed the rough sketches of the weapon, yet the annotations were inscribed in the ancient kingdom script, leaving the authenticity of Sophia's claims uncertain. Fortunately, there was someone aboard capable of deciphering ancient texts. Aisha, come here, Dalu called over to Aisha, who was engrossed in training her bear. Can you utilize your third eye to interpret these ancient writings? Dalu handed the blueprint to Aisha, his face filled with hope, as he recalled that the three-eyed tribe could decode ancient scripts, a fact merely mentioned in the original text, leaving its veracity in question. Oh, Aisha said, her blunt demeanor evident as she accepted the blueprint and removed her cap, revealing her forehead's third eye. Sophia gasped in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth, for she had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless girl possessed such a unique trait. Amid Sophia's shock, Aisha swiftly deciphered the text on the blueprint. The incinerating gun, Vivian, with a charged stone magazine, effective kill range of 9,000 meters, initial kinetic energy of 38,000 joules. Clearly, Aisha's translation aligned with Sophia's description. Dalu, familiar with firearm mechanics, understood the implications of these parameters. To put it into perspective, the most renowned sniper rifle from his previous life, the Barrett, had an initial kinetic energy of merely 18,000 joules, while this weapon named Vivian boasted an astounding 38,000 joules, double that of the Barrett. Coupled with the so-called charged stone magazine, it could indeed possess the capability to destroy a warship from a kilometer away, with a kill radius of 9,000 meters. This rifle was a super sniper weapon. Incredibly, Dalu was taken aback by the advanced technology of the ancient kingdom, which existed 8 centuries prior. Aisha, what did the other blueprints reveal? Sophia urged eagerly upon witnessing Aisha's ability to decode ancient scripts. Dalu regarded Sophia with confusion, as she had previously presented the weapon's power with unwavering conviction, leading him to believe she understood the blueprints, only to discover she too was illiterate. Noticing Dalu's puzzled expression, the astute Sophia understood his thoughts and explained the information about that gun was indirectly obtained from Dr. Beijiaopeng. And as for the other blueprints, I did not dare to inquire further. I see. Dalu nodded, opting not to dwell on this matter. Meanwhile, Aisha had completed the deciphering of several blueprints, meticulously marking the information on each with her portable pen: water walking shoes, seagull bombing drone, combined robot, storage belt. Dalu recited each item, growing increasingly uneasy, as these pieces of equipment, especially the water walking shoes and combined robot, seemed eerily familiar. Water walking shoes, the hero of the sea, Sora, Dalu muttered repeatedly in his mind until realization struck him. The hero of the sea, Sora, was a legendary sea warrior depicted in the original tale's prologue, said to rush from the ocean to rescue those in peril whenever Jirma committed misdeeds. He was the protagonist of a famous hero's story in the pirate world, inspiring countless youths to join the Navy. Could it be? Dalu raised his head, his expression peculiar as he regarded Sophia. He was nearly certain that the hero of the sea, Sora, was somehow connected to Sophia, and thus he curiously inquired, Sophia, do you know someone named Sora? Now, it was Sophia's turn to be astonished, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Dalu, stammering, "Why do you ask? Just curious. If you don't know, it's perfectly fine," Dalu waved dismissively. However, after a moment's hesitation, Sophia did not conceal the truth. Sora is my brother. He is a scientist. Chapter 116. Yunju Magnetic Drum, Island Brother? Dalu regarded Sophia with a strange expression, utterly surprised, as he had not anticipated that rescuing one individual would lead to the revelation of such a figure as the hero of the sea, Sora. Meanwhile, Sophia was even more astonished, having rarely mentioned her brother to anyone. How did Dalu know? Sophia, is it possible to produce this gun? Dalu swiftly shifted the topic back to the sniper rifle, Vivian, while returning the blueprints to her. Yes, if the materials are complete, it should not pose a problem. However, the charged stone magazine will likely need my brother's expertise, as I am merely a repair technician, not an inventor, Sophia replied, examining the text Aisha had translated before pondering for a moment. Very well, please compile a list of what you need, and I will check whether we can procure it aboard. If not, we will acquire it at the next island, Dalu nodded, giving Sophia a few instructions. In the pirate world, marksmen sought to maximize their range due to insufficient lethality, striving to eliminate foes from beyond their perception. Although Dalu's abilities, thanks to the compression fruit, mitigated his shortcomings in lethality, possessing a sniper rifle remained crucial. Currently, his greatest deficiency lay in long-range elimination capabilities, and a revolver was evidently inadequate for such tasks. Thus, acquiring Vivian was essential for Dalu. Could this be a test set by the captain for the new crew member? Sophia's enchanting smile illuminated her features as she tiptoed to Dalu's ear, whispering sweetly. This woman was truly lost in her own delight. Dalu observed her with a mix of scorn and amusement, retorting, "You are merely a reserve for the time being. Only with exemplary performance will you earn a permanent position." "Very well, my dear captain," replied Thea, her face lighting up with a charming and radiant smile. Satisfied with his response, she gracefully departed to the deck to continue her playful antics with Aisha, clearly intent on mingling with everyone during her internship. It was intriguing how two women, so starkly different in nature, could harmonize so well. Women truly are enigmatic creatures. Meanwhile, at the helm, Leek hurried over, pointing excitedly at a distant black dot on the horizon. "Dalu, ahead lies Magnet Island. We are almost there. Is that so? Then, let us prepare to dock." Dalu replied with a hearty laugh, his spirits lifted. After days of sailing the vast ocean, weariness had begun to set in, and Magnet Island was a much-anticipated destination. Renowned as a land of healing, the island boasted a plethora of distinguished physicians, making it likely that any randomly selected individual would suffice as a competent ship's doctor. Particularly noteworthy was Dr. Correja, who had lived for a century and a half, almost epitomizing the pinnacle of medical expertise in the pirate world. According to her, patients under her care had only two outcomes, death or recovery. If only he could enlist her services, that would be splendid. Dalu chuckled to himself, indulging in daydreams. However, persuading the 102-year-old lady would prove quite challenging. In the original tale, Luffy had extended an invitation to her, but his blunt reference to her as old lady resulted in him being unceremoniously kicked away. This detail was crucial to remember. One must never refer to a 102-year-old as such. Eager for knowledge, Dalu retrieved his notebook, jotting down his thoughts. Moreover, there was something else on the island that piqued Dalu's interest, the Tuntun Guashur. Yet, it was not the fruit itself that captivated him, but rather the byproduct it could generate, the Aboa Jinsu. The front page of the original manga detailed the inspiring tale of Walbo, who, after being defeated by Luffy, rose from a toy shop owner to reclaiming his throne. His success hinged upon this very Aboa Jinsu, which eventually became the special memory alloy that Frankie acquired during the 2-year time skip. One could argue that Aboa Jinsu was the strongest steel material in this world, bar none. However, as of now, the foolish king of Magnet Island, Walbo, had yet to be born, and the whereabouts of this fruit remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Dalu, another individual had also set their sights on Aboa Jinsu. "John, I require a batch of special memory alloy. Please assist me in locating it," came the voice of Dr. Vegapunk through the transponder snail. "How dare you command me like a servant?" John seethed, angered by Vegapunk's tone. Yet aware of Rock's insistence on cooperating with the doctor, he begrudgingly replied, "Where can I find that memory alloy?" The last known location was in the National Treasury of Magnet Island. "Check there for me," Vegapunk hurriedly instructed before abruptly ending the call. "How dare he look down upon me?" John glared at the transponder snail, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Brew brew." The transponder snail rang again. "Hello, doctor. Is there anything else?" John, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned charm, greeted the caller with a forced smile. After a prolonged silence, A voice finally emerged from the other end. "Captain John, your actions have led to my dire predicament," groaned the battered Gaji, barely clinging to life aboard a damaged warship. "What? Gaji? What has happened?" John's surprise was palpable as he recognized the voice. "What happened?" Gaji glanced at his battered body, laughing maniacally. "You scoundrel. Do you already know that the spy has infiltrated Dalu's pirate crew? Were you trying to send me to my doom? Dalu's pirate crew?" John repeated in shock. As a seasoned pirate, he was well aware of this rising force. "John, I warn you, if you fail to retrieve the blueprints for me, I will expose your dealings with the stolen Dr. S designs," Gaji hissed, his eyes filled with venom akin to that of a viper. Threatened, John's expression darkened, his rage palpable, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Do you know where Dalu's crew is? I will help you recover the blueprints. They are in the waters near Magnet Island. It seems they are heading there." Chapter 117. The Doctors of Magnet Island. Magnet Island is a quintessential winter isle, adorned with peculiar, unnamed mountain peaks. Due to the perpetual snowfall and rugged terrain, the island lacks a centralized town, instead consisting of numerous small settlements scattered across its expanse. Once again, snow began to fall. "It is so cold this time," Aisha shivered, hastily donning her winter attire. Unlike Magnet Island, as a winter isle, lacks hot springs and volcanoes, resulting in frigid temperatures that easily lead to colds or chills. However, this was not a significant issue, as the island boasted advanced medical facilities that could cater to its inhabitants. "Sophia, do you not have winter clothing? Wait here, I will fetch some for you." The thoughtful bear noticed Sophia still clad in her red outfit, while others had donned winter wear, and he hurried back to his room to retrieve a bearskin coat from beneath his bed, rushing back outside. "Here, Sophia." Sophia paused upon seeing the coat. Although her red battle attire possessed temperature-regulating capabilities, she accepted the bear's kindness without hesitation, draping the coat over her shoulders. The bear was truly a tender-hearted boy. Sophia bent down to pat the bear's head, exclaiming, "Thank you," before putting on the coat. It must be said, Sophia had an extraordinary ability to transform even the coarsest attire into something uniquely beautiful. Once the group was properly dressed for winter, the mermaid hymn completed its docking at the rudimentary stone pier. This detail hinted at the ineptitude of the island's king, much like Walbo. For how could one possess such formidable medical resources and yet have such poor infrastructure? Shortly after disembarking, Dalu and his companions found themselves surrounded by a group of soldiers wielding long rifles. "Are you here for medical attention? If so, I can assist you in registering with the finest doctors for a service fee of 1,000,000 berries, a fair price." A soldier with a trapezoidal face stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. 1,000,000 berries? What a ridiculous notion. Do pirates really have scalpers as well? Dalu rolled his eyes, silently lamenting. However, Daluo did not directly drive the few individuals away. Rather, he curiously inquired, who is the best doctor on the island? "The best doctor on the island is undoubtedly Dr. Duo Lier," a soldier stepped forward and confidently asserted. Do not heed his words. The man with the trapezoidal face glared at the soldier and then began to enlighten Daluo and his companions. "The finest doctor on the island is indeed Ku-Lei Ha, but unless you are afflicted with a terminal illness, it is best not to seek her aid, as she demands a substantial portion of the patient's wealth before she will even consider treatment." As he spoke, the trapezoidal-faced man exhibited a pained expression, evidently having been financially drained by Ku-Lei Ha in the past. "Oh, then if I were gravely ill, who should I turn to?" Dalu, aiming to extract more information about the island's medical practitioners, deliberately asked in return. "Gravely ill? The only doctors on the island who have successfully treated terminal illnesses, aside from the which Ku-Lei Ha, are the Royal Medical Team and the eccentric doctor Bulai Jie," the trapezoidal face man replied after a moment of contemplation. "Oh." Daluo was quite taken aback by the man's response. It must be said that the medical standards on Cigu Island are indeed remarkable, boasting such an array of highly skilled doctors. It is no wonder that the king of the small nation of Wa-Erbo can consistently participate in the Grand King's meetings of the world government, even daring to contend with kings from larger nations such as Alaba-Sitan. With such medical resources, who would not eagerly seek their assistance? What exactly is the situation with this royal medical team and that eccentric doctor, Bulai Jia? The medical team is exclusive to the king. However, if you are willing to spend money, I do have ways to arrange for their treatment. As for that fellow Bulai Jia, my advice to you, young man, is that it is better to go bankrupt than to seek his help. Why is that? DeLuo inquired, perplexed. That man claims he only saves good people. Tell me, do you dare to say you're a good person? One who has never committed a single wrongdoing in his life? The trapezoidal-faced man patiently explained. DeLuo was momentarily speechless. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he could not honestly claim to have never done a single bad deed. Yet, he remained curious and asked, then does he refuse to treat bad people? Just watches them die? Not exactly. He might use you as a test subject for his bizarre concoctions, which could lead to a fate worse than death. As he spoke, the trapezoidal-faced man pointed to a soldier wearing a black hood, saying, "Look at him. He sought treatment from the eccentric doctor due to his poverty. Although he survived, he now has a massive mushroom growing on his forehead, which has prevented him from finding a wife." Following the direction of the trapezoidal-faced man's finger, DeLuo indeed spotted the man with a peculiar mushroom protruding from his forehead. The man appeared quite introverted, seemingly wanting to explain something, but after hesitating for a moment, he remained silent. "Young man, do you have someone with a terminal illness?" The trapezoidal-faced man looked at DeLuo eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "If you have the means, it is best to seek the aid of Dr. Kuleha or the Royal Medical Team. If you do not currently have the funds, I noticed you have a ship. I could purchase it for 20 million berry, which would provide you with the means for treatment." "Oh." DeLuo raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished at the audacity of this man. The ship, the Shunguyu, had cost DeLuo over 40 million berry just for the hull, not to mention the subsequent modifications and all the equipment on board. In total, it was worth at least 50 to 60 million. This man certainly had a knack for business. But regrettably, we are not ill and have no need for a doctor. DeLuo curtly declined the uncle's overly enthusiastic offer. "Not ill? Then why are you asking so many questions? What a waste of time." Upon hearing that DeLuo was not seeking treatment, the trapezoidal-faced man's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure, realizing there was no profit to be gained. "It's nothing. We just wanted to enjoy the lively atmosphere," Sophia said with a sly smile, squinting her eyes as she chimed in. Chapter 118. The Thief in the Palace that evening on Cigu Island. As heavy snow continued to fall, the group disembarked from their ship and made their way directly to the nearest town, seeking accommodations at a modest hotel. Although referred to as a hotel, it was merely a simple 2-story guest house with only a few rooms, filled with the scent of hospital disinfectant. Fortunately, each room was equipped with a fireplace for warmth. After placing their luggage in their rooms, DeLuo gathered the others to explore the island and address the matter of the record pointer. It is truly a hassle for women to get ready. The group complained about the delay in the hotel lobby, having waited for quite some time. Suddenly, they encountered a familiar face, the shy soldier with a mushroom on his head. "What are you doing here?" DeLuo asked the man, who was hurriedly passing by with a bundle of sheets needing washing. The man hesitated, finally responding after a long pause, "I'm here doing part-time work to earn money for treatment." DeLuo nodded, not wishing to pry further, finding the explanation quite reasonable. After all, anyone with a mushroom growing on their head would be frantic to gather funds for medical care. "No, it's not for this illness. That Dr. Bulai Jia saved me," the mushroom-headed man clarified, noticing DeLuo's reaction and realizing there had been a misunderstanding. He pointed to the mushroom on his head and stammered an explanation. After piecing together the fragmented words, DeLuo, intrigued, asked, "Why do you say that? Was it Dr. Bulai Jia who caused the mushroom to grow on your head?" No. The man shook his head, taking a deep breath to calm himself before explaining, "I have another illness that is quite difficult to treat, requiring a lot of money each month for medicine. The mushroom on my head is the most expensive ingredient in the prescription. Dr. Bulai Jia saw that I was too poor to afford medicine, so he used a special potion that caused the mushroom to grow. Bulai Jia is a very good doctor." DeLuo raised an eyebrow, still puzzled. "If that is the case, why do so many people on the island call him an eccentric doctor?" There are many other doctors on the island, the man said quietly, looking down. Oh, DeLuo's expression shifted to one of understanding. Now it made sense. Fellow professionals are often rivals. Moreover, in a profession that values reputation as much as medicine does, the animosity among colleagues is even more pronounced. It is no wonder that the island is so peculiar. Despite having several reputable doctors capable of treating terminal illnesses, peculiar rumors abound, leading patients to believe they must pay exorbitant fees to seek their assistance. It becomes evident that this is a means for patients to be funneled into the hands of other doctors. It seems that in addition to Ku Lei Ha, Bulai Jia also emerges as a worthy candidate for a ship-S doctor. Tomorrow's itinerary will require some adjustments. DeLuo mused internally, planning to visit this doctor the following day. Initially, he intended to recruit Ku Lei Ha as the ship's doctor and, if that failed, to whisk away the Royal Medical Team altogether. However, it appears that an additional option has now presented itself. In the midst of a lively conversation, Aisha, halfway through her makeup, hurriedly dashed down from the second floor, anxiously calling from the staircase, "Dalu, something terrible has happened. Our ship has been towed away." The location where the Mermaid's Inn was docked was approximately 10 kilometers from the hotel, yet Aisha, possessing the third eye, could distinctly sense every movement aboard the vessel. "Do you know who did it?" Dalu raised an eyebrow, a mix of astonishment and fury bubbling within him. How dare anyone brazenly tow away their pirate ship, clearly disregarding him? It's a group of soldiers from the kingdom, but the leader is someone we've encountered before. The peculiar old man we met when we disembarked, Aisha replied succinctly. That trapezoidal-faced man is courting death. Dalu gritted his teeth. Aisha, where's the ship now? It's still moving, but judging by their direction, it appears to be heading towards the palace on the island. Aisha responded. Rikit, let us go check out the palace. Dalu called to Rikit, who could also fly, and together they transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the hotel towards the palace. Meanwhile, within the resplendent palace of Magnet Drum Island, a thief stealthily entered a cluttered room filled with various items, taking advantage of the cover of night. The thief, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, donned a black high-collar coat and a tall black top hat, his hair standing upright like chimneys. His name was Shiraluk, a notorious thief renowned along the Grand Line. However, his current condition was far from favorable. He was afflicted with a terminal illness. I refuse to die. Money, I need money. With money, I can hire the best doctor on the island to cure me, Shiraluk muttered to himself, rummaging through his coat pocket for a palace map he had prepared in advance. Desperately searching for something. The royal treasury, with Weibo metal worth millions of berries. If I can steal it, I will have the funds for treatment, he chanted obsessively, cautiously moving to the corner of the wall to observe the guard situation. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. A soldier clad in silver armor approached, patrolling and moving towards the room where Shiraluk was hiding. Have I been discovered? Shiraluk's first reaction was panic. Cold sweat covered his face, his heart raced, and his temperature rose several degrees. His throat felt dry and itchy. Fortunately, as a master thief, he quickly regained his composure, retrieving a thick metal pipe from the clutter and positioning himself behind the door. The soldier, armed with a spear, reached the door but did not enter. Instead, he turned back like a cleaning robot encountering an obstacle. That was close, Shiraluk exhaled, but he was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Quietly, he opened the door and, pipe raised high, approached the soldier from behind. With a dull thud, he knocked the soldier unconscious and dragged him into the room. Momins Latte. A well-dressed soldier emerged from the room, continuing his patrol, albeit on a different route. His destination was the palace treasury. Chapter 119. The gulp fruit while Shiraluk was preparing to steal within the palace. Dalu and his companions tracked the soldiers who had towed their ship. Quite audacious, aren't they? Dalu observed from the air, bemused as he looked down at the soldiers. He could not fathom who had given them the audacity to tow his ship. However, Rikit pointed out a peculiar sight, indicating a group of strange white creatures acting as haulers ahead. Dalu, look at those. Following Rikit's finger, Dalu indeed spotted a group of giant rabbits pulling ropes. Having read the original story, He recognized them as the unique creatures of Rainbow Magnet Kingdom, massive, aggressive, and notoriously vicious, known for their pack mentality. But aren't these creatures supposed to be unfriendly towards humans? Why are they obeying these people? Dalla mused curiously in the air. Let's go down and take a look. Dalla beckoned, landing alongside Rikit in front of the soldiers. I say, old man, you only obtained a bit of information from me. Surely, you and T go so far as to steal my ship. Dalu addressed the trapezoidal-faced man, his expression darkening. Hearing Dalu's words, another man in royal armor beside the trapezoidal-faced figure glared angrily, saying, Finance Minister, didn't you claim this ship was for your medical expenses? As for medical expenses, do not listen to this brat-ass nonsense. He is severely mentally ill. This ship is the treatment fee I received for curing him earlier. The trapezoidal-faced man shouted in exasperation. Oh, it seems my mental illness has flared up again. Could I request this gentleman for another consultation? Dalla shrugged, opting not to argue, but rather to play along with the man's words. Prussia, what are you dallying about with that brat? Deal with him. Remember, I have already offered this ship to His Majesty the King. The trapezoidal-faced man, feeling cornered, invoked the king's name to bolster his confidence. Charge! Prussia, the armored soldier, wasted no time, commanding his troops to rush at Dalu. Rikit, it's your turn, Dalla nudged, completely ignoring the advancing enemies as he walked directly towards the trapezoidal-faced man. Dalu's leisurely demeanor momentarily stunned the soldiers, leaving them frozen in place. Kill him, shouted the closest soldier, snapping back to reality, and he raised his blade to strike at Dalla's neck. Instantly, other soldiers followed suit, brandishing their weapons and attempting to encircle Dalu. Please, do not let these fellows touch our captain. Rikit shrugged, and the liquid he conjured shot forth like arrows toward the crowd. Countless arrows of liquor danced through the air, slicing through each soldier's throat, staining the once clear liquid crimson with blood. In no time, the snow was littered with fallen bodies, and Dalu stood before the trapezoidal-faced man. It seems your treatment was not very effective, old man. I have come for follow-up consultation. Dalu flashed a devilish smile at the trapezoidal-faced man. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. The man whimpered, paralyzed with fear as he clung to Dalla's leg, desperately pleading for mercy. Suddenly, the trapezoidal-faced man shifted his tone, muttering to himself as if seeking solace. You cannot kill me. I'm the finance minister of Magnet Drum Kingdom. If you do, the king will not spare you. Finance minister? Dull raised an eyebrow in surprise, simultaneously seizing the trapezoidal-faced uncle as if he were grasping a chick. Glancing at the man's formal appearance, clad in a black suit reminiscent of a legal vanguard, he jested, You, as the Minister of Finance, are quite down to earth. Mingling with both scalpers and thieves, alas, you've fallen into my hands, such unfortunate luck. Meanwhile, Lei Kurtura had also dealt with the soldier named Tushur and the group of Thabong who were aggressively attacking him. Lei Kurtura, let us pay a visit to the palace and see just how much our esteemed Minister of Finance is worth in the eyes of His Majesty the King. After exchanging pleasantries with Della dragged the despondent trapezoidal-faced uncle towards the palace. A few minutes later, Dalua arrived at the palace. Under Lei Kuratura's persistent persuasion, dozens of oblivious soldiers were rendered unconscious on the ground, allowing Dalua to meet the king of Thavadak. The king bore a striking resemblance to the future king, Warabul, characterized by a rotund physique and a lecherous expression. This fellow has seized our pirate ship and claims to be your Minister of Finance. Surely, an explanation is in order. With that, Dalua hurled the trapezoidal-faced uncle towards the king, demanding an answer. Ouch! The king was knocked to the ground, letting out a cry, then scrambled to his feet. Defending himself, do not listen to his nonsense. I do not know him at all. Wadur, you scoundrel! How dare you claim not to recognize me? The trapezoidal-faced uncle, trembling with rage, pointed at the king. I was the one who helped you ascend to the throne. And what about all the profits I've helped you acquire over these years? Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to cast me aside? Not a chance. Despairing, the uncle accused, even lunging at the king in a fit of fury. Enough, Dalua bellowed, intervening to separate the two. For he had little patience for such a farcical spectacle akin to a catfight. Wardur, you claim not to know him. Yet why did you instruct your soldiers to shoot at us the moment we arrived at the palace? Le Curator's words exposed Wador's deceit. Well, Wador stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. Realizing he could not evade the situation, he boldly admitted, "What do you propose we do?" "Quite simple. I have heard of a remarkable medical team on the island. Perhaps we could negotiate." "Impossible. That team is my lifeline. I would never part with them, even at the cost of my life." Wador interrupted, surprisingly resolute. "Very well," Olo replied, smirking slightly, not wishing to push him to the brink. For his true objective was not the medical team, but rather, "I have also heard of a rare memory alloy on this island." Surely the king would not refuse such a request. The king, fully aware of what referred to, dared not provoke him further. With great reluctance, he rose from the ground and lamented, "That item resides in the royal treasury. Follow me." Minutes later, in the royal treasury, "This cannot be. Those items were here," Wadur exclaimed, staring in disbelief at an empty chest in the corner. "It appears the king lacks sincerity. Perhaps he longs for the ancestors buried beneath," Bello remarked, casting a disapproving glare at Wadur. "Please spare my life. I have other treasures. Just wait." Thinking Bello was about to unleash his wrath, Wadur hurriedly dashed into another corner of the treasury, soon emerging with a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns. "This is the Untun Guashra left by my ancestors. I offer in exchange for my life. Is that acceptable?" Tuntun Guashra. Dallo cast a peculiar glance at the squanderer, well aware of its significance. After all, Daaboa Jinsu was birthed from the abilities of the Tuntun Guashra. Wadur had indeed traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. I shall reluctantly accept it. Chapter 120. The king of Abong, as Galoa, stirred up chaos within the palace. Kirk successfully pilfered the Abo Jinsu. "Wonderful. I am wealthy now. I need not face death." With a massive wooden chest on his back, Kirk took advantage of the turmoil to leap over the palace walls, landing in a thick snowdrift. "Once I sell this memory alloy, the medical expenses should be covered." Struggling to rise from the snow, he dragged the heavy chest, leaving a long trail behind him. In comparison, Ala's acquisition was also significant. Holding the Duntun Gur, he gazed at the peculiar dragon fruit, recalling its appearance in the original tale. He was well informed about its powers, even to the point of being deeply impressed. The fruit's ability was simple. The consumer could theoretically swallow anything, incorporating it into their being and acquiring its characteristics, even to the extent of swallowing themselves to alter their bodily structure. Was this fruit powerful? Undoubtedly so. Its strength was such that even the infamous Blackbeard, who possessed the dark fruit, had journeyed to Udok specifically for it. Before acquiring the compression fruit, Daloa had considered it as his second choice, the first being the thunder fruit from Kundao. However, this fruit bore a significant mystery. Could its users swallow other devil fruit users and thereby gain their abilities? If that were possible, it would undoubtedly be the strongest fruit of all. On the ship, aside from Huchin Lichin and Itha, the other three were all devil fruit users. As a swordsman focused on his craft, Huchin Lichin would never consume a devil fruit, and as for Itha, such a formidable fruit would be wasted on someone of her caliber. Perhaps it would be best to set it aside for now and find another fruit for Isa later. With that thought, Daloa bestowed the fruit in his backpack and soared back towards the Run Yusung Gahal. At that moment, the Run Yusung Gahal remained anchored midway to the palace, but fortunately, Huchin Li Chan and the others had also arrived. "Bear, be gentle. If you exert too much force, the ship's hull won't withstand it," Sophia cautioned from the deck, addressing the bear, cautiously pushing against the vessel's rear. Thanks to the bear's ability to bounce everything away, he used his padded paws to gently nudge the ship, causing it to glide several meters across the snow with each tap. "I say, what are you all doing?" Upon returning to the Ren Yusung Gehao, Laker Turk scratched his head in confusion at the bustling crew. "I must admit, I should have left Flikata behind," Daloa said awkwardly. Aside from Dalu, who can manipulate air currents and control the ship using the powers derived from his fruit, only Lykeheat is capable of guiding the vessel back to shore with the help of flowing liquor. Allowing Huchuan Lixian and the others to handle this task would indeed require considerable effort. However, Xiong, Why not exert your fruit abilities to see if you can propel the ship to the shore? As Dalu spoke, he generated a wall of air with his powers, enveloping the mermaid him. Very well, I shall give it a try, Shion responded eagerly, waving his hand. At that moment, Aisha on the deck suddenly gazed towards the distant snow-capped mountains and exclaimed, Dalu, there's a group of white bears approaching rapidly. White bears? Dalu inquired, extending his observation haki towards the mountain peak, and indeed, he spotted those peculiar creatures. Those are rabangs, a species of giant rabbit unique to the island. Dalu remarked with a hint of resignation. Just as Dalu prepared to swiftly deal with these uninvited guests, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the leader of the rabangs. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, the rabangs surged down the mountain like an avalanche. It's armed haki. Dalu raised an eyebrow, astonished as he observed the robust rabang leader, whose fists were enveloped in a thick layer of haki. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the creatures within the pirate realm are far from ordinary. Each one is astonishingly formidable. Not to mention the island where Luffy trained for 2 years, where any random creature could match the strength of a conqueror. Let alone the formidable Ape King who had bested Luffy for 2 years, and the Baboon King who had overwhelmed Zoro. Nonetheless, even among these beasts, those who wield haki are a rarity, and now, this rabang astonishingly possesses it. Naturally, Likey, with his keen eyes, also noticed the thick layer of haki enveloping the peculiar rabbit's fist. Having just mastered the technique of haki hardening, he was reluctant to be outdone by a mere rabbit. Dalu, allow me to confront it, Likey declared, cracking his knuckles. Dalu hesitated. The aura exuding from this rabang reminded him of the formidable Borbode he faced against CP0, brimming with a feral and overwhelming presence. That rabbit is strong. Do not underestimate it, Dalu cautioned, patting Likey on the shoulder. Do you think I cannot defeat a rabbit? Likey retorted, taking a wide stance and leaping off the deck, charging towards the rabang leader. Piercing wine spear, as Likey soared through the air, he clasped his hands together, conjuring a spear made of liquor and launching it directly at the rabang leader. Likey, if you do not take this seriously, you may find yourself regretting it, Dalu remarked from the deck, having somehow procured a beach chair, comfortably watching the battle while offering a reminder. Indeed, as Dalu predicted, the formidable liquor spear was effortlessly swatted away by the rabang leader, who leaped into the air, soaring several meters high, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Likey. With a resounding crash, Likey was struck by the haki-imbued fist while still airborne, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater in the snow. Would you like my assistance? Sophia approached the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing, smiling as she inquired. No need, Likey replied, rising from the ground, brushing the snow off his body, attempting to maintain his bravado. However, he no longer appeared as carefree as before. It seemed he was ready to get serious. Red wine freedom anthem. Flames erupted from Likey, illuminating the pristine snow with a crimson glow. He summoned countless fiery arrows of liquor, launching them skyward before they rained down towards the rabang leader's head. Meanwhile, the rabang leader did not remain idle. He swiftly crossed his arms, enveloped in haki, to shield himself from the barrage of blazing arrows. Observing this scene, Dalu shook his head, stating, "It seems you still do not understand that haki is the foundation of true strength. Without haki, you cannot even breach the opponent's defenses." A lesson Dalu had learned well from his battle with Zephyr. On the other hand, whether it was due to the rabang leader's overwhelming strength or Likey's lack of mastery over haki, he soon found himself at a disadvantage, having already taken 2 heavy punches from the opponent. "Are you not going to lend a hand?" Sophia approached Dalu, her long legs striding forward. After all this time, Likey has become far too complacent. It would be beneficial for him to face some adversity, Dalu replied, rising from the beach chair. In truth, the rabang leader could not be considered weak. He might even surpass the Ape King in strength. It would not be surprising if a few supernovas encountered on Wano were unable to defeat this rabang in a battle of attrition. However, that was no excuse for Likey's current predicament. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had lost the sense of urgency he felt while being pursued by CP0, causing him to relax too much and thus his growth had stagnated. "I will fight you to the end." Driven to desperation, Lykeet shouted in frustration, preparing to execute his ultimate tactic of mutually assured destruction against a rabbit. Enough, enough, Dalu, having achieved his objective, decided not to remain idle any longer. He raised his gun and aimed, ready to take down the Rabang leader with a single shot. "Halt!" Aisha, who had been observing from the sidelines, slowly opened her third eye, commanding the Rabang leader with an imposing presence. Remarkably, the Rabang leader ceased its assault, looking around in confusion as if attempting to locate the source of that strange voice. Chapter 121. Misunderstanding. "Did you just communicate with that rabbit?" Dalu inquired, tilting his head in disbelief. "What rabbit? It has a name, Rabbi." Aisha rolled her eyes, clarifying. "Did I not mention that I possess the foundational ability of the three-eyed tribe, awareness, along with my unique third eye ability, Link? When these two powers work in tandem, I can read the thoughts of animals and communicate with them on a subconscious level. What an extraordinary ability the three-eyed tribe possesses." Although Dalu already held the three-eyed tribe's abilities in high regard, Aisha's words still astonished him. No wonder this race faced extinction. Their diverse abilities rival those of the notorious Red-Eyed clan, not to mention their fundamental ability to read historical texts. However, if this means we can bring this Rabang aboard, Aisha would have a certain degree of security, setting aside other considerations. The current combat prowess of this Rabang leader would allow it to navigate the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Dalu stroked his chin, contemplating. "Aisha, let's bring Rabbi aboard." Dalu gestured for Lykeet and the others to return along with the Rabang to the mermaid him. Once everyone was gathered, Dalu activated his powers, generating a compressed cyclone to lift the ship into the air and guide it back along the air currents to its docking point. "What? You want this rabbit to sail with us?" Riquet pointed at the side where the rabbit, Rabetti, was voraciously devouring carrots and exclaimed in astonishment. Equally surprised was Sophia, who had recently exerted considerable effort to become a reserve crew member of the team, only to witness a rabbit boarding the ship so effortlessly. Sophia felt as though she was being targeted. Daruo nodded thoughtfully and began to explain. "Rabetti possesses remarkable combat capabilities and is highly obedient to Aisha, making it an ideal supplement to her strength." His decision was made after careful consideration. Rabetti, with its mastery of hockey, combined with Aisha's perception abilities akin to Kinbunchika hockey, would become a formidable rabbit, adept in both forms of hockey. Those who can wield both types of hockey are exceedingly rare in the first half of the Grand Line, and even in the New World, they are formidable opponents. More importantly, with Rabetti's presence, Xiong could be liberated from the duty of constantly protecting Aisha, allowing him to face battles independently after his rigorous training. Otherwise, his strength would stagnate. The addition of Rabetti could effectively free up two combatants, which is of great significance. "Aisha, ask if it is willing to accompany us," Daruo inquired of Aisha, who was still feeding Rabetti carrots. "It says it requires food first," she replied. In the late night, to celebrate Rabetti's boarding, the Daruo pirates held a grand banquet. "Come on, really?" Aisha exclaimed, raising her wine glass. Her expression bemused as she observed the absurd scene of a rabbit and a person engaged in a competition of strength. "I refuse to be outdone by a rabbit." Riquet gritted his teeth while lifting an exceptionally heavy barbell, specially crafted by Daruo's compression abilities. Meanwhile, the muscular rabbit, transformed into a weightlifting champion, was squatting with 2 tons of weights, occasionally peeking to munch on the roasted meat Xiong offered. "Daruo, aren't you going to intervene?" Sophia chuckled at the comical sight, covering her mouth and squinting at Daruo. "Isn't it quite delightful?" Daruo replied, setting down his cup and stretching lazily. He then urged Riquet, "You must train diligently. Now that Aisha has Rabetti as her bodyguard, her strength is not to be underestimated. Don't find yourself unable to defeat even Xiong, our intern, and end up at the bottom of the team." "Absolutely not," Riquet replied, veins bulging, emphasizing each word. Aisha was also quite joyful that day, feeling she would no longer be a burden to the team. To please her newly appointed bodyguard, she eagerly sat beside Rabetti, holding up roasted meat for it to nibble on during its squats. The jubilant banquet continued into the late hours of the night. Xiong and Sophia, succumbing to the effects of alcohol, were already quite inebriated, while the health-conscious Izumi Rikia had retired early. After assisting Xiong and Sophia to their rooms, Daruo returned to the captain's quarters to rest. Only Aisha and Rebetti remained on watch, one girl and one rabbit. As the clock struck midnight, the ship, Mermaid's Him, gently swayed with the waves in the harbor. Lying on the deck, Aisha rested her head on Rebetti's rabbit ears, enjoying the soft texture of its fur. Suddenly, Rebetti sat up abruptly, springing like a zombie towards the pile of untouched carrots. "Rebetti, are you still hungry?" Aisha asked gently as she fed it one carrot after another. Rebetti's eating pace was astonishing. In no time, dozens of carrots had vanished, including leftover snacks from Izumi Rikia. "Wait a moment. I'll see if there is any other food," Aisha said, rushing into the kitchen to gather some vegetables and fruits. In her haste, she tripped over Daruo's backpack. A patterned dragon fruit rolled out from the bag, tumbling across the deck for several meters before landing in the pile of fruits and vegetables Aisha had prepared for Rebetti. Chapter 122. The Devouring Rabbit. Rebetti. "Wow," Daruo exclaimed, taken aback. What on earth was he witnessing upon awakening? A rabbit resembling a cauliflower? What was going on? He scratched his head, astonished by the peculiar species before him. As he pondered this strange phenomenon, a realization struck him, darkening his expression, and he hurried to his backpack. Sure enough, it was empty. Daruo gazed at the void of his backpack, feeling on the verge of tears. The superhuman-type gulp-gulp fruit he had just acquired was gone. "Aisha, what did you do?" he lamented, rubbing his forehead as he regarded the woman before him, who was devoid of intellect and charm. First, she had brought a marine admiral aboard her ship on Wangmingni Island, and now she had fed a fruit to a pet. He finally understood. The formidable abilities of the three-eyed tribe seemed to come at the cost of intellect, as demonstrated by the love-struck Bryn from the original story, and Aisha was no exception. Aisha, aware of her fault, lowered her head, staring at her toes, and said nothing. All right, there is nothing we can do about being eaten," Sophia interjected, stepping in to comfort Aisha. Given the circumstances, Daruo felt there was little more to say, but he did kick the cauliflower rabbit, still sleeping on the deck, in frustration. Unaware of the situation, Rebetti, who had only remembered eating a distasteful fruit the previous day, suddenly perked up its rabbit ears and sat upright. "Aisha, have it revert from this absurd cauliflower form," Daruo instructed, moving into the cabin to retrieve a cannon and various blades. "Let us find a place to test this gulp-gulp rabbit's abilities." He compressed the assorted items and stowed them in his backpack. Shortly after, they found an open space. "Riquette, you came specifically for this? Afraid Rebetti will overpower you after eating the fruit?" Daruo jested at Riquette, who insisted on following them. Who would fear a troublesome rabbit? Riquette retorted, though his tone lacked conviction. After all, he had struggled against Rebetti even before it consumed the fruit, and now, with the fruit, the gap in their abilities was likely to widen. Daruo clapped his hands, not pursuing the teasing further, and turned to Aisha. "Aisha, do you know what fruit Rebetti consumed?" "No," Aisha replied, shaking her head. Daruo did not keep her in suspense and explained, "It has consumed the superhuman-type gulp-gulp fruit, which grants the ability to swallow any object and, upon consumption, acquire the properties of that object while altering its own physical structure." After explaining, Daruo retrieved the cannon from his backpack, released it from compression, and tossed it toward Rebetti. "Aisha, have Rebetti open its mouth and swallow this cannon." Oh, somewhat slow-witted, Aisha finally grasped the situation and communicated with Rebetti through her abilities. Rebetti, upon receiving the subconscious command, opened her mouth wide like a hippopotamus and swallowed the cannon that had been thrown towards her in one gulp. Miraculously, as the cannon entered her belly, it began to merge with her body, ultimately transforming her entire right arm into a cannon-like form. Wow, what a transformation. So cool. Aisha and the bear marveled at the cannon-shaped Rebetti, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Enough with the nonsense, Daruo interjected, entirely unamused by their peculiar tastes. He pointed to a tree on the mountain and commanded, "Aisha, instruct her to fire a shot at that mountain pass." Following the order, Rebetti fiddled for a while, finally understanding how to fire. With a resounding boom, a cannonball soared towards the mountain, uprooting the tree entirely. That's it. Darrow clapped his hands and tossed the remaining miscellaneous items to Aisha. You and Lebedi should practice with these items to quickly master the abilities of this fruit. We cannot afford to be caught off guard during battle. Oh, and let Lebedi carry this backpack. She can retrieve items from it during combat. Don't be lazy and waste such a powerful fruit. Darrow playfully wrapped Aisha's head and turned to Rekit, saying, Rekit, don't just stand there. Go train with her. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Magnetic Drum Island, please don't kill me. Vader, having been thrown from the throne, knelt and begged the pirates before him. Want to live? Then we need to see how cooperative you are. Captain John approached Vader, placing the blade of his knife against Vader's neck. Cooperate, cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. Feeling the cold steel against his skin, Vader nearly broke down in tears. I heard your royal treasury contains a special memory alloy, John ominously stated. Vader, who had only discovered the treasury had been robbed the day before, felt utterly helpless. He could not fathom why a pile of scrap metal that had been ignored for decades was suddenly in demand. What? Does the king wish to die? John threatened menacingly. And no, I want to live, Vader stammered, his eyes darting as if concealing something sinister. You are too late. The palace treasury was raided by a group of pirates yesterday. Their target was the same as yours, and now they possess all the memory alloy. Harboring resentment towards Darrow, Vader intended to divert blame. Where are those pirates? John's narrowed eyes glinted with a predatory intensity. I don't know, but they seem to be looking for a ship's doctor. Their target is a peculiar doctor on the island named Dr. Blager. Before he could finish, Vader let out a scream as his head was severed, and he caught a glimpse of his own body before it fell. Unfazed, Captain John wiped the blood from his knife, as if cleaning a steak. Heim, Reich, Yench, handle the others in the palace, and move the rest of the treasures to the ship. At his command, 2 burly men emerged and commenced a massacre, slaughtering everyone else in the palace. A storm of blood and chaos was about to ensue. Chapter 123, Gathering of the Ailing Friends due to the unexpected incident with Lebedi. Darrow had to postpone his visit to the island's renowned doctor until the following day. The group returned to their inn for the night and inquired with a young man sporting a mushroom-like hairstyle for the address of Dr. Blager. Under the vast night sky, a great round moon hung high. While the others were fast asleep, Rekit, unable to find rest due to the earlier events, climbed onto the slanted roof of the inn with a drink in hand. Can't sleep? Darrow smiled, having perceived the movement on the roof, then leaped gently from the balcony to join him. Darrow, am I really this weak? Rekit rarely displayed such self-doubt. Weak? Certainly not, but it depends on your ambition. If your only goal is to survive the celestial dragon's pursuit, then your current strength suffices. However, if you aspire to conquer these seas alongside us and fulfill your dreams, you have much further to go. Darrow seized the drink from Rekit's hand, poured him a cup, and continued candidly, at least right now. You are not fit to be my right-hand man. How can I improve? Hockey? Rekit asked, taking the cup for Darrow. Hockey is indeed fundamental, but the development of your fruit's abilities is equally crucial. The sake no mi is a potent devil fruit, yet you have only harnessed its flammable properties. However, alcohol possesses more than just combustibility. Intoxication and fluidity are also aspects of its power. You should focus on these areas. Darrow tightened the cap on a half-empty bottle, raising it for a toast with Rekit. Rekit remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the swirling drink in his cup. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, both Darrow and Rekit suddenly paused, their attention drawn to the west side of the island. What's over there? A powerful presence. A beast? Rekit murmured. Darrow nodded in approval. It appears your talent in observation hockey surpasses your proficiency in armament hockey. In this regard, Lebedi pales in comparison. Rekit's lips twitched, failing to feel the joy of praise. I'll take a look, Darrow said, leaping off the roof and swiftly heading towards the western side of the island. At that moment, in a cherry blossom grove on the island's western side, a terrifying black figure writhed under the moonlight, its eyes glowing a fierce red, its form swelling dramatically, and its fur cascading down like a waterfall. What is that? Darrow gasped, observing the figure atop the treetops. Within Darrow's perception, through observation hockey, the entity in the grove resembled a legendary beast, emanating a chilling aura that deterred him from immediately venturing into the woods. He merely dared to watch from a distance. Suddenly, the dark figure slowly turned to face Darrow, baring its sharp, white teeth in a menacing grin. As Darrow opened his mouth to greet it, a shadow lunged at him, followed by a vicious claw strike. Thankfully, his heightened sense of vigilance allowed him to evade the lethal attack, recognizing the danger just in time. The shadow, which had evaded capture, fell to the ground. As Dalu prepared to draw his weapon and retaliate, the assailant showed no inclination to engage, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest, disappearing in the dense underbrush in the blink of an eye. Perplexed, Dalu, who had nearly fallen victim to the ambush, sheathed his weapon back at his waist. In the dead of night, within the palace of Sidu Dao, a burly figure known as Hyam, nicknamed the Meat Grinder and boasting a bounty of 430 million, approached his captain. "Captain, get up. The throne beneath you is also made of gold. I could dismantle it and take it aboard the ship. Fool, if you take it apart, where shall I sit?" John, seated upon the throne, struck the armrest in frustration and continued, "When we depart later, you may dismantle it, but be sure to leave not a single piece of gold behind." "When are we leaving?" "Captain, you must tell me at the first opportunity. Jeannie and Lacey have already taken a considerable amount of treasure, and I have yet to procure anything." Hyam, resembling a butcher, scratched his head and spoke in a bumbling manner. "You simpleton, it's your own incompetence that prevents you from acquiring anything, and yet you resort to reporting on others." Lacey, whose skin was as yellowed as wallpaper and bore a hint of darkness, entered from the side hall. "What are you calling me, you lizard bastard?" Hyam, riled by Lacey's words, brandished his spiral-crushing knife menacingly. "Enough. Cease your bickering." John struck the armrest once more, casting a warning glance at the two. He then turned to a man by the wall, dressed in suspenders and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle resembling a bank manager. "Jeannie, have you completed your investigation?" The tall, lean man, named Jeannie, stepped forward from the corner, a slight smile adorning his lips. "The investigation is complete, as you anticipated. The group of pirates by the shore is indeed the notorious Dala pirate crew. Remarkable coincidence. Should we not go confront them now?" Hyam exclaimed, his excitement evident as he spun his meat grinder knife in enthusiasm. "They are not aboard that ship at present. They are likely visiting the doctor named Boalai Jie, as the deceased king mentioned." Jeannie adjusted his glasses as he spoke. "Then we shall settle accounts with them tomorrow," John declared with a menacing expression, clearly harboring resentment toward Dalu and his crew, who had rescued Sophia and intercepted the Wabajan metal, thus rendering them bitter enemies. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from John's pocket. "John, this is Bajin. Where are you at the moment?" The sharp, affected, yet tearful voice of Miss Bajin came through the device. "I am at Citadel. What is the matter?" John, startled by the unexpected voice, cleared his ears with his pinky finger and replied truthfully. "Newgate is trying to throw me off the ship," Bajin said, covering her mouth, her voice laden with distress. On the other end, Newgate seized Bajin's communication device and addressed John. "John, Bajin has committed an unforgivable error aboard my ship, and thus she cannot remain. We intend to seek medical assistance in Sidu Dao and, upon arrival, allow Bajin to return to the New World aboard your vessel." Meanwhile, in another area of the sea surrounding Citadel, a pirate ship braved the wind and snow, steadily making its way into port. "I say, Captain, do you not appear as if you are suffering from a terminal illness? What if Dalu is merely jesting?" Jabba, shivering in his short sleeves, spoke with a quaver in his voice. "Haha, perhaps, but I sensed that Dalu was not lying at that moment," Roger remarked while brushing the snow off his straw hat. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, Roger felt an inexplicable trust in Dalu, leading him to follow Dalu's request for a health checkup. He even extended an invitation to Kukala Osu to board the ship years in advance, although the latter never accepted. One could say that even for Dalu, the time traveler, altering the course of destiny was no simple feat. "Let us proceed. We indeed lack a ship's doctor." the composed and mature Rayleigh stated as he donned a wool vest. All right, everyone, prepare to dock. Chapter 124. The quirky Dr. Boulaye on a warm winter morning. The sun's rays filtered through the window, casting light upon Dalu's face. After returning to the inn the previous night, Dalu had been preoccupied with thoughts of the strange shadow, unable to sleep as he stared at the ceiling until dawn. After stretching, Dalu rose from his bed. Dalu, hurry. We must find the quirky Dr. Boulaye today. The voice of Aya echoed in his subconscious, a woman whose peculiar reasoning often led her to apply her extraordinary abilities in the most unusual ways. After freshening up, Dalu and the others finished their rather unpalatable hotel breakfast and set out together. The records of Citadel had long been completed, and the reason for their continued stay was to recruit a ship's doctor, leading them to the clinic of Boulaye, nestled within the dense woods on the island's western side. With a distance to cover, Dalu and his companions opted for the island's most popular mode of transportation, sleds, as their means of conveyance. The sled dogs, driven by their short legs, pulled the sled through the snow, leaving a long trail behind. Aya, seated at the back of the sled, scooped up a handful of snow with her gloved hands and tossed it playfully at Labeti. Caught off guard by the sudden chill, the slow-witted Labeti jumped in surprise, his gaze darting around until he spotted Aya's mischievous grin, prompting a playful scuffle between the two. In contrast to the childlike Aya, the mature and graceful Sophia observed the snowy landscape with great interest, her eyes widening as they fell upon the cherry blossom trees around them, which were beginning to sprout new buds. How curious that in such a cold eastern island, the cherry blossom trees can thrive in abundance, Sophia remarked, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Dalu, prompted by her observation, recalled that the previous night had been too dark to notice anything. With this thought, he pondered the peculiarities of the western woods of Citadel, the shadow, the winter island cherry blossoms, the quirky doctor's clinic. What connections might exist between them? Dalu mused as they continued. As they contemplated these mysteries, the sled soon traversed the cherry blossom grove, arriving at a clearing deep within the forest. In the clearing stood a simple woodland cabin, its wooden door adorned with a sign bearing a childlike scrawl that read, "Consultation hours, every morning from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., except on full moon days." Except on full moon days? Wasn't he yesterday a full moon? How fortunate we didn't arrive then. Right, T remarked, grinning at the sign. Are you here for consultation? If so, come inside. A small head peeked through the creaking door. Wait outside. I'll go check, the small figure said. Dalu glanced at the imposing figures of Labeti and Xiong, sensing that their entrance into the wooden cabin would likely fill it to capacity. Thus, he decided to enter the cabin himself. Upon stepping inside, he discovered that the space was surprisingly divided into two rooms, one serving as a waiting area and the other as a consultation room, separated by a simple white curtain. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the waiting area was filled with children eager to see the doctor. They sat obediently on wooden benches, lined up like patrons awaiting their turn at a bustling restaurant in his past life. Take a number and queue up. Latecomers, grab a stool and join the back. No cutting in line. A small child, dressed like an adult and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, declared as he lifted the curtain. Amused by this little adult, Dalu cooperatively moved a stool and seated himself behind child. Big brother, are you sick too? A girl with a runny nose and flushed cheeks turned to him and asked innocently. Indeed, it's quite a serious illness, Dalu replied, opting not to elaborate. Don't worry, no matter how severe the illness, Dr. Boulaye can cure it, the girl said confidently, giving her fist a little shake. Is that so? Dr. Boulaye, is that amazing? Dalu chuckled, unaware that this remark would ignite a spirited debate among the children. Of course, Dr. Boulaye is the best on the island, 100 times better than that which on Nanju Mountain, one child asserted emphatically. More like 1,000 times. 1,000,000 times. The group of children chimed in, escalating their praises for Dr. Boulaye as they bickered animatedly. Before long, the children in front of Allah had completed their consultations, and the slick-haired child lifted the curtain once more, beckoning to Allah. You are the last patient, come in. He stepped through the curtain into the consultation room, where a cabinet brimming with jars and bottles lined the wall. In front of it stood a long table cluttered with peculiar prescriptions and medical books. Seated behind the table was a figure cloaked in black, wearing a long-beaked mask. Upon noticing R.S. in trance, the cloaked figure momentarily froze before gesturing for him to take a seat across from him. "What do you feel unwell?" Dr. Bulai Jia inquired in a lowered voice, extending a hand to retrieve a blank prescription pad from the table, preparing to document the ailment. As Dao attempted to convey his purpose for being there, he was suddenly captivated by the hand that reached out. Its palm, covered in black fur and bearing pads, was clearly not human. "I see," Daloa mused internally, piecing together the puzzle. It appeared that the shadow he had encountered in the woods the previous night was most likely this Dr. Bulai Jia. As for why the doctor did not conduct consultations on the night of the full moon, it was simple. Dr. Bulai Jia belonged to the fur tribe, didn't he? Daloa squinted as he spoke. The figure in the cloak of Bulai Jia abruptly stiffened, and in an instant, the cloak disintegrated into tatters, revealing a sharp claw that lunged menacingly toward his face. Just as I suspected, Daloa thought as he swiftly grasped Bulai Jia's right hand, tightly holding onto it and fixating his gaze on the black cat before him. Standing, Bulai Jia towered at nearly 2 meters, his entire body covered in black fur except for his belly, which remained bare. His pupils resembled almond-shaped cat eyes, and a long tail swished behind him. "What do you intend to do?" Bulai Jia, reverting to his characteristic sharp voice of the fur tribe, questioned, no longer suppressing his tone. "Nothing much. But you did attack me last night for no apparent reason, and then hurriedly left," Daloa replied, loosening his grip on the claw and offering a semblance of goodwill. "My apologies. I encountered some issues last night that hinder my self-control. The attack was unintentional," Bulai Jia said, flexing his somewhat stiff wrist before solemnly addressing O. "Of course, I can understand. The moonlion form is not easy to control." O raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. Bulai Jia scrutinized the man before him, who seemed to know far too much, his expression filled with suspicion. "What exactly do you want?" Before Dao could articulate his intention to recruit a ship's doctor, a commotion of shouts and cries from children erupted outside. "Qian Mian Suo Feia, hand over the blueprints, and I might let you die a bit less painfully." Captain John cackled from outside the door. At that moment, the notorious Himu, the Gecko Lai Si, and the Devil Gambler and C approached from the other side of the cabin, cornering Sophia and several children who had just finished their consultations in the open space surrounding the cabin. "These bothersome little brats are truly infuriating," thought the violent Himu, raising his spinning blade towards the children. Chapter 125. A fierce battle just as the spiral blade was about to descend upon the children. A burst of compressed air shot through the wall of the cabin, tracing a peculiar arc as it aimed for Himu's vital points. With a loud bang, the violently compressed air exploded, and though it was merely a standard compressed bullet, its awkward angle struck Himu's elbow joint, not only thwarting his attack, but causing him great pain. "I must say, Captain John, targeting children is rather excessive," Dalo emerged from the cabin, a grim expression on his face as he aimed his gun at John's head, coldly stating, "Oh, you know me? I thought you were just some brash kid." Captain John replied lazily, resting his Western knife on his shoulder. Then, suddenly, his tone shifted, his expression turning menacing. "However, knowing my name and still daring to intercept my blueprints and memory alloy, you certainly have some audacity, little brat." Captain John was somewhat notorious, thinking everything belonged to him. "Why don't you claim that Marin Fontois is yours as well?" Daloa retorted, firmly pushing back against Captain John's arrogance. "Why waste time talking to them? Watch me shred them to pieces." Himu, who had been shot, held a grudge against Dao. Seeing his captain humiliated, he charged at Dao with the spinning blade, intent on turning him into minced meat. "Labeti, charge," Aisha commanded, pointing forward like a master summoning a Pokemon. Labeti complied, using his powerful rabbit legs to leap high while raising his black fist to meet the attack. The fiercely spinning blade clashed against Labeti's robust black arm, coming to an abrupt halt and emitting a painful whirring sound. "Oomph, you truly possess some skill," Himu sneered, surprised that his attack had been blocked. He then grinned maliciously, but don't underestimate the special weapon the doctor customized for me." Upon finishing his words, Haimu's right shoulder began to emanate a crimson glow, reminiscent of vascular patterns. As this red light converged, the power of the motor installed in the spiral cutter surged dramatically, propelling the blade to rotate with increased ferocity. Oh! The arm of La Bête was sliced open by the cutter, causing him to emit a piercing scream while fearfully witnessing his arm being drawn towards the menacing device. In this perilous moment, the bear, who had observed La Bête's plight, hurriedly came to assist. The bear swung its fleshy paw, generating a shockwave that compelled Haimu to raise his hand in defense, allowing La Bête to withdraw his arm just in time. To think that even a mere rabbit could not be subdued. What a worthless fool. Lai Si, who had always been at odds with Haimu, mockingly remarked, striking a pose before delivering a fierce kick aimed at La Bête. "I say, do you think I am invisible?" Le Cote, unwilling to let La Bête bask in the spotlight alone, gracefully leaped forward and executed a whip-like kick, sending Lai Si hurtling into the nearby dense forest. Following this, Le Cote transformed into a torrent of liquid, swiftly charging towards Lai Si and engaging him in a fierce struggle, thus establishing a second battlefield. Meanwhile, the previously restrained Jia and Si decided to join the fray, after deftly shedding his suit to reveal a checkered shirt underneath. He produced a deck of playing cards from his pocket, adorned with white gloves. "Shall we continue our wager, Sophia?" Jia and Si squinted, extending an invitation to Sophia. Sophia, feeling a sense of foreboding, cast a displeased glance at Jia and Si. Before encountering DeLuo, she had suffered injuries at Jia and Si's hands. And had it not been for the ability granted by the Jiawei Hugua, her escape would have been uncertain. "Playing cards, you say? I find that intriguing. How about a game between us?" Hizue Li Qian, also squinting, expressed his interest while stepping forward with his sword in hand. "He is quite powerful, so be cautious," Sophia warned as she grasped Hizue Li Qian's arm. "Fear not. I am perfectly capable," Hizue Li Qian assured her with a nod. Before turning to Jia and Si with a suggestion, "Would you mind relocating? This space is rather constrictive for a proper display of our abilities." "Certainly. The house accommodates all reasonable requests from the gamblers." And Si shrugged, skillfully shuffling the cards before resuming his grip. "However, remember, once you step onto the gambling table, there is no room for regret." A wild grin spread across Jia and Si's face as he repositioned himself. "Then, let the bets be placed." While the others engaged their respective adversaries, DeLuo was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Captain John. The clashing of flying sword waves and specially crafted bullets created a cacophony of destruction. Unlike the lackluster version of Captain John, who was turned into a zombie by Moonlight Moria in the original tale, the real Captain John was an undeniably formidable swordsman, his bounty soaring to an astounding 940 million. Truly a notorious pirate of this era. His strength could not be underestimated. "Boy, if you willingly surrender your possessions and acknowledge my superiority, I might consider sparing your life," John proclaimed, simultaneously slicing through a barrage of bullets aimed at him with his western blade. DeLuo scoffed at John's words. His face twisted in contempt as he retorted, "I have an immature suggestion for you. How about you bow and apologize? If you see me in the future, simply avoid me, and I shall let this matter slide." John was taken aback. Since joining the Rocks Pirates, he had never encountered such insolence. Newcomers typically trembled in fear at the mere mention of his name. "What an arrogant little brat," John bellowed, clenching the hilt of his sword and fiercely swinging it forward, unleashing an elongated slash that appeared as if it would pierce the heavens. A sense of dread surged within DeLuo, a chilling warning from his observation haki, causing his hairs to stand on end. As anticipated, the massive slash unexpectedly split into two arcs of sword waves, creating a perfect crescent that flanked DeLuo from both sides. Fortunately, DeLuo had prepared for such an eventuality. He swiftly raised his hand, compressing the surrounding air into numerous formidable walls that dissipated the force of the slashing waves. Nevertheless, the residual energy of the attack still left two deep gashes on DeLuo's body. "How insidious," he remarked, his expression filled with disdain. Chapter 126, Conqueror's hockey. To think that the illustrious Captain John would resort to such underhanded tactics as ambush, it truly opened my eyes. After successfully countering the treacherous split attack, DeLuo glared at John with indignation, dripping with sarcasm. Captain John, unfazed, shrugged with a smirk. "Boy, you're not suggesting we engage in a fair duel, are you? That is laughable. We are pirates, after all." Before he could finish his thought, John raised his western blade again, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards DeLuo, aiming to catch him off guard during his moment of distraction. However, this time, DeLuo was ready. His eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, he utilized the rare observation hockey technique known as Death Eye to anticipate John's attack, unhesitatingly transforming into a fleeting shadow to strike first. Buzz! As John closed in on DeLuo, a 30-meter-long sword wave capable of cleaving mountains surged forth, akin to a colossal tidal wave approaching. A potent aura of danger surged forward. In midair, DeLuo raised his golden revolver, enveloped in armament hockey, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a deep red bullet from the chamber. Execution Star Flame Dragon, let loose. At the moment the massive slash reached its target, the deep red bullet transformed into a colossal dragon composed of unending infernal flames, roaring as it surged into the tempest of blades. Upon contact, the dragon's head collided with the sword wave, causing its lengthy body to erupt in a series of violent explosions, obliterating the emerald green blade in the process. Amidst the billowing smoke, the near-physical flames rained down like a torrential downpour upon the cherry blossom grove below, stirring up clouds of thick haze. Without a moment's pause, DeLuo and Captain John both became fleeting shadows, diving into the swirling smoke and rain of fire, clashing continuously in a dazzling display. The dazzling marksmanship and exquisite swordsmanship unfolded in a relentless torrent as the sounds of bullets and grenades detonating filled the air, while the ferocious cutting waves wreaked havoc upon the battlefield. Truly, the infamous pirate lived up to his reputation. He was indeed a formidable opponent. DeLuo regarded Captain John with a grave expression. From their recent skirmish, DeLuo had come to deeply appreciate John's formidable prowess. Every bullet and grenade he fired was intercepted by an impenetrable wall of sword energy before reaching John. On the other side, Captain John was facing his own difficulties. Just as Dalu could not strike him, his own slashes were completely evaded by Dalu's Death Eye, each attempt thwarted. "No wonder you have the audacity to boast. You truly possess some skill," Captain John remarked with a grim expression. Though he was unable to gain the upper hand, he refused to be outdone in words. Dalu raised his gun, aiming it at John with a brazen smile. "If I lacked skill, how could I dare provoke you, Captain John? You insolent brat. A few words of flattery have clearly inflated your ego," Captain John bellowed, a surge of dark green lightning emanating from him. In response to this display, Dalu fully activated his hockey, coating his golden revolver and bullets with a layer of dark crimson. Following this, he stomped heavily in the air, propelling himself upward by several dozen meters. The black spear, enveloped in intense hockey and named Execution Star Gungnir, shot forth like a meteor. Its piercing force concentrated at the tip, generating a deafening hum as it hurtled towards Captain John's chest. Just as John realized he needed to evade, the spear's speed was astonishing, closing in on him in an instant. With no other option, Captain John had to brace himself with his blade. This is not good. Captain John had underestimated the power of this attack. He was sent flying, both man and sword, crashing to the ground and skidding for hundreds of meters before finally exhausting the momentum imparted by the spear. Could it be that this young man could match the captain on equal footing or even gain the upper hand? The pirates on the ground, engaged in a fierce battle with Sophia and Xiong, paused in disbelief, unable to comprehend that their legendary Captain John was unable to gain any advantage over a newcomer. "He is our most reliable captain," Xiong proudly responded, raising his hand to send a stunned pirate flying with a shockwave. Meanwhile, the fallen Captain John was enraged. He shouted, swinging his arm forcefully, and his aura surged to its peak, dark red lightning crackling around his black cutlass. A terrifying force radiated from Captain John, forming a circular aura that expanded outward, uprooting all nearby trees. Thud thud. The children nearby, who had come for treatment, along with some of the new pirates brought by John, felt their pupils constrict and their bodies tremble before they collapsed to the ground. Conqueror's hockey. Dallin narrowed his eyes as he observed the imposing Captain John, surrounded by swirling dark red lightning, his expression growing somber. Although the original text mentioned that in the New World, those possessing Conqueror's hockey were as numerous as the fish crossing the river, it was undeniable that in the world of pirates, those who wielded this power were the most formidable beings on the seas. Truly terrifying, the Rock's pirates. Dallin marveled at John. He had previously thought that only Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and the enigmatic Rocks possessed Conqueror's hockey within the Rock's pirates. To his surprise, even Captain John, who seemed relatively unremarkable within the crew, was a wielder of this power. Could it be that every member of the Rock's pirates possesses a Conqueror's hockey? Brat, to have forced out my Conqueror's hockey, you have every reason to take pride, John said, his eyes sweeping over Dalu with a sinister grin. However, it was evident that Captain John's mastery of Conqueror's hockey was not yet refined. While he could actively release it, he lacked the ability to retract and control it effectively, indicating he had yet to reach the level of hockey entanglement. Dalu breathed a sigh of relief. His fighting spirit rekindled as he looked up at Captain John with exhilaration, clearly viewing him as the stepping stone to his ascension to the pinnacle of the seas. Come, let us battle. Chapter 127. The battle situation. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, the snow-covered ground shaking as if about to be overturned. The entire cherry blossom forest and the western side of the magnetic drum island trembled from the clash of the two pirate crews. Doctor, are we going to die? In a small wooden house at the center of the battlefield, a child with a white bandage wrapped around his head trembled in the corner. As a child afflicted with a terminal illness, who had been pulled back from the brink of death by Dr. Blage, he was reluctant to face death again. No, I will protect you, Blage reassured him, his tone as steadfast as when he had treated them before. He retrieved a vial containing a moonlit, pure white potion from the nearby medicine box and tucked it into his pocket. Now, let us get you home. Meanwhile, the battle was escalating intensely. Unlike the ease with which Xiong and Sophia dispatched the ordinary pirates, Aisha, Rabadi, and Ryakit faced 3 of Captain John's subordinates, each engaged in a bitter struggle. To the left, be careful. Aisha, standing at a distance, sensed Haim's attack direction with her extraordinary sixth sense and instinctively warned Rabadi. Despite this, Rabadi was still a beat too late, as Haim unleashed a powerful hook. A rapidly spinning meat grinder knife followed suit. The terrifying cutting force erupted with the knife's rotation, threatening to shred everything in its path. Fortunately, having previously swallowed several steel blades, Rabadi's 10 fingers had transformed into sharp weapons, and with her formidable hockey, she was able to withstand some of the onslaught. Clang, 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 clang. The meat grinder knife clashed violently with Rabadi's razor-sharp rabbit claws, sending countless sparks flying while producing a crisp sound. You despicable rabbit, prepare to be minced. Haim cackled, twisting his shoulders before channeling force in his right hand. Subsequently, red veins spread across his body, with innumerable crimson lights converging towards his chest, propelling the rotating knife on his arm to spin even faster. Hell-crushing fist. The continually spiraling knife unleashed countless tiny conical air blades, sweeping towards Rabadi as Haim launched his punch. In a moment of crisis, Rabadi quickly activated her hockey to its limit, crossing her arms defensively in front of her. However, this time, her defense clearly proved ineffective. When a spiraling meat grinder knife struck Rabadi's dark, steel-like claws, its overwhelming cutting power erupted, swiftly severing several of her steel claws. Yet that was not the end. As the spiraling knife continued to rotate, Rabadi's fingers and half of her forearm were drawn into the blade, instantly ground to a pulp. Roar! Rabadi cried out in agony, but resolutely retaliated with a whip kick, her hockey-covered rabbit leg, striking Haim's abdomen with a resounding thud, sending him flying. What a pity. I was just about to completely shred you. Like a bouncing ball, Haim scrambled to his feet, a cruel smile etched upon his face as he flicked his arm. sending the remnants of flesh and blood clinging to the meat grinder's blade splattering onto the ground. La Betty, are you all right? Aisha called out anxiously, her gaze fixated on La Betty, whose arm was gruesomely mangled. Yet, La Betty offered no reply, instead gasping for breath to alleviate the excruciating pain coursing through his body. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted not far away as the ground in the heart of the jungle suddenly cracked open, followed by a surge of dark red magma that erupted from the fissure, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. One exaggerated battle, Haimu mused, astonished by the confrontation between Captain John and Aluo in the distance. However, while Haimu was momentarily distracted by the duel of the captains, La Betty executed a shocking act that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. With a crunching sound, he opened his mouth wide and began to consume himself, starting from his head, his entire being devoured like a cookie, until only his mouth remained on the ground. This was the hidden ability of the Tun fruit. The user could not only consume any object but also themselves, gaining the power to alter their own form at will. The sound of crunching continued. What on earth? Haimu, just regaining his composure, stared in disbelief at the solitary mouth still chewing on the ground. Suddenly, a small yet muscular white figure was expelled from the mouth. The La Betty, who had consumed and transformed himself, had now become a towering figure over 4 meters tall. So handsome, Aisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the muscular La Betty. Humph, all show, Haimu scoffed disdainfully, then with a powerful stomp of his right foot, he began to gather energy like a volcano on the verge of eruption. With his might at its peak, Haimu leaped into the air and plummeted downwards. His fist raised to strike down upon La Betty's head with the force of a mighty blow. Watch me turn you into minced meat, he declared. Yet, before he could finish his threat or land his punch, Haimu suddenly noticed a colossal white figure appearing to his right, which swiftly transformed into black. Stiffening, he turned his head only to be confronted by a fist enveloped in a glossy black coating. The center of the fist began to glow red, revealing a compressed cannon barrel peeking out from between the fingers. Great Cannon Fist. The massive fist, wrapped in the black coating, propelled Haimu skyward, crashing him heavily into the ground, which began to fracture into a web-like pattern. But that was not the end. The cannon barrel pressing against Haimu's abdomen, enhanced by Aluo, began to glow red with heat before erupting violently. With a thunderous explosion, a massive shockwave surged through the shattered ground, creating a deep crater with a radius of 30 to 40 meters. Thus, the notorious meat grinder, Haimu, with a bounty of 430 million, met his demise. At a distance from the heart of the battlefield, a swordsman was embroiled in a life-or-death gamble. The scars adorning his body and the blood-soaked fabric of his clothing attested to the perilous nature of this wager. Damn it, this little brat is quite the handful. J.E.N.C. muttered angrily as he observed the re-emerging Izumi Riki, his earlier composure now replaced with frustration. He was running low on cards and chips. As a user of the Gamble fruit, he could set various wagers in battle favoring himself through cards, and upon winning, he could extract a chip from his opponent, either robbing them of their powers or inflicting damage. In the past, this peculiar ability had allowed him to defeat many formidable foes, even making him one of the strongest warriors under Captain John's command, boasting a bounty of 620 million. Your ability is quite strange, but I have deduced that as the stakes increase, the wagers you can set must also trend towards fairness. Am I right? Izumi Riki's narrowed eyes sparkled with a rare glint of wisdom. In truth, Izumi Riki's intellect remained sharp even amidst battle. Oh, you figured it out. But so what, little brat? I still have 2 wild cards left, GNC replied, casting a glance at his remaining cards, his voice low. Without delay, he tore apart the 2 wild cards in his hand and threw all his remaining chips into the fray, establishing his final wager. In 10 seconds, the one in the higher position wins. No attacking during the process. The stakes are life. Before his words could fully settle, G.N.C. leaped into the air, employing the moonwalk technique to soar higher like a kite, a privilege granted by the 2 wild cards that allowed him to cheat. This rule-based ability was nearly insurmountable. Even Izumi Riki had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he leaped into the air in pursuit of GNC, who had taken to the skies first. Haha, I'm about to win. GNC grinned maniacally, as if victory was already in his grasp. I suppose I have no choice but to try. Izumi Riki muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, channeling all his armed color into the blade's edge. With determination, he thrust his sword upward, unleashing a myriad of crescent-shaped waves imbued with dark lightning that raced towards GNC at breathtaking speed. My style, Night Firefly, oblivious to the impending danger. GNC reveled in the anticipation of his victory, only to be pierced by countless blades of light from behind, leaving him with gaping wounds down to the bone. Plummeting from the sky, GNC clutched his chest, staring incredulously at Izumi Riki. Why? Why could you attack me directly? I said it so that attacks were not allowed. Before Izumi Riki could respond, GNC took his last breath, unable to comprehend how his opponent had bypassed the limitations of his ability. Yet, the reason was simple. The overwhelming haki could negate the effects of fruit abilities. Thus, the once victorious GNC, who had triumphed in countless gambles, found himself overturned at the gambling table. Chapter 128. The Song of Courage and the Exploding Fireworks. Dark red magma surged from the ground like a fountain, only to be shattered into segments by sword energy that pierced the heavens, transforming into droplets of magma rain falling upon the surface. Thick smoke billowed upwards, resembling a giant black dragon piercing the sky, gathering into dense clouds above Magnetic Drum Island. The earth cracked in various places, ravaged by alternating assaults of magma, flames, and solid ice, leaving the snowy terrain strewn with debris and charred marks. The battle between the two pirate crews had persisted for over 2 hours, and the western half of Magnetic Drum Island was on the brink of collapse, as if it could plunge into the deep sea at any moment. On the other side of the cherry blossom grove, Rikute was kneeling on the ground, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping through his white shirt, staining the black suit draped over it a dark crimson. Xiao Gui, are you feeling unwell from the poison? Reshaped into a lizard, Lays raised his tail high, his grotesque features contorting into a more sinister visage. You can only blame your misfortune for encountering me. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lays' tail swept out at an astonishing speed, wrapped in a formidable haki, producing a deafening whoosh as it descended towards Lykeet's head. As a user of the animal-type lizard fruit in its gecko form, Lays possessed not only terrifying regenerative abilities, but also a venom that could paralyze an entire body. Even more dreadful was the powerful and robust tail behind him. Honed through extensive training and enhanced by haki, its force could obliterate a warship with a single strike. Damn it, move. Lykeet's veins bulged as he strained to control his body, which was nearly incapacitated by the lizard's toxin. Fortunately, just before the dark tail struck, he finally managed to react, executing a roll to evade the lethal blow. Yet, even so, he was still sent flying by the violent shockwave created by the tail, tumbling sideways across the ground until he finally came to a halt. A cornered beast fights back. Lays cursed angrily, raising his tail to about 3 meters and swinging it in the air until the force peaked, ready to strike down. If this blow landed, Lykeet would undoubtedly perish. However, he remained utterly unfazed, continuously activating his abilities in an attempt to suppress the neurotoxic effects of the venom with high-concentration alcohol. As for the tail, it was suspended in midair, paralyzed, and unable to descend. I forgot to mention, in sufficient concentrations, alcohol can also be highly toxic. A faint smile crept across Lykeet's pale visage as he struggled to rise from the ground. When did this happen? The sudden sensation of paralysis and intoxication caused Lays' complexion to pale. He hadn't even realized how much alcohol he had inhaled during the previous battle. Alcohol tends to accumulate unnoticed, and the consequences of overindulgence render one as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Now it is my turn. With the paralysis toxin temporarily subdued, Lykeet clenched his fists, channeling all his strength to transform his body into a golden liquid. Beer, courage, anthem. In this new form, the golden liquid coursed ceaselessly around him, bubbling forth and forming frothy waves that showcase the liquid's exquisite fluidity. Within the liquid, countless bubbles entwined with hockey gathered in his right hand. Courage finale. Explosive bubbles like heat surged forward like a streak of golden light, unleashing a powerful punch from his waist and Alaze's abdomen. Boom! The surging froth and the hockey-infused golden bubbles erupted violently, creating an intense shockwave that pierced through Laze's formidable body and shattered the ground beneath them. Like heat gasped for breath, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he gazed at Laze, who lay on the ground with rolling eyes, his form barely recognizable. Like heat, utterly exhausted, lacked the strength even to raise his hand in victory. He collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows. In his weakened state, he could no longer suppress the paralyzing toxin within, his body succumbing to numbness while his eyelids grew heavy. Meanwhile, in the nearby town, the residents, sensing the earth tremble, rushed onto the streets, their faces etched with concern as they gazed towards the billowing smoke rising in the west. What has happened at Dr. Blagy's clinic? Employees with mushroom caps rushed out of the hotel, anxiously peering towards the west. Ibu. My child Ibu is still over there. A middle-aged woman in an apron dashed into the street, her cooking knife still in hand, as her ailing son sought treatment at Dr. Blagy's clinic in the cherry blossom grove. I knew that peculiar doctor must be up to something. Perhaps he is conducting experiments on those children. Otherwise, why would he treat them for free? A dubious-looking doctor with a small mustache leaned against the doorframe of his clinic, maliciously speculating. Who told those parents to be so cheap and unwilling to pay for our treatments? Look what happened now. Beside the mustache doctor, a pediatrician joined in the mockery. Thus, under the taunts of unscrupulous peers, Blagy became the villainous doctor in the eyes of many, inciting public outrage. Just then, the voice of a town crier echoed from the path leading to the cherry blossom grove. Children, several of the children have returned. Upon hearing this news, the parents of the children burst into tears of joy and rushed to the crier, clamoring to inquire about their children's whereabouts. Do not worry. The children have returned safely. They are at the town entrance, and they are all unharmed. The crier reassured the parents while raising his voice. Wonderful. Hearing that their children were safe, the parents sighed in relief. At that moment, one parent curiously asked, "How did the children escape?" "I heard a beast-like black monster brought them out." The surrounded crier stammered. Before he could finish, the parents grew increasingly anxious, each rushing to the town entrance to retrieve their respective children. "Ibu, are you all right?" After bringing her child home, the apron-clad woman scrutinized him carefully, her concern evident. "Mother, I'm fine." Ibu, who had narrowly escaped with a bandage wrapped around his head, reassured her, adding for emphasis, "It was just a fierce fight between two groups in the clinic, but thankfully Dr. Blagy brought us back." "Dr. Blagy brought you back?" Ibu's mother keenly seized on the point. "Did you not say a black beast brought you out?" "That black monster is Dr. Blagy. Isn't it?" The woman gazed intently at her child, questioning him. Realizing he had let something slip, Ibu fell silent, unable to deceive the mother who had raised him. "Sigh." The woman sighed, taking Ibu's hands in hers, and said solemnly, "Ibu, from now on, you should see Dr. Benjamin in the town for treatment, even if it costs more." "Why?" Ibu asked in confusion. Clearly, Blagy was an excellent doctor. He had saved him, but why? The young Ibu could not comprehend. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will bloom into a flower of mistrust. Chapter 129, Confronting the Heart, the Awakening of Conqueror's Hockey. In the clearing before Dr. Blagy's clinic on the western side of Magu Island, the ground, ravaged by waves of sword strikes, magma, solid ice, and flames, had been reduced to a pockmarked wasteland. Thick smoke billowed upwards like a pillar, piercing the sky and forming dark columns. Suddenly, from the midst of a thick cloud of smoke, two figures sprang forth, continuing their fierce struggle. Captain John, wielding a knife in his right hand, lightly brushed his left hand along the blade, causing the dark surface to be adorned with eerie crimson lightning. In a flash, he struck at Dalu with a swift slash, unleashing countless dark green arcs of energy. Dalu, furrowing his brow, relied on his formidable observation hockey to find a sliver of opening amidst the dense sword wave, skillfully evading the onslaught. This was the first time he had engaged in such a fierce battle with a top-tier powerhouse. However, this did not imply that Captain John's strength surpassed that of Whitebeard or Admiral Zephyr. After all, during his confrontations with them, both had held back, and the battles had been relatively brief, allowing Dalu to catch his opponents off guard with his diverse abilities. Yet, as the battle prolonged, the shortcomings in Dalu's stamina and hockey began to surface, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lacking sufficient hockey, he resorted to firepower. He raised 2 revolvers, simultaneously pulling the triggers towards Captain John's position and the predicted location of Death Eye, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets. Captain John hastily sought to evade with his mooncloth, only to discover that several bullets seemed to have foreseen his movements, hurtling towards him regardless. "What a troublesome little brat," Captain John remarked impatiently, brandishing his long knife to defend himself. Upon contact, the bullets shattered, releasing the seawater compressed within, which splattered onto Captain John's body. The second bullet followed suit, exploding and unleashing a chilling wave of blue-white liquid nitrogen that instantly froze the seawater on Captain John. The third and fourth bullets, alternating between seawater and cold blasts, struck him simultaneously, encasing Captain John entirely in ice. All of this transpired within the span of a single second. Seizing the brief opportunity afforded by this surprise attack, Dalu swiftly raised his gun, compressing the hockey within him and channeling it into the next bullet. The god-slaying spear Gungnir, which heralded the twilight of the gods, was forcefully launched by the father of all, Odin, spiraling towards Captain John's chest in a piercing assault. Just as the moment of triumph approached, the frozen Captain John suddenly stirred, struggling to swing his western knife, and the ice encasing him began to shatter. In an instant, Captain John emerged from the ice, but it was too late. He was unable to fully evade Dalu's strike before it pierced through his right shoulder. "Damn you, brat! I will kill you!" Captain John exclaimed, clutching his wound with his left hand. Yet he erupted into laughter, his face contorted in pain, yet twisted with ferocity. "Ha! Your full power strike infused with hockey is only this weak? It seems you are merely a spent force." Suspended in midair, Dalu, whose cowboy attire was now tattered and ragged, shook his arms, gazing gravely at Captain John. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Captain John had indeed forced him into a corner. At this moment, the hockey within Dalu could no longer sustain a lethal strike against Captain John. On the other hand, Captain John was acutely aware of this reality. Unwilling to forfeit such a prime opportunity, he raised his western knife and transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Dalu. Truly, he was a formidable pirate renowned across the seas. Captain John's combat experience was exceptional. Upon realizing that Dalu's hockey posed no immediate threat, he closed in for a close-quarters knife fight. 1 slash, 2 slashes. Although Death Eye allowed Dalu to perceive every movement of Captain John's blade, his body had reached its limits, rendering him incapable of responding, and he fell victim to Captain John's successive strikes. At last, having landed 3 consecutive blows, Captain John lost his patience, lightly pushing off with his right foot to retreat several dozen meters. He raised his western sword high above his head, with a surge of murderous intent and hockey coiling around the blade. In that moment, it seemed as if all light in the world had been siphoned away, casting a shadow over the sky. The cursed sword ank. In the next instant, Captain John unleashed a devastating slash, a massive arc of energy, imbued with ominous and destructive power, hurtling towards Dalu at astonishing speed. Suspended in midair, panting heavily, Dalu gazed impassively at the cross slash that occupied half the sky and advanced towards him, yet his heart remained tranquil. Is this how it ends? A chill brushed against his skin. A bard once said, "Death is like a cool summer night." In that moment, Dalu found profound resonance with this sentiment. He began to reminisce about the past, recalling his monotonous life as a corporate drone, the grand ambitions he held upon his arrival in this world, and the fantastical journey he had undertaken. He thought of his sister and all the companions he had gathered. Yet, as he pondered this, worry crept in. He began to fret over the predetermined fate of his sister and the future safety of his friends. He was always so burdened. Those connections and the futures he foresaw weighed heavily upon his shoulders, leading him to remain cautious and hesitant. He started to realize that he had never truly trusted his companions, but had instead borne the weight of all burdens and expectations alone. He had never genuinely integrated into this world, perceiving it merely as a fictional realm, viewing everything from the perspective of an outsider. This, indeed, was a reason Dalu could not awaken the Conqueror's Haki. He had never confronted his inner self, but had been propelled forward by an inexplicable sense of urgency and crisis. A pirate crew united by dreams, yet their captain had never truly held a dream. It was indeed a farce. So, what is it that I truly desire? Dalu began to feel agitated, searching deep within for what vision he truly yearned for, disregarding his fate. Suddenly, a perfect blueprint emerged in his mind. He envisioned himself and his crew sailing their pirate ship, reaching every corner of this world, ultimately conquering the vast seas. No, it was not merely what he wanted, but rather what he wished. Boom! Above Magdrum Island, the colossal cross slash engulfed Dalu's position, forcefully driving him into the ground. After a time, as the sword energy dissipated, it left behind two deep gorges that resembled a chasm crossing the earth. Is he dead? Captain John nodded in satisfaction, sensing no breath from Dalu. Just as he turned to deal with the others, his expression abruptly darkened. How is this possible? How could you withstand my strike? Captain John gazed in bewilderment at Dalu, who was slowly approaching him, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. One must reach the end of their rope to muster the courage to gaze into the depths of one's own heart. As Daluo advanced, he meticulously reloaded each bullet into the chamber of his firearm, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Not only did I perceive my own heart, but I also foresaw your demise. As these words fell from his lips, Daluo's aura surged dramatically, and a tremendous gale erupted around him, forming a colossal hemispherical vortex on the battlefield, within which crimson lightning crackled ominously. Captain John, his expression darkened, gazed at Daluo, who resembled a deity. He was taken aback that, in just one battle, his opponent had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 130, The Ultimate Victory. Haki is the fusion and extension of physical prowess and willpower. Misguided men are rarely. After awakening the Conqueror's Haki, Daluo's armament Haki ascended to a new level, ensuring he could handle the current conflict with ease. Previously, although Daluo had adeptly grasped armament Haki, he had felt an intangible resistance hampering his progress during subsequent training. The disparity was particularly evident when compared to He Quan Li Qian, a swordsman, leading Daluo to believe that his opponent's advantages stemmed from their swordsmanship over his marksmanship. In hindsight, however, the issue lay within himself. He had been overly fortunate, especially relying on information gleaned from past life comics, enabling him to strategize meticulously and secure an early escape route. This unwarranted caution gradually rendered Daluo hesitant, robbing him of the courage to fight with everything he had when cornered. Fortunately, being pushed to the brink by Captain John, Daluo recognized this flaw in himself and successfully shattered the shackles of his heart. Once his thoughts cleared, the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki followed naturally. At this moment, Daluo had assembled all the requirements to ascend to the pinnacle of this ocean. Overcoming Captain John was the final hurdle before him. Returning to the battlefield, Daluo and Captain John soared into the sky once more, engaged in a new round of confrontation. In a fierce clash, Daluo delivered a powerful kick, sending John hurtling through the air, flipping several times before finally halting his descent. Damn it, this little brat is truly troublesome. Captain John cursed venomously as he glared at Daluo, simultaneously wielding his western sword, which was enshrouded in a chilling, ghastly aura, skillfully slicing through two compressed air bullets that had been hurled at him. Meanwhile, Daluo seized the opportunity, raising his firearm and unleashing a torrent of firepower, creating a barrage of bullets that engulfed the surrounding space. I'll take this. Captain John's face contorted with fury, and the Conqueror's Haki surged around him as he infused his sword with armament Haki, releasing a sinister killing intent that seeped from the blade's tip, coalescing behind him into a fearsome apparition wearing a Tengu mask. Horiya Shikuten Shokagetsu, commanding the apparition, Captain John raised the colossal Shinkai blade. its edge igniting with ghostly flames that twisted the very sky, channeling this overwhelming force of spectral might toward Deluo, who hovered above. The sword wave, infused with Captain John's sword energy, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey, descended with ferocity, the dark green sword energy cascading toward Deluo like a torrential waterfall, cleaving the ground beneath it as if it were mere parchment. Yet, Deluo faced this cataclysmic wave without fear. He hurled several deep blue grenades forward, which exploded instantaneously, unleashing a deluge of seawater that formed a canopy above. C3 deep blue aria. The frigid air from the underworld clung to the waves, rapidly freezing the water into solid ice, creating a sapphire-hued wall that stood resolutely against the sword wave. Boom! The devastating sword wave collided with the thick ice wall, generating a violent shockwave and a crisp sound of shattering ice. After halting the sword energy, Deluo leaped upward, executing Qing Niao with a powerful stomp in midair, propelling himself like a cannonball over the ice wall and into Captain John's vicinity, delivering a fierce kick. Captain John tightened his grip on the western sword, raising it defensively across his chest as the Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey erupted simultaneously, bracing himself for Deluo's impending assault. Bai Shi Duo to Deluo's flying kick, with his knee enveloped in the dark sheen of armament hockey, struck forcefully against Captain John's right shoulder, launching him away. What tremendous strength! Is this kid a monster? Captain John thought to himself, crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt, pain radiating from his shoulder. At this juncture in the battle, Captain John regretted provoking the calamity that was Deluo, but it was too late for remorse. Kid, to have fought me to this extent, you are indeed impressive. But this is where it ends. Prepare to be vanquished. With that, Captain John steadied his breathing, suppressing the pain as he raised his sword once more. A dense and ominous ghostly aura emanated from him, forming a circular array of ghostly faces in the arena. Following this, the towering Tengu apparition re-emerged from the swirling ghostly energy, rising as the aura continued to spill forth from Captain John, gathering strength in its movements. Duo Du Guan Chuan John. Captain John's veins bulged as he exerted himself to swing his sword heavily toward Deluo, simultaneously commanding the Tengu apparition to bring its long blade crashing down. The titanic, ghostly sword nearly enveloped the entirety of the cherry blossom grove. One must admit, the swordsmen of the pirate world are truly exceptional. Regardless of their power, the elegance of their techniques is undeniable, especially for those capable of summoning the Azura apparition, elevating their prestige to unprecedented heights. However, Deluo had little patience to admire Captain John's flamboyant swordsmanship. Having fought valiantly thus far, he yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. In matters of reciprocity, let me show you the true might of my compressed fruit, Deluo proclaimed, raising his hands skyward and slowly parting them. Like parting the heavens, a gaping hole emerged in the sky above, revealing the device he had meticulously prepared and concealed. As the clouds parted, a colossal elemental dragon's head emerged, followed by a terrifying gale and the dread-inducing aura of Deluo's compressed conqueror's hockey. Captain John, who had just unleashed his ghostly blade, found his vision swallowed by darkness, overwhelmed by an encroaching shadow that instilled paralyzing fear within him. Impossible. That brat's conqueror's hockey has just awakened. How could it reach such heights? Captain John gasped in disbelief. Overcoming his overwhelming dread, he lifted his gaze to the horizon, only to freeze in shock. What was that? The elemental dragon's head, having breached the clouds, revealed the terrifying form of its massive body coiled within the depths of the storm, nearly obscuring the entirety of the sky. The true terror of this colossal dragon does not merely lie in its size, but rather in its composition. The dragon's head, forged from a multitude of C3 hand grenades forming the C3 hell furnace, its claws, shaped by C3 heaven's embers, and its magma body, constructed from C3 explosive lions. This dragon encapsulates nearly every flame-based C3 grenade wielded by Deluo, representing his most formidable destructive prowess. This is the Supreme Sky Red Sky Dragon Catastrophe. Captain John now found himself with no avenue of escape, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure exerted by the simulated dragon's might, rendering him unable to move as the elemental dragon surged toward him. Ah, yes, he did manage a desperate strike, yet it appeared insignificant before the terrifying dragon, akin to a mere crow challenging a beast of such grandeur. With a thunderous crash, the dragon descended from the heavens, and in the instant of contact, John's formidable slash was instantaneously obliterated. Following this, the dragon's head, composed of a blend of aluminum thermite at 3,000 degrees Celsius, plunged directly into John's position. Almost immediately, the claws formed from white phosphorus and the torrents of magma erupted violently. Without a doubt, this strike reduced the entire cherry blossom grove to charred earth, causing the ground to tremble, subsequently cracking the soil on the western side of Magnetic Drum Island, which had already been ravaged by 2 pirate crews. Amidst the violent tremors, the western side of the island began to detach, splintering into several tilting land masses that seemed destined to plunge into the sea at any moment. DeLuo gazed upon the fractured islands swaying below, nodding in satisfaction, evidently pleased with the potency of this new technique. He then firmly landed on the ground, stepping into the scorched crater, wearing a smile as he beheld Captain John, now reduced to a charred and disfigured half-figure, raising his hand high above his head. This act signified not only his victory, but also the complete defeat of the most formidable adversary in these waters by a rising pirate from the South Sea. This moment marked the ascendance of the name Portgas de DeLuo to the forefront of this ocean. Chapter 131. A turn of events unlike Luffy, who merely knocks his adversaries away without taking their lives. DeLuo shows no mercy to his foes. He is especially unforgiving towards 2 types of individuals: the utterly ruthless villains and those enemies harboring murderous intent. Captain John, unfortunately, fit perfectly within both categories, thus sealing his fate. Taking a deep breath, DeLuo, whose body bore numerous scars and bloodstains, eased the pain coursing through his limbs and trudged towards Captain John's side. Prepare to end the life of this notorious pirate. John lay in the scorched earth, resembling a lifeless fish, half of his body remaining in a state of grievous injury, on the brink of death. Captain John, you have served well as a whetstone now. Surrender to your fate, DeLuo declared, raising his firearm towards John's head. However, just as DeLuo prepared to deliver the final blow, his observation Haki detected 2 formidable presences rapidly approaching. Who? DeLuo squinted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, only to recognize 2 familiar figures. Vista? Bakine? DeLuo raised both revolvers, precisely targeting them, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. What are you doing here? Has Whitebeard also arrived? DeLuo had not forgotten that. Technically speaking, Captain John and Whitebeard were once comrades on the same ship. Despite their poor relationship, one could not guarantee that Whitebeard, with his protective nature, would not intervene on John's behalf. Vista and Bakine, rushing in, hesitated to respond immediately. Bakine glared at DeLuo with resentment, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of fear upon realizing DeLuo had defeated Captain John. Captain DeLuo, it has been a while. The man at your feet appears to be our captain's companion. If you could spare his life for the sake of our father, it would provide me with some justification. Vista interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Originally, Vista had come to reunite Bakine with Captain John, but he had not anticipated encountering such a dire situation, which left him feeling quite troubled. It seemed Whitebeard was merely on the island and not in the immediate vicinity. Observing their reactions, DeLuo began to assess the situation. You must be mistaken. This inexplicable aggressor could not possibly be your captain's companion, he said, pointing to the now unrecognizable Captain John, attempting to dissuade them from intervening. Vista exchanged a glance with Bakine, seemingly seeking his companion's counsel, as he had no strong ties to John and did not wish to offend DeLuo. In stark contrast to Vista's indecision, Bakine remained resolute, unwilling to relent. He even produced a small, charred piece of paper, no larger than a fingernail, declaring, "This is impossible. The life paper does not err. You had better hand over John, or Newgate will not spare you." Captain DeLuo, do not listen to her nonsense, Vista urged. Alarmed by Bakin's attempt to invoke Whitebeard's name as a threat, he quickly covered Bakin's mouth, understanding that only he, who had single-handedly defeated a pirate of John's caliber, was worthy of negotiating with DeLuo. In other words, neither Bista nor Bakin was in a position to assert themselves. What if I refused to hand him over? What then? DeLuo narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with lethal intent as it bore down on Bakin. To be frank, were it not for DeLuo's current compromised state, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this unwelcome woman without a trace. Bakin felt a chill run down her spine under the weight of DeLuo's fierce glare, instinctively retreating behind Bista. Captain DeLuo, given John's current state, he is unlikely to survive. Why not allow me to take him back? It would serve as an explanation to our father, Bista suggested delicately, reiterating his proposition. Just as DeLuo resolved to disregard Whitebeard's potential anger and execute Captain John on the spot, a sudden voice from the depths of his subconscious broke through. DeLuo, where are you? Hurry, Rector is on the brink of collapse. What has happened to Rector? DeLuo responded swiftly. He has been poisoned, and his condition is dire. Understood. I will be there immediately. DeLuo made a rapid decision, discreetly placing a micro-air compression bomb in Captain John's abdomen. You may take him, DeLuo declared, his expression grim as he addressed Bista and Bakin. Forgive us, Captain DeLuo, Bista said, clasping his hands in apology, while Bakin promptly leapt into the deep pit, gently cradling the half-remaining Captain John. Hold on tight, do not drop him. Dalu kindly reminded them, and, after speaking, he departed directly to join Aisha and the others. On the ground, Bista and Bakin, who were under immense pressure, exhaled deeply. At that moment, however, the tiny air compression bomb that Dalu had reserved unexpectedly detonated, causing Bakin to feel a sharp, needle-like pain, prompting her to retract her hands in shock. With a resounding crack, Captain John was flung to the ground like a rag doll, his life extinguished in an instant. John! Bakin screamed in agony as she covered her face. But it was of no use. How tragic it was for the renowned Captain John, who had navigated the seas for years, to meet such a comical end. After leaping across the shattered islands, Dalu finally reunited with Aisha and the others. Dalu, over here. Aisha waved at the figure in the sky, as if she had found her anchor. Are you all right? Dalu descended and scanned the area, relieved to see all his crew members present. We're mostly fine, but Rector appears to have been poisoned and requires immediate treatment, Sophia stated succinctly, supporting the pale Rector. All right, I will take him to the town to find a doctor. Dalu took the unconscious Rector in one arm and soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the nearest town. Meanwhile, a struggle was erupting in the nearby town, targeting one of the island's most skilled physicians, the eccentric Dr. Bledger. That Dr. Bledger is a monster. No wonder his behavior is so strange. Monster? What kind of monster? I heard it's a large black cat. A black cat? That's incredibly unlucky. It's infuriating that such a monstrous doctor exists on Magnetic Drum Island. If word gets out, the island's reputation as a medical powerhouse will be ruined. Of course, mere verbal denunciations were not enough. Under the provocation of both comrades and ill-intentioned individuals, several townsfolk armed with pitchforks and sickles took to the streets, demanding an explanation from the vile physician tarnishing Magnetic Drum Island's name. Dr. Bledger is not a monster. He has not experimented on patients. A soldier with a mushroom haircut interposed in front of the crowd. Humph, if he hasn't experimented, then what about the mushroom on your head? It's foolish to defend him at this point, a bespectacled man in a white coat retorted. Dr. Bledger is the best physician on the island. He has not experimented on anyone. You all are just looking for an excuse to exclude him. A child, despite their parents' protests, ran out and revealed the group's true intentions mercilessly. Yet the truth spoken by a child lacked persuasive power. People dismissed it, attributing it to his naivety, and the self-righteous adults only grew more incensed. This scene was not lost on Bledger, who, despite his foreknowledge, found the townspeople's reactions disheartening. He had treated numerous patients, even offering his services free of charge for children, yet he was met with suspicion. Such situations were not uncommon throughout his medical career. Few would believe that a member of the fur tribe could heal human ailments, especially one representing ill fortune as a black cat. With his head hung low, Bledger walked along a secluded path, preparing to change islands once more when a desperate voice called from above. "Dr. Bledger, please save my companion." Chapter 132. Ascending the mountain, Bledger cast a complex glance at Dalu. As a witness, he understood that Dalu had been passively drawn into this conflict and was merely acting in self-defense. "I have no antidote with me. We must return to the clinic." After a deep, contemplative gaze at Dalu, Bledger spoke. As a physician, he could not stand idly by while someone was in peril, especially since Dalu had rescued a child under Captain John's command. "The clinic near the Cherry Blossom Grove is likely submerged with the shattered islands," Dalu awkwardly remarked, observing Bledger heading towards the clinic. "Follow me." Bledger exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he turned and stepped in the opposite direction of the clinic. Meanwhile, at the foot of a towering peak, two legendary pirates capable of stirring titanic waves across the ocean were engaged in fierce combat. "Newgate, with your strength, what ailment do you suffer from?" Roger unleashed Ace in a powerful swing, sending forth a crimson-black flying slash aimed directly at Whitebeard's head. "Kuhaha, you certainly have the audacity." "Roger." Whitebeard wielded his Naginata and swung it upward with force, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated the flying slash. The clash yielded no victor, and the two resumed their fierce exchanges in the snow. The powerful flying slashes and overwhelming shockwaves reduced everything around them to dust, shattering 3 of the 4 towering peaks, leaving only one solitary spire standing. The reason they refrained from attacking the remaining peak was that it housed the renowned Dr. Korha, known as the Witch. "Newgate, we cannot settle this now. Let us call a draw for the time being," Roger suggested, lowering Ace's blade. "Agreed, but I want to be the first to seek medical attention," Whitebeard asserted decisively. "How about whoever reaches the summit first gets to consult the doctor first?" Roger proposed, pointing to the towering spire behind him. "All right." The combative Whitebeard showed no hesitation and readily agreed. Before the last syllable of "all right" left his lips, Roger leaped into the air, soaring towards the summit. "Cursed Roger." Whitebeard cursed the deceitful Roger, then thrust the hilt of his Naginata into the ground, using the recoil to propel himself upward. "Ohaha!" Roger clutched his straw hat with one hand and, using his other foot against the mountainside, leapt onto the summit. "Roger, you scoundrel, how dare you cheat?" Almost simultaneously, Whitebeard reached the summit, fuming. "Haha, don't sweat the details." Roger waved dismissively and strode towards Korha's clinic. "Impossible. Aren't you the best doctor on the island? How can you not heal him?" Just as Roger and Whitebeard were about to push open the door, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the clinic. "Quack! You are nothing but a quack." Hiraluk grasped Korha by the collar, seething with rage and indignation. "Return my consultation fee. I demand a different doctor." Upon receiving the grim news of his impending demise, Zililik forcefully shoved Kaleha aside and hoisted a massive box from the corner of the table, dragging it with great difficulty toward the clinic's entrance. It seemed that the timing was rather unfortunate. Roger, observing Kaleha's awkwardness as she scratched her head, turned to ask the figure behind him, "Newgate, where are you? Do you need something from me?" Kaleha adjusted the collar of her white coat and inquired of Roger. "Huh, I was hoping you could check if I too am afflicted with a terminal illness," Roger replied, scratching his head and politely giving way to Zililik. Zililik gazed at Roger with astonishment before, as if stung by his smile, muttered indignantly, "You're truly unwell." Meanwhile, outside Kaleha's clinic, Newgate had just received a message from Bista. "Old man, Captain John has been accidentally killed by Bakeen." Bista's voice echoed ominously through the phone bug. Upon hearing such alarming news, Newgate's mustache nearly shot skyward. "Bista, do you think I'm senile? How could a researcher like Bakeen possibly kill a combatant like John? I would sooner believe that Rox gathered a crew merely to enjoy hot pot in the New World. John is dead? What on earth happened?" Whitebeard furrowed his brow and questioned the phone bug. Despite his animosity towards the Rox pirates, he felt compelled to inquire about Captain John, who was his comrade. "Old man, do you remember that fellow named Duro we encountered on Whiskey Peak? It must have been him who defeated Captain John," Bista reported to Whitebeard with meticulous detail. "He has already managed to best John," Whitebeard exclaimed, astonished upon hearing Bista's account. although he had regarded the up-and-coming pirate Duro favorably during their last encounter. He had not anticipated his rapid growth. What a bikini. Is she not with you? Her? She wouldn't dare show her face again. She is likely aboard Captain John's ship, supposedly contacting some doctor to inquire about possible solutions. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard was well aware of the Dr. Bista referred to. After a brief pause, he instructed Bista, understood, return and regroup with us. Why? With money, why must I still die? The notorious thief Zilialik struggled under the weight of the box filled with wapple metal as he descended the mountain, grumbling in discontent. Half a year. Kaleha had said that, barring a miracle, he had only half a year left to live. Despite being over 40, he was more averse to death than anyone else, and the dread of mortality left him collapsed in the snow. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Blige, is your friend Dr. Kaleha? Duro, carrying Riakit, gazed in astonishment at the towering peak. Strictly speaking, Doriel is my pathology instructor. Blige nodded, then asked, do you know her? The renowned witch Kaleha. Of course I know her. I never imagined your teacher would be this illustrious. Truly a case of a master and an exceptional disciple, Duro complimented with high emotional intelligence. Just then, Bista, who had hurried back from the cherry blossom grove on the west coast, arrived at the mountain's base. Upon spotting Duro, Bista paused slightly, then pointed meaningfully at the mountain peak. Indeed, Bista's gesture sent Duro's heart plummeting. He had sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the mountain as they approached, and Bista's actions confirmed his suspicions. Is your captain up there? Duro asked Bista, his gaze intense. Yes, the old man is up there, Bista nodded and kindly warned. Captain John and the old man are comrades. Encountering him could be fatal. So, do you still wish to ascend? Taking a deep breath, Duro adjusted Riakit on his back, his tone resolute as he replied, of course, my comrades are waiting for me to rescue them. Chapter 133, More Terrifying Than Death. On the summit of Magnetic Drum Island, where Kaleha's clinic resided, Roger and Whitebeard had both completed their consultations with Kaleha. Whitebeard, as anticipated, did indeed have some health issues, the ailments associated with his body, heavily reliant on the powers of the Gura no Mi, had begun to manifest. The immense strain on his heart was a direct consequence of his formidable abilities. Faced with such a condition, Kaleha had no remedies to offer other than advising Whitebeard to minimize his use of the fruit's powers. In contrast, Roger emerged entirely unscathed, exhibiting not even a hint of a terminal illness. Kaleha remarked that she had never encountered anyone so robustly healthy. After accepting a substantial fee for her services, Kaleha promptly ushered Roger and Whitebeard out, seemingly exasperated by Roger's incessant endearments of old lady. From this, one could see that the future Luffy would indeed inherit Roger's proclivity for such endearments. The two men, ejected from the clinic, settled themselves beneath a grove of cherry blossoms, with their respective crews gathering around them. As renowned pirates who echoed across the seas, both Roger and Whitebeard shared a bond of mutual respect. However, the recent rejection of Rock's invitation had rendered their relationship somewhat delicate. Roger, how is your health? Rayleigh approached Roger with concern etched on his face. Haha, perfectly healthy. Without a single issue, Roger grinned, braving the wind and snow, removing his straw hat, brushing off the snowflakes, and placing it back atop his head. I told you so. That lad Duro was merely jesting. How could anyone with a terminal illness still be so sprightly? Jabba chimed in, patting Roger's shoulder and laughing heartily. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's side, several crew members, including the water buffalo Aterius, surrounded him, inquiring with genuine concern about their father's well-being. Kuahaha, old man, I'm doing splendidly. What could possibly be wrong? Whitebeard chuckled, relishing the affection of his family, yet he refrained from disclosing the truth to his crew. Roger cast a knowing glance at Whitebeard, but chose not to reveal anything. He understood the burdens shouldered by Captain. Cooley Iyer, where's that rascal Fossa? I haven't seen him. Whitebeard diverted the conversation, addressing a robust figure beside him. Hee, that lad must still be at the clinic. He was obsessively fixated on curing his baldness the entire way here, though I wonder if it will be effective. Cooley Iyer stifled laughter behind his hand. Ha ha ha. Cooley Iyer's words ignited a joyful atmosphere among the pirate crews, swiftly bridging the camaraderie between them as they embraced one another, embodying the spirit of a celebratory feast. Roger, how did you end up here? Surely, you weren't chased away by that fellow Shiki, afraid to return to the New World. Whitebeard said this while lifting a wine cup the size of a round table, pouring the liquor down his throat. Ha, that guy Shiki is indeed quite troublesome. But I'm here not to evade him, but rather because of a little brat who claims that I have an incurable disease. Which is why I've come to Mizu, Daka Island, to take a look. Roger similarly downed the drink with gusto. Kura la la la. You don't seem like someone who would fall for such tricks so easily. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, carelessly wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He mentioned something that truly concerns me. Sitting cross-legged, Roger patted his knee. Something that truly concerns you? Ha. Although he said I have an incurable disease, he also predicted that I would conquer the Grand Line in the future and become the Pirate King. Ha. Without a hint of embarrassment, Roger shared the words of that brat. The Pirate King? Ha. What audacity. But do you actually believe such words? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his mustache twitching. I'm not certain, but my instincts tell me that the kid wasn't lying. Moreover, I genuinely have the ambition of conquering the Grand Line. You plan to conquer the Grand Line? Karalalala. Rox 1T let you become that so-called Pirate King so easily. Whitebeard was well aware that there was only one ruler in this era, their Captain Rox. As long as he was alive, the New World would not turn upside down. However, I say, if you join our pirate crew, perhaps after Rox's plan succeeds, you could indeed become that so-called Pirate King. What do you say? Whitebeard suggested earnestly, stroking his chin. Forget it. I wouldn't dare get involved in that mad plan. Roger waved his hand decisively, having had a couple of encounters with Rox in the New World. In fact, Rox had tried to recruit him several times, but Roger had always declined. Rox was persistent, sending Shiki to follow him relentlessly, which ultimately forced Roger to come to the Four Seas to avoid the storm. I'm a bit curious. What kind of offer did Rox make? What could entice you to participate in his crazy artificial god plan alongside Shiki? Roger fixed his fiery gaze upon Newgate, inquiring. Rox promised that once he becomes a deity, he would fulfill the wishes of all of us. Whitebeard did not conceal this, openly revealing Rox's colossal ambition. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Roger visibly paused. However, he understood why Rox could gather so many ambitious individuals. But don't you worry about the possibility of Rox failing in his struggle? If he fails, what then? Wasn't that the case 800 years ago? It would simply be another grand cleansing. Whitebeard shrugged, his tone casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. But then Whitebeard shifted gears, stating firmly, he will not lose. After all, he is Rox. At this moment, at the foot of the Pillar Peak, Deluo, ready to ascend to the summit, boldly radiated his conqueror's haki as a greeting to Whitebeard at the peak. Being timid was not Deluo's style. Karalalala kid, you truly have some guts. Killing John and still daring to appear before me. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Whitebeard, sensing the potent aura emanating from Deluo, raised his club high, unleashing an even more ferocious and domineering conqueror's haki that instantly engulfed the entire mountain. This wave of power left the weaker crew members of both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates rolling their eyes and fainting in the snow. However, Roger, seated near Whitebeard, remained unaffected, appearing contemplative instead. The oppressive wind from the summit swept down, its terrifying force akin to that of a monster, overwhelming Deluo and his companions with immense pressure, as though a mountain was pressing upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. I told you, old man might really kill you. Vista shrugged, then leaped up, first to scale the mountain wall. Deluo took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and without hesitation continued his ascent, completely disregarding the death threats emanating from Whitebeard. Why? There is someone so terrifying atop the mountain who wants to kill you. Why still climb? Sure Lu Ku, following Deluo up the mountain, asked in astonishment. Aren't you afraid of death? He was perplexed as to why these individuals displayed such a disregard for life. Roger was like this, and so was Deluo. Are all pirates such reckless individuals? Clearly, death is a terrifying matter. Deluo glanced at Lu Ku, having recognized him as the future guardian of Chopper while at the foot of the mountain. He had no time to linger. He tightened his hold on the unconscious Ryakit and, with a determined gaze fixed on the summit, declared, "I don't care what's up there. I only know that watching my comrade suffer grave injuries and die before my eyes is far more terrifying than death itself." Chapter 134. The Miracle of Cherry Blossoms. Once, a notorious thief afflicted with an incurable disease sought healing from various doctors. Yet each hope was dashed, just when he felt utterly defeated and despondent. The miraculous cherry blossoms, in full bloom, healed him. Sure Lu Ku, upon Luo reaching the summit, noticed that Ryakit's nerve toxin was obviously overwhelming him, causing his body to convulse and show signs of shock. "I entrust my comrade to you, Dr. Brager." At the clinic's entrance, Luo entrusted the unconscious Ryakit to Brager, stating, "All right." Brager paused, but upon meeting Luo's clear and resolute gaze, he saw the boundless trust in his eyes. For the first time, aside from his mentor, Lady Iris, someone believed in him after witnessing his true identity and his medical abilities. It felt wonderful to be entrusted with such responsibility. Recently expelled by the villagers, Brager said with a hint of emotion, he never expected that after years of practicing medicine on the island, a pirate would unconditionally trust him. This reminded Brager of his childhood in his homeland, when his uncontrollable lion form resulted in the destruction of his entire village, causing his kin to drive him away. He also recalled how he and his mentor, Lady Iris, traveled to the town of White to stop the lead disease, only to be falsely accused by the local mine owner, who claimed that the disease was brought by this cursed black cat, inciting the ignorant populace to view Lady Iris as a witch and burn her at the stake. Trust, for him, a black cat representing misfortune and calamity, was an exceedingly luxurious thing. "Rest assured, I will surely heal your comrade." Brager solemnly accepted Ryakit, patting his chest as he spoke, then without looking back, he entered the clinic. "Huh." Dalu exhaled deeply, a wave of dizziness crashing over him like a tide. In truth, Dalu's condition was quite dire. During the fierce battle with Captain John, he had sustained several grievous wounds. Coupled with the exhausting trek that followed the conflict, he had lost a considerable amount of blood, leaving his lips devoid of color. It was sheer willpower that kept him upright, yet he faced an even greater challenge ahead. He still had to confront Baihuzi. In his current state, facing Baihuzi left Dalu with little hope of escaping unscathed. However, he sensed a powerful presence atop the mountain, offering a glimmer of opportunity. After slapping his face to rouse his spirits, Dalu slowly approached the clinic's entrance. "Captain Dalu, Captain Baihuzi, it has been a long time," he declared, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Jabba, who had been drinking heartily, excitedly set down his bottle and rushed over to greet Dalu. "Roger, do you know that kid?" Baihuzi squinted his eyes at Roger, observing the camaraderie shared among the group. As a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, despite any previous grievances, Baihuzi would undoubtedly demand an explanation from Dalu regarding Captain John's death. "Ha! He is an interesting tavern owner I met in the South Sea. The very one who prophesied I would become the Pirate King. A remarkable young man indeed," Roger responded, seemingly picking up on the underlying scrutiny in Baihuzi's words, subtly supporting Dalu. "A remarkable fellow indeed. Such a fair assessment," Baihuzi replied non-committally, recalling their encounters at Whiskey Peak and Drum Island. In just over a month, that youthful pirate had grown to such formidable heights. Newgate, gripping the Songyun cut, regarded Dalu as a fierce tiger would its prey, his murderous intent unabated. "You killed John and still dare to stand before me. Do you think I cannot kill you?" As his words fell, all eyes in the room turned towards Dalu, fully aware of Captain John's fearsome reputation, a figure who could rival their own captain. "Are you joking?" the boisterous Adomos exclaimed, staring incredulously at Dalu. "Ha! Dalu, you've really done it, taking down Captain John?" Jabba chimed in, playfully slinging an arm around Dalu's shoulders. Coughing awkwardly, Roger was momentarily taken aback by Jabba's antics, and then chuckled. "Newgate, are you mistaken? There's no way Captain John could be slain by Mir Jr." Faced with Baihuzi's overwhelming pressure, Dalu did not flinch, meeting his gaze resolutely. "Captain John struck first. His death is merely his own doing. In this world, must it only be him who can kill while others cannot retaliate. Dalu's candid words caused by Huzi's eyes to narrow, his conqueror's haki surging forth with ferocity. A glint of menace shining through his gaze as his voice rumbled like thunder. "You little brat, having slain my comrade, be prepared to face your demise." The almost palpable conqueror's haki erupted like crimson lightning atop the mountain, casting a shadow over the skies. Soon, Dalu and Roger's own haki soared to meet by Huzi's, the three forces clashing together and fracturing the clouds above. Meanwhile, Izumi and the others had arrived, undeterred by the violent clash of haki, hastening their ascent to the summit. "Hurry, there's trouble with Dalu," Izumi called, driving his blade into the mountainside, launching himself upward. The others followed closely, disregarding their injuries as they pressed forward against Huzi's overwhelming presence. "Don't go up there, it's dangerous." Shililik, having just made it to the summit, mistook their intent and kindly warned them, believing they sought to treat Kureha. Yet his caution fell on deaf ears. Izumi and the others continued onward, while Aisha turned to Shililik, saying, "Thank you for your concern, but we must go." "Why? Aren't you just walking into your own doom?" Shililik could not fathom why the injured group insisted on advancing. "Because our captain is still up there," Aisha replied matter-of-factly, embodying the spirit of camaraderie, even if her own strength was limited. On the other side, the clash of haki between Huzi, Roger, and Dalu reached its climax. Huzi roared, glaring at Roger. "Roger, are you declaring war against the Rocks Pirates?" With that, he raised Songyun Cut above his head. The terrifying power of his haki and armament haki, swirling menacingly around the blade, aimed directly at Dalu and Roger. "On this island, you will not kill Brother Dalu, I assure you," Roger declared with a hearty laugh, drawing Ace from his side and stepping forward like a shooting star. The two strongest beings of this world collided with the force of a meteor striking the earth. Even before Ace and Songyun Cut met, a tremendous shockwave erupted. It was akin to a cosmic explosion birthed from singularity, the violent sword energy soaring into the heavens, causing the entire mountain to tremble, distorting even the fabric of space. As the force of their clash reached a critical point, two waves of swords surged upward, cleaving the thick clouds overhead apart. Moreover, the resulting shockwave swept through the entire cherry blossom grove, sending countless buds soaring into the sky. "What is that?" Shililik cautiously peeked from behind a massive rock, witnessing the most breathtaking scene of his life. Beneath the tumultuous sea of clouds, an ocean of cherry blossoms bloomed like a miracle, while beneath the endless cherry trees, a group of pirates fought fiercely, driven by their convictions. So this is what it means to be a pirate? Chapter 135. The ship's doctor joins the crew at the summit of Tianju Peak on Magnetic Drum Island. Due to Roger's intervention, Huzi refrained from taking action against Dalu, merely leaving behind a warning that their next meeting would be as enemies before departing with his crew. Watching Huzi's group fully retreat from Magnetic Drum Island, Dalu breathed a sigh of relief, the tension within him loosening as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. "Dalu, are you all right?" Aisha asked with concern, observing Dalu's precarious state. In her memories, he had always exuded confidence. This was the first time she had seen him appear fatigued. "Just a minor issue, I have it under control," Dalu reassured her. With a pale face, Daluo struggled to muster a faint smile from the corner of his mouth, waving his hand as he made his way to Captain Roger. "Captain Roger, I cannot express my gratitude adequately," Daluo sincerely remarked. Despite his reservations about this somewhat dubious brother-in-law, he had to admit that he owed Roger a significant favor this time. "No need for formality, Daluo," Roger replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. He then added, "Having slain Captain John, you've surely made enemies of the Rocks Pirates. Until you possess enough strength to protect yourself, it would be wise not to venture into the new world recklessly, for it could prove perilous." "Understood," Daluo nodded, acknowledging the good intentions behind Roger's words. He had considered this himself, and, if anything, he planned to wait until the Rocks Pirates were vanquished in the God Valley incident before attempting to enter the New World. Seeing Daluo's reaction, Roger was assured that his words had resonated with him. He waved to his companions, who were still reveling in the festivities behind him, and said to Daluo, In that case, we shall part ways here, until fate brings us together again. With that, Roger and his crew bid farewell to DeLuo and his companions, departing for Magnetic Drum Island. Hours later, aboard the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh approached the edge of the deck, holding a tin flask of military liquor. Roger, do you have any plans for saving DeLuo, even at the cost of offending the Rocks Pirates? He inquired, leaning against the railing. Plans? Huh. I merely found him agreeable. Roger responded with a hearty laugh, a smile playing on his lips. You truly are something, Rayleigh remarked, slightly exasperated by his captain. If anyone else were to say they offended the Rocks Pirates simply because they found someone likable, Rayleigh would undoubtedly dismiss it. Yet, knowing Roger's nature, it seemed entirely plausible. Rayleigh, do you remember when we last encountered DeLuo? Roger asked, his sense of time notoriously erratic, especially for someone who often drank to excess. It was over a month ago, I believe. At that time, DeLuo had yet to set sail, Rayleigh replied, slightly puzzled by the sudden inquiry. More than a month, huh? Roger mused, recalling DeLuo's prowess during their meeting in the South Sea, astonished at how he had matured into someone capable of single-handedly confronting Captain John in such a short span. Rayleigh, I have a premonition that DeLuo will rapidly evolve into a formidable force, one that will be pivotal in dismantling the Rocks Pirates. As he gazed at the horizon, a brilliant star sparkled against the night sky, illuminating a corner of the dark expanse despite its faint glow. Shifting his focus back to Magnetic Drum Island, after Whitebeard and Roger had departed, DeLuo and his crew found themselves under the care of Dr. Correa, who insisted they be treated properly. Those who do not cherish their own bodies do not deserve to inhabit this world, she asserted. After producing a hefty sum of 30 million berries from medical expenses, DeLuo's crew received treatment from the finest doctor on Magnetic Drum Island, with service that could only be described as exceptional. This is quite the mess, Correa remarked, her cigarette dangling from her lips as she frowned at the extensive injuries covering DeLuo's abdomen. Nevertheless, she accepted the payment and skillfully bandaged his wounds. Beyond Dalu, the rabbit, La Béti, had also suffered significant injuries, with all 10 of its fingers severed by Haim's meat grinder, necessitating Correa's intricate reattachment of each digit. Given the complexity of the nerve reconnection surgery, Correa summoned Dr. Blage to assist her. Through their combined efforts, the 10 fingers were successfully reattached, and with some time, they should fully heal. Dr. Blage, is Riakit all right? DeLuo inquired, glancing at the adjacent bed where Riakit lay unconscious, receiving in 4 drip. He felt a twinge of concern and directed his question toward Blage, who was tidying up surgical instruments. The neurotoxin within him has been completely neutralized. He should regain consciousness in a few days, Blage responded while placing a vascular clamp back into the surgical toolbox. That's wonderful news, DeLuo sighed with relief, observing his companions sleeping soundly on their respective beds, his expression easing into a contented smile. By the way, are you really pirates? Blage asked curiously. What? Does it not seem so? DeLuo replied. Well, the pirates I've encountered before were nothing like those willing to risk their lives for their comrades. Those ruffians wouldn't even pay for Correa's medical fees, Blage remarked while cleaning the surgical table. Perhaps we are the outliers among pirates, DeLuo said with a hint of pride, a slight smile gracing his lips. How wonderful, Blage murmured, his mood sinking. For someone who had long felt a lack of trust, having a group of companions to rely on was invaluable. Regrettably, his journey had been filled with suspicion, and the only one who had unconditionally believed in him, Dr. Elise, had departed from this world forever. Would you care to join us? DeLuo tentatively extended an invitation to the skilled ship's doctor. What? Blage responded, taken aback. Dr. Blage, as the captain of the DeLuo pirates, I formally invite you to serve as our ship's doctor. Will we be so fortunate? DeLuo earnestly stated. Me? A ship's doctor? Blage exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Of course it's you. What do you say? Are you willing? DeLuo inquired, eagerly awaiting Blage's response. After a moment of silence, Blage hesitated before speaking. But I am a fur tribe member, and they say I bring calamity. That is not your concern, DeLuo interrupted, adding, you will undoubtedly excel as our ship's doctor. I believe in you. Blage gazed at DeLuo, reminiscent of when he had once asked Dr. Elise if, as a Fur tribe member, he could ever become an outstanding physician, recalling her encouraging reply. "You will be just fine, Blage. I have faith in you." As the night deepened, the silvery moon ascended above the treetops, with a few stars twinkling around it, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant glow. After a day of arduous battles, the members of the DeLuo pirates had succumbed to a deep slumber, drifting into sweet dreams, whilst the two doctors remained awake. On the balcony of the second floor, Kureha sat on a bench, holding a bottle of bourbon whiskey, relishing the gentle evening breeze. "Kureha, why are you still awake at this hour?" Blage called from the neighboring balcony. I'm getting on in years. I need less sleep," Kureha replied, a statement that was certainly valid coming from someone over 100 years old. Rising from her chair, she approached the edge of the balcony closer to Blage and confidently speculated, "Are you planning to leave?" Caught off guard by her perceptive remark, Blage scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. "It may be for the best. Elise's skills should not be wasted here on Magnetic Drum Island," Kureha remarked. Kureha raised the wine bottle high and took a few hearty gulps, her thoughts drifting far back to the medical exchange conference where she first encountered the young doctor who was her equal. The sorceress Kureha and the priestess Ulysses, one an epitome of pathology and the other a master of pharmacology, two shining pearls in the realm of medicine, renowned for their longevity elixirs and panaceas. "How delightful it is." Kureha, swaying slightly, walked into the room with the bottle still in hand. Chapter 136. Reactions from all sides 3 days later, at Kureha's clinic. Dalu and his companions had fully recuperated. Even the gravely afflicted Lykeet was now able to rise from bed and was energetically frolicking with Rebetti. "I say, can't you take a moment to calm down?" Dalu, sitting on the sofa, observed Lykeet, who was lifting a half-ton barbell. "No way. I refuse to be outdone by that wretched rabbit," Lykeet retorted, his spirit ignited as he glanced at the equally enthusiastic Rebetti next door, who was also lifting weights. For Lykeet, who had always prided himself as the third strongest in the group, the arrival of Rebetti and Sophia instilled an inexplicable sense of urgency, especially since Rebetti had acquired the meat grinder from Heim, significantly boosting his combat prowess. "Fine, do as you wish," Dalu conceded, realizing he could not dissuade Lykeet's stubbornness. After all, Blage had already agreed to serve as the ship's doctor, so any health issues could be addressed later. It must be said that Dalu had indeed struck gold this time. According to Kureha, Blage had not only mastered her pathology, but also learned all the formulas from the illustrious pharmacist Ulysses. With both skills combined, Blage's medical expertise had reached an impressive level. "By the way, why haven't I seen Blage today? Where's he?" Dalu inquired, taking an apple from the fruit basket on the coffee table, wiping it on his trousers before bringing it to his mouth. "Blage and Dr. Kureha have gone out. He is said to be entrusting several children he treated to Dr. Kureha," Sophia replied, taking the apple from Dalu's hands, swiftly pulling out an exquisite knife from her handbag, and patiently peeling the apple while continuing to speak. "All done. Here you go." Sophia handed over the peeled apple. "Thank you." Dalu expressed his gratitude upon receiving the apple, his esteem for Blage rising further. After all, such a responsible doctor was a rarity these days. "By the way, what about Aisha and the others?" Dalu asked, taking a bite of the apple. "Weren't you saying we set sail tomorrow?" Li Qian returned early to the Mermaid's Hymn for some repairs, and Aisha and Xiong are in a nearby town, claiming they need to buy a batch of carrots for Rebetti, Sophia explained while cleaning the knife and putting it back in her handbag. Just then, a rhythmic knocking sound resonated from the clinic's window. A newsbird with a satchel was pecking at the windowsill. Sophia, accustomed to subscribing to the news, approached the window, dropped a few coins into the bird's coin pouch, and retrieved a newspaper from its bag. Opening the paper, her brows arched in surprise as she read the bold headline: "The Destruction of the John Pirate Crew. Dalu Pirate Crew ascends to top maritime power." The sea breeze carried the news of Dalu's crew defeating Captain John across the waters. In the New World, within a palace built against the cliffs of Hive Island, Lox sat upon his throne, gripping the newspaper, his gaze fixed on the assembly before him, particularly on the towering figure of Newgate. Newgate, Did you truly allow John to perish at the hands of this brat without a fight? Silver Axe observed with a smirk, feigning indignation on John's behalf. I spared that brat because Roger saved him from me. I had no choice, Newgate explained succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further. For he understood that the Lock's pirate crew was merely a coalition of interests, and he owed no explanations to Silver Axe or the others. Roger? Is he the one who previously declined to join our crew? Locks, adorned with seaweed atop his head, inquired coldly. That would be him. Shiki, responsible for recruiting Roger's crew, stepped forward to respond to Locks. It seems your reputation is waning, Captain Locks. One thing is for certain, even if Roger's crew was an issue, now we have the emergence of Dallas' crew, which suggests they do not regard you highly. One of the weaker members of Locke's crew, known as Longbread, remarked with a hint of amusement. For Longbread, the death of Captain John, a companion, was not necessarily a misfortune. After all, John had always been in charge of logistics and had embezzled a fair amount of resources. With John's demise, it was uncertain where those resources would flow next. Silver Axe and the others dared to confront Newgate, knowing full well this was part of their calculations, and Locks, as captain, was acutely aware of this. Longbread, do not attempt any tricks in my presence. Remember, I still hold authority in this crew, Locks warned menacingly, fixing a stern glare on the cunning Longbread. After surveying the room and ensuring everyone was subdued, Locks nodded with satisfaction and declared, Bakeen has retrieved John's remaining brain. She intends to use it to try out the doctor's divine body plan. It shouldn't be long before John is resurrected, and logistics will once again fall under his purview. As for that fellow named Dalu, we need not concern ourselves with him just yet. We should focus on next year's God Valley operation. Once the plan succeeds, the entire world will be within our grasp. Locks clenched his right fist, brimming with ambition. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were deliberating how to respond to the myriad issues posed by the Locks pirate crew. This marked the fourth incident of Kaido plundering the Navy's scientific units, with significant amounts of petri dishes and nutrient solutions stolen. Sengoku stated, placing several documents on Steelbone Kong's desk: immunosuppressants, viral culture tanks, high-energy culture solutions. What exactly are Locks and his crew planning? Steelbone Kong glanced at the documents, rubbing his temples in frustration. Admiral, do you recall the scientist Vegapunk? These instruments and reagents might be linked to his theory of lineage factors. Sengoku produced several pages detailing the equipment Vegapunk had requested during his tenure with the world government, showing them to Steelbone Kong. Upon reviewing the list, Steelbone Kong realized that the supplies listed were highly congruent with the experimental equipment that Kaido had previously pilfered. That mad scientist is entangled with the Locks pirate crew? Suddenly, a figure rushed into the Admiral's office, breathless. Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, have you seen today's newspaper? A Navy clerk exclaimed, holding up a newspaper. In the office, Gangu Kong and Zhang Guo received the newspaper detailing the news of the Army's victory over Captain John, their expression somber as they absorbed the report. To have defeated Captain John, this Deluo pirate crew certainly possesses remarkable skill, Gangu Kong remarked, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Mashad Kong, this Deluo pirate crew has grown at an alarming rate. In a few years, they may well become a second Roger pirate crew. It is imperative that we eliminate them swiftly, Zhang Guo suggested with a grave expression. Initially dismissive of his old friend's concerns regarding Deluo, he was now taken aback by the rapid ascent of this new pirate faction, which had made significant strides in just over a month. Gangu Kong drummed his fingers against the tabletop, deep in thought, before slowly stating, instruct the Navy and the Grand Line to refrain from resisting the Deluo pirate crew. Let them swiftly enter the New World. I wish to see if this Deluo pirate crew can help us deplete the strength of the Rocks pirate crew. Believing he was devising a clever strategy, he could not foresee that this decision would become one of his greatest regrets, without exception. Chapter 137. Rest and Departure on Tsigu Island. At the coastal dock of the Mermaid's Hymn, Li Qian, come lend a hand and help stack these carrots into the water tank, Aisha called to Huchuan Li Qian, who was daydreaming against the railing on the deck. Aisha, have you bought too much? Inside the ship's hold, Xion was emptying the water from the tank to make room for the mountain of carrots stacked on the deck. It's fine. With Babetti's appetite, they will be consumed quickly. Plus, when sailing at sea, it's wise to have ample supplies for unforeseen circumstances, Aisha replied, straining as she pushed the cart filled with carrots into the water tank. By the way, where are Luo and the others? Weren't they supposed to set sail this afternoon? Why do I see no sign of them? After unloading the shovel cart, Aisha asked Xion with a hint of irritation, hoping to recruit a few strong hands to assist. Rekt, Sophia, and Blagey went to town to purchase instruments and medical books. Luo is helping Babetti acclimate to the mechanical arm we confiscated from the enemy. Xion wiped the sweat from his brow as he answered. Meanwhile, not far from the port, in the snowy expanse, two figures clad in red and white were engaged in a fierce sparring match. A meat grinder, how intriguing, Luo mused after knocking Babetti to the ground. Curiously examining the meat grinder-like mechanical arm, which bore a resemblance to the hockey arm of future ZFA. Luo immediately recognized that this mechanical arm was extraordinary. The high-strength alloy blade was beyond the capabilities of ordinary organizations to forge, and the advanced motor core capable of converting biological energy into mechanical energy was even more extraordinary. Vegapunka, Dalu murmured. After much contemplation, he deduced that the scientist capable of creating this meat grinder arm must be the genius Dr. Vegapunk, who was reputed to be centuries ahead of the world's technology. However, it was puzzling how this eccentric scientist became entangled with the Rock's pirate crew. Truth be told, this meat grinder arm was perfectly suited for Babetti, especially after consuming the munch-munch fruit, which would allow her to directly absorb its cutting capabilities, significantly enhancing her combat strength. If Rekt knew, he would surely be distressed. Luo chuckled, for, judging by the current strengths of the crew members, Rekt would hardly make the cut, not even ranking in the top 5. Setting aside Luo and Huchuan Liqian, it was evident that with the meat grinder arm, Babetti could easily surpass Rekt. Furthermore, based on Luo's experience witnessing Blagey transform into the Moon Lion, Blagey's power could not be underestimated, especially when combined with the yet-to-be-evaluated Sophia. Rekt's claims of guaranteed victory might be limited to only Xion and Aisha. Let's go, Babetti. Dalu approachid Babichi, who lay sprawled in the snow, patting her belly. He tucked the compacted meat grinder arm into her overalls pocket and led her back to the mermaid's him. As they returned to the dock, they encountered Blagey and the others coming back from town, laden with packages. What a coincidence, Luo remarked, raising an eyebrow at Rekt and Blagey, who were carrying numerous items, due to the destruction caused by Luo and John at Blagey's clinic. Luo had compensated Blagey handsomely to help him restock his medicines and medical instruments. That's a lot of stuff. Let me help you carry it aboard, Luo offered, compressing the supplies and several hefty medical tomes with his ability to transport them onto the mermaid's him. You can occupy this room from now on, Luo said as he placed the items in a spacious room, addressing Blagey, who held several glass chemical instruments. This room was the largest in the mermaid's him, aside from the captain's quarters, even larger than Blagey's previous clinic. Thank you, Captain, Blagey nodded, surveying the 30-some square meter room, feeling quite satisfied. As a pharmacist and physician, he required ample space to delineate his bedroom, examination area, and laboratory. Soon, with the combined efforts of Luo, Blagey, and Rekt, the room was swiftly organized. It appears this room might still be too small. Shall I clear another room for you as a bedroom? Luo observed the somewhat cramped quarters, frowning as he inquired. That's all right. This is perfectly fine, Blagey replied, unconcerned as he fondled the premium pharmaceutical instruments he had long desired but hesitated to purchase. All right, as long as you are satisfied. Luo clapped his hands and exited the room alongside Rekt. Such is the beauty of companionship, Blagey murmured, tucking the corner of the white sheets as he lay on the bed, relishing the warmth of his new surroundings. On the deck, Aisha had successfully moved several tons of carrots into the water tank, thus providing Luo with an unprecedented pirate ship equipped with a carrot cargo hold. As a carrot enthusiast, Babetti chose the room closest to the food in the hold as her bedroom, where everything, from the bed to the pillows, dumbbells, and carpet, was adorned in carrot colors and shapes. Such a devilish aesthetic, DeLuo thought, unable to bear the sight of Abadi's almost fantastical decor, quickly shutting the door behind him. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. After conducting a final inventory of supplies, everything was finally prepared, ready for departure. Just as DeLuo was about to issue the command to set sail, a throng of people emerged from the port, patients who had previously received treatment for Blaigie. Several children, upon learning of Blaigie's imminent departure, disregarded their parents' admonitions and insisted on coming to bid him farewell. Among the crowd was the young soldier with a mushroom on his head, whom DeLuo had encountered at the town's inn. The harmonious farewell resonated loudly from their lips, a commendation for Blaigi's years of medical service on the island. Upon hearing the farewell, Blaigi rushed to the edge of the deck, slowly waving to the distant crowd. It seemed he could hear the words of the lady, Elise, who had rescued him from peril before facing the flames. Blaigi, do not hesitate. Just keep moving forward. One day you will encounter trustworthy companions. Witnessing this, Dalu burst into hearty laughter, adjusting his cowboy hat, and with a charming demeanor addressed the bear beneath the sails. Set sail, onward to Alabasta. Chapter 138. The world destroyers strike back. The news of the sea spreads with astonishing swiftness. Within mere days, the renown of the Dalu pirates was sung across the oceans. Following Luffy's future triumph over Sand Crocodile, few dared to provoke the Dalu pirates. After Dalu's victory over Captain John, the naval fleets and other pirates navigating the first half of the Grand Line would wisely steer clear upon sighting the skull flag adorned with a cowboy hat. To echo the commands of the Steel Bones, the leaders of the Grand Line bases were warned. The Dalu pirates are not to be trifled with. Retreat upon their sighting. This circumstance significantly eased Dalu's voyage, allowing them to navigate effortlessly to the waters near Alabasta. Sophia, here is the margarita you requested. Less ice. Clad in a black suit, a waiter presented a cocktail to Sophia. How thoughtful. Rector, Sophia, dressed in a floral sundress and sunglasses, graciously accepted the glass with her delicate hands, her smile radiant. Rector, flattered by the compliment from the beauty, twirled around and swaggered into the cabin, shortly returning with a barrel brimming with orange liquid. Foolish rabbit, your carrot juice. Rector unceremoniously dropped the barrel before Rabbitai, unperturbed by the treatment. Rabbitai's eyes sparkled upon seeing the full barrel of his favorite carrot juice. Thank you, Rector, exclaimed Aisha, clad in a blue bikini, rising from her beach chair, simultaneously snatching a piece of osmanthus cake from Izumi's snack platter, serving as the translator. Who needs his thanks? That bothersome rabbit is merely afraid of dying of thirst from practice. Rector waved dismissively. On the deck, under the blazing sun, Dalu observed his crew lounging beneath parasols, sipping wine and tea, feeling a pang of imbalance. Bear, come help me steer, Dalu shouted at the bear, who was fixated on the last piece of osmanthus cake on Izumi's platter. All right, the bear, caught in a moral dilemma over whether to shamelessly snatch the last piece of cake, sighed and approached the helm to replace Dalu. How clumsy, Bear. As a pirate, you can't even muster the courage to seize a piece of cake. Dalu, having sensed everything with his Kenbunchika hockey, was dissatisfied with his intern's performance. Observe closely, Bear. This is the resolve of a pirate. Dalu felt compelled to impart a lesson to Bear, dragging over a wooden crate and sitting beside Izumi, snatching the last piece of cake from his snack platter, much to Izumi's dismay. How despicable! Izumi squinted, glaring at Dalu with resentment while holding his teacup. This crate. Dalu, feeling guilty, hastily changed the topic, opening the large crate to reveal the Wapple metal within. These Wapple metals had been procured from Hiraluk. Notably, this father figure of Chopper had miraculously recovered from his terminal illness upon witnessing the miraculous cherry blossoms. Although Hiraluk intended to gift the Wapple to Dalu, Dalu opted to purchase it at half price. With the money acquired, Hiraluk chose to retire from his previous life and pursue medicine, purchasing a house near Koreha's clinic, seemingly to uncover the mystery behind his miraculous recovery. Sophia, please show me the blueprint for the sniper rifle. I need to see what materials we are missing. Dalu turned his head to speak. Certainly, Sophia retrieved a creamy-scented blueprint from her fourth-dimensional pocket and handed it to Dalu. High-strength steel pipes, energy accumulators. Dalu murmured as he examined the materials listed by Aisha on the blueprint, noting that they were only missing the steel pipes and energy accumulators. Sophia, do you think this metal can be used for high-strength steel pipes? Let me see. Sophia raised an eyebrow, taking the Wapple metal block from Dalu and weighing it in her hands. Given its density, it just might work. I'll take some to test, Sophia said, rising from her sun lounger and heading into the workshop in the cabin. After more than an hour, Sophia returned with good news for Dalu. No problem. This memory alloy can indeed be used to create the barrel of the sniper rifle. That is wonderful, Dalu replied, surprised. Then we only need an energy accumulator, and we can commence crafting the sniper rifle, right? As for the energy accumulator, I can have my brother prepare it, but I need to send him these blueprints first. Sophia shared the second piece of good news. Send it to him? How will you do that? Dalu inquired, puzzled. Is there a logistics service in this world? Have you heard of Yomighty Logistics? They have a secret office in Alabasta, specifically serving those in the underworld. I can contact them when the time comes. Having navigated the underworld for many years and built a reputation, Sophia knew things that others did not. The Sea Current King's Deep Sea Current Yomighty? It seems they have quickly gained prominence in the underworld. Dalu mused, surprised at the familiar term he heard from Sophia. Let us hurry to Alabasta, Dalu eagerly declared, unable to contain his anticipation for the sniper rifle named Vivian. Meanwhile, as Dalu sped towards Alabasta, another gang of pirates was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Navy. A sunglasses-clad fisherman maneuvered swiftly through the waters, accompanied by a man and a woman, moving so fast that even the countless cannonballs fired from naval ships could not keep up. Sebastian, hurry up, or Woad will get angry again, urged Nikan, clad in a white coat, glancing at the time with urgency. Relax, relax, watch me take them out in one blow, declared Gala Ram, dressed in a blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt and overalls, leaping high with a hammer as they approached the naval vessel. The peculiar, colossal hammer descended heavily upon the naval vessel, causing it to momentarily halt its advance. Concurrently, intricate golden grids began to manifest upon the ship's surface. The immense warship started to disintegrate along the chessboard like golden patterns, shattering into neatly arranged cubes resembling blocks of tofu. Soon after, the entire ship, along with its crew, sank beneath the waves. Infuriated, a despairing rear admiral gazed helplessly at the sailors struggling in the water, cursing vehemently as he retrieved a blue and white communicator from his pocket. Calling the naval headquarters, "I'm under attack by the Ward pirate crew and urgently require assistance." He shouted desperately. "Assistance? I believe you will not need it any longer." A burly man, adorned with a horned helmet and a W-shaped mustache, seized the rear admiral by the throat, tightening his grip. Thus, the entire naval fleet was annihilated, with no survivors. Meanwhile, Sebastian returned to the Ward pirate crew's ship, carrying Nichine and Gala. "Ward, I trust our grand return from the New World was not solely to trouble these insignificant nuisances," Gala remarked, twirling his mustache while addressing Ward. "Ha ha, of course not," Ward replied with boisterous laughter, pulling out a newspaper from an unknown publication. The paper's bold headline proclaimed the mightiest firepower. Death Marksman Darrow destroys half of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom with a single shot. I've heard that a new pirate can fire remarkably powerful bullets. I'm curious, if I were to enhance his bullets using my Momo fruit, could it obliterate an entire kingdom in one blow? The naturally destructive Bondi Ward trembled with excitement. Ahem, but what if he refuses to cooperate? Inquired Brother Benjek, perched on Ward's shoulder, furrowing his brow. Refuse to cooperate? I shall compel him to comply. Ward clenched the newspaper, tearing it into fragments and scattering them into the sea. Listen up, once we capture that lad named Darrow, I will take you all to fire a shot at Marineford. Now let us set sail. Alabasta. Chapter 139. Divided actions on the 5th day since departing Magnetic Drum Island. The mermaid's hymn approached the vicinity of St. Ting Island. Darrow, I can see the island ahead. We should be nearing the port of Alabasta in about 40 minutes, Aisha called out, having set aside her carrot to tease Labette. In the ship's hold, Darrow, engaged in crafting special bullets. poked his head out and responded to a distant black dot on the horizon. Got it, Bear Rekt. Prepare to lower the sails for docking. Understood, Rekt at the helm, and Bear, stationed beneath the sails, responded with enthusiasm. The others had already donned their short-sleeved summer attire, ready to disembark at any moment. Sophia, aren't you worried about overheating dressed like that? The ship's doctor, Blagger, inquired, pointing at Sophia, who was clad in a red combat uniform and a tightly wrapped scarf. Oh, it's fine. My combat attire has a temperature regulation system to maintain a comfortable body temperature. Plus, with the sun so intense, I would quickly tan if I didn't take precautions, she replied, adjusting her scarf. I see. As a member of the fur tribe, Blagger lacked knowledge about beauty care and had no need for sun protection as a black cat. Enough chatting. We're preparing to dock. Come help out, Darrow urged, now dressed in a floral shirt, shorts, and a cowboy hat. It was said that nephews resemble their uncles, and indeed, Darrow's current attire bore a striking resemblance to Ace S, exuding the same sunny charm. Half an hour later, the mermaids had gently docked at the port of Canola Flower City. The enormous pirate ship drew considerable attention as it arrived at the pier. Lieutenant, look, that's the Darrow pirate crew, a naval soldier exclaimed, pointing at the ship's sails adorned with a cowboy hat-wearing skull emblem. The soldier's words triggered a commotion among the other patrolling sailors, who froze in place, staring dumbfounded at Darrow and his crew disembarking from the deck. It truly is them. This is bad, one sailor said, nervously tugging at his cap. How could they possibly come to Alabasta? Murmured the others, their expressions revealing their fears of Darrow and his crew as harbingers of doom. The leading naval lieutenant, upon catching Darrow's gaze, lost his composure entirely, as if his soul had departed. Quickly run. As ordered from above, do not engage with them. We will suspend patrol activities for the next few days. Let them leave swiftly. With that, the lieutenant fled, dragging his comrades along, disappearing from Darrow's sight in a flash. What's going on with them? Aisha scratched her head, bewildered by the scene. Perhaps they left the gas on at home. Darrow offered a feeble excuse, dismissing the matter as he leapt down from the deck. Alabasta is an ancient, vast kingdom located in the first half of the Grand Line, distinct from the numerous small nations scattered along the route, boasting a significant land area and population. Its capital, Albana, is home to 600,000 soldiers, making it a formidable nation. Presently, Darrow and his crew found themselves in Canola Flower City, a coastal port city within Alabasta. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day, the streets remained bustling. Various vendors lined the streets, selling their wares amidst a throng of people. What aroma! It smells delightful, Bear remarked, his keen nose twitching as it caught the unique fragrance in the air. It's perfume. Alabasta is renowned for its spices and is famous as a perfume country, Sophia confidently stated, having frequented high-end cosmetic stores. It smells incredible. Let us buy a few bottles, Aisha said, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Darrow, lend me some money, please, she pleaded, shaking his arm like a child begging for a toy. Seeing Aisha's lack of dignity, Darrow sighed and retrieved a stack of bills, estimating around 60,000 berries, handing them to her. 60,000 berries. You and Sophia can split it, he said with slight annoyance as Aisha swiftly grabbed several bills. Sister Sophia, let us buy perfume later, Aisha exclaimed, shoving the money into her pocket with a triumphant grin. Sound good. I also need to contact the UMIT logistics team. Once I send out my items, we can go on a shopping spree, Sophia replied cheerfully, dressed vibrantly with a black handbag. Darrow, however, disregarded the joyful exchange between the sisters, noticing that Rekt had remained unusually quiet throughout. In his memory, Rekt was not typically one to be so taciturn. Dalu's grandfather has an old friend residing in Udi, and he expressed his desire to pay a visit. Dressed sharply in a striped shirt and donning a black top hat, Lykeet hesitated before speaking. Udi, you say? That place is quite a distance from here. Dalu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, then lifted his head to propose to the others. Why don't we split up? After all, this country lacks any formidable armed forces, so we should not encounter much threat. As he spoke, Dalu retrieved some coins from his wallet and handed them to Lykeet, who planned to act alone. Aisha, how long will it take for the recording pointer from Alabasta to be ready? Dalu inquired. Approximately 11 days. Aisha replied, glancing at the recording pointer bracelet on her wrist. Then let it be 10 days. We shall reconvene here in 10 days, Dalu decided, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, there was little in Alabasta that warranted Dalu's prolonged stay. The only thing of interest was the historical text documenting the information of the underworld king within the royal tomb, alongside the 20 queens of the Nefertari royal family. Thus, it became evident that splitting up was the optimal solution. Now, we shall divide into 3 groups. Likheat will head to Udi, Aisha, Sophia, and Rabetti will handle logistics, while the rest shall accompany me to the capital, Albana. What do you say? After careful consideration, Dalu made his decision. No objections, came the enthusiastic agreement from all present. Hooray! Aisha, the most exuberant, leaped from the ground, cheering loudly. Chapter 140. The scholar of O'Hara Sophia, Aisha, and Rabetti, 2 individuals and 1 rabbit, joyfully dashed off to the bustling trade city of Yuba, indulging in extravagant spending. Likheat hurriedly made his way to Udi, clutching a paper bag as he set out to visit his grandfather's old friend. Meanwhile, the remaining 4, under Dalu's leadership, marched resolutely toward the capital of Alabasta, Albana, intent on retrieving the historical text lost beneath the royal tomb. Ideally, Aisha, who could comprehend the historical text, would have taken on this task, but her sole focus at that moment was on shopping in Yuba, rendering her unable to assist. Nevertheless, Dalu had a plan. Having lived as a Huashao person for over 20 years in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the concept of rubbings. If necessary, he could utilize his abilities to make a rubbing of the historical text, thus satisfying his obsession with collecting. Aside from a few coastal cities and several oasis towns, the rest of Alabasta was a vast expanse of yellow sand. Therefore, to reach the capital Albana, they had to traverse the endless desert. It's scorching. I feel like I'm going to wither away, Blige lamented, leaning on a walking stick, his tongue lolling out as he hung his head. Have some water. The distance ahead isn't too far. Just hold on a little longer, Dalu encouraged, handing Blige a water barrel filled with compressed water from his back, while simultaneously inspiring his crew with grand visions. A wave of scorching wind swept by, causing the bear to shudder. But then his eyes lit up at the sight of white ruins in the distance. Wonderful! There's an ancient city ruin ahead. Let us rest there, the bear exclaimed, bounding up the sand dune and pointing at the ruins nearby. All right, let us take a break and replenish our water supply, Dalu agreed, noticing that the others were also in poor condition. The journey to the white ruins, despite appearing close, took them over 40 minutes to reach. Have all the birds succumbed to thirst? Dalu observed the numerous white bird corpses scattered around in the shadows. This one is still alive. Quick, fetch some water. Blige hurried to a feeble bird resting in the shade, gently lifting it and turning to Dalu, gazing at the large white bird, which was peeking at him with one eye. Dalu felt something was amiss. How could a wounded bird in the desert be so clean? Blige, do not be fooled. These are deceitful birds, notorious for tricking travelers, Dalu warned, recalling the original narrative. Deceitful birds? Blige, caught up in the moment, grasped the bird's neck in confusion. Sensing Blige's disbelief, Dalu felt no need for further words. He summoned his conqueror's haki, releasing a formidable aura that swept through the surroundings. The birds, which had been feigning death, all rolled their eyes and fainted, including the one in Blige's grasp, which emitted a strange cry and convulsed, abandoning its previous feeble demeanor. Frustrated by the deception, Blige nearly dropped the unconscious bird in anger. Never mind, it's still alive. Although its nature is vile, it merely employs these tactics to survive. Dalu restrained the furious Blige, preventing him from acting rashly. As Dalu attempted to console Blige, a new discovery emerged from the direction of Izumi Riki. Dalu, it seems there are people over there. Izumi Riki pointed to several small specks beneath the massive white ruins. Damn those birds for stealing our water. A young man clad in white scholar's attire and a matching sun hat lamented, cradling his head in despair. Doctor, what shall we do? Our supplies are gone. A young woman with white hair and brown leather attire paced anxiously, murmuring to herself. Observing their commotion, A middle-aged man with hair and beard resembling a clover, dressed in a red and white striped shirt, furrowed his brow and addressed the frantic woman. Eurybia, calm down. I have already negotiated with the people from Alabasta, and they are sending someone to fetch us. They should arrive by tomorrow. We just need to hold out for one more day. The clover doctor reassured her, his expression serious. One day. The desert nights are extremely cold, and without supplies. We can hardly last until tomorrow. Another male scholar interjected, his brow knitted in concern. As an erudite scholar well-versed in history, the clover doctor understood Eurybia's valid concern. But for now, this was their only option. It seems someone is coming. Eurybia exclaimed, spotting Dalu and the others approaching. In mere seconds, Dalu and his companions reached the clover doctor. Who are you? Sand thieves? Eurybia brandished a dry twig at them, her tone laced with suspicion. Dalu remained silent. But as he laid eyes on the white-haired girl, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was not until he noticed the clover doctor rising from the ground that he recalled her identity. Eurybia, the scholar of O'Hara, Robin's mother. No need to be unreasonable. Eurybia, the clover doctor interjected, halting her impetuous behavior, and stepped forward to engage Dalu in conversation. However, before he could speak, Dalu interrupted Clover Doctor. What brings you to the desert? Dalu inquired with curiosity, directly addressing the identity of his interlocutor. Do you know me? The moment his identity was revealed, Dr. San Chao raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at Dalu with a puzzled expression. Of course I know you, the esteemed scholar from O'Hara and a renowned historian. I have even read some of your intriguing articles on ancient history. To avoid excessive elaboration, Dalu made a slight excuse. Is that so? His somewhat adoring demeanor was quite pleasing to Dr. San Chao, and their tone became more familiar. Through their subsequent conversation, Dalu learned that Dr. San Chao and his companions were invited by the king of Alabastan to translate some ancient texts. Mr. Dalu, do you intend to travel to the capital, Albana? Dr. San Chao asked eagerly, gazing at the group. Picking up on the underlying tone of her question, Dalu replied, Yes. We plan to visit the capital to experience the local customs of Alabastan. Are you also going? He feigned surprise in his response. In truth, after seeing Dr. San Chao and her companions, the observant noticed they lacked supplies, indicating they were likely stranded for some reason. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to have O'Hara scholars translate historical texts for free while also gaining direct access to the Nai Fei Lu Ta Li royal family. That's wonderful. We are also heading to Albana. It would be perfect to travel together. The impulsive Ord Bia exclaimed, jumping up from the ground upon hearing that they were on the same route. Dr. San Chao, as a distinguished scholar, maintained a more composed demeanor. Grasping Dalu's hand, she earnestly asked, Mr. Dalu, as you can see, our supplies have been lost due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving us stranded here. May we accompany you to Albana? The sincerity and seriousness of the doctor made Dalu feel a bit embarrassed, prompting him to respond with equal earnestness. Of course, that would be no problem. Wonderful. We are saved. Upon hearing Dalu's response, leaped with exaggerated joy from the sandy ground. Noticing that it was getting late, Dalu suggested, The sun is setting. Perhaps we should set up camp and rest for the night. The ruins here will provide some shelter from the wind and sand. Naturally, his suggestion received unanimous agreement from everyone present. After a while, Odia and the others erected the tent, while some nearby gathered dry branches and leaves to prepare a fire for warmth. Doctor, look what I found. A male scholar approached Dr. San Chao, holding a fainted, big, deceitful bird. This wretched bird has caused us to lose our supplies. Dr. San Chao exclaimed in indignation, taking the bird and throwing it to the ground. How did you find it? Over there, for some reason, many birds fainted. The male scholar pointed in the direction from which Dalu had come. Roasted. Dr. San Chao waved his hand, declaring the bird's fate. Meanwhile, Sheng observed the expressions of Dr. San Chao and her companions. Sensing something amiss, bluntly asked, You didn't lose your supplies to these birds, did you? The distinguished scholar froze, reluctant to answer. Fortunately, Chechen understood the awkwardness and intervened, patting Sheng's shoulder and saying, You shouldn't speak such blunt truths. Chapter 141. Arrival at Albana with a crackling sound. Dalu added a dry twig to the fire, sending sparks into the night sky like fireflies. The rocks here truly serve as natural grilling plates. Shone placed a piece of roasted meat from the big deceitful bird onto a sun-heated rock, releasing a rich aroma of grilled meat. Ha! If only Liqueur were here. We could enjoy a cold beer, Daloa chuckled, extravagantly controlling a liquid nitrogen grenade to release cool air, chilling some water to quench their thirst. Hey, these folks are truly living in luxury, a male O'Hara scholar remarked, watching Doyle and his companions indulge in ice-cold water in the desert, licking his cracked lips. Not one to be stingy, Doyle had plenty of water to spare, enough to build a swimming pool in the desert if needed. Doctor, come and have some water. He beckoned, inviting the O'Hara scholars to join them. He held a favorable impression of the O'Hara scholars, admiring their courage to risk their lives in pursuit of historical truths, which in a sense made them true explorers. However, they still lacked in strength. Thank you so much, Mr. Loa Doctor. Sandy Chow and her companions expressed their gratitude as they eagerly downed the water. Just call me Dalo, he replied politely, then pointed over his cup and asked, would you like another? Odiao paused, instinctively licking her lips, and shyly replied, I really appreciate it. The desert's temperature fluctuated dramatically. As the sun set, the air turned cold, and a howling wind laden with sand relentlessly battered their makeshift tent. In front of the tent, Dalo and several O'Hara scholars huddled around the campfire for warmth. Do you know what this place used to be? Dr. Sandy Chow asked while extending her hands toward the fire. Here we go again. Ord Bia and several O'Hara scholars sighed, rolling their eyes internally. While Dr. Sanchow was knowledgeable, she had a penchant for showcasing it, often launching into lengthy discourses after posing seemingly simple questions. Unaware of this, the naive Baloa enthusiastically inquired, what place? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it as Dr. Sanchow began to speak at length. This place was once known as Shahua, a famous oasis city in Alabaston. Unfortunately, as the oasis dried up, the city. Dr. Sandy Chow continued to speak endlessly, akin to a river bursting its banks, leaving Galo and the others to endure the agony akin to that of the Monkey King under the tightening headband. Just as Dr. San Chow was about to delve into the population statistics of Shahua could no longer sit still. Fortunately, having spent considerable time with the doctor, she knew just how to divert the conversation. Doctor, did the king mention what he wanted us to do in Albania? Oad Bia cleverly shifted the topic, and indeed, Dr. San Chow seized her lengthy discourse on Shahua. I heard that King Takola, the father of Kobula, a fictional character in this narrative, has unearthed a collection of historical artifacts in the royal tomb, which is why he invited us to come and take a look, Doctor. Sandy Chow explained after clearing her throat. Historical artifacts? They are merely burial items at best. Was it truly necessary to summon us here? Orbia, who had endured the harshness of the desert, scoffed. However, it is not mere artifacts. Within the tomb, a new historical manuscript was discovered, which purportedly documents ancient weaponry. A male scholar sitting beside Dr. San Yi Chow declared with pride. Ahem. Upon hearing the man's words, Dr. San Yi Chow hastily cleared his throat, interrupting him. Ancient weaponry? Could it be that the manuscript indeed contains information about the Lord of the Underworld? Daruo mused silently as he listened to their conversation. One must admit, Dr. San Yi Chow, with his years of maritime archaeology experience, is indeed a seasoned veteran. Even at this moment, he remains cautiously vigilant towards Daruo. The interruption from the doctor abruptly chilled the atmosphere, and after exchanging a few more idle remarks, the group retreated to their respective tents, leaving only Orbia and Daruo to keep watch outside. The two engaged in casual conversation, with Orbia recounting archaeological tales she had gathered, while Daruo shared his thrilling and intriguing adventures. Daruo, does this mean you're pirates? Orbia inquired in surprise after hearing Daruo's stories. What? Does it not seem so? Daruo raised an eyebrow in response. Not at all. How can there be only 4 pirates? Moreover, you are so amicable. How could you possibly be vicious pirates? Orbia remarked candidly as she tossed a uniquely shaped piece of firewood into the flames. Wait a moment. Daruo quickly intervened, snatching the firewood from her hands, scrutinizing it closely. What is it? Is there something wrong with this piece of wood? Orbia asked, puzzled. I have a plan. I know how we can reach Albana swiftly. Daruo gripped the piece of wood tightly, a radiant smile gracing his face as he began to explain. Have you ever heard of sand sledge? It is a unique mode of transportation in Alabasta, somewhat akin to a boat, but capable of gliding across the desert with the aid of wind. As he reminisced about the original text, Daruo continued. Where did you find this? Let's see if we can locate a complete sand sledge tomorrow. That way, we could traverse this desert quickly. Daruo spoke with confidence. Indeed, it is rather unusual. Orbia gazed at Daruo, who was speaking so eloquently, and finally sighed. What seems unusual? Now, it was Daruo's turn to be bewildered. With such knowledge of something so obscure, you hardly seem like a pirate. You appear more like a scholar. Orbia said with a smile. The night passed without further conversation, and after completing their shift, Daruo and Orbia returned to their tents to rest. The following morning, Daruo rallied his companions to search the ruins of the ancient city, and indeed, they discovered 3 relatively intact sand sledges. After a simple repair using ropes and nails, they set off across the desert aboard the sledges. Blagi gazed at the distant city walls constructed of yellow earth and the bustling town, exclaiming, "Is this Albana? How splendid!" Chapter 142. The water-scarce Albana in the streets of Albana, a faint aroma of masala lingered in the air, which Daruo found quite unsettling. However, this was to be expected, as the nation of Alabasta was modeled after a certain curry country from a past life. Amazing! There's so many people. Xiong, hailing from the impoverished kingdom of Seoul Bay, marveled, having never witnessed such a prosperous street and the closely packed buildings. Of course, this is Alabasta, Orbia replied, patting Xiong's shoulder as if it were the most natural thing. Meanwhile, Dr. San Yichao began to elaborate. Alabasta is one of the few superpowers along the Grand Line, and even among the 50 nations of the world government, it ranks among the foremost. All this is closely tied to the wise ruler of Alabasta. The doctor spoke at length, seemingly intent on extolling Nefertari Tycho as a noble king. However, the words fell on deaf ears among the townsfolk. A middle-aged woman, balancing a stack of flatbreads atop her head, rolled her eyes at the doctor's rhetoric, muttering, "Bah, bah, bah, a wise ruler, you say? That scoundrel of a king has no idea how many lives he has claimed. Several oases have dried up due to his angering the ancestors, and now, outside Albana, there are throngs of refugees." Having spoken, the woman shoved Dr. San Yichao aside and approached a shop displaying a large white plastic barrel, inquiring of a shopkeeper, "How much is water now?" In this arid region of Albana, there is no stable source of drinking water aside from rain. The populace relies on deep wells for their water supply. However, since King Tycho unearthed the tomb of the former king, it has been several months without rain, and the deep wells have begun to run dry, while the rains keep falling in Yuba. The townsfolk say it is King Tycho's disturbance of the former king's rest that has invoked a curse, diverting Albana's rainwater to distant Yuba. 300 berries for a liter of water. The shopkeeper emerged from the shop, announcing, 300 berries. Why don't you go rob someone instead? The woman glared at the shopkeeper, her eyes wide with disbelief. There's nothing I can do. As you know, the curse of the desert brought on by the king's offense to the ancestors means the water must be transported from Yuba, making it exceedingly precious. The shopkeeper patted the white water barrel behind him, producing a sharp sound. Sigh, they'll take half a jar. The woman, realizing the truth of the shopkeeper's words, sighed in resignation, removing the clay pot from her head and pulling out several berries from her belongings, lamenting, "I truly do not know how to survive these days." As if to corroborate her claims, a gaunt man, his ribs protruding, crawled to the water vendor's feet, extending a hand in desperation. "Please, grant me some water. I am on the verge of dying of thirst. Get away, get away. Do you have any idea how much I paid for this water?" The water vendor waved his hand dismissively, a look of disgust on his face. "How can you be so heartless? He is dying of thirst." Blagi glared at the water vendor, his eyes seeming to blaze with fury. "What does his death have to do with me? I did not cause his demise. If there is blame, it lies with that king who provoked the curse." The water vendor retorted defiantly, "Have mercy and save us. Otherwise, take my child. He is young and cannot drink much water, and he can help you with work." A similarly emaciated woman, her head wrapped in rags, pushed her child towards the shopkeeper. "Do not bother me. There are too many refugees outside, and those who can work have already been taken as slaves. The rest of you are either too old, weak, or ill," the shopkeeper declared, summoning several guards wielding steel blades from the shop to drive away the desperate water seekers. "This is truly a tragedy." The woman who purchased half a jar of clear water from the vendor gazed sorrowfully at the refugees, contemplating her own limitations as she had several children at home. "Deluo, do we have enough water?" she inquired. "If we do, I wish to assist them." Bileji, observing the distressed refugees nearby, spoke earnestly. "Certainly, more than enough," Deluo replied, patting the water container hanging at his waist with a smile, before handing the compacted water vessel to Bileji. "Thank you," Bileji said solemnly as he took the water container and hastily joined the group of refugees, with Deluo and the others following him to the gathering on the western outskirts of the city. "I have water here. Everyone can come and receive it for free," Bileji announced, setting up a table and calling out to the hundreds of makeshift tents. In an instant, countless emaciated heads timidly emerged from the tents, curiously gazing at the figure cloaked in black, resembling brittle branches yearning for vitality. As they beheld the array of water bowls on the table, they seemed to awaken, rushing towards Bileji's water station with frenzied desperation. "Water, give me water," a refugee managed to croak from a parched throat. "There's plenty for everyone. Don't push." Bileji reassured the throng surrounding the table. However, his words had little effect, as the desperate refugees, having fled the parched oasis city, became even more frantic in their attempts to reach the table. "This cannot continue." Deluo observed the chaos of shoving and snatching and patted He Quan Li Qian's shoulder, instructing Li Qian, "Please help restore order." He Quan Li Qian nodded in acknowledgement, cradling He Quan Shou Jian, and stepped in front of Bileji, drawing his gleaming blade without hesitation. "Form a line, or face dire consequences." His blunt yet effective words swiftly quelled the disorderly crowd. "We should assist as well," Our B said, rallying several other scholars from Ao Hala to help Bileji distribute water. "Wait a moment," Deluo called out to Our B, instructing her, "Go tell Bileji not to be stingy. Fill every container the refugees use to collect water." "But won't that deplete our supply quickly? What will we do afterward?" Our B questioned, perplexed by Deluo's directive. "Do not worry. I have a plan," Deluo replied enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate further. Thus, through the combined efforts of Bileji and Our B, over 1,000 refugees received ample drinking water. With some refugees spreading the word, many more parched citizens arrived for water. "Magic bucket," exclaimed the last person in line, pointing at the seemingly inexhaustible vessel in Bileji's hands. Meanwhile, the legend of the magic bucket began to circulate throughout Albarna, as everyone became aware of the miraculous container that could endlessly dispense water. After the distribution concluded, Deluo and his companions sought refuge in a local inn as their base in Albarna. That night, Deluo gathered everyone in the room. "How much water is left in the bucket?" Deluo asked Bileji, who was seated on the bed. "Only 1/5 remains," Bileji replied, frowning as he patted the container. "Have we consumed that much?" Deluo raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Only Deluo knew the true capacity of the water bucket, which held the equivalent of 2 swimming pools worth of clear water, now diminished so significantly. "Indeed, it is depleting far too quickly," Bileji acknowledged, glancing at Deluo before continuing. "Tomorrow we must limit each person to 1 bowl of water." Our B's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from everyone present, except for Deluo. "No, tomorrow we will continue to offer water without limits," Deluo asserted firmly. "But our supply is insufficient," Our B protested. "I will devise a solution. We must ensure everyone believes in the existence of a magic vessel that can endlessly dispense water," Deluo declared, securing the bucket back at his waist and addressing everyone in the room. "Why? Does that even make sense?" An Ao Hala scholar questioned, reflecting the confusion of the group. To them, a single bowl of water per day seemed sufficient to sustain their lives, so why provide unlimited access? Deluo smiled, explaining to the bewildered crowd, "If we do not act this way, How could the water merchants in the city ever lower their prices? Moreover, those responsible for the water shortage in Albarna would undoubtedly create trouble for us if they saw a truly magic vessel capable of continuous water supply. Chapter 143. The Lamp? Deluo, are you suggesting that the water shortage in Albarna is due to someone's machinations? Biolagi exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table in indignation. As a physician, especially after witnessing the horrors of lead poisoning in by G-Town, he could not abide by the thought of human lives being recklessly disregarded. But is that even possible? Auerbia questioned, skeptical that anyone could control a city's water supply while allowing it to dry up for an extended period. Absolutely possible, Deluo responded with unwavering conviction. He recalled that in the original narrative, there existed a remarkable substance in the Alabaster region capable of summoning rain to a specific area, albeit at the cost of prolonged drought in others. Dancing powder. Before Deluo could elaborate, the knowledgeable Dr. San Yichao interjected with the answer Deluo sought, his expression darkening as he continued. That substance has not been seen since it was banned 70 years ago. As for what I know, the current situation undoubtedly indicates foul play, Deluo shrugged. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, he dismissed any notions of ancient curses, firmly believing that someone was surreptitiously employing dancing powder on a large scale in Yuba, causing the downwind Albarna to suffer from persistent drought. So Dandy, as Deluo spoke, a phone insect in his pocket began to buzz. Deluo, I have made progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Sophia's voice came through once the call connected. What is the situation? Deluo raised an eyebrow, signaling for silence among the others in the room. Just as you suspected, the water transporters are all under the influence of someone named UC. He is the largest slave owner and trader in Yuba, and it is said that his uncle is the chief minister of the Alabasta kingdom. Yuhi, Sophia replied, reclining with her legs draped over the inn's desk. It seems these two are the culprits, Deluo pondered, stroking his chin. He then instructed Sophia, please investigate this UC character further and see if anyone in the vicinity of Yuba is producing any peculiar powder. Understood, Sophia affirmed, continuing, after our investigation. We will head to Albarna to meet you. The blueprints have already been dispatched. Without any other matters, we have no reason to linger in Yuba. Deluo raised his eyebrows and recalled the mischievous young lady, Aisha, and with a smile, he inquired of Sophia, did Aisha not mention buying a significant amount in Yuba? It is raining incessantly here, as if the heavens have sprung a leak. Upon hearing Deluo's words, Aisha, who was nearby, rolled around on the bed in frustration. Once you have resolved your matters, do come to Alba, Deluo cheerfully suggested. What is the situation? After Deluo hung up the phone, Blager eagerly asked, while Orbia and the others looked at Deluo with intense anticipation. Deluo did not conceal the truth. He recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. It turned out that a minister from Alabaston was behind the mischief. Upon hearing the name Yuha, Orbia appeared somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Dr. Clover pondered more deeply, furrowing his brow as he remarked, that minister named Yuha is stirring rumors about Takora offending the ancestors, gathering so many slaves and driving the old, sick, and weak into Alba, seemingly plotting a rebellion. What should we do? Blager asked, casting his gaze toward the stalwart Deluo. Fear not. We shall ensure our water supply is sufficient. The ones who panic will not be us. Deluo laughed heartily, then took a water-storing wooden barrel and stepped outside. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the issue of water. As long as the water supply was ample, the rumors surrounding the magic jar could persist, and the citizens of Alba would not succumb to panic. Those who sold water at exorbitant prices to exploit the wealth of Alba's populace would surely be unsettled. At that point, Yuha, lurking in the shadows, would undoubtedly emerge to confront them. In the following days, Blager continued to distribute water, and the number of people fetching water grew increasingly vast. Were it not for Deluo bringing nearly 100 seawater grenades and purifying a considerable amount of drinking water through distillation, they would have indeed faced a shortage. After several days of water distribution, the effects became apparent. The citizens of Alba began to believe that a magic jar truly existed, capable of providing an inexhaustible water supply. Boss, we haven't sold any water for several days. What should we do? The payment deadline is approaching. An employee at a water-selling shop frowned as he gazed at the long queue for water not far away. What should we do? How should I know? What on earth is that magic jar? Damn it. A portly water merchant grimaced in response. Most of the water merchants in the city were under Yuha's command, tasked with two simple objectives: to sell water at high prices to exploit the populace and raise sufficient funds to support Yuha's army of refugees outside, while simultaneously spreading detrimental rumors about the late king to prepare for the impending rebellion. No, I must seek out Minister Yuha. The water merchant, realizing that the promised wealth from Yuha's rebellion was slipping away, gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, news regarding the magic jar had already reached the palace. Father, there is a group in the west of the city distributing water, claiming they possess a magic jar that can endlessly pour out water. The young Kabura excitedly reported to Takora, seated upon the throne. As the sole heir to Alabaston, Kabura had lost considerable sleep over the city's water shortage, and Aluo's water distribution had indeed alleviated his pressing concerns. However, King Takura had a different perspective. The aged monarch, adorned with a golden crown, was preoccupied solely with matters concerning his ancestors' tomb. While perusing an ancient text unearthed from a tomb, Takora paid little heed to Kabura's report and instead directed his attention to Yuha, who stood nearby, asking, "Yuha, have we received any news from the scholars in O'Hara?" "Not yet. The rescue team is still searching in the desert and has yet to locate the doctor and his companions," Yuha reported, his head bowed slightly, dressed in fine garments. Father, Kabura, witnessing his once wise father now consumed by the obsession with the ancestral tomb, neglecting the suffering of the citizens, could not help but exclaim loudly, "Kabura, do not be unreasonable. Yuha and I are discussing a matter of great importance." Takora rebuked Kabura, who had been somewhat disrespectful, frowning at him. Meanwhile, the cunning Yuha seized the opportunity to further his agenda, addressing Takora. "The Prince Kabura is merely anxious. However, the magic jar in the west of the city is likely nothing more than a baseless rumor. Allow me, an old minister, to handle this matter." Yuha smiled benignly, ostensibly defending Kabura, but deftly taking control of the situation. "Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Yuha." Takora nodded slightly at Yuha before returning to his private chambers. After exchanging pleasantries with Kabura, Yuha departed the palace. "Curse him." Kabura pounded his thigh in frustration as he watched Yuha's retreating figure. Having been groomed as the future heir of Alabaston since childhood, Kabura possessed considerable ability and was acutely aware of Yuha's recent machinations. However, King Takora's preoccupation with the ancestral tomb, following its discovery, left him in a distracted state, granting Yuha an opportunity to maneuver. In another part of the palace, Takora leaned over his desk, flipping through the ancient text filled with inscriptions. What is this light? As a descendant of one of the 20 kings, was the bloodline of the Nafaru Tali family merely a flicker? Takora pondered over the tome, his mind rife with questions. Chapter 144, Turmoil Arises. That night, in the Alabaston Palace, the enigmatic magic jar occupied the thoughts of young Kabura as he lay restless in bed. As the crown prince, he was acutely aware of the subtle manipulations Yuha had orchestrated in the shadows. Yet, he felt powerless. Yuha had wielded military and financial power for many years, and now, seizing upon the topic of a late king's curse, he had diminished King Takora's authority to its nadir. With circumstances having reached this point, it was evident to all what Yuha intended to do next. Yet his father, at this crucial moment, remained ensconced in the palace, absorbed in those ancient texts, displaying a complete disregard for the current situation. "I must go see," Kabura resolved, rising from his bed, hastily donning his outer garment before rushing out. He understood well that the resolution to the current predicament lay with the magic jar, if it were indeed a boundless source. The rumors of the late king's curse would dissipate, with Yuha deprived of the high-priced water sales as a means of exploitation. The private army he supported would soon find itself in dire straits. Meanwhile, in the minister's residence in the eastern district of Alba, Yuha, plump and ensconced in a small leather chair, resembled a mountain of flesh as he confronted several quaking water merchants. "So, you mean to say you will not be able to pay this month's dues?" No one dared to respond. Lord Yoha, it is not that we are unwilling to pay the monthly fee. Rather, due to the cursed jar, we are unable to sell the water we have on hand. And thus, we are devoid of funds. A man with a yellow scarf cap lamented with a furrowed brow. Devoid of funds? Do not presume I am unaware of the embezzlement you have engaged in these past months. I overlooked it before, but now that my circumstances have worsened, you must return my money without hesitation. Yoha gripped the armrest of his chair, casting a predatory glance across the room like a ravenous wolf. Upon his words, the faces of all the merchants turned ashen, yet none dared to provoke his wrath, intimidated by Yoha's imposing presence. As a shrewd politician, Yoha understood the principle of carrot and stick. Hence, he cleared his throat and continued, "Rest assured about the cursed jar. I have already dispatched someone to handle it. By tomorrow, you shall be able to resume selling water. Furthermore, once we acquire that cursed jar, the entirety of the kingdom's water will fall under our control, and then money will be as abundant as we desire." Yoha licked his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. That would indeed be splendid. The merchants, though initially distressed, managed to force a semblance of joy upon their faces. Although they had suffered a grievous blow, if the issue regarding the cursed jar could be resolved, they could accept it. After all, as long as they could continue selling water at a high price, their fortunes would soon return. However, that group of travelers appeared far from easy to deal with. One merchant stroked his scruffy beard, his words tinged with concern, for they had already sent someone to probe, but failed to ascertain the true nature of their adversaries. Yet who could have imagined that these individuals, providing water relief to the refugees in Alabama, were actually a band of pirates? Do not worry. I have instructed Sid to take the guards over, if they dare to resist. Yoha rose from his chair, his face twisted in a menacing grin. The scene shifted back to Daluo. "Captain, do you think we can still be considered pirates?" In the inn's backyard, Xiong was hauling a wooden barrel for distillation, pouring the purified water into a tank. To Xiong, even if the pirates did not engage in misdeeds, they should not provide water relief to the populace daily. That seemed far too unprofessional. "What? Helping those you find uninteresting?" Daluo inquired while compressing the clean water from the tank into the barrel. "Not that I mind helping so many survive. In fact, it brings me joy," Xiong hastily denied. Yet if others were to learn that our pirate crew engages in such activities, would they not find it peculiar? Xiong scratched his head. Peculiar is a rather mild term. A more fitting description would be ridiculous, for in this era, plunder and violence are synonymous with piracy. After hearing Xiong's words, Daluo chuckled and set the filled barrel down, patting Xiong's shoulder with a playful air. "Pirates do not concern themselves with the opinions of others. As for why we assist those refugees, it is simply because Blodge and I wish to help them. We act on our desires. Is that not the essence of being a pirate?" Daluo wiped his nose, elegantly elucidating. Just as Xiong and Daluo were conversing, a raucous clamor erupted from outside. Several soldiers clad in specially crafted royal armor stormed into the inn, seizing control of the front desk. "We cannot allow them to be captured." The innkeeper's face fell upon realizing that the royal guards intended to apprehend the travelers providing free water and immediately instructed a nearby attendant to send a warning. The innkeeper was a man of gratitude. Upon learning of Daluo's charitable water distribution in the western part of the city, he had quickly waived all lodging fees for Daluo and his crew, even clearing an entire backyard to shield them from disturbances. Now, seeing the royal soldiers arrive with such ferocity, intent on capturing Daluo and his companions, he could not stand idly by. "Seize him," Sid commanded with a wave of his hand, ordering his subordinates to restrain the uncooperative innkeeper against the front desk, while other soldiers surged into the backyard. "Daluo, what shall we do?" Orbia hastened to find Daluo after learning from the attendant that the royal guards were coming to arrest them. "What to do? What do you mean? We have been waiting for this fish to bite the hook for days. Now that it has arrived, we must feast upon it." Daluo twisted his arm with a fierce expression. Daluo was not a foolish man. Previously, lacking evidence, a direct assault could have incited the private army maintained by Yoha, leading to chaos, which was why he refrained from storming the palace to forcibly capture him. Now that the adversary had come to them, It was only fitting to pursue the matter step by step until the puppet master was unveiled. A few minutes later, Sid and his men located the building where Daluo was situated. You are the swindlers? Where's the cursed jar? Sid unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Daluo without a hint of courtesy. I must say, is it fair to hastily label us as criminals? Daluo raised an eyebrow, responding to Sid with a playful smirk. Lord Yoha claims you are swindlers, therefore you must be. Sid snorted coldly and waved his hand, commanding the soldiers behind him. Charge, seize them. At his command, the soldiers surged forward, while Daluo and Izumi Shokan drew their weapons, swiftly dispatching the soldiers, leaving them in disarray. You dare to resist arrest? Do you not fear Lord Yoha leading the army against you? Sid, witnessing the dwindling number of soldiers, questioned Daluo in exasperation. Upon hearing that an army would be dispatched, Orbia's expression turned anxious as she looked at Daluo with concern. In her eyes, even if Daluo and his companions were formidable fighters, they could not possibly stand against an entire army alone. Are you afraid? Those who are wise should surrender. This way, I might spare your lives. Sid, noticing Orbia's expression, became instantly smug. Just as Daluo was about to reassure the anxious Orbia, a loud and resolute voice erupted from the entrance of the inn. An army? I dare anyone to try. Kubera strode forward, his face a mask of frost as he confronted Sid. Chapter 145. The King of the Underworld? The one-sided slaughter continued unabated. Izumi Shokan deftly severed Sid's head from his body, showing no intention of sparing Kubera, the prince. Kubera, gazing at the blood-stained Izumi Shokan, who appeared as fearsome as a Shura in his pristine white attire, was left speechless in shock. You are Kubera? Daluo asked, uncertain as he regarded the familiar youthful visage before him. At that moment, Kubera was of similar age to Daluo, yet his characteristic broad forehead was beginning to take shape, and coupled with the royal attire of Alabastan, he was easily recognizable. Prince Kubera, an attendant, arriving to relay the news, stuttered in recognition. A prince. Xiong cast a wary glance at his companion, his expression darkening. One is a prince from a vast kingdom, one of the 50 member states of the Great Sea Route, while the other is a prince from a small, impoverished kingdom in the South Sea. Their circumstances during childhood were as disparate as night and day. One lived in luxury, while the other struggled to secure basic sustenance. Despite the lack of material comforts, Xiong understood that ensuring the well-being of the populace was the fundamental duty of the royal family. Clearly, the royal family of Alabastan had failed to fulfill this responsibility. Are you the remarkable travelers who distribute water in the western outskirts of the city? Bula inquired politely, bowing slightly to Dalu and his companions, his gaze occasionally drifting to the magical jar hanging from Dalu's waist. Given Bula's humble demeanor, Dalu and his companions felt it inappropriate to continue displaying indifference. Your Highness, the Prince of Alabastan, is there something you require from us? Bulaji, donning a white coat, glanced at Bula, his tone noticeably softened. I have heard of your benevolent act of providing free water in Albarna, which has greatly relieved many of the citizens. I thank you on behalf of the royal family. Bula expressed with a bow, adding, it is regrettable that this should have been my responsibility, yet the current royal family has shown no initiative, leaving us in shame before the people. Bula's astute recognition of the situation drew sympathy, and even Xiong, who had been most indignant, found himself calming down. What is it that you wish to discuss with us? Dalu asked with keen interest. Having read the original work, he understood the character of this future wise king of Alabastan, which afforded him a measure of patience. I wish to invite you to the royal palace as guests to discuss how we might assist the citizens of the city, Bula stated earnestly, meeting Dalu's gaze. Do not go. Who knows what schemes the royal family may be plotting? An attendant interjected, visibly anxious that the royal family might seek to seize the magical jar from Dalu. The attendant's words left Bula in silence. After a moment, he sighed. The royal family has lost the people's trust to such an extent. After expressing his lament, Bula approached the attendant, bowing deeply, and solemnly promised, rest assured, the royal family will take action to resolve the city's water crisis. I assure you. although this promise bore the hint of theatrics. The attendant refrained from further protest after hearing Ko-Beulah's commitment. What if your father does not wish to solve the city's water issues? Dalu inquired, intending to gauge Ko-Beulah's potential for becoming a wise ruler. My father would not do that, Ko-Beulah replied instinctively, then hesitated, recognizing that the previous king, Tekola, may have been neglectful of the people. But if my father remains indifferent, then I shall undertake these responsibilities myself. After much deliberation, Ko-Beulah spoke decisively, his words imbued with the resolve of a true leader. Ah, what a satisfying answer, Dalu remarked with a smile, then turned to Quan Li Qian beside him, instructing, Li Qian, bring that soldier's head along. It would be remiss not to present a token when visiting the palace of Alabastan. Meanwhile, news of the failed expedition of Sid and his companions reached Yuhi. That little rascal Ko-Beulah dares to thwart my plans. Yuhi clenched the armrests of his chair, as if he were crushing Ko-Beulah's bones. Minister, what shall we do next? A sharp-featured confidant inquired of the corpulent figure beside him. Humph, let them prance about for a few days. We shall swiftly gather more refugees and bolster our forces. In a few days, I will send them all to the guillotine. The following morning, Ko-Beulah led Dalu and his companions to the royal palace, where they were introduced to the aged King Tekola. Tekola, what on earth are you doing? Dr. Clover exclaimed, observing the old king mumbling to himself over a tome, his eyes bloodshot. It was evident that they were old acquaintances. However, this was to be expected, as an ancient kingdom with a history spanning millennia. Alabastan had unearthed numerous valuable artifacts. Doctor, you have arrived, Tekola exclaimed, springing to his feet. He hurriedly approached the doctor, grasping his arm. Come, you must see. I have discovered critical documents that may reveal the reasons behind the Nefertari family's departure from the sacred land. Witnessing the once wise and benevolent king now consumed by obsession, Dr. Clover felt a deep disappointment. In his memories, Tekola had been a ruler who cared for his people. Now, he seemed oblivious to their suffering. Doctor, history is knowledge. Is that not what you profess? He admonished. Knowledge exists to change reality. History serves to remember the truth. To disregard the plight of the people in pursuit of the ethereal is to betray history. Dr. Clover, as a sage, spoke with profound wisdom. Tekola appeared wounded by the doctor's words, slowly sinking to the ground, cradling his head in despair. It has emerged. The historical text contains references to it. Dalu murmured to himself, realizing the gravity of the information. If his memory served him correctly, the ancient text buried beneath Alabastan detailed that very entity. Indeed, Tekola's subsequent words confirmed Dalu's suspicions. Rising solemnly, he gazed intently at Dr. Clover and declared, Doctor, I have seen clues related to it in that historical text. An immense vessel traversing the Red Desert, the hope-laden ship known as Namib. Meanwhile, Dr. Clover, upon hearing the name associated only with local folklore, was struck with astonishment. As the foremost scholar of ancient history, he understood all too well what Tekola was referring to. The vessel known as the hope-laden ship, Namib, bore another name, Pluto. Chapter 146, the location Albarna, western outskirts, tomb of the former kings. As the final resting place for the past monarchs of Alabastan, this site chronicles the rise and fall of the ancient kingdom over a millennium. Typically, this sacred and grand tomb remains undisturbed, save for national sacrifices and celebrations. However, following Tekola's orders to excavate the ancient ruins beneath the tomb, the tranquility was shattered. Remarkable, Xiong exclaimed, eyes alight as he admired the lifelike sculptures of past kings lining the sides. His homeland, the Salb Kingdom, lacked such royal tombs. Kings and commoners were nearly indistinguishable, and the deceased were often laid to rest in simple graves on the hills. Truly, the most unceremonious of kings. Well, if you wish, when you inherit the throne, you may build one for yourself, Dalu teased, affectionately ruffling Xiong's hair. Never mind, it's merely a thought. It would be too burdensome for the people. The perceptive bear shook his head. Suddenly, a female statue in the distance captured Daruo's attention. Who is she? Daruo inquired, pointing at the sculpture that bore resemblance to Wei Wei, addressing Tekola, who was guiding them. She is Niftalina Faratari, the fifth king of Alabasta. 800 years ago, she led the Niftalina family out of Mariewa and back to Alabasta, Takola explained, turning to the group. One of the 20 kings, indeed. Upon hearing Takola's response, Daruo glanced at the statue once more and murmured to himself. He was curious about what could have compelled this noble king to relinquish her identity as a sky person and willingly depart from the sacred land, as well as the significance of the underworld king mentioned in historical texts. Despite his curiosity, Daruo did not linger atop the tomb for long. After all, their primary objective lay beneath, within the historical writings. Following Takola's guidance, Daruo and the scholars from O'Hara soon arrived at the underground palace beneath the tomb. Doctor, this is the place, Takola said, gesturing toward the massive brown stone tablet. As one of the few historical texts featured in the original work, Daruo held a vivid impression of this stone tablet. Contrary to the red outline depicted in the animation, this brown stone tablet was a perfect cube, approximately 5 meters on each side, densely inscribed with ancient characters reminiscent of Martian script. This truly is a historical text. Upon their first sighting, several O'Hara scholars became utterly captivated, hastily approaching the tablet to examine it closely, either by touching or scrutinizing its surface. In the year 239 of the heavenly calendar, Kasira conquered Alabasta. In the year 260 of the heavenly calendar, Tayama dominated the Paytan dynasty. In the year 306 of the heavenly calendar, Elma established the Great Saint Hall of Daf. In the year 325 of the heavenly calendar, the hero Marm from Orisha, in the dimly lit underground palace, Dr. San Yi Chao held a torch and began translating the inscriptions word by word based on his knowledge of ancient characters. The content primarily chronicled the birth and evolution of Alabasta, detailing the achievements of each king, the wars of tribal amalgamation, and the establishment of cities. Doctor, let us take a look at the other side, Takola interjected, furrowing his brow as he spoke to Dr. San Yi Chao. It was evident that Takola held little interest in the historical accounts of these nations, as they bore no relevance to the Niftalina family. His true curiosity lay with the ancestor who had moved away from the sacred land 800 years prior. Perhaps that was the true duty of the Niftalina family. Takola's words caused Dr. San Yi Chao to frown slightly, yet he did not refuse and proceeded to the opposite side of the historical text to continue deciphering it. In the year 598 of the heavenly calendar, the royal capital of Akaboda, in the year 707 of the sea calendar, Niftalina Faratari returned to Alabasta with her troops after participating in a great war. In the year 747 of the sea calendar, a warrior named Joy Boy arrived in Alabasta, met with Queen Niftalina, and established a covenant, leaving behind the Hope ship, Namib, as a testament to their alliance. The queen placed Namib in the desert, after which a miracle known as the moving oasis emerged in Alabasta's desert, leading to the establishment of several cities. Dr. San Yi Chao provided a detailed explanation. But aside from these details, information regarding the queen abruptly ceased, followed by strange data records. In the year 769 of the sea calendar, Alabasta had a population of 3,332,000, with a land area of 430,000 square kilometers and a gross national product. These bewildering statistics left the scholars puzzled, and even Daruo furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, obtaining information about that blank century so easily was impossible. Daruo felt no disappointment. He merely pondered the implications of this information. From what he had learned, Daruo discerned some key insights. Prior to the sea calendar, the world's calendar was known as the heavenly calendar, and during the transition from the heavenly calendar to the sea calendar, a monumental war against a colossal kingdom erupted. The victorious 20 kings not only instigated the transformation of the calendar, but also established the current world order centered around the world government. Yet, during the period from 707 to 747 of the sea calendar, something must have occurred that prompted the Niftalina ancestor to depart from the sacred land, culminating in her encounter with Joy Boy in Alabasta in 747, who left behind the enigmatic Hope ship, Namib. Doctor, is there truly a ship that can serve as an oasis? How large must it be? At this moment, Albia, having recently joined the archaeological team, was unfamiliar with ancient weaponry. Indeed, it is real. Dr. San Yi Chao did not conceal the truth and continued. Contrary to the historical narrative espoused by the current world government, a formidable ancient kingdom once existed. 800 years ago, the 20 kings engaged in a cataclysmic war against that ancient kingdom, and in that conflict, they employed 3 ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world to annihilate that kingdom and forge a new world. The celestial king Uranus, the sea king Poseidon, and the underworld king Pluto are the ancient weapons with world-ending potential. And if I am not mistaken, this vessel known as Namib is likely one of the underworld kings. Dr. San Yi Chao spoke while tracing the inscriptions on the historical text. One of the underworld kings, Daruo murmured, realizing that the doctor had illuminated many crucial points for him. In his previous life, while perusing the original work, he found it puzzling that the underworld king, as a colossal warship, could annihilate an island with a single shot, yet claiming it could obliterate the world seemed somewhat exaggerated. To destroy the world, how many cannon shots would it take? Moreover, the underworld king's frequent appearances in the original work, first in Alabasta, then in the design of Water 7, as well as the ship suspected to be the underworld king in Wano and the Noah from Fishman Island, all bore traces and whereabouts of the underworld king. The doctor's words adeptly explained why there was not just one underworld king. If Daruo was not mistaken, the underworld king was likely a type of colossal warship constructed by the artisans of Water 7, with several still remaining after that great war, eventually falling into the hands of Joy Boy. The vessel named Namib was undoubtedly one of the underworld kings. Doctor, where's the Namib now? Takola posed a question that Daruo yearned to ask. I do not know. Dr. San Yi Chao shook his head, indicating that he had not found further information regarding Namib on the stone tablet. The answer should lie within those peculiar data records, Daruo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps driven by intuition, Daruo found it hard to believe that the Queen would be so trivial as to inscribe national statistical reports onto a historical text. Aside from this historical text, what else has been uncovered in this underground palace? Daruo suddenly recalled something and turned to Takola with his inquiry. Why the sudden question? Takola found himself somewhat perplexed, but nonetheless reported. In addition to this, we have also unearthed a manuscript from the ancestors of Nephitalia. Meanwhile, Dr. Sanyukeo seemed to have conceived a possible connection. After casting a deep glance at Daluo, he urgently urged Takola, hurry, bring me that manuscript. A few dozen minutes later, Takola dispatched someone to retrieve the manuscript from the palace. The manuscript, consisting of 69 pages, contained 332 and 430 characters respectively. Dr. Sanyukeo took the manuscript handed over by Takola and meticulously extracted the key terms based on the data inscribed on the stone tablet. Red Desert by the Crescent River. Daluo observed the characters listed by the doctor and remarked with a smile, this queen of Nefertari certainly has a penchant for riddles. Chapter 147. The fish bites the hook in the world of pirates. There exist 3 ancient weapons, the heavenly king Uranus, the sea king Poseidon, and the underworld king Pluto. Among the 3, the heavenly king is the most enigmatic, scarcely mentioned in the narrative, yet it is likely under the dominion of the esteemed Lord M, who resides above Panga City. Its name suggests it is a celestial weapon capable of obliterating entire regions with a mere mark on a map. The Sea King Poseidon is unmistakably Princess White Star, whose powers allow her to command the deep-sea creatures, including terrifying beings that stretch thousands of meters, all of whom heed her call. As for the Underworld King, it is said to be a colossal warship capable of annihilating a small island with a single strike. According to Dr. Sanyukeo, there is more than one of these underworld kings. Red Desert by the Crescent River. Daluo pondered, stroking his chin, and turned to Dr. Sanyukeo. Do you have any insights, Doctor? The doctor shook his head, continuously rifling through the manuscript in his hands. This phrase likely depicts a location from 800 years ago. But after such a long passage of time, locating it would be no simple task. The doctor's words furrowed Takola's brow, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. 8 centuries of change had rendered all but the most elusive traces of the past. I believe I have encountered the term Red Desert in some ancient texts. It seems to refer to an old ballad. However, this ballad is widely sung, making it difficult to pinpoint a specific area. Dr. Sanyakeo remarked as he tucked away his magnifying glass. Are there any ancient maps? The astute Olbia glanced towards the side at Cobra. There should be ancient maps in the palace, but I cannot say if there are any from that particular era, Cobra contemplated before responding. After a moment, he instinctively checked the time, noticing it was nearing 4 in the afternoon, and began to feel anxious, for he had arranged to assist Bileji with irrigation. Since we have no leads at the moment, why don't we step outside for a while? Daluo observed the distraction in both Bileji and Cobra and suggested with a smile. All right, let us go out for now. Dr. Sanyakeo nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Daluo and his companions exited the underground palace and returned to the royal palace. 2 days later, under the guidance of Dr. Sanyakeo, they scoured the entirety of the palace's library, while Cobra and Bileji focused on providing aid to the impoverished in the western outskirts of Albania. Despite Daluo's dwindling supply of seawater grenades, the effort to irrigate could not be halted lest the recently quelled public dissent resurgence. Cobra had learned that the so-called magic jar was not what it claimed to be. Despite his disappointment, he refrained from voicing it, knowing that given the current domestic situation, they could only wait. They awaited the depletion of military funds on the side of Yahina, which would surely lead to their disarray. In the opulent hall of the palace, Daluo plucked an apple from the fruit basket on the marble coffee table and brought it to his lips while inquiring of Olbia, who was bent over a desk examining the map with a magnifying glass. Any leads? Go away, don't get my map wet. Olbia waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away a fly. After spending several days together, the rapport between Olbia and Daluo had grown familiar. After these 2 days of investigation, we could be certain that the ship must be within this region, specifically in the desert we traversed earlier, Olbia announced, placing his magnifying glass down and circling a particular area on the map. Oh, how so? Daluo inquired, taking a bite of his apple. The doctor mentioned that the Red Desert is likely a peculiar rocky terrain or some kind of special algae, Olbia explained. Algae? Daluo replied, bewildered. While he could comprehend the notion of an unusual landform, having previously contemplated whether the Red Desert might resemble the Danxiao landform of his past life, he found a reference to algae puzzling. Seeing the confusion on Daluo's face, Olbia elaborated. Look, this map from 500 years ago indicates numerous oases and lakes in this area, even a moderately sized inland sea. So, is it possible that the Red Desert is formed by some algae that have mixed with the sand? Upon hearing this, Daluo recalled seeing similar red algae on the rocks during his graduation trip near Ranwa Lake. Coupled with the subsequent phrase by the Crescent River, the possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Could you check the map for any lakes named Crescent River or any that resemble a crescent shape? Daluo placed his apple down and addressed Olbia. We've searched everywhere, and there's south no such place. Moreover, this map is from 500 years ago, which is over 300 years after the era of the first queen. Who knows how many oases and lakes have vanished in that time? Olbia retorted, rolling his eyes at Daluo. I found it. It must be this. On the other side, Dr. Sanyakeo burst in, holding a volume on algae with enthusiasm. Chiju algae. Daluo glanced at the page the doctor had opened, indeed spotting an algae resembling a red sphere, which reinforced the theory that the Red Desert might indeed be a product of these algae. Doctor, what do you seek it for? Olbia asked, puzzled, as they were currently in pursuit of the hiding place of the Hope vessel. Knowing the names of these algae seemed inconsequential. Olbia, this is where my brilliance shines, Dr. Sanyakeo boasted, waggling his finger with a sense of pride. You see, this Chiju algae is a type of seaweed, which implies that Namib must have been concealed in a desert that was once a sea. Dr. Sanyakeo stroked his beard, elucidating further. See, Olbia, check if there's any inland sea on the desert map. Daluo leaned closer to scrutinize the map. None. Olbia responded decisively, then added, if there were an inland sea in the desert, it would have dried up long ago. How could it possibly appear on a map 300 years later? On the other side, a scholar from O'Hara, having overheard the conversation, abruptly sat up straight. I know where there's a sea in the desert. The male scholar exclaimed excitedly. As the words fell, Deluo and his companions exchanged glances and inquired, "Where?" It was near the spot where the Da Huan Niao had deceived us and made off with our belongings. While I was gathering firewood in the habitat of the Da Huan Niao, I noticed a considerable number of shell fossils scattered on the ground, which puzzled me at the time. How could there be shells in the desert? The male scholar adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The Da Huan Niao's nest, indeed, seems plausible." After reflecting for a moment, Deluo felt the likelihood was quite significant. Those peculiar Da Huan Niao bore a resemblance to seagulls. Perhaps they had truly evolved from them. "Well done," exclaimed O Air Baya, patting the male scholar on the shoulder in enthusiastic praise. "Quick, check the map and see exactly where it is." "Urget distai kiskivi koloantai. Shahua. That should be near Shahua," Dr. San Yi Chao affirmed confidently. Meanwhile, at the residence of Minister Yu He, several water merchants wore worried expressions as they surrounded Yu He, lamenting their plight. "My lord, even Prince Kobu La has allied himself with those travelers. What shall we do now? If this continues, no one will come to purchase our high-priced water." One merchant with a rat-like face pleaded, observing their despondent faces. It was evident that during Deluo's water distribution over the past few days, they had suffered significant losses. Yui pondered for a moment. He was indifferent to the fate of these merchants, but was concerned about the royal family's reputation. Under the current water scarcity, public sentiment towards the royal family had plummeted. In such tumultuous times, Yui could have easily rallied support to stage a rebellion. However, unexpectedly, Prince Kobu La had emerged, personally engaging in the water distribution and restoring some of the royal family standing. This cannot continue. That group of travelers must be dealt with. A fierce glint flashed in Yuhi's eyes. He understood that the current situation could not be prolonged. If the royal family's reputation improved further, he would lose the justification to act. With logistical support dwindling, if things carried on this way, his rebellion would likely perish before it even began. Summon the commander of the guard. We shall march to the palace and eliminate these traitors. Yuhi rose from his chair, casting a menacing gaze towards the distant white walls of the palace. Chapter 148. Rebellion as night fell. The sky above Albana was draped in darkness, and the yellow moon hung in the sky like a bitten salted egg yolk. Within the palace, to celebrate Dr. San Yi Chao's breakthrough in uncovering the location of the underworld deity hidden within historical texts, Tikola hosted a grand banquet, with an extensive table laden with delectable dishes. "Deluo, look at this enormous turkey," Xiong exclaimed, pointing to a turkey the size of a basin presented on a silver platter, clearly eager to indulge. This giant turkey is a local delicacy of Albana, said to have originated when a commoner, lacking a stove, dug a pit in the sand and used charcoal to roast it. Of course, the turkey at the banquet had been lavishly refined by the palace chefs and appeared incredibly tempting. "Haha, would you like some? I'll get it for you." "Oh, Air," Baya chuckled, generously tearing off a drumstick and handing it to Xiong. Meanwhile, the black cat Bulai Jia was focused on a yellow fish on the table, awkwardly picking at the fish bones with chopsticks. "Doctor, I raise a toast to you." As the wine flowed freely, Tiku La, seated at the head of the table, approached Dr. San Yi Chao, warmly taking his hand. At that moment, Tiku La was unaware that his trusted Minister Yu he had gathered a large group and was advancing towards the palace, intending to usurp him from the throne. He remained in a leisurely mood, even beginning to prepare for an expedition to the Shahua ruins in search of the Hope vessel Nanmibu in 3 days. Seizing the opportunity presented by the toast, Tikola formally invited the doctor and Deluo to join the search party. Upon hearing this, Kobola leaped from his seat, anxiously gazing at his father. At such a critical juncture in the kingdom, his father intended to leave the capital for the elusive Hope vessel, seemingly disregarding his own people. Kobola clenched his fists, remaining silent but casting a profound glance at his father, as if making a significant decision. In the world of pirates, there exists a vast chasm between the nobility and the common folk. The lofty aristocrats look down upon the lower classes, often perceiving them as inferior beings. This arrogance is deeply ingrained in the blood of all nobles, with the celestial dragons being the most egregious examples. Tikola, as a descendant of 20 kings, harbored a similar mindset. However, Kobala was different. A good education had instilled in him a genuine empathy for the suffering of the common people. Like Sabo, he was willing to oppose his revered father for their sake. Furthermore, he had no desire to rebel against his father. The heir to the Alabasta kingdom merely felt that his ascension had come too late. On the other side, Deluo seemed to perceive Kobu La's inner turmoil and offered a slight smile, patting his shoulder in agreement. Unlike Crocodile, Deluo did not aspire to be a pirate who would upend the state. Yet the education he received in his previous life made him feel gratified by Kobu La's actions. Just as the atmosphere began to shift, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A group of armored soldiers brandishing axes and swords surged in, surrounding the entire palace, led by none other than the nation's chief minister. Yuhi, what is happening? The slow-witted T. Kula jumped to his feet, clearly oblivious to the coup that was unfolding. Having lost control of the situation due to his obsession with archaeology. Yuhi, are you staging a rebellion? Kobala glared at Yuhi, his brow furrowed in anger. Rebellion? Your Highness, you jest. We are merely here to apprehend criminals. Yuhi waved his hand dismissively. Criminals? What criminals? Perplexed. My king, you may not be aware, but a group of swindlers has recently arrived in the capital, boasting about possessing an endless magical jar that can pour out water without restraint. Is this not preposterous? I suspect they are not merely frauds, but have ulterior motives. We must capture them for a thorough investigation to prevent any harm to you, Yuhi declared with feigned righteousness, as if he were genuinely loyal. Ah, Minister, you worry too much. They're my old friends. How could they mean ill towards me? Kula remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation, offering explanations to Yuhi. Yuhi, of course, dismissed La's words entirely, drawing his sword and calling out to the soldiers behind him. Did you hear that? Those swindlers have deceived the king and harbor malicious intentions. Seize them at once. As the words fell, the soldiers behind Yoha let out a deafening roar and charged into the banquet hall, surrounding Deruo and Dr. Sanny Chow, even restraining Tokola. At this juncture, even Tokola, despite his naivety, understood Yoha's ruse. Capturing criminals was merely a pretext. Yoha, have you lost your mind? Tokola glared at him, his chest heaving like a bellows. Mel? Of course not, Yoha retorted, his hand probing forward, a triumphant smirk on his face, before suddenly contorting into a menacing grimace. Tokola, why should you be born a king while I must toil from the depths of poverty? Do you have any idea how much I have suffered? I once believed that nobles possess some extraordinary powers, but after becoming a minister, I realized you are merely fortunate buffoons. If this is the case, then why shouldn't I be the one to claim the throne? He sneered as he directed the tip of his sword towards Tokola. As the foremost minister of the realm, Yoha's abilities were commendable. He was acutely aware that if he could seize control of the palace and obtain the magic jar, he could manipulate the kingdom's entire water supply through the dancing powder and the jar itself. With this thought, restlessness surged within him, and with a sweeping gesture, his soldiers surged forward towards Deruo and his companions. In Yoha's eyes, regardless of Deruo's prowess, it was improbable they could overcome the army he commanded. Defeating Deruo would mean he was halfway to realizing his ambition of kingship. However, it was evident that he was mistaken. Deruo, who had maintained an observing stance, revealed a cruel smile as he faced the oncoming soldiers. Numbers mean nothing to us. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of conqueror's haki erupted from Deruo, centered around him, wreaking havoc throughout the palace. Chapter 149. Journey to the Shawa ruins in the world of pirates. No matter how many weaklings there are, they cannot affect the top-tier powers. They exist in entirely different realms. Thus, the news of formidable pirates annihilating entire nations was not uncommon in this era. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as thousands of royal guards fell, frothing at the mouth as if lifeless. In an instant, the only ones still standing in the palace were a few from Deruo's side and Dr. San Chao. What is happening? Yoha exclaimed, staring at his fallen subordinates, and in disbelief, kicked one of them, shouting hysterically, "You worthless fools, get up, hurry." Such noise, cease your shouting, Deruo said, impatiently clearing his ear, then approached Yoha, patting him on the shoulder with a malicious grin. "No, don't come closer." Yoha shook his head, as if confronted by a ghost, and began to flee, his face a mask of terror. As an ordinary man who had never seen the sea, he was utterly unprepared for such a scenario. "Where do you think you're going? Come back." Daruo chuckled wickedly, then with a swift motion, manipulated the surrounding air to compress and form a cyclone that drew Yoha back into his grasp. "Mr. Daruo, please spare him." Kabura, disoriented from the effects of Daruo's conqueror's haki, struggled to rise from the ground and pleaded. "Oh, you wish to save him?" Daruo raised an eyebrow, regarding Kabura with interest. "You jest. I merely hope you will grant him mercy. I wish for him to publicly confess his crimes before facing execution, thereby restoring the royal family's reputation," Kabura replied, smiling respectfully. Daruo nodded slightly, appreciating Kabura's demeanor, and did not refuse the request. "Very well. Then this hefty pig is yours to deal with." Thus far, Kabura's actions had aligned closely with Daruo's expectations of a king. He exhibited both compassion for the common folk and the courage to bear responsibility. Although Daruo held little regard for the aristocratic system, having a wise king was still a fortunate occurrence. "I am immensely grateful. You are a lifelong friend of Alabasta," Kabura said, his fists clenched in excitement as he bowed respectfully. 2 days later, the rebellion instigated by Yoha had completely subsided. Terrified, he divulged the truth about the water crisis in Alabasta under the influence of the dancing powder without enduring any torture. News of Yoha's insurrection spread like wildfire through Alabasta City. "Have you heard? Alabasta is facing a water shortage because Minister Yoha abused the dancing powder in Ubana. They say he has committed treason and will be publicly executed soon." A woman, just returned from fetching water from the western suburbs, spoke animatedly with her neighbors. "Oomph. I knew King Takola would not be so incompetent. Someone must be orchestrating this." An elderly man with a fan spat on the ground, expressing his indignation. "Why didn't you say that a few days ago?" Another woman waved her hand dismissively, displaying her impatience. Such dialogues echoed in every corner of Alabasta City, and the reputation of the Nefertali royal family swiftly transformed, turning the kingdom's dire situation around. "What is happening in Ubana, I wonder?" Kabura pondered while stroking his chin within the palace. Over the past 2 days, Takola had been preparing for tomorrow's expedition to the Shahwar ruins. While all matters of state had been placed before Kabura, it seemed Takola had come to realize that he was unfit to be king and was gradually relinquishing power to Kabura. It would not be long before Kabura, the heir, would become the true ruler. Meanwhile, in a barracks in Ubana, Yoha's brother, Yuz, learned of his brother's failed rebellion and subsequent capture. "Excellent, splendid. If Yoha dies, this army will belong to me." Yuz, a stout man resembling Yoha, with narrowed eyes, grinned maliciously. "General Yuz, we received news that King Takola will lead that group of travelers into the desert tomorrow. Should we seize the opportunity to attack the capital and directly occupy the palace?" A wiry man in the barracks suggested to Yuz. "Into the desert? What for?" Yuz queried, puzzled. According to informants, it seems Takola has discovered the whereabouts of the legendary ship, the Hope vessel, Namib, and intends to search for it in the desert. Leaving Prince Kabura in Alabasta, the man explained. "Insanity. Why abandon a good king to search for a decrepit ship? If this is the case, let us directly lead an assault on Alabasta and seize the throne," Yuz declared, his fists clenched in determination. "Congratulations, General Yuz, on your impending ascension to the throne." One of Yoha's subordinates flattered. Enough, the deed is not yet done. Don't flatter me prematurely," Yuz waved dismissively, though the smile in his eyes was impossible to conceal. After a round of flattering remarks, Yusu dismissed those around him, and the man who had just been ingratiating himself walked alone outside the barracks. "Sophia, what news do you have?" Aisha, holding an umbrella and sucking on a lollipop, hurriedly approached upon seeing him. "Let South leave this place first and discuss." The man did not respond, but instead glanced around warily, pulling Aisha into a corner, his expression rapidly shifting back to that of his enchanting original form. Upon returning to the inn where they had previously stayed, they immediately contacted Dalu using a phone bug. relaying Yusu's intentions in detail. In that case, Sophia, continue to infiltrate Yusu's army. Should there be any changes, remember to inform me. Dalla lightly tapped his index finger on the armrest of a wooden chair, then added with concern, "Be cautious. If you are discovered, flee at once." "Are you showing concern for me, Captain?" Sophia teased, covering her cherry lips. Dalla looked at the phone bug in exasperation before solemnly stating, "Do not take my words lightly. If danger arises, do not take any risks." Dalla was not fully aware of the situation in Yuba, but had an inkling that a significant number of troops were gathered there. According to Kubula's estimates over the past couple of days, there were at least 50,000 soldiers composed of refugees. "Rest assured, infiltration and escape are my specialties. There will be no issues," Sophia confidently replied, wiping her nose. "As long as you are aware," Dalu concluded before abruptly ending the call. Unbeknownst to Dalu, another faction was entrenched in Yuba, their sights set on the legendary Mingwan. "Vite, I have received news that the king of this country is reportedly inquiring about the whereabouts of the fabled ancient weapons Benjike, the first mate of the Walled pirate crew," remarked while holding the phone bug. Despite the elder Walled being a frail figure with little combat prowess, he was adept at utilizing the phone bug and was a top-notch intelligence officer. The information acquired was deduced from updates transmitted by the phone bug embedded in the barracks. "Ancient weapons? Were those?" Wald scratched his head in confusion. "It's not surprising you don't know. Very few are privy to the information regarding ancient weapons." Benjike waved his hand and pulled over a wooden chair to sit down, explaining, "The ancient weapons are 3 immensely powerful weapons that appeared 800 years ago, capable of commanding the Sea Kings, annihilating islands with a single blow, and the enigmatic Tianwan." Benjike's lengthy exposition caused Wald to grow impatient. He furrowed his brow and interrupted, "But our objective this time is to capture that fellow named Dalu. Why are we digressing into these ancient weapons? Vite, do you remember our previous discussion about forging an unparalleled battleship and embarking on reckless adventures?" Benjike retorted without answering. "If I'm not mistaken, the ancient weapon appearing in Alabasta should be that legendary Ming Wang capable of obliterating an island with a single blow." Benjike exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. "One strike to destroy an island." Wald's excitement was piqued, and he murmured to himself, already envisioning the scenario where he would enhance the Ming Wang using the Momo fruit's powers, sending the Navy into disarray. "What shall we do?" asked Gala Ram, dressed in a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and carrying a hammer. Benjike wasted no time and continued explaining, "To search for the Ming Wang in the desert, we must have sufficient manpower. Conveniently, there is currently a 50,000-strong refugee army in Yuba. Our first step is to seize control of this army." Under Benjike's suggestion, the Walled pirate crew launched an attack on the Yuba barracks that very night, and Yusu, who had been dreaming of kingship on a soft couch, was taken hostage. Following a series of maneuvers, the 50,000-strong refugee army had covertly changed its leadership, and Wald's first command was to march towards the desert. "Dalu, the situation has changed. It seems this army does not intend to head directly to Albana. Judging by their direction, they are likely heading to the desert," Sophia reported softly, concealing the phone bug amidst the throngs of soldiers. "They are also heading to the desert? What is going on?" Dalu raised an eyebrow in response. At that moment, he had just departed from Albana and was en route to the Shahwa ruins. The sudden change in Yuba's course indicated they were also targeting the Mingwan. "A group has suddenly appeared in Yuba. They seem to have taken Yusa hostage, thereby controlling the entire army." Sophia succinctly summarized the situation. "Do you know who they are?" Dalu inquired, his brow furrowed as he raced across the desert. The emergence of another faction aiming for the Mingwan, especially one that had seized control of a 50,000-strong army, posed a significant threat. Should they find it first, the consequences would be dire. "I'm not sure, but Aisha used the abilities of the Sanyan tribe to probe, and it appears they consist of only 5 individuals, one of whom is a fisherman." Sophia's intelligence provided little clarity for Dalu. Merely from their personnel configuration, he could not ascertain who they were. To be prudent, Dalu instructed the other end of the phone bug, "You should hold your position for now and follow them to the Shahwa ruins before regrouping with us." After disconnecting the call, Dalu felt no inclination to continue his leisurely pace across the desert. He harnessed the air to fill the sail of the sand sled, propelling it at maximum speed towards the Shahwa ruins. Although the whereabouts of the legendary ship of Hope remained elusive, Dalu had already deemed it within his grasp. As a sharpshooter, his pursuit of high lethality was paramount. If he could decipher the cannon system aboard the Ming Wang and replicate it using the compression fruit, he could obliterate islands with a single shot. At the very least, he intended to study the Ming Wang, as there was Tom and Water, 7, who possessed the blueprints. Perhaps the combination of the two could yield a brand new Ming Wang. Battling against the wind and sand, Dalu sped down the desert for an entire day. And at long last, he, along with the scholars from O'Hara and Tikola's group, arrived at the Shahwa ruins. Ugh! The originally 2-day journey had been compressed into a single day, and the near-ground flying speed left the elderly Clover and Tikola feeling quite ill. As soon as they disembarked from the sled, their legs buckled, and they promptly vomited. Dalu, why the sudden rush? The perceptive Albia inquired as she unloaded supplies from a sled. I received news that the refugee army from Yuba is now heading this way. Their objective is likely the same as ours, so we must reach Shahwa before them. Dalu candidly explained the situation to everyone. What shall we do? Dalu's words were akin to a thunderclap, startling all present, particularly Tikola, whose unease was palpable. Rest assured, with over 50,000 men marching from Yoba, it will take at least 3 days for them to arrive. Thus, we must locate the whereabouts of that vessel, the Ming Wang, within this time frame. Observing the anxious expressions of the crowd, Dalu smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. But what if we do not find it? Orba countered, lacking Dalu's optimism. The vast desert was no simple terrain to navigate. Then someone will meet with misfortune, Or remarked, though he implied that the misfortune would not befall them, but rather those 50,000 soldiers. Reluctant to act against such a large force unless absolutely necessary, Dalu acknowledged that they were merely displaced refugees due to drought. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Opiao exclaimed, hastily retrieving a map from his pocket, eager to commence their task, oblivious to the disheveled state of his mentor. Tomorrow, Dalu suggested, glancing at the exhausted Santa as the day is growing late. We should settle down and rest well tonight. Given that the latter was a crucial asset in this search operation, he deemed it essential to ensure his well-being, disregarding the burdensome presence of Tikola. As the afternoon of the 3rd day arrived, the archaeological team continued their search. In the past 2 days, they had failed to uncover any trace of the fabled vessel. Even the information they gleaned was scant. Boys, you come quickly, an O'Hara scholar called out, waving frantically toward her. Sanyato, having seemingly discovered a clue. Loboshin, what is this? Oyar inquired, observing the decayed with a man held, his brow furrowing. Are you certain this isn't wood from a sand sledge? However, the Boisher recognized the significance of the wood, snatching it for closer inspection. Indeed, this wood is not the product of natural erosion. Judging by the charred cross-section, I surmise it originates from ship's side, one that has endured a powerful bombardment. Well done, Luo Boishin, Orba exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips as he patted the scholar's shoulder in commendation. Daluo, too, cast an appreciative glance toward Luo Boishin, recalling how he had previously identified marine shells near the lair of the Great Deceiver, leading the Boisher to hypothesize that the site of Sahib might conceal the Ming Wang. In summary, he was a meticulous man. Luo Boishin, an archaeologist? Could this fellow possibly be the father of Wabin? Daluo pondered, observing Orba and the refined male scholar. With a reasonable hypothesis in hand, they soon uncovered further clues nearby, had unearthed some red algal ashes from the sand. The red desert. This must be it, Tikola exclaimed, excitedly grasping a handful of the crimson sand. It seems my assumptions were correct. This was once an inland sea, and the vessel, not a boat, must have anchored in this expanse. The piece of shipboard we found likely fell from a vessel struck by Naibo. Boisher, San Yizhao stroked his beard, deducing logically. His conjecture garnered unanimous agreement from a group, and invigorated by newfound hope, they resumed their search with renewed vigor, disregarding their fatigue from the past few days. Are you here? Ming Wang, Da Luo murmured, scanning the surrounding sands for a radius of 10 miles. Alas, he lacked the ability to communicate with the world as Lu Fei does. And the long-silent Ming Wang offered no reply. Suddenly, as O contemplated continuing his search, his observation hockey detected numerous red dots emerging at the desert's edge. Have they arrived? He mused softly. Casting a glance at the 5 prominent figures in the crowd, he recognized the ancient soldier helmets they wore and the blue fishermen behind them, prompting a grin to spread across his face. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you, the World Destroyer. Chapter 151. The outbreak of war. Could it truly be the Wardua pirate crew? Dalov muttered as he regarded the 5 individuals, particularly the burly man with the distinctive W-shaped mustache. Being well-versed in the lore of the seas, especially the notorious leader Bungy, he was acutely aware of their reputation. A prominent figure during the age of Aja, he was infamous for his ruthless slaughter of innocents and penchant for destruction, earning him the moniker World Destroyer. His formidable power stemmed from the consumption of the doubling fruit, which magnified the speed, strength, size, and weight of everything within a 100-fold radius, rendering it an immensely powerful ability. In later years, this ability enabled him to rise to prominence, second only to legendary pirates such as Bai Hujik and Jin Shijik. However, that was in the future. At present, Wudua had merely begun to cultivate his fearsome reputation, and while he was undeniably a formidable pirate, he paled in comparison to the rapidly ascending Dua pirate crew, who had just vanquished the Hong pirate crew, firmly establishing themselves at the forefront of the seas. Moreover, Wudua's bounty had only recently surpassed 300 million, primarily accrued through heinous acts of destruction rather than significant victories. So, I have become a target, Dalua thought, scratching his head in resignation. Meanwhile, under the command of the captive, the 50,000-strong army surged down from the sand dunes, halting 500 meters away from Daoi and his companions, forming a menacing formation. What? The Dalua pirate crew is also here? Benji K, perched on Wardua's shoulder, was the first to spot Dao, raising his eyebrows in surprise as he alerted. Upon receiving his brother's warning, his gaze shifted to the law, observing him from above with a condescending glare. So, you are the infamous marksman, Dalaw? You don't seem all that impressive. In stark contrast to his towering frame of 3 to 4 meters, his height of less than 2 meters rendered him somewhat inconspicuous. Do not underestimate him. His strength is formidable, Benji K warned, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the man in the flamboyant shirt, who resembled a tourist. As a top intelligence officer, he was acutely aware of Dolores' terrifying prowess. In truth, they were the challengers in this encounter. An extraordinary individual indeed, Warda conceded, his demeanor shifting as he processed Benji K's words. He could disregard many warnings, but he held deep respect for his brother's insights, knowing he would never exaggerate. However, regardless of who you are, should you dare impede our path, I shall tear you to shreds. With a sweeping gesture, Wei Day revealed a fierce smile filled with battle intent, and the cadre behind him eagerly prepared for a grand showdown. Meanwhile, Dalual looked on helplessly at the 3 figures charging out from the rear of Wei Day's troop, exclaiming, "You all seem far too relaxed." He grimaced as he observed Sophia and her companions, clad in white hoods and sporting frog-like sunglasses. To his astonishment, these 2 appeared more at ease than he had anticipated after worrying about them for so long. Busy de Dalual. Xiong could no longer contain his excitement and rushed forward. "Did you miss me? I brought you a gift." Isiaka smiled, affectionately ruffling Xiong's hair and playfully misaligning his hood before they continued their animated conversation. Their antics visibly infuriated several members of Wei Day's pirate crew, who had never before experienced such disregard. "Don't look down on us," roared the hot-tempered fishman, Saiba Tien, as he charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at Dalois. The force of his punch whistled past Dalois' ear, but a shadow swiftly emerged from Dalois' side, delivering a devastating kick that sent Saiba Tien flying. "You can't start off by attacking our captain," Bulai Jia grumbled, leaping into the fray with another kick that sent Saiba Tien tumbling further away, where they soon became entangled in battle. Although Dalaw had not witnessed Bulai Jia in action, he was confident in his abilities, considering the martial prowess inherent in the Pimao tribe, whose physical capabilities surpassed that of humans. Moreover, the Pimao tribe possessed the unique ability to enhance their attacks with electrical currents. "Stop dawdling. We must join the fight," urged Gailamu, the shipwright of Wei Day's crew, as he brandished a square iron hammer and addressed Naichin, who wore a white coat. He then took a great leap from the sand dunes, landing before Ai Shah and her friends. What a mood killer, interrupting our long-awaited reunion. Ai Isiaka, who lacked combat abilities, was nonetheless incensed. With her hands on her hips, she angrily pointed at Gailamu, exclaiming, "La Beti, go!" As soon as she finished speaking, a white figure surged forward like a shooting star toward Gailamu, launching an armed strike aimed at his face. However, Gailamu was no pushover. He swung his hammer fiercely, compressing the sand beneath into a solid block and hurling it toward La Beti at astonishing speed. Caught off guard, La Beti, who was airborne, was unable to evade the sudden assault and was struck by the heavy earth, sinking into the sand. Luckily, Sophia reacted quickly, leaping to La Beti's side and pulling him out of the ground as if uprooting a radish, tossing him back toward Allah. This fellow's tactics are peculiar, and La Beti lacks adaptability. "Allow me to handle this," Sophia proposed, adjusting the dagger nestled between her fingers. Meanwhile, at Dalawa's behest, Xiong selected Naichin as his opponent, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, with Naichin's medicinal martial arts repeatedly countered by Xiong, leading to a stalemate. As the sole female ship's doctor in Wei Day's crew, Naichin's combat prowess was not particularly exceptional. Although defeated by the Empress in the film, she had not displayed any remarkable strength during that encounter, making her the perfect sparring partner for Xiong. "Likin, Isiaka, I entrust the army of 50,000 to you. Just hold them off. Do not escalate the bloodshed," Dalua instructed the last two remaining commanders in his crew. He then retrieved 2 revolvers from his belt, grasping them firmly as he approached Wei Day, addressing the towering man before him. "Now, it is just us." On the other side, Wei Day, filled with battle fervor, wasted no time, raising his hand and firing a $100-fold gun. With a sharp crack, a bullet shot forth from Wei Day's pistol, accelerating mid-flight and swelling to a size 100 times greater, hurtling directly toward Dalua. Unfazed by the bullet, which now resembled a millstone, Dalua responded with a blazing projectile, intercepting it mid-air. This brief exchange piqued Dalua's interest, as he was eager to discover which was the true king of firepower, the capabilities of his compression fruit or Wei Day's augmented artillery. Chapter 152. The battle against Wei Day. As a formidable pirate capable of traversing the Grand Line, Bong de Wei Day's strength was not to be underestimated, primarily stemming from the powers granted by the Mama fruit. As a paramecia-type fruit, it rivaled the top-tier Logia and Zoan fruits, standing on par with the likes of the So-So fruit, the Fufu fruit, and the Zhenzhen fruit, ranking among the emperor-level fruits. In contrast, Wei Day's inherent abilities were somewhat lacking. Had this fruit been in the possession of a martial arts master like Ka Pu, its potential would be unimaginable, a thought Dalua dared not entertain. The fruit's power was straightforward. It allowed its user to enhance the size and speed of any object they touched by several hundred times, including applying this amplification effect directly to themselves. Faced with such an opponent, Dalua felt a surge of determination. Eager to ascertain whether his compressed munitions or Wei Day's artillery, magnified 100-fold, would prove superior. Returning to the battlefield beneath the sand dunes, the conflict had intensified, with Chuanli Qian, La Beti, and Orbia fiercely resisting the advancing army of 50,000. As a key figure among them, Chuanli Qian wielded his sword like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing claiming numerous lives, yet he remained dissatisfied. "How can I achieve that same release of momentum that Da Lua demonstrated last time?" Chuanli Qian pondered aloud, furrowing his brow. He tightened his grip on the Huan Shou Jianding, a terrifying aura of murderous intent radiating from him, akin to a fearsome beast rampaging through the ranks, causing nearby soldiers to collapse in terror. Though the results were similar, Qian was acutely aware that he was still far from mastering the Conqueror's haki. However, this was to be expected. If he were to easily grasp such power, Da Luo would surely object, as his own Conqueror's haki had awakened only through a life-and-death struggle with Captain Yuan. Meanwhile, while Qian was honing his Conqueror's haki against the army, the battle between Da Luo and Wei escalated further. 100-fold punch. Wei roared, his right hand coiling at his waist before he swung it forward with tremendous force, creating a deafening sonic boom and stirring up clouds of dust. Under the Ma fruit's enhancement, his dark, armament-clad fist rapidly expanded and accelerated, hurtling toward Da Luo like a meteor. Kedalu was not to be underestimated. Quickly sensing the situation, he activated his fruit ability, compressing the solidified haki at the tips of his toes. With a swift flick of his right foot, he unleashed a black whip that split the sandy ground in two. The collision of a fist and a leg produced a thunderous sound, as the amplified force clashed with the infinitely compressed strength, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. How formidable! Wall felt the immense power surging through his fist, veins bulging, his eyes wide as saucers. Unwilling to concede, he stomped heavily on the sand, drawing strength from his core, gathering all his might into a single punch, sending Kedalu flying through the air. In mid-air, Kedalu quickly executed a second jump with his Qing Yao technique. But before he could land, he was locked onto by Wald's dark gun barrel. D. 100-fold shotgun. Wald, with a toothless grin, unleashed a barrage of steel pellets. As the pellets erupted from the barrel, the unreasonable Momo fruit activated once more, replicating the countless pellets multiple times and launching them towards Kedalu at 100-fold speed, resembling a rain of iron. Bring it on. Observing the dense curtain of bullets before him, Kedalu silently braced himself, performing a graceful somersault in midair. Adjusting his angle, he pulled the trigger. The Zhu Sha Xing Feng Wang Chong Chong manifested as a transparent spear of air, spiraling towards the bullet curtain. If Wald's attack relied on quantity, then Kedalu's was a testament to quality. One shot to shatter myriad techniques. The spear, propelled by compressed air, ruthlessly pierced through the barrage, the spiraling air blade shredding the steel pellets to pieces. Realizing his lethal move had failed, Wald's expression darkened. He understood that to defeat Kedalu, he would have to pay a price. Thus, he forcefully tossed Benjike, who had been perched on his shoulder, towards Yasna, who was protected by the crowd. Then, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, taking a horse stance. 30-fold body enhancement. Wald bellowed, activating his fruit ability as his muscles contorted with cracking sounds. Moments latte. The odd noise ceased, and under the augment from the Momo fruit, Wald's physique suddenly grew several meters taller, his muscles swelling like balloons. Oh, so it can directly amplify physical strength. Kedalu raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. In his recollection, Wald had never employed this technique in the theatrical version. After all, abilities that directly enhance physical strength are exceedingly rare in the world of One Piece. Even Zoan-type fruits cannot guarantee stable 30-fold physical enhancement. No wonder. After the era of Roger concluded, this fellow became a formidable pirate, second only to Whitebeard and Shiki. Kedalu mused silently. While Kedalu was momentarily taken aback, Wald had already launched his attack. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he tore through space, covering dozens of meters in an instant to reach Kedalu. The Baizhong Quan, a pitch-black fist, once again surged towards Kedalu's face. This punch not only boasted a 100-fold enhancement, but combined with the earlier 30-fold boost to his body, bore the impact equivalent to 300 times Wald's usual full strength. I can't take this head-on. Possessing the dead eye ability, the army's keen senses detected the terrifying force behind the punch. Not one to excel in close combat, Kedalu refrained from taking risks, swiftly retreating several hundred meters. Boom! The punch landed heavily, creating a deep crater with a radius of 100 meters, the force of impact sending sand flying into the air, forming a towering column at the center of the pit. What monstrous spectacle! Robertson exclaimed, astonished by the billowing dust and debris. Meanwhile, Albia, closer to Kedalu, gazed anxiously in his direction, urging Ketelou, "You must win." What a powerful punch! From a height of 100 meters. Ketelou looked down at the crater created by Wald's strike, marveling at the sheer strength. Despite being adversaries, he could not deny Wald's prowess. Truth be told, had Wald not pursued excessively powerful artillery and instead trained diligently in martial arts and hockey, akin to carp, coupled with the hundredfold enhancement of the Momo fruit, he would indeed have been truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Wald lacked such foresight, and at present his strength was evidently insufficient before Ketelou. "Now it's my turn." A smirk graced Ketelou's lips as he holstered his revolver's back onto his belt. Activating his fruit ability, he concentrated the hockey on the tip of his right foot. Raising his jet black leg, he locked onto Wald's position with his Deadeye ability. "This time, I shall confront you head-on, defeating you through close-quarters combat." Having awakened the Conqueror's hockey, Ketelou was decidedly more resolute than before, irrationally choosing to engage in a direct clash with his opponent. With his proclamation, he stomped his left foot heavily, the immense force propelling him like an arrow towards Wald. His right foot, enveloped in hockey, ignited with sparks in midair, the atmosphere trembling around him as fierce flames erupted from his toes, resembling a comet trailing a long tail. Kicking the demon car. Chapter 153. Fierce Battle and Victory Boom. The blazing flames, akin to the nine-headed demon bird from the Shanghai Jing, coiled around Ketelou's toes, turning the sky crimson as if two suns hung therein. This is too extravagant. Below the sand dunes, Albia, wielding a magnificent western longsword and struggling against enemy forces, gasped in awe at the sight above. Just as Albia marveled, Ketelou's powerful kick descended, the fiery demon bird crashing into Wald's abdomen, which was cloaked in hockey. Eek! The burning demon bird emitted a peculiar cry, and soon its 9 heads began to explode, unleashing a torrent of compressed, molten flames. Despite Wald having enhanced his physical strength 30-fold through the Momo fruit, fortified by robust hockey for defense, he was not unscathed by Ketelou's devastating kick. He doubled over in pain, then shot away like a cannonball, engulfed in searing flames, crashing into the sand with a howl. Vite, not far away, Ben Jieka gazed at what Erda, who lay in a deep pit, enveloped in thick smoke, and shouted loudly while drawing his revolver, firing several shots in an attempt to thwart Deluo, who was poised to deliver a finishing blow in the sand pit. What a nuisance. It makes me seem like the villain. The sharp-witted Deluo tilted his head slightly, adroitly dodging Ben Jieka's gunfire, while internally scoffing at the absurdity of being treated as a great demon. Meanwhile, the distraction caused by Ben Jieka seemed to have given Erda a moment to recover. He abruptly sat up, his face dark with anger as he stared at the 9 deep wounds on his abdomen, from which billowed dark smoke. "Damn that guy! Voyed accursed!" Slapping the ground with his right hand to rise, then tearing off his charred and tattered shirt, revealing his muscular physique. 50-fold enhancement. Prepare to meet your end. Erda pounded his chest in fury, his signature W-shaped mustache quivering, observing Erda, who emanated an astonishing aura and whose figure had swelled several meters. Deluo's expression turned serious. The 50-fold enhancement had elevated Erda's physique to an inconceivable level, making it impossible for Deluo to dismiss him any longer. Gathering his focus, the two men's auras began to rise dramatically, generating 2 massive whirlwinds of energy on the sandy ground, intermittently flickering with dark, armed lightning. As their power peaked, both transformed into streaks of black lightning, dashing towards each other. With a thunderous sound, their legs and fists collided violently, akin to a comet striking the earth, creating a shockwave that collapsed a section of the sand dune, sending towering waves of energy skyward, swirling the yellow sand into the heavens. They are truly monsters. Monsters! The rebel soldiers amidst the sand observed the shadows wreaking havoc in the sand and the deep trenches carved into the ground, lamenting their fate. Some timid soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were so frightened that they fled, abandoning their weapons and armor. What a disgrace! With such a mindset, how can they continue to rebel? On the other side, Huan Li Qian, who was using these soldiers as stepping stones, remarked upon seeing the deserters. "I must say, you have a rather morbid sense of humor," Aisha commented, looking at He Quan Li Qian, who seemed to be frustrated with the soldiers. Despite her words, Aisha was no saint. Not far away, La Beiti, under her command, was harvesting enemy soldiers like a battlefield meat grinder. In warfare, hesitation and mercy are the greatest taboos. Only by suppressing the enemies with a thunderous force can one quell the rabble. As expected, under the ruthless suppression of a few, the most vicious and scheming among the migrant army perished, leaving behind only those of wavering resolve. When such individuals become numerous, the army becomes difficult to command. Just as it is now. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Yus, in the rear of the army, shouted angrily at the soldiers huddled in the distance. Too fearful to advance. He then drew a machete from his waist and, as if grabbing a chick, seized a terrified deserter. "Anyone who dares to be a deserter will meet this fate," he threatened, viciously slicing the deserter's neck with a long blade, warning the fleeing soldiers nearby. This scene, of course, fell under the keen gaze of Aisha, who mumbled to herself and communicated with La Beiti, who was fighting amid the crowd. Through the abilities of the Sanyan clan, La Beiti, "Ignore those soldiers, go grab that big fat man." As her voice faded, La Beiti transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Yus. The shadow cast by his burly form enveloped Yus, and the overwhelming aura rendered the previously boisterous man speechless. "Stay away. Help me." A terrified Yus squealed, turning to flee. But La Beiti would not let him escape. With a swift motion, he grasped Yus in his hand, bringing his massive face close, his crimson rabbit-like eyes staring blankly at him. "Don't kill him. Make him withdraw." "Si lawantai tista torstai crushio, tista kiskiviko lawantai huisotet." Sprinting up to the top of the sand, dune to address the soldiers still resisting below. "Yus has surrendered. Quickly lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid execution." Although the old king's prestige had plummeted to the lowest depths amid these events, those soldiers still wishing to survive had no choice but to relinquish their weapons and surrender. At this point, the morale of the rebel army had plummeted, and they could no longer mount any effective counterattack, with the fate of over 50,000 scattered soldiers sealed. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Deluo and Waerda was nearing its climax. Puff puff. This guy can really take a beating. After several rounds of intense clashes, Deluo found himself panting, his tone far from the earlier ease. "I must admit, the Pirate King's resilience is remarkable, and coupled with Waerda's 50-fold enhancement, every kick feels like striking iron." On the other hand, Waerda was in a more dire state. His body was covered in wounds, and he could not suppress the blood trickling from his mouth. Yet, glancing at Ben Jie, Ku, and Sebastian, who were embroiled in a fierce struggle, he drew a deep breath, wiped the blood from his lips, and seemed to resolve himself. Vo Eddie executed an astonishing maneuver, dispelling the physical enhancement from the doubling fruit and the armed color state, pulling out a massive cannon from his pocket. "It seems he is serious now." Seeing this, Deluo's expression turned grave, for he was well aware of the formidable secret weapon, the 100-fold enhanced super cannon. Just then, Waerda raised the cannonball high above his head, activating the doubling fruit's power to augment its size. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Upon reaching the maximum enhancement of 100 times, Waerda hurled the cannon, which was now the size of a truck, into the air. At that moment, Deluo realized that not only had the cannonball's size been amplified, but its speed had also increased 100-fold. With a whoosh, the colossal cannonball shot through the air at an unfathomable speed towards Deluo. Yet, no matter how swift, to Deluo, who possessed advanced Kenbunchika haki, its trajectory was discernible. Suddenly, Deluo leapt into the air, raising his gun. Execution Star Gangnir, a long spear, compressed with immense armed color, shot forth from the barrel of Deluo's golden revolver, tracing a graceful arc as it soared towards the massive cannonball. Boom! As the spear pierced through, the powerful cannonball detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged skyward, creating a gigantic mushroom cloud. Cough, cough. It seems I may have gone a bit overboard. In the midst of the billowing smoke, Deluo waved his hand, brushing away the dust before him as he spoke. From his relaxed tone, it was evident that Wald's desperate strike had not significantly troubled him. In stark contrast, Wald found himself in dire straits. His robust body had been completely pierced by DeLuo's dark spear, impaled into the sandy ground, barely clinging to life. "It seems your ambition ends here," DeLuo declared, stepping through the thick smoke to confront the audacious pirate who had dared to challenge him. Chapter 154. Individual Battles. As DeLuo dealt with Wald, the battles involving Biulji, Sophia, and Xion were drawing to a close. Biulji, still struggling to fully embrace his new identity, clung to the mindset of a physician. Having neglected the combat techniques he had once mastered during his years of practice in the Land of Harmony. Consequently, Sebastian held a distinct advantage in their confrontation. "You truly are a pirate. How can you be so oblivious?" "It is quite laughable," Sebastian sneered, baring his sharp white teeth at the reluctant Biulji, who was holding back. With a sudden intake of breath, Sebastian assumed a stance of fishman karate, charging at Biulji with remarkable speed. "Fishman karaté secret technique, spiraling tornado," he shouted as he propelled himself forward, spinning like a power drill and generating a formidable gale that struck Biulji, who was gasping for breath nearby. "Ugh!" Biulji managed to raise his arms and across to defend himself, but the overwhelming force sent him flying, and he fell to the ground, tasting blood in his throat. "This is not good," he murmured, sensing the pain radiating from his body, while the unique static electricity of his fur tribe began to wane, indicating his dwindling capacity to inflict damage on Sebastian. Gazing at his disheveled state, Biulji offered a bitter smile. Recalling how he had once been the most outstanding combat genius among the younger generation of the fur tribe, it was indeed a laughable fate to find himself in such a predicament. As he lay on the ground, he watched Sebastian approach, fists clenched, and made a difficult decision. He retrieved the medicine chest strapped to his waist and slowly opened it. Removing the top compartment, he revealed 3 vials of potion in red, blue, and white. Taking a deep breath, Biulji grasped the white vial and uncorked it, drinking its contents in one swift motion. The Moonlight Lion State represented Biulji's eternal suffering. This once great genius of the fur tribe had brought calamity upon the Fuzzy Duchy due to the extraordinary moonlight lion form he exhibited during a full moon, leading to his expulsion from the Land of Harmony. The 3 potions were special concoctions devised by the late Evelyn to help him control his moonlight lion form: Brutal Moonlight, red; Cold Moonlight, blue; and Gentle Moonlight, white. Thus far, Biulji could only maintain lucidity by consuming the Cold Moonlight potion, while the red, Brutal Moonlight would strip him of all reason, akin to the experience DeLuo witnessed in the cherry blossom forest on Magnetic Drum Island. Gulp. As Biulji drained the white potion, an obvious transformation ensued. His stature increased. Muscles became defined, and his fur flourished, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. His eyes shone with a brilliant yellow light. The Moonlight Lion form significantly amplified the strength of the fur tribe members. In the original narrative, the duo of cat and dog, upon entering this state, had mercilessly overwhelmed the ship King Jack, nearly besting even the formidable elephant. Biulji's subsequent actions validated this transformation. With a mere flick of his toes on the sandy ground, he leaped into the air, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a shadowy figure appeared before Sebastian. 2 razor-sharp claws raised overhead, crackling with terrifying blue lightning. Electric Claw of the Phantom. 3 azure claws, shimmering with an ominous dark hue, descended like lightning upon the unsuspecting Sebastian. The electric serpents coursed through Sebastian, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. Simultaneously, the lethal claws, akin to the scythe of death, effortlessly tore through Sebastian's fortified body, carving 3 deep gashes into his chest, exposing bone. The impact rendered Sebastian utterly unresponsive. He collapsed, his eyes rolling back, unconscious. Meanwhile, Biulji, having delivered the decisive blow, tidied his medicine chest while casting a cold gaze at the fallen Sebastian. "I have no need for the mindset that revels in murder and destruction." Shifting focus to the other side of the sand dune, Sophia was engaged in an entirely different battle with Wald's other commander, Guy Lam. Unlike Biulji, who was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Sophia fought with the ease of a cat toying with a mouse. Were it not for Guy Lamb's peculiar cube fruit abilities occasionally causing her some trouble, their skirmish would have likely concluded long ago. "It seems your comrades are in quite a predicament," Sophia remarked, fanning herself with a delicate hand, delighting in her malicious jest. "Why don't you lend them a hand?" "Damn it!" Guy Lamb glared at the fallen Wald and Sebastian. His face darkened with frustration. Recognizing the dire situation, he dared not delay any further. Clenching his fists around a square iron hammer, he summoned the full extent of his cube fruit powers and swung with all his might. Cube accelerated explosive block. As the massive hammer struck, the air around it rapidly fractured, forming orderly cubes that began to accelerate towards Sophia's position, bursting into a violent explosion. The tremendous force from the detonating cubes engulfed the area, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. Buddish. Guy Lamb cackled at the sight of the swirling smoke, envisioning Sophia's demise amid the chaos. However, as the dust settled, a blackened corpse lay where Sophia had once stood. Just as Guy Lamb began to celebrate his victory, his laughter abruptly ceased. "Cough. When did this happen?" Guy Lamb, feeling the faint trickle of blood on his neck, turned with great difficulty to behold a stunning woman, reminiscent of the enchanting Manjushoa, standing before him. His final question hanging in the air. The woman, whose smile resembled that of a blooming flower, did not respond. Instead, she deftly flicked the glimmering black eyebrow razor in her hand and sensuously blew on the droplets of blood that adorned it. When faced with the enchanting nine-tailed fox, one must not be deceived into believing that everything perceived is indeed reality. With the defeat of all male members, the Vold pirate crew was left with only Naichine, the sole remaining captain. Unlike the intense battles waged by the others, her duel with Kuma bore a semblance of playful banter. This was to be expected, as Naichine, being the ship's doctor, was not particularly skilled in combat, and Kuma was merely an intern, both lacking the prowess exhibited by their crewmates. Although the scene appeared minimal, it was rife with peril. Naichine's medicinal boxing techniques posed significant challenges for Kuma, especially as time progressed. He began to feel various sensations of numbness coursing through his body. You've noticed, haven't you? The astonishing power of my medicinal boxing techniques, Naichine remarked, observing Kuma's unsteady stance with a rather smug expression. She then continued to boast. "Do you know what is most crucial in medicinal boxing?" "I do not," Kuma replied, turning his head with an honest, albeit clueless demeanor, his sole focus being to vanquish the foe before him. "Formulation. It is all about formulation," Naichine exclaimed, her irritation flaring as she perceived Kuma's lack of comprehension. She reluctantly elaborated. "The numbness you are experiencing is due to the paralyzing techniques I employed in my previous moves. Mandragora, aconitum, white fragrant grass, angelica. Why am I even explaining this to you? Just succumb." What began as an earnest explanation suddenly erupted into fury as Naichine unleashed a strike akin to the graceful flight of a white crane towards Kuma. Meanwhile, Kuma had long been prepared. He endured the sensations of paralysis and painstakingly drew back his right hand. His palm, adorned with pink pads, began to pulsate rapidly, applying pressure to the surrounding air, forming a substantial mass of compressed energy above his hand. With a resounding pop, reminiscent of a cork being released from a wine bottle, a tremendous force erupted from Kuma's palm, manifesting as a white beam of light that sent Naichine soaring through the air, vanishing like a star into the horizon. In disbelief, Kuma gazed at his own hand, then broke into a radiant smile. At that moment, joy filled him, for it was the first time he had bested an officer since setting sail, a testament to the dedication he had poured into his training. Impressive Kuma. Aisha, who had been monitoring the situation, rushed over and patted Kuma's shoulder with enthusiasm. On the other side, Dalu did not hold back his praise either, grinning as he complimented. "Well done, Kuma." Thus, the entire Vold pirate crew met their demise at the hands of the Dalu pirate crew. Chapter 155. The call from 800 years ago, the Dalu pirate crew decimated the Vold pirate crew with an almost overwhelming force, serving as a testament to the strength of its members. This was a deliberate act on Dalu's part. he had arranged for these 3 crew members, who had yet to showcase their full potential, to face individual opponents, allowing him to better assess each member's capabilities for future voyages. Notably, newcomers Blage and Sophia, who had recently joined the crew, demonstrated remarkable abilities during this confrontation, garnering Dalu's admiration. Dalu observed Blage's initial struggles, ready to intervene at any moment, but fortunately, Blage managed to shift his mindset just in time, especially after transforming into the moonlight line form with the aid of a special potion, overpowering the formidable Sebastian. As for Sophia, her performance was nothing short of effortless, dominating her opponent without even having to reveal her devil fruit abilities, indicating her impressive strength. Kuma, as an intern, had also impressed Dalu significantly. After months of training, he had begun to wield the true power of the Machi Machi no Mi, even mastering his future signature move. Kuma's impact, of course, he still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching the level of the future warlord Kuma, who would harness the awakening of his fruit to project concepts like memory and pain. However, the future was bright, and Dalu firmly believed that with Kuma's rate of improvement, he would soon shoulder greater responsibilities and emerge as a formidable force. Just as Dalu contemplated affectionately patting Kuma's head, reminiscent of his past mentor, and uttering words of encouragement about the future, a sudden commotion erupted from Orbia. It turned out that Cobra had arrived with the army. Upon their arrival, the Royal Guard swiftly took control of the remaining rebel forces. One could not deny Cobra's capability, as a stirring speech and reassurance led the majority of the displaced populace among the rebels to abandon their resistance entirely. This scene did not escape the notice of Takura, who was conversing with Dr. Clover nearby. "You have an exceptional son," Dr. Clover remarked, observing Cobra surrounded by soldiers, while giving his old friend a meaningful pat on the shoulder. The astute Takura understood his friend's implication, inhaling deeply as his lips moved, yet he remained silent. Indeed, he had been king for too long, distanced from the common people, to the point where he had forgotten the noble aspirations he had held as a prince, vowing to benefit the populace. After exhaling, Takura set down the sword he held and drove it into the sandy dune, the setting sun casting a warm yellow glow upon his armor, illuminating the aging monarch. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cobra hastily led his troops back to Albana, notably without Takura accompanying them. Logically, the former king should have returned to the capital immediately to settle the newly surrendered refugees to garner their loyalty. But Takura's intentions were clear. He planned to abdicate in favor of another. For Takura, the only remaining obsession was to locate the lost vessel of hope. Fortunately, the O'Haran expedition team did not disappoint him. After a night of rest, the following morning, Orbia brought good news to Dalu and the others. "Well, did you find it?" Dalu inquired, holding a skewer of roasted meat over the campfire, smiling as he offered it to Orbia. "Why are you so unfazed?" Orbia, who had sprinted over, gasping for breath, looked at Dalu with astonishment, refusing to accept the offered meat. "Why the haste? Does it have the ability to run away?" Dalu noticed that Orbia showed no intention of eating the roasted meat, so he unceremoniously stuffed it into his own mouth. "Come on, stop dawdling, follow me." To his surprise, Orbia turned out to be rather impatient, pulling Galoa to a deep pit atop the sand dune. At the edge of the pit, several scholars from O'Hara were gathered, and at the center, Dr. Sanya Tsao was probing a half-human-height small hole at the bottom of the pit with a flashlight. "Tikrala, Dalo, come quickly." Upon seeing them, Dr. Sanya Tsao immediately drew them closer and pointed at the hole, saying, "This deep pit was created by the pirate captain's bomb yesterday. We discovered a layer of red algae soil recorded in historical texts from here. This morning, we dug down 3 meters along this red soil layer and found this hole. I suspect it is an ancient docking tunnel used for ships in the waters near Shahua 800 years ago. That ship, the Mingwang, may very well be docked inside." Dr. Sanya Tsao spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, summarizing the situation. "What are we waiting for? Let's get in." Upon hearing that the vessel from their ancestors was likely inside, Tikala became anxious and urged them to hurry. "We don't know what conditions are inside, and this cave is too dangerous. It could collapse at any moment. We must reinforce the entrance first. Orbia advised Tikala and O. Meanwhile, other scholars from O'Hara approached with a wooden pole, seemingly intending to construct a support structure at the entrance. However, building a support from the entrance could take an eternity, and I lacked the patience for such a task. Step aside. I'll handle this, he said, stopping the others as he quickly walked to the entrance. With arms outstretched, he manipulated the surrounding air, compressing it into solid blocks of air resembling steel, which he stacked at the entrance. In no time, the narrow opening was propped open by countless air bricks, forming a smooth passage into the depths of the cave. Given the uncertain conditions within, Dalor did not adhere to the principle of chivalry and boldly stepped into the cave first. It was as if, as described in the Peach Blossom Spring, they had passed through a narrow opening, only to find a vast expanse after walking several dozen steps. Once inside, they discovered that the spacious cavern housed dozens of ancient merchant ships, all appearing to be entombed in the sand in a state of decay. Holding a torch, Dr. Sanya Tsao stroked the slumbering ships, searching for any evidence to identify them. Indeed, he soon noticed a mark on the sail of a massive merchant vessel. It bore the emblem of the Oasis Merchant Guild. Clearly, this was the bustling port of Lut, the most prosperous harbor of Shahwa, 800 years ago. What are we waiting for? Hurry and search. That ship must be here. Tikala, unable to contain his excitement, began scouring the surroundings with his torch. As their excavation deepened, they meticulously accounted for all the ships in the cavern, but found no trace of any ancient weapons. Just as despair began to settle over the group, a surreal voice echoed simultaneously in their hearts. Distant travelers, welcome. Here lies the Hope Vessel, Namib. You hear that? Someone is speaking. Upon hearing the inexplicable voice resonating within her, Aisha called out to the others, warily glancing around. The remaining members exchanged puzzled looks, clearly having heard the eerie voice. Yet none dared to believe it, given that no human had set foot in this place for over 700 years. Doctor, what is that? Orbia looked to Dr. Sanya Tsao, hoping to glean some insight from the learned elder. Unfortunately, even the wisest could not possess all knowledge. Dr. Sanya Tsao shook his head and replied, I am unsure. Perhaps it is some form of intelligent being. An intelligent being? How could that be possible? What creature could live for 700 years? Orbia rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of the doctor's assertion. 700 years, you say? Daloa stroked his chin, contemplating creatures within the world of the Pirate King that could possibly live such a lifespan. He quickly ruled out humans, as even the longest-lived race, the giants, only reached a few centuries. If the entity were not human, it must be akin to the Shangju, an ancient existence that transcended the vast river of time. As the group pondered the identity of this mysterious being, Aisha and simultaneously noticed a clue. A green light suddenly radiated from the direction of the voice. Look, something seems to be there. Aisha excitedly pointed toward the front, directing their attention to a pyramid-shaped structure. Indeed, following her gaze, a tower of distinctly different architectural style slowly emerged from the sand about 200 to 300 meters away. Soon, the pyramid's apex began to unfold, revealing the silhouette of an ancient warship. There it is, the Hope Vessel. Tikala gasped, his face flushed with excitement as the tall mast emerged from the top of the pyramid. Daloa shared his excitement, for this was the Mingwang, the most formidable ancient weapon in the pirate world, not only renowned for its destructive power, but also the dream vessel sought by pirates. With it, paired with its ability to compress air, the vision of overpowering the navy and defeating Liu was breathtakingly vivid in his imagination. As the gears within the pyramid emitted an excruciating screech, the apex of the structure fully descended, finally revealing the long-awaited Mingwang. It was an ancient wooden ship, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length, with sails adorned with various intricate patterns and cannons lining its sides. Yet, the most striking feature was the massive cannon standing on its deck, several meters in diameter. Despite the passage of time, its grandeur remained undiminished. And this world-ending weapon was indeed the legendary Mingwang, capable of obliterating an island in a single strike. It seems to be damaged. Sharp-eyed Aisha, with her extraordinary perception, sensed something unusual about the warship. Upon hearing her words, Dao's heart sank. He quickly activated his observation hockey to the fullest and employed his powerful perception to probe the ship nearby. As anticipated, the ensuing image was disappointing. His perception revealed a 20-meter-wide circular hole blasted through the ship's midsection, penetrating its hull and severing the vital keel in two. The entire vessel resembled an apple pie with a massive bite taken out of it by a careless child. Indeed, it was not going to be an easy acquisition. Allowed a wry smile to escape his lips as he adjusted his anxious mindset. After all, even if he were to acquire the vessel known as Ming Wang, it would merely be a material possession. True strength resides in one's own capabilities. Let us proceed and ascertain the situation, he proclaimed. Sophia, hailing from a family of shipbuilders, was particularly intrigued by the Ming Wang and took the lead with a torch in hand. In mere minutes, Deruo and his companions, along with the scholars from O'Hara, ascended to the deck of this legendary ship, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they explored every nook and cranny. Remarkable! Such extraordinary shipbuilding craftsmanship. Sophia marveled at the intricate energy conduits embedded within the deck, activating the recording device on her high-tech combat suit to document everything aboard. Conversely, the scholars from O'Hara exhibited little interest in this peculiar technology. Their primary fascination lay in uncovering the truth behind the blank century. Doctor, look here. A massive straw hat emblem alongside a sunbird design, Orbia exclaimed, pointing to the odd illustrations adorning the sails. The erudite, Dr. Clover, swiftly elucidated. The sunbird symbolizes the royal family of Alabasta, while the straw hat emblem likely represents the illustrious liberator, Joy Boy. Joy Boy, Orbia echoed, subconsciously repeating the name. Though it was her first encounter with this moniker, she sensed that the individual referred to as the liberator must have been an extraordinary figure. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her inquiries, both Aisha and Deruo gasped in astonishment as a brilliant green light illuminated the ship's bow once more. Gradually, the green glow receded, revealing a delicate girl clad in a green cloak. What is happening? Orbia inquired anxiously, observing Aisha's astonished expression, while the others turned their gaze towards the two, eager for clarification. It was evident that, aside from Deruo and Aisha, the rest were oblivious to the presence of the young girl. Can you not see her? There's a little girl sitting at the bow, Aisha exclaimed in wonder. I have slept for so long. The girl suddenly stretched and rose to her feet, casting her gaze toward Deruo, inquiring, Are you the destined one spoken of by Joy Boy? Why do you wear a cowboy hat instead of straw hat? Destined one? Straw hat? Deruo raised an eyebrow at this peculiar address, soon realizing that she was referring to the future Luffy, and shook his head. The girl, taken aback by Deruo's reaction, bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Is it not the year 1522? If you are not the destined one, how can you see me? It is the year 1483. With over 40 years until 1522. As for why I can see you, I am uncertain, but she can see you as well, Deruo replied candidly. The girl glanced at Aisha, whom Deruo had indicated, and shook her head, refuting his explanation. She is a descendant of the witnesses, so it is natural for her to see me. Yet you, not being the destined one, can hear my call. That is indeed curious. Never mind, it's good to awaken early. After such a long slumber, I was on the verge of boredom, the girl proclaimed, slapping her cheeks in excitement as she leaped onto the deck. Upon noticing a large hole in the ship's hull, she muttered, That Uranus fellow is truly ruthless to have left me in such a state. Uranus? He harmed you? Deruo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gradually comprehended the girl's identity. Are you suggesting that you are? He inquired, gesturing toward the dilapidated Ming Wang battleship. The girl's subsequent words confirmed Deruo's suspicions as she lifted her skirt and performed a graceful curtsy, slowly addressing him. Indeed, I am a spirit of this ship. My name is Namib. I trust you will treat me well. Chapter 157. Harvest and Invitation. The ship spirit is arguably the most mystical entity within the pirate world. Strictly speaking, it cannot even be classified as a living being, but rather a manifestation of consciousness and intellect, birthed from a vessel due to unique circumstances. Such entities are exceedingly rare, with the only known instance in the original narrative being the merry ghost spirit. Thus, if this young girl named Namib is indeed the spirit of the Ming Wong, it is wholly plausible, given that it is the most formidable warship in history. So, you have existed for over 800 years? Aisha pouted, astonished as she regarded the seemingly younger girl, her hand reaching out hesitantly to pinch the other's cheek. Observing the approaching hand, Namib scrunched her nose, narrowing her eyes, and then pretended to bite down fiercely. Aisha recoiled in surprise, her hand retreating as if electrocuted, only to remember that Namib was an incorporeal spirit. What a silly girl. Namib laughed uproariously, reminiscent of a monkey that had pilfered a peach from the heavenly orchards, and then floated beside Aisha, playfully teasing her. Meanwhile, Daruo, one of the few capable of perceiving the ship's spirit, diligently explained Namib's existence to the others, particularly the scholars from O'Hara. Upon learning of her existence, spanning over 8 centuries, their eyes lit up with excitement. Quick, ask her the truth behind the blank century. Orbia, the most vivacious among them, urged Daruo eagerly. This suggestion ignited a spark in Daruo's eyes as well. Indeed, if Namib truly was the spirit of the Ming Wong, she must have witnessed the events of the blank century, perhaps even being a direct participant in that upheaval. Do not even think about it. If you're not the promised one spoken of by Joy Boy, I shall not reveal what transpired during that time, Namib declared, hands on her hips, directing her words at the still silent Daruo. Oh, why is that? Daruo raised an eyebrow in inquiry. To divulge such information would be detrimental to you, Namib replied, ceasing her playful antics with Aisha to adopt a serious demeanor. She continued, given that fellow's nature, he would have long obliterated all records of that history. Even those passed down orally would be sensed by him. Thus, the only means of knowing that history is through the stone inscriptions of the Kazuki clan. That fellow? Are you referring to him? Despite not receiving the answers he sought, the astute Daruo grasped the keywords within Namib's discourse. Oh, Namib was taken aback, astonished that Daruo had uttered Im's name. After all, very few were aware of Im's existence. Even the learned Dr. Clover remained oblivious to his true name, having only inferred his presence from historical texts. What are you all discussing? The endearing Aisha gazed at the two individuals who seemed to be playing a silent game, her expression one of confusion as she inquired about their behavior. The others also directed their attention towards Daruo. With Aisha's interruption, Daruo swiftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. After all, his knowledge of Im's identity stemmed from his previous life, and he was keen to conceal the fact that he was a traveler from another realm. Now that we have located this vessel, we should exit for the time being and return later to fully explore it, Daruo suggested, observing that the torches held by his companions were nearly extinguished. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to linger here for another 40 years waiting for this so-called destined one? After noticing the agreement among the group regarding his suggestion, Daruo turned to Nanabu for her thoughts. What nonsense! You expect me to remain here for another 40 years? I would surely perish from boredom. Nanabu protested vehemently, flitting around Daruo in agitation. This predicament was indeed a result of Daruo and his companion's actions. Nanabu had been peacefully slumbering underground and might have awakened alongside Luffy to challenge him. However, the premature awakening orchestrated by Daruo meant that she would have to endure 40 years of tedium if she remained there. Given Nanabu's youthful demeanor, such an existence would drive her to madness. So what shall we do? Should we leave together? Aisha, equally childish, empathized with Nanabu and inquired. Leave? By the way, can the ship's spirit act independently of the vessel? Daruo scrutinized the dilapidated ship of the Ming Wong and posed the question to Nanabu. No. Nanabu shook her head, cradling her head in her hands and speaking in a slightly teary tone. The ship's spirit must rely on the vessel to exist. Thus I cannot stray too far from the ship. I see, Daruo mused. He had initially entertained the idea of coaxing Nanabu aboard. For who better to understand the Ming Wong than its spirit? With her assistance, recreating a new Ming Wong would surely be a simple task. Just as Daruo lamented his inability to persuade her, a sudden thought struck him. May I ask, what exactly do you depend on the ship for? The inquiry was inspired by the philosophical paradox known as the ship of Theseus, which questions whether a ship remains the same if all its wooden components are replaced one by one. In other words, if Nanabu exists in relation to this vessel, what would happen if all parts of the Ming Wang were gradually replaced? Would her existence then transfer to this newly constructed ship? If the answer were affirmative, then through some clever maneuvering, it might be possible to relocate the ship's spirit Nanabu to a new vessel. If not, it would indicate that the spirit depended on a specific component of the ship. The keel. The essence of a ship lies in its keel, and the ship's spirit also relies on it. Nanabu provided her answer, her form floating into the large hole in the deck. If I remove this keel and take it with me, will you be able to accompany us? Daruo leaped into the ship's hold, pointing at the keel that had been severed by an unknown attack. Although Daruo had never encountered the legendary Atom Tree, the dense grain and texture of the wood indicated that this keel was indeed crafted from it. So do you wish to leave? If so, I will extract this keel for you, Daruo asked, patting the keel. To be honest, had it not been for the king striking the keel in two, Daruo would have found it quite challenging to disassemble, for it was made of the toughest wood in existence. Of course, I want to leave. If I were to stay here for 40 years, I would surely suffocate. Nanabu replied without hesitation. In that case, this ship is of no further use to us. I might as well dismantle other parts as well, Daruo declared, beckoning the others to prepare to remove the cannon system he had long coveted. No, Nanabu exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she floated in front of Daruo to impede his actions. These cannon systems are the technology of the Great Kingdom. If you dismantle them, what will I have to rely on in 40 years? I still need them to exact revenge on that Uranus fellow. Given Nanabu's statement, Daruo refrained from further attempts at dismantling, realizing that with their comrades still aboard the Ming Wang, provoking Nanabu could unleash devastation from the ship's cannon. We cannot return empty-handed. Daruo seized the opportunity to negotiate. At most, I will allow you to take a few of the secondary cannons. The main cannon must remain untouched. After a moment of hesitation, Nanabu made her final concession. Deal. Daruo snapped his fingers in agreement, as he had intended to bring a few cannons back to the mermaid's him, although he could not acquire the most powerful main cannon. Securing a few secondary cannons was still a significant gain. Furthermore, if he could successfully persuade Nanabu to accompany him, he could also take the two segments of the keel made from atom wood, a material said to be unsinkable regardless of damage. I say, having spent so much time in Alabasta, you must be utterly bored. Why not join us at sea? Daruo invited Nanabu, while assisting the others in disassembling the cannons. The playful Nanabu did not decline. She yearned to witness the changes in the world over the past 7 centuries. More importantly, as the spirit of a decrepit vessel, she needed to find a suitable means to restore herself. Thus, the ancient weapon spirit Nanabu, over 800 years old, officially joined Daruo's pirate crew. Chapter 158. Before setting sail, the following day arrived. King Takora executed his actions with remarkable efficiency. On the very night the Ming Wang was discovered, he dispatched an entire excavation team to Shahua for protective excavation. Utilizing the powers of his compression fruit, Daruo disassembled the Ming Wang's keel and 2 secondary cannons, bringing along the ship's spirit Nanabu back to Albana with him and the group from O'Hara. At this moment, within the banquet hall of the Albana Palace, a grand feast was underway. The long western table, stretching several meters, was laden with delectable dishes, towering meat platters that could nearly engulf a person. However, the sheer abundance of food did little to satiate the ravenous crew. Soon, plate after plate was swiftly obliterated, leaving them stacked high against the ceiling. Observing this spectacle, the palace's kitchen staff were not to be outdone, fervently battling in the back to see whether they could serve dishes faster than the hungry guests could consume them. How foolish, competing with those monsters. All I need to do is feed a rabbit and take a well-deserved break, remarked a man with a hooked nose dressed in a white chef's attire, as he poured a bowl of peeled carrots into the feeding trough before Rabbitai, casting a triumphant glance at the rabbit as if issuing a challenge. Even if one were to consume a carrot every second, the sheer quantity would suffice for a good 10 minutes. The male chef mused inwardly. incredulous that he could not satiate a mere rabbit with such a simple task as peeling carrots. How could he possibly lose to this carrot? Just as the man reveled in his own satisfaction, L'Abbé T unfurled its cavernous jaws, and, much to the man's astonishment, his expression akin to seeing a ghost, proceeded to devour an entire basin of carrots in one bite. How infuriating it was that even a rabbit proved so difficult to manage. Yet he must not underestimate my capabilities. The man's peculiar competitive spirit was ignited, and with a scowl, he dashed into the kitchen, fervently wielding his peeler as if prepared to engage in a duel with L'Abbé T. This was indeed a challenging affair. The head chef, serving dishes to the table, laughed heartily at the sight of the ravenous diners. For despite his many years in the profession, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. This recent drought in the city and the excavation of the Hope vessel have been greatly aided by all of you. I raise my glass in your honor. Sitting at the head of the table, King Kobula lifted his goblet and gestured to Deluo and the others. King Kobula is exceedingly gracious. Deluo replied, returning the gesture with his own raised glass before downing the champagne in one go. It is worth mentioning that following the deaths of the brothers Yu He and Yu Si, the illegal workshops manufacturing dancing powder in Yuba were thoroughly eradicated by Kobula, thus alleviating the drought in the capital, Albana. Simultaneously, the insurgents responsible for the rebellion were thoughtfully resettled. Some were accommodated within the city, while others were dispersed among various military camps. As a result of these actions, Prince Kobu-La's reputation among the populace has swiftly surpassed that of the late King T-Kola, who, upon returning to Albana, graciously abdicated the throne in favor of Kobula. I must tell you, that girl and I, Fei Tali, is secretly infatuated with Xiao, Ibo, E. Across the long table, Nami Bu, with the aid of AI Shah's translation, diligently relayed the gossip of their ancestors from Al-Labasitan. Oh. Upon hearing such juicy tidbits, Bayou responded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling, while the venerable Dr. San, Yi Chao, quietly set down his knife and fork, leaning in to listen intently. With Nami Bu's eloquent storytelling, a poignant and heart-wrenching love story was soon crafted for Ni, Fei Ta Li, and Xiao, Ibo, E, leaving the scholars from Ao Hala in awe. Ahem. The old king T-Kula coughed twice, signaling his disapproval of the gossip about the ancestors being discussed in his presence. Clearly, the old king's protest was in vain. As the elder Nami Bu continued to weave tales about Queen Ni, Fei Ta Li, disregarding the younger man's objections. You all ought to rein it in a bit. Deluo observed the commotion, watching as Ai Shah, Baya, and Sophia nearly toppled the table in their excitement, and he diplomatically intervened. Deluo's words proved effective, and the women quickly settled down, leaving only the forlorn Nami Bu, in ghostly form, gazing longingly at the others indulging in the feast. Noticing Nami Bu's pitiful expression, Deluo picked up a bagel and, smiling, teased her. What a fragrant treat. Too bad someone cannot partake. For spirit, the concept of eating is non-existent. However, after existing for 8 centuries, Nami Bu had developed a yearning for delicious food. Oomph. Stung by the remark, Nami Bu crossed her arms, pouting with nostrils flaring like a cartoon character, appearing quite vexed. Observing her reaction, Deluo wisely refrained from further provoking her, and instead offered words of comfort to his new crew member. Fear not, for the sea is filled with wondrous curiosities, and perhaps you shall find an opportunity to enjoy food yet. Do you have a plan? Nami Bu lifted, Hadid, her face brimming with hope as she gazed at Deluo. I have heard that modern technology can enable objects to consume animal-type devil fruits, Deluo replied casually. Thus, I ponder whether we might be able to fashion your dwelling, the dragon bone, into a puppet and imbue it with life using an animal-type fruit, allowing you to control it. Perhaps this way, you could transform into a living being. One must commend Deluo's skill in painting dreams. For Nami Bu's face visibly flushed with excitement, as if energized. Genius. You are truly a genius. In her ethereal form, Nami Bu executed a backflip into the air, then soared to the ceiling, darting around the hall in a display of exhilaration. Deluo remained composed. In truth, He had contemplated this plan since inviting Namibu aboard, as currently, only he and Ai Sha could perceive her spirit form, which was indeed quite inconvenient. However, while the notion was simple, the execution would be fraught with challenges. First, a suitable animal-type devil fruit must be located, preferably one that could transform Namibu into a human. Additionally, they would need to find a technician capable of enabling objects to consume devil fruits, a task likely only within the purview of those from the MASD organization, who seemed entangled with the Rocks pirates and appeared rather formidable. Moses. Just as DeLuo was lost in thought, a sudden ringing from the phone bug in his pocket interrupted, revealing the long-lost Rikit. DeLuo, where are you? Having visited his grandfather's old friend and returned early to the mermaid's song, Rikit bellowed in frustration. Chapter 159, Setting Sail Again. According to the original itinerary, DeLuo and his crew were only meant to remain in Al-Abasitan for 10 days. However, due to the incident involving the Underworld King, they had lingered a few extra days. Truly, I have waited in vain for so many days without news. On the deck of the mermaid's song, Rikit practiced a peculiar form of martial arts, grumbling in irritation. Perhaps as a means of venting, his right fist was thrust forward in an odd manner, swiftly striking the air and producing a series of crisp bubble sounds, reminiscent of bubbles bursting in a drink. Pop, pop, pop. A succession of bursting bubbles cleared the surrounding air, demonstrating the power of his technique. After finishing his practice, Rikit twisted his sore elbow and shook his head, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Not quite. Compared to old man Rina, my technique still lacks a certain potency. Even though I can simulate the bubbles in champagne using the sake fruit, the strength of my haki cannot support the force released when these bubbles burst, Rikit remarked. The old man Rina he referred to as none other than his grandfather's old friend, one of the 7 winemakers who had triumphed in the World Brewing Championship alongside his grandfather. The creator of the dreamy bubble champagne, Epernay, Lance Rina, was a formidable figure. Upon learning of the Tenryubito's attack on Chateau La Tour and the death of his friend, Rina began to channel his spirit of winemaking into the study of martial arts. One must admit that a genius will always shine, regardless of the setting. Over the years, Rina's prowess has become quite formidable. He even pioneered a novel technique inspired by the effervescent bubbles of champagne, aptly named Qipao Zhendan Chuan. With his formidable martial art capable of delivering explosive punches, the seasoned Rina swiftly established his foothold in the first half of the Grand Line, successfully repelling several assaults from the Celestial Dragon's minions. He settled in Yudi, a place abundant in sunlight and rainfall, ideal for cultivating high-sugar grapes. Out of camaraderie, Rina insisted that his old friend, Rikit, stay for a few days and generously imparted this martial art to him. However, compared to Rina, who had honed his skills over several years, Rikit, having only practiced for a few days, remained somewhat inexperienced. Nonetheless, this did not concern Rikit much. As Rina wisely stated, the realms of combat and winemaking are akin. There are no 2 wines that taste the same, nor are there identical individuals. One must learn from the strengths of others to achieve excellence. Hence, for Rikit, this martial art serves primarily as a source of inspiration. He firmly believes that upon mastering the qualities of wine, its combustion, flow, intoxication, effervescence, and clarity, he will fully grasp the capabilities of the wine fruit and establish his own unique combat system. At that time, the troublesome rabbit that had caused him much vexation upon boarding would meet its demise at his hands, and he would surpass the formidable Sophia, solidifying his position as the 3rd strongest within the Dalu pirate crew. As Rikit lingered in his dreams, 2 pointed rabbit ears suddenly emerged on the distant horizon, heralding the arrival of his longed-for companions, Labidi and several others from the pirate crew. It turned out that after receiving Rikit's call, Dalu and the others had promptly bid farewell to Cobra and the scholars of O'Hara, returning to Utewa port to reunite with Rikit right after the banquet concluded. Along with them was Nanabo, the newly joined ship spirit of the Dark King, accompanied by several segments of the Atom Tree's bones that served as its vessel. Dalu had also not forgotten to bring along 2 cannons that had been removed from the Dark King's battleship. Although not the main cannons, Dalu was still eager to witness their power, for anything that could be mounted on the Dark King must possess considerable might, surely more substantial than the Baki cannon of the Great Baki. Regrettably, due to the ship's size, the mermaid's song could only accommodate one of the cannons. Consequently, Dalu compressed the other cannon and entrusted it to Labidi, who possessed the capabilities of the suck-suck fruit, to compensate for her lack of long-range combat abilities. The group of Dalu, with great vigor, traversed the bustling dock and returned to the mermaid's song. "Likey, I apologize for the wait," Dalu said sheepishly, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having kept Likey waiting aboard the ship for 5 or 6 days. "Never mind," Likey waved dismissively, then turned to the side where Izumi Rikian was busily moving timber, inquiring with curiosity, "What is this?" "Allow me to explain." Aisha, who had quickly befriended Nanabo, eagerly squeezed in front of Likey to introduce her newly boarded confidant. "This is our new crew member, Nanabo. She is an ancient ship spirit who has lived for over 800 years. Aisha enthusiastically pointed at Nanabo, who floated in the air. However, Likey found Aisha's actions puzzling. As he could not see Nanabo at all, he glanced at Dalu with a look that seemed to question, "Is she losing her mind?" "She is not exaggerating. We indeed have a newly joined crew member of special significance. Although you cannot see her now, you will have the chance to meet her in the future," Dalu explained to Likey, who appeared skeptical. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, Labidi had already moved several dragon bones into the ship's cabin, while Kuma had completed the necessary checks before departure, ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Their next destination was the outpost of Sky Island, Gaia Island, the very island where Luffy encountered Blackbeard. "All aboard Gaia Island," Dalu commanded, and the mermaid's song, which had docked in Alabasta for over 10 days, once again filled its sails, embarking towards its next destination. As night fell within the royal palace of Alabasta, King Takola and the scholars from O'Hara were tirelessly studying the ancient artifacts unearthed from the Dark King, hoping to unveil a fragment of the century-long void. "Let us call it day. We shall resume tomorrow," Dr. Clover said, stretching his stiff limbs after long hours of work. Despite some reluctance, Albia and the others understood that this archaeological endeavor was a significant undertaking, and haste would yield no results. Thus, they promptly departed the palace together. After bidding farewell to the O'Hara scholars, Takola surveyed the study filled with recently excavated artifacts and scattered books, lost in contemplation. The two questions that had plagued him for decades resurfaced. What transpired after his ancestor, Queen Nefertari, departed from Alabasta following her agreement with Joy Boy and subsequently vanished? Moreover, what did the hidden secrets within the Nefertari family signify? Suddenly, Takola's eye caught sight of an unusual object, a crude clay jar commonly found in Alabasta. Albeit this particular jar was markedly rough and misshapen, resembling the handiwork of a 3-year-old child. "What is this?" Takola exclaimed, hastily approaching to pick up the jar, murmuring to himself, "This seems to be a relic of Queen Lily. But why would such a poorly made jar be among her belongings?" Puzzled, Takola examined the jar closely and abruptly noticed a line of faint ancient script at the base, concealed beneath a layer of dirt. Unable to decipher the ancient text, Takola quickly retrieved the ancient script reference dictionary left by Dr. Clover, spending over 20 minutes to translate the inscription. "The child we created has betrayed us." Chapter 160. The Conspiracy of Rocks. While Takola remained restless over his discovery, unbeknownst to him, a plot against the Alabasta royal family was brewing in the New World. Thousands of miles away, at the Hive Island within the stronghold of the Rock's pirate crew, Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Miss Bakken, and Longbread gathered around Rocks, deliberating their next course of action. "Bakin, how is the progress on the Bloodline Fusion project at the lab?" Rocks, seated upon his throne, propped his chin on one hand as he inquired of Bakin below. "Progress is promising. Recently, a trainee named Caesar joined MADS, and he has contributed significantly to the field of immunosuppression, greatly assisting the doctor. They are now able to fuse 17 different bloodline factors," Bakin replied respectfully, lowering his gaze. 17. Loa Kursu pondered briefly, his right hand gently tapping the armrest. "Not enough. urged the doctor to hasten the experiments on merging 20 sets of bloodline factors. Understood. Ba Jean, the sole scientist in the crew, was acutely aware of the formidable challenge involved in merging 20 bloodline factors into a single organism, yet she dared not oppose Thus demands. Moakusa nodded before inquiring further. What about John? Wasn't it said that the doctor could resurrect him through human cloning? What is the current status? Had Dalla been privy to his words, he would have been astounded, for he had distinctly shattered Captain John's heart during the battle on Magnetic Drum Island, leaving no room for survival. Indeed, that was the case. However, Captain John had not yet reached the stage of brain death at that time, and his brain was preserved by Ba Jin's timely intervention. Although Baijiao Pengke's current biological technology could not yet achieve resurrection, utilizing the surviving stem cells from the brain to create a clone embodying Captain John's complete memories was certainly feasible. The clone of John has been successfully experimented with, but a few minor issues have arisen, resulting in some confusion on his part, Ba Jin stated vaguely. Confusion? Luokusu furrowed his brow, recognizing this as unfavorable news. Despite the vastness of the Luokusu pirate crew, only a handful of core members existed, and now they had lost one. Never mind, let someone else coordinate with the doctor. The clone of John can remain at Hive Island to manage logistics. Luokusu waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter, as more pressing issues awaited his attention. He then turned his gaze to his trusted aide, Golden Lion Shiki. On his left, Shiki, are you still investigating those ancient weapons? Any progress? As the third most powerful individual in the crew, Shiki spoke without the cautiousness exhibited by Ba Jin, boldly declaring, no progress. That Roger fellow has been evading me and is utterly unwilling to cooperate. To acquire information about the ancient weapons, two avenues existed, either akin to the scholars from O'Hara, meticulously gathering all historical texts and deducing the whereabouts of the ancient weapons from the recorded history, or finding someone like Roger or Luffy, who is intrinsically connected to the ancient weapons to gain insights through them. Shiki was evidently not the patient type to collect historical texts. Hence he opted for the latter method, which also explained his ongoing obsession with the Roger pirates, culminating in a future confrontation at the Battle of Ator. If there is no progress, let rest for now. There are more urgent matters that I must entrust to you and Newgate, and this task is of utmost importance. Only you two can handle it, Luffy said as he rose from his throne and approached Shiki, patting him on the shoulder. Oh, what do you want us to do? Shiki inquired with curiosity. As the two strongest members of the crew, both he and Newgate had enjoyed considerable leniency from their captain. This time, however, they were tasked with action. The doctor has made groundbreaking progress in his experiments and will soon meet my requirements. Thus, our next course of action is to hunt the celestial dragons. I want you to swiftly capture 20 descendants of the celestial dragon kings and bring them to Hive Island. Speed is essential. We cannot allow them time to react. Otherwise, if the celestial dragons retreat to Mariewa, it will pose significant trouble, Vivisu instructed with piercing intensity. Fixating on his two trusted aides, 20 descendants of the kings? How are we to identify those individuals with fishbowls on their heads? Are we to capture them all and interrogate each one? Shiki frowned, reluctant to accept such a burdensome task. I will have Ba Jin assist you, providing intelligence and lists before each operation. You need only follow the plan, preemptively countered, leaving no room for refusal, and gestured toward Ba Jin. The families of the 20 kings include the Rosward, Charlot, Don Quixote, and Nefertari. Most of these families reside in Mariewa and God Valley, rarely venturing out. So we must ensure success in each of our operations. Of course, there is one family that does not reside in the Holy Land. So our first operation will serve as a preliminary exercise, Ba Jin remarked, holding a page filled with the names of the celestial dragons. Once Ba Jin finished reporting, Luffy stared solemnly at Whitebeard and Shiki, stating gravely, the bloodline of the 20 kings is pivotal in the quest for divine qualifications. So I expect your utmost effort in this operation, and failure is not an option. Hearing his repeated emphasis, Shiki understood he could not shirk this duty. Regardless of his rebellious nature, he remained a member of the Wukusu pirate crew, and the pirate's code dictated obedience to the captain's commands. Ba Jin, Provide me with the information on the solitary celestial dragon family. Shiki waved his sleeves, drawing forth his two famed swords, Sakura 10 and Muku Ko, ready for action. Currently, in the first half of the Grand Line, within the nation of Alabasta, our target is the royal family named Tikolan and Nefertari. Chapter 161. The news arrives at sea. The mermaids sailed leisurely across the waves, having arrived near Gaia Island after a 7-day journey. During these 7 days, Dalu and the crew not only reveled in leisurely banter, but also reinforced the entire ship, for beyond Gaia Island lay the sky island high above the clouds. The most significant transformation, however, was the weapon system of the mermaids. Thanks to the efforts of shipwright Sophia, the Pluto's secondary cannon was finally installed, marking the ship's inaugural armament. This deep blue cannon was adorned with special energy conduits, its primary energy source being explosive rock, and fortunately, the core that powered the cannon was still operational. What a magnificent cannon! Kuma exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a child spotting a beloved toy. Unbeknownst to Kuma, the ship's spirit Nanabu sat atop the massive cannon, pouting in annoyance at Kuma's intrusive exploration, yet powerless to intervene. As the ship's spirit, all that once belonged to the Pluto was part of her essence, rendering Kuma's actions somewhat disrespectful in her eyes. Enough with the theatrics, Dalu remarked, rising from his sunbathing chair on the deck and approaching the cannon. With hands clasped behind his back, he scrutinized the weapon like a seasoned official. Indeed, the cannon possessed an imposing and formidable presence. Its deep blue glow and the wide, black muzzle at the front spoke volumes of its fierce firepower. Regrettably, this high-tech cannon was affixed to a medieval wooden sailing vessel, creating a jarring contrast reminiscent of an elephant's ivory tusks protruding from a cartoon pig. It's clear we need a new ship. Dalu resolved that upon reaching Chishueji-do, he would replace the current vessel. After all, the mermaid Shinga was merely a second-hand wooden ship, utterly incapable of supporting their quest to conquer the Grand Line. This ship might barely harness 40% of the cannon's power, scoffed Namabu, the spirit of the ship that had served the king of the underworld 8 centuries ago. Enough with the complaints, Dalu admonished, giving Namabu a playful pat on the back of the head. Though he lacked the obsession that Luffy had for the Mary, there was no reason for the ship to be looked down upon. Let us find a spot to fire a shot. Namabu, let us see if you can still control this cannon. Dalu steered the mermaid Shinga to a distance of about 15 to 1,600 meters from a deserted island. Meanwhile, Aisha, the most formidable lookout from the Three-Eye tribe, was also prepared. After identifying a barren hill on the island as the target, she reported with precision, "Target ahead. Hill at a distance of 1,643 meters, 11 o'clock. Upon receiving Aisha's information, Namabu sprang into action, controlling the old cannon, which had not fired in over 800 years, to slowly pivot and aim at the unfortunate island. As the energy core of the cannon glimmered with blue light, a cerulean energy beam began to extend along the power conduits toward the cannon's mouth, gradually completing its charging process. Once fully charged, the cannon's mouth radiated a flash of blue light. With a whoosh, the dazzling blue shot surged forth from the barrel, a colossal laser beam streaking straight toward the nearby island, leaving a brilliant blue trail in the air. Boom! When the laser beam struck the island, the energy released instantaneously pulverized the surrounding soil and rocks, and the entire hill at the epicenter of the blast was meticulously sheared away, leaving behind a smoldering, flat surface, as if it had never existed. Incredible! The scene elicited expressions of astonishment from everyone except Dalu and Izumi Lichian. How marvelous! To harness the violent energy contained within explosive rocks with such efficiency. Even the well-versed Sophia, intrigued, approached the cannon, her beautiful eyes fixated on the mysterious energy conduits, eager to uncover their secrets. Noting the crowd's astonished reactions, Namabu puffed up with pride, hands on hips, relishing the accolades from the deck, while muttering something about being just ordinary. Unlike the others, Dalu's response was rather subdued. After all, this cannon had been salvaged from the king of the underworld. If it possessed any less power, that would indeed be abnormal. Moreover, in terms of sheer might, This cannon paled in comparison to Dalu's full-strength strikes. However, its sustainability and range surpassed his capabilities. Particularly when paired with Aisha's high-precision radar, it boasted an astonishing range, capable of providing extensive artillery coverage, thus granting Dalu and his crew a tactical advantage in naval engagements. Of course, not everyone was pleased with the cannon's might. Rector, with a rather gloomy expression, observed the excited Rabetti, who was eagerly rubbing her hands, with the second cannon from the king of the underworld hanging from her chest. No way, this is too impressive. Does that mean that Rabbit has the upper hand over me? Rector, having just endured several days of grueling training in Alabasta, felt frustrated at the thought of reclaiming his honor. Bitter. It's all too bitter. I set out to perform. Yet here, I find myself outdone before I even begin. He grimaced as he downed his whiskey in one gulp, the bitter malt flavor causing his face to contort. Just as Rector wallowed in his discontent, Aisha suddenly exclaimed, raising a newspaper she had just purchased from the newsbird, her mouth covered as she hurried over to Dalu. Dalu, something serious has happened. The moment Dalu saw Aisha's reaction, his expression turned grave. He took the newspaper, unfolded it, and saw the headline in bold red. Golden Lion Shiki attacks Alabasta. King Tykola kidnapped. Chapter 162. Speculation Golden Lion Shiki. Dalu murmured, his face heavy with concern as he regarded the newspaper headline. As one of the three legendary pirates of the post-Strox era, Dalu was well aware of Shiki. Although this legendary pirate had limited screen time in the original story and was even defeated by Luffy, who lacked mastery of hockey in a theatrical rendition, Dalu would not underestimate the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Float Fruit, a master of the dual sword style. These two attributes alone were sufficient to elevate Shiki to the pinnacle of maritime power, especially now that he had allied himself with the formidable Rocks pirates. Shiki has kidnapped Tykola? What could be his motive? Dalu pondered, glancing at the sensational news dominating the newspaper, while passing it along to the others nearby. Though curiosity piqued, Dalu had no intention of rescuing Tykola, considering their brief acquaintance. He had no reason to rally his crew to confront Shiki, setting aside the risks. Even if he wished to intervene, Dalu knew he could not keep pace with Shiki's aerial capabilities granted by the Float Fruit. Could it be that news of the king of the underworld has leaked? Dalu furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the full situation. Although he was a ruler, Dalu saw little value in Tykola that would attract Shiki's interest. The only possibility he entertained was that news of the recent discovery of the king of the underworld in Alabasta had been compromised. Buru. Just as the others expressed sympathy for Tykola's plight, Sophia's mini snail phone rang. Without hesitation, she unzipped her battle suit in front of everyone, retrieving a silver, fox-like mini snail from her mysterious fourth-dimensional pocket, cradling it in her palms. As a renowned legendary spy and assassin, known as the Thousand-Faced Sophia, she maintained close and clandestine ties to the underworld, and this silver snail served as a vital means of communication. After a series of intricate code verifications, a strange electronic voice emerged from the other end of the snail. Whitebeard Newgate has launched a surprise attack on the Sabati archipelago and has captured 9 direct descendants from the Don Quixote and Muscarad celestial dragon families. A public mission has been issued. Any who can rescue the celestial dragons from Whitebeard will receive a bounty of 300 million berries for each individual saved. The method of rescue is flexible, but the utmost priority must be the preservation of the target's life. Once the electronic voice on the other end clearly elucidated the task information, Sophia decisively hung up the phone, revealing not a single shred of information, nor conveying her inclination towards accepting the task. Sanjiu, Shichi, Mai, that's an immense sum of money. The usually naive Aisha, upon hearing this news, began counting on her fingers while urging Daruo, 27 billion Bailey, should we take on this task? In Aisha's perspective, the gentleman with the crescent-shaped mustache did not seem overly intimidating. After all, they had encountered him twice before without any adverse consequences, and Daruo had even shared drinks with him. Perhaps a touch of camaraderie could sway him in their favor. At worst, we can split the money. Who would turn down wealth? Aisha's almost absurd proposal elicited laughter from Sophia, who playfully pulled her into an embrace, gently tapping her bald forehead twice, as if to gauge the extent of her intellect. After some playful banter, Sophia settled down, playfully patting Aisha's rear to send her off, while turning her head with interest to tease Deruo. "So what do you think?" Before Sophia could finish her thought, Deruo interrupted, casting a disapproving glance at the woman with a penchant for mischief. "Enough with your antics. I'm not foolish." Despite having faced the white-haired man twice and even engaging in a brawl, Deruo was acutely aware that luck had favored him. The first encounter had been a mere exercise in restraint on the white-haired man's part, while the second was influenced by the presence of the Roger pirates, which had prevented any direct confrontation. Deruo had not lost his senses, believing that mastering the three-color haki would allow him to battle the white-haired man at his peak. Moreover, the Conqueror's haki had an advanced tier known as Haki Infusion, which was the threshold for supreme combat prowess at sea. Having only recently grasped the Conqueror's haki, Deruo was far from achieving Haki Infusion, and the awakening of his fruit was still a distant prospect. Unlike Luffy, he could not engage in limitless exercises or sustain blows to comprehend Haki Infusion. "It's merely a jest. Truly, you are an unromantic man." Sophia shrugged, jesting, before disregarding Deruo and gracefully moving to the sun lounger beneath the parasol to bask in the sunlight. With their playful distraction gone, Deruo's thoughts returned to the current situation. From the intelligence gleaned from Sophia, it was apparent that it was not merely Shurji who had abducted Taiklai. The white-haired man had also taken action against two other celestial dragon families. This could not be mere coincidence. Only one individual could command both legendary figures simultaneously. Rox was hunting celestial dragons. Deruo swiftly deduced the implications, which were not particularly complex, especially when considering that next year Rox would assault the celestial dragon stronghold, leading to the eruption of the God Valley conflict. Thus, it became evident what Rox had been orchestrating over the past few years. As this realization struck him, a gleam ignited in Deruo's eyes. He pondered a certain possibility and promptly turned to the little girl seated on the figurehead of the mermaid saint, inquiring, "Nami-Bu, does controlling the underworld king require a specific bloodline?" And no. Taken aback by the sudden question, Nami-Bu momentarily faltered before responding. "I see. That leaves only one possibility, Tian Wang Uranos. It requires the bloodline of a celestial dragon to be manipulated." Deruo confidently articulated his final conjecture. The astonished expression on Nami-Bu's face, as if she had encountered a ghost, somewhat validated Deruo's speculation. "Seems I was correct." Deruo snapped his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Nami-Bu knowingly, even if she were slow to react. Nami-Bu understood she had been outsmarted and promptly covered her mouth, refraining from further comment. It was evident she did not wish to divulge too much about events from 800 years ago. In her words, the time had not yet come. Knowing too much would only bring calamity. To learn about everything from 800 years ago, one could only refer to historical texts. Otherwise, anyone attempting to reveal the truth would be detected by him. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Observing Nami-Bu's reticence, Deruo chose not to press further, confident that the long-buried history would eventually come to light. This topic did not linger for long, as the group soon returned to a lively atmosphere. A few hours later, while steering the ship, Xiong spotted a black dot on the horizon and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "We've arrived at Gaia Island." Chapter 163. Who Comes? Gaia Island is a spring island blanketed by forests. Originally shaped like a head, a significant portion was swept away by towering ocean currents, leaving only the mouth section, which constitutes the present-day Gaia Island on the Grand Line. The original work provides scant details about Gaia Island, the only noteworthy mention being that Luffy and his crew once encountered the infamous Blackbeard Titch in the town of Magic Valley, where he famously declared that a person's dreams never end. Following that encounter, the entire Magic Valley was devastated in the conflict between Blackbeard and Ace, rendering the island rather uneventful. In reality, the island is sparsely populated, featuring only a modest tavern at the town center, surrounded by a few scattered farms and temporary shelters for desperate rogues. Hey, Deruo, this is bad. The log pose is broken. As soon as they set foot on the island, Aisha pointed at her wrist, where the needle of the log pose was erratically jumping, eventually pointing towards the sky. Having read the original work, Deruo was well aware of the implications and remained remarkably calm. After calming the noisy Aisha, he pointed skyward and explained to the others, here, the log pose points to the sky because, at an altitude of 10,000 meters in this sea region, there lies an island rarely reached by anyone. That will be our next destination, Sky Island. Deruo's words immediately sparked exclamations of disbelief from everyone except Sophia, with each displaying incredulous expressions. Even the typically composed Hichuan Lixian raised an eyebrow, clearly unable to fathom that an island could exist at such a height. Although the group reacted with astonishment, none doubted Deruo's assertion, for the captain's reputation commanded respect. Upon hearing that Deruo intended to take them to Sky Island, Xiong's excitement surged. Really? We're going to Sky Island? The pressing question, however, was how to ascend. How we get up there? Likheat voiced what everyone was thinking. As reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters was no small feat, surely they could not fly up there. Flying to such heights was, of course, impossible. Even though Deruo possessed the ability of the compression fruit, allowing him to manipulate air currents to some extent for the ship's ascent, he could not directly levitate the vessel thousands of meters into the air. His physical limits would not allow it. However, the world of pirates harbors a remarkable ocean current capable of propelling massive vessels skyward by thousands of meters. And that ascending current just happened to be located near Gaia Island. The updraft currents exhibit a distinct periodicity, typically erupting once every 5 months. Thus, all that Daluo and his companions can do is wait, for reaching the Sky Island is imperative for him. This necessity arises not solely from the vast treasures of gold residing in the belly of the island's master, but more importantly, due to a historical text chronicling the legacy of the sea deity, Poseidon, as well as the item of utmost interest to Daluo, the Raijin fruit. If Daluo's memory serves him correctly, in the year 1520 when Luffy set sail, Enel was merely 37 years old, implying that the current Enel has just recently taken his first breaths. Daluo mused, skeptical that the Raijin fruit could possibly be something Enel was born with. It was evident that he held considerable concern for this fruit. Naturally, anyone aware of its existence would regard it with great significance, for it is the Raijin fruit, a pinnacle among the precious natural-type fruits. It is worth noting that Blackbeard endured over 2 decades aboard Whitebeard's ship to acquire the equally formidable Yami Yami no Mi. However, all of this remains conjecture. Whether Daluo can truly obtain this fruit remains uncertain until they reach the Sky Island. Returning to the present, Daluo and his companions arrived at a hotel in the heart of Mojo Town, intending to procure provisions while inquiring locals about the next updraft current. After purchasing a sufficient quantity of cherry pies akin to Blackbeard's and barbecued meats reminiscent of Luffy's, the previously menacing tavern owner transformed into a congenial figure upon seeing the thick stack of belly in Daluo's pocket, cheerfully providing them with the timing of the next updraft, 15 days hence. Fortunately, they would not have to wait long. Daluo exhaled in relief upon learning the upcoming eruption of the current, as 15 days was a considerably acceptable time frame compared to 5 months. He had no desire to linger in this desolate place. Upon exiting the tavern, Daluo and his companions swiftly returned to the Mermaid Shim. Following their usual practice, they typically would stay in a comfortable local hotel for several days, immersing themselves in the local culture. This time, however, they opted to head directly back to the ship, partly due to the presence of a Nanabu on board, and partly because the island was rife with bandits, which would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. Daluo, those fellows are truly disgusting, Aisha remarked, recalling the leering gazes of the tavern patrons as they departed. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Daluo chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. It is said that while the king of hell may be approachable, the spirits he encounters are no trivial matter. Should any trouble come his way, it would matter not whether they were kings or mere spirits. He would crush them all. 7 days later, during this span, Daluo and his companions conducted pre-flight maintenance on the Mermaid SM while fending off incessant petty thieves. It must be said that the presence of these miscreants did provide a modicum of amusement for Daluo and his crew. However, after several skirmishes, the bandits from Gaia Island seemed to have learned their lesson, as no one had dared to disturb them for several consecutive days. How dull! Why aren't they coming back? Kuma lamented, chewing on a cherry pie with puffed cheeks. The childlike desire for play made him particularly intolerant of boredom, especially as the thieves, despite their lack of prowess, offered a valuable opportunity for him to hone his combat skills. Fortunately, the monotony was finally disrupted on the 8th day when a suspicious merchant vessel approached Gaia Island at an alarming speed. Daluo, a group of peculiar individuals, is drawing near, Aisha announced, rushing from her cabin and handing a telescope to Daluo. Peculiar individuals? What do you mean? Daluo inquired, perplexed, as he took the telescope, which revealed only a distant dark shape. They're cloaked, and some of them are wearing fish tanks atop their heads, Aisha remarked, biting her finger in confusion. Fish tanks? Celestial dragons? What is going on? Daluo raised the telescope once more, straining his vision until the distant figure came into clearer view. On the deck of the merchant ship, he not only discerned several shadowy figures draped in black cloaks, but also spotted a figure of great significance to him. Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 164. The Encounter Strange. Why would Dragon be here? Daluo pondered, gazing at the familiar silhouette through the telescope, baffled. Unlike the dragon of 2 decades hence, the current dragon had yet to emerge as the revolutionary leader stirring the winds of rebellion. Under the oppressive oversight of the robust Carp, even he had to suppress his restless spirit and join the Navy. Despite being only 19, Dragon, molded by Carp's extraordinary training methods, had already surpassed his peers in strength, becoming an undeniable rising star within the Navy. Many speculated that he was destined to ascend to the rank of admiral, perhaps even the youngest fleet admiral in history, while everyone presumed that Monkey D. Dragon would flourish in the Navy's shadow and grow to become a pillar of strength. This new star made a decision that astonished all. He requested a transfer to Mariewa, becoming the commander of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. His sole reward for this move was acquiring a top-tier natural type fruit, the Fufu no Mi, due to Rock's campaign against the Celestial Dragons. Dragon was dispatched to assist CP9 in escorting the Celestial Dragons back to Mariewa. Ordinarily, such a mission to protect Celestial Dragons would be assigned to an admiral, but Rox was no pushover. To cover the movements of Whitebeard and Shiki, the remaining cadre of the Rox pirates launched a frenzied counterattack in the New World. Consequently, the Steelbone Kong could only assign Dragon to this task, and lacking sufficient armed strength, they had to disguise themselves as a merchant ship to evade the hunts of Shiki and Newgate. Tell me, what on earth is the Navy doing? Allowing such scoundrels to exist and daring to take action against the Divine? A celestial dragon on the ship's deck, clutching several leashes attached to slaves, spat furiously. Meanwhile, another man, distinct from the other celestial dragons, as he bore no fish tank helmet, frowned and admonished the irate celestial dragon. Silence, Aegis. Were it not for your tyranny, how would you have garnered so many enemies? I've told you repeatedly not to oppress the common folk. However, the man's words fell on deaf ears, only inciting further ridicule from the others. Ho Ming Guosheng, you fool, do you expect me to empathize with those commoners? And don't speak to me unless you are wearing a helmet. I have no desire to breathe the same air as those lowly beings. You, Ho Ming Guosheng, the father of Duo Fulang Mingge, angrily pointed at Ai Gusu Du but refrained from saying more. After all, individuals like Gusu Du represented the majority among the Tun, while he himself was an anomaly. Just as a quarrel seemed imminent, a man clad in a black and white striped coat, sporting a shoulder-length samurai hairstyle, and possessing a rather rodent-like appearance, hurried over. Bowing respectfully, he addressed the two. Esteemed sirs, there lies an island ahead where we plan to dock for supplies. What do you think? Initially intent on having a heated argument with Fu Gusheng to vent his frustrations, his eyes lit up at the prospect of stopping the ship. Wonderful. Finally, we can disembark. I've been utterly bored these past few days. In truth, the Tin navigating the Grand Line were in considerable danger due to the relentless pursuit of Antraji, making this escort mission akin to a desperate escape. Logically, even a brief stop for supplies should involve a swift replenishment of resources followed by an immediate departure, rather than allowing these prominent figures to disembark. Who could guarantee that these troublemakers wouldn't cause chaos along the way? The first half of the Grand Line was hardly peaceful, with the airborne Admiral Jiki haunting the skies like a specter. If he set his sights on them, even he could not assure a safe escape. Understanding this, Ong had no intention of stopping for supplies. Instead, he planned to make a direct, uninterrupted return to Omlin Fondo, or the sacred land of Bichua, to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet a certain teammate, Su Pandayin, who reveled in flattering the Tianlongren, unilaterally decided to dock and let the Tuan find some amusement on the island after being cooped up on the ship for days. Notably, this Hikayin was none other than the father of Hikanu from the original narrative Sivadak arc, a cowardly sycophant who climbed to the position of CP9 chief through flattery and ultimately issued the extermination order against Ah. On the other side, upon hearing about the opportunity to resupply, several Anxin were suddenly invigorated, clamoring to disembark, completely oblivious to their precarious situation. This foolish lot, Long silently cursed, yet he found himself powerless to defy the tone of orders and reluctantly turned to the side of the deck, instructing the helmsman to dock the ship. As the merchant vessel approached out, endowed with the ability of observation hockey, Sensilo and his companions nearby, detecting at least 2 individuals on board who were not inferior to him. Cleverly, he ordered the helmsman to alter course and dock at a bay opposite the port where Do and his group were located, attempting to maintain distance from them. Heading to the other side, quite perceptive, Do remarked with a chuckle, observing the maneuver through his binoculars, then chose to ignore it. It is said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, yet Long's composed demeanor bore little resemblance to that of his father. However, Dalo understood that beneath this calm exterior lay a formidable spirit. How infuriating! Why must they dock so far away? Gusudu, seated upon a slave being hurried towards Mokujen, complained while wiping the sweat from his brow. Supandayin, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, held his beloved striped coat over Vidu to shield him from the sun, all the while subtly inciting discontent towards him by saying, "It seems that fellow Nongchi is deliberately making things difficult for you all. He could have docked closer. It insists on anchoring so far away." Having accumulated a great deal of frustration from the arduous journey, his temper flared under Yin's provocations, though he refrained from voicing his feelings, unable to conceal the animosity in his gaze. Meanwhile, as the group hurried towards the town center, an unexpected visitor arrived aboard Dalo's ship, the Rin Yusung Guhao. Awakening from his slumber, Guo sensed the faint aura of the newcomer and quickly exited the captain's quarters. Striding to the side of the ship, he knocked on the nearby wooden railing, bemusedly watching the stealthy approach of the visitor. "Did Mr. Kapo not inform you that one should knock when visiting?" Long Xiansheng, startled by the immediate revelation of his identity, Ong froze, regarding the seemingly younger cowboy with heightened wariness. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" His expression was one of astonishment. He had never encountered such a formidable young individual, especially one so familiar with his connection to Vu. "I'm a good friend of Mr. Vu. He often boasts about having a remarkably talented son." Dalo casually fabricated a lie to deflect. Long was unconvinced by his tale. He could hardly believe that his father would associate with a pirate, let alone extol his virtues in front of others. "You are not here to exchange pleasantries, are you?" With his identity exposed, Long cast aside his cloak, his right hand forming a claw as he assumed a combat stance, preparing to confront Lo. Noticing the swirling wind in Long's palm, Lo raised an eyebrow, realizing that the latter had consumed the Fogfeng Guoshria. This prompted him to regard Ong with more caution than he would afford to Yang, who had yet to harness their powers. "Oh, speaking so boldly, are you seeking a fight?" Dao Luo replied, his demeanor shifting as he unleashed his own formidable conqueror's haki, pressing it towards Long. Despite being 3 years younger than Long, He felt no trepidation. After all, he had already begun to grasp the intricacies of his abilities, both from a fruit and the three types of hockey. His path had been marked by encounters with legendary figures such as Bahutik, Zufa, and Chanjong, making him regard contemporaries just beginning to emerge with a degree of indifference. After a moment of silence, Long slowly dissipated the tornado in his hand. His primary concern remained the protection of the Tinglin, and engaging in conflict with Alo was not a prudent course of action. Just as the tension between the two was about to dissipate, the other members of the crew, disturbed by their commotion, began to emerge from their quarters and gather on the deck. How utterly lax, Dao observed, bemused by their tardiness, particularly noting Da, who appeared in her afternoon nap attire. Still bleary-eyed. "Hey, Dao, is this your friend?" Aisha inquired, rubbing her eyes as she addressed him. "Why not invite him up for a chat?" And thus, the scene unfolded. Aisha's peculiar habit of bringing people aboard her ship has once again resurfaced. Previously, it was ZFA, and now it is Long. Who knows who will be next? It truly baffles me how her thought process operates. However, this time DeLuo did not intervene. Instead, he gestured invitingly towards Long, saying, "Please." In a sense, DeLuo has a certain admiration for this future leader of the Revolutionary Army, especially considering that after Long comprehended the terrifying power lurking within the world government, he still dared to raise the banner of revolution and ignite the spark of rebellion. I must admit, Long possesses quite a bit of courage. Observing DeLuo's sincere expression, Long perceived that there was no animosity from him, and thus he accepted the invitation, leaping onto the deck with a heavy thud. Unlike the tense atmosphere during the meeting between the red-haired and the white-bearded pirates, DeLuo warmly introduced Long to the others after he boarded the ship, and upon learning that he is the son of Uncle Carp, the atmosphere became even more spirited. "Is he truly Mr. Carp's son?" exclaimed Laikata, sitting beside Long with a raised glass, staring at him in astonishment, mentally comparing the man before him with the amusing and robust uncle in his memory. There seems to be no resemblance whatsoever. Quan Li Qian's performance remained consistently stable, delivering sharp critiques with precision yet devoid of emotional sensitivity. In light of the crowd's evaluations, Long could only respond with a wry smile, internally astonished by how familiar DeLuo and the others appear to be with his father. He struggled to comprehend how his father, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil, could associate with a band of pirates. Seemingly aware of Long's thoughts, DeLuo chuckled and explained, "When we first encountered Uncle Carp, we were not yet pirates." Understanding dawned on Long as he nodded, then curiously inquired, "Mr. DeLuo, what inspired you to become a pirate?" Perhaps having seen too many ruthless pirates, Long had never held a fondness for them. Nevertheless, this crew seemed somewhat different. It's merely an identity. However, a man like you, why would you choose to serve those celestial dragons? DeLuo waved his hand, refraining from elaborating, while redirecting the conversation back to Long. In DeLuo's mind, there were no records in the original narrative indicating that Long had once served as a guard for the celestial dragons. Could it be that he did so to infiltrate Mariehua, seeking to uncover the secrets behind the enigmatic Imsama? If that were the case, it would make sense. Lackey. On the other side, upon hearing that Long was currently serving those despised beings, like T's expression soured, glaring at Long with evident displeasure and exclaiming in anger, "Laikata, do not speak so harshly. Mr. Long may be compelled by circumstance, or there could be other reasons," DeLuo interjected, defending Long against like T's ire. Upon hearing DeLuo's insinuation, Long cast a profound glance at him, feeling a tumultuous wave of emotions within. It seemed as though this man, who appeared to be of similar age, understood him quite well, despite the fact that he had never disclosed his plans to anyone. Meanwhile, after their captain had spoken, Laite refrained from further comments, though his attitude had cooled significantly, resulting in a more subdued atmosphere. "It is getting late. I must take my leave," Long announced after glancing at the time, rising to bid farewell to everyone before hastily departing. Shortly after Long's exit, a fierce blaze erupted in the vicinity of Mogu town, followed by a thick column of smoke billowing up like a dark serpent, with distant sounds of intense combat echoing. The celestial dragons truly are a restless bunch, causing trouble wherever they go, DeLuo remarked. utilizing his observation hockey to sense the unfolding events from afar. Mogu Town, a den of filth, was populated mostly by brigands who routinely robbed passing ships. Such individuals were unworthy of Deluo's advocacy for justice. However, should those swine dare to provoke Deluo, his demeanor would drastically change. Leaning against the railing, Deluo watched Long's departing figure in the distant flames, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. You better pray not to cross paths with me. Chapter 166, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 1. In the heart of Gaia Island, a conflagration engulfed an entire tavern, while Aegis stood outside, reveling in the chaos as patrons scrambled for their lives like ants. Ha ha, how amusing! Nearby, a celestial dragon chuckled in delight, as the plight of the common folk appeared to them as mere entertainment. Meanwhile, the tavern owner, covered in soot and ash, had just escaped the inferno, collapsing on the ground in despair as he beheld his establishment consumed by flames. How could this happen? It was my life savings. Like many others on the island, the elderly man had once been a thief, living a life steeped in danger and bloodshed, devoid of family. Fortunately, he had managed to open a tavern in Mogu Town with the meager savings he had left. Yet now, his sole source of livelihood had been obliterated by the celestial dragons, replaced only by their mockery. What have you bastards done? The owner struggled to rise, glaring at the two celestial dragons perched upon the backs of slaves, realizing in fury that they were responsible for his tavern's destruction. Enraged, he seized a trident propped against the low wall, determined to confront them. I will fight you. The 50-something owner brandished the trident at the celestial dragons, charging forward with the intent to perish alongside them. Oh, how dare you resist? Aegis looked at the approaching elder in disbelief, his expression one of utter surprise. To him, these lowly peasants were mere toys for his amusement, incapable of rebellion. Just as the elder was about to reach them, Aegis drew a beautifully engraved golden pistol from his coat and, with a maniacal grin, slowly squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the golden bullet shot forth, piercing the elder's chest. TCH, ha ha ha, look at him, so overconfident. Aegis pointed at the gasping elder, laughing until tears streamed down his face, as if the elder's final stand was nothing more than a farcical performance. Once the tavern owner had breathed his last, Aegis lost interest and began instructing his subordinates to set fire throughout the town, while he remained in the center, gleefully wielding his pistol to claim the lives of the townsfolk. He reveled in the sight of those escaping the flames, relishing the despair that flickered across their faces as he extinguished their hopes one by one. Only expressions imbued with terror, astonishment, and rage could allow this group of Tianlongren to forget their recent woes and reclaim the sensation of being the creators, the dominators of all things like Hoey. How utterly fascinating! Aegis trembled with excitement, his contorted visage concealing an almost maniacal grin. This is the essence of Tianlongren. The lives of all the inhabitants of Magia Town are merely trifles for him to vent his frustrations. The farce of the Tianlongren persisted into the night, rendering the entire town a desolate ruin under their devastation. In stark contrast to the turmoil engulfing the town, the ship Hayushinga, docked at the port, exuded an aura of tranquil serenity, with the gentle sea breeze billowing the sails, bringing refreshing coolness to those aboard. Sister Sophia, please take your rest. I shall keep watch, said the bear clad in pajamas as he ascended the lookout tower, addressing the yawning Sophia. The others had already succumbed to slumber, yet as a precaution, 2 crew members were assigned to take turns keeping vigil each night, and tonight it was indeed Sophia and the bear's turn, though the bear, having imbibed copious amounts of tea at the afternoon banquet, felt no fatigue. All right, I shall lie down for a while and relieve you in the latter half of the night, Sophia replied with a smile, playfully pinching the bear's cheek before retreating to her quarters. Several hours later, the bear remained dutifully scanning the surroundings when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by a surge of flames reaching skyward. Drawn by the commotion, the bear turned towards the town, only to behold a dark figure swaying in the sky. Approaching their vessel, trailed by more figures clad in black suits, gliding as if on the moon's surface, the bear dashed to the ship's railing. Assessing the leading figure, what is that? A bird? Just as the bear was lost in thought, the strange shadow swooped down and collapsed onto the deck of Hayushinga. Gasping for breath, believing they were under attack, the bear swiftly entered a state of readiness and rushed over, only to discover the figure was gravely injured, bleeding profusely. Is this a birdman? The bear scrutinized the individual, who appeared to be a boy of a similar age, yet curiously bore heavy shackles around his neck and limbs. Had he been pursued? Observing the approaching figures in the distance, the bear quickly assessed the situation. In the world of pirates, it is seldom wise to extend aid to strangers, so the bear hesitated to assist the man, contemplating instead to drive him away to avoid any trouble. Just as the bear considered shoving him aside, the boy, barely clinging to life, suddenly opened his eyes. What a gaze! It was numb, hopeless, as though the darkness of the world had been etched into those very eyes. It was those eyes that compelled the bear to alter his decision. The palm imbued with the power of the bounce fruit was no longer raised to strike. Instead, he scooped up the boy, who was of a similar age, and carried him into the cabin. Meanwhile, several of the black-suited pursuers arrived at Hayushinga, accompanied by a few Tainlongren. Quickly, that slave must be aboard the ship. Search. Aegis panted, shouting at Spandam beside him. Naturally, the ever-obliging Spandam would not refuse his master's command, gesturing for a few CP9 agents to charge towards the ship. Despite their deep slumber, the ruckus awakened Dalu and the others. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, Dalu was not one to be taken lightly. He raised his firearm and began to take down the numerous CP9 agents attacking Hayushinga. Why must they come and provoke me? Dalu growled, turning to glare at the Tainlongren below, leveling his gun at them. So, have you decided how you wish to die? Chapter 167, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 2. When Dalu appeared in his little bear pajamas, all CP9 agents ceased their actions. They could sense from the faint aura he exuded that they were no match for this formidable man. He was not to be trifled with. A bead of sweat trickled down Spandam's forehead, his body frozen in place, acutely aware that continuing the assault would lead to certain death. He was merely a sycophant, not foolish enough to sacrifice himself for the Tainlongren. After all, he sought advancement, not demise. On the other hand, witnessing his subordinates paralyzed with fear, Aegis was nearly apoplectic, berating the agents surrounding him. You useless fools, attack. If that slave escapes, I will flay you alive. Not yet satisfied, Aegis drew a luxurious golden revolver from his pocket and fired several shots at the CP9 personnel, who, in their fright, could only shield themselves behind iron scraps. Quickly, stop dawdling. Find that slave. Seeing Aegis's fury, Spandam dared not delay, urging his subordinates to charge towards Hayushinga in a bid to reclaim the slave. He understood that sending his men to attack Dalu was tantamount to suicide, yet he could not defy the Tainlongren's orders, so he instructed his subordinates to buy time. Then, Spandam summoned a seemingly clever CP9 agent and instructed, hurry back to the ship and fetch the guard. Be swift. Spandam appeared quite anxious. Within the brief moments he had been issuing orders, several of his CP9 agents had already fallen. If this continued, he would soon have to join the fray himself. He, like his future son, was utterly inept. Fortunately, Dragon did not keep Spandam waiting long. Upon learning that Spandam had provoked Dalu, he hastened to the dock. Stop! Dragon bellowed upon witnessing the skirmish between Dalu and the agents. He transformed into a blur of motion, swiftly positioning himself between Dalu and the CP9 agents. With a wave of his left hand, he conjured a gust of wind that repelled the CP9 agents, while his right hand formed a grip that consumed Dalu's bullets in a whirlwind. Spandam, what is the situation here? After momentarily separating the two factions, Dragon glared at Spandam, who lingered in the rear. Aegis Daren's slave has escaped. I suspect he has fled aboard their ship, Spandam reported, though lacking conviction, as he had not witnessed the slave actually boarding Dalu's vessel. Merely suspecting such, Spandam had dared to launch an attack with so many men, revealing how audacious he had become as a lackey of the Tainlongren. However, this time, he had struck a steel plate named Deluo. On the other side, upon witnessing Long's intervention against his attack, Deluo's expression turned cold, his aura shifting to one of sternness. his eyes, filled with lethal intent, fixed on the crowd as he warned, "A midnight assault? Are you declaring war against my Deluo pirate crew?" As his words fell, the Conqueror's haki emanating from Deluo surged forth, an astonishing aura radiating outward in a fan-like fashion, crashing towards Spandam and his companions like a cataclysmic force. In the face of Deluo's unleashed Conqueror's haki, several CP9 agents standing at the forefront, whose training was insufficient, rolled their eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Spandam and several celestial dragons were even more inept, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter terror, pointing at Deluo with expressions of sheer horror, exclaiming, "Monster! This is a monster!" Observing the scene unfold behind him, Long furrowed his brow and remarked, "Captain Deluo, might this be a tad excessive?" Immediately, a similarly ferocious aura began to expand from Long, colliding with Deluo's Conqueror's haki. Dark lightning crackled through the air, dust swirling violently around them. Even trees, thick as a waist, were snapped in half, falling at crooked angles. The sea near the harbor began to churn, giving rise to colossal waves. Indeed, witnessing Long's masterful Conqueror's haki, Deluo did not display any profound astonishment. On the contrary, if his opponent lacked the Conqueror's haki entirely, that would be the true anomaly. While individuals with the potential for Conqueror's haki may not be abundant across the seas, within the family of Garp, it was almost commonplace. The clash of Deluo and Long's Conqueror's haki ended up being evenly matched, and realizing that neither could gain the upper hand, they simultaneously ceased their haki release. Standing nearby, Aegis, witnessing someone capable of matching Deluo, felt bolstered and commanded Long, "You must subdue that individual and retrieve my slave." Though Long had just achieved parity with Deluo in their clash of haki, he was acutely aware that if a genuine battle ensued, he would undoubtedly fall short against Deluo, especially considering that there were more formidable foes on Deluo's side. With a furrowed brow, Long refrained from acting rashly, while Spandam also started to retreat, suggesting that Aegis should perhaps abandon the pursuit of the slave. "No way. That slave is of a rare breed, one I fought hard to obtain. I can't just let this go." Aegis, seemingly with the intellect of a 6-year-old, threw a tantrum. "Long, I have a suggestion for you. Would you care to hear it?" Deluo said with a grin, observing Long's predicament. "Oh, do tell," Long replied. "How about you allow me to eliminate these individuals? And afterward, we can frame the blame on the Golden Lion Shiki. This way, you have an explanation, and I find tranquility. What do you think?" Asda Lul spoke. His eyes, akin to a demon's, slowly swept over Aegis and his companions. To be frank, if Long were not present, Deluo would have undoubtedly slaughtered this group of scoundrels and sent them straight to hell. However, since Long was here, Deluo had to reconsider. Even if he could defeat Long, he lacked complete confidence in capturing him. After Deluo finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Long. He recognized that if it were Garp, regardless of his disdain for the celestial dragons, he would never accept Deluo's proposition. But Long might be different. As a figure of considerable strategic intellect and the future leader of the revolutionary army aiming to overthrow the world government, what choice would Long make? Regrettably for Deluo, his expectations were dashed. Long declined his proposal. However, the intimidation Deluo had instilled in Aegis caused him to reconsider. For even the rarest of slaves could not compare to his own life. "Enough, Aegis. Stop this nonsense. Let us leave and not cause further trouble for Mr. Long," said the recently recovered Hua Mingu Sheng, trying to dissuade Aegis. Spandam cast a grateful glance at Hua Mingu Sheng and echoed, "My lord, perhaps we should search elsewhere. That slave may have fled to another location." Having been intimidated by Deluo's earlier killing intent, Aegis dared not persist. Even he, lacking in intellect, instinctively understood that continuing to provoke could lead to dire consequences. "Very well, I shall let you off this time." After delivering a parting threat, Aegis, who had just been scared into submission, left with his crew in a disheveled state. Only Long and Deluo remained, standing at a distance in confrontation. Once all others had departed, Long, with an air of apology, performed a shallow bow to Deluo before also making his exit. Long understood that Deluo had refrained from escalating the conflict out of consideration for him, Otherwise, the celestial dragons would have met a fate far worse than death. Once all outsiders had vacated the vicinity, Deluo turned his attention to the figure cowering in the corner, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Xiong, I require an explanation. Chapter 168. The slave boy Abet threw out. Deluo maintained an amiable demeanor, sharing laughter with his companions, devoid of the authoritative presence expected of a captain. However, this did not imply that he would tolerate his crew's indiscretions without limit. Just as in the original narrative where Usopp publicly declared his departure from the crew only to be rebuffed by Zoro upon wishing to return. A team must adhere to fundamental rules and constraints to avoid chaos. Xiong's actions had incited Deluo's ire, not because he rescued the slave, but due to his unilateral decision-making without consulting Deluo. Captain, I was wrong, Xiong mumbled, eyes cast down, unable to meet Deluo's gaze. His voice scarcely above a whisper. Xiong understood that his actions had breached a pirate's cardinal sin in other crews. A member acting independently and bringing trouble upon their comrades would likely be cast into the sea to feed the fish. What was your error? I should not have rescued that slave and brought such trouble upon everyone, Xiong stammered. Incorrect. Before Xiong could finish, Deluo interrupted him, resolutely stating, Your misstep was not in rescuing the slave, nor in the trouble you caused us. It was in your audacity to act without informing me, placing both yourself and our entire crew in peril. I am a captain, we are a team. All our actions must be in concert, and we must collectively shoulder the weight of any misstep. At that moment, Deluo took on the stern demeanor of a supervisor addressing a subordinate, and everyone present listened intently, understanding the core of his message, team spirit. Deluo did not believe they would possess the same luck as Luffy's crew, who frequently took risks and acted independently, yet managed to navigate through crises. Moreover, Deluo's era was far more tumultuous than Luffy's, surrounded by formidable foes. Their crew needed to unite as one, leaving no room for deception. All right, enough of this. Sophia, observing the remorseful expression on Bear's face, could not help but step forward and chide, turning her gaze elsewhere. Bear, you too. How could you be so reckless? You should learn a lesson. Given that Bear was merely a child of 8 or 9 years, it was quite normal for him to act thoughtlessly. And Dalu chose not to dwell on this minor infraction. What about the slave? Dalu inquired, casting a glance at Bear with an air of exasperation. He is in the cabin, Bear promptly replied, leading everyone to the ship's hold. Inside the dimly lit cabin, a mound of unwashed carrots lay in disarray, and atop this heap lay the escaped slave. Cloaked in a tattered gray-black cape, he bore a peculiar saddle-like contraption affixed to his back, and shackles dangled from his neck. Remnants of his captivity. His body was riddled with daggers and arrows. This appearance suggested that, like the character Bear from the original tale, this slave had been treated as a mount by the celestial dragons. Beneath the ragged cloak, the injuries he sustained were severe, and he had lost a significant amount of blood, unconscious as it pooled upon the ship's deck. As the sight of his beloved provisions soaked in blood met Rabbit's eyes, he grimaced in pain, eager to rush forward and move the slave aside. However, Dalu, akin to catching a cat, seized him by the nape and pulled him back. Come back. Why are you causing a ruckus? Dalu glared at the rabbit, casting him aside while summoning the ship's doctor, Blazer. Tend to his wounds. We cannot let him perish. Without needing Dalu's explicit instruction, Blazer was already attending to the slave's injuries, carefully extracting a few arrows before pulling down the tattered cloak draped over him. Wow, he has wings, exclaimed Aisha, her keen eyes catching sight of the dark feathers sprouting from the slave's back. The others shared her astonishment, for they had never before encountered a winged individual. Wings? A devil fruit? Dalu's initial thought was that the slave had been forcibly fed a devil fruit by the celestial dragons, as they were notorious for such cruel acts. As Blazer turned the slave over, Dalu was finally able to see his face clearly. The boy appeared quite youthful, perhaps only a year or two older than Bear, with delicate features marred by a diagonal gash running from his forehead to his chin, which rendered him somewhat fearsome. His wheat-brown skin and white hair, combined with the black wings, swiftly revealed his identity to Dalu. A Lunarian. Dalu raised an eyebrow, equally surprised, for this race was exceedingly rare, even more so than the Three-Eyed tribe. Once revered on the Red Earth continent and hailed as divine, this race was now nearly extinct, fading into the annals of history. Dalu's knowledge stemmed from the original tale, where the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, Yin Zai Jin, was the only Lunarian to appear. It seemed that this boy might be the second. Bear has quite the fortune to rescue someone so extraordinary. Dalu mused inwardly before leading the others out of the cabin. Under Blazer's care, the slave's condition improved significantly, though due to blood loss, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. 2 days swiftly passed, and within the infirmary, Blazer had just finished applying antiseptic to the slave's wounds. As he prepared to unwrap the bandages for a closer inspection, he noticed the boy's fingers twitching. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Blazer exclaimed, hastily setting down the surgical scissors he had been using. However, his sudden movement startled the boy, who, believing he had been captured again by the celestial dragons, sprang up in alarm, attempting to flee through the door with his wings outstretched. Unfortunately, his injuries hindered him, and he faltered, collapsing onto the infirmary floor. "What is happening?" Dalu and Bear, hearing the commotion on deck, rushed to the infirmary. Upon seeing Bear, the slave, who had been desperately trying to free himself from the bandages, suddenly calmed, recalling the moment before his unconsciousness when Bear had saved him and brought him aboard. "Thank you for saving me," he said, gazing intently at Bear, struggling to articulate his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Bear's face flushed crimson, his hands flailing awkwardly in the air, unsure of how to respond. Observing Bear's embarrassment, Dalu chuckled and affectionately ruffled Bear's hair, then turned his attention back to the slave, supported by Blazer back onto the bed. "As you can see, we saved you. Could you kindly tell me your name?" "Abet. I'm called Abet," the boy answered without hesitation. Dalu's expression shifted to one of realization. If his memory served him correctly, the original character Jean was named Abel. Given the timeline, Jean should only be 8 years old, indicating that Abet was not the same individual. "Do you know Abel?" Dalu asked almost instinctively. At the mention of that long-forgotten name, Abet froze, staring intently at Dalu. After a lengthy hesitation, reassured by Dalu's sincere and non-threatening demeanor, he nodded slowly. "I am his cousin." Chapter 169. Fortunate encounters thanks to Blazer's treatment. Abet's condition improved markedly. He was now able to rise and walk, though the injury to his wings required several more days of recuperation. Dalu had considered recruiting this talented Lunarian, forged in the crucible of the celestial dragon's gladiatorial arenas, but after observing him for a few days, he ultimately chose to abandon this notion. On one hand, this was due to Abet's own desires. Upon learning that Jean was still alive, he became fixated on reuniting with his kin. On the other hand, it stemmed from the deep-seated hatred he harbored. Enduring years of subjugation at the hands of the celestial dragons, Abet had suffered immense humiliation, experiences that were intolerable for a once proud race that considered themselves divine. Thus, the seeds of animosity had taken root deep within his heart. Given this context, Dalu could not allow Abet to join their crew. Companionship, in Dalu's view, did not necessitate shared ideals or grand aspirations, but it certainly could not be founded solely on hatred. Abet, consumed by rage and seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons, posed a risk of dragging the entire team into darkness. "Are you truly not considering persuading that boy to join us? Do not blame me for not informing you. The Lunalia clan possesses a remarkable legacy. 8 centuries ago, they held a significant status within a great kingdom, and it is said that they guard a tremendous secret of that ancient realm." Hovering mysteriously in mid-air, Nami-Bu addressed Dalu. "Oh, what secret?" Dalu inquired, genuinely intrigued by the enigma of the ancient kingdom from 800 years ago. Although he could only glimpse a fraction of it, Dalu's keen interest greatly pleased Nami-Bu. After reveling a moment in her own significance, she began to elucidate. The Lunalia clan possesses the energy core of the great kingdom, known as the Tianhuaji Lu, a legendary source of eternal flame capable of providing boundless energy. Upon hearing this revelation, Dalu raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the Tianhuaji Lu, as though he had encountered the term before. The concept of an everlasting flame and limitless energy lingered in his thoughts as he pondered, eventually leading him to a clue. The name Vegapunk surfaced in his mind. In the original narrative arc of Egghead Island, this genius scientist, who had advanced technology 5 centuries ahead of the world, aspired to create a device that could supply endless energy. Could it be that what he sought was this so-called Tianhua Jilu? Dal mused, stroking his chin, while his thoughts began to drift further afield. After all, how could one who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education be unaware? This Tianhua Jilu was evidently an artificial sun, and the only means to provide inexhaustible energy was through controlled nuclear fusion. So, are you suggesting that the Lunalia clan still potentially possesses the Tianhua Jilu? Dalukantarit adresing Namibu. Fool, how could that be? Namibu twirled like a wraith in the air before drifting closer to Dalu. Consider the implications. If they still wielded such a formidable weapon, even the world government would regard them with trepidation, and they would not be on the brink of extinction. What do you mean by that? Dalu furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp her point. Think about it. What is the inherent talent of the Lunalia clan? Breathing fire? Dalu guessed uncertainly. Breathing fire? What a trivial talent. Namibu rolled her eyes at his response, subtly alluding to the burning fruit. It is their resistance to high temperatures. The reason the Lunalia clan holds the status of a divine lineage is their extraordinary adaptability to extreme environments. Thus, they are the only race capable of approaching the core of the Tianhua Jilu. This capability made them responsible for its maintenance across generations in that ancient kingdom. Once Namibu had finished speaking, Dalu connected the dots. So, you are implying that they might still possess the schematics for the maintenance of the Tianhua Jilu? I never claimed that. Namibu replied, pouting. Who knows if they might have lost those schematics under the deliberate suppression of the world government. However, it remains a substantial possibility. With that, Namibu disregarded Dalu and glided away to frolic with her dear friend Aisha on the opposite side of the deck. Interesting, Dalu mused, raising an eyebrow, but resolutely sticking to his decision, unwilling to alter his course for something so ethereal as this. He would not recruit Abed into the pirate crew just yet, for the timing was simply not right. Shortly after Dalu's conversation with Namibu, a sudden whirlwind swept across the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn, and an unexpected figure emerged from the eye of the storm. I say, Monkey D, Dragon, you are not particularly popular at the moment. What brings you here? Dalu squinted at the newcomer, his tone laced with amusement. The others aboard the ship were less cordial, rising to their feet with expressions of hostility, a reaction not entirely unfounded given Dragon's recent unsavory role. Hey, I did not come here to fight, Dragon remarked, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender upon seeing the blades drawn by Izumi Rikia. His gesture instantly eased the tension in the air, and once the atmosphere had calmed, Dragon revealed his purpose. He had come to bid farewell. After wreaking havoc on the island for 2 to 3 days, the celestial dragons had lost interest and were finally preparing to depart Gaia Island and return to Mariewa. You seem relieved. Dalu leaped down from a high point on the deck, regarding Monkey D, Dragon with a half-smile. Indeed, Dragon replied with a wry smile, then bowed slightly to Dalu and the others, saying, I apologize for the disturbances of the past few nights. I appreciate your understanding. Despite their familial ties, Dragon did not share Garp's dogmatic approach of eliminating pirates. On the contrary, having witnessed the strength and magnanimity of Dalu and his crew, Dragon held a favorable view of them. This farewell served to mend the rift created days prior and to foster goodwill with Dalu and his crew. Aren't you concerned about the celestial dragons retaliating against you for coming here to bid us farewell? Dalu teased, noticing Dragon's earnest demeanor. They wouldn't dare. If they push me too far, I'll expose the situation, and they would face repercussions as well. Dragon shrugged nonchalantly. Clearly, he had spent years establishing a network of connections while in Mariewa, and his demeanor suggested he had formidable allies. Was it the figure of Topman Wokuli, a member of the 5 elders with judicial authority, or the enigmatic leader of the Knights of God, Feigelin de Jalen? Dragon had likely been preparing for the eventual formation of the Revolutionary Army during his long tenure in the Holy Land. However, Dalu was cautious not to press Dragon for information, as his knowledge stemmed from the original narrative and he could not clarify the sources. Given Dragon's possible connections to the elusive Im, Dalu was wary of revealing too much, considering the potential for mind-reading abilities. He had no desire to draw Im's attention prematurely. I have no worries on my end. Rather, you might need to exercise caution. Dragon shifted the topic back to Dalu. What do you mean? Is he really going to make trouble for me? Dalu laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Observing Dalu's carefree demeanor, Dragon furrowed his brow and spoke with a serious tone. Aegis and the others have already pressured Marineford, demanding that the Navy dispatch an admiral to capture you. Although Dalu understood that the celestial dragons could directly command the admirals, he remained skeptical. At this juncture, all the admiral-level forces have been deployed to confront the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Where would they find a third admiral? Were they to send Fleet Admiral Sengoku to apprehend them? Dalu replied with furrowed brows, questioning the feasibility of such an operation. The analysis provided by Dalu is not without merit. However, he has overlooked another formidable figure within the Navy, a vice admiral who would rather die than join Zifa and his cohorts in rescuing the Tenryubito, yet delights in creating trouble for Dalu, none other than Kapu. A few days ago, I spoke with the old man, and from what I gathered, it seems he has already departed from Marin Fandur and should arrive at Gaia Island in a few days. While saying this, Long awkwardly scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before continuing. The old man asked me to relay a warning to you. Be cautious. If he catches you, his iron fist will be more than enough. Damn, Dalu swore at that moment. On the day, Dalu bid farewell. Long and the group of Tenryubito hastily departed from Gaia Island. Abet, after confirming his injuries were not severe, also took his leave from Dalu and set out on the path to find his kin. As for Dalu, he had no choice but to remain stationary, awaiting the ascending current that would arrive 3 days later. Although Kapu loomed outside like a hawk, even his formidable reputation did not intimidate Dalu to the extent of fleeing from the Sky Island. He was no coward like Blackbeard, who retreated at the mere sight of Akainu. Knowing full well the dangers ahead, he bravely ventured forth, for that is the essence of a pirate. I asked, is that jovial, wine-drinking vice admiral truly so fearsome? Leaning against the bar, Rykit took a sip of his cocktail and curiously inquired of Dalu. He did not comprehend. After all, they had previously clashed with Admiral Zifa on Wenmingni Island. Could it be that this uncle, who consistently behaved erratically in the Lazabat Tavern, could surpass Admiral Zifa? Dalu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate, for in truth, Kapu had yet to fully reveal his prowess, and his reputation indeed paled in comparison to the two admirals, Sengoku and Zifa. Yet, who could have foreseen that this unassuming vice admiral would, in the following year, join forces with Roger in the Battle of God Valley, ultimately dismantling the formidable Rocks pirates and becoming the spiritual icon of a new generation within the Navy? Furthermore, after personally ending the Rocks era, this naval hero relentlessly pursued Roger, the Pirate King, to Raftel, compelling even the formidable Roger pirates to retreat. It is safe to say that this individual, who treats capturing pirates as a pastime and has amassed a plethora of rare trophies in Impel Down, is indeed the most formidable presence in the Navy. Do not underestimate Kapu. He is far more troublesome than an average vice admiral. Dalu raised an eyebrow, issuing a word of caution to the others. Indeed, when he encountered that uncle in the tavern, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Beside him, Izumi Rikian, who had previously met Kapu, set down his hot tea and squinted his eyes, stating, as someone with a discerning eye and sharp combat instincts, Rikian's words held considerable weight. Just as Dalu continued discussing Kapu, Sophia entered after completing the final inspection of the ship's hull, removing her goggles from her forehead and placing them on the bar. E.M. boiling. Rykit, please mix me a margarita. Once seated, Sophia fanned herself with her small hands, accepting the drink Rykit handed her. After taking a sip, she comfortably shrank her neck, resembling a cat that had indulged in catnip. After finishing her drink, Sophia wiped the sea salt from her lips and inquired, "What are you all chatting about? So lively." "We were discussing Mr. Long's father, Vice Admiral Kapu." Upon hearing this, Sophia set down her glass and remarked, "That guy, huh? I have crossed blades with him. and he is indeed a difficult man to contend with. You have battled with Kapu? Dalu raised an eyebrow in surprise, gazing at the sweat-drenched Sophia, clearly skeptical, for while her strength was commendable, she would likely succumb to Kapu in just a few exchanges. Sophia rolled her eyes, looking at the blunt man before her with exasperation. What's this? You seem rather disappointed that he didn't team manage to kill me. Just a tad curious, Dallas shrugged, using a fork to pick an olive from his glass, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Care to share the details? Seeing Dallas' interest, Sophia did not refuse. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and began to recount. A long time ago, I joined an underground organization known as the Funeral House, which undertook missions and exchanged intelligence. However, 2 years ago, the organization was infiltrated by a spy planted by the Navy, leading to the exposure of our headquarters. And the Navy subsequently came knocking. It appears that the one responsible for that operation was Vice Admiral Kapu. Dalu seemed to have anticipated the outcome and interjected with a smile. That was no operation. The Navy that came to the island consisted of only a man and a woman, rather than an operation. It was more akin to Kapu's spontaneous decision to clean us up while on vacation. 2 people? Who was the other? Dalu expressed significant interest, as he could not recall Kapu having any partner. Could it possibly be Luffy's grandmother? The gossip within him ignited as he straightened up. I'm not very familiar with the Navy structure, and the woman rarely made an appearance, so I can't say for certain. However, her abilities are quite unique. It seems she can dry people as if they were clothing. So was Tsuru. Upon hearing Sophia's description, Dalu immediately realized that Kapu's partner was none other than the future Navy strategist who would relentlessly pursue Doflamingo. How did you manage to escape from those two? Dalu's curiosity piqued. Logically, given Kapu and Tsuru's capabilities, Sophia's organization should have lost everyone. Haha. It seems Sophia recalled something amusing, covering her mouth and laughing. Though Kapu is incredibly strong, he appears to be somewhat face-blind. This revelation left Dalu momentarily speechless. But considering Luffy's future absurd displays of face blindness, it seemed plausible. So he managed to escape by using disguises? Dalu remained somewhat skeptical. After all, even if Kapu was unreliable, Tsuru was right there. She couldn't possibly be face-blind as well. Not at all. Most members of the organization did not escape. Only I and a few young ones managed to flee using makeup. Sophia shook her head. Young ones? Dalu interjected, suddenly realizing he had heard of the Funeral House organization before. I don't remember much about the others, but there was a guy named Dragupedro. I heard he later reassembled a team and revived the Funeral House organization. Sophia stretched, recalling the individual adorned with a peculiar mask, exuding an air of menace, yet referring to himself as the Big Sister, which lightened her mood. She then playfully winked at Dalu, teasingly stating, "They even invited me to join their organization recently. How intriguing. I must say I'm quite in demand. If they do not grant me a permanent position soon, I might have to seek my fortunes elsewhere." It is evident that Sophia harbors lingering sentiments regarding her current status as an apprentice crew member. Daluo, however, paid no heed to Sophia's veiled insinuations, for he recalled that the individual known as Laguda Paetalo was one of the 6 sovereigns of the underworld, reigning as the king of assassins in the notorious organization, Depai Zengaiwu. What an extraordinary fellow you are, a pioneer of the foremost future assassin organization, Daluo thought to himself with a smirk, pondering the absurdity of such a designation, a crime lord. 2 days later, on the day of the eruption of the ascending sea current, Daluo had completed all necessary preparations and navigated the ship, Meru Shinga, to a sea surface near Jaya Island, littered with the remnants of numerous sunken vessels. Hey, Daluo, do you really think that the ascending sea current will erupt here and propel me to the Sky Island? Hey, Mount Bulai, Jie inquired, peering over the ship's railing at the tranquil waters. Rest assured, it will, Daluo replied confidently, adjusting his cowboy hat, before turning to Aisha with a tone of earnest expectation, saying, I will rely on you shortly. In the realm of pirates, the ascending sea current is a phenomenon of great peculiarity, believed to be caused by seawater flooding vast chasms in the ocean floor, combined with the geothermal energy from volcanic eruptions. However, this gives rise to a significant issue. The strength of the volcanic eruption and the volume of seawater contained within the cavernous void are unpredictable, rendering the scale of each ascending sea current uncontrollable. This implies that not every ascending sea current can guarantee the transport of vessels to the Sky Island. Some may lack sufficient force to reach it, while others may possess such overwhelming power that they could obliterate the ship entirely. This explains the multitude of wrecked ships drifting here. They're the unfortunate failures of those denied entry to the Sky Island, condemned to eternal slumber in these waters. Daluo, of course, would not stake everything on the whims of chance. Fortunately, they had Aisha aboard, whose extraordinary perception allowed her to glean information about the ascending sea current before its eruption. Though Aisha felt a twinge of anxiety under the weight of Daluo's expectations, she soon calmed under Namabu's reassurance and activated her third eye, entering a state of heightened awareness. "Here it comes, the first surge," she announced, having sensed the terrifying energy erupting from the depths of the ocean. However, upon making a rough estimation of the current strength, she quickly declared, "It is insufficient. We cannot proceed." As her words faded, a deep blue area emerged on the surface of the sea. Moments later, a colossal column of water erupted skyward, resembling a mighty geyser. Yet, after ascending several thousand meters, the column lost its force and cascaded down like a torrential rain. Soon, the second and third surges arrived. Yet, Aisha assessed that these two would not suffice to carry Daluo and his crew to the Sky Island. Just as they awaited the potent ascending sea current, a naval vessel flying the Seagull Marine flag unexpectedly came into view. "Is it you, Kapu?" Daluo exclaimed, spotting a robust man clad in a cloak of justice at the bow of the ship. On the other hand, the keen-eyed Kapu had indeed observed Daluo's peculiar maneuvers. As a high-ranking officer privy to many of the world's secrets, he was well aware of the existence of the Sky Island. "Hurry, full speed ahead," Kapu urged his subordinates. As the warship approached within 3,000 meters of Marushinga, Kapu leapt into the air, intending to use his moonwalk to reach Daluo's ship directly. "Hey, kid, why squander your talents as a pirate? You should savor the taste of my iron fist," Kapu thought maliciously as he soared through the air. Seeing Kapu drawing near, mere kilometers away, Daluo felt a surge of anxiety. As a user of a devil fruit, he had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Kapu upon the open seas. "Aisha, is the next ascending sea current about to arrive?" Daluo asked, turning to her while aiming his weapon at Kapu, hoping to impede his approach. "It is coming," Aisha responded, but upon sensing the immense force of the upcoming current, she shook her head. "No, it is too powerful." In such a pressing situation, Daluo had no time to deliberate. He commanded Xiong to steer Marushinga toward the point of eruption of the ascending sea current, shielding the ship with a wall of compressed air. "Hold on tight, everyone. We are setting sail," Daluo instructed the crew, adjusting his cowboy hat. The next moment, the ascending sea current roared to life, a titanic torrent of water breaking the surface and propelling the entire vessel to heights beyond 10,000 meters, reaching the Sky Island. Chapter 171. Baika, Kuhaha. Kapu laughed heartily upon witnessing the soaring, ascending sea current and the Marushinga ascending alongside it. "Daluo, you impetuous child, remain as audacious as ever." Kapu recalled their encounter in Lizibata, where Daluo had audaciously suggested an alliance with the Roger pirates to deceive the Tenryubido. Such imaginative antics were hard to come by. How could someone so suited to greatness choose the path of piracy? Kapu mused as he soared through the air, his sole thought upon receiving orders to capture Daluo's crew being to apprehend them before they commit any grievous acts. He believed that under his tutelage, Daluo might awaken to a greater purpose. "Kapu, have they ascended to the Sky Island?" a young soldier with tousled hair and round glasses asked, peering through a telescope as he followed Kapu aboard the approaching warship. If Daluo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this 13-year-old young officer as the future Marine Admiral, Qingji Kazan. Unlike his peers, Sakizi and Bolusalinuo, who had been meticulously trained in military academies, Kazan, with his softer disposition, found himself less favored among the iron-willed hawks dominating the current Marine hierarchy. Thus, upon completing his basic training, he was assigned as Kapu's aide rather than being absorbed into the rigorous training camp of Lizifa. Yes, they have ascended to the Sky Island, Kapu replied, landing heavily on the deck of the warship while ruffling Kazan's hair affectionately. Kapu held a fondness for his youthful subordinate, Farin Kazan. He saw not only a fierce resolve against pirates, but also a compassion for the common folk. In this tumultuous era, where the Navy is consumed by a fervent desire for war, incessantly clamoring to confront Luokisi with reckless disregard for the lives of the common people, such a sentiment is indeed rare. What shall we do then? Shall we return to Marin Fanduo? Kazan gazed at the small, dark speck in the sky that steadily ascended with the ocean currents, feeling a sense of reluctance as he scratched his head. No, we shall not retreat. Karp had no intention of yielding, for the current Navy's combat prowess was bound by a grim mandate to protect the celestial dragons at all costs. He had no desire to return and serve those wretches. Let us investigate which Navy base is closest. We shall remain stationed there for a few days. With a flick of his sleeves, Karp turned and strode to the bow of the ship. We shall wait for them to descend here. In the lofty heights of 7,000 meters, amidst the region between the White Sea and the White Sea, pristine clouds, like a frothy layer of cream, accumulated in the azure sky, while the mermaid's hymn resembled a black pearl within a cup of milk tea, ascending steadily along the current. Despite the protective air barrier generated by the Daluo fruit's ability, the long-serving mermaid's hymn struggled against the immense force of the ascending current, creaking painfully between the planks. Damn it, the strength of this upward current is overwhelming. We may be carried to even greater heights. Daluo, gripping the mast, looked down with a grim expression at the current that had risen to 7,000 or 8,000 meters, showing no signs of abating. Aisha, can you see those islands in the sky? How far are we from them? Daluo turned to Aisha, who was struggling to catch her breath while clinging to the mast. Seeing Aisha's pale face, Daluo smacked his forehead in regret, realizing he had forgotten that they were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the air was exceedingly thin. Even the most robust individuals would find it difficult to breathe, let alone the untrained Aisha. Fortunately, Blodger was attentive. Upon noticing Aisha's distress, he endured the turbulence and rushed to the ship's medical room, returning with an oxygen tank to place at Aisha's mouth and nose. Phew, she came back to life. Gasping for air like a drowning person, Aisha's pale complexion regained a hint of color. I owe you my life. Thank you, Blodger. When she caught her breath, Aisha smiled gratefully at the black cat before activating her formidable perceptive abilities. Her vision pierced through the thick clouds, akin to radar, capturing everything above. Finally, as her gaze expanded to 10,000 meters, she detected islands concealed within the dense clouds. We are nearly 2,000 meters away, Aisha shouted to Daluo while holding the oxygen tank aloft. For Daluo, this distance was not encouraging. The issue was not that it was too far, but rather that it was too close. The momentum of the ascending current was too great and would surely carry them to heights beyond safety. No, we must jump out, Daluo declared decisively. Given the current's force, it could rise another 4,000 or 5,000 meters, at which point they would either collide with the underside of the Sky Island or be thrust even higher, only to fall uncontrollably. Rather than that, it would be better to extricate the mermaid's hymn from the current as they approached the height of the Sky Island, using Daluo's abilities to glide a distance, thereby retaining some control over their fate. We must change course. Everyone hold on tight and do not get thrown off, Daluo commanded, simultaneously activating his fruit abilities to condense and compress air beneath the mermaid's hymn, intending to propel the ship out of the ascending current just as they neared the Sky Island. 600 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Now, the moment the Sky Island peaked through the clouds, Daluo released the compressed air blast, flooding the ascending current with bubbles, which then burst with tremendous force, launching the mermaid's hymn forward. Daluo's audacious action startled everyone, but fortunately, after a brief diagonal flight, the ship was lifted by Daluo's heavenly corridor and flew steadily toward the nearby Sky Island. Phew! After executing this series of perilous maneuvers, Daluo was drenched in cold sweat. Performing such high difficulty actions at 10,000 meters was undeniably dangerous. A slight error could have led to a fall or a collision with the Sky Island. Reflecting on this, Daluo's resentment toward Karp intensified. If it weren't for that old man's pursuit, they would not have been forced to recklessly seek out any upward current to reach the Sky Island. Nevertheless, Daluo managed to regain control of the situation, and as they ascended a little further, they would reach the buoyant clouds of the White Sea at 10,000 meters, allowing the mermaids him to glide gently toward the Sky Island. However, an unexpected event was looming. Suddenly, a small floating vessel tethered with peculiar bubbles abruptly emerged from the left rear of the mermaids him, crashing heavily onto its deck. "Damn it, there are still people cutting in," Daluo exclaimed upon seeing the broken mast and the cup-sized blue boat on his ship. Just as he was about to confront the driver, two individuals clad in blue wizard robes and pointed hats emerged from the overturned vessel. "NCOM, Gwyneth, you are far too reckless. This meteorological ship is about to be ruined by you," a man with long hair and a beard resembling two fishtails remarked to his companion. "I apologize, Teacher Helidas, but I have pressing reasons to return to Baika," a woman with blue hair and white feathered wings replied earnestly. Upon overhearing their conversation and observing the iconic small vessel, a peculiar expression crossed Daluo's face, for he recognized the man. If he was not mistaken, the oddly dressed man was none other than Helidas, the renowned meteorologist from the Sky Island Visalia, who would later become Nami's mentor. "I say, have you arrived on my ship and not even offer greeting?" Daluo interrupted the two, who were chattering incessantly, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could these two be so oblivious to the situation? "You are currently on my ship, having damaged my mast, and I have yet to quarrel with you, yet you are bickering amongst yourselves. I sincerely apologize." Fortunately, Helidas realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly pulled his unruly apprentice to Daluo, bowing respectfully. All right. Daluo waved his hand, not wishing to be overly harsh. To be honest, he had a fondness for the kind-looking old man while reading the original work, and now that they had met, he had no intention of being unduly difficult. Moreover, this old man was no ordinary person. He was one of the foremost meteorologists in the world of pirates, capable of altering vast regions' climates with the eccentric technologies of Visalia, a truly remarkable individual. On board the vessel, a maritime navigator named Dalu, who could interpret meteorological phenomena, cast a sidelong glance at the old man, contemplating how to persuade him to join their crew. Suddenly, Aisha's exuberant voice rang out. "Look, we are floating among the clouds." She leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the vast ocean of white clouds below, intertwined with descending vines and uniquely shaped houses, exclaiming in wonder, "This must be the Sky Island. How magnificent!" Beside her, Xion was equally ecstatic, gesturing animatedly. However, just as everyone was reveling in the prospect of landing on the Sky Island, a student of Haile Desai, a woman named Gwen, doused their excitement with a sobering reality check. "This is Baika. Anyone from outside the island who recklessly enters will be apprehended by the patrolling cloud officers." As someone who frequently accompanied Haile Desai to Qinghai for climate assessments, Gwen was acutely aware that Dalu was not a resident of the Sky Island. Baika, known for its fierce and insular inhabitants, was unlikely to extend a warm welcome to outsiders, especially with the ongoing territorial conflict against the Sandia people. The Sandia, after all, were originally the Qinghai inhabitants who had been thrust into the sky from Gaia Island. Thus, anyone lacking wings was viewed as a Sandia, and any Sandia who dared to trespass into Baika would be deemed an enemy. Gwen adjusted her glasses and continued, "Damn it, such war frenzy." Dalu, who had initially anticipated enjoying his time on Baika Island, felt a wave of frustration. "How'd I end up on this cursed island? The historical manuscripts and the Golden Bell are all in Apaya. But then again, this is the homeland of Enelu. Surely, the Rumble fruit must be here on Baika Island. After all, in 18 years, Enelu will obliterate the entire Baika Island with that very fruit, which implies that the Rumble fruit must indeed be here." Chapter 172. The former prophet. "Look, there's a peculiar ship approaching. The residents of Baika upon spotting a wooden sailing vessel that starkly contrasted with the shell ships of the Sky Island, began to murmur in astonishment. Gwen was correct. In times of war, the inhabitants were exceedingly sensitive and instinctively labeled any suspicious occurrence as an act of aggression from the enemy. "Those despicable Sandia are coming. Quick," informed the cloud officer, shouted a middle-aged man clad in a brown wool coat, equipped with goggles and sporting small wings on his back. Spurred by his words, the fiercely proud residents of Baika brandished their spears, encircling Dalu and his companions with piercing gazes. "Here we go again." Dalu scratched his head, feeling somewhat resigned. It seemed that, just as in their previous encounter on Magnetic Drum Island, they were once again met with hostility upon landing, and this time the situation appeared even more dire. "Dalu, what should we do?" Xiong asked anxiously, glancing at the unfriendly faces of the Baika residents, recalling that they had never encountered such hostility before. "Haha, it's only natural they don't welcome us. After all, we are pirates," Dalu chuckled, adjusting his cowboy hat, before leading the group to leap down from the deck. "We are Qinghai people who arrive via the rising sea currents and are not Sandia. We merely stumbled into this place," Dalu proclaimed loudly as he stepped forward to quell the agitated crowd. However, events did not unfold as he hoped. "Don't believe them. They are certainly those vile Sandia sent to infiltrate and wreak havoc on our Baika." The residents remained unconvinced by Dalu's explanation, closing in with the intent to capture them, likely to offer them as sacrifices to their revered deity, is Tamna, who bestowed fertile lands upon them. "Cloud Officer is here. Make way." Just as tensions were about to escalate into violence, a voice called out from the crowd. Subsequently, a robust, bald man adorned in splendid attire, his face marked with intricate tattoos, made his way through the throng and approached Dalu and his companions. "Outsiders, prove your identity." The man, identified as the Cloud Officer, was far from amiable, brandishing a spear adorned with an array of peculiar shells, delivering a final warning to Dalu. The spear's tip emanated a chilling aura from a shell emblazoned with snowflake patterns. Due to the unique environment of the Sky Island, numerous strange creatures existed here, among which the various shells were particularly remarkable, possessing extensive utility not only in daily life, but also as formidable weapons in combat. Among these shells were some exceedingly rare and powerful varieties, surpassing ordinary shells in capability, such as the puncture shell that nearly claimed Enila's life. The Cloud Officer's spear was crafted from another formidable shell, the frost shell, capable of generating a continuous stream of sub-zero cold, easily freezing anything it touched into solid ice. "Hey, this ISN I'm using," Dalu remarked, his expression turning solemn as he observed the gathering cold. Although he deemed the opponent's strength insignificant, mishandling the situation could easily alienate the entire populace of Baika against him. "Neufa, after all these years, is this how you greet an old friend?" Just as Dalu's right hand brushed against his revolver, intending to disarm the Cloud Officer, Gwen, who had been hiding behind Haile Desai, suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Neufa inquired, still gripping his spear, eyeing the woman before him with a look of perplexity. Gwen did not respond. Instead, she deftly removed her glasses and gathered her long hair into a ponytail. In an instant, the once demure and gentle Gwen transformed into a capable and assertive figure. "Gwen," Neufa recognized his old acquaintance, appearing quite astonished, though his words lacked the joy of reunion, replaced by disbelief. "You dare return?" Neufa gazed at his childhood companion with a complex expression. As a witness to the significant upheaval 9 years prior, he understood the implications of Gwen's return for the dynamics of Baika, especially in such a sensitive context. "If I don't return, that madwoman ahead will lead you all into a fierce battle against the Sandia. I hear they're already mobilizing for war," Gwen said, readjusting her glasses with a wry smile. "Ahem, I need to interrogate them privately. Unrelated residents, please disperse quickly." Seeing Gwen on the verge of belittling their revered Earth Prophet in front of the crowd, Neufa swiftly intervened, urging the Baika residents to clear the area. Once the crowd had completely dispersed, Neufa surveyed the surroundings to ensure their privacy before addressing Gwen again. "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Come with me." Under the guidance of Neufa, Daluo, and his companions finally ventured into the heart of Biker Island. Despite Niyufe's efforts to lead them along winding paths, numerous residents of the island took notice of the sudden appearance of these Qinghai people. It seemed that the news could not be concealed for long. The Earth Prophet would soon be informed and might even learn of your return. Niyufa observed the Biker residents pointing at Daluo and his group, and, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I never intended to hide my return from Yahit. With her proficiency in the heart network, she would undoubtedly sense my presence as soon as I entered her range." Gwent responded with a gentle smile, "Then why did you dare to return?" Niyufa, feeling a twinge of frustration, yet mindful of the many eyes upon them, suppressed his voice and growled like distant thunder, "I must organize Yahit, or many innocent lives will be sacrificed for her selfish desires." Meanwhile, Daluo remained oblivious to their exchange, his attention captivated by the magnificent and fantastical Baika city. As a floating island without a terrestrial foundation, the entire city of Baika hovered atop buoyant clouds, resembling a three-tiered cream cake adorned with whimsical, eggshell-like structures that decorated the clouds like strawberries and frosting on a cake. "Wow, how beautiful! I wonder who could possibly reside there," Aisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she pointed to an impressive cluster of palaces at the highest tier. "Do not be so reckless. That is the abode of the divine. Only the great, true God Ra and the prophets who can hear the divine oracles may dwell there." Niyufa admonished Aisha, who was pointing at the temple. Among the Baika people, there was no tolerance for anyone who dared to offend their one true God, Yakamna, and the prophet residing in the divine abode could perceive every individual who disrespected the deity through the heart network, issuing divine decrees and meting out punishment to those who blasphemed. "Gwent, you have truly lost your mind, daring to betray the divine." Niyufa shook his head in disbelief, looking at Gwent. How could he believe that Gwent, one of the two prophets of Baika, would abandon the true God they had revered since childhood, especially after standing against the Sandia people 9 years ago, allowing the defeated Sandia to escape and thus preserving their fighting force? Just as Niyufa and Gwent were about to engage in a debate over theism and atheism before Daluo, Aisha suddenly raised her finger to shush the group. "Shh! Someone in that palace is watching us." Chapter 173, Employment. The Heart Network, utilized by Enelu in the comic arc of the Floating Island, served to surveil the entire island. In essence, it was akin to the observation hockey. Sensing the intrusive gaze from afar, Daluo furrowed his brow, as one who also wielded observation hockey. Such blatant awareness felt quite offensive. How rude. The intrusive scrutiny incited a fierce sensitivity in Huchuan Liqian, who stepped forward, his grip on his sword tightening. Pushing the blade slightly forward, a chilling glimmer emanating from it. Feeling the formidable presence of Huchuan Liqian, the source of the gaze dared not continue its intrusion, hastily retreating after a cursory sweep over the others. "Not bad. You've shown some promise," Daluo remarked with a smile. Though the aura surrounding Huchuan Liqian bore little resemblance to the Conqueror's haki, rather, it was reminiscent of the ominous aura of Barrett from the original work. "Stop teasing me. I'm still far from it." Huchuan Liqian chuckled, aware of his own limitations compared to Daluo in mastering the Conqueror's haki. However, Daluo held a different perspective. The Conqueror's haki relies heavily on innate talent, and once that foundation is established, progress can be achieved through gradual refinement. In stark contrast to the lightheartedness of Daluo and his companions, Niyufa and Gwent appeared quite tense regarding the earlier Heart Network incident, their expressions betraying lingering apprehension. Once they could no longer sense the intrusive gaze, they finally relaxed. "Phew, that scared me to death." Niyufa wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. His anxiety was not unfounded. After all, Gwent's identity was particularly sensitive. As a former prophet who had defected in a battle 9 years prior, Gwent was already wanted by Baika. Fortunately, the temple had kept the incident under wraps, and few had seen Gwent's true appearance, allowing him to evade pursuit. "Stop browsing around. Hurry and keep up," Niyufa urged Aisha, who was about to buy souvenirs from a street vendor, before leading the group swiftly down a narrow alley. While it was called a path, it was merely a tight passage between 2 rows of buildings. Niufa expertly guided Daluo and the others through the alley, leaping up and over rooftops and balconies. It seems you haven't forgotten, Niufa remarked with surprise at Gwent's agile movements. How could I forget? We often played hide-and-seek here as children, didn't we? And none of you ever won against me. Gwent boasted with a hint of nostalgia as he wiped his nose with a flourish. Indeed, you have always been the most exceptional among us, Niufa said, fondly patting Gwent's distinctive bald head. As they conversed, they arrived at a quaint three-story building in the city, its unique architecture resembling a large seashell, with a massive sign featuring frost patterns hanging at the entrance. Do you live here now? Did your heat cast you out from the temple? Gwent inquired, astonished by the vibrant decor surrounding them. As a place with a distinctly religious character, Baika Island had a rigid social hierarchy. As a cloud official, Niufa would typically reside in the temple. Since your defection, Nala and I have found our situation in the temple quite awkward, so we moved out together, Niufa replied, casting a disapproving glance at Gwent. Nala has moved out as well? How is she now? Gwent asked, taking a seat on the sofa and pouring water for himself and his teacher, Halidas, without hesitation. Nala has stepped down from her position as a cloud official and has since married a man in the city, now residing in the western suburbs. It seems that incident greatly affected you both, Gwent observed, his smile strained. Who is the current wind cloud official? It is Ku Erwin, that fellow you never got along with as a child, now holding the reins of the Baika, Niufa replied. This is indeed unfortunate news. It appears that among the 3 cloud officials I once commanded, you remain the sole survivor. Gwent sighed, pressing her brow, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. Therefore, I wish to inquire about the events of yesteryear. Niufa's gaze was intense as she fixed her eyes on Gwent, demanding to know the truth behind the matter. What could compel you to release the captives and flee the battlefield at the moment when you were on the cusp of defeating the Shandiarians? Even going so far as to slay Windsor? Was it that woman, Ihet, who spoke such things to you? Gwent scoffed, arms crossed over her chest, ambiguously replying that it was indeed the wicked who cry foul first. Regardless, the prophet is our foster mother. The title Gwent used for the prophet made Niufa furrow her brow in displeasure. So, what transpired between you? Has she gone mad? Deluded enough to covet lands that do not belong to her, and wish for all 8 cloud officials to perish alongside her? Moreover, it was her machinations that led to Windsor's demise. In an apparent attempt to substantiate her claims, Gwent produced a shell the size of a palm from her pocket, placing it upon the coffee table. Niufa recognized it at once as the illusory shell once overseen by Windsor, the former cloud official of the Kaze, which implied Windsor's trust in went before her untimely death. But why? Why did Ihet slay Windsor? Niufa felt a flicker of doubt, hands outstretched. For the sake of that absurd legend, the endless land, she not only sought to conquer the Shandiarians, but also fancied waging war against Apaya, yearning to dominate the entire expanse of Sky Islands, even if it meant leading the people of Baika to their doom. Gwent concluded her explanation and paused briefly before adding, she is no longer the Ihet we once knew. She has succumbed to madness. Yet, before Niufa could utter another word, Gwent interrupted her. Do you believe her, or do you believe me? Gwent slapped the coffee table, rising from her seat, leaning forward with a serious demeanor as she scrutinized Niufa. Dalu observed their debate with interest, despite the brevity of their exchanges. He had pieced together the crux of the matter. Essentially, the former prophet Gwent had been manipulated by her foster mother, another prophet, and upon discovering the latter's scheme, had freed the captured Shandiarians alongside another cloud official, escaping from the Baika army to the small island of Iselia. Now, it seemed the prophet named Ihet was plotting once more, prompting her return to Baika to thwart Ihet's conspiracy. Surely, these matters hold no relevance to us. So may we take our leave? Dalu interjected, addressing the 2 who were conspiring to unveil Ihet's schemes. At that moment, Niufa realized the presence of Dalu and his companions, and it was indisputable that their clandestine plotting had been overheard. So, are they not your comrades? Niufa glanced at Gwent, awkwardly inquiring. Certainly not. They are merely acquaintances I happened upon. Gwent replied with a defiant tone. What shall we do with them then? Niufa regarded Gwent incredulously. astonished that she would so brazenly devise plans to overturn the island's true rulers in front of outsiders. We can act as if we are oblivious, Dallas shrugged in response. Perhaps there is another option. Go went pushed her glasses up her nose. If possible, I would like to enlist your assistance in stopping a het. Enlist? Dalu tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the woman before him. Forget it. You cannot afford to pay us. It was rather audacious of her to contemplate such a proposition, but Dalu doubted she could offer a compelling incentive. The temple houses a substantial amount of gold. Should we succeed, I can deliver all the gold from the temple to you. Remarkably, Gowent's offer was indeed generous, considering that the entire expanse of the Sky Islands originated from Gaia Island, renowned as the City of Gold, Zandora, centuries ago, thus ensuring Baika's gold reserves were considerable. However, mere gold would not suffice to sway Dalu. His singular aim in Baika was the thunder fruit, which was most likely concealed within the temple. Thus approaching the matter from this angle was not without merit. If what you say holds true, I would be inclined to assist you, but apart from the gold, I require the ability to take one item of my choosing from the temple. Dalu gestured with his finger towards Gowent. Gowent found herself unable to refuse. For without Dalu and his companions, it would be impossible for her and Nyeofa to thwart a het. It is settled then. Gowent extended her right hand towards Dalu. A pact is made. Chapter 174. Planning the reason Dalu chose to involve himself in this affair stemmed from a deeper motivation. The future construction of the Ark of the Proclamation, which would be built from a substantial amount of gold collected by Enelu. Although it had yet to be constructed, Dalu believed that blueprints for this vessel must exist somewhere in Baika. Otherwise, Enelu, lacking any technical knowledge, would be unable to build it. Despite having lived in this world for over a decade, Dalu still marveled at the bizarre technological advancements present in this realm. Not to mention, the very existence of the Ark was already remarkable. Its peculiar ability to generate dark clouds in conjunction with the thunderfruit, coupled with its formidable flight capabilities, left Dalu, a traveler from a technologically advanced era, utterly astounded. Furthermore, in the tail of the cover page, Enelu had traversed the cosmos aboard this Ark. Reaching the celestial body he so fervently desired, the endless land moon, where he claimed dominion. Contemplating this, Dalu turned to the ship's spirit, Nanabu, who was floating against the ceiling, and in a voice only the two could hear, he inquired, Nanabu, is there a connection between Pluto and the moon dwellers? Nanabu, initially intrigued by the central light fixture, was startled, retreating with a ghostly demeanor to hover before Dalu. How did you know? Even archaeologists like Dr. Clover, who possess a profound understanding of ancient history, find themselves puzzled by the origins of Pluto, as no one comprehends how the shipwrights of Water 7, 8 centuries ago, achieved a technological explosion to construct a vessel of apocalyptic power. Yet, as the ship's spirit of Pluto, Nanabu was acutely aware that Pluto's inception stemmed from the lunar technology acquired by Joy Boy during his first landing on the Sky Islands 8 centuries ago. Yet even among the few who fought against the Great Kingdom back then, knowledge of this secret was scarce. How could Dalu possibly know? Nanabu, resembling a wizened elder, stroked his chin while squinting at Dalu, convinced that this young man harbored secrets of his own. I was right all along. Having obtained answers from the reaction of Nanabu, Dalu paid no heed to the imaginative Nanabu, who had already conjured an entire passionate manga in her mind. With a mere smile, he turned away without uttering another word. Since the prophet named Yahit was also in pursuit of the so-called Endless Land, she must certainly know the whereabouts of either the thunder fruit or the proverb. Dalu squinted his eyes like a cunning fox, beginning to devise his next course of action. Meanwhile, as the most steadfast supporter of the Yingguan, the double agent Nyeofa hesitated for a brief moment before completely selling out his superior. Yahit, it seems that the prophet has unearthed something at the ancient ruins on Baika Island and has been mumbling about hosting a grand sacrificial ceremony to select a divine child capable of leading everyone back to the Endless Land. A divine child? How laughable, still maintaining such a tone after all these years. Gwent sneered, as if she held Yahit's actions in utter disdain. However, this was hardly surprising, as she, Nyeofa, and several other Yingguan were all taken from their biological parents under the pretext of serving the gods by Yehit. Though Yehit had fulfilled certain responsibilities in teaching and nurturing these adopted children, she had primarily utilized them, much like she had sacrificed Windsor 9 years ago for her own ambitions. What shall we do now? Dalu's finger lightly tapped on the coffee table as he glanced at Gwent and Niufa, inquiring. Although Dalu possessed the strength to storm the temple directly and could easily topple Baika to compel the prophet Yehit to surrender the thunder fruit or the proverb, he preferred not to resort to such methods. He disliked acts of brazen plunder and slaughter stemming from a mere disagreement. When is the sacrificial ceremony? Gwent turned to Niufa, her mind racing with calculations on how to expose Yehit's wanton acts of warfare to the public. It is the day after tomorrow, at the ancient temple on the western side of the shrine. At that time, the entire populace of Baika Island will attend the service. But the security will undoubtedly be extremely tight, and all of us Yingguan will be present. Quite an extravagant affair. Niufa's words caused Gwent's brow to furrow. After all, dealing with Yehit alone was already challenging enough, and the addition of those Yingguan seemed rather daunting. Noticing Gwent's troubled expression, Dalu chuckled and curiously asked, "What? Are those Yingguan difficult to handle?" Of course, Gwent rolled her eyes and proceeded to explain to Dalu. "There are 8 Yingguan, Yun, Yufeng, Shuang, Huataixia, and Sun, each wielding a rare and powerful shell, coupled with their unique combat techniques honed over years of training, granting them formidable strength. So on that day, we will face 7 Yingguan with comparable strength to your companion here, right?" Dalu pointed at Niufa while questioning Gwent. "Yes, that is the worst-case scenario. I will try my best to see if I can win over a few Yingguan before then." Gwent painted a hopeful picture for Dalu, seemingly concerned that he might be intimidated by the sheer number of adversaries. "It appears there is not much difficulty." Dalu shrugged nonchalantly. After all, the strength of these Yingguan was hardly a match for him. Rather, it was the prophet who had just peered at them through the mine net that piqued his interest. Does that prophet possess any abilities? For instance, can she generate electricity? Generate electricity? Gwent shook her head. Not quite, but our rare shells and combat techniques were all taught to us by Yehit. So she essentially possesses the abilities of all the Yingguan. Furthermore, her mastery of the mine net is quite formidable, allowing her to sense the thoughts of enemies within a certain range. Upon hearing that Yehit could not generate electricity, Dalu felt a sense of relief. It was not that he feared a nature-based ability would cause him trouble, but rather that he dreaded the possibility that the thunder fruit had already been consumed by someone, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. Just as Dalu and the others were digesting the intelligence from Baika and plotting how to create a ruckus during the sacrificial ceremony, a gruff male voice echoed from outside the door. "Niufa, open the door." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Niufa's expression darkened. Damn it, why is Colwyn here? Remembering how Colwyn and Gwent had never gotten along since childhood, and now that he had become a prominent figure in front of the prophet, if he were to discover Gwent's presence, he would surely report it to the prophet. No, he must be driven away. Niufa pondered for a moment, then approached the door, opening it halfway with his right hand while using his left to block the entrance, preventing Colwyn from entering. "Colwyn, do you need something?" Niufa said coldly, eyeing the man with golden hair and wearing suspenders. "I heard you captured a few folks from Qinghai at the port." Colwyn smirked, looking at the visibly tense Niufa, viewing him as a clumsy oaf incapable of hiding anything. "Yes, I'm currently interrogating them. Do you need something?" Niufa felt increasingly anxious, unable to lie convincingly, as his heart raced in his chest. Colwyn's next words left Niufa bewildered, even making him contemplate violent measures to silence him. The prophet has issued a summons, inviting guests from Qinghai to the shrine, where a banquet has been prepared for them. Chapter 175. Invitation and testing. Just as Dalu and the others were strategizing on how to expose Yehit's conspiracy, little did they expect that Yehit had already set her sights on them, even dispatching her loyal subordinates to block their exit. "What? Aren't you going to invite them out?" "The prophet is waiting for us in the shrine." Colwyn grinned at Niufa, urging him to comply. If it were under different circumstances, Niufa would have certainly thrown some sarcastic remarks at Colwyn's face, But he had no time for such frivolities now, especially with Gwent present in his home. Although Gwent had been away from Bika for nearly 8 or 9 years and had changed significantly in appearance and demeanor, making it less likely for her to be recognized. Colwyn, having grown up alongside her in the shrine, would surely recognize Gwent. If the prophet were to learn that the traitor Gwent had returned to Bika, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the room, Dalu observed Gwent's equally tense expression and chuckled. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. It seems our recently devised scheme is about to be rendered obsolete. Sensing the dire turn of events, Lykeet and the others immediately stood up, with Quan Lixian even placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to eliminate this troublesome threat on the spot. Do not act impulsively. Gwent quickly intervened, her voice urgent. If he dies here, Yahit will be informed immediately, and other Yunguan will come to support him. That will complicate matters. Then what do you propose we do? Lei Kuta shrugged. His hand, which had transformed into a wine-infused blade, reverted to its normal state. He inquired further. He will inevitably come in. At that time, you will have no escape. Suddenly, Sophia, observing the awkward standoff between the two, snapped her fingers, drawing everyone's attention as she proclaimed, I have a solution. With urgency, Sophia stood up from her seat, activating her fruit ability. 9 ethereal tails unfurled slowly behind her, and her enchanting eyes glimmered with a soft pink hue. Kyubi no Kitsune, 9-tailed fox, illusionary mask. Sophia conjured a pink orb of light in her right hand and brushed it across Gwen's face. The orb enveloped Gwen like a shimmering veil. In an instant, the formerly composed Gwen transformed, adopting the appearance of a punk girl clad in studded leather, sporting ear piercings, and sporting vibrant pink twin tails. Wow, how astonishing! The onlookers gasped, their eyes sparkling with wonder upon witnessing Sophia's fruit ability for the first time. Is the transformation truly that dramatic? Darrow raised an eyebrow in surprise, gazing at the entirely different Gwen. He was aware that the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit possessed remarkable disguise capabilities, yet he had not anticipated such a profound alteration in both shape and attire. This was far superior to Von Kray's imitation fruit. Moreover, as a mythical beast type, the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit offered significant enhancements to physical combat for those with fruit abilities. While the transformation was impressive, its instability was a concern. Disguises based on illusions lacked substance. Should an attack occur, vulnerabilities would inevitably be exposed. As Sophia spoke, she poked at the illusory, studded leather jacket adorning Gwen, stating, see? Just like this. As expected, a simple rub caused the illusionary attire to distort, akin to ripples spreading across a lake when a stone is cast into it. Is this truly secure? Gwen expressed her apprehension, aware of how intimately Kerwin knew her. If he were to test her directly, the ruse could easily be uncovered. Fear not. They would not dare act recklessly against us now, Darrow assured her with a confident smile. If the prophet were wise enough, after probing with the web of hearts, he would certainly refrain from taking hasty actions. The current dispatch of subordinates was more a matter of testing and surveillance. At the entrance, Kerwin grew annoyed with the dilatory Nyofa, who was stalling for time. He cast a cold glance at Nyofa and warned, Enough, Nyofa. We can save the pleasantries for another day. I have a mission to fulfill, and we cannot delay the prophet's important matters. We cannot bear the consequences. With that, Kerwin forcefully pushed past Nyofa, who, unable to prevent his advance, hurriedly followed, raising the long spear he carried on his back. He had resolved to stand by Gwen's side. Adventurers from Qinghai, welcome to Bika. Our prophet has prepared a feast in the temple to welcome you and wash away your fatigue. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Kerwin, entering the room and spotting Darrow and the others on the sofa, addressed them courteously. He cast a puzzled glance at Nyofa, as if reproaching him for bringing guests into his home. Meanwhile, Nyofa, bewildered upon entering the room, realized that Gwen was nowhere to be seen. To prevent Nyofa from inadvertently revealing too much, Darrow quickly seized the opportunity. Feigning anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Nyofa, a welcome feast? Just moments ago, you implied we were suspicious and brought us here for investigation. So that's how it is. Nyofa truly is a fool, lacking discretion. Darrow mused internally, casting aside his doubts as he reproached Niofa, "Look at what you've done. You've offended the prophet's esteemed guests. Apologize immediately." Niofa, still trying to grasp the situation, was about to speak when his gaze fell upon the previously unseen pink girl. All right, let's move on. There's a banquet, after all. I'm feeling nauseous," Gwen, disguised as the pink girl, interjected, throwing knowing glances at Niofa. Following Gwen's lead, Darrow approached Kerwin, stating, "Since you were so sincere, let's put aside the previous unpleasantness and hurry along." Kerwin, instructed by the prophet to handle Darrow and his companions with care, did not dare to delay. He bowed and opened the door, gesturing for Darrow and the others. "The evening banquet at the temple is all arranged. Please, after you." Darrow nodded in response. Chapter 176, Schemes with Insincerity. The banquet was anything but a joyous affair. Darrow understood all too well that the other party harbored ulterior motives, intending to monitor them under the guise of hospitality and discern their true intentions. Likewise, Darrow had his own agenda. He sought to uncover the secrets held by the prophet. For even with his formidable strength, he could not pry open the lips of such fanatics. Navigating a winding staircase, Darrow and his companions soon reached the highest point of Baiko Island, the area housing the temple. The temple was more accurately a grand complex of palatial structures, surrounded by towering buildings and spires that clustered around a temple that soared into the clouds. "We are nearly at the temple. Before entering, please remove your weapons. And I kindly ask for your cooperation," Kerwin instructed, leading Darrow and his group to the temple entrance. Before Darrow could respond, 2 armored guards approached, crossing their long spears before Darrow and his companions, blocking their path. Meanwhile, a group of female clergy in robes emerged from a side door, guiding Darrow and his companions into a side chamber and requesting that they surrender their weapons. However, these clergy were unaware of Darrow's fruit ability and did not notice the explosives and the compacted golden revolver concealed at his waist. "Sophia, find a way to keep Li Qian's sword," Darrow whispered to Sophia as he relinquished his ordinary revolver. In the group, aside from Darrow and Huchuan Li Qian, most relied on their physical prowess and fruit abilities in combat and were not overly concerned about weapon confiscation. However, for Huchuan Li Qian, as a swordsman, his fighting capability hinged upon that 3-foot blade. The sword, Kazuki Mamoru, held significant value for him, and they needed to devise a plan. "Leave it to me." Sophia winked at Darrow, subtly activating her ability to create an illusion and bewilder the minds of several clergy members. Simultaneously, Dalu secretly exchanged the sword Huchuan showed Jianding, using his ability to reduce its size before returning it to Huchuan Li Qian. After accomplishing this stealthily, the people of the temple ceased to trouble them and directly led Dalu and his companions through the temple's grand entrance to the garden area. The newcomers were not to be trifled with. Lei Qi narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at the 2 rows of armored soldiers standing in formation before him, as well as the 3 individuals at the forefront clad in robes reminiscent of those worn by the deity Niyufa. The liquid in his fingertips began to swirl slowly. It was evident to even the most naive that this group had been deliberately stationed here, and had Dalu and his companions refused to cooperate earlier, they would have rushed in for an armed suppression. "Do not be agitated," Dalu urged, calming the increasingly irate Lei Qi with a gentle gesture. He then turned his head, casting a scornful glance at the leader, Corwin, and remarked, "Such a grand display. You are indeed most welcoming." Corwin, having detected Dalu's sarcasm, paid it no heed, maintaining a stoic expression as he bowed slightly to Dalu and his companions, saying, "Please, the prophet awaits you in the Great Hall." While referred to as a temple, it was essentially 3 towering edifices situated in the center of the architectural complex, designed in classical Baroque style, their exteriors adorned with lifelike mythological sculptures. Within these statues, countless divine servants knelt in reverence to the supreme deity, the supreme god worshipped by the people of the Qinghai Sky Island. Presiding over the dominion of the heavens and the earth, is said to have feet that embody the vast land and hands that transform into the boundless sky, the singular divine entity between heaven and earth. In the cataclysmic deluge that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, He, who showed compassion for all living beings, bestowed the Ark proverb to guide those affected by the flood, severing the thumb of his right hand and casting it into the sky as a refuge for the survivors. This is why the Sky Island inhabitants hold such an obsession with land, as depicted in the manga BAS, meaning soil, for in their belief, the land is a part of the deity's corporeal form, a gift from the supreme god. Dalu had never been particularly intrigued by such bizarre myths, and, after a cursory glance, proceeded with his companions into the central temple. With a slow, measured cadence, an elderly crone descended the three-tiered staircase before the statue and entered the grand hall of the temple. This diminutive figure, with her silver hair and wrinkled visage, was draped in a clerical robe trimmed with gold, wielding a staff inlaid with various shells. She exuded not the warmth and tranquility one might expect from a lifelong devotee of the divine, but rather a subtle air of decay and malice. This individual was none other than the mistress of Baika, the earth prophet Ihit. Flanking her on either side stood 8 officials of the clouds, Yun Yufeng Shuang, Tai, Xia, and Senator as Dalu and his companion strode confidently into the temple. Ihit gripped her staff, regarding Dalu with both curiosity and caution. Proficient in the mind network, Ihit had noticed this radiant man, akin to a blazing sun, the moment Dalu arrived on the island, and during her probing of the mind network, she had discerned the formidable power he concealed. It was precisely for this reason that Ihit was so meticulously testing the waters. She was determined to avoid any missteps before the forthcoming sacrificial ceremony. "Welcome to Baika, esteemed guests from Qinghai." Ihit's hoarse voice resonated throughout the vast hall, like an aging bell tolling with a sense of impending dusk. "Thank you very much," Dalu responded politely, his gaze fixed intently on Ihit's aged face, feigning astonishment as he remarked, "Your Excellency, you truly possess remarkable capabilities to be aware of our arrival on the island so promptly. I possess the authority to know all that transpires on Baika Island. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the supreme god Ikazimina." Dalu's feigned ignorance caused Ihit to furrow her brow, yet she refrained from clarifying, instead offering an ambiguous reply. "What cunning old fox! Is it possible that some deity has instructed you to use the mind network to probe into our affairs?" Dalu maintained a smile on his face, while inwardly cursing. One must admit, attributing everything to the divine is indeed an insoluble matter. No one could challenge it without defying the will of the gods. Although both parties understood the unspoken truth, the crafty Ihit was unwilling to prolong this topic. Thus, she swiftly redirected the conversation. "The feast is nearly prepared. Let us proceed." After speaking, she did not wait for Dalu and his companions to respond, but rather moved ahead, leaning on her staff towards a side hall on the left of the temple, where a long banquet table was set to accommodate 20 to 30 guests. "They have truly gone to great lengths to test us," Dalu mused to himself, observing the table laden with an array of dishes and fine wines. With a spirit of making the most of their visit, Dalu and his companions wasted no time, devouring the entire spread with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Once satiated, Ihit, noticing Dalu seemed to have lowered his guard, finally inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to Baika?" Dalu would certainly not reveal that he had come for the thunder fruit and the proverb. A master of feigning ignorance, he pretended to be inebriated, saying, "Purpose? What purpose could we possibly have? To be honest, we are merely a band of pirates from Qinghai who could not find a foothold, and we heard rumors of vast riches and treasures on the Sky Island, which compelled us to take the risk and ride the updraft to reach here." One must admit, Dalu's words proved somewhat effective. Observing his earnest demeanor, Ihit's wariness diminished considerably. Yet, for the sake of ensuring everything went smoothly during the upcoming ceremony, she still sought to usher Dalu and his companions away from Baika. Thus, Ihit remarked, "If you seek treasure, you have truly come to the wrong place. Baika holds little of value. However, over in Apayadu, there is said to be a wealth of gold, and even a golden bell of immeasurable worth. Is that so? It appears we have indeed come to the wrong place." Dalu feigned distress, interjecting. Ihit, secretly pleased at Dalu's apparent dismay, had laid the groundwork for her plan all along. hoping to send these formidable yet enigmatic individuals away from Baika. But fret not, should you wish to head to Apayadu, I can arrange for transportation via Weiba, Ihit said, setting down her wine glass with a smile. That would be splendid, Dalu exclaimed, feigning surprise, and performed a bow towards Ihit seated at the head of the table, saying, I am immensely grateful. Once we acquire the treasure, I shall certainly share half with you. Seeing Dalu's agreement, Ihit's spirits lifted, not anticipating that this unexpected turn of events could be resolved so effortlessly. It is settled then. Tomorrow afternoon, I will send someone to escort you to Apayadu. After a few more light exchanges and inquiries, Ihit, preoccupied with preparations for the sacrificial ceremony, promptly issued a dismissal order, arranging for Dalu and his companions to stay at Niyufa's residence for monitoring purposes, unbeknownst to her that Niyufa had already turned traitor. In the residence of Niyufa, sitting on the sofa, Gwewinta gazed at Daluo with a perplexed expression and inquired, What exactly is your plan? Gwewinta was baffled. After all, the grand sacrificial ceremony for Ihati would be held the day after tomorrow. So why had Daluo agreed to leave Baika for Apayadu tomorrow? Was it possible that he had heard of immense treasures in Apayadu and intended to abandon her? This thought caused Gwewinta to feel anxious, as her current leverage was limited and Daluo's strength was indispensable for overthrowing Ihati. Observing Gwewinta's distress, Daluo gently patted her hand and reassured her. We will not depart tomorrow. Ihati will not reveal her true treasures. Rest assured, we shall return. Clearly, Daluo intended to launch a surprise counterattack against Ihati. After all, the golden bell and treasures were readily accessible at any time, but the thunder fruit and the proverb were what he truly sought. Contemplating this, Daluo displayed a knowing smile. This evening's banquet had not been devoid of yield. Although Ihati had concealed her treasures well, she had inadvertently revealed a peculiar ornament adorned with a three-pronged jade pattern, which was unmistakably linked to the ark's proverb and the thunder drum symbol behind Ainalu. Thus, as Daluo surmised, at least one of the ark's proverb or the thunder fruit was in Ihati's possession. Chapter 177. Hidden Agendas. The efficiency at Baika was remarkable. Arrangements were swiftly made to transport Daluo and his companions to Apayadu the following day. With Daluo's approval, modifications were made to the merman's hymn using the wind shell, granting it a degree of short-distance flight capability. Moreover, Ihati had specially arranged for a dozen accompanying personnel who would pilot the Weiba to guide Daluo and his party. A gesture she termed navigation. 3 cloud officials, along with 2 squads of guards, would escort them, truly a grand display of Ihati's resources. Daluo tossed the list of accompanying personnel onto the coffee table, scoffing. To mobilize nearly half of her defense force at such a critical juncture demonstrates Ihati's wariness of our unpredictable faction. It appears we must put on quite the show tomorrow. Sitting back on the sofa, Sophia stretched lazily and remarked, by the way, What shall we do once we reach Apayadu? The sacrificial ceremony at Baika is to take place the day after tomorrow. Will we make it back in time? Sophia's inquiry resonated with everyone present, particularly Gwewinta, who turned to Daluo with a serious gaze. What is your plan? You must enlighten me. Despite their current collaboration, Gwewinta understood that Daluo held the initiative and all actions were under his direction. Worry not, I have it all figured out. Daluo waved his hand dismissively, then candidly continued, We must visit Apayadu. Otherwise, Ihati will remain uneasy. However, she did not specify that we cannot return. He expressed concern that she might sabotage their efforts. Her staff could control all the shells on the island, and she would certainly render those wind shells on the ship ineffective. Niyufa, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, observing the loud deliberation of the group, and offered a cautionary reminder. Is that so? Daluo raised an eyebrow, but remained unfazed, laughing lightly. But who says the merman's hymn cannot fly without those wind shells? Meanwhile, within the temple of Baika, aside from Niyufa, who had been dispatched to monitor Daluo, the remaining 7 cloud officials and Ihati were prostrating before a magnificent statue, fervently offering their prayers. O Izamuna, bestow blessings upon your devout followers. So that the sacrificial ceremony may proceed smoothly the day after tomorrow, Ihati prayed, her sharp voice cutting through the air like metal on glass. Unlike the fervent zeal of the other cloud officials, Ihati's expression remained rather indifferent, even hinting at a smirk at the corners of her mouth. She did not believe in the so-called deity. It was unclear when she had begun to discern the truth behind divinity and faith. The so-called gods were merely fabrications of the elite to better secure their dominion, tools for controlling the masses. She had upheld this falsehood for over 80 years, diligently serving that supposed deity, yet had never received a response or witnessed any divine manifestations. She had grown weary, fatigued by the daily ritual of venerating a mute stone idol. Thus, she aspired to create a true deity for Baika, a leader capable of unifying the Sky Islands and guiding them back to their ancestral lands. Just as the prayers concluded, a cleric who had been waiting at the door entered and handed a list to Ihati. "Your Excellency, this is the list of newborns for this year." "That will suffice. You may leave," Ihati replied, casually perusing the list before waving away the cloud officials, retreating alone to his side chamber. Once inside, she meticulously examined the roster in her hands. This upcoming sacrificial ceremony was of utmost importance. Her advancing age left her with few years remaining, and she was eager to cultivate a successor who could inherit her will. "What a pity, Gwynwynta," Ihati murmured to herself as she sifted through the names. She lamented the fact that her most favored adopted daughter had defied her orders for trivial reasons. Had it not been for that betrayal, Ihati would have long since established her dominance over the Shandia and Apiatuo peoples. Victor, Sidon, Hochin S. Ihati frowned at the names listed, clearly dissatisfied. The names were merely those of infants born this year, making the investigation into their family backgrounds crucial. While all those appearing on the list had clean lineages, Ihati sought more than mere cleanliness. She desired hatred. Only those with an inherent animosity towards the Shandia and Apiatuo peoples would suffice, as this future deity would require sufficient motivation to inherit and realize her grand vision. Consequently, she set her sights on a newborn whose father had perished at the hands of the Shandia. Inalu, it seems, will make an excellent candidate. Ihati circled the name in the roster with her quill, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this fortunate child would inherit her will and obtain the ancient legacy that Ihati had secured from the ruins of Baika, the fabled fruit that commands the heavens. Having determined the candidate, Ihati summoned the 3 cloud officials designated to escort Daluo to Apiatuo the following day: the wind cloud official Kerwin, the mist cloud official Walusi, and the cloud official Kenki. Kerwin, Walusi, Kenki, you must remain vigilant while escorting those Qinghai individuals to Apiatuo tomorrow. Any unusual behavior must be reported to me immediately. Ihati instructed the trio with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Kenki appeared unfazed, questioning, "Your Excellency, is it not excessive for the 3 of us to guard against a group of Qinghai individuals?" As the esteemed Yunguan on Baika Island, Kenki harbored a degree of arrogance within himself. Thus, upon witnessing the profound respect the venerable prophet exhibited toward a group of Qinghai individuals, he felt a twinge of indignation. In his estimation, regardless of the strength possessed by this group of Qinghai people, they could never rival the combined might of the Yunguan. What do you understand?" Yahit immediately reprimanded. Following this, she cast a serious glance at the 3 Yunguan and solemnly warned, "That group of Qinghai individuals poses a significant threat to the upcoming sacrificial ceremony. Hence you must remain utterly vigilant. Ensure that they are brought to Apiatuo Island and that they do not return to Baika." After being chastised, the 3 Yunguan dared not show any sign of slackness, each one assuring that they would successfully complete the task. However, the sole female among them, Walusi, questioned, "But how can we ensure they won't return to Baika? They cannot stay in Apiatuo. How can we guarantee that Dalu and his companions won't retrace their steps? I have interfered with a few of the Fong Bay on their ship. Once they reach Apiatuo, those Fong Bay will perish instantly, making it impossible for them to return." Kerwin stated with a hint of pride. "Well done." Yahit nodded in approval, evidently satisfied with Kerwin's arrangements. Yet, being inherently cautious, she felt it insufficiently secure. Therefore, she turned to the others and instructed, Kinky, tomorrow, try to take a longer route back and utilize the Yunbai to create obstacles, preventing them from discerning the path from Baika to Apayadu. Walusi, you two should use Huansha Bay to fabricate false signposts. Yehit, renowned for her cunning, meticulously prepared traps for Dalu and his group, yet she remained oblivious to how well the girl with pink hair she encountered at the banquet understood her. Chapter 178. All schemes the following day arrived. Due to the island's elevation at 10,000 meters, dawn broke early, illuminating the surroundings with a brightness akin to midday. Good morning, Gwent Hylidas, Dalu greeted as he entered the dining area, addressing the two seated at the bar, indulging in breakfast. Mr. Dalu is up so early, Hylidas remarked, raising an eyebrow while perusing the newspaper and sipping milk, evidently surprised by Dalu's disciplined routine. I'm used to it. Dalu waved his hand dismissively, then picked up a slice of bread, nibbling on the unpalatable whole grain while engaging in casual conversation with the two. Why haven't I seen Yufa? Dalu, nearly choking on the bread, quickly took a sip of milk to alleviate the discomfort, and only then realized Niyufa was absent. This was his home. After all, he was summoned to the temple early on. I wonder what tricks Yehit has up her sleeve, Gwent commented while adding sugar cubes to his coffee and stirring it. Who knows? We'll face whatever comes our way, Dalu shrugged nonchalantly. Just then, other members of the Dalu pirate crew emerged from their slumber, resembling zombies as they made their way to the dining table to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Why are you all up so early? Aisha, rubbing her eyes, inquired. Before she could finish her sentence, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a group of clergy in white temple uniforms, carrying various silver platters. Entering the room, you are all awake just in time. Please enjoy the breakfast we have meticulously prepared. Kerwin, sporting a golden slick-back hairstyle, approached the group with a highly procedural smile. As he finished speaking, the attendants gracefully set the dishes on the table, moving like ballet dancers. They truly spared no expense. Dalu mused, eyeing the lavish spread before him, having just nibbled on a baguette and now feeling no appetite whatsoever. When do we depart for Apayadu? Aisha, with her mouth smeared with cream, finally pulled her mind from the remnants of sleep. Upon her inquiry, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Dalu, the one who held authority. The accompanying personnel are already waiting outside. We can depart at any moment, Kerwin reminded, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as they darted elsewhere to mask his eagerness. Dalu inwardly grumbled about being denied breakfast, but considering an early departure was beneficial since they needed to return later, he thought it wise. Everyone, let's finish our meal quickly and set off. Dalu feigned urgency, leading Kerwin to believe they were hastily searching for treasure in Apayadu. Following the captain's orders, the crew hastened their eating, devouring the entire table of dishes almost rudely. After their appetites were satisfied, they, under the watchful eyes of several Yunguan, arrived at the Baika dock where the Mermaid S Song was anchored. After adjusting the output power of the foam bay, they hoisted the sails and set the Mermaid S Song onto the White Sea. In front of the Mermaid S Song, dozens of vessels resembling speedboats darted across the cloud's surface like sardines. These vessels moved in a seemingly scattered yet remarkably organized formation, maintaining a safe distance from the Mermaid S Song while simultaneously monitoring Dalu and his crew, ensuring that should Dalu decide to strike, their forces would not be entirely decimated. These fellows are quite cautious, Blodger remarked, observing the vessels ahead. It was evident to anyone with discernment that the seemingly disorganized formation was intentional, designed to both surveil Dalu's crew and ensure their survival during potential confrontations. Moreover, these individuals had devised additional tricks. Even the thick layers of clouds and the peculiar signposts encountered along the journey were orchestrated by several Yunguan. One meticulous effort will Lucy, Kenki, Gwent, disguised in a punk style, scoffed at the duo at the forefront. Did they concoct this? Dalu, possessing exceptional observation skills, immediately recognized the oddities of the signposts along the way and inquired. Indeed, Gwent, having long been allied with Dalu, nodded affirmatively. Walusi, the newly appointed Yunguan of Xian, possesses the ability to manipulate light through Huansha Bei to create illusions. Thus, these are her creations. Dalu pointed to a floating signpost marked with a number 47, affirming his assertion. Correct, Gwent added, then elaborated, not only that, but they have also tampered with the clouds along the route. We have been following them on a longer detour. Oh, what do you mean? Are we not traveling in a straight line? Gwent shook her head. Certainly not. Maintaining direction in the cloud sea is inherently challenging, especially since Kenki has been deploying Yunbai to create clouds to confuse you. Indeed, Dala nodded. Yet a hint of concern flickered across his face. After all, there was no competent navigator aboard the ship, and the convoluted route could pose considerable difficulty in ensuring Dalu and his crew could return safely. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with this path. Gwent's gentle smile seemed to dispel Dalu's apprehensions, and she turned her gaze towards the 3 Yunguans in the distance. A teasing expression gracing her features. These fellows surely did not anticipate my presence here. Indeed, in the face of Gwent's profound familiarity with the route, their antics were reduced to mere folly. The siren song traversed the skies for over 4 hours at full speed, finally arriving near Appiato. With a peculiar structure, the Heaven's Gate was visible from afar. At this moment, Appiato still lay under the rule of Shengenfu. Thus, there was no need to pay the exorbitant fee of 10 billion for entry. Ahead lies Appiato. Feel free to proceed. We must return to report. The Yunguans of the Sky Island halted before the Heaven's Gate, exchanged greetings with Dalu, and then hastily departed. Without a moment's pause, Dalu and his crew passed through the Heaven's Gate, ascending a spiraling cloud ladder until the siren song broke through the clouds above. Eventually, a blinding light appeared in the sky, and Dalu and the others gazed up to see a golden plaque at the summit of the cloud sea, inscribed with the words Godland Scipia, signifying the realm of the divine. Beneath the plaque, rows of soldiers stood at attention on the cloud sea, with a knight clad in armor astride a peculiar bird positioned at the forefront, awaiting orders. At the helm stood the current ruler of Appiato, the Pegasus Knight, Shengenfu, confronted by the formidable army before him, which regarded him with an inexplicable hostility. Dalu recalled a significant remark made by Yite within the temple. I have an old friendship with the ruler of Appiato. I shall greet him and ensure you are treated well. It was evident that Yite had played a trick on Dalu. Chapter 179. Appiato. The armed forces of Appiato differ significantly from those of Baika. Here, there are fewer Yunguans. Yet they're defended by the elite guards known as the Divine Guards, led by Shengenfu. Presently, this elite group, armored and armed with long spears, hovered like celestial warriors above Dalu and his companions. You are the ones seeking to seize the golden bell of Appiato, are you? Shengenfu stepped forward and bellowed. It must be said that Yite was indeed cunning. Strictly speaking, she had not slandered Dalu before Shengenfu, for they had genuinely come in search of the golden bell and its treasures. We are merely interested in the golden bell and wish to take a look. We do not intend to steal it, Dalu explained loudly, striving to avoid conflict with the residents of the Sky Island. After all, his true objective in Appiato was not the historically significant golden bell, but the gold nestled within the belly of the Sky Master. Those cunning Qinghai people dare to deceive me. Shengenfu's face contorted in anger as he raised his knight's spear towards Dalu and then turned to command his cavalry. Charge. Capture them. As his words fell, the bizarre birds beneath the divine guards emitted a shrill cry, flapping their wings forcefully and soaring above the siren song, encircling Dalu and his companions. Faced with the unreasonable Shengenfu and the soldiers who were already in battle mode, Dalu felt a surge of irritation. Coldly, he addressed Shengenfu. If you cannot comprehend reason while standing, then perhaps you will listen when you're on the ground. At last, a grand battle is upon us. Rekt, having acquired new techniques in Alabasta, was eager to engage, while Izumi, Li Qian, and Sophia also took their stances, ready for a fight. However, Gwen's reaction was somewhat peculiar. She observed Shengenfu from a distance, seemingly hesitant to speak, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Although Dalu had decided to initiate combat, he had no intention of fighting personally. He even held back the others who were prepared to intervene, saying, let Xiong handle this. It'll be a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. Me? Really? The designated Xiong displayed a look of astonishment, pointing to himself, his confidence wavering. Dalu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "You can do it. Trust yourself and trust me. Xiong, unleash your potential. If any problems arise, we will be here to support you." For a long time, Xiong had been an intern aboard the ship, never facing a battle on his own, and thus lacked the confidence that came with being a true warrior. However, in reality, Xiong's abilities were not to be underestimated. He was more than capable of handling Shingenfu and the Divine Guards. How dare they underestimate us? Upon seeing a mere child sent to challenge him, Shingenfu, seated upon his mount, felt insulted and furious, spurring his steed with a fierce grip. With a cry, the peculiar bird beneath him took flight, soaring toward Xiong. The steed he rode, named Pierre, was a unique bird of the Sky Island, having consumed the horse fruit. Despite its odd appearance and demeanor, it possessed the ability to fly. Shingenfu brandished his knight's spear, glinting silver in the sunlight, embodying the essence of a knight alongside his steed. With a swift thrust, Shingenfu aimed for Xiong's shoulder rather than a lethal strike, intending to incapacitate him without causing death. He showed mercy. Dalu recognized Shingenfu's restraint, raising an eyebrow in surprise. His anger slightly abated. On the other side, Xiong, inexperienced in combat, failed to perceive Shingenfu's leniency. He extended his right hand, forming a grasp, and summoned his power to create an elastic barrier, attempting to catch the incoming spear with his bare hands. With a clang, the knight's spear struck Xiong's barrier, rebounding as if hitting a rubber ball, releasing a tremendous force that sent Shingenfu flying. Fortunately, Pierre was quick-witted, flapping its wings and circling through the air to catch Shingenfu. A power user? What is this ability? Stunned, Shingenfu exclaimed, his expression turning grim as he urged Pierre to ascend higher, circling in the sky. Now wary of making any reckless moves. On the shore, the Divine Guards sensed the shift in momentum and hastily commanded their birds to dive, resembling a formation of fighter planes swooping from above. In their eagerness to secure a decisive blow, they even brandished the formidable impact shells. The impact shells? Such feeble force pales in comparison to Xiong. Dalu crossed his arms, displaying not a shred of concern. After all, when it comes to shockwaves, who could rival the formidable Xiong endowed with the Rochu Guoshi? As expected, just when the soldiers wielding the Chongji Bei were about to completely engulf Xiong in a torrent of shockwaves, Xiong sprang into action. He crossed his arms over his chest, the pads in his palms vibrating at an astonishing speed, rapidly generating two white shockwaves in the shape of bare heads. Remembering Daluo's patient teachings, he recited the incantation essential for unleashing this technique. A bag of rice must withstand several floors. Senluo Tianzheng. Upon completing the incantation, Xiong forcefully thrust his crossed hands outward, unleashing a colossal circular shockwave that erupted from his form. The technique taught by Daluo, Xiongzhi Chongji Senluo Tianzheng, sent everything in its vicinity flying like a tidal wave, even creating a gaping hole in the surrounding clouds. The cavalry of the Shuidui and Ganfu, positioned at the epicenter of the shockwave, were hurled ashore, collapsing onto the ground in agonized groans. Damn it! Even a mere child possesses such ferocity. Who are these people? Ganfu, weakly leaning against Pierre, struggled to sit up, trembling as he raised his head to speak. Despair had overtaken him, relinquishing all thoughts of resistance. He could only hope that these powerful kin were not ruthless villains, allowing his people some semblance of mercy. Well done, Xiong. After the battle concluded, approached Xiong, patting his shoulder in commendation. He then led the group to leap from the deck, setting foot on the land of the Paidoa. So, old man, can you finally let me finish speaking? Dao observed her on the ground, looking as if he were awaiting execution, and a playful smile crept onto his face. Following the battle, their identities shifted from friendly visitors to triumphant victors. Should they desire it, Dalo and his companions could effortlessly conquer Ado. Though he had no intention of claiming territory at the moment, it would not be unreasonable for the victors to take some treasures from the island as spoils. Ganfu hung his head in silence, understanding the reality of being at the mercy of others. Just as Daloa pondered how to deal with him, the hesitant Doak stepped forward, running to Ganfor and sweeping his hand across his face, disrupting the illusion that shrouded him. Long time no see, Ganfor. The restored Gunturk extended his hand to help the fallen Ganfor to his feet. Guwantu, you are still alive. Chapter 180. The Golden Bell, the divine realm of Skypea, is actually comprised of two islands. One is the home of the Gun, constructed entirely of island clouds. The other is the true landmass, composed of soil, a fragment of the island of that was thrust into the sky 400 years ago. This land, Apayado, is the ancestral home of the Sandiaran, once known as the Golden Land of Shangdola. In other words, this territory was seized by the Ungdoran from the indigenous Iaran, and this land dispute has perpetuated for 4 centuries. Throughout these 400 years, neither Bika, Sanya, nor Tinika have found satisfaction in the conflict. All parties yearn for a relatively peaceful resolution to their disputes. Unfortunately, the only faction capable of enforcing a forced mediation is Bika. Yet Ikatok has been obsessively dreaming of returning to the Infinite Land, to construct the Fangzhou Zhenyan capable of reaching the moon. She requires vast amounts of gold from Badadoa and the subjugation of the Sandiaran. For her selfish ambitions, Ikatok has secretly incited discord among the 3 factions, seeking an opportunity to conquer Apayado and the Sandiaran entirely. However, the chance for peace does exist. Was the sole beacon of hope over the years, possessing exceptional abilities and a character that balanced gentleness with firmness, earning respect among the 3 powers. Thus, both Apayado and the Sandiaran place their hopes in Gowintura, the future leader of Bikar, to bring an end to the prolonged conflict. This, undoubtedly, posed a threat to Ivada's core interests, leading to Gunda's downfall. Returning our focus, Tavayado, Daloa and his companions were en route to the ruins of Shangdola. The location of the Golden Bell, Falguna, remained behind, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with Ganfor. I truly did not expect you to still be alive, Gunta. Back at his home, removed his heavy knight's armor, his expression complex as he regarded Gunta, despite their previous allegiances and the troubles Gunta had caused him. Ganfor understood his old adversary well enough to know that he would never act detrimentally towards the entire Kandao. It was merely luck. Guntuk sighed, recalling how, 9 years ago, if not for the desperate rescue of his comrades, and the chance fall onto S weather ship, he would have perished long ago. Now that you have miraculously survived, what brings you back? Ganfor inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yikartura has firmly solidified her control over Bikar. Even the 8 cloud officials have been purged. The only ally left on our side is Iofa. For years, Nuvituk has been secretly amassing power, poised to wage war against Aradoa and the Singaran at any moment. Tomorrow, a grand sacrificial ceremony will be held in Bika. I suspect she will make a significant move. Indeed, knowing that madwoman's temperament, it is quite possible Ganfor frowned, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table, producing a cacophony of sound. It was evident to all that Ganfor was increasingly agitated. After all, with strength, they could easily conquer Apayado, leaving Ganfor and his companions defenseless. What are your plans? Ganfor could no longer remain seated, rising to lean over the table, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Govinda. Are you relying solely on these Qinghaira? Can they be trusted? Do you have a better solution? Govinda rolled his eyes, exasperated as he regarded the old man before him. Indeed, it is the only option left, Ganfor lamented. Although aged and diminished in strength, he remained a figure of dignity. Since we have been pushed to the brink, we must wager everything on the table. Ganfor forcefully slapped the table, his gaze fixed intently on Gowintura, his voice ardent as he declared, "Therefore, I implore you to become the god of the Tunda." Meanwhile, Dalo and his group remained unaware that Ganfor had entrusted the divine authority to Goa. Eager to swiftly acquire the gold on Apayado, Dalo instructed Laikuratua, search the vicinity for any signs of a giant serpent. Report back to me if you find anything, but do not act recklessly. Aisha, come with me. We shall seek the golden bell together. To save time, Dalu promptly assigned tasks to everyone upon their arrival at the ruins. The great serpent he referred to was none other than the Lord of the Skies, Noalan. In the original narrative, it is depicted as a colossal serpent that has survived for over 4 centuries, allegedly a descendant of the feathered serpent god, Caxi. It was eventually washed up onto the Sky Island along with Gaia Island. Within its belly, it had consumed vast amounts of gold from Xiangdula. Even the 300 million berries that Luffy later used to purchase the 1,000 Sunny were extracted from it, marking the first fortune of Dalu's pirate career, which he certainly would not overlook. However, the most crucial artifact was the historical text located beneath the Golden Bell, which documented the Sea Kings and pointed towards the final destination of Raftel. Just as Lee Kite and his companions were searching for the traces of the great serpent mentioned by Dalu, a sudden, thunderous sound of war drums echoed through the sky, followed by a white, dragon-like cloud sword that abruptly surged towards Huchuan Lijian. Is someone approaching? They do not seem friendly, Huchuan Lijian remarked, deftly deflecting the cloud sword with a flick of his sword, simultaneously eyeing the newcomer with vigilance. Following his gaze, a group emerged from behind the ruins, clad in tattered garments, adorned with grass skirts and animal pelts, resembling primitive people. This, however, was the traditional custom of the Xiangdia people. They have no wings. It appears they are the Sandia people mentioned by Gwente, Sophia observed, noting an elder beside her who donned a hat fashioned from animal specimens, resembling a chieftain. They do not seem to be inhabitants of the Sky Island. A young man, bald with peculiar tattoos covering his body, pointed towards Sophia and her companions. His name was Wei Te, a descendant of the Sandia warrior, Ka Urgula, who had lived 4 centuries prior. What difference does it make? They are still just a bunch of scoundrels infringing upon others' territories. The elder scoffed, a stubborn glint evident on his wrinkled face. He then raised his bone staff and pointed it at Huchuan Lijian and the others, commanding, "Charge! Capture them!" Upon his command, several Sandia warriors wielding spears and iron swords rushed forward, encircling them. In that case, we have no choice. Huchuan Lijian slowly drew his sword, Huchuan Shou Kenchong, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Unlike Dalu, Huchuan Lijian had not been steeped in the sweetness of past civilizations. He had always adhered to the jungle law, where the strong prey upon the weak, and decisiveness in battle was paramount. Just as he prepared to transform the area into a slaughterhouse, a melodious bell chime suddenly resonated from the clouds. The sound was grand and resonant, echoing through the skies as if it were a sacred symphony. Instantly, all the Sandio warriors froze in place, as if enchanted, while the elder gasped in awe, trembling with excitement. "It is it, the golden bell. Where is it?" Everyone looked skyward to witness a magnificent golden bell descending, swaying and emitting a distant crystal-clear sound. The commotion at the ruins naturally drew the attention of the entire divine realm, with nearby inhabitants of the Sky Island, as well as Gwente and Gonfu Air, arriving, drawn by the bell's sound. "What is this? The golden bell!" exclaimed Gon Fu Air and Gwente, mounted on the celestial steed, Pai Air, gazing at the golden dot plummeting toward the ground, growing larger with each moment. The devout inhabitants of the Sky Island and the Sandia people had already knelt in reverence, welcoming the artifact that had been lost for over 4 centuries, as if the resounding chime had washed away the enmity between them. At last, the great bell touched the ground. The golden bell, which had vanished for 400 years, re-emerged, its reverberating sound resonating in the hearts of all present, rekindling a shared yearning for peace among the Sandia and Sky Island dwellers. With a resounding clang, the bell's chime echoed across the land and skies, awakening the forests. A colossal python slowly lifted its head from the depths of the ruins, displaying a humanoid expression of joy, its tongue flickering audibly. It coiled its tail around the remnants of the shattered walls that had concealed it, emerging gracefully. This serpent, a descendant of the previous serpent deity, was still a mere juvenile after 4 centuries, named Nualan by the Sandia people to honor their friendship with it. Nualan glided over and nestled among the vines above the golden bell, comfortably closing its eyes. in the days when Zyanguilla still thrived. This was the place where it had hatched, and it had borne witness to the pure friendship between Nualan and Ka-Urgula. For centuries ago, the great adventurer Nualan arrived at this place and discovered that the people of Zyanguilla still clung to their superstitions, offering live sacrifices to a gigantic serpent deity named Caxi to seek relief from plagues. Unable to bear the tragedy, Nualan intervened, rescuing a maiden, which led to a conflict with the great warrior Ka-Urgula. After an intense battle, Nualan vowed that since he had interrupted the ritual, he would save the village himself. Such words were deemed disrespectful to the gods by the Sandia people. Yet the chieftain ultimately decided to allow Nualan to fulfill his promise. Consequently, his crew would remain as hostages in Zyanguilla, and should Nualan fail to return, they would be offered to the serpent deity. Following this, Nualan ventured outside the village in search of plants to cure the plague, during which a sudden earthquake erupted, interpreted by the Sandia people as the wrath of the gods. In truth, it was merely a precursor to the eruption of the skyward sea currents. Nualan found himself trapped in the fractured earth, yet his immense strength allowed him to shake the ground, astonishing even Ka-Urgula. After a series of misunderstandings, the two parties reconciled. Warrior Ka-Urgula overcame his inner turmoil and defeated the serpent they revered as a god, while Nualan concocted the medicine that cured the plague caused by the heat tree disease. They celebrated together in harmony, but soon discord arose in the village, with complaints that Nualan and his crew had trampled upon their history and felled the sacred tree that sheltered them. To quell the villagers' fury, Ka-Urgula expelled Nualan and his companions. But out of gratitude for Nualan's kindness, the Sandia people rang the golden bell to bid farewell to him, hoping that one day he would return to Zyanguilla, guided by its chime. After departing from Zyanguilla, Nualan traveled to Dressrosa, during which Gaia Island was thrust into the skies by an unprecedented upward surge of ocean currents. Later, when Nualan returned to Gaia Island by royal decree, he found only a desolate island, devoid of the promised land of gold. He was accused of treason and executed, his tale becoming a farce, and he bore the brunt of scorn for centuries. On the Sandia side, upon learning of Nualan's fate from the newcomers from the Blue Sea, the great warrior Ka-Urgula passed away in regret, while the Golden Bell was lost during Gaia Island's ascent. This became a profound sorrow for all Sandia people, leading them to yearn for the return of the Golden Bell, to declare to the world that Zyanguilla existed, and to vindicate Nualan, the grand storyteller, assuaging the souls of the two cherished friends. The Golden Bell holds extraordinary significance for the inhabitants of the Kongdao, who perceive its chimes during the ascent of Gaia Island as the divine sound bestowing land upon them. Thus, the Golden Bell has naturally become a sacred artifact within the belief system of the Kongdao people. Now, with the reappearance of the Golden Bell, both parties have temporarily set aside their animosities, allowing for a brief communion, an opportunity that Gonfor, who has long yearned for peace, will not let slip away. Zykeluos, with the Golden Bell back in the world, it is high time for us to have a serious discussion, Gonfor stated, gazing at the elder Shandia, who held a scepter not far away. There's nothing to discuss with you, Kongdao, Zykeluos, the leader of the Shandia, retorted coldly, gripping his scepter tightly. I have received word that a het from Baika will host a grand ceremony tomorrow, and Baika is currently mobilizing for war. It is highly likely that they will unilaterally declare war on us. Gonfor exclaimed, his voice charged with urgency, causing his white beard to quiver. Though Zykeluos remained silent, he was evidently swayed. As the weakest faction among the three, the Shandia situation was precarious, with their young warriors dwindling due to years of relentless conflict. In other words, the Shandia were at a critical juncture of survival, and their feeble strength could only confront the predatory Baika through alliance. I have relinquished my divine position. The new deity will welcome your arrival, Gonfor remarked, noting Zykeluos' wavering tone and stoking the flames of his interest. The new deity? Who is it? Zykeluos inquired hastily, for he was already contemplating an alliance with Apayadu to weather the imminent crisis. However, if the new deity bore hostility towards the Shandia, their future would be fraught with peril. Gonfor seized upon the urgency of his response, resembling a cunning fox, narrowing his eyes. Surely you recognize her. It is that girl from Baika, Gwente. He stepped back, revealing the principal figure behind him. Ganfuer was astute. For the incident years ago when Gwente allowed the Shandia to defect to Baika had caused quite a stir. He understood that upon learning the new deity was Gwente, Zykeluos would likely waver once more. Indeed, among the Shandia captives Gwente freed, Zykeluos' grandson was among them. Consequently, upon seeing Gwente, Zykeluos' already uncertain stance faltered completely, and some warriors who had been spared by Gwente bowed deeply to their savior. If it is you who leads the Kongdao, it could not be better, Zykeluos said, giving a slight bow to Gwente. The dawn of peace approached, and only a grand banquet could adequately express their jubilation. In the evening, the Shandia and a portion of the Kongdao held a splendid feast near the ruins. Despite a somewhat awkward atmosphere, both tribes finally sat together in tranquility, and time would gradually erode the hatred between them, smoothing the rifts in their future lives. The first to pierce this barrier were the children, untouched by animosity. "Who would have thought I would drink with you, old tin can?" Zykeluos exclaimed, raising his cup, watching the Shandia and Kongdao children frolicking at the banquet. "Indeed, I never anticipated this, but it appears quite pleasant," Ganfuer replied, wiping the spilled wine from his beard while expressing gratitude. "Thanks to Gwente, and of course, we must thank those Qinghai people who brought Gwente back and rediscovered the Golden Bell. Without them, we might have been annihilated by Baika in a few days." Meanwhile, Dalu and the others were enjoying roasted meat at the feast while pondering how to extract the gold from the belly of the enormous serpent. "I think we should just cut open its belly and retrieve the gold," Izumi, who had always occupied the top of the food chain, proposed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, causing Nolan, who was perched atop the golden bell, to tremble in fear. "That works. We can also extract the snake's gallbladder for my brewing." Ryukit was already contemplating how to put the serpent's remains to good use. "Enough of scaring it. Dalu wants to spare its life," Aisha interjected, observing Nolan, who was petrified by the suggestions of the two. "What do you propose, then?" The group engaged in a lively debate, and just as Dalu intended to conclude this pointless discussion with a decisive word, Gwente approached, pulling Dalu aside into a corner. "I am here to amend the terms of our agreement. I want you to help me unify the Kongdao," Gwente stated forthrightly. "Unify the Kongdao?" Dalu raised an eyebrow, amused, as he regarded Gwente before him. "Unifying the Kongdao is not difficult for me, but why should I assist you? You currently lack sufficient leverage to entice me." "I have," Gwente replied resolutely. "Oh, it wouldn't happen to be the gold from a Payadu, would it? That hardly counts, for in strict terms, we have defeated Ganfuer and his divine guard. Thus, everything on this island belongs to us as spoils of war," Dalu reminded her, unwilling to grant Gwente an opportunity for free gain. "Certainly not." Gwente, not one to be outwitted, shook her head. "You will help me unify the Kongdao for a time, and once the situation stabilizes, I will allow you to become the deity of this unified Kongdao. What do you think?" "What do I think? I think not. While becoming the ruler of a kingdom is indeed enticing, I would never forsake my voyages for it." Dalu shrugged, clearly unimpressed by Gwente's proposition. "What do you desire, then?" "This is the only thing I can offer," Gwente said through gritted teeth. "Helping you rule the Kongdao is not out of the question, but we will continue our voyages, making it hard for us to trust you. Instead, let us assist you in unifying the Kongdao, and once the situation stabilizes, you will join us. Conveniently, we are in need of a navigator." Chapter 182. The gold of Zingdaola. Dalu's decision to invite Gwente to join his pirate crew was not a hasty impulse, but a well-considered strategy. Setting aside her years of learning meteorology and navigation for Visalia, her prestige within the Kongdao was substantial enough to compel Dalu to extend an olive branch. Previously, Dalu had no intentions of claiming the Kongdao as his territory due to the intricate dynamics among the three factions, making it challenging for him to ensure stability after seizing control. A territory requiring constant vigilance and maintenance was of little interest to Dalu, but a resource-rich kingdom with a high degree of autonomy held considerable appeal. Moreover, Dalu harbored deeper ambitions. He intended to establish trade routes between the Kongdao and the Qinghai, subsequently integrating into the world government. In doing so, the Kong Dao would not only acquire naval protection, but Dalu would also secure a ticket to the king's meetings. If everything operates smoothly, it could serve as a leverage to exert influence over the world government. However, all of this must be bound by trust. We must not let Dalu, who has labored so long, end up creating a wedding dress for others. In a world of pirates, stable relationships are founded on camaraderie. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining us? Dalu looked at Gwent with a half-smile, confident that she would acquiesce to his request. Yet he sincerely hoped she would join with genuine intent. Join you? Gwent raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. She had anticipated a refusal to assist her in unifying the Sky Island, but did not expect Dalu to extend a direct invitation. Being a pirate does seem appealing. Gwent appeared quite intrigued. After all, if she were truly fixated on the position of ruler of the Sky Island, she would not have lingered in Visalia for so long. Then it's settled. We welcome your joining, Dalu said with a smile, extending his right hand. With a resounding clap, their hands clasped firmly, both tacitly agreeing not to discuss the matter of transactions, for they were comrades trusting each other with their lives. Assisting Gwent in unifying the Sky Island thus became a matter intrinsic to their crew. Then I shall rely on you greatly, Captain. After confirming Gwent's inclusion, Dalu and the others celebrated briefly before making their way to the heart of the Shandora ruins, accompanied by the massive serpent named Nolan. I say, after deliberating for so long, have you not yet devised a method to extract the gold from this serpent's belly? Dalu remarked, somewhat exasperated by the seemingly dim-witted group before him. Then what do you suggest? Aisha, appearing somewhat defiant, retorted. In response to Aisha's skepticism, Dalu remained silent, retrieving a seawater grenade from his pocket and delivering a punch to the serpent's midsection. Roar. The vulnerable spot struck. Nolan let out a pained howl. Dalu, observing the gaping maw of the serpent, promptly tossed the seawater grenade into its mouth. Naturally, Nolan, bewildered by the unexpected blow, would not relent easily. It forcefully slammed its tail against the ground, propelling itself towards Dalu, entirely unaware of the dreadful object it had just ingested. With a snap of his fingers, Dalu summoned a torrent of seawater that erupted from the serpent's belly, inflating Nolan like a balloon. A wave of discomfort surged from its midsection, and after enduring for a time, Nolan could no longer contain itself, letting out a retch and expelling its contents. Gold, there's truly gold, Aisha exclaimed, rushing towards the glimmering pile of vomit, lifting a half-human-sized golden teapot and dancing with joy. Look at your excitement, Dalu teased her, simultaneously gesturing with his right hand to draw in the gold using compressed air. The ability to fully harness the powers of the devil fruit relies heavily on imagination. One must not confine their thinking too rigidly, Dalu admonished. In a world of pirates, the powers of fruits are exceedingly diverse. Yet, few can truly develop their abilities to their fullest potential. The only individual Dalu truly respects is Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has developed an almost rule-like technique, birdcage, that even the admirals cannot break. Unfortunately, the Ito no Mi is inherently limited, and even with its potential fully realized, its power is constrained. Apart from him, others have not fared as well in developing their abilities. Even Luffy, who originally showcased the potential of the Goma no Mi, now appears rather mediocre post-revision. The topic did not linger long, as Dalu instructed the other crew members to begin preparations for their return to Baika that night. He, however, led Gwent and the leader of the Shandians, Siklos, to the Shandora ruins. As the embodiment of history and the faith of both the Shandians and the Sky Islanders, Dalu had no intention of removing the Golden Bell, yet he was determined not to overlook the gold within the ruins. Despite the majority of Shandora's gold being swept into the sea by the ascending current 4 centuries ago, a substantial amount of golden architecture remained in the city center. When Inaru arrives in the future, he will plunder the Golden Country, melting all the gold into materials for constructing the Ark Maxim. Based on the size of the Ark, Dalu estimated this gold could be worth hundreds of billions of berries. Following a towering vine and traversing a narrow alleyway, Dalu and his companions arrived at a site of ruins. Although described as ruins, the structures were evidently grand, adorned with numerous carvings inscribed with indecipherable texts. Whether ancient script or the language of Shandora from 400 years ago remains uncertain. Before them lay a pyramid structure, slanted and collapsed, conspicuously accompanied by various golden artifacts, pillars, ceremonial vessels, and components from other buildings, all fashioned from gold. In summary, the sight was a dazzling sea of gold. So much gold, Gwent gasped, covering her mouth in awe. Siklos, standing beside her, was even more fervent. Upon witnessing his ancestral grounds, he set down his staff and prostrated himself, chanting prayers as if beseeching Shandora's favor. Once Siklos concluded his prayers and rose, Dalu addressed the two. Gwent, I require the assistance of the Shandians to extract this gold. I have grand plans. With the intention of claiming the Sky Island as his own domain, Dalu certainly could not ignore this gold. His foremost plan involved using this wealth to pay the Sky Island's tribute to the world government, thus securing a rightful seat that would provide protection for the Navy and grant trade rights with other nations. Additionally, he aimed to establish a route between the Sky Island and the Blue Sea, and the current moment presented the perfect opportunity after the Celestial Dragon's massacre on Gaia Island. The entire isle became a no-man's land, allowing the Sky Island to purchase Gaia Island and develop it into a base on the Blue Sea. The remaining funds would be utilized to settle the Shandians, constructing a new homeland for them. Dalu envisioned Gaia Island and the Shandora ruins as their new sanctuary, thus allowing them to return to their roots. After elucidating these plans to the two, Siklos was instantly elated, nearly bowing to Dalu on the spot. After being halted by Dalu, he thumped his chest, assuring that he would extract every last piece of gold without neglect. That is the attitude we need, Dalu responded, untroubled about the Shandians misappropriating the funds, as this wealth would ultimately be directed towards building their new home. As for the Sky Islanders, he merely scoffed. Regardless of the attempts by the residents of the Kongdao to embellish their narrative, the undeniable truth remains that they are merely thieves. Clearly, Jaya Island belongs to the Shandia people, yet this shameless group has concocted a myth to usurp the land, falsely proclaiming it as the land bestowed by the gods. Meanwhile, observing the heartfelt gratitude expressed by Zikaluosi towards Daluo, Guewin displayed a look of surprise, subsequently jesting with Daluo. I never imagined you possessed such skills in managing people. You should stay and rule Kongdao. In response to Guewin's jest, Daluo chuckled, stating, I have no interest in being a benevolent ruler. After discussing matters, Daluo and Guewin returned to the Siren's Song, where Raikite and the others had completed their preparations, awaiting Daluo's command to set sail back to Baika. Daluo, we have a problem. Sophia emerged from the cabin, a large Kongdao shell in hand, her brow furrowed. The wind shells we installed at Baika are all dead. The peculiar nature of the Bai Sea is quite unique. Similar to the Qinghai, it possesses buoyancy but lacks the composition of seawater, hence there are no currents. Without the wind shells to provide propulsion, the vessel and the Weiba can only drift upon the Bai Sea, unable to navigate. Indeed, Daluo remained unperturbed, as it was indeed unusual for Iha to refrain from employing tricks. On board, Guewin and Halidas produced several lengths of strange knotted hemp rope from their pockets, offering them to Daluo. Use this. Observing the peculiar ropes, Daluo laughed, recognizing them as the signature wind knots from the meteorological island Waisalia, capable of generating powerful gusts. Perhaps you should keep them for self-defense, he remarked. With the power of the compression fruit at his disposal, Daluo had no need for such means. He grasped the air with both hands, swiftly filling the sails with compressed air, gently propelling the Siren's Song away from the dock. Let's return to Baika and see what schemes that prophet has in store. Chapter 183. Sniping as the night deepened. The Siren's Song glided slowly across the Bai Sea. Thanks to the numerous contingencies left by Iha, the ship's speed was not particularly swift. As you predicted, that old woman truly spared no effort. Daluo chuckled at the chaotic signs and the completely disordered markers, recalling Guewin's earlier remarks about the tampering of the road signs. However, Iha likely did not anticipate that Guewin would be aboard the ship. Even with Guewin indicating the direction, they spent over 2 hours traversing only half of the distance. and the remaining journey appeared increasingly arduous. What a dense fog! What should we do? Xiong, gripping the helm, gazed into the thick white mist ahead, feeling somewhat lost. This is not mere fog. It is the illusion cloud created by Kenki using the wind shell, capable of obscuring vision over an extensive area. It seems the latter part of our journey will be shrouded in this illusion cloud, Guewin explained. Can you still discern the direction? No, Guewin shook his head, his expression grim. The direction in the Bye-Bye Sea is already challenging to determine, and without visibility, it is easy to lose our way. It appears we must disperse this cloud. Daluo drew his revolver, positioning himself at the ship's bow, preparing to use compressed air bullets to clear the thick fog. Guewin halted him, stating, there is a delicate connection between the illusion cloud and the wind shell. If we force our way through the cloud, he will undoubtedly notice. And if he does, so what? We shall boldly return to Baika. Daluo waved his hand dismissively, raising his golden revolver and firing at the looming cloud. At this juncture, he was no longer concerned whether Iha would employ any tricks to conceal the Thunder Fruit or the Ark's blueprints. Having resolved to unify Kongdao and support Guewin as the new deity, it was imperative to eliminate all obstacles. Once Guewin secured her position as the ruler of Kongdao, the fruits and blueprints could be gradually attained. With a swift crack, the bullet transformed into a long spear, cleaving a path through the cloud, parting the mist like Moses parting the Red Sea, revealing the previously obscured landscape and markers. Impressive, Guewin gasped, having witnessed Daluo's power for the first time. Though she anticipated his prowess, she was astonished that he could clear the thick fog in one shot. Let us resume our journey. Daluo nonchalantly twirled his revolver, his demeanor casual. Simultaneously, along the route from Apaya to Baika, Kenki, stationed early under Ihoa's orders, suddenly sensed a shift. As the possessor of the wind shell, he could create various clouds and, akin to a spider sensing prey in its web, detect enemy movements within the mist. Someone is approaching. Kenki alerted the 3 other cloud officials stationed with him. It must be those Qinghai people. Truly, the prophet was not mistaken. They dare to come, with arms crossed. Guewin hefted a peculiar weapon resembling a mortar and approached the Weiba. In that case, we must promptly report to the prophet. Hurriedly, Wheelis, bearing a mirror-like illusion shell, retrieved her communication shell, but was halted by the Iron Cloud officer Eleni. Wait, let us first confront those Qinghai individuals. I wish to see just how formidable they are to warrant such a mobilization from the prophet. Eleni asserted defiantly. Wheelis hesitated, as the prophet had explicitly instructed that any hint of movement required immediate communication. Unsure, she turned to Guewin, who was responsible for this operation. Listen to Eleni. Once we deal with those Qinghai people, we can inform the prophet. This way, we can also earn some merit, Guewin insisted, harboring his own grievances from the time in Baika regarding Daluo and the others. Very well, Wheelis mumbled, placing the communication shell back in her pocket before seizing the illusion shell and rushing out to prepare alongside Kenki. The powers of the wind shell and illusion shell are notably unique. Neither could be directly employed in combat, nor possess any lethality. Yet they are adept at creating illusions to confuse enemies and obscuring vision with clouds, making them ideal for ambush. Under the arrangement of Wheelis and Kenki, the area occupied by the cloud officials quickly became enveloped in mist, where dozens of bows, crossbows, and long spears, alongside the attacking forces riding Weiba, became discernible through the haze. Leading the way were 2 squads, the sword guard and the gun guard, commanded by Eleni and Guewin respectively. With this, they had ensured their success. Guewin and Eleni exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, the siren's song continued its steady advance. There is that strange fog again ahead, and it appears there are many people within it. Aisha, with her exceptional perception, was the first to notice the situation ahead. What a grand spectacle! Daluo rolled up his sleeves and simultaneously loaded the 2 pistols at his waist. In his perception, shrouded in the mist, there were at least 100 figures densely packed. How astute they are to notice us from this distance. Is it due to the mist? Sophia wondered aloud while tying her long hair into a practical ponytail for battle. Indeed, These few Yuan Guans possess the ability of observation, and their range is considerable. Squinting at the 4 Yuan Guans standing ahead in the mist, Darrow remarked. Gwent, perplexed, interjected, asking, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, I apologize. You may not be familiar with the term observation." Darrow chuckled. "Perhaps I should rephrase it. On the Sky Islands, it is referred to as Xiangang." "I see." Gwent nodded, realizing that as a former prophet, she too had mastered Xiangang, so Darrow's explanation made sense to her. "It appears I have much to learn." Gwent adjusted her glasses, sighing. "Take your time," Darrow reassured her, then focused his gaze on the mist ahead. Moments later, the mermaid's hymn sailed into the white mist, and just as the ship nearly plunged entirely into the fog, 4 figures appeared around it in quick succession. What misfortune for the Qinghai people, returning to Baiko without notice. This counts as a legal intrusion. From atop a massive vulture, Kerwin inquired with a commanding tone while holding a Paiji Bay. "Oh, we merely discovered something had fallen into Baika and intended to retrieve it. This should not be illegal, right?" Darrow spread his hands, a teasing smile on his face. "Is that so? It is a death sentence." Kerwin adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with a hint of pity. "Stop wasting time with them." Kinky, wearing sunglasses and sporting long braids, grumbled, 5 men, 2 women, 1 cat, 1 rabbit. How we divide the 4 of us?" The 4 Yin Guans understood, well, that a significant upheaval would occur in Baika tomorrow. At this critical moment, the more military achievements one could secure, the greater the advantage and influence in the impending reshuffle. Naturally, whoever takes down an opponent claims the victory. The opportunistic Eleni immediately declared, drawing a peculiar gourd-like object from his waist and hurling it toward Darrow, unleashing a beam of white light. Clang! He deftly unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword, expertly parrying the white ribbon of energy, then leaped into the air, clearly intrigued by the strange sword. Light as cloud and strong as iron. This is the Sky Island's Yantai Bay, which can generate hard and sharp cloud iron freely, possessing considerable power. Be cautious. Gwent, who had never witnessed He Qianli's true strength, warned anxiously. Meanwhile, seeing his companion take the offensive, Kinky could no longer contain himself. Manipulating the Wei Yin Bei in his hand to generate more mist, simultaneously commanding the archers and gunmen hidden within to launch an attack from above. "Humph. You were the one who categorized me as a pet earlier, weren't you?" Blagey retorted indignantly, then sprang into the air like a nimble cat, transforming into a dark reaper amidst the mist to reap destruction. Standing aside, Walusi crossed her arms, showing no intention of engaging in battle. As the weakest Yingguan, she hoped to swoop in and take advantage when the enemy was at their wits' end. However, her plans were thwarted this time. Upon seeing the illusory cloud bay in her hand, Gwent immediately recalled the companion from 9 years ago who had diverted Ite, allowing her to escape. That deceased companion was the former Xia Yunguan. Let me see how capable Ite's new Yunguan is. Gwent produced the wind not from her pocket, summoning a fierce gale to take to the skies and engage Walusi in battle. Despite having lost the staff that could only be wielded by a prophet, which contained 8 ancestral shells, she managed to suppress Walusi and dozens of Baika soldiers with various climate pathways and a formidable heart network obtained for Visaria. Witnessing his companions fighting independently, Kerwin redirected his focus to Darrow. He gazed at the massive Paiji Bay cannon in his hand, then glanced at the small revolver in Darrow's grasp, feeling reassured by the stark contrast in firepower. How unfortunate to face me. Allow me to grant you liberation. Kerwin ran his fingers through his slicked-back hair, revealing a cruel smile, then forcefully swung the Paiji Bay cannon forward, aiming it at Darrow. You certainly have the audacity. Darrow pressed a bullet into the revolver's chamber, his smile twisted with malice. Have you decided how you wish to perish? Chapter 184. Ite's trump card to defy the prophet is to show disrespect to the divine. Kerwin raised the Paiji Bay cannon, fixing the crosshair on Darrow. Upon seeing Darrow's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he grew irate and continued, "To lack even faith is truly tragic. Repent beneath my cannon." As his words fell, Kerwin pulled the trigger, unleashing a violent wave of energy toward Darrow. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave erupted from the cannon, dispersing the surrounding mist. And at the center of the explosion, Darrow was engulfed in the blast. Kerwin's face contorted into a savage grin as he gazed at Darrow's position, envisioning the moment Darrow would be reduced to mere flesh and bone by the strike. Yet, fate did not favor him. Amidst the explosive flames, a figure clad in a black trench coat emerged from the smoke, the coat billowing dramatically as a languid voice echoed, "Truly impressive, the Paiji Bay that rivals the Six Kings gun. Its power is indeed formidable." Darrow observed the air shield before him, now punctured, and murmured in surprise. No wonder Enel in the original work fell to the ground after merely taking a hit. This weapon is beyond what an average person could withstand at close range. However, this ends here, Darrow scoffed, raising his revolver to aim at Kerwin's head. "Allow me to demonstrate my firepower." The silver bullet sliced through the air, tracing a perfect arc. Though this shot lacked the grandiose sound of the previous cannon fire, the power contained within was of an entirely different magnitude. With a soft pop, the bullet pierced through Kerwin's chest, passing through without resistance. Kerwin felt a chill in his chest, and the next moment, the world spun as he collapsed to the ground. Impossible. How could this happen? Kerwin spat blood, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Darrow, then glancing at the Paiji Bay cannon in his hand. Unable to fathom how his lethal strike had been so easily countered, nor could he believe he was no match for Darrow. "What has led you to harbor such a false sense of strength?" Darrow observed Kerwin, now lying in a pool of blood, with a hint of gentle pity on his face. "But then again, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, having been isolated on the Sky Island for far too long." After effortlessly dispatching Kerwin, Daluo seized Baina with a swift motion, scrutinizing him briefly before losing interest and turning back to the deck. "Enough of your games. Resolve them quickly. We still have a journey ahead." Daluo commanded towards the sky, addressing Bileji and Huchuan Liqian. As a formidable warrior of the Pimao tribe, Bileji found it trivial to confront a mere Kenki. The obscuring mist posed no challenge against his observation haki. Realizing their captain's impatience, Bileji focused intently, rubbing his feline paws together. Moments latte. A powerful electric current surged within his palms. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he leapt above the clouds. Instantly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, accompanied by the wails of the Baika soldiers, who fell like insects struck by a zapper. Even the slightly stronger Kenki succumbed to Bileji's electric claws, fainting on the spot. Meanwhile, "It appears our playtime has come to an end. Such a pity. It was rather entertaining," Huchuan Liqian remarked as he wielded his longsword, effortlessly cleaving Ailint's elusive cloud-forged sword in twain. The Taiyun Bei, once wielded by Enelu's subordinate, the priest overseeing the trials of iron, possessed the ability to extend at will and boasted a hardness comparable to steel. "To think my sword would be so easily severed. Who are you truly?" Ailint, witnessing his imminent defeat, swallowed hard, his heart heavy with despair. "Ah, it seems you have surrendered," Huchuan Liqian said, squinting his eyes as he gracefully flashed behind Ailint, executing a flourish before sheathing his sword. There were no visible signs of attack, yet Ailint stood frozen, a crimson line appearing upon his slender neck. "Indeed, my blade technique in this state is not quite on par with my senior brother," Huchuan Liqian mused, somewhat dissatisfied. After Daluo and Huchuan Liqian had swiftly dealt with their adversaries, only Wheelus remained to struggle against Gwent, whose battle was reaching its conclusion. Why does this traitor dare return? After a prolonged struggle, Wheelus recognized Gwent, having grown up together, yet never getting along. Both were adopted. Yet Gwent had been exalted as the Sky Prophet, while Wheelus toiled for the position of a mere Kazi Yunguan, consumed by jealousy for Gwent's every achievement. "A traitor? The true traitor is not I," Gwent replied, shaking her head. "If she were to be labeled a traitor, it would be a mockery to the soldiers sent to die on the battlefield 9 years ago, to the oppressed factions on Baika Island, and to the countless souls lost in the wars instigated by Yayert over the past century." Upon her return, she intended to exorcise the ghost of Yayert that loomed over Baika. "I truly regret believing Kerwin's deceitful words and failing to notify the prophet promptly," Wheelus said, wiping the blood from her lips with her sleeve. A manic gleam returned to her pale face. Huh, the prophet will surely avenge us. She will. Finished? Then let it end. Gawent conjured a mass of dark electric clouds using a specialized weather apparatus and launched it towards Wheelis. It seems we are done here. Let us depart, Daluo remarked, gazing at the approaching Gawent as she approached the Munisen's ship. As Gawent boarded the deck, Daluo tossed her several recently acquired Air Island shells. I recall you stating that the prophet could master all Air Island shells. Keep these for your defense. I trust you haven't forgotten their use? Of course not, Gawent replied with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, in the temple of Baika, night had fallen, and most had retired. Yet Yair remained preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming ceremony. Why do I feel such unease? Is it due to those Blue Sea folk? Despite having made thorough preparations, she felt restless. Exiting her study with a lantern crafted from shell, she ventured to a secluded corner of the temple's back garden. Upon triggering a mechanism, an ancient stone door adorned with enigmatic totems slowly opened. Passing through, Yair descended a staircase to a hidden realm. Unbeknownst to all, the area between the cloud layers and the vast vines beneath Baika concealed the remnants of a lunar civilization. Here, Yair uncovered the origins of the Air Islanders. Hailing from a city called Baika on the moon, a place of advanced technological civilization that had succumbed to an unknown disaster. Only a fraction of survivors had traveled in an ark to the White Sea, constructing this site, believing that one day their deity would guide them back to the infinite land. Indeed, even the technologically advanced moon people maintained their reverence for deities, for in Baika, where all revolved around electricity, one who consumed the thunder fruit and wielded lightning was akin to a god. The infinite land, the glory of my ancestors, shall be restored by me. Yair gazed at the myriad dormant robots within the ruins and the blue fruit resting upon the altar, a manic smile gracing her lips. Initially, she had planned to spend decades nurturing a deity to fulfill her ambitions, but Daluo's presence had incited too much unease, prompting her to reconsider. Then let me become this deity. Ascending the altar step by step, Yair retrieved the fruit from the shrine, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Infused with the latent power within her frail form, she released a euphoric laugh, as if to honor this newfound god. The previously dim Baika suddenly blazed with light, and the multitude of robots displayed in the ruins awakened, their crimson eyes flickering to life. Chapter 185. Divine time arrived on the following day. Due to the sacrificial ceremony, Baika Island buzzed with activity, all donned matching prayer garments. Gathering at the third level of the temple, the sacrificial altar stood in a clearing behind the temple, reminiscent of the Mayan pyramids from Daluo's past life. Legend had it that the prophet could communicate with deities at this altar, thus the ceremony was conducted here. Surrounding the altar, nearly all armed forces of Baika were mobilized, encircling the site tightly. The remaining 4 Yinguans stood solemnly at each corner of the altar, gazing down with vigilance, as if prepared to unleash their wrath at the slightest disturbance below. 8 centuries ago, our ancestors emerged from the boundless earth, only to be cast adrift to the White Sea due to a catastrophic calamity. 400 years later, the great Mother Goddess, moved by the piety of the inhabitants of the Sky Islands, bestowed upon them a sacred land. Clad in a white robe and leaning on her staff, the divine Ihet recited fervently, recounting the origins of the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. She then shifted her tone, lamenting, yet, the land granted to the Baika people by the divine has been seized by the Apaya and Sandia, those who show no reverence to the gods. Along with the heretics of Sandia, they have taken from us the land and the gold bestowed by the divine. Ihet tightened her grip on her staff, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury, igniting a fervor among the Baika residents below. The crowd erupted, as if they were ready to enlist in the army and engage in battle with their sworn enemies, the Apaya and Sandia. No wonder it is said that those who dabble in politics are the finest actors, Daruo remarked to his companions, hidden in the southwestern corner of the altar. At that moment, the group remained concealed within a crowd observed by the traitorous Nufa, avoiding any disturbances due to his presence. War demands not only hatred but also legitimacy. It had understood this principle well. Thus, after rallying the people for war, she swiftly transitioned to the day's main subject. A few years ago, during a prayer, I received a divine revelation. The deity will be reborn among the Baika, unifying the entire Sky Islands and leading his most devoted followers back to the cradle of the divine, the boundless earth. As Ahet spoke, a group of nuns approached the altar, cradling several infants wrapped in golden-threaded swaddling. Victor, Stun, Hawkins, Inalu, these are this year's newborns. The divine has revealed to me that he will be reborn in one of them. Despite having consumed the thunder fruit, Ahet still intended to select a successor. A youthful deity could render the war just and elevate her control over Baika. Everything would be done in the name of the divine. Just as Ahet was about to proclaim the chosen child of the deity, a tumult erupted from the crowd below. A woman, with a quiver of spears and short, practical hair, surged through the throng towards the altar. Several Baika soldiers attempted to block her, but she effortlessly pierced them with her thrown spears. Cease your nauseating performance. Ahet, you are the architect of this war. The woman shouted furiously as she reached the altar. It was Nala, and both Gwent at her side and Niufa on the altar were momentarily stunned upon recognizing her. Do you know her? Daruo inquired curiously, admiring the wild spirit of the woman as he looked at Gwent. Indeed, she was once my subordinate, a wind envoy. I heard she married after Ahet dismissed her. Gwent replied, her expression complex. I see, Daruo said, recalling that Niufa had mentioned her during his stay. He then teased Gwent, I must say, she exhibits far more resolve than you. Indeed, Gwent sighed, acknowledging that Nala, who had always charged headlong into situations, was the braver of the two compared to her 9 years of hiding in Visalia. On the altar, after dispatching a few Baika soldiers with her makeshift throwing spear, Nala rushed to the forefront of the crowd, eager to expose Ahet's transgressions. This act, however, undoubtedly provoked the ire of the attending envoys. Nala, do you think we're dead? Rain Envoy Runty, a bearded bald elder, shouted as he brandished a rain pearl, directing it at Nala. You treacherous scoundrels would be better off dead. Nala retorted through gritted teeth, hurling her spear with all her might. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air, and as it soared, the bound impact pearl detonated, propelling it toward the elder with increased speed. Once a formidable wind envoy, now resorting to using impact pearls. How laughable, jeered Fire Envoy Fire, exhaling flames that obliterated the spear. Damn it, if Gwen were here, you'd be in for it. Nala cursed, retrieving another spear from her pack, determined to fight to the death. Faced with both envoys, Nala, stripped of her impact pearls, found herself overwhelmed and soon faltered. Seeing this, Gwen could no longer restrain herself. It seems the time has come for my entrance. Daruo stepped forward, breaking through the crowd and unleashing a tempestuous aura. Others followed suit, converging at the altar. Nala. Gwent dashed to Nala's side, swinging her cloud iron sword to repel Fire and Runny. Gwent, how could this be happening? Nala exclaimed in disbelief at the familiar face before her. Let us set that aside for now, Gwent replied, helping Nala to her feet and presenting the impact pearls she had captured from Colwyn the night before. My old comrade, Nala exclaimed with exuberance as she grasped the cannon, aiming it at the advancing Fire. Fire, were you the one mocking me just now? Watch me tear your mouth apart. Hey, isn't that the Sky Prophet? I thought she was dead. The reappearance of Gwent stirred a commotion among the Baika residents. Once a revered Sky Prophet, Gwent had accomplished much for Baika, and despite Ahet's efforts to tarnish her reputation, the residents still held her in high regard. Gwent's return prompted many undecided individuals to reconsider the peculiarities of the day's ceremony, a sight that Ahet dreaded. Gwent, how dare you show your face before me? Ahet, who had remained aloof, now confronted the familiar visage with a haunting inquiry. Her emotions toward Gwent were complex. Once, Gwent had been her prideful successor, a beacon of hope to unify the Sky Islands. Yet, her defiance had led to a singular consequence: death. Ahet declared fiercely, wielding her staff, embedded with 8 Sky Island pearls, and unleashing a shockwave aimed directly at Gwent's head. Seeing Ahet's attack, Daruo could not remain passive. He stepped forward and instantly flashed to Gwent's side, intercepting the shockwave with his bare hands. I cannot allow you to harm my newly recruited navigator. Dalu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. It turns out that Gwent had placed his hopes upon you, the people of Qinghai. Yahit tugged at the staff in her hand, and simultaneously, brilliant silver serpents began to emerge on her skin, while the surrounding air crackled with a wild intensity. Not only that, but the ground around the altar also began to tremble, followed by a strange sound of gears turning from beneath the earth. In the next moment, countless diminutive robots erupted from the ground, surrounding Yahit like devoted servants. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying the gods? Looking at Yahit, who resembled a thunder deity, Dalu paid no heed. He turned to the others, instructing them to deal with the robots. With a push from his toes, he lifted off the ground, his golden hair billowing as if caught by an unseen breeze. Come, let me see what you, this so-called deity, are truly capable of. Chapter 186, Thunderclap. How audacious to disturb the descent of a god. From her elevated position on the altar, Yahit gazed down at Dalu, her eyes filled with coldness and arrogance. The crone raised her staff, channeling a tempestuous lightning that gathered above her head. With a powerful swing, countless orbs of blue lightning surged toward Dalu at an alarming speed. Perhaps due to their sheer velocity, Dalu made no unnecessary movements. He was completely engulfed by the blinding spheres of lightning. The rampaging lightning obliterated the clouds above and a portion of the altar where Dalu stood, enveloping the entire area in a blinding white light. Ha ha ha! This is the divine power bestowed upon me. You insignificant ants shall perish. Yahit raised her hands, her face manic as she surveyed the lightning realm she had conjured, her satisfaction palpable. In her view, Dalu was as good as dead. Below the altar, Gwent, entangled with Runty, turned to witness the terrifying sight of Yahit, resembling a thunder deity, and the densely packed, formidable robots surrounding the altar. What on earth is happening? How did that old woman suddenly wield such terrifying power? Gwent was unaware of Dalu's strength, thus feeling anxious that these unexpected robots and Yahit concealed could completely alter the tide of battle. A nature type that controls lightning. How can this be? This fruit has never appeared upon the seas, having just kicked a robot away. Sophia also cast her gaze toward the lightning-laden altar. As a former assassin from the underworld, she was well aware of the existence of nature types. With a grim expression, Sophia continued, explaining, nature types are based on the existence of devil fruits. Some unique nature types possess power that can rival the gods. Even with formidable armament hockey, they're difficult to contend with. Above, Yahit, holding the prophet's staff, surveyed the battlefield as the lightning gradually dissipated, her smile freezing. Such a level of destructive power truly embodies the thunder fruit. As the lightning faded, Dalu stood unharmed, the 12 layers of elemental shields surrounding him crumbling. Oh, you did not perish? Did that strange shield save your life? It appears you too possess the powers of the divine. Yahit furrowed her brow, yet remained unconcerned. In her eyes, the power of lightning was invincible. How could anyone overcome the mightiest and most violent force of nature? As a pirate capable of traversing the vast heights of Qinghai, surely he must have some tricks for survival. But these are mere trifles when faced with the might of thunder. 30 million volts of the great silence thunder serpent. Yahit swung her staff once more, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged forth like countless venomous tongues, hissing ominously. In the next instant, a lightning serpent, stretching hundreds of meters, manifested in the square, coiling upward, sealing off all of Dalu's escape routes. With this, you have nowhere left to retreat, Yahit sneered, directing the lightning serpent to crash into Dalu, intent on obliterating him completely. The colossal serpent tightened its coils, encircling Dalu without a blind spot, and then its head shot upward before plunging down with great speed. Akin to a dragon piercing the sky, aimed at Dalu. Is this all you have? Such a powerful fruit wasted. Dalu felt no fear as he gazed at the cataclysmic lightning serpent. Nonchalantly, he raised his golden revolver and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet wrapped in armament hockey shot forth, transforming mid-air into a spiraling, pitch-black spear that pierced the serpent's gaping maw. Just like the world-ending serpent Jormungandr from Norse mythology. The lightning serpent was effortlessly penetrated by Dalu's Gungnir, its terrifying electric energy dissipating into nothingness, absorbed by the spear's wrapping. Having thwarted 2 attacks, Dalu's success left Yahit, who had just consumed the thunder fruit and was brimming with confidence, in disbelief. Her already aged features twisted in frustration. It seems the divine power is not so formidable after all. Dalu chuckled lightly, continuing to provoke, stuck on an island in the sky. Having never even glimpsed the vastness of the sea, you are merely a frog in a well. You insufferable wretch. Infuriated by Dalu's taunt, Yahit transformed into lightning in an instant, charging toward him for close combat. This was precisely what Dalu desired, as the opponent's high mobility and long-range lethality enabled them to engage him in close quarters, a situation he was currently ill-prepared for. Just in time, a smirk crept across Dalu's lips as his empty left hand grasped the air, summoning a long sword formed from compressed air that materialized in his palm, perfectly parrying Yahit's strike. While blocking the thunderous blow with his left hand, Dalu's right hand, still gripping his gun, swiftly aimed at Yahit's vital point. As seen through the gaze of Deadeye, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot toward Yahit's face at a remarkably cunning angle. However, Yahit was no ordinary foe. As a nearly century-old creature, her observation hockey was exceedingly refined, perhaps even on par with Dalu's. At the moment the bullet was about to strike, Yahit reacted, elementalizing her head and narrowly evading the lethal blow. Not bad at all. Dalu offered rare praise, as if complimenting a circus monkey performing unexpectedly complex maneuvers. Wretched scoundrel. Yahit cursed angrily, then elementalized again, engaging Dalu in combat. The two, relying on their exquisite skills, became a blur of black and blue, clashing in a relentless display. One must acknowledge that Yahit's prowess was indeed remarkable, despite being an aged crone on the brink of the grave. Her years of combat experience and honed observation hockey allowed her to hold her ground in the brief confrontation. Tingwen Novel Network. The combat prowess displayed here, if placed in Shanghai, would undoubtedly warrant a bounty of at least 500 million for a notorious pirate. Daruo, shaking his left hand, which tingled from the electric shock, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Compared to the latter, whose martial skills were lacking and almost entirely reliant on the powers of the Reiku fruit, yet was undoubtedly a tier above. Her only apparent weaknesses were the absence of hockey and the physical limitations that came with age. Meanwhile, Yait was equally astounded, fully aware that after consuming the Reiku fruit and harnessing the capabilities of electromagnetic waves, her heartstrings had reached a new echelon. Not only was her range expansive enough to monitor the entirety of the Sky Island, allowing her to eavesdrop on the conversations of everyone within earshot, but during combat, she could also accurately read her opponent's thoughts and preemptively adapt her strategy to defeat them. Coupled with the devastating destructive power of the Reiku fruit, she should have been invincible. Yet, here she was at a standstill. Daruo twisted his neck and retrieved several white phosphorus grenades from his pocket, seemingly intent on concluding this battle with a decisive blow. Tian Tang Eugene, he mused darkly. There's no better way to send off someone who fancies themselves a deity than with this grenade. He tossed 2 grenades high into the air towards the predicted location of the lifeless eyes. Then, in a flash, he leaped behind Yait with a rapid movement. Fall kick of the serpent. Despite Yait's reaction, a heavy kick landed squarely on her elementalized form, sending her flying. You bastard, let me go. Yait, being dragged backwards by Daruo, desperately sought to evade the ensuing attack, but was thwarted by Daruo's hockey, rendering her unable to elementalize. Boom! Just as Daruo had calculated. The 2 white phosphorus grenades detonated in their vicinity, erupting in a display akin to white fireworks, the white phosphorus flames converging towards Yait. The intense pain ignited a fierce determination within Yait, compelling her to unleash the Reiku fruit's power at full capacity, enveloping both herself and Daruo in a colossal surge of lightning. The electricity, reaching tens of millions of volts, surged through Yait. generating such extreme heat that Daruo felt as though he had kicked a massive fireball. As the white phosphorus flames descended, their searing temperatures capable of reducing anything they touched to ash, Yite managed to elementalize just as the flames made contact, yet still suffered burns to her left shoulder. "Damn it, this hurts like hell," she screamed, glancing at her charred shoulder, the excruciating pain nearly shattering her sanity. In a fit of hysteria, she glared down at the crowd below. "All of you defy me, then perish." Yite's hair stood on end, resembling a frenzy as the lightning around her began to coalesce, forming a colossal phantom of the thunder god towering several dozen meters high. Concurrently, the ruins of Baikalu, lying dormant beneath the sacrificial altar, suddenly ruptured, unleashing a torrent of enraged robots from the gaping maw. Seeing Yite poised for mutual destruction, Daruo felt a headache coming on. "Damn it, there's a second phase, isn't there?" Chapter 187, Godslayer. Had these robots gone mad? In the square beneath the sacrificial altar, Ryukit and his companions watched in horror as the robots entered self-destruct mode. While these machines possessed relatively mediocre combat capabilities, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, emerging incessantly from the subterranean ruins. Furthermore, each self-destructing unit bore explosive power comparable to standard grenades, leading to a cascade of continuous explosions that proved exceedingly troublesome. "Damn it, this won't do," Ryukit exclaimed. "Rabbit, stick with me. We need to investigate down there." Ryukit swiftly transformed into liquid form, pulling along the disheveled Labidi, hurling her towards the continuously erupting circular hole from which the robots emerged, and followed suit as a liquid arrow. As the two were about to plunge into the depths of the ruins, the machines, sensing the intrusion aiming to destroy their lair, redirected their fire towards the entrance in a deluge. "Damn it!" Ryukit's heart raced as he witnessed a robot on the verge of self-detonation, nearly paralyzing him with fear. If it exploded, it could trigger a chain reaction with hundreds more. In that critical moment, Izumi Reiken intervened, his right wrist twisting gently as he wielded the Izumi Mamoru Kanesada in a peculiar motion that sent vibrations through the air. A swordsmanship expert would recognize that the high-frequency tremors at the sword's tip were tracing innumerable circles, each spawning a barrage of circular sword energy. Sword chi rain. Izumi Reiken's eyes, previously narrowed, widened momentarily. In an instant, delicate strands of sword energy cascaded from above, creating countless circular ripples upon contact with the ground, cleaving the throngs of robots neatly in two. With a single stroke, the battlefield was cleared. "We're a reliable bunch." Gwen on the sacrificial altar couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene. He felt fortunate to have joined Daruo's pirate crew. Had he faced Yite, who concealed such formidable trump cards, alone, the outcome would have been unfathomable. "Well done," Ryukit praised, seizing the opportunity created by Izumi Reiken to leap into the depths of the ruins alongside Labidi. While referred to as ruins, it would be more accurate to call it a factory, densely packed with production lines for mechanical soldiers, capable of endlessly generating these warriors as long as there was a sufficient energy supply, perhaps to the lunar denizens of Ur. Those who consumed the Reiku fruit truly resembled deities. "Ha ha! Let all of you be annihilated." In the sky above, Yite, now completely consumed by madness, stood amidst the clouds, relentlessly channeling the power of thunder and lightning, as countless furious lightning serpents danced around her, crackling through the air with an ominous sound. Above, innumerable lightning serpents coalesced towards a massive lightning sphere concealed within the clouds, the darkened sky flickering with silver flashes, accompanied by low, guttural roars, akin to a monstrous beast lurking within the clouds. Good heavens, this Reiku fruit is utterly outrageous. It allows someone so recently bestowed with its powers to unleash such devastating techniques. Daruo watched the colossal lightning sphere, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, feeling an impending sense of dread. As someone familiar with the original narrative, he understood the nature of such formidable techniques inherent to Logia fruits. Much like Ace's signature move, Nti, or Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi, the Reiko fruit possessed its own unique techniques, known as Reiken no Kage. Confronted with the oppressive presence of the enormous lightning sphere, Daruo dared not underestimate it any further, recognizing it as a force capable of obliterating the entire Baikalu. He had to prepare for this battle with utmost seriousness. Dust to dust, earth to earth. You heretics defying the divine must all perish, along with Baikalu. I shall claim the boundless earth for myself. Yite shrieked in a frenzy, her crimson eyes fixated on Daruo and the chaotic fray below. After consuming the Xiang Lei Guoshi, I believe she had ascended to the ranks of deities, only to be effortlessly vanquished by Daluo. This stark disparity drove her nearly to madness, compelling her to resolve to obliterate both Daluo and Baika. Only in this manner could she erase the humiliation inflicted upon her by Daluo. Lightning continued to gather in delicate strands from Ite, coalescing in the sky and nurturing the growth of the thunder sphere. Daluo understood that he must eliminate Ite before her technique took form. However, Ite had learned to be clever, no longer engaging Daluo directly. Instead, she utilized the high mobility granted by the Xiang Lei Guoshi to constantly shift her position, occasionally launching a couple of lightning spheres to harass him. Is the deity merely going to dodge and weave? Daluo mocked, watching Ite retreat to a distance yet again, attempting to disrupt her rhythm. Humph, sharp-tongued little brat. Soon you shall have no cause for pride. Ite, now adept at verbal sparring, held her ground with words, but refrained from confronting Daluo directly. Then let me show you the chasm that separates you, the so-called deity, from me. Daluo raised an eyebrow and produced a series of hand grenades from his pocket, tossing them into the air. Countless grenades ascended, forming a stellar array in the heavens, reminiscent of the combination he had used to defeat Captain John, the most formidable maneuver in his arsenal. Supreme Heaven Crimson Sky Dragon Cataclysm, accompanied by the terrifying dragon might generated from his compressed Haushiko Haki. The dragon's head formed from the aluminothermic grenade. Purgatory furnace began to materialize, its searing heat distorting the very air around it. Following this, a series of fire attribute grenades, including magma and gasoline grenades, erupted under Daluo's command, slowly transforming into a dragon's body, scales, and claws. The colossal dragon ascended hundreds of meters, circling above the massive thunder sphere, gazing down upon all like a world-destroying dragon deity. Simultaneously, the immense thunder sphere conjured by Ite had reached its zenith, its dazzling blue-white radiance nearly blinding. It appeared on the verge of collapse. Almost simultaneously, both combatants completed their techniques. Come, let's clash head-on, Daluo roared, gazing at the terrifying sphere descending like a meteor, commanding the fiery dragon to plunge towards the thunder sphere at a speed akin to that of a rocket. The dragon roared in the air, and the overwhelming Haushiko Haki spread, dispersing some of the plasma-like electric sphere. Taking advantage of this moment, the 3,000-degree aluminothermic dragon head collided with the core of the sphere, sending a wail echoing through the sky above the floating island, followed by an explosion of unimaginable magnitude. Boom! The heavens were cleaved by thunder and fire, one half radiant as daylight with lightning, the other a fiery crimson akin to a purgatorial sun. Blue and red standing in stark opposition, rending the sky asunder. The clash of heavenly thunder and terrestrial fire unfolded. Subsequently, an unprecedentedly violent shock wave formed a visible, massive spherical wave, warping the space within it dramatically. The ground beneath began to crumble, unable to bear the strain, as the entire Baika trembled violently. Goodness, this is monstrous! Exclaimed Gwynf in awe as he controlled the Yuntai Bay to form a uniquely shaped shield, gazing at the rending sky. Meanwhile, Rekt, who had just decimated a significant portion of the underground ruins with Rabbit, shrugged nonchalantly, accustomed to the spectacle created by the captain. The explosion continued, flames devouring the thunder sphere, forcing it to shatter, as countless arcs of electricity escaped from its surface, radiating outward. Even these remnants of energy striking the ground acted like an electromagnetic cannon, and more perilously, these arcs carried millions of volts of high voltage. Fortunately, as meteorologists, Hallidas and Gwynf anticipated this scenario the moment the thunder sphere began to disintegrate. They promptly utilized the Yuntai Bay to craft a series of uniquely shaped cages, which, despite being conductive, completely intercepted the descending lightning. Faraday cages, Daluo remarked, raising an eyebrow at the round cages resembling buns on the ground, then complimented. It seems our meteorologist is quite capable. As the arcs continued to dissipate, the vast thunder sphere could no longer maintain its stable form, succumbing to the flames of the fiery dragon until the sky was left with only a brilliant red hue. Impossible. I shall not be defeated. A deity cannot lose. Ait gasped, exhausted, kneeling upon the ground, her once ambitious gaze now dulled, repetitively uttering those words. She could not bear to accept that decades of scheming had culminated in naught. Ait's already aging body, pushed to its limits by the battle, coupled with a profound sense of despair and refusal, led to the demise of the prophet who had ruled Baika for over a century. Thus, the battle for Baika concluded. The old god was dead, and a new deity was set to rise. The floating island was on the brink of peace and unity. Chapter 188. Aftermath. Ait has perished, carrying her ludicrous ambitions into the ethereal expanse of the infinite. The shadows that loomed over Baika, Angel Island, and the Sandia people have dissipated, and no longer will anyone secretly incite war. Peace and unity shall mark a new chapter for the floating island. It seems it is over, remarked Ganfu, riding the Pegasus as he turned to Siklos, who was mounted on the Tian Dian Yao. Behind them trailed a contingent of approximately 30 to 40 reinforcements, some drawn from the Angel Island Guardian Corps, while others hailed from the warriors of Sandia. Ganfu and Siklos had originally intended to assist the new deity in stabilizing the situation, hoping to leverage their contributions for a measure of influence on the floating island. Regrettably, upon witnessing the commotion from Daluo and Ait's battle, both retreated, recognizing that their involvement in such a conflict was impractical given their capabilities. Moreover, they were reluctant to choose sides before the outcome was determined. Should Ait prevail, both Angel Island and the Sandia people would face her wrath. Such is the nature of the pirate world, where the powerless must rely on cunning to navigate between formidable forces. Let us move forward and see how we can assist. Siklos urged, anxious to intervene, as the relationship between Sandia and Baika was even more tenuous than that with Angel Island. Meanwhile, on the third level of Baika Island, the instability of Baika, not being a land-based island but built upon a buoyant cloud layer, became evident. Otherwise, Enel would not have been able to obliterate the entire Baika with a single bolt of lightning in the original tale. Despite Dalu's earnest attempts to impede, the clash between him and Yahit, combined with the commotion stirred up by Laikheat and Labidi in the subterranean ruins, resulted in the entire third layer being riddled with gaping holes akin to cheese. Surrounding the altar, a dense network of web-like patterns sprawled across the ground. Large slabs of brick flooring cascaded down from the openings in the clouds. Over in the temple, the entire complex had crumbled into disarray, transforming into a meteor shower that plummeted toward the second layer. "Damn it, Rabbit, you are far too hefty," Laikheat exclaimed, darting through the air like liquid while desperately clutching Labidi's rabbit ears to prevent her from falling. When he turned to look down, he noticed Labidi's belly was round and bulging, her mouth constantly chewing, as if she had just devoured something within the ruins. "What on earth did you consume? Spit it out. I can barely hold on." Beads of sweat appeared on Laikheat's forehead as he forcefully patted the rabbit's head, urging her to regurgitate whatever was inside her. Suddenly, Labidi let out a loud cry and vomited a golden object adorned with peculiar patterns and tubes, and in an instant, her entire being became lighter and slimmer. The other members of Dalu's pirate crew displayed their own abilities, some soaring through the air, while others nimbly leaped between massive stones. Aisha, who was utterly powerless, was hoisted onto Sophia's shoulder, while Gwent, trapped alongside hundreds of others within a colossal Faraday cage, cried out, "Help! I don't want to die." The sensation of weightlessness as they plummeted from above filled them with dread, and they huddled together, trembling in fear. Compounding the chaos, this sacrificial ceremony had gathered the majority of Baika's populace, leading to even more individuals falling without any protective measures. "Damn it! There are too many people and they are too scattered," Dalu cursed his expression grim as he struggled to manage the situation, doing his utmost to assist. With a swift motion, Dalu invoked the power of his fruit, compressing the air beneath him. In an instant, a vast air surface expanded from Dalu's center, lifting the majority of the falling crowd. Sophia landed gracefully on the air surface created by Dalu, while Aisha, still slung over her shoulder, stumbled and fell flat on her face, her hands bracing against her knees as she gasped for breath. "We're saved." After a moment of recovery, Aisha patted her barren chest, expressing her gratitude for surviving. However, only a portion of the crowd was saved. Those too distant from Dalu were unable to land on the compressed air platform and would inevitably become casualties of this conflict. Beside Dalu, Gwent gazed at the dozens of biker residents still plummeting from afar, his eyes filled with remorse. "Do not dwell on it. Sacrifices are an inevitable part of war. We can only do our best," Dalu reassured Gwent, patting his shoulder in a calming gesture, just as hundreds of tragedies were about to unfold. A shrill whinny echoed from the horizon, followed by a group of reinforcements riding Tiansu birds descending from the sky. "Quick, save the people," commanded Zykeluos, brandishing his staff towards the soldiers of Shandia. Simultaneously, the elderly man skillfully maneuvered the reins, guiding his bird with agility beneath the descending mother and child. "Got you," Zykeluos exclaimed, robustly lifting both the mother and her infant onto the bird's back. As the imminent danger dissipated, the mother, feeling a surge of relief, slumped down, panting heavily. "Thank you," she managed to express to her savior, only to be met by the equally startled gaze of Zykeluos. "Shandia people," she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. For in her eyes, they were sworn enemies. How could they offer assistance? Moreover, weren't the Shandia supposed to be savage, bloodthirsty savages? Strangely enough, upon seeing Zykeluos, the infant in her arms immediately ceased crying, gazing up with wide, curious eyes at the elderly man adorned in colorful face paint and peculiar feathered attire. Wow, Zykeluos, charmed by the adorable little one, suddenly made a silly face, unaware that his painted visage, lined with wrinkles, might appear quite terrifying when smiling, thus succeeding in scaring the child into tears. 2 days later, on the second layer of Baika, a little to the left, now come a bit closer, the residents of Baika were diligently engaged in the post-war reconstruction efforts, hoisting beams with fervor. Following the destruction of the Baika temple, the inhabitants delineated a new area where they began to erect a new temple, or rather, a palace for the queen. Notably, thanks to the vigilant rescue operations by the Shandia people and those from Angel Island, the disaster of the collapsing third layer did not inflict significant casualties. Seizing this opportunity, Gwent actively advanced the reconciliation process among the three factions, leading to a moment when the tribes set aside their grievances and reached a handshake of peace. Furthermore, with the evidence of Yahit's crimes held by Windsor, everyone quickly came to their senses, aligning themselves with Gwent and electing him as their new leader. Thus, Gwent gained recognition from Angel Island, the Shandia people, and Baika, establishing himself as the true sovereign of the Sky Island, resulting in a genuine unification of the realm. Upon ascending to the position of Queen of the Sky Island, Gwent promptly issued a decree that left everyone perplexed. In recognition of the outstanding contributions made by the Qinghai adventurers in battle, all fruits on the island shall be awarded to them according to their preferences. Please gather all fruits in the square on the second layer, ensuring no mistakes. Chapter 189. The first piece of the power puzzle of the Sky Island. Is this decree too frivolous? Gwent frowned as she scrutinized the fruit inventory report delivered by administrative staff while working in the office of the Neo family. The citizens of Baika, feeling grateful towards Dalu and his companions, were not particularly resistant to the idea of surrendering fruits, even displaying enthusiasm. Nevertheless, it appeared somewhat absurd for the first decree issued post-coronation to concern such a matter. But it's just a trial. What if the thunder fruit happens to be among them? Dalu shrugged at the desk, munching on the fruits provided by others. Though he claimed it was merely an experiment, Dalu felt a strong conviction within, almost certain that this fruit was currently on the Sky Island, and most likely in Baika. The reasoning was simple. The ancient inhabitants of the Sky Island had established a technologically advanced city, Bikar, on the moon, and the entire city relied on electricity, with no oil resources available on the moon. Thus, Dalu speculated that Bikar primarily relied on the energy provided by the Thunder Fruit. If the Thunder Fruit were to appear worldwide upon the demise of its wielder, then Bikar could not possibly sustain its long-term development solely dependent on the Thunder Fruit as its energy core. This indicates that Bikar has undoubtedly grasped certain principles regarding the resurrection of the devil fruits, which, according to Daluo, is characterized by isolation. I recall that in the original work's cover story, Ainalu discovered an underground relic named Bikar on the moon, which turned out to be the only civilized site on the lunar surface. This is rather peculiar, considering that the lunar inhabitants regard the moon as an infinite expanse. If it is truly infinite, how could it harbor merely one civilization? This leads to only one conclusion. It is a deliberate act by Bikar. They annihilated and absorbed other civilizations on the moon, thereby ensuring that every successor of the power would only be reborn within the confines of the city after death, which epitomizes isolation. This might also elucidate why the inhabitants of the Sky Island are so fervently inclined towards invasion, having actively seized the lands of the Sandia people that were washed ashore at that time. This exclusivity is ingrained in their very genes. Speaking of which, the Sky Island, situated over 10,000 meters above Qinghai, is, in fact, a solitary isle. Hence, Daluo instructed Gwen to issue this summons. As long as Gwen, the queen of the Sky Island, maintains sufficient control, the Thunder Fruit will undoubtedly fall into their grasp. The remaining matter is merely a question of time. Aside from the Thunder Fruit, Daluo's second objective during the expedition to the Sky Island, the Ark Pledge, has also made some progress, as that blueprint was concealed by a het within her scepter. Riki, the other day you visited the relic with Labidi. Did you discover anything? Daluo inquired, unfurling the blueprint and examining its intricate lines. Ihet had previously amassed a considerable amount of gold, and it is quite possible she had already constructed a portion of it. Discoveries? Aside from countless robots, all that remains are the production lines for those robots, which I obliterated. Did you see any components resembling those on this blueprint? Daluo extended the blueprint toward Rikit, seeking information. None. Rikit shook his head, but as he was about to respond, his eyes caught sight of a gleaming component on the blueprint that seemed somewhat familiar. The MK2 electromagnetic levitation device. I've seen this before. Wait, I remember. The other day when I visited the underground relic, Labidi seemed to have swallowed something that looked just like this, but I made him spit it out. After pondering for a moment, Rikit replied, "Do you recall where he regurgitated it?" Daluo snatched the blueprint from Rikit's hands, crossing his legs as he posed the question. "Not sure. You would need to ask him." Rikit pointed toward Labidi, who was seated in the living room, nibbling on a carrot. Sensing their gaze, Labidi momentarily paused his meal, affording Daluo, the captain, a modicum of respect, yet he regarded them both with an air of profound wisdom. "Forget it. I'll have Li Qian and Aisha search for it instead, since they are currently collecting robot remnants." Daluo was momentarily taken aback by Labidi's astute demeanor and promptly abandoned the notion of extracting clues from him. In the afternoon, Daluo ventured alone to the dock of Baika. At that moment, aboard the Siren of the Sea, Xiong and Namabu were busily loading supplies onto the ship in preparation for the impending voyage. Daluo was reluctant to linger on the Sky Island for too long and planned to depart the day after tomorrow. However, on this occasion, he would not directly take Gwen with him, partly because she required time to stabilize her regime and partly due to the Thunder Fruit. Adjacent to the Siren of the Sea, the meteorological ship of Visalia was also bustling with activity. "Quickly, we still need one more box of gold. Hurry up," Windsor shouted to those below, and soon, 2 Baika warriors hoisted a box of gold onto the meteorological vessel. "That should be sufficient," Windsor remarked as he stood beside Nafulfa, who was tallying the cargo against a list. He then approached the control platform of the meteorological ship and patted Hylidas on the shoulder, inquiring, "Old man, with all this gold, can your little ship handle it?" "Of course." Hylidas, slightly irked by the skepticism, retorted, his beard quivering. "Even if it were doubled, my old mate could manage it without issue." Enough boasting. Let's put it to the test. If it doesn't work, just use my octopus hot air balloon, Ganfu sneered, dismissing Hylida's bravado. The four of them were preparing to return to Qinghai the day after tomorrow as the vanguard team. At Daluo's request, they would head directly to Marineford and then detour to the holy land of Mary Geos. Their purpose was to announce the existence of the Sky Island to the entire sea and to seize the opportunity to join the world government, thereby becoming a member state protected by the Navy. The gold they carried would serve as the admission fee for this alliance. Moreover, this included a significant sum needed to purchase Gaia Island. It is believed that such a substantial wealth would be difficult for even the world government to reject. Oh, and when you return, make sure to keep an eye out for a fellow named Dr. Yuejian. It would be best to bring him back to the Sky Island, as he is of great utility. Daluo leaned against the railing of the Siren of the Sea, instructing Windsor next door. Due to the destruction of the Baika relic by Reek and Labidi, the production lines for mechanical legions had been directly annihilated, thus ceasing the continuous output of robotic soldiers. Nevertheless, Daluo did not intend to relinquish this power, for the Sky Island to manifest once more in the world and engage in trade with other nations. It must possess a formidable defense force. Even if Gwen were to acquire the Thunder Fruit, as a member of Daluo's pirate crew, she could not remain in Baika permanently. Hence, he needed to seek another source of strength to bolster the military might of the entire Sky Island. Dr. Yuejian, a peculiar scientist featured in the original work, left a profound impression on Daluo due to his bizarre demise, suffocated by a mooncake while gazing at the moon. However, this uniquely departed doctor was, in truth, a scientist with formidable expertise in robotics, arguably second only to Vegapunk. In the original narrative, the robots he created not only possessed independent intelligence, but also traversed space after his death to reach the moon, aiding Ainalu in unifying it. This is nothing short of outrageous. If Daluo could persuade this doctor to join Baika, then the discarded robotic soldiers on the island could be put to good use, which is why he had instructed Aisha and the others to collect those robotic remnants. As fate would have it, just as Daluo was contemplating these matters, Aisha and Li Qian hurried back to the Siren of the Sea, bringing with them good news. Daluo, we found what you asked us to look for, Aisha panted, referring, of course, to the MK2 electromagnetic levitation device. You found it so quickly. Where is it? Daluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. As he had only given the order a little over an hour ago, how had Aisha's efficiency escalated so dramatically? Well, that pesky rabbit was spewing things everywhere. And as a result, the machine smashed into someone else's house. And now, that homeowner is seeking an explanation from Gwen. Aisha waved her hand dismissively while grumbling in frustration. Half an hour later, Dalu and his companions arrived at the residence of the family, where they beheld the MK2 electric levitation device lying amidst the rubble. How splendid! Dalu marveled as he caressed the colossal machine, crafted entirely from gold. It is no wonder he was so invested in it. According to the schematics, this device is nearly the core component of the Ark proverb. Powered by the Raijin fruit, it can generate immense levitation force, enabling ships to soar through the skies. I am already eager to see the might of our new vessel, which combines the powers of the Ming Wang cannon, the Baoshu atom, and the ability to fly. If all goes well, our next destination will be the Seven Water City. Chapter 190. The determined carp 2 days passed, yet the Raijin fruit remained elusive. It seems I had underestimated this endeavor, Dalu remarked with a furrowed brow, lamenting the absence of the coveted Raijin fruit. Natural-type fruits are inherently rare within the realm of devil fruits, and the Raijin fruit is among the most distinguished, capable of elevating a mere mortal to a formidable force upon the seas. Such is the value of natural-type fruits. If Gyuent were to join us, it would be inappropriate for Aisha to consume the Raijin fruit. I shall seek another fruit for her later, Dalu contemplated, stroking his chin. The Raijin fruit originally belongs to the Sky Island, and Gyuent, being well-versed in meteorology, could harness its true power. However, the principal issue remains that Aisha possesses a rather laid-back disposition. To allow her to consume the Raijin fruit would be tantamount to squandering its potential. Dalu could already envision her turning into a bolt of lightning, fleeing in panic during combat. Yet, that is a concern for another day. The priority remains to acquire the Rygene fruit, a task that must fall to Gyunt, as Dalu has no intention of continuing to wait idly. "Are you not planning to stay a few more days?" Gyunt inquired, gazing longingly at Dalu, reminiscent of a forlorn lover abandoned by a scoundrel. Do not misunderstand. There was nothing romantic between them. It was merely that during these past few days, Dalu had briefly outlined his grand plans for the future development of the Sky Island to Gyunt. The concepts he introduced, such as the separation of powers, federalism, and constitutional monarchy, nearly left Gyunt agape, eager to dissect Dalu's mind and uncover more of his ideas. "No more waiting," Dalu chuckled, shaking his head, then took a step forward, leaping onto the deck of the Mermaid's Song. "This Sky Island is now in your care, regardless of circumstances. We shall meet again in the Seven Water City in 1 month's time." Dalu confidently adjusted his hat as he entrusted Gyunt with the task. After speaking, Dalu turned to his companions who had been waiting on the deck and called out to the bear beneath the sails. "Let us set sail." With those words, Dalu thrust his right hand forward, compressing air into his palm before casting it toward the ship's sails. In an instant, the sails billowed, propelling the Mermaid's Song away from the dock. Departing alongside them were Nayufa and the others, who would carry Gyunt's letter to Marineford, announcing the birth of the Sky Island Alliance to the world government. "How wonderful it is to soar." Dalu sighed enviously as he watched the meteorological vessel rush through the sky, wishing he could fly all the way to the New World. However, the current New World, embroiled in conflict between Rox and the Navy, has turned into a veritable meat grinder, especially since Rox initiated his plan to hunt the celestial dragons. The entire world has been thrust into chaos. With Dalu's current strength, he may not be easily shattered, but achieving a significant voice in this competition remains a distant goal. Even the Roger pirates have been driven to retreat, hiding in the four seas, avoiding the tumult of the New World. Considering the situation, Dalu resolved to navigate steadily, honing his strength. At the very least, he must awaken his fruit or master the Conqueror's Haki to possess the capital necessary to establish himself in the New World. The Mermaid's Song descended gently along the cloud ladder, losing buoyancy as it left the uppermost layer of the White Sea, commencing its free fall, the immense wind resistance causing the entire vessel to creak ominously. Fortunately, as they approached the ocean surface, the octopus hot air balloon affixed to the ship's mast began to inflate rapidly, soon transforming into a colossal balloon, larger than the Mermaid's Song itself. Meanwhile, in an office within the G8 Navy fortress beneath the Sky Island, Rear Admiral Jonathan was sweating profusely, holding a din mushy, bracing himself for the roar of Steelbone Kong. "Hurry, get that rascal Carp on the line. Tell him to return to Marineford at once. It is unacceptable for him to linger here for so long over a bunch of petty pirates." Faced with the Admiral's furious bellowing, Jonathan could only smile wryly, well aware that nearly all Navy personnel had been dispatched to protect the celestial dragons. Yet, at this critical moment, Carp had slipped away to his location, claiming it was for the future of the Navy, to apprehend a crew of promising pirates. "Bah, I see it as mere laziness." Jonathan cursed inwardly, glancing at Carp, who was lounging on the sofa, twiddling his nose while engaged in a donut challenge. "I say, Rear Admiral Carp, you have been here for 7 days. It appears that the pirates will not show up. You should return. The Marshal's pressure is all falling on me." Jonathan pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking with a softened tone. Logically, as a fellow Rear Admiral, Jonathan could afford to be polite to Carp, but as a branch Rear Admiral facing the rising star Carp, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship. However, Carp, oblivious to the subtlety, showed no inclination to heed this advice. On one hand, he was reluctant to return and protect those insufferable celestial dragons, while on the other, his familiarity with Dalu led him to genuinely believe in the potential of Dalu's pirate crew. The best course of action regarding such talent would be to extinguish it before it could mature. Of course, directly recruiting them was also a viable option, as Dalu and his companions had not committed any heinous crimes. Just as Jonathan was preparing to persuade Carp further, a Navy soldier burst into the office. After a swift salute, He gasped. "Report, sirs. A peculiar group of pirates has appeared in the sky above the G8 fortress. According to the lookout's report, they are likely the Dalu pirate crew that ventured to the Sky Island." Upon hearing this news, Carp, who had been reclining on the sofa, finally set down the donut and stood up, retrieving the marine justice coat from nearby and draping it over his shoulders. "Kazan, we move." Carp, clad in his marine coat, cracked his knuckles, stretching his joints, and revealed a menacing grin, reminiscent of a wolf preparing to seize a lamb for dinner. The naval force moved with remarkable speed. Just as Carp and Kuzan approached the warship, the Navy stationed at 4G8 had completed their preparations, arrayed across 3 vessels. Observing his subordinates brimming with enthusiasm, Carp let out a hearty laugh and leaped onto the deck with a robust stride, issuing commands with a grand gesture. The gates gradually retracted, and the 3 warships surged forth from the fortress, advancing in unison towards the destination of Darrow and his crew. "Darrow, how dare you take on the mantle of a pirate? Prepare to face my righteous iron fist." Chapter 191. The distance from the pinnacle of the sea. As they neared the ocean's surface, the winds began to whip fiercely. The mermaid's ship, the Song of the Mermaid, swayed gently as it descended onto the water, creating a tumultuous wave. Upon witnessing their stable landing, Aisha sighed in relief, startled by the creaking sounds made during the descent, fearing that an improper landing might cause the Song of the Mermaid to break apart. This was quite understandable, given that the ship had been an aging vessel for many years when it was purchased, having been poorly maintained by its previous pirate owners. Despite Darrow and his crew's diligent care, the ship's condition remained far from ideal, which is why Darrow was so eager to acquire a new one. Fortunately, during their journey to the Sky Island, Darrow and his crew had amassed a considerable amount of gold, which should suffice for procuring a good ship in Water 7. Though it remained uncertain whether Smoky Tom would be willing to assist them in the shipbuilding endeavor. "Sophia, you have extensive connections. Could you inquire if there are any leads on the Atom Tree?" Darrow stepped out of the captain's quarters and onto the deck, pulling out a sun lounger to bask in the long-awaited sunlight. "All right, I will ask and see if there are any news regarding Atomwood from the underworld." Sophia replied with a nod, retrieving a miniature silver transponder snail from her pocket and retreating to the cabin. The others lazily made their way to their respective quarters, retrieving their folding chairs with the intention of enjoying a sunny bonding experience. Suddenly, disaster struck. The Navy is approaching, including that buzzcut uncle we encountered earlier. Aisha shouted from the lookout tower just as the group began to set up their sun, umbrellas, and folding chairs. At that moment, 3 vessels adorned with the emblem of the Justice Seagull emerged from the northwest of the Song of the Mermaid, swiftly approaching with growing intensity. "Ah, Darrow, long time no see," boomed Carp from the deck of the leading warship, his voice echoing robustly in the wind, while his navy coat fluttered dramatically. Likewise, upon spotting the naval ships, Darrow felt a palpable, oppressive aura, one that could only emanate from a select few within the Navy. Among them, Carp was the most likely to be present, though Darrow had not anticipated that Carp would wait for so many days. It seemed they could not expect an easy resolution. "Uncle Carp is quite the host, waiting for us all this time," Darrow said, forcing a smile in response to Carp. "The Navy is fully occupied dealing with the Rocks pirates. Why is it that you insist on pursuing us, little fish?" "Little fish, you are truly modest," Carp retorted, shaking his finger. He then discarded his cloak to his aide Kazan, revealing a sleek black suit beneath. "I noticed your immense potential back in Razabat. I had intended to recommend you join the Navy, but who would have thought you would turn around and become a pirate instead? Such audacity, young man. I wonder if your courage can withstand my fist." As they spoke, Vice Admiral Jonathan had discreetly commanded the 2 remaining warships to flanking positions, effectively encircling the Song of the Mermaid in a triangular formation. Starting with these petty maneuvers, how unfriendly. Darrow's expression darkened as he observed the cannons protruding from the flanks of the ships, his keen gaze fixed on Carp. "Friendly? Since when can pirates demand friendliness from the Navy?" Carp grinned mischievously, fully aware that Jonathan's actions during their conversation were less than honorable. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Carp was principled but not naive. In the face of ruthless pirates, he knew exactly what needed to be done. Eradicate evil without mercy. For kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Hey, they're still chatting. On the left warship, Jonathan grew impatient, eager to resolve matters with Darrow swiftly and rid himself of Carp's presence. In his view, Carp used the capture of pirates as a pretext to evade the Celestial Dragon protection mission assigned by Admiral Kong. Everyone knew Carp despised the Celestial Dragons. Prepare all cannons. Load the ammunition, Jonathan bellowed, as the two warships raised a row of ominous black cannons, ready to strike the Song of the Mermaid at his command. Boom! The sound of dozens of cannons firing erupted, followed by a barrage of cannonballs hurtling toward the Song of the Mermaid. In this critical moment, thanks to their quick reflexes, Wrecked and Rebet darted in opposite directions. The normally bickering pair displayed an unexpected level of coordination. Cocktail B-2 bomber, continuous gulp. The two executed their respective techniques. Wrecked thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a torrent of liquor from his fingertips that transformed into a colossal fiery bird, obliterating the incoming cannonballs. Rebet, more abstract in her approach, opened her gaping maw and lunged forward, swallowing a series of cannonballs whole like a candy-coated character. Impressive, but I wonder how many rounds you can withstand. After the initial volley failed to incapacitate them, Jonathan remained composed, ordering his soldiers to continue bombarding Darrow and his crew while instructing the gunners to reload for the next assault. Faced with the relentless cannon fire from the Navy, Sophia and her companions refused to remain idle. She and Blage charged onto one of the warships, systematically dismantling the cannons along the railings, all while cursing the audacity of the pirates. Damn pirates, don't get too carried away. Jonathan seethed at the sight of his soldiers scattering in disarray. Drawing a katana from his waist, he swiftly flashed to Sophia's vicinity, engaging her in combat. On another warship, Blage was locked in a fierce battle with an officer clad in a captain's cloak, adorned with fingerless gloves. Both were adept at close-quarters combat, their fists colliding with a resounding force. Although the opponent's strength was not extraordinary, his tactical acumen was commendable, utilizing the mobility of the six-style shave to evade after every strike, never allowing Blage an opportunity to counterattack. Observing his comrades fighting independently, Izumi did not rush into the fray, but instead walked slowly to Darrow's side. He drew his blade, the Izumi no Kami Kanesada, and opened his previously narrowed eyes, revealing a chilling intent to kill. The astutely perceptive Huchuan Liqian was acutely aware of the formidable presence embodied by the admiral clad in a black suit, reminiscent of the venerable old man wielding a naginata encountered atop Whiskey Peak. Such an adversary could not be easily confronted by Captain alone. It appeared that genuine skill would need to be summoned. Otherwise, the risk of a disastrous downfall loomed ominously. Carp, observing the two young individuals whose momentum was steadily escalating, felt a pang of apprehension. He had not anticipated their rapid growth within such a brief span of time. Just as Carp was preparing to take on both adversaries single-handedly, Dallo halted Huchuan Liqian, stepping forward with resolve. Liqian, allow me to take this on solo for now. You provide support from the sidelines. I wish to ascertain how far I am from reaching the pinnacle of this vast sea. Synopsis: Dallo has traversed into the world of One Piece, becoming the brother of Roger's wife, Lugio. Fortunately, at this juncture, Roger has yet to conquer the Grand Line, granting Dallo the opportunity to alter his sister's tragic fate.